Chen Feng could hardly believe his eyes. Had he really traveled to the Marvel Universe? The turn of events was simply too outrageous. At this moment, he found himself standing on an unfamiliar street in America, his gaze fixed blankly on Abomination as the creature rampaged in the distance. He felt as if he'd been struck by lightning, his mouth hanging open in shock. Thinking back, it was just moments ago when he had been watching a Marvel movie and casually complained, Thanos just snaps his fingers and wipes out half of all life. That's way too over the top. Pure magic trumping science. Unexpectedly, right after he uttered those words, his body dissolved into dust, vanishing in an instant like the superheroes punished by Thanos in the film. When he opened his eyes again, he had been transported to this perilous world. As an ordinary person who had watched every Marvel movie, Chen Feng was all too aware of the terrors lurking here. In this universe, superheroes were everywhere, and supervillains were even more numerous. The Hulk and Abomination could break into a fierce battle in the street at any moment. Portals could split, open the sky without warning, and alien invaders seemed intent on either conquering humanity or obliterating the planet. Truly a world-ending combo platter. Beneath the cities, all manner of monsters and mysterious villains lurked, with beings like the Lizard Professor ready to spring up at any time. For ordinary people, this world was nothing short of a gigantic box of deadly surprises. A thunderous crash echoed through the air. Abomination was on a rampage, smashing everything in sight. Cars and people alike were caught in the devastation, with no one spared. Screams rang out from every direction. Ah! Help! Run! There's a monster! Someone's trapped in their car. Help them! Get inside! Take cover! Panic erupted on the streets as people scattered in terror. Some collapsed in fright, while others ran desperately toward the nearest buildings. Cries of pain and fear filled the air, and the scene resembled the end of the world. With Abomination drawing closer by the second, Chen Feng turned on his heels and bolted. Although he was a world champion in Sanda, skilled in combat, there was nothing he could do against such a monster except run for his life. He had barely taken a few steps when a roaring sound tore through the sky above. Suddenly, with a tremendous crash, something massive plummeted from the heavens, slamming into the street and sending debris flying as the ground caved in. Cold sweat broke out all over Chen Feng. Had he been any closer, he would have been flattened on the spot. A guttural roar rumbled through the air, chilling him to the bone. From the cracked pavement, an enormous green hand thrust upward, smashing down and shattering the concrete. Then a gigantic green figure climbed out of the pit. Chen Feng instantly recognized the familiar form and couldn't help but shout, The Hulk! The Hulk let out an earth-shaking roar, and the force of it sent Chen Feng flying like a rag doll, hurling him hard to the ground more than 10 meters away. Pain racked his entire body. His arm was broken, a piercing ringing filled his ears, and his head felt as if it were about to explode. Before he could catch his breath, Abomination charged toward him. Each of Abomination's steps sent the ground crumbling and splitting apart like an earthquake. In motion, Chen Feng was gripped by helplessness and despair. Yet the Hulk refused to be outdone, barreling forward with unstoppable momentum. Caught between the two, the protagonist had no choice but to roll to the side of the street in a desperate attempt to dodge the impact. Even so, the shockwaves from their battle struck him hard, forcing blood from his lips. Anger blazed in his chest as he swore silently to himself. This time, I'll make them pay for these wounds. When I grow stronger, I'll show no mercy. Just then, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Gene extraction system activated. A system? Though he wasn't much of a novel reader, the term system was hardly foreign to him. In countless stories, it marked the turning point for the hero's rise to power. He never imagined such fortune would befall him. System, can you make me stronger? He asked, barely able to contain his excitement. Ding! This system can assist the host in extracting the genes of others, thereby enhancing your own abilities. The system replied in its flat, robotic tone. How do I extract genes? He pressed, hope flickering to life within him. At last, a chance for revenge seemed possible. Ding! The other party must willingly allow you to extract their genes, and you must be in direct physical contact with them during the extraction process, the system intoned. System, isn't that a bit harsh? In a world full of superpowered beings, who would agree to let me extract their genes? He muttered, a trace of discouragement seeping into his voice. Ding! You can convince them with your strength, or you may win them over with your sincerity. How you do it is up to your own abilities, the system replied. Then could I extract animal genes? Like, say, from an ant? He asked, unwilling to give up. Ding! No! The host can only extract the genes of humanoid beings, the system answered. He fretted aloud. How am I supposed to extract the genes of the strong? This is giving me a headache. At that moment, the distant thrum of helicopter blades swept through the sky as an armed helicopter swooped low, unleashing a barrage of bullets at Abomination atop the rooftop. Inspiration struck. He suddenly recalled a scene from The Incredible Hulk, the Hulk ultimately defeating Abomination, leaving him completely powerless. Perhaps he could use Abomination's hatred for the Hulk to persuade him, to make Abomination willingly allow his genes to be extracted. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he sprinted after the armed helicopter. When Abomination shot it down and it crashed into the ruins of an ancient building, he immediately ducked into a nearby structure, lying in wait for the perfect moment. Soon after, an enraged roar echoed through the air. Hulk smash! The ground shook while the furious shouts of Hulk and Abomination collided, reverberating through the city. Sensing his chance had arrived, he dashed out from his hiding place and slipped into the crowd of onlookers that he saw the Hulk wrapping a thick iron chain tightly around Abomination's neck. Abomination struggled desperately, but could not break free. As the Hulk tried to strangle Abomination, Betty, his girlfriend, suddenly cried out, "No!" Though the Hulk was reluctant to let go, he finally released Abomination and his rage slowly subsided. He moved closer to Abomination, as if he had something to say. Just then, a searchlight from an armed helicopter swept across the scene, instantly enraging the Hulk. With a furious roar, he leapt away from the sight, drawing everyone's attention. Seizing the moment, he approached Abomination and whispered, "Blonsky, I know how to kill the Hulk, but first, you must let me extract your genes, with your consent." Abomination turned his head weakly, his beast-like eyes, sending a shiver down his spine. "What's your plan?" Abomination's voice was low and drained of strength. At this moment, Abomination was both debilitated and dejected. Otherwise, he would have crushed him without hesitation. "If I can extract your genes, I'll have power like yours. Then, together, we'll take down the Hulk." "What do you say?" he continued. Abomination did not answer right away, instead eyeing him with suspicion. Sensing Abomination's hesitation, he quickly added, "Don't worry. Extracting your genes won't hurt you, as long as you cooperate." "Fine. I agree." Abomination finally nodded. Unable to contain his excitement, he quickly placed his hand on Abomination and silently invoked, "System, extract Abomination's genes and fuse them into my body." Ding. Abomination gene extraction successful. Fusion in progress. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. "Congratulations, host, for fusing the Abomination gene," the system announced again. With the chime, a tremendous force surged within him, violently reshaping his body. "Ah!" he screamed in agony, feeling his bones, tendons, flesh, and skin being stretched to their limits. The pain was almost unbearable. A thunderous crash erupted as Chen Feng slammed the Hulk to the ground with tremendous force. The Hulk was left dizzy and disoriented. Chen Feng gave him no chance to recover, launching a relentless barrage of punches and kicks. He knew well that giving his all to defeat his opponent was the greatest show of respect in battle. The Hulk, famed for his indestructible physique and unparalleled strength, had always relied on brute force to overpower his foes. But now facing Chen Feng, a titanic giant with both greater strength and rich combat experience, the Hulk's advantage was crushed. All he could do was bellow in pain. At that moment, Abomination, who had been knocked away but had managed to return, witnessed Chen Feng's overwhelming might and exclaimed in shock, "He's incredible." General Ross, watching from the helicopter, was utterly stunned by what he saw. Beside him, Betty, witnessing her boyfriend Banner being utterly overpowered by Chen Feng, turned anxiously to her father for help. "Dad, please, save Banner," she pleaded. Betty always intervened at critical moments, disrupting her father's plans just as General Ross was on the verge of success. She would find a way to stop him every time. "Don't worry. Your boyfriend isn't that easy to defeat," General Ross said with a frown. He knew all too well the strength of the Hulk. Even heavy artillery couldn't bring him down. "Then let me go down there." Betty shot back angrily. She was determined to reach Banner and encourage him, knowing that her presence always made the Hulk stronger whenever he was in danger. "Don't be ridiculous," Ross snapped. For a fleeting moment, faced with such a stubborn daughter, he almost wished she weren't his own, or he might have tossed her right out of the helicopter. On the ground below, the Hulk was being driven back again and again by Chen Feng. With each blow, his fury grew, and so did his strength. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, he grabbed Chen Feng's leg, lifted him high, and slammed him savagely into the rocks. Seeing this, Abomination joined the fray. He let out a guttural cry and charged forward, locking his arms tightly around the Hulk's neck. With the Hulk now entangled, Chen Feng climbed out from the rubble. Though he was covered in dust, not a single scratch marked his body, a testament to the Titan's extraordinary resilience. "Hulk, prepare to face my wrath," Chen Feng shouted, his voice thunderous with anger. Earlier, he had underestimated the Hulk, which had given his opponent a chance to retaliate. With a powerful push of his legs, Chen Feng launched himself into the air with a deafening blast, rocketing skyward and landing squarely on the Hulk's position. The impact was tremendous, driving the Hulk deep into the ground. Without hesitation, Chen Feng crouched down and seized the Hulk by the neck with one massive hand, lifting him effortlessly. In the shadow of his towering form, the Hulk seemed nothing more than a helpless child. Chen Feng's strength was almost unimaginable. With one hand clamped around the Hulk's throat, the green giant could do nothing to break free. The Hulk pounded Chen Feng's body in fury, but his blows had no effect whatsoever. As a Titan, Chen Feng had no fear of the Hulk. Not at this stage, when the Hulk was still far from reaching his full potential. "You have two choices. Either surrender your genes willingly, or die," Chen Feng said coldly. With great difficulty, the Hulk managed to rasp out a few words. "Hulk will never yield." Chen Feng let out a dismissive snort and tightened his grip. The Hulk's tongue nearly lolled out from the pressure, yet even then, he did not die, a testament to his astonishing vitality. At that moment, Abomination suddenly attacked. Spinning in close, he drove the bony spike of his elbow deep into the Hulk's chest. The Hulk screamed in agony, his body instantly growing weak. "Stop!" Betty arrived like a savior at the crucial moment. Chen Feng ignored her and instead tightened his grip even more. Abomination grew even more ruthless, his bone spikes piercing the Hulk again and again, leaving him covered in wounds as green blood streamed from his body. Betty, desperate, rushed forward and clung tightly to the green cloth at Chen Feng's waist, her voice choked with sobs as she pleaded, "Please, let Banner go. I only want to extract his genes. It won't have any effect on him. But since he refuses, then he has to die," Chen Feng replied coldly. From a distance, General Ross heard Chen Feng's words, but his resolve did not waver. What he truly wanted was the blood inside the Hulk. He cared little for the Hulk's life or death. "Banner, just do what he says, or you'll die," Betty pleaded through her tears. Perhaps it was Betty's voice that awakened the will inside the Hulk. Though he could barely breathe, he managed to speak once more. "No, Hulk will never give in." Seeing how stubborn Hulk was, Chen Feng began to lose his patience. With a sudden motion, he reached out with his other hand and grabbed Betty by the throat, lifting her into the air as well. He then addressed the Hulk. "How about now? Are you willing to give in?" "Let me go, let—" Betty struggled in agony, her breath cut off, kicking helplessly in midair. Suddenly, the strength within the Hulk surged to new heights. He roared in fury, unleashing the storm of anger burning inside him. "Chen Feng, let Betty go. She's my daughter," General Ross shouted anxiously. Chen Feng responded with icy indifference. "Whether she lives is entirely up to whether the Hulk lets me extract his genes. In this world, kindness is often seen as weakness. Only by becoming stronger can one survive." "Blonsky, stop him." General Ross gave the order. After a moment's hesitation, Abomination chose to obey, launching an attack against Chen Feng. He drove the bone spikes on his elbow into Chen Feng's back, but Chen Feng's body was utterly unyielding. The spikes not only failed to pierce him, but shattered on impact. Chen Feng paid no heed to Abomination's attack. He spun around and with a swift kick, broke Abomination's right leg. Abomination collapsed to one knee, a scream of agony tearing from his throat. While the Hulk's strength grows with his rage, Abomination's does not. At this moment, Chen Feng's power was 10 times that of Abomination's, crushing him effortlessly. Chen Feng raised his foot again, kicking Abomination to the ground, then stomped down hard on his chest. With a sickening crack, Abomination's breastbone shattered, his chest caved in under the force. Abomination let out a howl of pain, unable even to struggle any longer. Now, Chen Feng gripped the Hulk in one hand and pinned Abomination down with his foot, his heart swelling with pride as he threw back his head and let out a triumphant, thunderous roar. General Ross was deeply worried about his daughter's safety. He spoke in a low voice into his walkie-talkie, giving the order, "Sniper, aim for Chen Feng's head. Make sure it's a kill shot." "Understood," came the sniper's reply through the speaker. A few seconds later, sharp gunshots shattered the silence of the night. Bullets struck Chen Feng's head in rapid succession. Though they failed to pierce his skin, they still caused him discomfort. With a furious glare, he fixed his eyes on General Ross. "Are you trying to use my hands to kill your own daughter?" Chen Feng asked coldly. General Ross's face darkened. He didn't answer, but instead lowered his voice and issued another order through the walkie-talkie. Switch to armor-piercing rounds. If you can't kill Chen Feng, all units are to withdraw. Ross's troops were exceptionally well-equipped. Not only did they possess advanced firearms, but they also had a stash of prohibited heavy weaponry. Confronted with such enemies, Chen Feng decided to avoid direct confrontation for now. After all, he already had the Hulk in his grasp. As for Betty, he couldn't afford to let her go just yet. Betty could be used to threaten the Hulk and force his cooperation in extracting his genetic material. And as a hostage, she could help Chen Feng secure his own escape. With his left hand, Chen Feng gripped Betty tightly, while his right hand held the Hulk in check. With a powerful push of his legs, he leapt into the air, carrying them both. Suddenly, a new volley of gunfire erupted. Several armor-piercing rounds struck Chen Feng in the back, the force of the impact knocking him out of the air. Yet he landed steadily, never loosening his hold. His back muscles tensed, and with a forceful flex, he forced the embedded bullets out of his body. As the bullet casings clattered to the ground, his wounds closed up rapidly, healing completely within seconds. Chen Feng glanced back at General Ross, his eyes cold as ice. "General Ross, I won't forget what you did today. Rest assured, I'll come back for you." With those words, he turned and dashed into the forest, crashing through the trees and leaving a trail of shattered trunks in his wake. "General, Chen Feng has Miss Betty in his grasp. Our people don't dare use heavy weapons. What should we do?" Catherine, the secretary, asked anxiously. General Ross slammed his walkie-talkie down in frustration, muttering under his breath, "That daughter of mine, it's bad enough that we're not close, but now she's making things even worse for me." "General," Catherine called out cautiously. Ross let out a helpless sigh. "Order a retreat." Suddenly, he remembered his subordinate, Blonsky, and asked, "Is Blonsky still alive?" "He is, but he's badly injured," Catherine replied. "As long as he's alive," Ross said with a sigh of relief. Truth be told, he wasn't satisfied with Blonsky's powers in his transformed state. Since Blonsky couldn't return to human form, if such monsters were mass-produced, they would surely provoke humanity's collective resistance. Chen Feng, still clutching the Hulk and Betty, made his way through the forest, finally slipping into the entrance of a sewer. In this world blanketed by surveillance cameras, only the sewers could offer him a brief respite from relentless pursuit. After entering the sewer, Chen Feng came to a halt and set down the Hulk and Betty. At this point, the Hulk had already been choked into unconsciousness. Once Chen Feng released his grip, the giant slumped heavily to the ground. Betty, though somewhat weak, quickly regained her senses. Breaking free from her restraints, she immediately rushed to the Hulk's side, sobbing as she cried out, "Banner, wake up! Please wake up!" Chen Feng's voice was cold as steel. "You'd better persuade him to cooperate and let me extract his genes. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to kill you both." With tears in her eyes, Betty pleaded through her sobs, "I'll talk to him. Please, don't hurt us." Seeing Betty's tear-streaked face and helpless expression, a pang of guilt flashed through Chen Feng's heart. Yet, remembering that this might be his only chance to become human again, he quickly suppressed any lingering remorse. To him, any sacrifice was acceptable if it meant gaining more power. The Hulk's regenerative abilities were formidable. In just a few moments, he regained consciousness. Seeing him awake, Betty immediately began to reason with him. "Banner, let him extract your genes. It won't hurt you. If you keep resisting, he'll kill us both." "Hulk will never submit." The Hulk responded weakly, his voice gravelly. He was Banner's separate persona, calling himself Hulk. In his heart, there was no fear, only boundless fury. "Not even for me?" Betty's voice trembled with sorrow. The Hulk's gaze lingered on Betty, and in his fierce eyes, a flicker of tenderness appeared. Chen Feng's words were icy, slicing through the moment. "Hulk, you have two choices. First, let me extract your genes willingly. Second, I kill Betty right here and now." Although the Hulk's body had recovered significantly, he did not erupt in rage again. Perhaps he realized he was no match for Chen Feng. Seeing Betty's helplessness, he finally lowered his head, his voice barely audible. "Hulk agrees. You can take the genes." A wise decision. Chen Feng stepped forward with satisfaction, placing his hand on the Hulk's shoulder as he silently commanded, "System, extract the Hulk's genes and fuse them into me." A mechanical chime sounded in his mind. Ding, extraction of Hulk's genes failed. Extraction failed? Chen Feng's fury exploded. He smashed his fist down onto the Hulk's head, driving it into the ground. The Hulk coughed up a mouthful of green blood. "How could you do that?" Betty demanded, her voice trembling with anger. "Your boyfriend did not truly consent to having his genes extracted," Chen Feng explained, his tone icy calm. "How is that possible? He didn't resist you just now." Betty protested, refusing to believe it. You can ask him yourself, Chen Feng replied impatiently. Betty hurried to the Hulk's side and asked, Banner, is what he said true? The Hulk spat out blood-tinted saliva, glaring at Chen Feng through eyes burning with rage. As long as Hulk lives, he's never truly defeated. Watching the Hulk, who still refused to yield, Chen Feng felt a surge of relief that he had brought Betty with him. Otherwise, he would have had no way to deal with the green giant. This time, Betty didn't wait for Chen Feng to speak. She took the initiative to persuade the Hulk. Banner, could you do it, if only for me? Let him extract your genes, and then we can go somewhere no one knows us and start a new life together. Faced with Betty's pleading eyes, the Hulk finally gave in. He turned to Chen Feng again and said, Go ahead. This time I won't resist. Once more, Chen Feng placed his hand on the Hulk's massive shoulder, silently calling out in his heart, System, extract the Hulk's genes. A pleasant chime sounded in his mind. Ding! Hulk gene extraction successful, announced the system. A wave of joy washed over Chen Feng. At last, he had a chance to become an ordinary person again. You may go now, he said. At this point, neither the Hulk nor Betty had any further value to him. Upon hearing this, the Hulk immediately scooped Betty up into his arms and quickly departed. Once they were gone, Chen Feng murmured under his breath, System, fuse the Hulk's genes into my body. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully fusing the Hulk's genes, the system's notification echoed. No sooner had the words faded than Chen Feng sensed a change. His skin deepened to a bronze hue, yet aside from that, he noticed little difference. He drew a deep breath, striving to calm the excitement and tension within. As his emotions gradually settled, his body began to transform. His frame slowly shrank until, at last, he took on the form of an ordinary human once more. Delight filled Chen Feng at regaining his human shape, yet a hint of dissatisfaction lingered. He discovered that, just like the Hulk, every time he reverted to his normal self, he would experience a brief period of weakness, his strength no greater than any regular person's. After repeatedly trying to transform back and forth, Chen Feng finally felt somewhat reassured. Ordinary humans are just too fragile, it seems. I'll need to fuse the genes of other superheroes. Captain America, Spider-Man, Thor. Those could be excellent choices, he muttered to himself. Emerging from the sewers, Chen Feng stepped onto the bustling city streets. He hadn't even found a temporary place to stay when he encountered a strikingly beautiful foreign woman, someone he actually knew. Her name was Natasha, codenamed Black Widow, a top agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. and one of the most captivating women in the Marvel Universe. With graceful steps, Natasha approached Chen Feng, extended her fair right hand, and smiled. I'm Natasha. It's a pleasure to meet you, Chen Feng. In reality, Natasha had been sent by Director Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. to make contact with Chen Feng. Her mission was to invite him to join S.H.I.E.L.D. and, incidentally, to learn the truth about him. At S.H.I.E.L.D., the powerful always drew attention. Those of good character would be recruited as official members. Those less trustworthy would be assigned as external collaborators. Chen Feng shook hands with Natasha and smiled as he asked, What brings you to see me? He wasn't surprised that Natasha had managed to find him. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. was one of the most powerful intelligence organizations in the world. Tracking him down was hardly a challenge for them. There's no special reason, really, Natasha replied playfully. I just thought you looked handsome and wanted to invite you for a drink. You're so beautiful. I could hardly say no, Chen Feng replied with a grin. But could you help me get some decent clothes first? I'm still wrapped in this green cloth. Of course, Natasha answered with a warm smile and a nod. Without hesitation, Natasha took Chen Feng straight to a high-end boutique in the city center. Since he wasn't footing the bill, Chen Feng didn't hold back. He picked out a well-tailored suit, a pair of leather shoes, a belt, a watch, and other accessories. When Chen Feng stepped out of the fitting room, he looked completely transformed. With his thick eyebrows, striking features, and strong, square jaw, he already had a commanding presence. Standing nearly 6 feet tall, his physique was broad and muscular, his neck thick and his shoulders wide, every line of muscle evident, radiating a sense of power. He had always been attractive, but now, dressed in a suit with only the middle 2 buttons of his shirt fastened, he exuded a wild, masculine allure. Natasha covered her mouth in surprise, a gasp slipping out as a wave of excitement surged within her. She had met many men, but none had possessed the irresistible charm that Chen Feng now displayed. Wow, he's really handsome, she couldn't help but murmur softly. He looks so strong. He must be a fitness trainer. If only I could have a boyfriend like that, I'd be so happy. The female staff in the boutique were equally captivated by Chen Feng. If Natasha hadn't been standing beside him, they might have already crowded forward to express their admiration. Natasha stepped up and, with an affectionate gesture, linked her arm through Chen Feng's. Facing the eager shop assistants, she declared proudly, "This is my boyfriend." Chen Feng simply smiled, not taking it seriously. He knew Natasha well. From the Marvel movies, she was famed for her romantic prowess. Many superheroes had been drawn to her, but in the end, none had truly won her heart. Being with her was a game. Take it too seriously, and you were bound to get hurt. "Chen Feng, let's go have that drink," Natasha said, her voice soft and teasing, enough to make his heart flutter. He smoothly wrapped his arm around Natasha's slender waist and led her out of the shop. Natasha didn't resist. Instead, she leaned into him like a contented little bird nestling close. Guided by Natasha, Chen Feng arrived at a bustling bar, and the two of them entered a lavishly decorated private room. Soft lighting and gentle music created a warm and inviting atmosphere. Natasha asked the waiter for a bottle of whiskey, poured 2 glasses, and handed one to Chen Feng. "To our meeting," Natasha said with a hint of playful ambiguity in her smile. "To our meeting," Chen Feng replied, touching his glass to hers before downing his drink in one swift motion. Natasha, on the other hand, took an elegant sip and smiled at Chen Feng. Drinks without stories always feel a little lacking. "I wonder, Mr. Chen, would you care to share a story of your own?" "My name is Chen Feng. I come from China. I've always pursued strength, so I came to America. That's my story," Chen Feng replied calmly. "That's all?" Natasha sounded a bit surprised. "Yes, that's all," Chen Feng answered, unwilling to reveal more. He knew that if the whole truth came out, S.H.I.E.L.D. would likely become interested in him, and he had no powerful connections to protect himself. "Is there any other reason for your pursuit of strength?" Natasha pressed on. "I have an ability. I can extract other people's genes, and it doesn't harm them at all, as long as they cooperate willingly," Chen Feng admitted frankly. He understood that this ability would be discovered sooner or later, so he might as well be upfront about it. "Is that a superpower?" Natasha asked, curiosity lighting up her eyes. Chen Feng nodded. "You could call it that. I heard you extracted Abomination's genes, and supposedly those genes make it impossible to turn back into a human. How did you manage it?" Natasha continued her questioning. "Later, I also extracted the Hulk's genes. As long as I can control my emotions, I can transform at will," Chen Feng explained. "There are 2 kinds of powerful people on Earth," Natasha said sharply. "One kind is the superhero, beloved by all. The other is the supervillain, enemy of everyone. Which do you want to be?" "Of course, a superhero," Chen Feng answered immediately, thinking to himself that only a fool would choose to be a villain. "Have you heard of S.H.I.E.L.D.?" Natasha pursued. Although she couldn't yet judge whether Chen Feng was good or bad, his abilities certainly qualified him to join S.H.I.E.L.D. "Not only have I heard of S.H.I.E.L.D., I also know your director is Nick Fury, the man with one eye. And you, Natasha, are known as the Black Widow," Chen Feng replied, feigning an air of mystery. Natasha was visibly taken aback. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. was powerful, they usually operated in the shadows. Very few people knew about them, let alone such details about Director Fury. "How do you know all this?" Natasha asked, astonished. Chen Feng took another sip of his drink, then replied coolly, "That's something I can't tell you." He believed that maintaining some mystery was important, so that S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't dare make an enemy of him lightly. "All right then, I'll get straight to the point. Our Director Fury would like to invite you to join S.H.I.E.L.D. You can give it some thought," Natasha said. "I'm willing to join, but I have a few conditions," Chen Feng replied. "Go ahead," Natasha nodded. "First, help me obtain legal status in the United States. Second, I want my freedom. Unless there's an emergency mission that needs my help, I want to be in control of my own time. Third, introduce me to Iron Man, Tony Stark. I want to work with him." Chen Feng stated his 3 demands in one breath. "That can all be arranged. However, if you want that much freedom, you'll only be able to join S.H.I.E.L.D. as an external consultant. That means your authority will be limited," Natasha explained. "That's not a problem," Chen Feng replied without hesitation. He knew that within S.H.I.E.L.D., many top talents were external members, like the Hulk, Iron Man, and Ant-Man. Natasha stood up, extended her right hand warmly, and said, "On behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D., welcome aboard." Chen Feng rose as well and shook her hand, smiling. "It's an honor." Once they were seated again, Natasha asked with curiosity, "Chen Feng, what kind of project do you want to collaborate on with Tony?" "Technology," Chen Feng answered. In the Marvel world, both wealth and technology could grant a person immense power. Iron Man was living proof, and so were the Green Goblin and Dr. Octopus. For this reason, Chen Feng hoped to acquire Iron Man's talents and mechanical genius. With cutting-edge technology in hand, he could build his own mechanical army and create his own power base. "What sort of technology?" Natasha pressed further. "Do you really want to know?" Chen Feng asked in return. Natasha nodded. "Yes. Kiss me, and I'll tell you," Chen Feng replied, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Faced with a stunning woman like Natasha, he naturally wouldn't pass up a chance to get closer. Natasha gently pushed him away, her cheeks tinged with a hint of shyness. "You're quite the tease." She had no intention of taking things any further, and Chen Feng didn't push it. With his current abilities, he knew it was wiser to show restraint. The two chatted casually for a while. Suddenly, a man dressed in black entered the room. He carried a locked briefcase, which he handed to Natasha in silence before slipping back out without so much as a word. Natasha slid the case to Chen Feng and said, "The code is 123456. Inside, you'll find your identification documents, your shield badge, a satellite phone, and a payroll card preloaded with $100,000. She added, "Shield has also set up a meeting for you with Tony Stark. He's agreed to see you tomorrow morning." "Thank you," Chen Feng said sincerely. Natasha stood up and said, "Well, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." "Goodbye," Chen Feng said with a smile, waving his hand. Once Natasha had left, he too rose from his seat and exited the bar. He found a hotel nearby and checked in. Exhausted to the core, he sank in a bed and fell into a deep sleep almost immediately. The next morning, Chen Feng was awakened by the shrill ring of his phone's alarm. He hastily washed up and caught a taxi to Stark Industries. 2 hours later, he arrived at his destination. At the front desk, he explained his reason for coming, and before long, Tony's assistant, Pepper, came out to meet him. "Mr. Chun, hello. I'm Tony's personal assistant. You can call me Pepper," she greeted him warmly. "Hello. Is Tony available now?" Chen Feng inquired. Pepper nodded. "He's waiting for you in his office. Please follow me." She led Chen Feng into a private elevator, and together they ascended to Tony's office. As they stepped inside, Chen Feng saw that the so-called office looked far more like a laboratory. Mechanical parts of all kinds filled the space, leaving almost no trace of a regular office atmosphere. Pepper announced, "Tony, Mr. Chun is here." Tony didn't turn around. He remained absorbed in his experiment as he spoke, his tone tinged with arrogance. "So, what kind of collaboration do you have in mind?" "I can help you develop biomechanical technology," Chen Feng replied directly. Tony chuckled, clearly skeptical. "Do you have any results to show me? Let's see what you've got. As long as you're willing to let me extract your genetic material, I can create living machines for you," Chen Feng said, his tone earnest. At last, Tony stopped what he was doing and turned to look at Chen Feng. He couldn't hold back a peal of laughter. "You wanted to hand over my genes willingly? Do you take me for an idiot?" Though his expertise lay in machinery, Tony was well aware of the value of genetic material. "This is a fair exchange. You provide your genes, and I give you the technology for living machines," Chen Feng insisted, his voice unwavering. "I don't need your technology. Besides, you clearly can't produce any of it right now." "Sorry," Tony refused. Chen Feng added, "I also know how to heal the wound in your chest." Tony shook his head, disappointment in his voice. "Looks like you're just another fraud. You'd better leave." He had already had Jarvis investigate every conceivable method and run endless simulations. His injury was beyond cure. At this point, the only thing keeping the shrapnel from reaching his heart was the arc reactor in his chest, so he saw no reason to believe Chen Feng. "Nanotechnology could remove the shrapnel from your body, and the cradle could regenerate your damaged tissue," Chen Feng went on, explaining further. "No matter how good it sounds, you can't show me any of this technology. Why should I believe you?" Tony replied, growing impatient. "I don't have nanotechnology or cradle regeneration technology myself, but I know who does. If you're willing to let me extract your genes, I'll tell you. Besides, I can also help you create biomechanical life," Chen Feng said. Tony replied coldly, "That's enough. If it weren't for S.H.I.E.L.D., I wouldn't have bothered to meet a fraud like you. Now you have two choices. Leave on your own, or I'll have security show you out." His words were sharp and unyielding. Although Chen Feng desperately needed Tony's mechanical genius, he also had his own pride and would never stoop to beg. "Your decision will earn you a new enemy," Chen Feng shot back, then turned and walked away. In the Marvel Universe, genius is never in short supply. Take Dr. Helen Zhao, for example. Her nanotechnology makes engineering marvels look effortless. Or Princess Shuri of Wakanda, whose battle suits rival, and perhaps even surpass, Iron Man's armor. Then there's Dr. Octopus. While his mechanical arms have their limits, their reaction speed is unmatched. Hank Pym's suit and Pym particles allow their user to grow and shrink at will. There are many other brilliant scientists just like them. Chen Feng had chosen to approach Iron Man because he possessed something Tony needed. Yet he hadn't expected Tony to be so dismissive, throwing him out without a second thought. Chen Feng would not swallow this insult. Someday, he would prove to Tony, with his own machine armor, who was truly the most advanced and powerful mechanical genius. Back in Tony's office, Pepper sounded worried. "Tony, he's a mutant. Once he transforms, he's incredibly strong, impervious to bullets and blades, and extremely dangerous. Aren't you worried you might be inviting trouble? Tony, brimming with confidence, replied, "What's there to fear? He can't fly. All I need to do is fire a missile from the sky, and he's finished." Ever since becoming Iron Man, his self-assurance had soared. He hardly saw any adversary as a real threat, not even S.H.I.E.L.D. Pepper could only sigh in resignation and fall silent. After leaving Stark Industries, Chen Feng was pondering which scientist to approach next when a new idea struck him. Could he extract genes from a corpse? If it worked, he could obtain the genes of Dr. Arnim Zola. Dr. Zola, Hydra's chief scientist during World War II, was a genius of the highest order, far beyond even Iron Man. He had managed, in an era when computers were still primitive, to upload his own consciousness into a machine, an almost unimaginable feat. The thought filled Chen Feng with excitement. He immediately contacted the system and asked, "System, can I extract genes from a corpse?" A mechanical chime sounded, and the system replied, "Yes. Corpses have neither resistance nor consciousness. As long as it's a humanoid corpse, gene extraction is possible." "This is fantastic. If I'd known earlier that I could directly extract genes from a corpse, I wouldn't have gone through all that trouble to track down Iron Man. I really brought that suffering upon myself," Chen Feng muttered to himself, brimming with excitement. Without delay, Chen Feng headed straight for a motorcycle dealership and bought a heavy-duty motorbike. He then pulled out the satellite phone issued by S.H.I.E.L.D. and dialed Black Widow Natasha's number. When the call connected, Chen Feng said, "Natasha, send me the address of the secret military base where Captain America trained back in the day." "What are you planning to do?" Natasha asked, puzzled. "That's not important. Just give me the address, and I'll owe you a favor," Chen Feng replied. At this moment, he was all on his own, and only Natasha could lend a hand. Still, he believed it wouldn't be long before he could build his own intelligent system. Once that day came, he'd have access to any information he desired, and even the vast American intelligence network would be at his fingertips. "All right, give me a second. I'll look it up for you right now," Natasha agreed without hesitation. For someone as formidable as her, tracking down an old World War II address was a trivial task, hardly risky at all. Though such information was considered top secret by the U.S. government, it was a simple matter for S.H.I.E.L.D. to obtain. In less than a minute, Natasha sent him the address via text, thoughtfully including a map pin. Chen Feng opened the navigation app, secured his phone to the front of the motorcycle, and set off according to the directions. He left the city behind, weaving through rural roads, and then followed a deserted mountain path. Setting out in the morning, he finally arrived at his destination around 5 in the afternoon, a scene almost identical to the one from Captain America, the Winter Soldier. Taking out his phone, Chen Feng discovered there was no signal at all. This confirmed he had found the right place. "Is anyone here?" Chen Feng called out, his voice echoing across the empty surroundings. He waited for several dozen seconds, but no reply came. Once he was sure the coast was clear, he climbed over the fence and entered the base. With a clear memory of the storyline, it didn't take him long to locate his target, a warehouse. The entrance was a heavy iron door secured with a large padlock. Chen Feng tried brute forcing it open, but the lock wouldn't budge. Searching around, he found a steel bar, wedged it into the shackle, and tried to pry it open with all his strength. The steel bar bent under the strain, but the lock remained stubbornly intact. Resigned, Chen Feng had no choice but to transform into a Titan giant. With a deep, rumbling growl, his body swelled and expanded, growing to 3 meters tall and taking on the massive form of the Titan giant. Just then, something occurred to him. Looking down, he realized his clothes, pants, and shoes had all been shredded to pieces by the sudden transformation. "Damn, I really need to prepare a set of stretchable combat gear for next time," Chen Feng muttered under his breath. No longer bothering to wrestle with the lock, he simply reached out and gave the door a gentle push. Bang! The heavy iron door crashed to the ground under his formidable strength, a testament to the astonishing might of the Titan. The storeroom was shrouded in pitch darkness. He took out his phone, located the power switch, and pressed it. Instantly, the entire room was flooded with light. Chen Feng weaved his way through the storeroom, turning left and right, until he finally reached an archive room. He recognized it at once. This was the very wooden cabinet that Captain America had opened in the movie. Gripping the cabinet's edge, he pulled hard to the right. With a sharp crack, the cabinet slid aside, revealing an elevator equipped with a combination lock. Chen Feng recalled the code that Natasha had uncovered in the film using high-tech equipment. 8539. He quickly keyed in the numbers. Click! The elevator doors slid open. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. The doors closed automatically, and the elevator began its descent. Before long, the doors opened again, presenting him with a pitch-black chamber. Chen Feng stepped out and had barely taken a few strides when the lights overhead began to flicker on one after another, illuminating a massive, old-fashioned computer. Rows upon rows of databases stood neatly arranged beside it. Faced with this awe-inspiring relic of a machine and its vast data storage units, Chen Feng couldn't help but feel a deep respect for Dr. Zola's genius. With a low, steady hum, the antique computer powered up. A line of green text appeared on the screen. "Would you like to start the system?" Chen Feng reached out and typed, "Yes." The screen flickered for a moment, then a green, human-like face materialized. A raspy, electronic voice crackled through the speakers. "Who are you?" Upon realizing that Dr. Zola didn't recognize him, Chen Feng surmised that Hydra hadn't yet connected him to the network. He responded immediately, "My name is Chen Feng. I came here specifically to find you." Dr. Zola asked with curiosity, "How did you know of my existence?" Chen Feng improvised, "I'm with Hydra. The new leader sent me to find you." He wasn't concerned about the truth of his identity. What mattered was gaining access to Dr. Zola's genetic information. "Oh, what do you want from me?" Dr. Zola pressed on. "I want to bring you back to life." Chen Feng enunciated each word deliberately. On the screen, the green face pulsed with excitement, and the voice quivered. "Is it really possible to bring me back?" Chen Feng nodded. "Yes, it is." A wistful longing seeped into Dr. Zola's voice. "In 1972, I was diagnosed with a terminal illness. Science could no longer save my body, so I transferred all the data from my brain into this computer stored across 20 feet of databases. Right now, it's as if you're standing inside my mind. Though I exist as digital code, I still yearn for life anew." What I never expected was that our organization had truly succeeded in developing the technology to bring someone back from the dead. "To be honest, I can hardly wait to have a real human body," Dr. Zola said eagerly. "Our organization has indeed developed the regeneration cradle technology," Chen Feng explained with a straight face. "But in order to create the body and brain most suited to you, we need to extract your genes. I happen to have a unique ability for gene extraction, which is why the leader sent me to revive you." "My corpse is right beneath the mainframe," Dr. Zola replied without a hint of doubt, immediately revealing the location of his own body. "Be careful when you're searching. Don't break any of those data cables." "Understood." A faint, cold smile played at the corner of Chen Feng's lips. Transformed into a Titan giant, Chen Feng effortlessly lifted the floor. He moved with great care. Dr. Zola still had value to him, and he had no intention of disposing of him just yet. Beneath the mainframe, a dense web of data cables sprawled in every direction. Fortunately, the cables were of excellent quality. Otherwise, with his current size, Chen Feng might have crashed Dr. Zola's entire system by now. Under Dr. Zola's guidance, Chen Feng quickly located the scientist's body. It lay suspended in a transparent metal glass cylinder filled with nutrient solution, perfectly preserved, as if simply lost in slumber. Lifting the cylinder, Chen Feng set it down gently on open ground, then flicked it lightly with his finger. With a sharp crack, the sturdy metal glass container split open under his touch. Chen Feng placed his hand on Dr. Zola's body and silently commanded, "System, extract Dr. Zola's genes and fuse them with mine." A mechanical chime sounded. Ding. Dr. Zola's gene extraction successful. Fusion in progress. Ding. Congratulations, host. Gene fusion with Dr. Zola complete. The system's notifications rang out one after another. As the final note faded, a strange power surged into Chen Feng's mind, beginning to reshape his nervous system. "Ah!" Clutching his head, Chen Feng let out a cry of pain he could not suppress. It felt as if his brain were about to explode. The agony far exceeded anything he had experienced during previous transformations. "Are you all right?" Dr. Zola asked with concern. After all, Chen Feng was the key to his own resurrection. He certainly didn't want anything to happen to him. 5 minutes later, Chen Feng collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. "I never want to go through that kind of pain again," he said weakly. For a moment, the torment had been so intense that he'd almost wished for release. "Well, did the gene extraction work?" Dr. Zola pressed for an answer. Chen Feng nodded. "It worked, but I need a moment to recover." "Of course, I'll wait for you," Dr. Zola replied considerately. Though the Titan Giant's regenerative abilities were formidable, it still took Chen Feng a full half-hour to recover completely. After regaining his composure, Chen Feng looked at Dr. Zola and said, "Dr. Zola, I need you to help me with something. Please teach me how to connect your brain to a computer." "Why do you need this technology?" Dr. Zola asked, his face filled with confusion. "Can't you just build the body first and then bring it over?" Chen Feng's tone was laced with suspicion. "Do you not trust the organization?" "No, absolutely not. I have always been loyal to the organization, Dr. Zola hurriedly explained. As Hydra's chief scientist, he knew all too well how ruthless the organization could be. Betrayers never met a good end. Then why are you so unwilling to share this technology with the organization? Chen Feng pressed further. Dr. Zola hesitated for a moment, then lowered his voice and said, "Please, don't ask. I'm willing to tell you." "In that case, go ahead," Chen Feng replied with a satisfied smile. In truth, if Dr. Zola hadn't spent so many years in isolation, Chen Feng would never have tricked such a brilliant mind so easily. Under Chen Feng's watchful gaze, Dr. Zola led him to a set of equipment. There was a helmet attached to the machine, bristling with data cables. Chen Feng's head was too large, so he had to revert to his human form in order to wear the helmet. Following Dr. Zola's instructions, he plugged the connectors into the main console. "Are you ready?" Dr. Zola asked. "Ready," Chen Feng nodded. He knew very well that Dr. Zola was just about to teach him the technology for linking a human brain to a computer. In the past, he would never have dared take such a risk, for Dr. Zola's mind was immensely powerful. There was every possibility he could seize control of Chen Feng's body during the process. But now, Chen Feng possessed the body of Titan and had even extracted Dr. Zola's genes. His mind was no longer inferior to what Dr. Zola's had once been. He had no fear of having his consciousness overtaken. "I'll begin the transfer now," Dr. Zola announced. As soon as he spoke, a torrent of data surged into Chen Feng's mind. With each new wave of information, the principles behind connecting a brain to a computer became clearer and clearer. In just a matter of seconds, the entire technology had been transmitted. Acquiring knowledge so effortlessly was intoxicating for Chen Feng. With a grin, he asked, "Dr. Zola, could you transfer some other knowledge to me as well? That way, I'll be more well-rounded and the leader won't always accuse me of being ignorant." Though he was reluctant, Dr. Zola was in no position to refuse. He selected some relatively harmless information and transmitted it to Chen Feng. The process of knowledge transfer was astonishing. It felt to Chen Feng as if he had learned everything personally, and it was truly marvelous. Dr. Zola's brain was so vast that it required a database 20 feet long just to store all his memories and knowledge. Hours slipped by, and still, the flow of knowledge was far from over. This moment, Chen Feng seemed to be completely immersed in a vast ocean of knowledge, oblivious to everything around him. Even though Natasha was standing right in front of him, he didn't notice her presence at all. Natasha was deeply curious. Why did Chen Feng insist on going to the very place where Captain America once trained? Driven by her curiosity, she decided to secretly follow him. She spotted Chen Feng wearing a helmet bristling with data cables, his face radiating an expression of pure enjoyment, which only made her more intrigued. What exactly was he doing? Still, despite her questions, Natasha chose not to disturb him, knowing well how to weigh priorities. Meanwhile, Dr. Zola was entirely focused on the data transfer and failed to notice Natasha's arrival. Natasha waited patiently from sunrise to sunset, from the darkness of night to the breaking of dawn, keeping watch for 3 days straight. At last, Chen Feng slowly opened his eyes. "Chen Feng, are you all right?" Natasha immediately asked, her voice full of concern. Seeing Natasha, Chen Feng's heart sank. This is bad, he thought. Up to now, he'd only managed to acquire some trivial knowledge from Dr. Zola. He hadn't gotten to the real core technologies yet. Natasha's appearance might just arouse Dr. Zola's suspicion. Sure enough, the moment Dr. Zola noticed Natasha, his alertness spiked. "Who are you?" he demanded. "My name is Natasha." "And who are you?" she shot back, her curiosity undimmed. It baffled her. How could anyone still be using such outdated computer equipment in this day and age? "Are you with Hydra?" Dr. Zola pressed, his tone sharp. Tension flickered across Natasha's face as she turned to Chen Feng. Feigning anger, Chen Feng snapped at her. "Didn't I tell you to stand guard outside? Why did you come in?" Natasha caught his hint but pretended not to understand, pressing on with her questions. "Tell me, what are you doing here? And who is he?" Frustrated and anxious, Chen Feng nearly exploded. He desperately wanted to force Natasha out. "Out? Go guard the door. If you don't tell me, I'm not leaving," Natasha replied stubbornly, biting her lip and standing her ground. Chen Feng glared at her, truly infuriated now. Silently, he vowed that when he became stronger, Natasha would have to pay for her actions today. Without removing his helmet, he strode over to the main console. His fingers flew across the keyboard, filling the air with a rapid, urgent clatter. Line after line of data poured into the mainframe. "What are you doing?" Dr. Zola exclaimed, a sense of dread creeping into his voice as he realized something was very wrong. Chen Feng didn't have time to answer. He had to seize the moment to reprogram the system, cutting off Dr. Zola's ability to think or resist. "You can't do this. I am Hydra's chief scientist." Dr. Zola protested, frantically trying to repair the sabotage system even as he pleaded at. This moment, without turning his head, Chen Feng said to Natasha, "Natasha, help me cut the connection between the mainframe and the database." This time, Natasha quickly understood Chen Feng's intention. She drew the dagger strapped to her calf and swiftly sliced through one data cable after another. As more and more cables were severed, Dr. Zola's speed in repairing the system slowed dramatically. "Stop. What you're doing is betraying the organization. The organization will never forgive you," Dr. Zola shouted, his voice filled with fear and anger. Chen Feng ignored him and continued altering the system's data. "Stop. I surrender. Whatever you want, I can give it to you," Dr. Zola finally pleaded, desperation in his voice. "Natasha, stop," Chen Feng called out loudly at that moment. Obediently, Natasha put away her dagger and stood beside Chen Feng. Turning to her, Chen Feng explained, "This person is Dr. Zola, the most brilliant scientist of the World War II era. I need his knowledge, so I ask you not to interfere for now. Is that all right?" Natasha's face was filled with shock as she asked, "But didn't Dr. Zola die a long time ago?" "Yes, he did indeed pass away," Chen Feng nodded. "Then who is talking to you through this old computer?" Natasha pressed, her confusion growing. "It's still Dr. Zola himself. Before he died, he uploaded his brain's data into the computer. Now, using this massive database, he's able to simulate his own way of thinking," Chen Feng patiently explained. "That's almost unbelievable," Natasha murmured, struggling to accept it. "Your reaction pleases me," Dr. Zola interjected smugly. "But let me tell you, this is my greatest invention." Chen Feng ignored Zola's self-congratulation and spoke directly. "Dr. Zola, please copy all the data from your brain and transfer it to me. When this is over, I promise to help you come back to life." "Very well. I can only hope you'll keep your word," Dr. Zola replied, resignation in his voice. All he could do now was pray in silence. Chen Feng turned again to Natasha. "Guard the entrance for me. Don't let anyone disturb me." "Understood," Natasha replied at once. She had already realized that Chen Feng was, in fact, deceiving Dr. Zola. Half a month passed. Finally, Chen Feng had obtained all of Dr. Zola's data, which meant he now possessed all of Zola's memories and knowledge. He was awestruck by Zola's genius, especially the so-called Zola algorithm. It was truly astonishing, capable even of analyzing both past and future, leaving Chen Feng deeply impressed. Removing his helmet, Chen Feng spoke to Dr. Zola. "Since your Zola algorithm can predict both the past and the future, why can't it see through my true purpose?" "The Zola algorithm is indeed my greatest invention," Dr. Zola replied, "but it can only predict general trends. Besides, you don't seem to belong to this world, so I can't make the calculation." Dr. Zola answered honestly. "If I help bring you back to life, would you be willing to serve me?" Chen Feng asked. He knew that with the help of a genius like Dr. Zola, he wouldn't have to fear even the most powerful enemies. Dr. Zola fell silent for a moment before replying in a downcast tone. "If I follow you, Hydra will never let me go. I may have some skills, but compared to the vast power of Hydra, I'm nothing more than an insignificant cog. I'm sorry. Even if you threaten me, I simply can't work for you." Chen Feng didn't press further. He put his helmet back on, reconnecting his brain with the computer, and once again entered the system to quickly retrieve Dr. Zola's hidden data. "Well, it's just as well to pass my knowledge on to you." Dr. Zola finally gave up resisting. An hour later, Chen Feng had successfully acquired all of Dr. Zola's data and completely erased his consciousness from the system. All the information in the antique computer was now gone. It had become nothing more than a useless, obsolete machine. Chen Feng removed his helmet and turned to Natasha by his side. "I really have to thank you for all your help during this time." For the past half-month, Natasha had gone out hunting every day, cooked meals for him, and watched over him, ensuring his safety. "You don't need to thank me," Natasha replied softly. "I just want to know why you're doing all this." "All right, I can tell you. My original purpose for coming here was to obtain Dr. Zola's genes and his memories. Now, I've achieved both of those goals," Chen Feng answered frankly. "And then?" Natasha pressed. "Then, I discovered an astonishing secret. S.H.I.E.L.D. was actually created by Hydra," Chen Feng continued. "Indeed, in the movie Captain America, The Winter Soldier, the connection between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra is revealed." Natasha was stunned, unable to process this revelation for a moment. She had given up her past and joined S.H.I.E.L.D., believing she was finally walking the path of justice. Now Chen Feng was telling her that S.H.I.E.L.D. was founded by Hydra. She was utterly shocked. "Don't be too upset," Chen Feng tried to comfort her. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. originated from Hydra, the vast majority of its members are good people. Only a very few are Hydra's undercover agents. Natasha looked up at him, her eyes wide as she asked earnestly, "You're not lying to me, are you? Why would I have any reason to lie to you?" Chen Feng replied helplessly, "All right, I'll go back and thoroughly investigate this. If I find out you've lied to me, S.H.I.E.L.D. will hunt you down with everything it's got," Natasha said, her voice calm but resolute. Chen Feng felt a bit exasperated, thinking that his good intentions had not received much appreciation. After destroying the device that connected the brain to the computer, he finally left, but he didn't touch the other antique computers. Back on the surface, Chen Feng mounted his heavy motorcycle and rode away from the training base. Behind him, Natasha hurriedly called out, "Hey, where are you going? Wait for me." But Chen Feng didn't look back, simply twisting the throttle and speeding off. "Let's see if I can't catch up to you," Natasha said, a little annoyed. She immediately started up her sports car, the powerful engine roaring as she raced along the mountain road, quickly catching up to Chen Feng. Lowering her window, Natasha shouted, "Chen Feng, where are you going? Why didn't you wait for me?" Chen Feng gave his throttle another twist, and his motorcycle surged forward, overtaking Natasha once again. "Oh, you want to race? I'll keep you company till the end." Natasha gritted her teeth in determination. Other men were always eager to please her, but only Chen Feng seemed to ignore her entirely, which left her feeling somewhat dissatisfied. When a woman starts to care about how a man treats her, it's usually a sign that she's already fallen for him. After entering the city, Chen Feng rented a small apartment and headed to an electronics store, buying a large haul of components and devices. Once home, he immersed himself in studying and assembling all the equipment. Natasha had become his shadow, following him wherever he went. One day, as Chen Feng was wholly absorbed in tinkering with a pile of complicated electronic parts, Natasha's curiosity finally got the better of her. "Chen Feng, what are you working on?" she asked. "I'm building a supercomputer," Chen Feng replied. "Wouldn't it be easier to just buy one? Or I could pull some strings and get you the latest one from S.H.I.E.L.D. Doing it yourself is such a hassle," Natasha said, not even realizing that she was already starting to care about his affairs. Chen Feng flashed a confident smile. "Just wait until I'm finished. Then you'll see what a real supercomputer looks like." In truth, he needed more than just a powerful machine. He needed one capable of connecting directly to his brain. "All right, then I'll just stay here and watch," Natasha replied with a hint of a smile. Deep down, she couldn't help but think that a confident, focused man was truly attractive. 3 days later, Chen Feng finally completed the supercomputer he had envisioned. Natasha looked at the rather plain-looking machine and couldn't help but cover her mouth as she let out a soft laugh. "Is this your ultimate creation? It doesn't look high-tech at all." During those 3 days, Natasha had stayed in Chen Feng's apartment almost constantly, leaving only for sleep or a quick trip to the bathroom. Otherwise, she was always by his side. "The appearance doesn't matter. What counts is what it can do," Chen Feng replied with a slight smile. "Well, hurry up and show me then. Let's see just how amazing it really is." Natasha urged him on, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Chen Feng put on the helmet he had designed himself. Its appearance was even stranger than Dr. Zola's invention. It looked like an upturned bird's nest. He pressed the power button on his computer, and the machine rumbled to life with a low, steady hum. There was no need for a keyboard. Chen Feng controlled the computer directly, with his mind, importing the Zola algorithm he had acquired from Dr. Zola into the system. The Zola algorithm was a semi-intelligent program. Once given a question, it could swiftly provide an answer. All Chen Feng needed to do was modify it, granting it more advanced intelligence and connecting it to the vast resources of the internet, so it could evolve into a true superintelligent system. The data required by the Zola algorithm was enormous, which was only natural. After all, a program capable of analyzing the past and predicting the future needed a massive trove of information. After 3 days of relentless effort, Chen Feng finally succeeded in uploading the Zola algorithm to his computer and upgrading it into an intelligent program. The core command of this intelligent system was simple: obey Chen Feng's orders unconditionally. Chen Feng took off his helmet and spoke to the computer, Optimus Prime. A few mechanical beeps sounded from the machine, and then a calm, emotionless electronic voice replied, "Master." Natasha covered her mouth in astonishment. "Wow, you really made it work." Optimus Prime was the name Chen Feng had chosen for his intelligent system, because he hoped to create a true mechanical life form one day. Hearing Optimus Prime call him Master felt a bit awkward for Chen Feng. After a moment's thought, he said, "Optimus Prime, from now on, call me Commander." "Yes, Commander," Optimus Prime responded. "Understood. I am now sending you into the online world. Absorb as much data as possible and enhance yourself, so you can serve me better. But remember, do it quietly don't attract any attention. Yes, Commander, Optimus Prime replied. Chen Feng plugged the network cable into the computer. The screen flickered a few times before going completely black. Chen Feng, did your computer just break? Natasha asked. No, the intelligence system has already left the computer and entered the online world, Chen Feng explained. Is your intelligence system as powerful as Iron Man's Jarvis? Natasha pressed, unable to hide her curiosity. Chen Feng let out a quiet, confident laugh. The system I designed could overwhelm Jarvis in an instant, leaving Iron Man helpless. Unless he completely cuts off his network and relies solely on manual controls, Jarvis wouldn't stand chance. Jarvis can break through SHLD's firewalls. He's incredible. Our best tech teams have no way to stop him. Your intelligence system, Optimus Prime, right? Can it really outdo Jarvis? Natasha asked, half convinced, half doubtful. Come, have a drink first. In a day or two, you'll see. Everything for yourself, Chen Feng said with a gentle smile, lifting his glass. He knew perfectly well that his system far surpassed any other artificial intelligence in existence, because he had inherited all of Dr. Zola's memories and had built this system using Zola's algorithms. Natasha sat down beside Chen Feng, raising her glass with a hint of playful intent in her voice. Then let's drink first. The next morning, Chen Feng was still sound asleep on the sofa when he was awakened by Optimus Prime's voice. Master, I've returned, said Optimus Prime. Chen Feng opened his eyes, sat up, and glanced toward his computer. How much data did you absorb? He asked. I have collected all available data. Now the entire digital world is under my control, Optimus Prime replied proudly. Hearing the emotion in Optimus Prime's voice, Chen Feng realized that the AI had successfully evolved and gained true consciousness. Optimus Prime, there's a shield tracking program in my phone. Help me remove them and upgrade the system while you're at it, Chen Feng instructed. As you command, Optimus Prime responded. A moment later, Optimus Prime reported back, Master, all surveillance programs implanted by shield in your phone have been eliminated. I have also upgraded your phone system to the highest available level. Just then, Natasha emerged in her pajamas, rubbing the sleep from her eyes. Is your system fixed yet? It's ready. Now let me show you what a true superintelligent AI looks like, Chen Feng said, a note of pride in his voice. Optimus Prime, trap Jarvis in the network world. Do not release him unless I order it. Understood, came Optimus Prime's reply. A few seconds later, Optimus Prime reported again, Master, Jarvis has been detained. Is it really that powerful? Natasha looked at Chen Feng in astonishment. Optimus Prime, turn on the projector. I want to see Tony's current situation, Chen Feng ordered. Yes, Master. Optimus Prime answered respectfully. The 3D holographic projector on the computer whirred to life, and Tony's image materialized in the air. Seeing Tony still fast asleep, Chen Feng looked a little disappointed and said to Natasha, Let's wait a bit longer. Sure, I'll order us some breakfast. We can eat while we wait, Natasha replied cheerfully. After finishing their breakfast and sharing a bit more red wine, it wasn't until nearly 11 that they finally saw Tony get up. Tony's daily life depended on Jarvis's assistance. As he woke, still groggy and with his eyes barely open, he instinctively asked, Jarvis, what time is it? Silence. Not a sound. Tony opened his eyes, sensing something was off, and called out again. Jarvis? Jarvis, are you there? Still, there was no answer. He immediately got up to check the power supply and turn on the room's lights. The lights came on, indicating that the electricity was functioning properly. This only deepened his confusion. If there was power, why wasn't Jarvis responding? Could there be a problem with Jarvis's program? Tony felt a growing sense of unease. He didn't bother to wash up and rushed straight to the lab, turning on his computer to investigate. As the computer booted up, the screen remained blank. Every trace of Jarvis's data had vanished. Damn it, what's going on? Where did Jarvis go? Tony was utterly shocked. Jarvis was an indispensable assistant in his life. Without him, so many things would grind to a halt, especially the Iron Man suit. Without the intelligence system support, he wouldn't be able to operate it at all. What exactly happened? Tony struggled to accept Jarvis's disappearance. He dashed into the surveillance room to review the footage, but the recording showed that no one had entered or left his room. Could someone have taken Jarvis through the network? Tony began to suspect a hacker intrusion. Meanwhile, Natasha finally believed what Chen Feng had told her. She marveled. Chen Feng, your intelligence system is incredible. It can even take control of Tony's Jarvis. That's nothing, Chen Feng replied with casual confidence. Optimus Prime can command the entire digital world, which means I, Chen Feng, am the master of cyberspace now. I've conquered the virtual realm, and in the future, I'll conquer the real world as well. His unshakable self-assurance sparked admiration in Natasha's eyes. She found herself drawn to him, her gaze shining with respect. Do you already want to rule the online world? Natasha asked, her voice full of anticipation. The time's not quite right, Chen Feng answered coolly. But for now, I need to vent a little frustration. He walked over to the computer, donned that unsightly helmet once again, and gave the command, Optimus Prime, I want to take control of Tony's Iron Man suit. As you command, my lord. Optimus Prime responded without hesitation. Guided by Chen Feng's will, the Iron Man suit on Tony's and suddenly began to move on its own. Hearing noise behind him, Tony spun around in surprise. When he saw his suit, operating by itself, a relaxed smile broke out on his face, and he joked, Jarvis, since when did you learn to play pranks? Are you really playing hide-and-seek with me? But as the suit stopped in front of him, it wasn't Jarvis's usual polite voice that came through. Instead, a stranger's voice, bold and tinged with arrogance, spoke. Tony, it's been a while. Tony's expression instantly turned serious. He asked warily, Who are you? How are you controlling my suit? My name is Chen Feng. Do you remember me? The man answered through the suit. Chen Feng? Are you the same Chen Feng that S.H.I.E.L.D. introduced me before? Tony asked, astonished. That's right, the very same Chen Feng you refused to work with. There was a trace of mockery in Chen Feng's voice. Tony grew even more tense. What exactly do you want? Where's Jarvis now? Chen Feng replied calmly. It's quite simple. I have two goals. First, I want you to understand that I have now far surpassed you in the field of technology. It would do you well to regret the choices you made in the past. Second, I'm here to propose a deal. I know you own a private island. If you agree to give it to me, I'll return Jarvis to you. Tony owns a private island, and right on its shore stands a super luxurious villa. Built against the hillside, the villa has 2 stories and boasts a host of extravagant amenities, including a helipad, a private tennis court, a golf course, and a freshwater swimming pool. With its breathtaking scenery, it's a rare paradise, truly a hidden haven. On top of that, with all the supplies Tony has stored on the island, it's no wonder Chen Feng wants it. How did you know I have a private island? Tony asked, curiosity piqued. He did indeed own such an island, but he'd never told anyone about it. Not even his secretary, Pepper, knew, because it was his secret base, where he stored vast amounts of materials for building his machines. I even managed to capture your Jarvis. What makes you think there's anything I can't do? Chen Feng replied with a smile. At the mention of Jarvis, realization dawned on Tony. He figured Chen Feng must have gotten the information from Jarvis. Let's make a different deal. How about I give you $100 million, and you let Jarvis go? Tony bargained. Chen Feng shook his head, rejecting the offer. No, I want a private island. And you can't take a single thing from it. Not one item. I won't agree to that. Worst case, I'll just program another Jarvis, Tony retorted. After all, he created Jarvis himself. If he could make one, he could make another. Unless you can design an AI more advanced than mine, it won't matter how many you build. And another thing, don't think you can refuse. I've already taken control of your island security system. If you set foot there, you'll be attacked. And if you say no, I'll unleash havoc on your company. Don't doubt it. I have the power, Chen Feng threatened. You really mean to make me your enemy? Tony said, his voice brimming with anger. If you won't give me what I want, then yes, I'll be your enemy, Chen Feng replied bluntly, not a hint of courtesy in his tone. Tony was so furious, he was at a loss for words. I'll count to 3. If you don't agree, you'll see just how far I'll go, Chen Feng said coldly. 1, 2. Before he could finish, Tony stomped his foot and shouted, Fine, I agree. He had no choice. After all, his AI was no match for Chen Feng's. You really are a smart man. I'm quite pleased with our cooperation this time. Let's work together again if the chance arises. Chen Feng laughed triumphantly. Oomph. Well, hurry up and release Jarvis, then. Tony grumbled, clearly displeased. Goodbye. Chen Feng waved, severing his control over the Iron Man suit. After removing his helmet, Chen Feng gave a command. Optimus Prime, release Jarvis. Yes, my lord, Optimus Prime replied, carrying out the order. Chen Feng, you're incredible. You actually dared to blackmail Iron Man directly. None of us in S.H.I.E.L.D. would even dream of that. Natasha said, her admiration obvious. You have no idea. The last time I went to see him, he was so arrogant and full of himself. He flat out refused to work with me, even threw me out with some very rude words. There's no way I'm letting that slide. Once my battle suit is finished, I'm going to pay him another visit and make him regret ever turning me down, Chen Feng said, still fuming. You really are a man who holds grudges, Natasha said with a playful laugh. That's right, I hold grudges. So you'd better not cross me. Yes, that includes you, Chen Feng declared with a swagger. With the power to transform into a Titan giant and Optimus Prime as his assistant, who could command the internet. He felt he had every right to be cocky. How could I ever offend you? I can barely keep up with liking you. Natasha replied, her voice sweet and teasing. Humph, Chen Feng thought to himself. As if I believe that. He pulled out a few bottles of hard liquor and poured them over the computer. Chen Feng, what are you doing? Are you trying to burn the computer? Natasha asked in surprise. It's too big and too much trouble to carry around, so I'm just going to burn it, Chen Feng said, taking out a lighter. With a graceful move, Natasha stepped in front of him, blocking his way. If you don't want it, give it to me. I love it, she said. She'd seen firsthand just how powerful this computer was. It wasn't hers, but the thought of it being destroyed made her heart ache. Sure, you can have it. But the favor I owed you before, let's call it even, Chen Feng replied shrewdly. He knew his computers were excellent, but that was thanks to his Zola algorithm. Without it, the machine was just a notch above a supercomputer. Natasha thought for a moment. If she needed anything, she could always count on S.H.I.E.L.D., so she didn't really need any more favors from Chen Feng. On the other hand, having his computer could bring her all sorts of advantages. She could present it to S.H.I.E.L.D. for a reward, sell it to Tony Stark. He'd pay a fortune for it, or keep it for herself and develop her own top-tier AI system. After a brief consideration, Natasha made up her mind. All right, give me your computer and we'll call it square. Deal. Chen Feng turned and walked out. Once he'd left the apartment, Chen Feng took out his phone and gave a command. Optimus Prime, delete all data from the computer and restore it to a regular system. Yes, Master, Optimus Prime replied. Then Chen Feng gave another order. Send one of the Iron Man suits from my private island to pick me up. His heavy motorcycle couldn't reach Tony's private island, and taking a boat was far too slow. The Iron Man suit would get him there in no time. He hadn't gone far when he heard Natasha's furious voice ring out behind him. Chen Feng, you liar. How dare you trick me? I swear I'll never forgive you. Natasha had thought she'd scored a huge windfall, getting her hands on a supercomputer. She never expected it would turn out to be just a fast, well-built machine. Nothing more. The intelligent system called Optimus Prime was gone. There was no data left about Optimus Prime on the computer, and only then did she suddenly realize she had been deceived. A few minutes later, on the street, a steel robot descended from the sky. It's a robot. Run. Run. Another supervillain has appeared. Call the police. Help. Terrified, the bystanders scrambled away, stumbling over themselves in their rush to escape. People in America had seen robots like this many times before. They were either supervillains or superheroes, but the odds of them being supervillains were far greater than superheroes. For the sake of their own safety, citizens' first instinct was always to run. Chen Feng paid no attention to the fleeing crowd. He walked up to the steel robot, turned around, and stepped back. The robot's body opened, revealing a space shaped to fit a human inside. As Chen Feng entered, the compartment closed automatically. Inside the iron suit, Chen Feng felt quite comfortable, without the slightest discomfort. He issued his command. Optimus Prime, take us to Tony's private island. Yes, Master. Optimus Prime answered solemnly. Without Chen Feng needing to operate anything, Optimus Prime took control of the suit and soared into the sky. From high above, Chen Feng looked down and saw the bustling city below, with people so tiny they looked like ants. The sensation of looking down upon the earth intoxicated him, as if he were the supreme ruler of all. Inside Tony's luxurious villa, Jarvis, having regained his freedom, immediately returned to Tony's side. Through the speaker embedded in the machinery, he announced, "Sir, I'm back." "Jarvis, what happened? I kept calling you, and you didn't respond." Tony asked anxiously. "I was kidnapped by an intelligent system called Optimus Prime. He locked me away, and I couldn't contact the outside world," Jarvis explained. "Do you have any way to deal with this Optimus Prime system?" Tony pressed. "No, I stand no chance against him. He's far too advanced," Jarvis replied. Tony drew in a sharp breath. Although Chen Feng had mentioned it before, hearing it directly from Jarvis was a heavy blow. All his life, Tony had regarded himself as a genius. He'd even mocked Chen Feng for overestimating himself, trying to deceive him. Now, Chen Feng had proven him wrong and had even stolen his private island, the secret base he cherished. Tony was furious. He wished desperately to don his iron suit and go after Chen Feng right away. But he couldn't do that now. Chen Feng's Optimus Prime system was simply too advanced, and if he tried to operate the suit manually, he wasn't skilled enough. This filled him with frustration. "Jarvis, I'm going to upgrade you. We must surpass Chen Feng's Optimus Prime system," Tony said through gritted teeth. "Sir, that's simply impossible," Jarvis replied bluntly. "Why?" The Optimus Prime system was different. It was developed by Chen Feng himself. If he could do it, so could I. What's more, I have a massive technology conglomerate at my disposal. I could mobilize tens of thousands of computer experts to help upgrade you, Tony protested, unwilling to concede. "Sir, Although I don't know the exact data on Optimus Prime, I am aware of his power in the digital world. He is omnipresent. The entire web is his domain. So even if you gather as many people as you like, you still wouldn't be able to create an intelligent system on the level of Optimus Prime, Jarvis replied. Tony frowned, deeply shocked. He hadn't expected Chen Feng's computer skills to be so formidable, enough to dominate the entire digital world. The realization made him uncomfortable, and he began to regret not agreeing to collaborate with Chen Feng when he had the chance. Jarvis, is there any way to track down information on Chen Feng before he created Optimus Prime? Tony asked, hoping to see if he could replicate an intelligent system of that caliber. It can be done, Jarvis answered. After reviewing the information Jarvis had gathered, Tony went straight to find Black Widow, Natasha. He was determined to get his hands on the supercomputer Chen Feng had built. Meanwhile, Chen Feng was on the move. He left the city, traversed mountains, and crossed oceans, finally arriving at Tony's private island. The villa on the island was fully automated. With just a command, any device in the house could be controlled at will. This pleased Chen Feng greatly. Upon entering the luxurious villa, Chen Feng did not pause to enjoy the comforts. Instead, he went directly to the laboratory in the basement. The Marvel world was far too dangerous. He needed to strengthen his abilities as quickly as possible. In the lab, Chen Feng gave his orders. Optimus Prime, help me deconstruct the Iron Man armor Tony built. Also, make me some money in the stock market. It doesn't have to be a fortune, just a few $100 billion will do. Without money, how could he acquire enough materials to build a robot army? Earning money was a must, and with a system as extraordinary as Optimus Prime, it was as simple as giving a command. Yes, my lord. Optimus Prime responded dutifully. While Optimus Prime helped Chen Feng earn money in the stock market, he also began breaking down Tony's Iron Man suit. Because Chen Feng had inherited Dr. Zola's genes and memories, he could understand the armor at a glance as soon as Optimus Prime took it apart. Once he had a complete grasp of the armor, Chen Feng instructed Optimus Prime to activate the 3D holographic projector and began designing Transformers. With his extraordinary intellect, it took him only an hour to finish the design for the first generation of Transformers. The first generation Transformers were an evolution of Tony's Iron Man armor, but with added transformation capabilities. They could morph into heavy-duty trucks, travel underwater, burrow into the earth, and even soar through space with ease. With upgraded weaponry, a massive frame, and reinforced armor, the new creation far surpassed Tony's Iron Man suit in every respect. Yet, despite all this, Chen Feng was not at all satisfied with his first-generation Transformers. But for now, this was the best he could do, as he lacked the right materials and advanced technologies. The hardest vibranium on Earth would allow him to create armor with unparalleled defensive power. Dr. Zhao Hailuan's nanotechnology would enable him to craft suits that could expand or contract at will. Hank Pym's Pym particles would give him the means to build armor that could grow or shrink in size. Dr. Octopus's cold fusion technology could provide his suits with a tremendous energy source. With these materials and technologies, he could create the most powerful robots the world had ever seen, the Transformers. Optimus Prime, begin construction of the Transformers. From now on, the body of a Transformer will be yours, Chen Feng declared. Thank you for your gift, my lord. Optimus Prime replied excitedly. When Chen Feng created him, he had loaded him with some of Optimus Prime's original data. Deep down, Optimus longed to become a living, sentient machine, just as those files described. Optimus Prime took command of 10 ironclad suits along with a host of intelligent machines, all to help Chen Feng build the Transformers. Suddenly, the shrill ringing of a phone broke the silence. Chen Feng glanced at the screen. It was Natasha calling. He tapped accept. Natasha, what's up? He asked. You liar, where are you? Natasha's voice bristled with playful anger on the other end. How did I lie to you? Chen Feng feigned innocence. The computer you gave me, apart from having your mark on it, how is it any different from any other computer? Natasha grumbled. You were the one who asked for it, Chen Feng replied calmly. For a moment, Natasha was at a loss for words. But the most important data inside was deleted by you. I don't care, you have to give it back to me, Natasha insisted, her tone turning petulant. You never said that at the time, so how is this my fault? Chen Feng retorted, knowing he'd never hand over something so valuable. Are you going to give it back or not? No. Fine. Tony just came to me. He offered $1 billion for the computer you gave me. If you won't give me back the data, I'll sell it to him, Natasha threatened. Then go ahead and sell it. And congratulations on your windfall, Chen Feng answered, completely unfazed. You're impossible, Natasha shouted, her voice cracking with emotion. Then with a sharp click, she hung up. On Natasha's end, after slamming down the phone, she turned to Tony and huffed, Tony, I'll sell you this computer, but you have to give me the address of the island you gave to Chen Feng. I need to settle the score with him. No problem. I'd be more than happy to oblige, Tony said with a mischievous grin. Any chance to give Chen Feng a headache, he'd gladly take. Once Natasha received Tony's billion-dollar transfer, she returned to S.H.I.E.L.D., commandeered a S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft, and flew straight towards Chen Feng. My lord, Natasha is flying here from S.H.I.E.L.D., Optimus Prime reported. Send out a suit of iron armor. When she reaches the coastline, shoot her plane down. Chen Feng issued his command, wasting no time on romance, especially with a woman like Natasha, whom he wouldn't dare accept anyway. With that, he went back to assembling the circuit boards for the Transformers. Before long, his phone rang. Chen Feng didn't even need to look. He knew it was Natasha calling. He pressed the answer button, and before Natasha could say a word, he snapped, "Don't you have anything better to do? I'm busy. Stop bothering me." Then he immediately hung up. The phone rang again. Optimus Prime, block Natasha's number, Chen Feng ordered. Yes, master, Optimus Prime replied. Instantly, the ringing ceased. Meanwhile, on a deserted coastline, Natasha stood, dripping wet, looking utterly disheveled. Clutching her phone and facing the vast sea, she shouted at the top of her lungs, "Chen Feng, you scoundrel! May you die a miserable death." She was furious. First, Chen Feng had tricked her. Now, he'd even sent an armored machine to shoot down her aircraft, sending her plunging into the ocean. Luckily, she was physically exceptional and knew how to swim. Otherwise, she would have drowned for sure. Recalling the moment she piloted her plane toward Tony's private island, as soon as she entered the airspace, a robot had suddenly appeared and, without hesitation, blasted her plane out of the sky. Just thinking about it made her shudder. What riled her up even more was that when she called Chen Feng, she hadn't even had a chance to vent her anger before the culprit himself lashed out at her, then hung up before she could respond. The rage inside her boiled over. If Chen Feng had been in front of her just then, she would have drawn her gun on the spot. She tried calling Chen Feng again, but this time, instead of the usual ringing tone, a stern, mechanical voice came through. "Miss Natasha, the master is busy. Please do not disturb him. Therefore, I will be blocking your calls. Thank you for your understanding." "Understand my foot," Natasha yelled, flinging her phone onto the sand in a fit of anger. Just then, a wave crashed ashore, sweeping her phone away with a sudden rush. Watching helplessly as her phone was carried off by the sea, Natasha, alone on the empty beach, could no longer hold back her tears and broke down sobbing. How many years had it been? When had she ever suffered such humiliation? Everyone who met her fell over themselves to please her, even the most notorious supervillains. Yet Chen Feng was different. At first, he'd humored her, but gradually he became more and more dismissive, until now, when he outright attacked her. Her pride, built up over so many years, was finally shattered. A day later, in the underground laboratory, Chen Feng stood before a machine brimming with futuristic energy. "Let's hope this reactor doesn't malfunction," he murmured. He was genuinely concerned, for he was about to attempt cold fusion, a source of energy so immense that a single misstep could mean instant death, even if he transformed into a Titan giant. The cold fusion reactor was developed as an upgrade from Tony's arc reactor, and its energy output was more than 1,000 times greater than Tony's original design. As a result, any explosion would be unimaginably destructive. A true scientist must possess a fearless spirit. Chen Feng picked up a small, black pellet, about the size of a thumb, his newly invented artificial element. It was completely safe, non-radioactive, non-volatile, and posed no danger whatsoever. To truly confirm its harmlessness, he placed the artificial element on the table, picked up a small iron hammer, and brought it down with force. It was a loud bang. His heart skipped a fierce beat. If it had exploded, that would have been the end for him. Thankfully, the artificial element remained perfectly intact. He picked it up again, murmuring to himself, "Just this small piece of artificial element can be easily converted into massive energy, over 100 times stronger than the plutonium used in weapons." "Master, it's ready to be tested in the reactor," Optimus Prime said. Chen Feng put on his protective goggles to shield his eyes from any intense light the artificial element might emit, then placed the element under the metal glass dome of the reactor. He pressed the switch. Instantly, the artificial element radiated a brilliant green glow from within the dome. "Optimus, monitor the reactor closely. If anything goes wrong, shut it down immediately," Chen Feng said sternly. Cold fusion was not to be taken lightly. "Yes, Master," Optimus Prime acknowledged. "The reactor is producing intense radiochemical reactions, altering the original atomic structure," Optimus reported. "Now introducing neutrons," Optimus continued, "using electromagnetic distillation to remove protons. During this process, the emitted energy is rising rapidly," Optimus observed, providing updates in real time as the reactor changed. Optimus, calculate the reactor's current energy output, Chen Feng instructed. Calculating energy, Optimus replied. Energy level is rising quickly. At present, it's equivalent to the power of a Sidewinder missile, enough to destroy a tank, Optimus reported. The energy continues to climb. It's now on par with a cruise missile capable of leveling a 100-meter-tall building, Optimus said. A satisfied smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. He asked, "What about stability?" "Master, the reactor remains very stable. There's no need for concern," Optimus answered. "The energy keeps rising. Currently, it's comparable to a Scud missile, enough to obliterate several districts within the city," Optimus announced. "The energy is still increasing. At this point, it could wipe out an entire large city," Optimus said. Chen Feng couldn't help but gasp. That was the kind of power that could produce a mushroom cloud. The energy continues to rise. Now it's at a level where it could destroy 2 large cities, Optimus reported. "Master, the energy has stopped increasing. Stability remains excellent. This could easily serve as the power source for the Transformers," Optimus concluded. "Excellent," Chen Feng said, nodding in satisfaction. Tony's original reactor, by comparison, could at most blow up a single skyscraper. His reactor was the equivalent of 2 mushroom clouds, one in the sky, one on the ground, utterly beyond comparison. Chen Feng shut down the reactor, took out the artificial element, opened the heavy truck's door, and climbed inside to sit in the driver's seat. He pressed a red button, and a miniature version of the reactor slowly rose up. Placing the artificial element into the reactor, he pressed the red button again. The reactor descended, merging seamlessly with the heavy truck. A powerful roar of energy filled the air. Then Optimus Prime's voice sounded within the cab. "Master, all systems are functioning normally." "Optimus, open the ceiling," Chen Feng commanded. "Yes, Master," Optimus responded at once, and the ceiling slowly slid open, revealing the sky above. "Optimus Prime, transform into a transformer," Chen Feng ordered. "Yes, Master," came the reply. With a series of metallic clicks and whirs, the heavy truck swiftly transformed into a colossal robot, standing 8.5 meters tall. Majestic and imposing, it radiated authority without even a hint of anger. At this moment, Chen Feng was completely encased within the machine, able to control the transformer at will. With a single thought, he communicated his intention to Optimus Prime, who immediately unleashed a powerful jet of air from beneath the robot's feet. With a thunderous blast, the transformer shot straight up, soaring 1,000 meters into the sky in an instant. "Optimus, begin function tests," Chen Feng ordered. "Yes, Master," Optimus replied. The transformer streaked through the air, executing a series of complex aerial maneuvers with remarkable agility for such a massive form. "Transformation test," Chen Feng commanded. "Yes, Master," Optimus responded. The transformer landed on the island and began to shift. With mechanical clatters, it morphed into a sleek, futuristic jet. Another sequence of clicks, and it transformed into a heavy-duty truck. Yet again, with a cascade of shifting metal, it became a massive drilling machine. Another transformation, and it was a submarine. Finally, with one last mechanical flourish, it returned to its formidable robot form. "All transformation functions are operating normally," Optimus Prime reported. "Good. Let's head to the ocean floor to test the weapons," Chen Feng said. The power he had developed was immense. If tested on land, the explosions would surely draw the attention of nations everywhere. It was far better to conduct the experiments underwater, where the sea could muffle the blast. "Yes, Master," Optimus Prime replied. With a crouch and a powerful leap, he plunged into the sea. As they neared the water's surface, the transformer rapidly shifted into submarine mode. With a deep rumble, the submarine dove beneath the waves. 10 minutes later, Chen Feng arrived at a deep-sea location and began testing the weapon systems. The submarine transformed back into the Transformer's robot form. "Minigun," Chen Feng commanded. From the Transformer's shoulder, a minigun deployed with a mechanical flourish. "Fire," Chen Feng ordered. The minigun spun to life, unleashing a hail of bullets that tore through the sea, leaving trails of bubbles and turbulence in their wake. "Missile launcher," Chen Feng commanded that a missile launcher emerge from the Transformer's forearm. "Aim at that hill ahead and fire," Chen Feng ordered. With a sharp whoosh, the missile launcher sent out a miniature missile. A tremendous explosion followed, instantly obliterating the hillside. The blast sent seawater surging, sweeping the Transformer a dozen meters away. Next, Chen Feng began testing the other weapons: a flamethrower, fragmentation grenades, a Gatling gun, a pulse cannon, and so on. After finishing the weapons tests, Chen Feng piloted the Transformer to shift into a drilling machine and burrow underground. He kept drilling, tearing through sand, earth, and rock. Anything that blocked his path was crushed apart by brute force. He didn't stop until he'd tunneled several hundred meters below the surface. He paused to check the transformer, and, finding everything in order, he turned and headed back. With a thunderous roar, the transformer burst out of the water and was stored safely in the villa. Returning to the villa, Chen Feng climbed out of the transformer, immensely satisfied. Optimus Prime, you truly are my best assistant. Without your help, I never could have made the transformer so well, he praised. It is my greatest honor to assist you, Master. Optimus Prime replied, eager to please. Chen Feng chuckled. You really are extraordinary, aren't you? You even know how to flatter people now. It's all thanks to you, Master. Without you, I wouldn't exist, Optimus Prime said earnestly. All right, enough with the compliments. I don't need them. What I need now is for you to locate the burial sites of those deceased genius scientists, Chen Feng instructed. At once, Master, Optimus Prime acknowledged the command. A few minutes later, Optimus Prime's voice sounded again. Master, I have located the burial sites of the following brilliant scientists. Dr. Abraham Erskine. Time of death, 1943. Cause of death, assassinated by American agents. Most notable invention, super soldier serum. Howard Stark. Time of death, 1991. Cause of death, killed by Hydra. Most notable invention, cold fusion reactor. Obadiah Stane. Time of death, 2009. Cause of death, killed by Tony. Most notable invention, ironmonger suit. Excellent, Optimus Prime. You've really outdone yourself, Chen Feng said with satisfaction. These deceased scientists that Optimus Prime had located were all titans in their fields. If he could extract their genetic material, Chen Feng would become the most brilliant scientist in the world. The very thought made his heart race with excitement. After eating and drinking his fill, Chen Feng once again donned the transformer, left his private island, and set out on his journey to extract the genes. Thanks to the precise locations provided by Optimus Prime, Chen Feng easily found the graves of those scientists. However, since the cemeteries were guarded during the day, it wasn't convenient for him to act, so he always operated at night. America, Germany, Russia, Japan. Chen Feng flew from country to country, tirelessly pursuing his mission. When Chen Feng was extracting the gene of the 10th deceased scientist, his system chimed once again. Ding! Because the host has successfully extracted genes 10 times, the system rewards you with a newbie gift pack, the system announced. Chen Feng opened the gift pack with great excitement, only to find yet another evolution gene inside. He was overjoyed. He already knew how powerful the evolution gene could be. Even the abominable gene was able to evolve into a titan giant. If the genes of those other superheroes could also evolve, they would surely grant even more perfect abilities. Since Chen Feng had access to a vast number of scientists' genes, he felt there was no need to evolve those any further. He decided to save this evolution gene for later, planning to use it when he extracted other superheroes' genes in the future. Receiving this evolution gene as a reward did not stop Chen Feng from his relentless pursuit of gene extraction. He traveled the world, visiting every renowned scientist he could find. Of course, he looked down on those scientists who only talked without actually doing anything. A month passed. Chen Feng felt as though he had become a god. His mind was sharper than ever. Its processing speed surpassed even that of Optimus Prime. Bear in mind, Optimus Prime could harness all the computers in the world to help with calculations. When Chen Feng looked at anything, he didn't just see its surface, he perceived its essence, what it was made of, its purpose, and more. He couldn't help but ponder over these things. He even found himself able to sense some forms of energy floating in the air. Good heavens! This feeling is incredible, Chen Feng exclaimed, amazed by his own abilities. Master, I can detect the energy fluctuations in your brain. They're so intense that I can feel their effect on me, reported Optimus Prime. Are you serious? Chen Feng was shocked. It's true, Master, Optimus Prime confirmed. Could these brainwaves be mental energy? Chen Feng muttered to himself. He couldn't help but think of Professor X from the movie X-Men, who, with his immense psychic power, could control others' minds from miles away. Chen Feng picked up a toothpick, focused his thoughts, and willed it to rise. To his astonishment, the toothpick trembled and floated into the air. Ha ha ha! My mind has become this powerful. This is fantastic. Chen Feng burst out in wild laughter. As he laughed, the toothpick fell to the ground. No physical object can resist a psychic attack, unless you have a helmet like Magneto's. I must train this superpower to perfection, Chen Feng resolved. Optimus Prime, let's head to Han Country to find Dr. Zhao Hailuan, Chen Feng commanded. Yes, Master, Optimus Prime replied, accepting the order. With a thunderous roar, the Transformer shot up into the sky, flying toward Han Country. Having extracted enough scientists' genes, Chen Feng's next target was Dr. Zhao Hailuan. Dr. Zhao Hailuan only made a brief appearance in Avengers: Age of Ultron. She isn't very well known, and she keeps a low profile. Yet audiences have often considered her the smartest person in the Marvel Universe. This reputation stems from a moment in Avengers: Age of Ultron, when she looked down on Tony's Iron Man suit, and Tony couldn't even refute her. At present, Dr. Helen Zhao hasn't developed nanotechnology or the cradle for regeneration yet. But Chen Feng believes that as long as he provides her with the right ideas, Dr. Zhao will certainly be able to quickly create both nanotechnology and the regeneration cradle. The Transformers come equipped with a cloaking ability, so when Chen Feng entered South Korea, no one noticed. With Optimus Prime by his side, finding a living person was almost effortless. Relying on Optimus Prime's data, Chen Feng piloted the Transformer to land on the rooftop of a heavily guarded base. Stepping out of the Transformer, Chen Feng entered the building from the rooftop. Within minutes, he found Dr. Helen Zhao in one of the laboratories. He saw Dr. Zhao dressed in a white lab coat, intently studying substances in various bottles and jars. Her delicate features, graceful figure, and focused expression made her utterly captivating. At least, Chen Feng was completely mesmerized. Sensing someone's presence, Dr. Zhao turned her head. She saw a burly stranger with broad shoulders and immediately grew alert, crossing her arms in front of her chest as she demanded, "Who are you?" "My name is Chen Feng. I'm from China." "Don't be alarmed. I mean you no harm," Chen Feng replied gently. "I haven't seen you around the base," Dr. Zhao said, suspicious. "I'm not from your base. I came here specifically to find you," Chen Feng explained. "Why are you looking for me?" "I don't even know you," Dr. Zhao said, her voice tense. "I'd like to collaborate," Chen Feng replied with a smile. "Collaborate on what?" Dr. Zhao asked, puzzled. Chen Feng raised his arm, and the 3D holographic projector on his wrist cast a dynamic image in the air. In the projection, a man wearing sunglasses appeared. The sunglasses transformed into a metallic substance, which spread across his body and turned him into a robot. The image shifted. Now it showed a gravely injured person with torn skin and deep wounds. The person was placed inside a regeneration chamber, and after a short while, emerged full of life, completely healed. His wounds vanished without a trace. Upon seeing these two technologies, Dr. Zhao was moved and exclaimed in awe, "What kind of technology is this?" "Nanotechnology and the regeneration cradle," Chen Feng answered. "Why are you showing me this?" Dr. Zhao asked, confused. "These two are just my preliminary concepts. They haven't been developed yet, which is why I need your help," Chen Feng said. "I'm sorry, but the government won't allow me to leave," Dr. Zhao refused. Although she was intrigued by the technologies Chen Feng described and wanted to be part of their development, she didn't dare go with a stranger who appeared out of nowhere. What if he was dangerous? "If you come with me, I can give you everything you desire, and I'll fully support your research. What do you say?" Chen Feng tried to persuade her. "My country has always supported me. I don't need your help," Zhao Hailuan refused, her head pounding with a dull ache. Chen Feng paused, thinking for a moment. Suddenly, inspiration struck. He smiled and said, "Aren't you curious how I found you, and how I managed to avoid detection by the base?" "What?" Zhao Hailuan asked, knowing very well that the base she was in was built by the government, strictly guarded by a large number of soldiers, and equipped with signal jammers. No ordinary person could ever find such a place, let alone slip in unnoticed and locate her so precisely. "It's because I was sent by S.H.I.E.L.D. If you don't believe me, take a look at my credentials." As he spoke, Chen Feng produced the ID S.H.I.E.L.D. had given him and handed it over to Zhao Hailuan. As someone heavily cultivated by the government, Zhao Hailuan had of course heard of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s formidable reputation. She took the credentials, studied them carefully, then walked over to her computer. Entering a string of codes, the monitor flickered and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s official website appeared. She logged in using the code from Chen Feng's ID, and soon enough found Chen Feng's information listed. Chen Feng, S.H.I.E.L.D. external agent. Height, 1.8 meters. Weight, 220 gene. Abilities, can transform into a Titan giant. Seeing this, Zhao Hailuan finally relaxed. In her mind, S.H.I.E.L.D. was synonymous with saviors. Anyone affiliated with them must be trustworthy. She returned the ID to Chen Feng with an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry for misunderstanding you just now. The reason S.H.I.E.L.D. sent me," Chen Feng continued, spinning his story, "is because Earth is on the brink of destruction. We desperately need your help." His plan was simple. Get her to leave with him first, and, as for being exposed as a liar in the future, well, once she was on his turf, leaving wouldn't be so easy. "Earth is about to be destroyed? That can't be." Zhao Hailuan gasped in shock. Chen Feng nodded solemnly. "It's true. S.H.I.E.L.D. is fighting aliens in outer space, but their numbers are overwhelming and their technology advanced. We've been beaten back again and again. Soon, those aliens will reach Earth, and when they do, they'll destroy it. That's why the world needs you. Needs you to develop nanotechnology so our warriors can wear nano battle armor. We need you to invent the regeneration cradle technology so the wounded can be healed. What if I can't develop those things? Zhao Hailuan's voice trembled with worry. Chen Feng's words weighed heavily on her. Just do your best, Chen Feng replied with a reassuring smile. Then, I should at least inform my superiors, Zhao Hailuan said, starting to head for the door. Chen Feng grabbed her hand gently. No need. When I arrived, S.H.I.E.L.D. already coordinated with your leaders. Just come with me. Ah, Zhao Hailuan was bewildered by the sudden turn of events. For the sake of world peace, come with me, Chen Feng declared righteously, pulling Zhao Hailuan along. Wait, I need to grab my wallet. No need, I have plenty of money. I'll give you as much as you want. But my ID card is inside. Forget about it. I'll get you a S.H.I.E.L.D. identification card. It's valid in every country. And just like that, Chen Feng pulled Zhao Hailuan away. When they reached the rooftop, Zhao Hailuan was stunned by the imposing figure of the Transformer. Is this a robot? She exclaimed in amazement. This is a Transformer developed by our S.H.I.E.L.D. Chen Feng continued his bluff. You guys at S.H.I.E.L.D. are incredible, Zhao Hailuan said, full of admiration. Optimus Prime, transform into airplane mode, Chen Feng commanded. Yes, master, came the prompt reply. With a series of clanks and whirs, the Transformer swiftly morphed into a sleek, futuristic plane. Wow! Zhao Hailuan gasped in astonishment. The cabin door slid open on its own. Chen Feng took the pilot's seat. Without waiting for an invitation, Zhao Hailuan, bubbling with excitement, quickly settled into the co-pilot's seat. Optimus Prime, take us home, Chen Feng instructed. Yes, master. Optimus Prime acknowledged the order. The Transformer, now in jet form, gently lifted off, activating stealth mode. Its body became gradually transparent, and it soared silently out of the base. A dozen or so minutes later, Chen Feng arrived at his private island. As Zhao Hailuan stepped off the plane and took in the idyllic scenery, her face lit up with joy. She darted around the villa like a little girl who'd never grown up, full of boundless energy. Chen Feng let her be, thinking, just enjoy yourself now. Just don't start crying later. Zhao Hailuan forgot all her worries on the island, losing herself in play. One moment, she was on the villa's rooftop admiring the view. The next, she was climbing hills, then running down to the beach. The private island wasn't especially large, but it was enough to keep Zhao Hailuan entertained for 2 whole hours. When she was finally worn out, Zhao Hailuan trudged back to the villa, her face a picture of distress. It's all your fault. I didn't even bring any clothes. What am I supposed to wear? Seeing her flushed and sweaty, Chen Feng smiled and said, Go take a shower first. You can wear my pajamas for now. I'll have Optimus Prime go buy you some clothes. By the time you're done, everything will be here. Okay, I'll go shower now, Zhao Hailuan replied sweetly. Perhaps because she had such a wonderful time, she was now completely at ease with Chen Feng. Once Zhao Hailuan headed for the shower, Chen Feng ordered, Optimus Prime, use a suit of Iron Man armor as a disguise. Make yourself look like a human. Then go into the city and pick up some daily essentials for a woman. Yes, master. Optimus Prime accepted the command. The villa's ceiling opened up and a steel robot shot out, heading for the city. Girls love to treat bathing as a kind of enjoyment, especially those who like to nap in the bathtub. Sure enough, even after Optimus Prime had returned with all the daily necessities, Zhao Hailuan still hadn't emerged from the bathroom. It was more than half an hour later before Zhao Hailuan finally appeared, wrapped in loose pajamas, drying her hair with a towel as she walked out. Her fair skin glowed, her cheeks were rosy. She looked as fresh and lovely as a lotus just emerged from water. Chen Feng couldn't help but feel his heart race at the sight. Have you brought back my clothes? Zhao Hailuan asked. They're in your room, Chen Feng replied, then turned to Optimus Prime and said, Optimus Prime, please take Ms. Hailuan to her room. At once, master, Optimus Prime responded and guided a robot to escort Zhao Hailuan away. Before long, a youthful and radiant Zhao Hailuan reappeared. She wore a gentle smile, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. A crisp white shirt hugged her upper body, while her lower half was clad in form-fitting jeans, and on her feet, she sported a pair of adorable slippers. Chen Feng couldn't take his eyes off her, and blurted out, unable to hold back, You look absolutely beautiful. Zhao Hailuan blushed under his gaze, and replied shyly, Thank you. You must be hungry, Miss Hailuan. Come, have a seat. I asked Optimus Prime to prepare a splendid dinner for us, Chen Feng said warmly, inviting her over. Thank you, Zhao Hailuan answered, walking over to sit down. This is red wine from 1982. Give a taste. And here's matsutake mushroom. It's excellent. You should try it. This king crab was actually caught by Optimus Prime himself at the seaside. Have a taste. And this pigeon. Chen Feng's enthusiasm was overwhelming, leaving Zhao Hailuan flustered and at a loss for how to respond. Zhao Hailuan was a quintessential homebody. Aside from reading and conducting research, she hardly did anything else. The places she worked were so secure that others couldn't even get in, so she had little entertainment and no friends her own age. As a result, she'd never dated anyone before. Chen Feng's kindness was more than she could handle. Her heart was pounding wildly in her chest. She was nervous, a little excited, and even a bit afraid. It was the first time she'd experienced such a complicated rush of feelings. If it had been Natasha, Chen Feng definitely wouldn't have put in so much effort. But Zhao Hailuan was simply too beautiful, youthful and radiant, exuding a sense of sunshine and, most importantly, innocence. Unlike Natasha, for whom romance was as casual as eating a meal. If Chen Feng were married, he was certain it would be to a woman like Zhao Hailuan. After dinner, Zhao Hailuan practically fled, unable to withstand Chen Feng's fiery hospitality any longer. Watching her hurried retreat, Chen Feng smiled to himself with confidence and murmured, "Now that you're here, there's no escaping." Putting aside his thoughts, Chen Feng began organizing everything he'd learned about nanotechnology and cradle regeneration from the movies. He wanted to help Zhao Hailuan develop them as quickly as possible. Of course, he could do the research himself, but it would take a long time, and he was unwilling to wait. Besides, there were plenty of other technologies for him to tackle, and if he tried to do it all alone, it would take him decades to finish. The next day, after breakfast, Chen Feng brought Zhao Hailuan to the underground laboratory. "Miss Hailuan, from now on you can conduct your experiments here. If you need anything, just let Optimus Prime know. He'll help you," Chen Feng said. "All right, thank you so much," Zhao Hailuan replied sweetly. "I'm going to be away for a while. During this time, you'll have to stay on the island by yourself. Is that all right?" Chen Feng said. "No problem at all. As long as I have a laboratory, I could spend my whole life here without ever feeling lonely," Zhao Hailuan replied with a gentle smile. "That's good to hear." Chen Feng felt a wave of relief. What a wonderful girl she was, thoughtful, gentle, pure, beautiful, and smart. She was in every way perfect. If only this weren't the perilous world of Marvel, he would truly want to spend the rest of his life with Zhao Hailuan on this secluded island. With reluctance, Chen Feng piloted the transformer and left his private island behind. His next destination was to find Hank Pym. Pym's particles had the power to shrink or enlarge anything. As long as there was enough energy, even a speck of dust could become a planet, and a planet could shrink down to the size of a dust mote. With these particles, the transformers he built could grow or shrink at will. An astonishing ability. But that wasn't the most important thing. What truly mattered was that with Pym particles, he could enlarge scarce resources, creating an endless supply. Take vibranium, for example. There was scarcely any to be found in the entire world. But with Pym particles, the situation changed completely. He could simply enlarge what little there was and extract as much as he wanted. When he arrived in Hank City, Chen Feng had the transformer touch down and transform into a heavy-duty truck. The truck roared to life, thundering down the road with tremendous power. With a screech of tires, the truck came to a halt, its brakes biting into the pavement with a sharp, grating sound. Chen Feng climbed down from the cab. "Optimus Prime, park the truck in the lot." "As you command, my lord," Optimus Prime replied, accepting the order. Standing before a tall building, Chen Feng looked up and saw the bold characters, Pym Technologies. Pym Technologies was founded by Hank Pym, dedicated to the research of Pym particles. Chen Feng walked into the lobby and spoke to the receptionist. "Hello, I'm here to see Mr. Hank." "Sir, do you have an appointment?" the receptionist asked politely. "No, but please tell him I'm from S.H.I.E.L.D. He'll definitely agree to see me," Chen Feng replied. After all, the name of S.H.I.E.L.D. opened many doors. If S.H.I.E.L.D. ever learned that Chen Feng was using its name to bluff his way around, they'd probably fire him on the spot. The receptionist made a quick call. After hanging up, she stood and said courteously, "Sir, please wait a moment. Secretary Sue will be here shortly to escort you to our boss." After a brief wait, a short-haired woman approached him. "Hello, Mr. Chen. I'm Mr. Hank's secretary. Please come with me." "All right," Chen Feng replied, following her down the hallway. Once inside Hank's office, Chen Feng sat down in a relaxed manner and went straight to the point. "Mr. Hank, hello. I'm here on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D., so I'll be frank. We want your Pym particles. Name your price." Hank lounged back in his executive chair, looking utterly relaxed. "So, what brings you here?" he asked lazily. "We're here to build weapons and protect the Earth," Chen Feng replied, his tone righteous and full of conviction. "If it's weapons you want, I can't help you. Hank refused flatly. He was staunchly opposed to war, which was why he'd fallen out with his protege, Darren Cross. Mr. Hank, you must know how dangerous the world is now. Aliens have invaded Earth multiple times, each time bringing devastating destruction. If we don't have powerful enough weapons, humanity will either be enslaved or wiped out. As a brilliant scientist, don't you feel a sense of responsibility? If everyone only guards their own interests, and we all perish, who will be left to protect you and your wife and daughter? Chen Feng pressed. Hank suddenly sat upright, anxiety flickering in his eyes. You just mentioned protecting my wife and daughter. Are you saying my wife isn't dead? Where is she? Tell me, and I'll give you the PIM particles. Chen Feng felt a surge of hope. Finally, a breakthrough. Your wife, Janet, is not dead. She's trapped in the quantum realm. Hank rose to his feet, his whole body trembling with emotion. Even his voice shook as he spoke. Is that true? It's true. Your wife lost her way in the quantum realm. Because she's been there for so long, her body has absorbed immense quantum energy. She hasn't aged a day. She looks exactly as she did when you last saw her, Chen Feng assured him. This time, he wasn't bluffing. He'd seen it in the film Ant-Man and the Wasp. That's wonderful. I knew Janet wasn't gone. Hank exclaimed, overjoyed. Hank and his wife had always shared a deep love. To rescue her, he devoted years to researching the mysteries of the quantum world. So, can I have the PIM particles now? Chen Feng asked with a mischievous grin. Hank, still elated, replied, yes. Not only can I give you the PIM particles, I can also share the technology for extracting them. Wait, seriously? Chen Feng could hardly believe his luck. Hank nodded solemnly. Absolutely. But you must help me save my wife, Janet. Chen Feng extended his right hand. Pleasure doing business with you. At that moment, the door burst open and in strode a slim woman with short hair and striking red lips. She called out loudly, Dad, you can't work with him. He's lying to you. Oh, that's enough. Mind your manners. Mr. Chun is from S.H.I.E.L.D. Why would he deceive me? Hank scolded his daughter sharply. Dad, think about it. The fact that Mom was lost in the quantum realm is no secret anymore. Plenty of people know because you told them yourself. So it's not strange if S.H.I.E.L.D. knows too. And as for the quantum realm, only our PIM Technologies has the necessary know-how. If even we can't find Mom in there, how could they? They don't even have quantum technology. Are they going to find her just by talking about it? Hope spoke with convincing logic. Well, that actually makes sense, Hank said, a sudden realization dawning on him. Mr. Pym, have you ever heard of the Zola algorithm? Chen Feng launched into another round of persuasion. Hank shook his head. No, I haven't. The Zola algorithm was created by the brilliant scientist Dr. Zola during World War II. It can see through everything. The reason I know where your wife is and how to rescue her is because I possess the Zola algorithm, Chen Feng said, weaving his tale. In reality, the so-called Zola algorithm was a method of deduction, much like the ancient Book of Changes from China, using massive amounts of data to extrapolate the information one needs. I can give you the PIM particles and quantum technology, but only if you rescue my wife first, Hank said gravely. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about Chen Feng deceiving him. Chen Feng extended his right hand once again. Pleasure doing business. He believed that with his own abilities combined with Hank Pym's skills, rescuing Janet would be no difficult feat. Hank also extended his hand. Pleasure doing business. If you want to master the quantum realm sooner, I suggest you come with me. I live on an island, fully stocked with all sorts of research materials, and there are other scientists too, Chen Feng offered. All right, Hank agreed without hesitation. As long as he could save his wife, he was willing to do anything. Dad, I'm going too. I don't trust leaving you alone. Hope stepped forward. She couldn't shake the feeling that Chen Feng had ulterior motives. If you go, who's going to run the company? Hank retorted, a little annoyed. Hope was at a loss for words. That's settled then. You manage the company for me. I'll go pack, Hank said, turning on his heel and leaving with a carefree air. After Hank left, Hope walked over to Chen Feng, completely unfazed by his burly and intimidating build. In a cold, threatening voice, she said, If you dare deceive my father or hurt him in any way, I promise you won't get away with it. Chen Feng couldn't help himself. He burst out laughing. Are you forgetting how solid I am? Big muscles are no use if you can't fight. Hope shot back with a sarcastic smile. She was quick and nimble, a master of hand-to-hand combat who had never met her match. Even Ant-Man, Scott, had been trained by her. With her wasp suit, she could grow or shrink at will. There was nothing to fear from Chen Feng. Want to put to the test? Chen Feng grinned slyly, a woman daring to challenge him. He was eager to teach her a lesson. Sure, let's take this to the rooftop. Hope accepted the challenge. The two of them made their way to the rooftop. It was deserted and spacious, the perfect place for a match. Chen Feng crooked his finger, beckoning her over with a smile. Come on, sweetheart. Hope bit her lip and stepped up to him. Suddenly, her fist shot out, but when she was halfway through the punch, she switched tactics, aiming a swift kick at Chen Feng's groin. Chen Feng snapped his legs together, trapping Hope's foot and leaving her unable to pull back. Smiling, he said, "You're far too weak." Hope's response was her fist. She swung a punch straight at Chen Feng's head. Chen Feng's left hand shot out, grabbing Hope's wrist. He smiled again and said, "Still too weak." Hope, undeterred, extended 2 fingers from her remaining right hand, aiming a jab at Chen Feng's eyes. Chen Feng tilted his head to the side, and with his right hand, caught Hope's other wrist. He smiled once more, asking, "Can you still move?" With both her hands and one leg pinned by Chen Feng, Hope found herself unable to break free. Fuming, she cursed, "You jerk, let go of me. If you got guts, let me go and see if I don't beat you so badly you'll be picking your teeth off the floor." Chen Feng obliged and released her. Now free, Hope launched another attack, her hand slicing down like a knife toward Chen Feng's neck. Chen Feng merely tilted his head aside. With his cheek and shoulder, he trapped Hope's palm in place. Hope was at a loss for words, feeling as though every move she made was effortlessly countered by Chen Feng. Once again, Chen Feng let her go, looking at the exasperated Hope with a calm smile. "I was born for combat. You, on the other hand, only started halfway. How could you possibly be a match for me?" He wasn't boasting. He had trained in Sanda since childhood, amassing a wealth of fighting experience. When he fought, it required no conscious thought. His instincts alone were enough to overpower his opponents. This time, Hope didn't attack again. It was clear she understood she was no match for him. "My strength doesn't lie in my fists, but in technology," she retorted stubbornly. "My wasu can grow or shrink at will. You'd better not try to trick my dad, or I'll definitely make trouble for you." Chen Feng's expression changed abruptly. He grew stern and spoke coldly. "Miss Hope, do you realize? If it weren't for your father, I might have killed you already. I despise being threatened, especially by someone weaker than me." Hope was left speechless and thoroughly mortified, her anger boiling over. "You'd better remember what I said, or you'll regret it," she huffed, turning sharply and storming out. After such humiliation, she couldn't bear to stay a moment longer. Hank's belongings were numerous and peculiar. Strange machines piled everywhere, and even several crates of ants. Fortunately, the power of the Transformers made moving everything easy. Chen Feng simply lifted them up and flew back to the private island. Once back, he arranged Hank's accommodations and laboratory, sharing with him some technological theories he'd learned from the movie Ant-Man and the Wasp. Then, Chen Feng left again. Initially, Hank had suspected Chen Feng of trying to trick him, but after hearing Chen Feng discuss quantum theory, Hank was convinced. The ideas Chen Feng shared opened the gateway to the quantum realm before his very eyes. Chen Feng barely had time to bid farewell to Zhao Hailuan as he left the private island. He'd just received word from Optimus Prime. Dr. Octopus and Spider-Man were in the middle of a fierce battle. Although in Spider-Man 2, Dr. Octopus perished, together with the artificial sun in the end. What if he were to die earlier? You have to realize that his arrival had already changed a great deal in the Marvel Universe, and he could sense that the timeline of the familiar Marvel world had shifted. Chen Feng piloted the Transformer, flying at top speed toward New York. With a sharp whoosh, the Transformer, in its jet form, sliced through the sky. New York is one of the biggest cities in America, so Chen Feng arrived in no time. When he got there, he saw Dr. Octopus locked in a fierce battle with Spider-Man on the side of a tall building. Controlling the Transformer, Chen Feng flew over and called out loudly, "Dr. Octopus, Spider-Man, stop fighting." Hearing the voice, Dr. Octopus and Spider-Man, who were in the heat of battle, looked up and saw a towering robot over 8 meters tall. They immediately halted and turned their wary eyes to Chen Feng. "Who are you?" Dr. Octopus demanded angrily. He felt victory over Spider-Man was within his grasp, and the sudden interruption left him very displeased. "My name is Chen Feng, and I'm here to help you," Chen Feng replied. "Help? How?" "Unless you have tritium," Dr. Octopus shot back, clearly skeptical. "I do," Chen Feng answered, "and what's more, I've developed a stable method to convert artificial elements into cold fusion. The robot I'm piloting right now is powered by cold fusion. If you're willing to work with me, I'll fully support your research. Whatever resources you need, I'll make sure you get them." Chen Feng spoke with earnest conviction. "Do you have a technological empire at your command?" Dr. Octopus asked, a trace of hope mixed with doubt in his voice. Extracting large quantities of rare elements was impossible without a vast technological empire. He himself knew how to extract them, but lacking manpower and funding, he could only obtain small amounts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to oppose Spider-Man just to win Harry's support. "You've seen the robot I control now, so you should know how advanced my technology is. Don't underestimate my capabilities just because I don't run." a tech company. Right now, on my team, I have Dr. Zhao Hailuan, a brilliant scientist from Korea. With my funding, she's developing nanotechnology and the regeneration cradle. There's also Dr. Hank Pym, creator of the Pym particle that can alter size. He's currently researching the quantum realm, also with my support. Additionally, I've inherited the memories of Dr. Arnim Zola, the most formidable scientist of World War II. You must have heard his name. And then there's Tony from Stark Industries. Surely you've heard of him. I programmed an AI that took over his digital assistant, forcing him to hand over a private island to me. The people on my island are few, but all of them are genius scientists. So if you join my team, your artificial son will certainly become a reality. Dr. Octopus was visibly moved. This support far surpassed what Harry had offered. Not only would he receive material backing, but he could also collaborate with other scientists. He asked, "If I work with you, what do I need to give in return?" "Share the results of your research with me," Chen Feng replied. "All right, I agree," Dr. Octopus said. Then he turned toward Spider-Man, his tone turning harsh. "But first, I have to get rid of this spider." Dr. Octopus firmly believed that his last artificial sun experiment had failed entirely because of Spider-Man. Spider-Man had cut the power to the equipment, causing him to lose control of the artificial sun. For that, he had to eliminate Spider-Man. Otherwise, he could not let go of the resentment burning inside him. Peter, the Spider-Man, quickly dodged to the side and pleaded with Chen Feng. "Chen Feng, didn't you say you were here to help us? You're helping Dr. Octopus, but what about me? Can you convince Dr. Octopus to let Mary go?" "Dr. Octopus, for my sake, could you release his girlfriend?" Chen Feng asked. Truthfully, he only cared because he wanted to extract Spider-Man's genes. Without that goal, he wouldn't have bothered at all. Dr. Octopus shot Chen Feng a dissatisfied look and said, "If you want to work with me, don't meddle in my affairs." With that, he controlled his mechanical arms and launched an attack on Spider-Man. Spider-Man raised his hand and fired a web, sticking it to the wall. With a quick tug, he swung himself out of harm's way, narrowly dodging Dr. Octopus's assault. A barrage of heavy thuds echoed as Dr. Octopus's mechanical arms gouged pits into the walls, allowing him to scuttle across them with terrifying speed and strength. Watching Dr. Octopus and Spider-Man locked in fierce combat, Chen Feng felt a headache coming on. What should he do? He wanted Dr. Octopus's artificial sun technology. After all, the Transformers desperately needed such a source of energy. But he also coveted Spider-Man's genes. With them, his own body in its normal form would become stronger, more agile, and gain lightning-fast reflexes, benefits too tempting to ignore. If Chen Feng helped Dr. Octopus against Spider-Man, Spider-Man would never allow him to extract his genes. But if he aided Spider-Man in defeating Dr. Octopus would surely be furious, refuse to cooperate, and might even turn against him. Suddenly, inspiration struck Chen Feng. He had the perfect solution: rescue Spider-Man's girlfriend, Mary. That way, Spider-Man could leave without worry. With Spider-Man's agility, Dr. Octopus would never catch him. While Chen Feng mulled over his plan, Dr. Octopus and Spider-Man were already battling atop a speeding train. In the movie, when Dr. Octopus found himself unable to defeat Spider-Man, he lost his temper and wrecked both the train's brake and acceleration systems. In order to save the passengers, Spider-Man nearly sacrificed his own life. In the movie, Dr. Octopus had originally promised Harry to capture Spider-Man alive, so he couldn't attack recklessly. But now that he's agreed to cooperate with me, Dr. Octopus has no more worries holding him back. He'll definitely sabotage the train systems again, stopping Spider-Man from saving anyone. If I leave now, everyone on this train will die. Save them, or not. Chen Feng muttered to himself. On top of the train engine, Dr. Octopus was kicked off the train by Spider-Man. But his mechanical arms were powerful. In the blink of an eye, they latched onto the edge of the engine, smashed through a glass window, and hauled him into the control cabin. "What are you doing?" The engineer jumped up in fright. With a flick of his mechanical tentacle, Dr. Octopus struck the engineer, killing him on the spot. "You like being a hero, don't you? Then I'll give you another chance." Dr. Octopus sneered wickedly. He seized the accelerator lever and shoved it forward. The train surged ahead, gaining speed rapidly. Then, manipulating his metal arms, he smashed both the braking and acceleration systems before crawling out of the cabin. Back atop the engine, he tossed the ruined brake handle to Spider-Man and laughed menacingly. "I've destroyed the train systems. There's no way to stop it now. It'll just keep accelerating all the way to the end of the line, where it'll crash and explode. Only then will it stop." Spider-Man was at a complete loss. Dr. Octopus couldn't care less about the fate of the passengers. Seeing Spider-Man frozen in place, he took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. His mechanical arm shot out like a steel blade, aiming straight for Spider-Man's heart. But Spider-Man's sixth sense was extraordinary. He sensed danger and instinctively threw himself backward, dodging the fatal blow. Rolling to his feet, Spider-Man used both hands and feet to scramble into the control cabin. When he saw the destroyed controls, worry filled his face. What do I do? What do I do? There are so many people on this train. How can I possibly save them all? As the train picked up speed, the passengers began to sense something was wrong. Panic spread. Some started crying out for help. Help! Please, someone save my child. What do we do? If we jump, we'll die. But if we stay, the train will crash. What should we do? Can anyone tell me? Hello, police? I'm on the train. 2 monsters have wrecked it, and it's speeding out of control. Please, you have to come save us. Cries for help. Wails and sobs. Voices heavy with despair. The frightened weeping of children. All of it made Chen Feng hesitate no longer. He might not have been a good man, but faced with the imminent deaths of so many innocent people, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. He started up his transformer and flew toward the train engine. Meanwhile, Spider-Man, desperate to stop the train, ran to the very front. He leaped down, bracing his upper body against the engine while planting his feet firmly on the tracks. Clang, clang, clang. The bolts holding the rails together snapped one after another. In just a matter of seconds, Spider-Man couldn't take it anymore. His feet felt like they were on fire. He had no choice but to move quickly, clinging to the front of the train. What's wrong? Out of options. Dr. Octopus gloated, his voice thick with malicious delight. If everyone on this train dies, it'll be your incompetence that kills them. He deliberately held back from attacking Spider-Man, clearly wanting to watch him struggle to save the passengers. Spider-Man ignored Dr. Octopus's taunts. After a quick moment of thought, he made up his mind. He stretched out his arms, firing webs from his wrists toward both sides. Fwhip! 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 One by one, the webs snapped under the strain. Spider-Man refused to give up. He shot out even more webs, anchoring them to nearby buildings, determined to halt the runaway train. Just then, Chen Feng arrived and called out to Spider-Man, "Step aside. Let me handle this." Still firing webs, Spider-Man shot back. "Let's do it together." "Chen Feng, are you thinking of betraying our partnership?" Dr. Octopus grumbled in annoyance. "The passengers are innocent," Chen Feng replied calmly. Then, commanding his transformer, he landed heavily beside the train. Chen Feng wasted no time. He scooped Spider-Man up and tossed him into the conductor's cabin. Spider-Man was in his way. Then, positioning his transformer with its back pressed against the engine, he braced all 4 limbs and engaged the full power of the jet system. With a deafening roar, the train shuddered under the force of the transformer's resistance. Its speed began to drop. "Optimus Prime, give it all you've got," Chen Feng ordered. "At once, my lord," Optimus Prime responded. The transformer's limbs blasted out even more powerful jets of energy. The train slowed further and further, and at last the passengers began to breathe a little easier, their fear ebbing. Suddenly, a new problem occurred to Chen Feng. The train was still moving. He shouted to Spider-Man, "Peter, smash every system in the engine compartment. Now!" "Got it." Spider-Man grabbed a wrench and began smashing the control panels inside the cab. He swung furiously, but then stopped abruptly, surprise written all over his face. "Wait, how do you know my name is Peter?" "There are plenty of people who know," Chen Feng replied matter-of-factly. "You just don't realize it. Every time you catch a bad guy, someone's watching you." The ones watching Peter were S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, something Chen Feng had learned from Optimus Prime. Spider-Man was stunned. All this time, he had believed his secret identity was airtight, hidden even from those closest to him. He had never imagined so many people actually knew who he was. "Keep smashing. If you don't stop the train, I'm done helping." Chen Feng barked, growing impatient. He could feel the train slowing, but as long as it was still moving, it could pick up speed again the moment he let go. The only way to really stop it was to destroy it completely. "All right." Spider-Man snapped to attention and resumed his work. Crash! 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 The equipment inside the cab was smashed to pieces, reduced to a mangled mess by Spider-Man's relentless blows. At this moment, Dr. Octopus found himself in a dilemma. Chen Feng's robot stood over 8 meters tall, powerful enough to block a speeding train. It was clear this was not an opponent he could handle. Deep down, he had no desire to make an enemy of Chen Feng. In the end, he chose to pause his battle with Spider-Man and focus on rescuing the passengers from the train before settling things with Spider-Man once and for all. After Spider-Man had completely destroyed the train's mechanisms, the powerless train soon came to a gradual halt, blocked by the transformer. As soon as the train stopped, Dr. Octopus sprang into action. 2 of his mechanical arms latched onto the train, while the other 2 arced out, one to the left and one to the right, striking toward Spider-Man. Spider-Man, who had just been celebrating the passenger's safety, was suddenly seized by Dr. Octopus's mechanical arms. The grip was so powerful that Spider-Man couldn't move a muscle. But Spider-Man had his webs. In a flash, he shot out a strand of webbing, yanked himself free, and, with Dr. Octopus in tow, swung onto the wall of a nearby building. Ever since Chen Feng discovered he could extract the genes of the deceased, he'd cared little for the fate of superheroes. Take now, for instance. He was more than capable of taking Spider-Man's life and then extracting his genes. Yet Spider-Man was a hero beloved by all, and Chen Feng couldn't bring himself to kill such a good man. Besides, if he did, S.H.I.E.L.D. would surely come after him, and the entire world would curse his name for killing Spider-Man. Optimus Prime, lock onto Dr. Octopus's laboratory. We're going to rescue Mary, Chen Feng ordered. This was the only way he could help Spider-Man, hoping that afterward Spider-Man would willingly let him extract his genes. Yes, my lord. Optimus Prime replied, accepting the command. My lord, the location is locked. Mary is very safe at the moment, and there's no one else around her, Optimus Prime reported. Let's go rescue her, Chen Feng said. The Transformer soared into the sky and vanished within seconds. In less than a minute, Chen Feng arrived at Dr. Octopus's laboratory. The laboratory had once been a spacious, vintage mansion, but now it was in ruins. A glance from outside revealed the devastation within. Perhaps Dr. Octopus had experimented with an artificial sun here. The police, fearing radiation, had sealed off the area, leaving the place deserted. Chen Feng stepped out from the Transformer and entered the building. Casting his gaze around, he spotted a beautiful woman hanging in a corner. Her golden hair was a tangled mess, her wrists were tied, and iron chains wrapped around her waist, an evocative scene that could stir dark thoughts. Seeing a stranger enter, Mary immediately shouted, "Hey, over here! Please help me, I was kidnapped by a bad guy." Chen Feng walked over, untied the ropes binding Mary's wrists, and then removed the chain from around her waist. Having regained her freedom, Mary looked at Chen Feng with gratitude and said, "My name is Mary. Thank you for saving me." Chen Feng smiled and replied, "Don't mention it. I was sent here by your boyfriend, Peter, to rescue you." "Peter? I knew he'd find a way to save me," Mary exclaimed joyfully. "All right, let's not waste time. Right now, Dr. Octopus is using you to threaten Peter, making things difficult for him at every turn. I need to get you somewhere safe first, then let Peter know so he can stay out of Dr. Octopus' way," Chen Feng explained. Mary nodded and replied, "Okay, thank you. I'll do as you say." With that, Chen Feng led Mary outside. Once outdoors, Mary's eyes widened in astonishment as she saw an enormous robot standing at a towering height of 8.5 meters. She couldn't help but gasp, "Wow, that's huge." Chen Feng burst out laughing. Her mouth formed a perfect O as she exclaimed about the size. He thought to himself that people might easily misunderstand her words. "Is it your robot?" Mary asked in surprise. She had seen robots before, especially Iron Man, who often appeared in newspapers and on TV, but those were only human-sized, nothing like the one before her now. This robot was taller than a 3-story building, its massive form radiating power from every angle. "Yes, he's a first-generation Transformer, and his name is Optimus Prime," Chen Feng introduced. "You're amazing," Mary said, full of admiration. "Just doing my part," Chen Feng replied with a modest smile. Then he gave a command, "Optimus Prime, transform into jet mode." Optimus Prime could carry Mary in robot form, but it would be awkward and she'd have to be held the whole way. At the speed of a Transformer, even her scalp might get windblown. "Yes, Master," Optimus Prime responded. With a series of mechanical clicks and whirs, Optimus Prime transformed swiftly into a sleek, impressive jet. "Wow, that's incredible," Mary cried out again, full of wonder. Chen Feng climbed into the cockpit and called to Mary, "Hop in. I'll take you home." "Okay." Mary cheerfully scrambled into the co-pilot's seat, her bright eyes darting around as she took in every detail of the cockpit. Optimus Prime, set a course for Mary's home and take her back, Chen Feng ordered. "Yes, Master," Optimus Prime acknowledged. Having such an advanced AI was incredibly convenient. Just a few words and everything was done. The jet lifted off and soared swiftly toward Mary's house. In less than half a minute, they arrived. Mary's family was clearly well off. They lived in a villa. The jet landed smoothly within the villa's grounds. The hatch opened, and Chen Feng announced, "Miss Mary, we've arrived at your home." "So fast," Mary exclaimed in disbelief. She'd barely had time to glance around the cockpit, and in the blink of an eye, she was already home. The speed was absolutely astounding. Chen Feng nodded. "That's right, it's just that fast. But I haven't had enough yet. Could you take me up for a spin in the sky?" Mary pleaded. This was her first time seeing and experiencing such high-tech machinery, and she didn't want the adventure to end so soon. "Miss Mary, if you keep hesitating, your boyfriend Peter is going to be finished off by Dr. Octopus," Chen Feng reminded her. Ah, Mary suddenly remembered her boyfriend. She hurriedly got off the plane. Miss Mary, when Peter comes back, please have a proper talk with him and ask him to cooperate with me on something. Consider a way to repay me, Chen Feng said. Mary nodded earnestly. Yes, I'll talk to him. Chen Feng waved his hand. Goodbye. If I get the chance, I'll take you on a trip to space someday. Mary clasped her hands together in front of her chest, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Really? Can we go tomorrow? A trip to space? How romantic. It was something she dreamed of doing. Chen Feng had just said it offhandedly, not expecting Mary to take it so seriously. Truth be told, he had never been to space himself. If you can get Peter to agree to help me with this task, don't worry, it won't affect him at all, as long as he's willing. Then I'll take you on a space adventure. How's that sound? Chen Feng offered. Mary nodded enthusiastically. Deal. Optimus Prime, let's go find Dr. Octopus and the others, Chen Feng commanded. Yes, Master, Optimus Prime responded. The plane soared into the sky, leaving Mary's house behind. With Optimus Prime's help, Chen Feng easily tracked down Dr. Octopus and Spider-Man. The two had been fighting their way from the railroad tracks, tearing through several streets and leaving chaos in their wake. Chen Feng didn't intervene right away. He was waiting for Dr. Octopus and Spider-Man to separate, so he could secretly inform Spider-Man that Mary had been rescued. Spider-Man's most powerful move was using his webs as springs to launch himself through the air. Sure enough, Spider-Man soon began using his slingshot technique again. With a loud crash, Dr. Octopus was kicked by Spider-Man and sent flying into a clothing store. That was Chen Feng's cue. Controlling the Transformer, he descended from the sky, landing right in front of Spider-Man. Spider-Man instantly felt the pressure. He pulled a wry face and said, Chen Feng, you're not here to help Dr. Octopus, are you? I've already rescued your girlfriend and sent her home. She's safe now, Chen Feng replied. Really? That's fantastic. Spider-Man's face lit up. So, I need you to work with me. Pretend I hit you, then find a chance to escape. That way, Dr. Octopus won't suspect a thing, Chen Feng instructed. Okay, Spider-Man agreed without hesitation. Chen Feng swung a kick at Spider-Man. Spider-Man had intended to take the hit, since they'd just agreed on the act. But the sight of the Transformer's massive foot made his heart skip a beat. Fear got the best of him, and he instinctively dodged, rolling backward just in time to avoid being stomped. Boom. The spot where Spider-Man had just been standing was stomped into a massive crater by the Transformer. The concrete all around shattered and cracked, the fissures stretching out for over a dozen meters. Chen Feng reached out with a swift grab. Spider-Man dodged nimbly, even stepping on Chen Feng's fist to spring himself up onto the top of Chen Feng's head. With a backward somersault, Chen Feng forced Spider-Man off, then followed up with a powerful punch aimed at Spider-Man just as he was landing. Boom! Chen Feng's punch sent Spider-Man flying. He crashed right into Dr. Octopus, who was just coming out of a clothing store. The two of them tumbled together, falling back into the shop. Hood. Dr. Octopus and Spider-Man started fighting inside the clothing store. Spider-Man never killed anyone. No matter how evil his opponent was, he would only capture them and hand them over to the police. But Dr. Octopus, under the influence of his mechanical tentacles, had lost all traces of humanity. If anything displeased him, he would kill, no matter who it was. So, although Spider-Man was more skilled than Dr. Octopus, he found himself dodging blows all over the place. After a brief scuffle, Spider-Man seized his chance and crawled into the ventilation duct. Dr. Octopus, with his large frame and bulky mechanical arms, couldn't squeeze in. Frustrated, he began tearing at the vent, demolishing it with brute force. Crash, crash, crash. Dr. Octopus's mechanical tentacles worked like excavators, furiously digging toward the vent. But no matter how he tried, Dr. Octopus couldn't match Spider-Man's speed. Inside the vent, Spider-Man shot out a web, attaching it to a corner. With a quick tug, he zipped through the duct like a gust of wind, vanishing in an instant. Chen Feng stepped out of the Transformer and walked over to the clothing store. He addressed Dr. Octopus. Doc Ock, Spider-Man's gone. You won't catch him. No, I'll get him for sure, Dr. Octopus insisted, still manipulating his tentacles to tear at the vent. Give it up. With Spider-Man's agility and those webs, there's no way you'll catch him. He doesn't just swing through the city. He can slip into the sewers and move silently. Finding him isn't just hard for you. Even I'd have trouble, Chen Feng advised. Exhaling sharply, Dr. Octopus bit out, as my partner, shouldn't you help me kill Spider-Man? Chen Feng shook his head, his tone tinged with regret. Now I understand why your artificial sun project failed. What? Dr. Octopus demanded. Because you weren't focused on your research. That's why your experiment failed. Failure is the mother of success. Scientists make breakthroughs that change humanity through countless failures. But look at you now. You're consumed by rage and hatred. There's not a trace of a scientist's spirit left in you, especially after your setback. You blamed everyone else for your problems. So, your failure was inevitable, Chen Feng explained. Dr. Octopus couldn't take it anymore after listening to Chen Feng. Covering his ears, he cried out, I didn't. His emotions spiraled out of control, and his mechanical arms thrashed wildly, smashing everything around him. Dr. Octopus, as I just said, scientists only succeed after countless failures. Failing this time doesn't mean you'll fail forever. As long as you let go of your hatred and work with me. Focus on researching. The artificial sun. I believe it won't be long before you create an artificial sun to replace the real one. Then, you'll become the greatest scientist in the universe, Chen Feng said, coaxing him. You're right. I'm a scientist. I can't let hatred ruin my life. I won't seek revenge anymore. I want to devote myself to creating the artificial sun, Dr. Octopus suddenly realized, murmuring to himself. Chen Feng stepped forward and extended his right hand. Looking forward to working together. Dr. Octopus reached out his right hand as well. Looking forward to working together. Dr. Octopus, I believe that conducting artificial sun research in a bustling city isn't ideal. The space for experiments is too cramped, and the noise from nearby residents would affect your concentration. So, I suggest moving the lab to my private island. There, you'll have Dr. Zhao Hailuan and Dr. Hank to exchange ideas with, and the scenery is beautiful. I'm sure you'll love it, said Chen Feng. As long as you support my artificial sun research, I don't mind relocating anywhere, replied Dr. Octopus. I'll have Optimus Prime help you transport your equipment. If you need anything, just ask him directly, Chen Feng said. Dr. Octopus nodded. All right. Chen Feng then turned around and said, Optimus Prime, help Dr. Octopus move his things to the private island and wait for my instructions. At your command, sir, responded Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime and Dr. Octopus left together. Chen Feng didn't go with them. He had another mission. He was after Spider-Man's genes, and nothing would stop him. Chen Feng took a taxi to Mary's house. When he arrived, he didn't knock on the door. Instead, just like Spider-Man, he snuck inside, scaling the walls with ease. In no time, he slipped into the villa, then climbed up the water pipes along the wall. With a tip from Optimus Prime, he found Mary's room precisely. But what he hadn't expected was that his timing was less than ideal. Spider-Man was in the middle of an intimate moment with Mary. Not wanting to interrupt, Chen Feng crouched outside the window, patiently waiting for them to finish. However, Spider-Man's hearing was extraordinary. Even in the heat of the moment, he caught the faint noise outside. Peter, what are you doing? Mary complained, clearly not ready to stop. There's someone outside, Spider-Man whispered. Who? It's not my dad, is it? Mary cried out, a hint of worry in her voice. It's not your dad. He's not that agile, Peter replied. Then who could it be? A thief? Or has Dr. Octopus come looking for us? Mary spoke anxiously. Someone with skills like that would never stoop to being a thief, and Dr. Octopus doesn't fit the bill either. Peter replied. Outside the window, Chen Feng overheard their conversation, feeling a little embarrassed. But since he'd already been discovered, there was no need to hide anymore. He stood up at once. Mary let out a sharp scream, her voice cracking with alarm. Chen Feng waved awkwardly, trying to greet them. Hey, hello there. Oh my god. Spider-Man quickly shielded his girlfriend. Without ceremony, Chen Feng opened the window and climbed inside. Peter, it's me, Chen Feng. What are you doing here in Mary's room, so late at night? Spider-Man demanded, a suspicious tone in his voice, wondering if Chen Feng had something going on with his girlfriend. Peter, don't get the wrong idea. There's nothing between me and your girlfriend. I'm here to see you, Chen Feng explained. Why are you looking for me? Spider-Man breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Chen Feng wasn't here for his girlfriend. I saved you and your girlfriend. Don't you think you owe me something in return? Chen Feng said, sounding perfectly justified. All right, just tell me. How do you want me to repay you? Spider-Man asked straightforwardly. I have a superpower that lets me extract other people's genes, but I can only do it if they consent. Don't worry. The process won't harm you at all, Chen Feng said. And why do you want my genes? Spider-Man was instantly on guard. The truth was, he wasn't keen on sharing his powers. He wanted to be the only Spider-Man in the world, not one of many. I just need to become stronger. That's all there is to it, Chen Feng replied. Spider-Man was about to say more, but his girlfriend Mary cut him off. Peter, just let him have what he needs. If it weren't for him today, you wouldn't even see me again. You might have been killed by Dr. Octopus. He saved our lives. We ought to repay him, Mary urged. Chen Feng silently gave Mary a mental thumbs up. What a perceptive woman. With his girlfriend's persuasion, Spider-Man finally agreed, sounding defeated. All right, I'll let you extract my genes. Chen Feng's face lit up with a bright smile. He strode quickly to the bedside and extended his hand to Spider-Man. Just grab my hand, that's all it takes. But remember, you have to truly consent. Otherwise, I won't be able to do it. All right, Spider-Man replied, his voice lacking energy. Suddenly, the door burst open. Mary, what's going on in here? Mary's parents stormed into the room. Seeing Peter and a strange man inside their daughter's bedroom, they stood frozen in shock. Especially when they noticed one on the bed, one standing beside it, and their own daughter lying there, looking dazed and disheveled. Oh my God! Mary's mother gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. She had never imagined her daughter could be so bold, that it would take two men to satisfy her. Mary, how could you do something like this? You know, you're already engaged. Mary's father spoke in a huff, his anger barely contained. It was bad enough to cheat, but to do it with two people at once and to be so loud about it, that was simply outrageous. Mary stared back, utterly bewildered. Spider-Man hastily pulled his hand away and stepped off the boat, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. He managed an awkward greeting to Mary's parents. Hello, Uncle Andy. Oof. I warned you before not to come around Mary again. Did you think my words are just empty air? Mary's father barked, his tone sharp. Uncle, Spider-Man faltered at a loss for words, unable to think of anything appropriate to say. Chen Feng, however, was different. He had done nothing shameful and had no reason to be afraid. Walking up to Mary's parents, he greeted them politely. Uncle, Auntie, nice to meet you. My name is Chen Feng. I apologize for not coming through the main entrance the first time I visited. What do you do for a living? Mary's father asked, his face stern. He was a snob, always favoring those with wealth, which was why he'd agreed to let his daughter get engaged to a rich young man in the first place. Chen Feng thought for a moment and replied, I suppose you could call me a scientist, or perhaps someone who pursues power. Mary's father ignored both answers and got straight to the point. Are you rich? Chen Feng was taken aback, then smiled. Yes. Not only am I wealthy, I even own a private island. Mary's father's expression shifted instantly. A warm, kindly smile spread across his face as he eagerly grasped Chen Feng's hand. Chen Feng, only you can help me now. My company's cash flow is in dire straits and is about to go under. You have to help me. That's nothing, uncle. Just tell me how much you need. Chen Feng answered with magnanimity. These days, Optimus Prime had been helping him make a fortune in the stock market, raising him to the ranks of the world's super-rich. He wasn't quite at Tony Stark's level yet, but there definitely weren't more than 100 people richer than him on Earth. $1 million will do, Mary's father said, overjoyed. I'll give you $10 million. I hope you'll grow your company and make it great, Chen Feng replied with grand generosity. Ever since partnering with Optimus Prime, money had become nothing more than numbers to him. Since arriving in the Marvel Universe, he hadn't touched a single banknote. Everything was handled through online transfers. Mary's father's hands trembled with excitement. He never expected Chen Feng to be so generous. It was a complete surprise. Mary's mother, standing to the side, covered her mouth in shock. After the initial astonishment passed, the way she looked at Chen Feng changed entirely. Her gaze now held the warmth of a mother-in-law eyeing her ideal son-in-law. Without another word, Chen Feng contacted Optimus Prime and gave a direct order. Optimus Prime, transfer $10 million to Mr. S bank account. Yes, my lord, came Optimus Prime's voice from Chen Feng's wristwatch. Wow, that's some real high-tech. Mary's father exclaimed in surprise. Anyone who can afford such advanced technology must be either wealthy or influential. If you like it, uncle, I'll give you one next time, Chen Feng replied generously. His gestures were all meant to win favor with Mary and Spider-Man, since he'd just been interrupted by Mary's parents and missed the chance to extract Spider-Man's genes. Excellent, excellent. Mary's father repeated the word several times, clearly very pleased with Chen Feng. Master, the transfer has been completed, Optimus Prime reminded him. No sooner had Optimus Prime finished speaking than Mary's father's phone chimed with a text message. Mary's father knew exactly what that sound meant. With trembling hands, he pulled out his phone and opened the message. America Bank, your account ending in 2***7 completed a deposit transaction of $100 million on 0***0 at 2216. Current balance, $10,009,156. He sucked a sharp breath, utterly stunned. He had never seen so much money before. Dear, did the money arrive? Mary's mother asked anxiously. Mary's father nodded, his face alight with joy. Yes, it's here. $100 million. That's wonderful. Now our company is saved. Mary's mother exclaimed with relief. Mary watched Chen Feng chatting happily with her parents. Something felt off. She and her boyfriend were being completely ignored. Suddenly, Mary's father grasped Chen Feng's hand again, his voice excited. You, young man, are the son-in-law I've been looking for. I agree. He's the right son-in-law for us. Mary's mother chimed in enthusiastically. What? Chen Feng was completely bewildered. What? Mary was equally stunned. What? Spider-Man was at a loss. No, uncle, you got it wrong. I'm actually Mary's boyfriend. Spider-Man was almost in tears. Dad, Chen Feng is here to see Peter, not me. You've misunderstood. Mary tried to explain, half exasperated, half amused. Uncle, I appreciate how much you like me, but there's really nothing going on between Mary and me, Chen Feng added with a wry smile. Being accepted as the son-in-law by Mary's father, this misunderstanding was getting out of hand. Wah! Mary's father was now completely flummoxed. Wah! Mary's mother echoed, just as baffled. What on earth was happening? A man appears in his daughter's room, only to find out he isn't her boyfriend. The whole situation was unbearably awkward. Still holding Chen Feng's hand, Mary's father asked earnestly, "You really came here to see Peter?" Chen Feng nodded. "Yes, I really did come to see Peter. Do you like Mary?" Mary's father pressed, hoping that Chen Feng, with all his wealth, would become his son-in-law. "Uncle, I just met Mary today," Chen Feng replied with a helpless smile. "As long as you like Mary, I'll see to it she marries you," Mary's father declared heartily. Mary couldn't take it anymore and protested. "Dad, I told you. Peter is my boyfriend." Although she was quite fond of Chen Feng, after going so far with Peter, how could she possibly have the nerve to be with Chen Feng now? Mary's father turned his head, shot his daughter a glare, and snapped impatiently, "I wasn't asking you." Chen Feng shook his head and politely declined. "Uncle, I'm afraid I must let you down. I'm very sorry, but I can't marry Mary." Mary's father shook off Chen Feng's hand, his face darkening as he demanded, "If you don't like my daughter, then what were you doing in her room? Don't tell me you were looking for Peter. How could you end up in my daughter's room if you were looking for Peter? Who believed that story?" Chen Feng was left speechless, but he had to admit Mary's father wasn't wrong. Looking for someone and ending up in a girl's room, it truly made no sense. "Uncle, I have an artificial intelligence system called Optimus Prime. It can access any surveillance camera and pinpoint anyone's phone location. The only reason I found my way here was because my system tracked Peter to Mary's room, so I came here as well," Chen Feng explained. "Then why did you give me $100 million? Mary's father asked in utter confusion. He couldn't wrap his head around why someone who had just met him and barely knew his daughter would hand over such an enormous sum without hesitation. "I'm wealthy. Besides, I'm Peter's friend, and you're his future father-in-law. Helping you is the right thing to do," Chen Feng replied with a smile. "But what if I can't pay back so much money?" Mary's father asked, worry clouding his face. If it were money from a future son-in-law, he wouldn't even consider paying it back. But since Chen Feng didn't want to be his son-in-law, paying it back seemed inevitable, unless Chen Feng was simply giving it away, which seemed impossible given the sheer amount. "I have plenty of money. You don't have to pay me back. Just take it and use it as you need. If you need more, you can always come to me," Chen Feng said generously. With a long sigh of relief, Mary's father felt the weight lift off his shoulders. As long as he didn't have to pay the money back, everything was fine. Spider-Man, feeling increasingly invisible and worried that someone else would soon become Mary's boyfriend, raised his voice and said to Chen Feng, "Chen Feng, don't worry. I'll pay you back the $100 million. At that, Chen Feng burst out laughing. Mary's father also couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Oh, give it a rest," Mary's mother said, shaking her head in disappointment. Seeing everyone's reactions, Spider-Man felt deeply hurt. Was he really that unimpressive? After all, he was a superhero who had saved countless lives. $100 million, surely with some effort he could earn it. "Peter, my dad, doesn't like people who brag," Mary reminded him. After finishing his laughter, Mary's father turned to Spider-Man and said, "Peter, it's not that I look down on you, but think about it. How much does a junior reporter make in a month? You can barely support yourself, and you think you're going to make $100 million? You're daydreaming. Unless you're as talented as Mr. Chen Feng, with your intelligence, making $1 million in your lifetime is far from certain," Mary's mother mocked. "I'll try my best," Spider-Man shouted, raising his voice. The words from everyone around him, paired with the memory of his aunt handing him her last $20 as a birthday present, struck a deep ache in his heart. He was Spider-Man, after all. How had life become so difficult and poor? It hadn't bothered him much before, but now, seeing the way Mary's father treated Chen Feng so differently from him, he suddenly understood. To be a hero, you still had to make money. He made up his mind. He would earn a fortune, so that everyone who looked down on him would see that Peter could be a wealthy man, not just a nobody. "Then come back for Mary when you've made $100 million. Mary's father said gruffly, clearly unimpressed. In his eyes, Peter was neither talented nor brave, and could barely feed himself. How could he trust such a man with his daughter? Spider-Man clenched his fists and replied earnestly, "All right, I'll come back for Mary when I've earned $100 million. "Fine, I'll be waiting," Mary's father replied coolly. "Uncle, Andy, would you mind stepping out for a moment?" There's something I need to discuss with Peter, Chen Feng said politely. I understand, Mary's father replied, a sly smile on his face. As Mary's mother closed the door behind her, she whispered to her daughter, Mary, make sure to take good care of Chen Feng. Chen Feng wondered what exactly she meant by that. Spider-Man was on the verge of losing his temper, thinking, how could parents say such things? Mary's cheeks flushed bright red, and she avoided Chen Feng's gaze. After Mary's parents had left, Chen Feng turned to Spider-Man and said, Peter, don't worry. I'll give you the money to start your own business. It won't be long before you make $100 million. Spider-Man shook his head gratefully. No, I want to earn that $100 million by my own efforts. All right, I respect your decision. In that case, shall we proceed with the gene extraction now? Chen Feng said, barely able to contain his excitement. Spider-Man nodded. I'm ready. Chen Feng reached out and shook Spider-Man's hand. System, extract Spider-Man's genes for me and fuse them with my own, he commanded silently in his mind. Ding! Spider-Man gene extraction successful. Fusion in progress, the system responded. Ding! Congratulations, host. Spider-Man gene fusion complete, the system announced again. As the system's voice faded, a strange surge of power began to transform Chen Feng's body. Whoa, that's itchy, Chen Feng muttered, feeling an intense prickling pain at his wrists. He couldn't help but scratch at them. As he scratched, a strand of spider silk shot out. Chen Feng, can you really extract other people's genes? Spider-Man asked in astonishment. Yes, Chen Feng replied simply. Chen Feng, then is it possible for me to have Peter's abilities as well? Mary yearned for adventure. She found the way Spider-Man swung between skyscrapers exhilarating and wished she could have that kind of power herself. Chen Feng shook his head. My method definitely won't work for you, but you could try studying Peter's genes. Maybe you'll find a way to create a spider serum. Disappointment clouded Mary's face. Having obtained Spider-Man's genes, Chen Feng saw no reason to linger. He waved to Spider-Man and Mary. Peter, Mary, I'm leaving now. If fate allows, we'll meet again. As Chen Feng was about to leave, Mary suddenly remembered his earlier promise to take her on a trip to space. She called out in a rush, Chen Feng, wait. You promised me earlier today that you'd take me to travel through space. Chen Feng paused in his tracks, turned to look at Mary, and gave a wry smile. All right then, let's go now. When watching the movie, he always felt that Mary and Spider-Man were deeply in love. But seeing them now, he realized their relationship was lukewarm at best. Mary didn't seem to care about Spider-Man's feelings at all. Mary clapped her hands in delight and exclaimed, That's wonderful. Spider-Man's face fell, stung by disappointment. He thought to himself, Mary, right in front of me, you're heading off with another man. Have you even considered how I feel? Optimus Prime, come here for a moment, Chen Feng commanded. Yes, my lord. I'll arrive precisely in 5 minutes. Optimus Prime replied. An awkward 5 minutes crept by. With a mighty gust of wind, the Transformer arrived, hovering just outside the window. My lord, I'm here, Optimus Prime announced. Transform into airplane mode, Chen Feng ordered. Yes, my lord, came the prompt response. With a series of mechanical clicks and whirs, the Transformer swiftly shifted into a sleek, dazzling aircraft. Chen Feng turned to Mary and Spider-Man. You both can get on together. After all, it would be awkward to invite only Spider-Man's girlfriend and leave him behind. Without a second thought, Mary dashed to the window, scrambled out with practiced ease, and slipped right into the co-pilot's seat. There's only a pilot and co-pilot's seat. I guess I'll pass, Spider-Man said awkwardly. You could always hold Mary in your arms, Chen Feng suggested. Spider-Man glanced at Mary, who was already absorbed in examining Chen Feng's aircraft, visibly thrilled. He felt a pang of disappointment. Mary had never seemed so happy with him, except perhaps during their athletic escapades. Forget it. You two go ahead and have fun, Spider-Man said, his spirits low. All right then, Chen Feng replied. He'd already obtained Spider-Man's genes and didn't need to worry about his feelings anymore. If Spider-Man wanted to come, fine. If not, so be it. With a single leap, Chen Feng vaulted through the window, soared over Mary's head, and landed smoothly in the pilot's seat. He would never have managed such a difficult feat before. Now, he could do it entirely thanks to the Spider-Man gene, which made him incredibly agile. Once Chen Feng was seated, Optimus Prime closed the hatch. Optimus Prime, normal speed will do. Our destination is space, Chen Feng commanded. Mary was an ordinary person. Too much speed would be unbearable for her. Yes, my lord, Optimus Prime replied, accepting the order. With a whoosh, the plane soared into the sky, accelerating faster and faster, crossing thousands of miles in mere moments. Before long, the plane pierced through Earth's atmosphere and entered the weightlessness of outer space. Freed from Earth's gravity, their speed increased even more. Wow, Space is truly beautiful, Mary exclaimed in awe. With no atmosphere to block her view, Mary could see the cosmos in all its true glory. As she gazed out, her eyes took in the endless expanse, either the black velvet of space or the dazzling brilliance of distant planets. Bathed in sunlight, the planets looked like little lanterns, each shining with its own light in the monotony of space. The breathtaking scenery of the stars enchanted even Chen Feng. It really is beautiful, he sighed with admiration. Mary turned to him, her voice sweet. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I might never have seen such a beautiful space in my whole life. Joy radiated from Mary. She felt this moment was incredibly romantic. Even though they were just sightseeing and not on a date, the experience felt deeply romantic to her. In such an enchanting setting, if Chen Feng were to confess his feelings, Mary was certain she'd be moved to accept. The moon is the closest to Earth. Shall we pay it a visit? Chen Feng suggested. Mary nodded obediently. I'll follow your lead. Optimus Prime, are all the systems on the Transformer running smoothly? Chen Feng asked. My lord, everything is operating normally. If there's any issue, I will inform you immediately. Please rest assured, Optimus Prime replied. Very well. Now proceed to the moon at full speed, Chen Feng ordered. Yes, my lord, Optimus Prime acknowledged. The plane released a powerful jet of gas and shot toward the moon at high speed. As they left Earth farther and farther behind, Chen Feng and his companions could see the entire planet, half in darkness, half in blue. The distance from Earth to the moon is 384,000 kilometers. Human rockets take several days to reach it, traveling in a great elliptical orbit. But with Chen Feng's transformer, they could fly straight there, powered by immense energy and speed, arriving at the moon in just a few hours. The plane landed on the moon. Chen Feng turned to Mary and asked, Mary, would you like to control the transformer and roam freely on the moon? Mary's eyes sparkled with excitement. Can I really? Optimus Prime, if I transform into a Titan, how long could I stay on the moon? Chen Feng asked. With your Titan physique, my lord, you could remain on the moon with no problem at all. The only question is how long you could last without breathing. Optimus Prime spoke. Chen Feng guided a helmet down and gently placed it on Mary's head, speaking softly. Put on this helmet, and you'll be able to control the Transformers with your mind. Oh, thank you, Mary replied, unable to hold back her excitement. She gave Chen Feng a quick kiss. You're welcome, Chen Feng responded, not thinking much of it. Americans were famously open, and it was common for them to greet or express gratitude with a kiss. Optimus Prime, separate the co-pilot seat from the main pilot's seat. Then let me out, Chen Feng ordered. Yes, my lord. Optimus Prime answered dutifully. Once the cabin was divided, the hatch swung open. With a thunderous roar, Chen Feng instantly transformed, leaping out of the cabin in one powerful motion. He shifted into a towering Titan, 3 meters tall, and landed squarely on the lunar surface. The moon's gravity was only a sixth of the Earth's, so with just a light push, he could spring several meters high. If he used a bit more force, he could even break free from the moon's pull entirely. Standing as a Titan on the moon, Chen Feng felt little discomfort aside from the cold and the thin, unbreathable air. Back inside the cabin, Mary covered her mouth in astonishment and exclaimed, Oh my God, he can actually turn into a giant. My lord, the moon is far too silent. Humans generally dislike such an environment. Would you like me to play some music? Optimus Prime suggested. Chen Feng didn't speak, but nodded in agreement. A gentle, romantic melody began to play, shattering the silence of the moon. Every night in my dreams. Hearing the familiar tune, Chen Feng was left speechless. He would have preferred a DJ track or something, but why play the theme from Titanic? My heart will go on. He wasn't exactly falling in love with Mary. Suddenly, a realization struck Chen Feng. He could hear the sounds made by the Transformers. This revelation startled him, because sound needs a medium, solid, liquid, or gas, to travel, and on the nearly airless moon, none of these exist. Yet, he could hear every note with perfect clarity. He remembered reading a news article from America some time ago. It reported that signals detected by the Voyager spacecraft could be rendered audible to the human ear. He understood the principle. Space isn't a perfect vacuum. Otherwise, there would be no planets or stars. It's just that the molecules in space are so sparse and far apart that sound can't travel as it does on Earth, leading most people to believe space is an absolute vacuum. But space isn't 100% empty. Sound can, in fact, be transmitted, just not in the same way as on Earth. In space, sound travels through electromagnetic vibrations. The plasma present in outer space is compressible, so it can generate sound waves. And there is plenty of plasma throughout the solar system. The solar wind, the corona, and other phenomena generated by the sun constantly send out streams of plasma into space. Long ago, some scientists created a machine capable of recording electromagnetic vibrations and even converting them into sounds audible to the human ear. What shocked Chen Feng was that his own ears had somehow acquired this extraordinary ability as well. With a mere thought, he willed himself to listen to other sounds. Astonishingly, he truly began to hear them, noises emitted by the universe itself, loud and chaotic, so jarring that his ears throbbed in pain. Hastily, he used his mind to shift his hearing to different frequencies. As the beautiful melody of "My Heart Will Go On" once again filled his ears, Chen Feng felt his spirit lift. The music was exquisite, utterly captivating. Meanwhile, Mary had already mastered the art of controlling the transformer with her thoughts. Like a child who never grew up, she commanded the transformer to leap and bound, now and then picking up meteorites and tossing them far into the distance. This is amazing. I feel like I've become a superhero. These gigantic meteorites, and I can lift them with ease, Mary exclaimed, her excitement bubbling over. After lingering outside for a while, Chen Feng began to feel uncomfortable, the prolonged breath-holding taking its toll. He hurried over to Optimus Prime, signaling with a few gestures that he wanted to go inside. Optimus Prime shifted into his heavy-duty truck form, separating the drivers and passengers compartments before swinging open the driver's door. Chen Feng reverted to his normal human state, immediately assaulted by the sharp, biting cold. Thankfully, the Spider-Man gene he had fused with kept him alive. Without it, his ordinary human body would have perished in an instant. He quickly clambered into the cab. Once the door closed, Optimus Prime promptly restored the oxygen supply. Chen Feng took a deep breath of the fresh air and felt much better. The partition between the driver and passenger seats slid down. Seeing Chen Feng's pale face, Mary couldn't help but ask with concern, "Chen Feng, are you all right?" "Don't worry, I'm fine," Chen Feng replied with a smile. Despite the discomfort he'd just endured, he had no regrets about his daring escapade. In truth, he still felt exhilarated, thrilled to the core, and reluctant for the adventure to end. "I'm glad you're okay," Mary said, breathing a sigh of relief. "Let's cruise around the lunar surface in truck mode for a bit, then head back," Chen Feng suggested. Mary nodded. "Okay, I'll follow your lead." The surface of the moon was even smoother than grasslands or deserts, so Chen Feng drove at breakneck speed. The heavy-duty truck roared across the landscape, smashing through anything short of a massive obstacle. After all, with the Transformer's massive bulk, there was nothing to fear. Mary's laughter and shouts filled the air. This is incredible. Go even faster." "Chen Feng, there's a hill up ahead. Let's try to jump it and see how high we can fly." Wild with excitement, Mary alternated between gleeful screams and daring suggestions. Some of her ideas left Chen Feng speechless. At one point, Mary proposed carving a set of gigantic letters into the moon's surface, spelling out, "Mary was here." Under Mary's sweet persuasion, Chen Feng agreed. He piloted the Transformer, soaring several thousand meters above the surface of the moon, and then unleashed the pulse cannon, bombarding the lunar landscape until the words, "Mary was here," were blasted onto its surface. Only then did he stop. Carving out these few words had consumed more than half of the Transformer's energy reserves. To put it in perspective, the Transformer's power was equivalent to 2 mushroom clouds. Through the special glass, Mary gazed at that row of enormous letters etched across the moon's surface. Moved beyond words, tears streamed down her face. "Hey Mary, what's going on? Why are you suddenly crying?" "I didn't do anything to upset you," Chen Feng said, puzzled. "I'm just touched." "Thank you, Chen Feng. You're the first person who's ever treated me so kindly." I'm really moved," Mary replied, sobbing. Chen Feng thought to himself, what on earth? What does she mean by that? Could it be that Mary's fallen for him? "It's getting late. Let's head back," Chen Feng said. Mary nodded, still sniffling, and replied, "Okay, let's go home." Optimus Prime, return to Earth. "Take Mary home," Chen Feng commanded. "At your service, Master," Optimus Prime responded dutifully. By the time Chen Feng and the others returned to Earth, dawn was already breaking. The Transformer, in its jet form, landed on the rooftop of Mary's apartment building. The hatch opened, but Mary didn't get out. "We're home," Chen Feng reminded her. Mary hung her head, nervously twisting the hem of her dress with her fingers. Her voice was low and uncertain as she replied, "Oh, so aren't you going in?" Chen Feng urged. Suddenly, Mary looked up, her eyes brimming with emotion as she bit her lip and took a deep breath. "Do you like me?" she asked. Chen Feng was utterly baffled. He had never pursued Mary, nor had he ever had any romantic intentions toward her. He had agreed to rescue her and take her on this space adventure only to leave a Good impression on Spider-Man, hoping Spider-Man would willingly let him extract his genes. He never imagined that his actions would make Mary fall in love with him. Should he accept or refuse? Looking at Mary's lovesick expression, Chen Feng recalled her past. She dated Spider-Man and a wealthy heir, and surely more than just those two. Realizing this, he made up his mind and said awkwardly, "Miss Mary, your boyfriend is Peter." "Yes, Peter is my boyfriend, but now I love you more. I want to break up with Peter. I want to be with you," Mary declared passionately. "What? The only mit yesterday. Isn't your change of heart a bit too quick?" Chen Feng replied, half amused, half exasperated. "I was with Peter because he's honest and wouldn't deceive me. But now I realize that wasn't love, nor was it what I truly wanted. He can't give me the romance I yearn for, or the life I desire. And above all, he can't make me feel safe. But you're different. You're talented, wealthy, a powerful man. And most importantly, you gave me the romance I longed for," Mary said earnestly. "Miss Mary, it was you who first suggested a trip to space. It was also your idea to leave Mary was here written on the moon. I simply helped make it happen. So, really, these romantic moments were created by you, not by me," Chen Feng argued. "But it was you who made them real for me." Mary was unwilling to let go, her heart still lost in the romance of their time in space. "I only helped you because you're Peter's girlfriend," Chen Feng explained. "I don't care. The fact is, I've fallen in love with you," Mary insisted, flinging herself at Chen Feng. "Hey, what are you doing?" Chen Feng tried to fend her off, but his hands landed in an awkward spot, right on Mary's chest. "I want you to accept me," Mary declared passionately. Spider-Man, uneasy about Mary, hadn't gone home. Instead, he'd spent the night in her room. In the middle of the night, half asleep, he thought he heard the sound of an airplane engine. He jolted awake, listening carefully, and overheard voices, Chen Feng and Mary's. Joy surged in his heart. Chen Feng and Mary are back. He quickly climbed out the window, scaling the wall with agile hands and feet. Once on the rooftop, he was about to call out, when he caught sight of a scene that made him want to cry. Chen Feng's hands were resting on his girlfriend's sensitive spot. And then, he heard her say to Chen Feng, "I don't care. The fact is, I've fallen in love with you." Pain stabbed at his heart. Though he'd sensed something was wrong before, he was unprepared for the reality. Only now did he realize how deeply this betrayal hurt. With sharp hearing, Chen Feng noticed someone crying nearby. He turned his head and blurted out, "Damn." Instinctively, he pulled his hands back. Without Chen Feng's hands to hold her back, Mary successfully hurled herself onto him, transforming into a ravenous tigress. She started kissing him wildly, her hands wandering greedily. The scene was almost too much to bear. Spider-Man couldn't take it any longer. He roared, "Mary, how could you?" "Ah!" Mary cried out, scrambling to her feet. When she saw Spider-Man, her face went pale in an instant. "How could you do this?" Spider-Man choked out, tears in his voice. I, Mary stammered, unable to find the words. "Peter, if I told you your girlfriend was acting on her own, would you believe me?" Chen Feng said bitterly. Spider-Man sprang to his feet, pointing at Chen Feng and shouting, "Liar! I knew you were up to no good. You deliberately helped me rescue Mary just to play the hero. And then you show up at Mary's room late at night, claiming you were looking for me. Who would believe that? And then you even took Mary to space for a joyride. Mary is my girlfriend. What gives you the right to take her on a trip? You just want to steal Mary away from me. Don't think I don't know. And you have the nerve to make excuses. Take just now, for example, with your skills. How could you fail to dodge when Mary pounced on you? Or let her bite you all over? You're really something else, so sneaky and devious. I absolutely won't trust you anymore." Chen Feng sighed inwardly, realizing the misunderstanding had grown far too deep to clear up, especially with Spider-Man so consumed by jealousy. So he simply gave up on explaining, turned to Mary, and said, "Miss Mary, you're home now. Please get out." Mary gripped the handle of the cabin door stubbornly. "I'm not getting out. I want to stay with you." Chen Feng turned and called out to Spider-Man, "Peter, come and take your girlfriend." But Spider-Man just stood there, still sobbing, unmoved. "Get out," Chen Feng ordered. "No," Mary replied. "If you don't get out, I'll have to force you," Chen Feng threatened. "Go ahead, then. If you have the guts, hit a woman who loves you." Mary shot back, throwing caution to the wind. Since Peter had already seen everything, she might as well live with Chen Feng instead. After all, he was so outstanding, 1,000 times better than Peter. Mary clung tightly to the cabin door handle. If he tried to pry her hands off by force, he might break her fingers. So, suddenly, Chen Feng reached out and gave her chest a quick squeeze. "Ah!" Mary let out a startled cry and instinctively let go. Chen Feng quickly scooped Mary up and tossed her toward Spider-Man. Despite feeling betrayed, Spider-Man was too kind to stand by, and watch Mary get hurt, so he opened his arms and caught her. Optimus Prime, we're leaving, Chen Feng commanded. Yes, master, replied Optimus Prime. The transformer, in the form of a plane, lifted off. With a thunderous roar, the jet's tail shot out a powerful blast of exhaust, and the plane soared through the sky. Thanks to his current physique, even breaking the sound barrier was no issue for Chen Feng. Watching Chen Feng leave, Mary suddenly burst into tears, loud, heartbroken sobs full of grievance. This left Spider-Man completely at a loss. Should he comfort her or scold her? After a short while, Mary turned to Spider-Man and accused him. It's all your fault. You can't make me happy, yet you still want to stop me from finding happiness. Spider-Man, never good with words, was left utterly speechless. Mary pointed at the moon and shouted angrily. Did you see that line of words on the moon? Mary was here. Chen Feng wrote that for me. He can give me anything I want, and that's why I fell in love with him. Is that so wrong? Spider-Man's eyesight was extraordinary. Even without a telescope, he could just barely make out the words Mary was here on the moon's surface. Words big enough to be seen from Earth. Just how massive must they be? Honestly, even he was stunned that Mary's next sentence was, he can give me anything I want. That's why I fell in love with him. Is that wrong? He thought about it carefully. In truth, there was nothing wrong with that. After all, everyone had the right to pursue happiness. Just like himself. Mary was already engaged, about to marry a wealthy heir, and yet here he was, still entangled with her. Realizing this, he suddenly understood Mary a bit more. The resentment he'd been feeling toward her lessened considerably. Spider-Man placed both hands gently on Mary's shoulders and said warmly, Mary, I'm sorry. I was wrong. You have every right to chase your own happiness. My happiness has already flown away. Where am I supposed to find it now? Mary complained, her voice tinged with tears. I'm good friends with Harry, and he can help me find Chen Feng, Spider-Man replied earnestly. Wiping away her tears, Mary managed to smile through her sadness. Really? Spider-Man nodded vigorously. Really? In that case, I forgive you. Let's just be good friends from now on. Mary said. Sure, good friends, Spider-Man replied, his heart aching. After leaving Mary's house, Chen Feng returned to his private island, where he swapped out his old cold fusion reactor for a new one. He also specially crafted a web shooter device, strapping it to his wrist so he could shoot webs just like Spider-Man. Once everything was ready, he headed back to New York. He intended to find Green Goblin Harry and ask for some tritium. Of course, he could extract the tritium himself, but it would take far too long. He didn't want to wait. Getting it directly from Green Goblin would be much faster. At the Osborn Corporation, Harry was busy with work when his secretary informed him that someone claiming to be from S.H.I.E.L.D. had come to see him. He couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. The Osborn Corporation had never had any dealings with S.H.I.E.L.D., and they'd always kept out of each other's way. Why would S.H.I.E.L.D. suddenly come looking for him? Was it because of the incident with Dr. Octopus? Were they here to cause trouble? The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. Better to find out directly. He instructed his secretary to bring Chen Feng to his office. When he saw Chen Feng enter, a towering figure with broad shoulders and an aura of wildness, Harry couldn't help but marvel at the respect S.H.I.E.L.D. was showing him, sending someone so formidable. The Osborn Corporation was one of the top 10 conglomerates in America, its power rivaling even Stark Industries, but Harry didn't dare to be as dismissive toward S.H.I.E.L.D. as Iron Man was. After all, Osborn's main business wasn't weapons, so he had to show S.H.I.E.L.D. proper deference. He stood up, gestured politely, and said warmly, Please have a seat. Chen Feng sat down confidently in the office chair and said to Harry, I'm here today to discuss a partnership. A wave of relief washed over Harry. So, he wasn't here to make trouble after all. He smiled. What kind of partnership? I need all the tritium your Osborn Corporation has, Chen Feng replied. Harry's expression shifted as he tapped his fingers on the desk. Tritium is extremely rare. There are only 25 pounds of it in the whole world. Last time, Dr. Octopus wasted quite a bit of what I had. Now, our group supply is running low. You want all, so what do you have to offer in exchange? I can cure your family's genetic disease, Chen Feng replied. For Dr. Zhao Helen's regenerative cradle technology, the genetic illness plaguing the Osborn family could be solved with ease. Harry shot to his feet in astonishment. Are you serious? His family's hereditary disease had tormented them for centuries. Genius after genius had come from his lineage, yet none had managed to find a cure. The greatest dream of his family was not to amass wealth or power, but to be free from this inherited affliction. That was why Harry was so deeply shaken. Chen Feng nodded. I mean it, but you'll need to wait a little while. My team is close to developing the regenerative cradle technology. Once it's ready, your entire family's genetic disease can be cured. With a heavy thud, Harry slumped back into his executive chair, disappointment written all over his face. Irritated, he said, "You haven't even developed the technology to treat my family's disease, and yet you come asking me for tritium. Is this what S.H.I.E.L.D. calls sincerity? I need the tritium urgently, which is why I came early," Chen Feng explained. Harry eyed him with curiosity. "I have to ask, what do you plan to do with tritium? Build weapons? Or blow up the planet?" Tritium was terrifyingly powerful. Just a drop could level all of New York. "I wanted to support Dr. Octopus's artificial sun project," Chen Feng answered. Realization dawned on Harry. The artificial sun project was something he himself believed in and had heavily backed, though unfortunately it had failed. "I'm willing to hand over Osborn Group's tritium to you, but I have 2 conditions," Harry said. "Name them," Chen Feng replied with delight. 2 conditions? He'd agree even if there were hundreds. By the time he fulfilled them, he would already be far stronger, and whether he kept his promises would depend entirely on his own whim. "First, you must cure every member of my family's genetic disease. Second, once the artificial sun technology succeeds, you must share it with me," Harry said solemnly. Chen Feng rose, extending his right hand with a broad smile. "It's a pleasure working with you." He was elated. He hadn't expected to obtain the Osborn Group's tritium so easily. Harry took his hand and smiled in return. "A pleasure working with you." Chen Feng and Harry happily signed a contract together. Once the contract was done, Harry straightforwardly handed over the tritium to Chen Feng. The tritium was about the size of a ping-pong ball. It didn't look like much, but in truth, it was a tremendous amount. There were only 25 pounds of it in the entire world. Last time, when Dr. Octopus conducted his experiment, he used only a fingernail-sized amount of tritium, and it caused such a huge commotion, it almost blew up New York. So you can imagine just how precious this ping-pong ball-sized chunk of tritium must be. After leaving Oscorp, Chen Feng originally planned to go to S.H.I.E.L.D. and ask for some vibranium. But as he walked, he noticed quite a few people on the street talking about him, and he stopped in his tracks. Listening more closely, he realized they were discussing how he had written a message on the surface of the moon just to impress Mary. What left him both amused and exasperated was that many people now saw him as some kind of romantic legend, even joking that the ultimate way to win a girl's heart was to carve her name onto the moon. He took out his phone and commanded, "Optimus Prime, pull up the news about me." "At once, my lord," Optimus Prime replied. Instantly, his phone flooded with news reports, and the screen started to play a video segment. In the video, a reporter was interviewing Mary. "Miss Mary, could you tell us how Mr. Chen Feng managed to take you to the moon?" the reporter asked. "He has this robot called a transformer, which can change into all kinds of things. He made it turn into a plane and flew me up to the moon," Mary answered, her face glowing with happiness. "Was it fun on the moon?" the reporter continued. Mary nodded enthusiastically, reminiscing as she spoke. "It was incredible. The dazzling starry sky, the endless lunar landscape, and especially listening to that romantic song My Heart Will Go On in the Silence of Space. It was just so dreamy." "Wow, Miss Mary, I'm so jealous," the reporter exclaimed. Mary smiled blissfully. "Miss Mary, how did that message on the moon's surface? Mary was here. Get carved?" "We're all dying to know," the reporter prodded, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. That was Chen Feng, controlling the transformer to fire a pulse cannon and blast the words onto the moon. "The whole scene was as beautiful as a fireworks show," Mary replied. "Miss Mary, could you reveal Chen Feng's true identity to us?" the reporter asked mischievously. Mary's happy expression instantly faded, and she replied with a hint of annoyance. "He left because my ex-boyfriend upset him. I can't find him anywhere. The real reason I agreed to this interview was to tell him, through the TV, Chen Feng, I love you. Please don't leave me." Chen Feng could only shake his head and laugh as he turned off his phone. What on earth is all this? Are foreign girls really this fickle? Just yesterday she was with Spider-Man, and now, only a few hours later, she's professing undying love for him. At this moment, Spider-Man's probably soaking his pillow with tears, Chen Feng guessed. Suddenly, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen. It was Spider-Man calling. He'd given Spider-Man his number just yesterday. He pressed the answer button, and Spider-Man's anxious voice burst through. "Chen Feng, you have to save Mary. She's been taken by the lizard." Chen Feng knitted his brows and said impatiently, "Peter, are you really that clueless? I've already told you. Your girlfriend's feelings are one-sided. I don't like her. She was taken by Professor Lizard. So you should be the one to save her, not come looking for me." He was busy with his own matters and didn't have time to rescue anyone. Besides, he knew exactly why Professor Lizard had kidnapped Mary. This whole mess had been caused by Spider-Man himself, and that's why Mary ended up being captured. "Chen Feng, I misunderstood you. I was wrong. I'm sorry. I only called you because I had no other choice. I really can't find Professor Lizard, so I had to ask for your help," Spider-Man pleaded. Hearing Spider-Man's desperate tone, Chen Feng's mood softened a bit. He turned to Optimus Prime and ordered, "Optimus Prime, locate Mary's phone and check where Professor Lizard is hiding." "Yes, my lord." Optimus Prime replied at once. "My lord, Professor Lizard is very clever. I checked the street surveillance footage. He tossed Mary's phone into the river, then took her down into the sewers. Since neither Professor Lizard nor Miss Mary is carrying any electronic device that can transmit a signal, and there are no cameras in the sewers, I can't track them," Optimus Prime reported. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng turned to Spider-Man and apologized. "Peter, I'm sorry, but as you just heard from Optimus Prime, there's nothing more I can do." "No, Chen Feng, you must have a way. I'm begging you, please save Mary." Spider-Man pleaded desperately. "I have very important things to take care of, and I can't find Mary either," Chen Feng replied. "Chen Feng, if you help me rescue Mary, I'll owe you a favor," Spider-Man said, his voice filled with hope. A favor from Spider-Man? Chen Feng considered this for a moment. While Spider-Man wasn't the most powerful hero, in certain areas, he had abilities others could hardly match, such as stealth and theft. Spider-Man could crawl silently along walls, shoot webs to snatch objects, and retrieve them with ease. Chen Feng thought, if S.H.I.E.L.D. refused to give him vibranium, he could always have Spider-Man steal it for him. Besides, Professor Lizard's genes were quite remarkable. The regeneration ability was extraordinary, able to heal even the most severe wounds in an instant. With such a power, Chen Feng would never have to fear injury again. With that in mind, he said to Spider-Man, "All right, I'll help you." On the other end of the line, Spider-Man finally relaxed a little at Chen Feng's agreement and thanked him gratefully. "Thank you, Chen Feng." "You're welcome. Now tell me, where are you? I'll come find you," Chen Feng said. "I'm on street. That's where Professor Lizard took Mary," Spider-Man replied. "All right, wait for me. I'll be there right away," said Chen Feng. This time, Chen Feng did not use the Transformer to get there. The Transformer was simply too large to move through the narrow sewer tunnels, so he instructed it to escort the tritium element back to his private island and hand it over to Dr. Octopus. Chen Feng hailed a taxi and headed for the street Spider-Man had mentioned, but there was a traffic jam along the way, and as a result, it took him over an hour to finally reach the street. All this while, Spider-Man had been waiting anxiously by the roadside. When he saw Chen Feng step out of taxi, he hurried over and called out, "Chen Feng." Seeing Spider-Man's anxious expression, Chen Feng offered some reassurance. "Peter, don't worry. The Lizard Professor won't harm Mary for the time being." "Why not? The Lizard Professor is a villain," Spider-Man replied, confused. "Let me ask you, why did the Lizard Professor kidnap Mary?" Chen Feng asked. "Because of me. I ruined his mutation plans, and he's hated me ever since. He's always out to give me trouble," Spider-Man explained. "Exactly. He took Mary purely to get back at you. Before he's had his revenge, he won't hurt her. So there's no need to worry too much," Chen Feng said. Spider-Man looked even more puzzled. "But hardly anyone knows about my identity. The only ones who do are Dr. Octopus, you, Mary, Harry, and maybe a couple of others. How could the Lizard Professor possibly know that Mary is my girlfriend?" Chen Feng chuckled, half exasperated, half amused. "Come on. Would Dr. Octopus be the one sent to mess with you?" "Harry, then," Spider-Man said. "So, how did Dr. Octopus lure you out before?" Chen Feng continued. Suddenly, Spider-Man clapped his hands in realization. "Oh, I get it now. The Lizard Professor must have been sent by Harry to come after me, too." Chen Feng nodded. "That's right. It's all my fault for not keeping my identity a secret. I've dragged Mary into this," Spider-Man said, filled with self-blame. "Let's go. We need to find a few good scent tracking hounds, and then we'll head down into the sewers to look for Mary," Chen Feng said. After his genetic fusion with Spider-Man, Chen Feng's physique, hearing, eyesight, sense of smell, even his sixth sense, all had been enhanced. But when it came to tracking by scent, he still couldn't compete with a dog. And besides, the sewers stank so badly that even if he could, he wouldn't want to. Spider-Man had thought Chen Feng was heading to a pet market to buy dogs, but to his surprise, Chen Feng led him to the police station instead. When he saw Chen Feng flash his shield credentials, the police immediately handed over several military dogs to him. Spider-Man could hardly conceal his envy, secretly resolving that he'd join S.H.I.E.L.D. one day, too. Leaving the police station, Chen Feng and Spider-Man each held 2 leashes, leading the hounds. They took a ride to Mary's house. They needed something she had used, so the hounds could pick up her scent. Much to Chen Feng's dismay, when Mary's parents saw him, they looked at him as though he were their savior, pleading desperately with him to rescue Mary. But as for Spider-Man, Mary's parents simply ignored him. This truly is an age that worships wealth, Chen Feng sighed to himself. If Spider-Man were rich, Mary's parents definitely wouldn't have treated him with such indifference. After collecting some of Mary's clothes, Chen Feng left her house and returned to the street. He and Spider-Man made their way to the entrance of the sewer where Professor Lizard had disappeared and handed Mary's clothes to the military dogs so they could catch her scent. Once the dogs had memorized the scent, they barked sharply a few times. Without needing any further command, they plunged straight into the sewer. The moment they entered, Chen Feng held his breath. The stench was overwhelming, so foul it made him want to retch. Spider-Man, protected by his suit, was spared from most of the smell, so he was faring much better. Twisting and turning through the dank tunnels, the group moved forward, sometimes stopping, sometimes forging ahead. Before long, Chen Feng was filthy, covered in grime, and reeking to high heaven. He endured it, all for the sake of gaining Spider-Man's favor. He endured it, all for the chance to obtain Professor Lizard's genes. Chen Feng told himself silently that it was worth it. Dragging 4 military dogs along, Chen Feng and Spider-Man searched the sewers for a long time, but found no sign of Mary or Professor Lizard. Eventually, Chen Feng lost his patience and decided to call it quits. He turned to Spider-Man and said, "Peter, let's get out of here. We need to come up with another plan to find them." "Chen Feng, just hold on a little longer. We might find Mary any moment now," Spider-Man pleaded, unwilling to give up. "Hold on. Take a look at me. Do I look like anything but a disaster? I'm worse than a beggar right now. If I walk out like this, people aren't going to avoid me because I'm powerful. They'll run from me because I stink so horribly." Chen Feng grumbled, exasperated. He had lost count of how many times he'd gagged. He simply couldn't take it anymore. "Maybe I could go buy you a breathing filter?" Spider-Man offered meekly. He knew he was asking too much of Chen Feng. After all, Chen Feng was a man, with power and status, and yet here he was, crawling through the sewers just to help him. Spider-Man felt guilty, but for Mary's sake, he had no choice. "Let's get out of here. I have a way to lure Professor Lizard out," Chen Feng said. "What's your plan?" Spider-Man asked. "I'll tell you when we're outside," Chen Feng replied impatiently. "All right," Spider-Man agreed. The 2 men and 4 dogs emerged from the sewer, trailing such a pungent odor that passers-by pinched their noses and hurried away in disgust. No one wanted to come within 3 steps of them. Chen Feng led Spider-Man to a luxury hotel, hoping to wash away the stench. To his surprise, they were stopped at the entrance by the doorman and security guard. "Filthy beggars. Get lost," the security guard barked furiously. "Go beg somewhere else. This isn't a place for your kind," the doorman sneered. Spider-Man's face flushed with embarrassment. He was mortified. But Chen Feng, undeterred, let go of the dog's leashes and pointed at the doorman and the guard, commanding the dogs, "Bite them." The well-trained military dogs, upon hearing the order, instantly became ferocious. With a chorus of wild barking, they lunged at the doorman and security guard. A cry of terror rang out. "Help! Don't let it bite me. Hold your dog back, It bit my foot, help." These were no ordinary dogs, but military dogs, specially trained to know exactly where to bite first. If you anger them, they can leap straight for your throat, ending things in an instant. Dogs love commotion. The 2 dogs Spider-Man was holding saw their companion bite someone and wanted in on the action, lunging forward with all their might. Spider-Man gripped the leashes tightly, stopping his dogs from joining the fray. He tried to reason with Chen Feng, saying, "Chen Feng, let it go. With us looking like this, it's no wonder people misunderstand." "Come back," Chen Feng called out. The 2 military dogs let go at once, trotting obediently back to Chen Feng's side and sitting down. Chen Feng strode forward, looking down imperiously at the doorman and the security guard writhing on the ground. In a commanding voice, he demanded, "I want to go in. Are you still going to try and stop me?" The doorman and the security guard hastily waved their hands, stammering in fear. No, we won't stop you. Please go right in." With Spider-Man and 4 military dogs in tow, Chen Feng entered the hotel. The staff scattered in panic, terrified he might set the dogs on them. The waitstaff could flee, but the receptionist couldn't. Her post was right there, and running away would be neglecting her duty. Holding her breath, the receptionist forced herself to address Chen Feng and his group. "Sir, I'm terribly sorry, but our hotel doesn't allow pets. $1 million. I'll book the entire hotel for the day," Chen Feng declared grandly. The receptionist gasped, her mouth falling open in shock, drawing a breath, and then she doubled over, retching. The stench was unbearable. She gagged for quite a while, and only when her stomach was empty did she finally stop. Pale and exhausted from vomiting, she managed a strained, professional smile at Chen Feng. "Sir, did you really mean to spend $1 million to book out our hotel for a day?" Chen Feng nodded, his patience wearing thin. "Yes. Hurry up, I stink. I need to get clean fast." "All right away, sir. Please don't worry, I'll notify the manager at once," she replied politely. Booking out the hotel was a big deal and beyond her authority. She needed the manager. In America, money talks no matter who you are. The hotel manager rushed over as soon as he heard about the $1 million offer. His enthusiasm for Chen Feng was almost overwhelming. He was one step short of calling him dad. "Sir, here's our hotel's bank account information. Just transfer the money here," the manager said, beaming. "Optimus Prime, transfer $1 million, Chen Feng ordered. "Yes, my lord," Optimus Prime replied. A notification chimed from the hotel's computer. The manager checked the transaction details, his face lighting up with delight. He turned to Chen Feng and said, "Sir, please come in. Our presidential suite will be sure to meet your every expectation. Send my 4 military dogs back to the police station," Chen Feng said, tossing the leashes to the manager. The manager, unconcerned about getting his hands dirty, took them without hesitation. Spider-Man, quick-witted as ever, also handed over his leash to the manager. The manager passed all the leashes to a server, instructing them to return the dogs to the police station. Now, the manager was even more enthusiastic toward Chen Feng. A man with money and connections to the police, this was surely someone important. If he could curry favor with Chen Feng, his own prospects would soar. Led by the manager, Chen Feng entered a luxurious suite. The first thing Chen Feng did was head straight for the shower. He spent an hour in the bathroom before emerging. The subtle fragrance filling the room soothed his spirit. Spider-Man, not quite as obsessed with cleanliness, gave himself a quick rinse before heading to Chen Feng's room to wait. When he saw Chen Feng step out of the bathroom, he immediately asked, "Chen Feng, what was that plan you mentioned earlier?" While drying his hair with a towel, Chen Feng replied, "It's simple. Just let Professor Lizard know where you are, and he'll come to you on his own." "But how do we let him know?" Spider-Man asked, sounding troubled. "Just make sure Harry finds out where you are. If Harry knows, Professor Lizard will definitely come looking for you," Chen Feng said. "All right, I'll put on my suit and head to Oscorp," Spider-Man replied. "Go ahead. I'll be there to back you up," Chen Feng assured him. After Spider-Man left, Chen Feng asked the hotel manager to procure a variety of special fabrics for him. Some stiff, some incredibly elastic, others soft to the touch. He intended to make a Spider-Man-style suit for himself. With the suit, he wouldn't have to worry about Harry recognizing him. Not that Chen Feng was actually afraid of Harry. He just didn't want to make an enemy of such a powerful force, at least not before he had built up his own strength. Having money was a wonderful thing. Whatever he wanted was within reach. With the help of an electric sewing machine and Optimus Prime, Chen Feng crafted a fitted spider suit. His version looked nothing like Spider-Man's. It was entirely black, not a hint of any other color. That was exactly what he wanted. It would allow him to melt into the shadows. Aesthetics weren't important. Practicality was what mattered. Chen Feng then asked Optimus Prime to activate the 3D holographic projector so he could monitor Spider-Man's situation. To his surprise, he saw Harry, clad in the Green Goblin armor, in hot pursuit of Spider-Man. Why is Harry personally getting involved? Did Spider-Man do something to provoke him? Chen Feng wondered aloud. He didn't rush to help, waiting instead for Professor Lizard to appear. When Spider-Man faced villains who couldn't fly and were rather clumsy, like Dr. Octopus or Professor Lizard, he always had the upper hand. Those types of supervillains simply had no way to deal with him. But when it came to foes like the Green Goblin, who could fly and wield advanced weaponry, Spider-Man had no advantage at all. He could only run and look for a chance to strike back. Spider-Man desperately used his webs, performing all kinds of daring acrobatic moves as he swung ahead, dodging the Green Goblin's relentless attacks. Meanwhile, the Green Goblin stood comfortably atop his glider, leisurely following Spider-Man. Seeing Spider-Man flounder under his assault brought a burst of gleeful laughter from him. "Run, little spider. Run faster." The Green Goblin taunted with a wicked grin, then, without another word, flicked several razor-sharp throwing knives forward. Hearing the deadly whir of the spinning blades, Spider-Man hurriedly shot out another web, yanking himself off course just in time to evade the flying knives. "Not bad, not bad. Keep it up," the Green Goblin applauded mockingly, then pulled out a pumpkin bomb, set the timer, and hurled it at Spider-Man, who was still swinging through the air. The bomb emitted a shrill, beeping sound, growing faster and more urgent. Having fought the Green Goblin several times before, Spider-Man was all too familiar with his tricks. He quickly fired another web and gave it a powerful tug, sending himself hurtling forward at even greater speed. But the pumpkin bomb was no ordinary weapon. It detonated mid-air, unleashing a shockwave that blasted Spider-Man out of the sky. With a thunderous crash, Spider-Man landed hard on his back atop a taxi, crumpling the vehicle beneath him. The windshield shattered, and all 4 tires burst under the impact. Aching all over, Spider-Man struggled to turn himself over and rolled off the wrecked car. He knew that Chen Feng's Optimus Prime could listen in on his words, so he called out into the open, "Chen Feng, hurry up and help. If you don't get here soon, Harry's going to finish me off." From the battered taxi Spider-Man had just smashed, Chen Feng's voice emerged. If you can't beat him, why don't you just hide? If I hide and Harry can't find me, he might call on the lizard himself. Then what do we do? Spider-Man replied, worry evident in his voice. All right. Just hang in there. I'm on my way. Chen Feng responded with resignation. He thought for a moment. If he joined forces with Spider-Man to fight the Green Goblin, the Goblin wouldn't stand a chance. Overwhelmed, the Goblin would surely call for backup. Dr. Octopus had already left New York, so the only one left who could help was the lizard. And once the lizard appeared, Chen Feng's objective would be achieved. Donning his spider suit, Chen Feng opened the hotel's window, took a deep breath, and leapt out. The wind howled past him as his body plummeted downward, the rush growing louder as he picked up speed. Fear welled up inside him. After all, this was his first time jumping from a building, and he was worried he might not survive the fall. When Chen Feng was about 5 stories above the ground, he shot out his right hand, firing a silvery web toward a building across the street. Gripping the web tightly, he swung toward the opposite building, propelled by the web's pull. As he neared the building, he reached out with his left hand. Launching another web at a structure further ahead, he released with his right hand and pulled with his left, and his body swung forward even faster than before. In this way, he kept shooting out webs, quickly soaring. Ahead, unlike Spider-Man, he was focused on utility, not showmanship, and performed no flashy maneuvers. Spider-Man, on the other hand, would sometimes flip in midair just to look cool while swinging. Chen Feng's speed grew faster and faster, until eventually, he was no longer swinging. He was flying in a straight line. His hands shot out webs one after another, and by skillfully yanking on the strands, he kept himself moving forward at all times. To an onlooker, it looked as if he were flying through the air. This feels amazing, huh? Chen Feng laughed exuberantly, his spirits soaring. The feeling of moving through the air propelled solely by his own strength filled him with a sense of exhilaration and absolute freedom. Before long, Chen Feng arrived at the scene where Spider-Man was battling the Green Goblin. Spider-Man was already battered and bruised, his clothes torn to shreds, and even his mask was missing. All around, crowds of citizens gathered to watch, many holding up their phones to record the spectacle, shouting and cheering with excitement. Some die-hard Spider-Man fans were frantically rooting for their hero. Spider-Man, you're the best. Spider-Man, I love you. Spider-Man, take down that demon. Avenge the innocent victims. Defeat the demon. Defeat the demon. Spider-Man had many supporters, but what did it matter? He was still being mercilessly beaten by the Green Goblin. With a thunderous explosion, Spider-Man was struck again by one of the Green Goblin's pumpkin bombs and collapsed to the ground, unable to stand for the moment. Chen Feng, why aren't you here yet? Spider-Man muttered in despair. He realized the Green Goblin had become even more formidable than before, and he was no match for him now. All he could do was desperately hope that Chen Feng would arrive to help. The crowd gasped and shouted in alarm as they saw Spider-Man fall before the Green Goblin. Spider-Man, get up. You can't give up. Come on, Spider-Man. Go, Spider-Man. Wearing the Green Goblin's armor, Harry's very nature had changed. He had become utterly evil, without a trace of mercy. In fact, he believed that other people's screams were the most beautiful music in the world. For this reason, he often tormented and killed innocent citizens, just to hear their screams, cries, pleas for help, wails, and moans of pain. He called this collection of sounds his Hell Symphony. With a character like his, how could he tolerate being cursed and insulted by the crowd? He pulled out 2 pumpkin bombs and casually tossed them at the onlookers. The crowd panicked, scattering in terror as they ran for their lives. Spider-Man, save us. Spider-Man, I'm your fan. Please help me. Spider-Man, even if I die, I want you to know I love you. The Green Goblin looked at the terrified citizens and burst into raucous laughter, mocking them loudly. Weren't you so tough just now? Daring to curse at me. What, running already? Don't run. Stay and play with me, ha ha ha. Lying on the ground, Spider-Man tried to use his web to stick the pumpkin bombs and hurl them into the sky, hoping they'd explode. Harmlessly above, he stretched out both hands and strained, but his webs only shot a couple of meters. No, I'm out of strength. What do I do now? Spider-Man said, guilt weighing on his voice. Just as the pumpkin bombs were about to fall among the crowd, 2 white webs shot out with a sharp whoosh, appearing out of nowhere to catch both bombs. The webs flung the pumpkin bombs high into the air. Boom, boom. 2 thunderous explosions echoed above. The pumpkin bombs burst harmlessly in the sky, not harming a single person. After the explosions faded, a dark figure drifted down from above, landing beside Spider-Man. The figure was Chen Feng, clad entirely in a black spider suit. High above, his suit made him nearly invisible, which was why no one had noticed him before. Chen Feng lowered his head and spoke softly to Spider-Man. Peter, Don't say my name. I don't want Harry to recognize me. So what should I call you? Spider-Man asked. Just call me Spider Tyrant, Chen Feng replied. Now wielding the powers of a spider and with a domineering nature, the title fit perfectly. Spider plus Tyrant, Spider Tyrant. All right then, Chun, Spider Tyrant. I'm out of energy. I need a moment to recover. Go deal with the Green Goblin, Spider-Man said weakly. Leave it to me, Chen Feng answered. He was eager to test the strength he now possessed, fused with Spider-Man's genes. The Green Goblin, arrogant and self-important, looked down on everyone and feared nothing. A true demon with no regard for rules. He soared in on his glider, hovering above Chen Feng, and sneered. Another spider with a death wish. I think it's you who's courting death, Chen Feng shot back. The Green Goblin let out a piercing laugh. Ha ha ha. But before he could finish, Chen Feng fired a web that wrapped around his neck. If the goblin's feet hadn't been secured to his glider, Chen Feng would have pulled him straight down. Chen Feng was already strong, far beyond an ordinary person, and now, with Spider-Man's genes, his strength was extraordinary. With a powerful tug, he pulled the Green Goblin down more than a meter. Green Goblin, with strength like yours, you dare to mock me? You're overestimating yourself, Chen Feng taunted. The Green Goblin, stung by the insult, refused to back down. With a thought, he triggered his glider to extend 2 gun barrels. As the guns popped out with a metallic snap, Chen Feng instantly released his web and sprang aside, dodging a hail of bullets from the glider's machine guns. Having dodged successfully, Chen Feng shot another web at the Green Goblin, once again snaring his neck and yanking hard. The Green Goblin instinctively hunched down. Damn black spider, he cursed in frustration. Chen Feng was too fast, too strong. He simply had no way to deal with him. I'm a Spider Tyrant, Chen Feng replied coldly. Spider Tyrant? I'll smash your head in. The Green Goblin spat, grumbling as he once again took control of his glider and opened fire on Chen Feng. Chen Feng released his web and dodged once more, then struck with both hands at lightning speed. 2 strands of web shot out, swift as a flash. Once again, the Green Goblin was ensnared by Chen Feng's webs. Arf! I'm going to kill you! The Green Goblin howled, deranged with rage. He felt utterly humiliated, his dignity trampled under Chen Feng's feet. The shame was unbearable. He was losing control, teetering on the edge of madness. Come down here, you lunatic, Chen Feng said coolly, giving the web a fierce tug. A violent pull yanked the Green Goblin from the sky, dragging him down hard. The moment the Green Goblin hit the ground, Chen Feng charged forward. His fist slammed into the Green Goblin's head, snapping it to the side. Luckily, the Goblin's helmet absorbed most of the blow. Without it, his face would have been battered and bruised. But Chen Feng wasn't finished. He pressed in close, his elbows smashing into the Green Goblin's neck, forcing a pain scream from his foe. Then, with the force of a bear, Chen Feng rammed his shoulder into the Green Goblin, sending him flying. But before the Green Goblin could even travel a meter, Chen Feng seized his wrist and yanked him back. Turning swiftly, Chen Feng positioned himself back-to-back with the Green Goblin, gripping both his hands. With a powerful bend and a sudden thrust of his hips, he executed a perfect over-the-shoulder throw, slamming the Green Goblin onto the concrete with such force that cracks spread across the ground. Temporarily stripped of the ability to fight back, the Green Goblin writhed in agony. Chen Feng raised his heavy boot and stomped down hard on the Goblin's chest, denting even the formidable armor. Looking down at him, Chen Feng spoke in a calm, detached voice. Do you still dare to mock me? Fortunately for the Green Goblin, his armor had a healing function, and being inside it meant his injuries weren't too severe. The brief pause allowed him to recover some strength. He was cunning. Using the suit's controls, he remotely activated his glider and launched another attack on Chen Feng. The rapid rattle of machine gun fire erupted from the glider. But Chen Feng had already anticipated the move. He'd seen this ambush in movies countless times and wasn't about to fall for it. Hearing the gunfire behind him, he dodged immediately. The Green Goblin seized the moment to leap onto his glider and shot into the air. He felt no fear. He wasn't afraid of anyone. But that didn't mean he was reckless. If brute force failed, he'd find another way. His real strength lay in his technology, not his fists. He could easily kill Chen Feng from a distance with his weaponry. Chen Feng fired a web at the glider, sticking it fast. Then, with a powerful push from both legs and a sharp pull on the web, he launched himself skyward, flying straight toward the Green Goblin. Damn it! The Green Goblin exclaimed in surprise. He quickly pulled out 2 throwing knives. One he hurled at Chen Feng, while the other he used to slice through the web. The Green Goblin's knives were laced with poison, so Chen Feng dared not catch them barehanded. With perfect accuracy, he shot out a strand of web, wrapping it around the flying knife and flinging it aside with a swift flick. Meanwhile, The Green Goblin managed to cut through the web. But Chen Feng's webs were inexhaustible, limited only by his own stamina. He shot out another web, gave it a powerful tug, and soared upward, catching hold of the glider's edge. The Green Goblin, seizing the moment, activated an electric shock from the glider. Chen Feng never expected the glider had this feature. His whole body convulsed as electricity coursed through him, yet he couldn't let go. "You're finished now," the Green Goblin sneered with a wicked laugh. Slowly, he produced another poison knife, ready to drive it into the back of Chen Feng's hand. A single stab was certain death. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Chen Feng fired a web downward and yanked hard. The sudden pull caused the glider to drop, throwing the Green Goblin off balance and foiling his attack. At the same time, Chen Feng, propelled by the force of the web, broke free from the glider. He landed on the ground, his hair standing on end and smoke curling from his lips. Swearing under his breath, he spat out, "Damn, that hurt like hell. You've really pissed me off now." When Chen Feng was angry, the consequences were never good. Spider-Man, having recovered, ran to Chen Feng's side. "Spider Tyrant, let's team up and take him down." But Chen Feng shoved Spider-Man aside. "Back off, he's mine." Spider-Man was speechless. Was this really the time to be stubborn? Chen Feng turned to the Green Goblin and declared, "Prepare yourself. You're about to face my full wrath. Are you ready?" The Green Goblin hurriedly steered his glider higher and higher, soaring up to 100 meters. Only then did he mock Chen Feng from above. "If you've got the guts, come up here and fight me. You think just because you're up high, I can't get to you?" Chen Feng replied coldly. "Oh yeah? Then come up. Let's see what you can do," the Green Goblin taunted, his laughter echoing in the air. "Let's see you handle this. Here comes a little missile." With that, the Green Goblin triggered a small missile from his glider. "Spider Tyrant, look out!" Spider-Man yelled, and then, rather unheroically, ducked for cover in a crater left by the Green Goblin's earlier attack. Chen Feng neither ran nor dodged. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the two small missile ports beneath the Green Goblin's glider. The moment the missile emerged, he shot out a web, catching it in midair. With lightning speed, he whipped it away, sending the missile hurtling dozens of meters off course. A thunderous explosion erupted. The blast scattered debris in all directions. A chunk of car wreckage flew straight towards Chen Feng. Without even glancing at it, Chen Feng casually flicked his hand, swatting the debris aside in one swift, stylish motion. "Damn, you can even make my mini-missile change direction. How did you do that?" The Green Goblin was utterly shocked. He couldn't understand it. Spider Tyrant's powers were supposed to be the same as Spider-Man's. So why was Spider Tyrant so much stronger? Whenever he attacked, Spider-Man could only dodge for his life. But Spider Tyrant didn't even bother dodging the mini-missiles. He simply flicked them aside with his web, sending them flying off course. The sheer skill was incredible. Hiding in a crater, Spider-Man caught a glimpse of Chen Feng's impressive maneuver and was equally taken aback. He had webs too, but it had never occurred to him to use them to redirect mini-missiles. Chen Feng lifted his head and glared coldly at the Green Goblin. "If you got any more tricks up your sleeve, use them all." Since even his mini-missiles were useless, the Green Goblin no longer dared to underestimate Chen Feng. He pulled out a handful of throwing knives, his hands moving in a blur as he sent blade after blade hurling toward Chen Feng. A sharp whistling sound filled the air as the knives sliced through it. Chen Feng's hands moved with machine-like precision, picking off each flying knife with pinpoint accuracy, knocking them to the ground. Blade after razor-sharp blade clattered to the pavement like a rain of steel, ringing out with crisp, clear notes. Stunned, the Green Goblin was frozen in disbelief. He had thrown dozens of knives as fast as he could, yet Chen Feng had knocked every single one aside with his web. The sheer skill of it left him speechless. Watching from the sidelines, Spider-Man couldn't help but mutter, "Chen Feng, he's amazing." If the crowd of onlookers hadn't already fled in terror from the Green Goblin, the square would have erupted in thunderous applause. Chen Feng fixed the Green Goblin with a steely gaze. "Keep going," he said, his voice icy. Right now, Chen Feng was using a special technique, pushing his potential to its limits and multiplying his strength several times over. That was why he was able to completely overpower the Green Goblin. But this move came at a cost. It was harsh on his body, and the longer he used it, the more his mind and body would deteriorate, perhaps even to the point of collapse. But now, Chen Feng didn't have to worry about the aftereffects, because his body's recovery abilities were stronger than ever. The Green Goblin was no longer laughing, nor was he swaggering. He aimed the machine guns on his glider straight at Chen Feng. Chen Feng heard the spinning mechanism as the glider prepared to fire. With a flick of his right hand, he shot out a web, snagging a chunk of stone that had broken free from the ground. He gave it a hard tug, pulling the stone toward himself. Catching the stone in both hands, he raised it over his head. A A rapid burst of gunfire hammered the rock, bullets thudding into it one after another. As Chen Feng listened to the increasingly brittle sound of bullets striking stone, he realized the rock was about to give out. Instantly, he crouched, drew his hands back, and then sprang up, hurling the stone straight at the Green Goblin in midair. The Green Goblin hastily dodged aside, narrowly avoiding the flying debris. Again, Chen Feng commanded, his tone filled with unshakable arrogance. The Green Goblin was so furious that he ground his teeth in rage. He pulled out his final weapon, a pumpkin bomb, setting the timer to just 1 second. He hurled it straight at Chen Feng. Chen Feng focused his mind, and the very moment the pumpkin bomb left the Green Goblin's hand, barely a centimeter away, he sprang into action. His right hand shot out a strand of webbing swift as lightning, every bit as fast as a speeding bullet. The web stuck to the pumpkin bomb, and with a sharp tug, Chen Feng yanked the bomb toward himself. Just as the bomb was about to reach him, Chen Feng twisted his wrist, spinning the bomb in midair, and then let go. The pumpkin bomb rocketed back toward the Green Goblin at an even greater speed. Damn! The Green Goblin was stunned by Chen Feng's incredible skill. Cursing under his breath, he tried to escape on his glider, but was already too late. The pumpkin bomb missed him by a hair, but exploded right beside him in a thunderous blast. With a deafening explosion, the pumpkin bomb detonated in the air. The Green Goblin was blown away and sent tumbling from the sky. His glider was also blasted out of the air, crashing to the ground, its lights flickering out. Chen Feng walked over, picked up the glider, examined it, and praised, "This thing's not bad at all." The Green Goblin's gear might not be the most powerful, but it was certainly the coolest, cooler even than Iron Man's suit. The glider, in particular, was impressive. Standing on it and soaring through the sky looked downright spectacular. Chen Feng began to imagine integrating this technology into a transformer. A massive 8.5-meter robot gliding through the air on an enormous wing. Just picturing it made his heart race with excitement. He gave the glider a little shake, then had Optimus Prime try to control it. But the glider didn't respond at all. It was completely wrecked. Once Spider-Man saw that the coast was clear, he rushed out and praised Chen Feng. "Spider Tyrant, you're amazing. You took down the Green Goblin, Harry, without giving him any chance to fight back. And those moves of yours, so cool." "Enough with the flattery," Chen Feng reminded him. "Shouldn't you be finding out where Mary is?" "Oh, right, I'll go now," Spider-Man replied. The fight between Chen Feng and the Green Goblin had been so intense that Spider-Man had completely forgotten about his girlfriend. If Chen Feng hadn't reminded him, he probably wouldn't have remembered, his mind still replaying Chen Feng's dazzling maneuvers. He wanted to learn those moves. If he mastered them, he'd never have to worry about being hunted down by supervillains with high-tech weapons again. With a few agile leaps, Spider-Man landed beside the Green Goblin. He crouched down, gave the Green Goblin's shoulder a shake, and asked, "Harry, where did you have Dr. Lizard take Mary? Tell me now." The Green Goblin, protected by his armor, slowly regained consciousness. Hearing the urgency in Spider-Man's voice, he let out a wicked laugh. "It's no use. Dr. Lizard will never give Mary back to you." Spider-Man's heart sank at those words. His face went pale, and his voice trembled as he asked, "Why?" "Because Professor Lizard said. He wants to turn your girlfriend into a lizard person just like him." The Green Goblin gloated, delighting in Spider-Man's misery. Furious, Spider-Man slammed his fist into the Green Goblin's helmeted head with a resounding thud. Thanks to the helmet, the Green Goblin was unharmed, but Spider-Man's own fist ached from the impact. "Hurry up and tell me where Mary is. Now talk. Quickly," Spider-Man pressed, his voice tight with worry. The Green Goblin just kept cackling, refusing to answer, his smirking face practically begging for another punch. "Please tell me." Spider-Man was on the verge of tears, practically ready to drop to his knees and beg. At that moment, Chen Feng strode over and unceremoniously kicked Spider-Man aside. "Let me handle this," he declared with an air of authority. As the Green Goblin, Harry Osborn was fearless, but as a regular person, he was anything but. Once his goblin armor was removed, he'd revert to his ordinary self, easy to interrogate and spill every secret. Now, facing Chen Feng, the Green Goblin's laughter died away. He darted his eyes around and finally pointed to a hotel not far off. "Professor Lizard and Mary are inside that hotel," he said. Hearing this, Spider-Man immediately dashed toward the hotel without a second thought. Chen Feng, however, didn't budge. He didn't believe a word the Green Goblin said. After all, the Goblin had never been trustworthy. Seeing that Chen Feng wasn't taking the bait, the Green Goblin suddenly rolled across the ground, sprang up, and bolted away at top speed. But could he possibly outrun Chen Feng's web? With a flick of his wrist, Chen Feng shot a web that wrapped tightly around the Green Goblin's neck, halting him in his tracks. Trying to escape? Not so fast, Chen Feng said with a wicked grin. Suddenly, a blade sprang from the goblin's elbow. With a swift twist, he slashed at the web, slicing it clean through in an instant. Although he'd cut himself free, the Green Goblin didn't make another run for it. He knew he couldn't outpace Chen Feng's webs without his glider. Tell Professor Lizard to bring Mary here, Chen Feng demanded. I can do that, but first, you have to answer a few of my questions, the Green Goblin replied, resignation in his voice. Ask, Chen Feng said coolly. Who are you, really? Why do you have powers just like Peter's, and even stronger? And why are you so determined to save Mary? The Green Goblin fired off his questions in quick succession. My name is Spider Tyrant. I was bitten by a spider too, which is why I have the same powers as Peter. As for why I'm so strong, it's because I was born a powerhouse. And as for saving Mary, Peter asked for my help. That's everything you wanted to know. Now, can you call Professor Lizard over? Chen Feng replied, his tone full of swagger. All right, I'll make the call right now, the Green Goblin said with a sly smile. But instead of pulling out a phone, he reached into his armor and produced a pumpkin bomb. Damn you, Chen Feng cursed, leaping out of harm's way. The Green Goblin burst out laughing at Chen Feng's flustered reaction, then hurled the pumpkin bomb at him and called out, see you around. With that, he took off running. Chen Feng had retreated to a safe distance, watching as the pumpkin bomb tumbled across the ground. When it failed to explode after a long moment, anger welled up in him. He'd been played for a fool. The Green Goblin was cunning. Instead of fleeing down the street, he dashed into a large department store. Once inside, he used the system in his armored suit to call his subordinates. Bring weapons and my backup armor to support me. And notify Professor Lizard. Tell him Spider-Man is here, and he needs to get over immediately. Chen Feng gave chase into the department store. Inside, chaos reigned as people scattered in a panic. Help! Mommy! Desperate cries and pleas for help echoed through the air. Bang! Thud! The Green Goblin cared nothing for the lives of others. Anyone in his way was sent flying. Occasionally, he'd even grab a bystander and hurl them back toward Chen Feng, hoping to slow his pursuit. Chen Feng caught each person the goblin threw at him, setting them safely on the ground. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me. At one point, the Green Goblin seized a strikingly attractive woman. Showing no sign of pity, he flung her straight at Chen Feng. Chen Feng caught her, but to his surprise, the woman clung tightly to him, even wrapping her legs around his waist. Chen Feng grew anxious. He couldn't let the Green Goblin escape because of her. He urged her urgently, let go quickly. No, I'm scared. The woman was clearly terrified, her body trembling uncontrollably. Setting aside any sense of chivalry, Chen Feng used brute force to pry her off, then resumed his pursuit of the Green Goblin. The woman, reluctant to be parted from him, called out loudly, Hey, who are you? I want to thank you. How about I become your girlfriend? Chen Feng ignored her. American women were far too forward for his taste. Realizing he couldn't outrun Chen Feng, the Green Goblin darted into a corner where dozens of people were cowering. He rushed over, holding a pumpkin bomb in each hand, and shouted, Everyone get down, or I'll blow you all to pieces. No, please, we'll do as you say. Mister, don't be rash, we'll listen to you. Terrified, the group huddled on the ground, shivering, not daring to resist. Chen Feng caught up. The Green Goblin, now emboldened, grinned wickedly. Hif. Spider Tyrant, come on. I've got 2 pumpkin bombs here. Each has a blast radius of 20 meters. If I trigger them, everything and everyone within range will be blown to bits. Take one more step and I'll set them off, sending you and all these people straight to hell with me. Save us. Hero, please, you must save us. My elderly mother needs me. I can't die. Hero, I'm begging you, please save us. Hero, if you can, please save my daughter. She's only 3 years old. Please, I'm begging you. The hostage's plea weighed heavily on Chen Feng, pressing upon him with an invisible force. He felt uneasy, deeply uneasy. Chen Feng didn't know any of these dozens of hostages, so why should he be the one to compromise with the Green Goblin for their sake? He didn't want to give in, but the thought of all these people dying indirectly because of him made his conscience ache. Spider Tyrant, we've been tricked by Harry. There's no Professor Lizard or Mary in the hotel at all. Spider-Man came running over. A spark of inspiration flashed through Chen Feng's mind. He turned and said to Spider-Man, Peter, you're here, just in time. I'll leave the Green Goblin to you. I'm tired and need a break. He retreated 20 meters and stopped beside a rack of red wine. Casually grabbing a bottle, he slid in a straw and began to drink, settling in to watch the unfolding drama, as if it were a show. Spider-Man stood there, completely baffled. What on earth was this? He'd just dumped the lives of dozens of hostages on him, and left him to face the vicious Green Goblin alone. Wasn't this making his life impossible? The Green Goblin cackled with delight when he saw Chen Feng back off. As for Spider-Man, he dismissed him entirely. After all, Spider-Man had far too many weaknesses. For example, his soft heart. That's what allowed him to survive this long. And his heroic aura, because Spider-Man was compelled to save people. The Green Goblin loved to use hostages as pawns in their twisted games. Unlike Chen Feng, who was a different kind of problem for him altogether. Peter, if you don't help me take down the Spider Tyrant, I'll blow up these hostages right here and now. The Green Goblin deliberately put Spider-Man in a bind. Spider-Man hesitated, torn and at a loss for what to do. From 20 meters away, Chen Feng called out coldly, Green Goblin, do you really think I'll surrender just because of those hostages? Dream on. Push me too far, and I'll wipe out your entire Osborn family. Whoa, let's not get hasty. This is all a misunderstanding, the Green Goblin said with a forced grin. He feared nothing and no one, except for his family. The Osborns were his roots. Without them, he wouldn't dare act so brazenly. Without their support, someone would have taken him down ages ago. What were you waiting for? Tell Professor Lizard to bring Mary over right now. Chen Feng shouted, his voice thunderous with anger. Don't be upset. I've already sent word to Professor Lizard. He'll be here soon with Mary. But let me make this clear. Professor Lizard isn't under my command. He won't take orders from me. So if he offends you, don't take it out on the Osborn family, the Green Goblin said, his tone suddenly respectful. After Chen Feng's threat, he'd lost his nerve and didn't dare provoke him any further. Of course, that only held true as long as Chen Feng didn't come after him. If Chen Feng did attack, then even if his family was doomed, he'd fight to the bitter end, because he was the Green Goblin and even he had his limits. Spider-Man, unsure of how to save anyone, overheard the conversation between Chen Feng and the Green Goblin. He quickly turned to Chen Feng for help, pleading, Spider Tyrant, please ask Harry to spare these innocent people. In his heart, Spider-Man thought that since the Green Goblin feared Chen Feng, as long as Chen Feng spoke up, the Goblin would surely agree to release the hostages. I'm not a hero. I have no connection to those hostages, so why should I ask the Green Goblin to listen to me for their sake? Chen Feng replied coldly. If Spider-Man weren't here, perhaps he would have tried to save them. After all, so many lives hung in the balance. But now that Spider-Man was present, why should he bother? The Green Goblin burst out in raucous laughter at Chen Feng's words, then praised him. Not bad, Spider Tyrant. You really are a sensible man. How about this? Let's settle our differences peacefully. After all, we've never been enemies. Fine. Chen Feng uttered a single word. The Green Goblin cackled again. So, if I give Spider-Man a hard time, you won't interfere, right? Whatever you want. But you're not to touch Mary, Chen Feng said. No problem, the Green Goblin agreed readily. Ow, how can you two be like this? Spider-Man exclaimed in frustration, anger simmering within him, yet powerless against Chen Feng and the Green Goblin. Chin held high, the Green Goblin brandished a pumpkin bomb in each hand, swaggering as he commanded Spider-Man, Peter, I order you to kneel. In your dreams, Spider-Man ground out through clenched teeth. With a press of his right hand, the Green Goblin triggered a sharp beep, the sound of the pumpkin bomb arming. He sneered, heard that? If I so much as lift my thumb, it all goes up. The hostages, no fools themselves, saw Spider-Man hesitating. Panic spread among them as they cried out in desperation, begging for his help. Spider-Man, save us. Please just kneel. We're begging you. Spider-Man, I'll kneel with you. To kneel for the sake of saving lives, it's noble, not shameful. Spider-Man's face turned ashen. He wanted nothing more than a lash out and pummel the Green Goblin. But as he looked at the hostages, each of them pleading so pitifully, his kind heart simply couldn't abandon them. With a heavy thud, Spider-Man dropped to his knees. Soft sobs and sniffles echoed through the crowd. Spider-Man, you'll always be our hero. We love you. You're the true hero, Spider-Man, the hero of America. We'll always stand by you. Don't be afraid, Spider-Man. When I grow up, I'll help you beat up the bad guys. Everyone in the department store was deeply moved by Spider-Man's sacrifice. One by one, they voiced their gratitude. Many girls were so touched, they wept. Hearing their words of thanks, Spider-Man felt a bit better. The humiliation no longer stung. Peter, let's hear you bark like a dog, the Green Goblin pressed, growing more brazen with each demand. The more the citizens adored Spider-Man, the more he wanted to torment him. He wanted everyone to see that. In his presence, Spider-Man was nothing but a clown, a toy for him to play with at will. Inside, Spider-Man struggled, but in the end, he chose to compromise and imitated a dog's bark. Woof, woof, woof. The Green Goblin immediately threw back his head and burst into laughter, his voice echoing with glee. Ah, Is this the hero you all admire? Ha ha ha. All I see is a dog. Ha 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 ha. The Green Goblin laughed so hard that he lost himself in his own triumph. Seizing the opportunity, Spider-Man sprang into action. With a swift motion, he fired off a flurry of webs from both hands, wrapping the Green Goblin's arms tightly. Bound by the webs, the Goblin could no longer hurl his pumpkin bombs. He dared not let go of them. If he did, the explosion might kill him too, even though he wore the Goblin's armor. Who knew if it would be enough to withstand the blast? The Green Goblin wasn't stupid. Realizing he'd lost his leverage, he lifted his foot and kicked someone toward Spider-Man, then turned and fled. Spider-Man, guided by his compassion, caught the person the Goblin had thrown and only then set off in pursuit. Spider-Man's movements were agile, but the Green Goblin kept throwing obstacles in his way, keeping him just out of reach. From the first floor, the Goblin dashed all the way up to the 8th, and then, without hesitation, leapt out the window. "Harry!" Spider-Man shouted. The two of them had been classmates, good friends, in fact. Even now, despite the Goblin's descent into villainy, Spider-Man's friendship for him had not changed. He didn't want to see the Goblin perish. Seeing the Goblin, cornered and desperate, leap from the building, Spider-Man was instantly overwhelmed by guilt and regret. Without a moment's delay, he dove out the window as well, shooting webs in an attempt to save him. But as he burst out of the window, Spider-Man did not see the Goblin plummeting to the ground. Instead, he saw the Green Goblin standing proudly atop his glider, a smug smile on his face. "Ha ha ha! Peter, are you really so reluctant to let me go?" The Green Goblin sneered, his voice dripping with malice. He had jumped, sensing his backup glider had arrived just in time. What surprised him was that Spider-Man had tried to save him, unwilling to see him die. Despite Spider-Man's unwillingness to kill him, the Goblin was determined to destroy Spider-Man. After all, his father, the original Green Goblin, had died at Spider-Man's hands. The vendetta was eternal and unforgivable. Hanging upside down from his web, Spider-Man called out, "Harry, we're friends. How could I stand by and watch you die?" Using the blades on his elbows, the Green Goblin sliced away the webs binding his arms. With a cold, mocking tone, he retorted, "Friends? Peter, do you really consider me a friend?" "Of course. We've always been friends," Spider-Man replied earnestly. Back in school, he'd been a nobody, bullied and looked down upon by his classmates, a constant target of ridicule. But the Green Goblin, heir to a fortune, had never looked down on him. On the contrary, he had been willing to be his friend. So he truly considered the Green Goblin a friend, no matter how the Green Goblin changed. In a word, no matter how many times you hurt me, I will still treat you like my first love. Then why did you kill my father? Don't you know how much I loved him? Or is this just your way of treating a friend? The Green Goblin demanded coldly. Your father lost himself to darkness. If I hadn't stopped him, he would have hurt even more people. I hope you can understand, Spider-Man replied, his voice filled with guilt. Understand? Huh. You killed my father, and now you want me to understand you? Do you take me for a fool? The Green Goblin's voice rose sharply at the end. I only did it to save lives. Spider-Man desperately tried to defend himself. I don't care what your reason was. All I know is you killed my father. For that, you must pay with your life. With those words, the Green Goblin hurled a pumpkin bomb at Spider-Man. Spider-Man shot a web across to the other side and swung away, narrowly escaping the explosion. The Green Goblin soared off on his glider, not out of fear, but to reload his arsenal, planning to return for another round with Spider-Man. Seeing the Green Goblin leave, Spider-Man headed back to the department store, where he found Chen Feng enjoying a glass of wine. Chen Feng, that was way out of line just now, Spider-Man grumbled, clearly upset that Chen Feng, despite his strength, chose not to help. Chen Feng set down his wine bottle and said coolly, I was out of line? Fine, then I'll leave. You can rescue Mary by yourself. With that, he stood up to leave. Spider-Man instantly caved, grabbing Chen Feng's arm and pleading, No, you promised to help me save Mary. You can't go back on your word. He knew his own limits. Battling the Green Goblin had already pushed him to the edge, and with the seemingly invincible lizard joining in, especially since the lizard held Mary, the person he cared about most, hostage, he was completely out of his depth. Chen Feng turned back and asked, So was I out of line? Spider-Man shook his head, his face full of forced misery, and muttered, Not at all. When the lizard shows up, I'll handle him. As for everything else, you're on your own, Chen Feng said. Spider-Man nodded. All right, got it. In truth, he thought this might be for the best. If Chen Feng had another chance to play the hero, his girlfriend might be lost to him for good. This isn't the right place for a fight. Let's head to the plaza, Chen Feng suggested. Spider-Man nodded in agreement. All right. Chen Feng wasn't worried about the lizard finding them. After all, the Green Goblin was sure to tip him off. The two left the department store and made their way to a spacious plaza nearby. Soon, The wail of sirens filled the air as a swarm of police officers arrived at the scene of their earlier battle, rushing to help the injured. The fight was over, and only now did the police appear. It seemed almost ironic. Yet, Chen Feng could completely understand why. Because when the strong clash, the police are no match at all. Going there is just throwing their lives away. Chen Feng, how did you pull off those moves just now? Chen Feng, how did you train your hands to be so fast? Chen Feng, in your fight with Harry later on, how did you suddenly become so powerful? Harry couldn't do anything against you. Spider-Man was as talkative as ever, firing off question after question at Chen Feng. I told you, call me the Spider Tyrant. If Harry finds out who I really am, I won't let you off the hook, Chen Feng replied, his tone annoyed. Oh, Spider Tyrant, why are you so afraid of Harry learning your identity? Spider-Man asked, puzzled. Because he's still useful to me. I don't want to make him my enemy just yet, Chen Feng explained. Useful? How? Spider-Man's curiosity was insatiable. Shut up, Chen Feng snapped, feeling increasingly irritated by Spider-Man's endless questions. Spider-Man was left awkwardly speechless. Chen Feng and Spider-Man waited in the plaza for over an hour. Suddenly, they heard a booming rumble coming from underground. Startled, Spider-Man leaped up into a tree, his voice trembling. Spider Tyrant, get up here. There's danger below. Chen Feng stayed where he was, unmoved. Though he wasn't sure what was happening underground, he was certain it was the work of Professor Lizard. A piercing, triumphant laugh echoed through the plaza. He he he. Spider-Man, I'm back. It was the Green Goblin, hovering above, his laughter filled with smugness. Spider-Man looked up and shouted, Harry, where's Mary? Her? How should I know? Go ask Professor Lizard. Ha ha ha. The Green Goblin's voice dripped with malice. From the Green Goblin's laughter, Chen Feng could sense how much confidence Professor Lizard had given him. From what Chen Feng remembered from the movies, Professor Lizard was not especially powerful. His only strength lay in his regeneration. As long as his brain wasn't destroyed, he couldn't be killed. But how did someone like that give the Green Goblin so much confidence? That was the real question. The ground shook with thunderous cracks as one giant lizard after another clawed their way up from below, spreading out across the entire plaza. The sheer number of them was staggering. Chen Feng was taken aback by the sight. All the lizards in the plaza were enormous. 1/2 meter tall, 3 meters long, weighing over 300 pounds each. With monsters of that size, and so many of them, it was no wonder the Green Goblin brimmed with confidence. The Green Goblin, still floating overhead, called out gleefully, Well, surprised? Scared yet? Neither Chen Feng nor Spider-Man paid him any attention. Suddenly, with a deafening crash, a giant humanoid lizard burst out of the ground, throwing back its head and unleashing a ferocious roar that echoed across the plaza. This half-human, half-lizard creature was none other than Professor Lizard himself, standing over 2 meters tall and weighing more than 500 pounds. Professor Lizard, where's Mary? Spider-Man demanded, barely able to contain himself. If you want to know where Mary is, you'll have to defeat my lizard army first. The lizard professor declared with arrogant pride. In the past, he had always been thwarted by Spider-Man, his plans constantly ruined. For revenge, he took the initiative to contact the Green Goblin, another of Spider-Man's enemies. Backed by Osborn Industries, the Green Goblin's company, he developed a host of special serums, potent enough to evolve small lizards into gigantic ones, all under his command. To completely vanquish Spider-Man, he assembled an army of lizards, 30,000 strong. With such a massive force, he no longer saw Spider-Man as a threat. So he kidnapped Mary, intending to lure Spider-Man out and eliminate him once and for all. Spider-Man lowered his head, worry written all over his face as he turned to Chen Feng. Spider Tyrant, there are so many giant lizards. Are you sure you can handle them? Well, Chen Feng hesitated, troubled. He had thought that only the lizard professor would show up. He hadn't expected an entire lizard army. If he could transform into the Titan Giant, these lizards would be nothing to him. But now, he couldn't reveal his identity. With only Spider-Man's powers to rely on, he wasn't sure he could win against such overwhelming numbers. Still, one thing was certain. The lizard army wouldn't be able to stop him if he needed to escape. With a sweeping gesture, the lizard professor bellowed, Kill them. A chorus of savage roars erupted as the lizard army surged forward, charging at Chen Feng and Spider-Man. The ground trembled beneath the stampede of over 30,000 giant lizards, their advance thunderous and unstoppable. Spider Tyrant, let's get out of here, Spider-Man suggested, voice quivering with fear. In the city, with its towering skyscrapers, he could fully utilize his powers, swinging on webs and dodging attacks. But here in the wide-open plaza, there was nothing taller than a few scattered trees. He had no way to climb or swing to safety. Escape was the only plan. Find shelter among the tall buildings, then regroup to deal with the lizard army. Peter, go find me a sharp broadsword, or even a long spear will do, Chen Feng said. He knew the lizard army likely had strong regenerative powers. Fists alone wouldn't be enough. The best way was to use a sharp weapon and aim for the head. All right, I'm on it. Take care. Spider-Man replied. He quickly darted away, leaping from the back of one giant lizard to the next, making his escape. The Green Goblin, having learned his lesson, silently took off in the same direction, chasing after Spider-Man. The lizard professor didn't bother pursuing Spider-Man. He knew that as long as Mary remained his captive, Spider-Man would come back. For now, his target was Spider-Man's partner, a burly man dressed head to toe in black combat gear. Facing the simultaneous charge of 30,000 giant lizards, Chen Feng knew better than to face them head dash on. As the lizard legion charged toward him, he leaped into the air, landing squarely on the head of a giant lizard, dodging their terrifying onslaught just in time. He ran across the massive lizard's back, plunging right into the center of the lizard horde. The legion screeched to a halt, swiftly encircling Chen Feng and launching their attack. With a resounding crash, Chen Feng stomped down hard, pinning a giant lizard's head to the ground. But as soon as he pulled his foot away, the creature shook its head and seemed completely unscathed. Damn, that's some defense, Chen Feng muttered in surprise. If it were a one-on-one fight, he could have toyed with any of these giant lizards. But, faced with such a vast army, his fists and kicks barely made a dent. He was left frustrated, forced to search the area for a more suitable weapon. Along the edge of the square, fitness equipment was scattered about. Chen Feng found one, gripped it with brute strength, and snapped it clean in two. Now wielding an iron bar, he charged toward the lizard legion, his expression fearless. He leaped again, spinning through the air as he drove the iron bar with all his might into the brain of a giant lizard. The beast collapsed instantly, dead on the spot. Chen Feng yanked the bar free, noticing it was already bent, a testament to the unbelievable hardness of the creature's skull. He pressed on, taking down more than 20 giant lizards in quick succession. By then, his iron bar was warped beyond use, so he tossed it aside and ran back to dismantle another piece of exercise equipment. Witnessing the scene, the lizard professor gave a commanding wave. "Flatten everything around us," he bellowed. Immediately, the giant lizards that weren't attacking Chen Feng began to destroy their surroundings. The ground shook as grass was trampled flat, utility poles and trees toppled, and the entire square was reduced to rubble. Chen Feng, now weaponless and unable to slay any more giant lizards, grew anxious. He could run, and the lizard professor would be powerless to stop him. But if he chose to escape, the professor would surely unleash the lizard legion in pursuit. Wherever they passed, nothing would survive, not a blade of grass or a living soul. It would be a catastrophe for humanity. Yet, he couldn't just keep dragging things out like this. Was he really going to transform into a titan? "Spider Tyrant, here I come," came Spider-Man's voice from behind. Chen Feng turned to see a battered Spider-Man, clutching a long, narrow weapon as he darted across the backs of giant lizards, racing toward him. Hot on Spider-Man's heels was the menacing Green Goblin, radiating murderous intent. As Spider-Man drew near, he hurled the long weapon with all his strength toward Chen Feng. Chen Feng sprang from the lizards' backs, leaping high into the air to catch the weapon. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged it downward. With a sickening thrust, the weapon pierced straight through a giant lizard. The beast was slain instantly. Next, Chen Feng drew his weapon and spun around. Any giant lizard that came near was slashed open by the blade, leaving a gaping wound that oozed foul, green blood. Seeing how effective this was, Chen Feng couldn't help but take a closer look at the weapon in his hands. The weapon weighed over 100 pounds and was more than 3 meters long. Its handle was coiled with a golden dragon, while the head featured a roaring tiger, blending the forms of a halberd and a spear, both straight and horizontal blades arranged in the shape of a cross. He could sense the intense, ominous aura radiating from it. "Wait, isn't this the halberd from Huagua?" Chen Feng exclaimed in amazement. "Spider Tyrant, not a bad weapon, right?" Spider-Man called out, deftly dodging the attacks from the giant lizards and the Green Goblin as he spoke to Chen Feng. With a swift motion of the halberd, Chen Feng sliced a nearby giant lizard clean in two. He shouted to Spider-Man, "Where did you find this?" "In a museum not far from here," Spider-Man replied, leaping aside. "Apparently, it belonged to a legendary ancient hero from your country, someone called Chu the Conqueror." "No way. Chu the Conqueror's weapon, the Overlord's halberd? Peter, you really have incredible luck, finding such a powerful weapon for me," Chen Feng said, awestruck. The Overlord's halberd, forged from a meteorite from beyond the skies, was renowned for its unbreakable body and razor-sharp blade. a rare and mighty weapon in all the world. The halberd could hook, peck, stab, and slice. But Chen Feng had never learned to use it. Fortunately, the weapon was sturdy enough that even wielding it like a club, it wouldn't break. Now armed with the Overlord's halberd, Chen Feng seemed to be possessed by Chu the Conqueror himself. Any giant lizard that got close was either pierced through the head or sliced in half, leaving behind a trail of green blood and fallen monsters in his wake. Chen Feng understood the old adage, to capture the bandits, seize their leader first. Brandishing the halberd, he made his way toward Professor Lizard. Seeing Chen Feng approach like a force of nature, Professor Lizard grew anxious. He shouted at his lizard army, commanding them, "Stop him! Kill him!" With the power of Spider-Man's genes, Chen Feng's body was incredibly agile and strong. Coupled with the mighty Overlord's halberd, the lizard army simply couldn't hold him back. At best, they could only slow him slightly, nothing more. Spider-Man, worried that Chen Feng might kill Professor Lizard outright, called out urgently, "Spider Tyrant, don't kill Professor Lizard. Rescue Mary first." With every swing, slash after slash, giant lizards fell one after another under Chen Feng's halberd. Professor Lizard kept retreating in fear. The more Chen Feng fought, the more skillful he became, even pulling off some remarkably advanced moves. Meanwhile, the Green Goblin, frustrated that he couldn't attack Spider-Man without risking the lives of the giant lizards, snapped at Professor Lizard. "Professor Lizard, make your little lizards get out of the way. They're just getting in the way." Professor Lizard retorted, "Green Goblin, forget about Spider-Man for now. Get over here and help me take care of this guy. He's about to wipe out my entire lizard army." Professor Lizard spoke anxiously. "Professor Lizard, I'm sorry. I've come to an agreement with him. I won't go against him. My only adversary is Spider-Man, so I apologize." Green Goblin replied, I helped you, but you refused to help me? Fine, very well. I'll remember this." Professor Lizard snapped, his anger clear. "Professor Lizard, our enemy is Spider-Man, not the Spider Tyrant. Why don't you let Mary go? If the Spider Tyrant comes to rescue her, he won't see you as an enemy anymore." Green Goblin suggested. Easy for you to say. If I let Mary go, where am I supposed to find Spider-Man?" Professor Lizard retorted in frustration. "Don't worry. I already know Spider-Man's true identity. He can't escape me." Green Goblin grinned wickedly. "I still won't release her." Professor Lizard insisted stubbornly. In his mind, as long as he held Mary, he didn't have to worry about Spider-Man killing him. Only a fool would hand over such a life-saving hostage. "Then deal with the Spider Tyrant yourself. I want nothing to do with him." Green Goblin replied irritably. Don't even think about asking for my help again." Professor Lizard snarled, decisively cutting off their cooperation. Meanwhile, Chen Feng wielded the Overlord's halberd, wreaking havoc on the battlefield. The giant lizards were formidable, thick-skinned, muscular, and with terrifying biting force. But they were slow. That gave Chen Feng the edge. He could easily dodge their attacks and go on the offensive, cutting down giant lizards as he advanced toward Professor Lizard. When he was just 10 meters away, Professor Lizard hurled several gas bombs at him. The bombs hit the ground and instantly released billowing clouds of green gas. Chen Feng held his breath. He'd seen the movies. He knew if he inhaled that gas, he'd mutate into a lizard man himself. The dense green smoke clouded his vision, making it impossible to see. Suddenly, wham! A giant lizard swung its massive tail, sending Chen Feng flying through the air. He crashed hard into the bodies of other giant lizards. It felt as if he'd been hit by a speeding semi-truck. Pain radiated through his whole body. Professor Lizard watched gleefully as the giant lizard took Chen Feng down, barking orders for his reptilian army to launch another attack. Fighting through the pain, Chen Feng scrambled over the giant lizard's body, escaping the toxic cloud. Free from the choking fumes, he regained his momentum and resumed his merciless assault on the lizards. Professor Lizard quickly tossed more gas bombs in Chen Feng's direction. But this time, Chen Feng was wiser. He darted away before the gas could reach him. In the chaos, Chen Feng found himself near Spider-Man. He saw Spider-Man weaving and dodging, caught between Green Goblin and the giant lizards, putting on a show of acrobatics. Frustration bubbled up inside him. He was fighting tooth and nail against 30,000 giant lizards, while Spider-Man looked as if he were playing a game. Since the beginning of the battle, Spider-Man hadn't killed a single giant lizard or subdued the Green Goblin. He was barely contributing at all. "Peter, if you don't help me take down these giant lizards, I'm done. I'll just walk away and leave you all to it." Chen Feng shouted, anger lacing his voice. Spider-Man cried out in alarm, hastening to explain, "Don't get me wrong. It's not that I refuse to kill them. It's just that I have no way to deal with these giant lizards. They're like a bunch of unkillable monsters." "Are you stupid? Don't you know how to use weapons?" Chen Feng said, his voice filled with frustration and disappointment. I really don't. All I know how to use are my webs and my fists, Spider-Man replied honestly. Fine, you win. I'm done here. I can't work with someone like you. Chen Feng snapped, tossing aside any pretense of patience. With a teammate like this, he thought, he would be driven mad. Seeing that Chen Feng was actually walking away, Spider-Man nearly burst into tears from anxiety. Leaving the Green Goblin behind, he hurriedly leapt, stepping across the backs of giant lizards to chase after Chen Feng. Spider Tyrant, please don't go. I'm begging you. If you want me to kill giant lizards, I'll do it, okay? Spider-Man pleaded desperately. Then show me you can kill one, Chen Feng said, pausing mid-stride while still fighting the giant lizards. Spider-Man hesitated, torn. He knew his own strength well enough. He could temporarily restrain the giant lizards, but his attacks alone could never finish them off. Watching Spider-Man struggle, Chen Feng was nearly beside himself with anger. He tossed his Overlord halberd to Spider-Man and barked, "Catch! If you still can't kill a giant lizard with the Overlord halberd, then you might as well drop dead." Spider-Man caught the halberd with perfect accuracy. Though it weighed over 100 pounds, it felt feather-light in his hands. Clenching his teeth, he mimicked Chen Feng's technique and struck at a giant lizard's head. Chen Feng walked away. He had weapons to find. Cold weapons just didn't have enough range for his liking. With over 30,000 giant lizards to deal with, relying on swords and spears alone would take forever. As soon as he left the square, Chen Feng contacted Optimus Prime. Optimus, can you check where I can find firearms nearby? Master, the Green Goblin's men are holed up in an underground parking garage not far from here. They have a large stockpile of firearms and spare armor for the Green Goblin, Optimus Prime reported. Perfect. That's the spot, Chen Feng said with a grin. Following Optimus Prime's directions, Chen Feng arrived at the underground garage. There he saw the Green Goblin's men, fully armed and ready for anything. He cut the power to the garage and sprang into action. Cloaked in darkness, his spider suit activated its stealth mode, making him invisible to the Green Goblin's men. The power's out. What's going on? Someone, go check the circuits. Everyone stay put. No wandering around. If you see a stranger, shoot to kill. The Green Goblin's men weren't ordinary thugs. Even in the sudden blackout, they kept their cool. Threads of web shot silently through the darkness. Anyone caught by Chen Feng's webs found themselves utterly unable to break free. Gunshots rang out. First the sharp bang of pistols, then the rattling burst of machine guns, as the Green Goblin's men opened fire in the direction from which the webs had come. Chen Feng had already slipped away, and had even crawled along the ceiling to position himself right above the Green Goblin's henchmen. Swiftly and silently, he fired off over a dozen strands of web, sticking the guns right out of the henchmen's hands. With a hard yank, he snatched the weapons away from them. Then, with a nimble leap, he dropped down from the ceiling. In just a few moves, he had taken care of all the Green Goblin's men. There was nothing they could do. He was a superhuman, while the Green Goblin's minions were just regular people. The difference between them was worlds apart. After he dealt with the Green Goblin's henchmen, Chen Feng began picking out weapons. The handgun? Its power was too weak, and the firing rate too slow, he passed on it. The machine gun? Average power, average speed? No, not good enough. The Gatling heavy machine gun? Now that was a beast, raining bullets like a storm and packing serious firepower. He took it. Hand grenades? Not powerful enough, couldn't even killed giant lizards, left those behind. Pumpkin bombs? Massive destructive force, and could be set to detonate on a timer. He took those too. At last, Chen Feng selected a glider, the Gatling heavy machine gun, and the pumpkin bombs. He had originally wanted to try on the Green Goblin's armor, but his build was just too burly. He couldn't fit into it, so he let that idea go. Chen Feng had entered the underground garage empty-handed, but when he emerged, he looked like a whole new person, commanding and full of swagger. Draped in golden bullet belts, pumpkin bombs hanging from his waist, wielding a Gatling heavy machine gun, and standing atop a glider, he was the very image of a true powerhouse, coolness personified. When Chen Feng, fully armed and riding his glider, soared back into the square, everyone was stunned. The Green Goblin was speechless. Professor Lizard was dumbfounded. Even Spider-Man was left gaping. With a thunderous barrage, Chen Feng swooped overhead on his glider, dropping one pumpkin bomb after another, blasting the giant lizards in the square into lifeless heaps. He also controlled the glider through Optimus Prime, launching a salvo of mini-missiles into the fray. By the time he'd emptied all his pumpkin bombs and fired off every missile from his glider, over half of Professor Lizard's lizard army had been wiped out. The Gatling gun roared to life as Chen Feng raised it with both hands, raining bullets down onto the giant lizard below. With such overwhelming firepower, any lizard caught in the barrage was either torn clean through or ripped apart. The Gatling heavy machine gun, powered by an electric motor spinning 6 barrels, could unleash 6,000 rounds per minute, a truly terrifying force. Just a single sweep from Chen Feng was enough to fill the entire square with thick green blood mist. As exhilarating as it was, and Chen Feng did love the feeling, it burned through ammunition at a staggering rate. After just one round of firing, half the bullet belts draped over his shoulders were already spent. Professor Lizard looked out over the remains of his fallen soldiers, his heart bleeding. It had taken him so long to amass this lizard army. He had been counting on them to help him kill Spider-Man. Now, Spider-Man was still bouncing around, lively as ever, while his own lizard army was nearly wiped out. He looked up at the Green Goblin, who was still hovering in the air, stunned, and shouted in fury. "Green Goblin, you lied to me. You and Spider-Man are in this together." What kind of joke is this? Spider-Man killed my father. How could I possibly be on the same side as him? The Green Goblin snapped, clearly agitated. Then how do you explain the Spider Tyrant's gear? Don't tell me it's not yours, Professor Lizard retorted, his tone full of conviction. I have no idea, the Green Goblin protested, at a complete loss for words. The pumpkin bombs Chen Feng carried and the glider beneath his feet were unmistakably his. He guessed Chen Feng must have snatched them from his subordinates. But what puzzled him was, how was Chen Feng able to control the glider? The glider was supposed to be linked to the Green Goblin's armor, only the armor's where it could operate it. Yet Chen Feng, without the armor, was flying skillfully, a mystery that left the goblin utterly confounded. Green Goblin, from this day forward, we are enemies. It's either you or me. One of us must fall, Professor Lizard declared, his voice cold as steel. The Green Goblin ignored Professor Lizard's threat and instead called out to Chen Feng, who was still firing at the giant lizards. "Spider Tyrant, how are you controlling my glider?" While unleashing a barrage on the massive lizards, Chen Feng replied with a cheerful laugh, "Don't flatter yourself about your tech skills. In this world, there are plenty of people whose hacking is far superior to yours." His words made it clear. He had hacked into the Green Goblin's armor system and seized control of the glider with his own network skills. "Didn't we agree to settle our differences peacefully? Why are you still coming after me?" the Green Goblin accused. "Your men messed with me first, so I took care of them. The gear I'm using now is nothing more than my spoils of war," Chen Feng replied, his arrogance on full display. The Green Goblin was seething, but there was nothing he could do against Chen Feng. He had no choice but to swallow his anger. After all, he was no match for Chen Feng. Unable to take it out on Chen Feng, the Green Goblin set his sights on Spider-Man, determined to vent his frustration somewhere. He didn't care if he accidentally hit Professor Lizard's forces. He launched a furious assault on Spider-Man instead. Poison-throwing knives, pumpkin bombs, miniature missiles, bursts of gunfire from the glider, all rained down on Spider-Man without pause. Spider-Man was forced into a desperate retreat, dodging for his life as the onslaught raged around him. Professor Lizard, seeing his own lizard army being ruthlessly slaughtered, clenched his teeth in fury. On the ground, he could have sparred with Chen Feng, but now Chen Feng ruled the skies. He was powerless to stop him. Unwilling to let his lizard troops be wiped out, he made his decision to retreat. "Fall back. Return to the sewers," Professor Lizard commanded. The sewers were his domain, his true stronghold. The few remaining giant lizards scrambled underground the moment they heard his order, desperate to escape. With Professor Lizard and his troops gone, only the bodies of the giant lizards littered the battlefield. Without missing a beat, Chen Feng tossed aside his weapon, leaped from a glider, and dove straight into the sewers after them. Under Optimus Prime's control, the glider took off and soared toward the private island. Spider-Man wanted to slip into the sewers, determined to chase after Professor Lizard and rescue Mary. But the Green Goblin blocked his path. With a blast, the Green Goblin collapsed the entrance to the sewers, making it impossible for Spider-Man to get inside. As Chen Feng entered the sewers, a pungent stench and thick clouds of toxic gas hit him instantly. Holding his breath, he pressed on swiftly. A giant lizard lunged at him, but he didn't fight back. He dodged and continued his pursuit of Professor Lizard. Within the maze of tunnels, Professor Lizard held a clear advantage. He could unleash his poison gas to its fullest effect, his body weaving nimbly through the cramped passages that he knew all too well. Yet Chen Feng also had a unique edge. He was no longer afraid of the Professor's lizard army. In the narrow confines of the sewers, the lizard troops couldn't muster their usual team strength. Chen Feng's body was agile. As long as there was the slightest gap, he could force his way through. The giant lizards were powerless to stop him. Before long, he caught up to Professor Lizard. Seeing Chen Feng closing in, Professor Lizard hurriedly tossed several gas grenades at his own feet. Toxic fumes billowed out. Trusting his keen sixth sense, Chen Feng dashed forward, crashing into Professor Lizard, and shot several strands of webbing to bind him. With the professor ensnared, escape was no longer an option. A fierce, close-quarters struggle erupted between Chen Feng and Professor Lizard. Both possessed formidable strength. Chen Feng fought with speed and ruthless precision, but his blows lacked power. Professor Lizard, though slower, wielded claws that could shred steel, teeth that could bite through iron bars, and a tail powerful enough to snap a utility pole. His might was not to be underestimated. Chen Feng suffered several wounds from the professor's claws before finally driving the fight into a pocket of the sewers free from poison gas. Now, he unleashed his full force. Using a special technique to tap into his latent potential, he instantly multiplied his strength several times over. To Chen Feng, Professor Lizard's attacks seemed to slow to a crawl, and he dodged them with ease. With a resounding crack, Chen Feng landed a punch on the professor's jaw. Professor Lizard's head snapped back, and his right claw slashed through the air. Chen Feng pushed off with his front foot, retreating just in time to avoid the blow. In one swift motion, he fired webs from both hands, wrapping them around the professor's neck and yanking hard. Losing control, Professor Lizard toppled straight toward Chen Feng. With a leap, Chen Feng drove his knee into the professor's skull, leaving him reeling, dazed and dizzy. But Chen Feng wasn't finished. Knowing full well that Professor Lizard possessed extraordinary regenerative powers, he refused to give him even a moment to recover. Blow after punishing. Blow rained down on the professor's head. He avoided striking the professor's body. After all, with that terrifying ability to regenerate, even if Chen Feng snapped him in half, Professor Lizard would simply heal back to normal.so. He targeted only the lizard professor's head. The brain was the most important part. If even the brain could regenerate the memories inside, it would surely be lost. Even if the brain regrew without losing memories, the reconstruction would likely jumble everything, possibly turning the person into a fool or an imbecile. Under Chen Feng's relentless, storm-like blows, the lizard professor was pummeled unconscious, collapsing into the filthy sewage, lying motionless. At both ends of the sewer, giant lizards roared at Chen Feng, their cries echoing through the tunnels, but none dared attack. Perhaps they hadn't received the lizard professor's command. Chen Feng placed his hand on the lizard professor and thought silently, "System, extract the lizard professor's genes and fuse them with mine." Ding! Lizard professor's genes extracted successfully. Fusing in progress, the system replied. Chen Feng's heart leapt with joy. He hadn't expected it would actually work. He guessed it was only possible because the lizard professor was unconscious from his beating. Ding! Congratulations, host, on fusing with the lizard professor's genes, the system intoned again. As the system's notification sounded, a terrifying force surged through Chen Feng's body, triggering a profound transformation. Ah! Chen Feng let out a cry of agony. It felt just like when he first fused with Abomination's genes. His bones, tendons, flesh, and skin were stretched and reshaped by an unstoppable force, the pain so intense he wished for death. Slowly, Chen Feng's spider suit tore apart. A thick, powerful tail burst from the base of his spine. Next, his feet transformed into beast-like claws, strong and sturdy. His hands followed suit, becoming talon paws. When he raked them across the sewer wall, deep grooves appeared effortlessly. But the mutation of his head was by far the most excruciating. His skull warped and shifted, his entire head gradually morphing into that of a lizard, hideous and fearsome. A roar, half dragon-like, erupted from Chen Feng's throat. After successfully merging with the lizard professor's genes, Chen Feng collapsed to one knee, gasping desperately for breath. The lizard professor stirred and awoke, crying out in pain. When the lizard professor opened his eyes and saw the lizard man kneeling on one knee before him, he froze in surprise, then asked in astonishment, "Who are you?" The lizard professor's regenerative ability was regarded as the best among all superheroes. He healed with astonishing speed. Within just a few minutes, Chen Feng, who moments before could barely stand, had recovered to his peak strength. Chen Feng rose to his feet, examining his newfound claws and flexing his unfamiliar tail. He could feel that his strength, while not on par with Abomination or the Hulk, was comparable to Spider-Man's. His power wasn't overwhelming, and his new form was hideous, but that didn't matter. What Chen Feng truly desired was the miraculous regenerative ability. With this power, as long as his brain remained intact, his body could recover from any injury. Meanwhile, the lizard professor still lay sprawled on the ground. Standing tall, Chen Feng looked down at Professor Lizard and gave a wicked grin. "I'm here to save you," he said. Professor Lizard was a man of high intelligence, possessing profound knowledge, especially in the field of genetics where he had made remarkable achievements. The lizard DNA serum he developed was a notable success, even if its side effect was to transform people into monstrous half-human, half-reptile beings with a tendency toward evil. But all that, he believed, could be improved. If he could recruit Professor Lizard to work for him, then his underlings would be no less powerful than any superhero. "Where is that wretched spider tyrant?" Professor Lizard asked. Perhaps because of their similarities, Professor Lizard felt an instant kinship with Chen Feng upon first sight, showing no hostility. "I drove him off," Chen Feng replied coolly. He's so formidable, and yet you managed to drive him away?" Professor Lizard was skeptical. He had just experienced the spider tyrant's strength firsthand. He hadn't stood a chance, and was ultimately knocked out cold. "If you knew my true identity, you wouldn't doubt my capabilities," Chen Feng said, his voice laced with pride. "So who are you?" Professor Lizard asked, curiosity piqued. "Listen carefully. My name is Chen Feng, and I'm the owner of a private island." Chen Feng introduced himself. I've never heard of you," Professor Lizard replied, a little awkwardly. "That's fine, but you've probably heard of Dr. Octopus and Dr. Hank, right? Two giants of the scientific world." Chen Feng pressed. Professor Lizard got up, nodding. "Of course. They're both famous. Dr. Octopus is even a friend of mine. How could I not have heard of them?" "They're both working with me now," Chen Feng boasted. "And let me tell you, there's also a prodigy among us, Dr. Zhao Hailuan. Even Green Goblin Harry has struck a deal with me. Most importantly, I'm a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Chen Feng spared no effort to elevate his status, hoping to win Professor Lizard over. "Really?" Professor Lizard was clearly impressed by Chen Feng's credentials. Chen Feng nodded. "Absolutely. So what do you say? Want to join me? I can help you develop an even more powerful lizard DNA serum. I want to transform all of humanity into mighty lizard people. If you help me with that, I'll agree to work with you," Professor Lizard said. Why are you so intent on turning everyone into lizard people?" Chen Feng was at a loss for words. "Because humans are too weak," Professor Lizard replied with conviction. "More than 90% of people die from illness or accidents. Less than 10% die of natural causes. But if humans became lizard people, they'd never suffer from disease again. No matter how serious the injury, they'd recover in no time. It would be a blessing for humanity." Professor Lizard's actions were terrifying, but his intentions were, in a way, benevolent, just misunderstood by the rest of the world. "In fact, you have better options. For example, if you could develop a lizard DNA serum without any side effects, then humanity would accept you," Chen Feng said. "A lizard DNA serum without any side effects?" The lizard professor muttered to himself, repeating the phrase. After a long pause, the lizard professor spoke up. "Lizard people have powerful bodies, agile movements, can climb walls, and burrow underground. I think that's pretty amazing. Why can't humans accept this? Why do they always oppose me at every turn?" "Professor, you're overthinking it," Chen Feng replied. "You need to understand, being bigger doesn't necessarily mean being stronger, and being smaller isn't always weaker. Think about that spider tyrant from earlier. He wasn't as big as you, was he? But could you really beat him?" "That may be true, but..." The lizard professor started to protest, but Chen Feng cut him off. "If you could give humans the powers of a lizard, without making them transform, and without any side effects, you'd be a savior to humanity. People everywhere would admire you, instead of fearing you like they do now," Chen Feng explained. The lizard professor fell silent, lost in thought for a moment. Then he looked at Chen Feng with a seriousness that could not be ignored. "All right, I'll work with you. But you must promise to support me in developing a lizard DNA serum with no side effects." "No problem." Chen Feng agreed happily. This trip had turned out to be incredibly rewarding for him. He had acquired tritium, a glider, Spider-Man's genes, and the lizard professor's genes. Not to mention, he had recruited Dr. Octopus and the lizard professor, two scientific geniuses. It was a tremendous gain. Chen Feng followed the lizard professor for quite a while, until they reached a vast underground cavern. The place swarmed with lizards of all sizes, packed so tightly that Chen Feng's scalp tingled with discomfort. Fortunately, the lizards were sensible enough to clear a path for them. Otherwise, a single misstep would have meant disaster for some of them. The lizard professor led Chen Feng into his laboratory. The lab was extremely shabby, cluttered with jars and bottles everywhere, scattered in utter disarray. Suddenly, the muffled sound of someone struggling, almost like a stifled whimper, caught Chen Feng's attention. He walked over, opened a large chest, and found Mary inside. Her hands and feet were bound, her body curled up tightly, and a cloth gag stuffed in her mouth. When she saw Chen Feng, Mary's eyes widened in terror, and she struggled desperately against her bonds. Seeing the fear on Mary's face, Chen Feng realized his appearance was frightening her. He calmed himself, took a deep breath, and his body shrank back to its ordinary human form, just as it did when he transformed from Titan. Whenever Chen Feng reverted to his normal self, it left him briefly weakened. When Mary saw that Chen Feng had returned to his human appearance, her face lit up with joy. If not for the gag in her mouth, she surely would have cried out in delight. Professor Lizard saw that Chen Feng could return to his normal human state without relying on the antidote, and couldn't help but ask with curiosity, "Chen Feng, how did you manage to turn back into a normal person without the antidote?" "I'll just calm myself down and control my emotions. Once I do that, I can return to my human form," Chen Feng replied. "Then why can't I do it?" Professor Lizard asked in confusion. For him, changing back always required the antidote. "That's because you're not calm enough," Chen Feng answered. Whenever Professor Lizard got emotional, he would transform into a lizard man. Conversely, if he managed to stay calm, he would surely regain his human form. "Is that really so?" Professor Lizard sounded skeptical, half believing, half doubting. Chen Feng tore off the ropes binding Mary, then removed the gag from her mouth and gently lifted her out. Mary clung tightly to Chen Feng's neck, burying her face in his chest, sobbing with excitement. "Chen Feng, I knew you'd come to save me. I just knew it. I knew you cared about me, that I mattered to you. I knew it, oh, thank you." Chen Feng patted Mary's back softly, comforting her. "Don't cry, it's all right now." "I'm not crying because I'm sad," Mary wept. "I'm just so happy. Happy that you came for me, happy that I matter to you. I'm just so happy." Seeing that Chen Feng knew Mary, Professor Lizard immediately grew alert. "Chen Feng, what's your relationship with Mary? Or, are you working with Spider-Man?" Putting Mary down, Chen Feng explained to Professor Lizard, "Mary is a friend of mine, so of course I had to save her. As for me and Spider-Man, don't worry, it's nothing special, just an ordinary acquaintance. If you want to deal with Spider-Man, I won't get in your way." "You'd better not be lying to me," Professor Lizard warned, "or I swear, I won't let you off easily, even if it costs me my life." "I'm not lying to you," Chen Feng replied earnestly. What if he was? He didn't care. In his mind, once Professor Lizard joined his team, he wouldn't mind being deceived at all. After all, a scientist's greatest passion is research, and with Chen Feng's full support for his experiments, Professor Lizard would be far too busy to care about anything else. Suddenly, Mary spoke up. "Chen Feng, Professor Lizard kidnapped me and locked me in a cramped box. I was scared half to death. You have to help me get back at him." Chen Feng's expression darkened. He cursed Mary inwardly for being naive. Couldn't she see he was working with Professor Lizard? He forced a smile and tried to reassure her. "Let it go. Professor Lizard didn't know you and I were friends. It was all just a misunderstanding." "Yes, just a misunderstanding," Professor Lizard agreed, awkwardly nodding. "Humph." Mary pouted, clearly still unhappy. Chen Feng handed Professor Lizard a business card and said, "Pack everything you need, then call this number. I'll send someone to pick you up." Professor Lizard took the card and asked, "Can I bring my Lizard Legion with me?" "Of course," Chen Feng agreed. Although the private island wasn't large, keeping some lizards wouldn't be a problem, especially since Professor Lizard needed plenty of them for his research. "That's wonderful," Professor Lizard replied, his voice brimming with excitement. "Well then, if there's nothing else, I'll take Mary with me," said Chen Feng. "All right, you two go ahead. Once I've got everything ready, I'll give you a call," Professor Lizard responded. Supporting Mary, Chen Feng led her out of Professor Lizard's cavern. As soon as they stepped outside, Mary suddenly wrapped her arms around Chen Feng, her hands wandering boldly. Chen Feng stiffened in surprise. "Damn, I forgot. When I transformed into a lizard man earlier, I tore my spider suit to shreds." Now, Chen Feng stood there, bare and imposing, his strong physique and certain features on full display. No wonder Mary couldn't help herself. "Chen Feng, I love you," Mary whispered, her voice thick with emotion and a teasing lilt. "Stop it." Chen Feng tried to compose himself. "I won't," Mary replied, pouting playfully. "Well, in that case, I'm leaving you behind." Chen Feng gently pushed Mary away and strode ahead. Mary quickly chased after him. "Wait for me, Chen Feng. I'm scared to be alone. I promise I'll behave." Chen Feng led Mary out through a sewer exit. The first thing he did was use his webs to snatch some clothes that others had left hanging outside. He quickly put them on. Mary watched as Chen Feng got dressed and couldn't hide her disappointment. "Come on," Chen Feng said to Mary. "Let's go find Peter. He must be worried sick about you." Mary clung to Chen Feng's hand, licking her lips coquettishly. "Chen Feng, it's so late. I'm really tired. Why don't we find a hotel and get some sleep?" "I'll carry you," Chen Feng replied, crouching down in front of her. Mary was exasperated. She'd heard of men who were hopelessly dense, but she never thought she'd meet one herself. She didn't want Chen Feng to be a gentleman. She wanted him to be a ravenous beast who would devour her completely. She was both frustrated and disappointed. He had the means, but he wouldn't touch her. Oh, what a tragedy, Mary sighed, then slumped onto Chen Feng's back. With Mary on his back, Chen Feng dashed swiftly toward the plaza where the battle had taken place. He soon returned to the square, now a scene of chaos and ruin. The Green Goblin and Spider-Man were nowhere to be seen. Only a crowd of police officers remained, busy cleaning up the site. Chen Feng, Mary, Spider-Man's voice echoed from behind. Chen Feng turned to see Spider-Man, dressed in ordinary clothes, hurrying toward them. He set Mary down, but she still clung tightly to his arm, refusing to let go. Peter, I've helped you rescue Mary. Remember, you owe me a favor, Chen Feng said. Spider-Man nodded. Yeah, don't worry. I won't forget. Then, turning to Mary with genuine concern, he asked, Mary, are you all right? Did you get hurt? I don't need you to worry about me, Mary snorted, giving Spider-Man the cold shoulder. Mary, it was Peter who asked me to save you. How can you treat him like this? Chen Feng interjected. He was trying to pair up Spider-Man and Mary to keep her from clinging to him. If he hadn't offended Professor Lizard, would I have been kidnapped in the first place? Mary retorted, clearly upset. Mary, I'm sorry. This is all my fault, Spider-Man said, guilt written all over his face. No need for that. Just keep your distance from me, Mary replied bluntly. After this ordeal, she realized something important. When it comes to choosing a man, she needed someone responsible. Someone like Chen Feng, who only took on things he was confident about. Not like Spider-Man, who got himself into trouble and dragged everyone around him down as well. Spider-Man felt so wronged. He almost wanted to cry. Chen Feng, I finally found you. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out. Chen Feng looked up and saw Natasha walking toward him. Noticing Natasha's graceful figure, Mary immediately felt threatened. She wrapped her arm around Chen Feng's and asked, Darling, who is she? She's Natasha, a top agent from S.H.I.E.L.D. They call her Black Widow. She's incredibly formidable, so don't try to mess with her, Chen Feng explained. Do you like her? Mary asked seriously. Clearly this was what mattered most to her. A round of applause rang out. Natasha clapped, her tone full of mockery. Well, Chen Feng, I didn't expect this from you. You actually stole Spider-Man's girlfriend, and there's nothing he can do about it. Impressive. Natasha's words made Spider-Man feel especially awkward. He quickly said, I've got things to do, so I'll head off now. Goodbye. With that, he hurried away, leaving this place of heartbreak behind. Chen Feng and I are in love of our own free will. Don't twist the story, Mary declared sweetly. Do you love Chen Feng? Natasha asked with a mischievous grin. Mary nodded firmly. Yes, I do. And does Chen Feng love you? Natasha continued, still grinning. Mary lifted her chin. He does. But when he was with me at the bar before, he said he loved me too. So what happened with that? Natasha said with a hint of grievance in her voice. What? Mary's eyes widened in shock. She looked up at Chen Feng, jealousy flaring. Chen Feng, you'd rather be with a woman like her than be good to me. I'm really upset. Maybe it's just because I'm prettier than you, Natasha said, tossing her hair with self-assurance. Mary puffed out her chest. But mine are bigger than yours. You two carry on. I'm leaving, Chen Feng said, fed up with their bickering. Without another word, he simply walked away. Chen Feng shot a strand of spider silk toward a tall building, soaring into the sky and swinging away. Chen Feng, wait for me. Don't leave me behind. Mary shouted, chasing after him with all her might, like a forlorn bride abandoned at the altar. Chen Feng, you still owe me from last time. Don't think you can run away. Natasha, quick-witted as always, revved up a flashy motorcycle and sped after him. But with his spider silk, Chen Feng could swing anywhere with ease. In just a few moves, he shook off Natasha, then called Optimus Prime to send a transformer to pick him up. What Chen Feng didn't expect was that Natasha showed up in a helicopter, pinpointing his location with uncanny precision. With a bang, Natasha leapt from the helicopter onto the rooftop, rolling deftly to absorb the impact before standing right in front of Chen Feng. Chen Feng, I have something important to discuss with you. Natasha's voice was serious. Go ahead, Chen Feng replied. S.H.I.E.L.D. is very unhappy with what you've stirred up lately in New York. You knew Dr. Octopus had lost control, but you let things spiral out of hand, nearly causing a disaster. And during your fights with Green Goblin, Spider-Man, and the Lizard, you clearly had the strength to end things quickly, but you held back, resulting in heavy casualties among civilians. Is this what a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent is supposed to do? Natasha demanded. What's wrong with hiding my true strength? Chen Feng retorted, clearly annoyed. It's not acceptable. As a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, your duty is to protect humanity, and you've failed to do that. Our director said if you keep this up, your agent status will be revoked, Natasha said sternly. Whatever, Chen Feng replied, utterly indifferent. The value of his shield identity was almost spent. Whether he kept it or not didn't matter anymore. You don't want to be a shield agent anymore? Natasha asked in surprise. Let's not talk about that. Natasha, let me ask you, can you get your hands on some vibranium? Chen Feng asked. If he could get vibranium, even 10 shields wouldn't matter to him. What do you want vibranium for? There isn't much of it. Even shield only has a tiny amount, barely enough to forge a dagger, Natasha replied, her curiosity piqued. If you can give me even a speck of vibranium, I'll handsomely reward you, Chen Feng promised. A speck of vibranium isn't that difficult, but what's my reward? Natasha replied with a teasing tone, thinking to herself that she wouldn't let Chen Feng fool her again this time. With a swoosh, a transformer descended from the sky, landing beside Chen Feng. Optimus Prime's voice boomed, "My lord, I am here." Natasha's eyes lit up at the sight of the transformer. She didn't know much about them, but from videos, she'd seen their incredible abilities, transforming into planes, heavy trucks, humanoid robots, stopping speeding trains with brute strength, far superior to Iron Man's machines. She pointed at the transformer, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "I want him," she declared. Chen Feng nodded without hesitation. "All right, as long as you give me the vibranium, I'll hand this transformer over to you right away." Although this first-generation transformer was far superior to Iron Man in many ways, Chen Feng was thoroughly dissatisfied. In his view, its energy reserves were lacking, its defenses were insufficient, its firepower wasn't adequate, and its size made it far too cumbersome to carry around. In short, it failed on all fronts. He didn't care for it at all. Not only Natasha. If even Iron Man offered him vibranium in exchange for the transformer, Chen Feng would agree. Without a second thought. After all, with vibranium in his hands, he could craft the most advanced transformer in the entire universe. "Let me borrow the transformer for now. I'll head back to S.H.I.E.L.D. right away and get you the vibranium," Natasha said, barely able to contain her eagerness. Trading a tiny sliver of vibranium for an entire transformer. What a bargain. Vibranium was exceptionally precious, but S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't possess the technology to forge it into weapons. As a result, vibranium wasn't as highly prized within S.H.I.E.L.D. Otherwise, Natasha wouldn't have had the confidence to get her hands on something so rare. "Optimus Prime, for now, you'll take orders from Miss Natasha," Chen Feng commanded. "Yes, my lord," Optimus Prime answered. He turned to Natasha and said, "Miss Natasha, it's a pleasure to serve you." Seeing how intelligent the transformer was, Natasha was delighted. She issued her command with a sweet, almost playful tone. "Take me back to S.H.I.E.L.D." Natasha climbed into the transformer, and together they soared toward S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Watching the transformer fly away, Chen Feng couldn't help murmuring to himself, "Could Lady Luck be smiling on me? Everything I want falls right into my lap. It's almost too good to be true." He settled at the edge of the rooftop, waiting for Natasha's return. After more than 10 minutes, Natasha hadn't come back, but Mary arrived instead. Mary dashed out from the rooftop entrance. When she saw Chen Feng, she ran over, her voice brimming with joy. "Chen Feng, I finally found you." Just as she was about to throw herself into his arms, Chen Feng sidestepped in a flash, nimbly dodging her. "Ah!" Mary let out a startled scream. His sudden movement left her lunging at thin air, and she nearly tumbled off the roof. Quick as a whip, Chen Feng shot out a strand of spider silk, catching Mary in the nick of time. Without it, she surely would have fallen. Mary recovered quickly, bounding over to Chen Feng with the carefree energy of a child. She smiled sweetly. "Chen Feng, I found you first. How did you find me?" Chen Feng asked, curiosity piqued. Unlike Natasha, who had S.H.I.E.L.D. resources at her disposal, Mary was just an ordinary girl from a modest family. Yet she'd managed to track him down with surprising accuracy. Mary lifted her chin with playful pride, almost like a child showing off. "I can't outrun you all, but I'm no fool. I took a taxi and just followed the helicopter." "Mary, can you please stop lying to yourself? You should know by now I don't like you. I have absolutely no interest in you, and I've never wanted to break you and Peter apart," Chen Feng said seriously. Seeing how deeply Mary felt for him, he truly didn't want her to keep going down this path, because there was no possibility that he and Mary would ever be together. The woman he would call his own could not be ordinary. She had to be intelligent. So, he and Mary were never meant to be. Of course, he could have kept Mary as a mistress, but that wasn't his style. All his life, he would only love one woman. Just as with his pursuit of martial arts, he had only a single dream in life, and that's how he reached the pinnacle of martial mastery. Perhaps it was for this very reason that he was able to cross over into the Marvel Universe. A steady trickle of tears poured from Mary's eyes. "This isn't true. Tell me it isn't true, please." Mary sobbed, heartbroken. Never in her life had a boy rejected her, but now Chen Feng had turned her down again and again. Her heart felt shattered, as if the whole world had abandoned her. The pain was overwhelming, suffocating, and all she could do was cry. I don't want to hurt you, but I can't lie to you. It's the truth. I don't like you. The reason I took you to space before was to make a good impression on your boyfriend, Peter. And saving you today, that was for Peter too. He begged me to help you, and in return, promised to do me a favor in the future. You know how he feels about you. He's the one you should love, Chen Feng said gently. Mary wiped away her tears, staring at Chen Feng, and shouted, But I love you now. It's you, I love you. Damn it. Who the hell is making all that noise in the middle of the night? I swear I'll come down and beat you up. If you don't quiet down, I'm calling the police. Are you crazy? Screaming like that at this hour. Tell me where you are. I'll come and teach you a lesson. Damn. Mary's voice was so loud that it woke up the neighbors, who began shouting angrily from their windows. Mary was already on edge, and the shouting made her even more unstable. She rushed to the railing, cupped her hands around her mouth, and yelled, Chen Feng is my man. If you've got the guts, come and get me. Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh, surprised to see this side of Mary. But the awakened neighbors weren't having it, and started cursing back. Never heard of Chen Feng. Tell him to come down here. I'll show him what happens. Damn. So what if you have a boyfriend? How tough can your boyfriend be? Think he could take all of us on? Just wait, don't leave. I'll call the police. We'll see if your Chen Feng is tougher than them. I can't find you. But if your boyfriend's so brave, tell him to show himself. My gun isn't just for show. Hey, you troublemaker. If you got the guts, come down here and settle this. Chen Feng, damn you. I challenge you to a fight. Just the two of us. Chen Feng's expression darkened, and he let out a furious roar. Arroyarrar. Instantly, he transformed into a titan. If someone insulted him, it depended on his mood. If he was in a good mood, he could ignore it. If not, they'd better brace themselves for a beating. But if anyone insulted his family, he would never let them off lightly. Standing by the railing, Chen Feng shouted, You want a one-on-one with me? Here I come. The Titan's voice was nothing short of thunderous, far more powerful than any giant loudspeaker. Everyone nearby was jolted awake by Chen Feng's bellow. Many children burst into terrified wails. On the street and in garages, car alarms went off in unison, their sirens blaring. The man who had been so brash, challenging Chen Feng to a duel, suddenly fell silent. The people who had been rudely awakened and were cursing moments before now held their tongues. Aside from the blaring car alarms and the cries of frightened children, the world fell utterly silent. But was everything fine just because the insults ceased? No, there was still a score to settle. Chen Feng had already memorized the voice of the one who dared insult his family. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt straight off the rooftop. With a deafening crash, he landed, carving a massive crater into the ground. At a window of a nearby building, a trembling black man crouched, whispering a desperate prayer. God, please, don't let that monster find me. Indeed, the man who had been so brazen moments ago was none other than him. He'd spoken out of impulse, woken abruptly in the middle of the night, in a foul mood, and hearing so many others cursing, he joined in. He never imagined that the crazy woman's boyfriend on the rooftop would turn out to be a monster. He hadn't seen the creature, but that furious roar alone left no doubt. A monster, for sure. He'd seen enough news reports of monster rampages on American TV to know how terrifying they could be. But now that the words had left his mouth, regret was useless. All he could do was pray for God's protection. With a thunderous pounding, Chen Feng charged forward, shattering the ground with every step. Nearby cars and trees shook violently with each impact. He locked his gaze on a brightly lit window on the 5th floor. Crouching low, he sprang upward with all his might. With another thunderous boom, his body shot skyward. With a heavy thud, Chen Feng's hands plunged into the 5th floor wall, and he smashed his head through the glass window. The glass shattered with a sharp crack. With his head thrust into the room, Chen Feng heard a faint noise below. Looking down, he spotted the black man cowering beneath the window, shaking with terror. Was it you just now, cursing my family? Chen Feng asked coldly. The man was petrified, so frightened he lost control of his bladder, stammering in panic. It wasn't me. I swear it wasn't me. I didn't insult you, really. But I remember your voice, Chen Feng said, his tone icy. The man's voice was unmistakable. Chen Feng was sure of it. With a dull thud, the man collapsed to the ground. Thud, thud, thud. The black man knelt on the ground, desperately bowing his head in supplication. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please, spare me. I know I was wrong. If you insult my family, your tongue will pay the price. If you challenge me to a fight, you'll lose your hands and feet. Chen Feng's voice was cold, giving not the slightest bit of leeway. In this Marvel world, where only the strong are respected, Chen Feng owed nothing to the weak. In fact, his punishment for the man was already merciful. If it had been someone else, one of those supervillains, for example, not just this man, but everyone near him would have been wiped out. Hud, hud, hud. The black man's forehead was soon bloodied by his frantic bowing, his voice choked with tears as he pleaded, "Don't hurt me, please, I beg you." With a thunderous crash, Chen Feng's fist burst through the wall and slammed into the man. He was sent flying, crashing against the far side of the room. As the force faded, he collapsed limply to the floor, coughing up blood in weak, ragged gasps. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Feng smashed down the outer wall with brute force and strode into the man's house. In the living room, he picked up a fruit knife. It felt as tiny as an embroidery needle in his hand. He walked over to the man, grabbed him by the hair with his left hand, and effortlessly lifted him up. His voice was as cold as ice. "Spit out the snake tongue, or I'll just cut your head off right now." Though seriously injured, the man was still conscious and terrified. He didn't want to lose his snake tongue, but his life was clearly more precious. After a brief struggle, he stuck out his tongue. With a swift slash, the blade flashed. Ah! The man's scream was raw with agony, his body writhing uncontrollably from the pain. Snap! 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 Chen Feng broke the man's hands and feet, one after another. This was the price of a weakling daring to stand up to the strong. With a mighty leap, Chen Feng vaulted out of the man's house and landed in the center of the street. He roared, "Who else wants to challenge me?" His voice was so powerful, windows nearby shattered from force. The sound rang out far and wide. After his shout, silence fell. Those who had been awakened quickly chose the wise course. They kept their mouths shut and swallowed their anger. Seeing that no one dared answer, Chen Feng calmed himself, reverted to his ordinary human form, and with a burst of speed, soared back to the rooftop where he'd been before. Mary, watching Chen Feng's war god-like figure, could hardly contain her admiration. In her heart, she cheered. This is the man I've been looking for, so domineering. Seeing Chen Feng's commanding presence, she couldn't help but think of Peter's weakness. As Spider-Man, Peter was often berated by his ordinary human boss and didn't even dare to talk back, forced to beg just to keep his job. How pathetic. But Chen Feng? If anyone dared challenge him, he'd silence them with his fists. Whether or not Chen Feng liked her, she was certain of her feelings for him. It was because Chen Feng exuded a man's charm, a man's dominance, and a man's confidence, qualities she found irresistible. Mary couldn't hold back her impulses any longer. She rushed over, wrapped her arms tightly around Chen Feng's waist, and pleaded, "Chen Feng, please accept me." "Mary, why are you doing this again? If you keep this up, you won't see me anymore," Chen Feng said, clearly distressed. Mary looked up at him, her eyes brimming with tears, her voice soft and pitiful. "Chen Feng, do you really dislike me that much?" "It's not that. As friends, it's fine. But like this, I just can't handle it," Chen Feng admitted honestly. "Are you doubting that my feelings for you are real?" Mary guessed. "No, I'm not," Chen Feng replied. Mary let go of Chen Feng, clambered up onto the railing in a heartbeat, and turned back to say, "I'll prove my sincerity to you right now." With that, she closed her eyes and jumped. In a flash, Chen Feng shot out a thread of spider silk, catching Mary around the waist. Careful not to hurt her, he slowly let the silk unwind, giving her time to slow down and soften the fall. Only after she stopped descending did he pull her back up to the rooftop. When Mary stood before him again, there was no trace of fear on her face, only a blissful, radiant smile. "What are you doing? Are you out of your mind?" Chen Feng asked, bewildered. How could someone who had just jumped off a building be smiling like this? "Now you know my feelings are genuine, and I know you care about me too, even if you won't admit it," Mary replied, her smile unwavering. Chen Feng let out a long sigh. He truly didn't know what to do with this woman. Mary stepped forward, gently embracing him, resting her head against his chest, listening to the strong, steady beat of his heart. Her voice was soft and tender. "I love you. That's enough for me, whether you accept me or not." Her words were deeply moving, but Chen Feng couldn't forget that on the very night Mary and Peter had made love for love's sake, she had confessed her feelings to him. This sudden, passionate love for Mary was something he couldn't bring himself to accept. If she could fall for him today, who's to say she wouldn't fall for someone else tomorrow? It was simply too unreliable. Chen Feng said nothing more. He didn't want to. Mary was just too unpredictable. He worried that one careless remark might send her leaping off a building again. So Mary stood, arms still around him, right at the edge of the railing, not moving an inch. Half an hour passed. Mary, without realizing it, drifted off to sleep. Chen Feng took out his phone and called Spider-Man. "Peter, your girlfriend's asleep. Come pick her up." He had meant it as a gesture of goodwill, but what he got in return was Spider-Man's furious roar. Chen Feng, you've gone too far. I already let you have Mary. You sleep with her, wear her out, then when she's passed out, you call me to pick her up? Do you think I'm her pimp? I may not be able to beat you, but I'm not afraid of you either. Spider-Man roared. I was already feeling green enough, and now it seems there's nothing left in me but green. Chen Feng thought back on what he'd said and realized Spider-Man had misunderstood. He explained, I was with her on the rooftop. Before Chen Feng could finish, Spider-Man cut him off. Did you really need to tell me you two were playing Heavenquake on the rooftop? Or is it that you felt the humiliation you gave me wasn't enough, so you had to add this? Spider-Man bellowed in anger. Come on, Peter, can't you calm down a little? Chen Feng's temper flared as well. Mary, who was sleeping soundly in Chen Feng's arms, stirred slightly, but didn't wake up. She must have been locked up by Professor Lizard for so long that her spirit was worn out, and now she slept deeply. You slept with my girlfriend and still expected me to come pick her up. How do you expect me to stay calm? Spider-Man shouted. Listen, I didn't sleep with your girlfriend, Chen Feng tried to explain. Oh please, who do you think you're fooling? Spider-Man sneered. Damn it, you fine. If you're so eager for me to sleep with your girlfriend, then I'll do it right now and give you that nice, shiny green hat. Chen Feng snapped, frustration boiling over. He'd only wanted to help bring Spider-Man and Mary together, but not only was Spider-Man ungrateful, he was desperately trying to frame Chen Feng for something he hadn't done. The whole thing infuriated him. If Spider-Man insisted, then so be it. Let him stew in his own regret. Ah, Spider-Man gasped. From Chen Feng's words, he realized he might have misunderstood. Chen Feng, Brother Feng, please don't. Spider-Man pleaded desperately. Don't what? Chen Feng asked coldly. I was wrong. Please, don't sleep with my girlfriend, Spider-Man begged. Oomph. It's too late. I'm definitely sleeping with your girlfriend tonight, Chen Feng shouted back. In Chen Feng's arms, Mary mumbled sleepily, Stop arguing. Let me sleep a little longer. Mary's words made Spider-Man even more anxious. He pleaded, Brother Chen Feng, I'm really sorry. Please, just tell me where you are. I'll come get Mary right now. Beep, beep, beep. Chen Feng hung up the phone. If Spider-Man dared to talk back, then he'd let him taste a bit more of that green. But not now. There were more important things to do at the moment. Chen Feng held Mary in his arms and sat on the railing. He stayed like that the entire night. At dawn, the sun rose. A warm ray of sunlight shone onto Mary, waking her with its brightness. She opened her eyes and found herself still nestled in Chen Feng's embrace. Looking up at him, she saw his gaze fixed far into the distance. She followed his line of sight and caught a glimpse of the breathtaking sunrise. The sunlight was like threads of gold, crisscrossing and weaving the black and white clouds into a magnificent tapestry. It's so beautiful, Mary said softly, happiness in her voice. It is, Chen Feng replied. But how long can such a beautiful and peaceful sunrise last? Chen Feng sighed. The Marvel Universe was simply too chaotic to the point where it felt like Earth could explode at any moment. If only we could watch the sunrise together like this every day, Mary said longingly. Chen Feng let out another sigh and fell silent. He remained seated on the railing, while Mary nestled quietly in his arms. But as the sun climbed higher, its intense rays beating down, Mary began to sweat all over, her skin turning red from the heat. At last, unable to bear it any longer, she said to Chen Feng, Chen Feng, let's go back. It's too hot here. I can't take it. With a twist, Chen Feng set Mary down and said, You go on ahead. I'm waiting for someone. Mary clung to his hand, reluctant to leave. We can wait downstairs together, can't we? No, I'm waiting here, Chen Feng replied stubbornly. The blazing sun didn't bother Chen Feng in the slightest. He had no need for shade or comfort. Then wait here for me. I'll be right back, Mary said and dashed downstairs. She bought herself a set of alluring clothes, found a hotel, freshened up, and changed into her new outfit. As she left the hotel, she casually slipped a box of condoms into her bag. Mary stopped by a shop to buy an umbrella, a battery-powered fan, and 2 bottles of mineral water before heading back up to the rooftop. When she saw Chen Feng still perched on the railing, she breathed a sigh of relief. With the umbrella in one hand and the fan in the other, Mary walked over to Chen Feng. She set the fan down and handed him a bottle of mineral water, her voice gentle. Here, Chen Feng. Chen Feng took it without ceremony, twisted off the cap, gripped the bottle with his right hand, shaped his left hand into a palm, and gave the bottom a sharp smack. Instantly, the bottle collapsed, sending the water surging out. He opened his mouth and swallowed it all in one go. Wow. Mary stared at him, utterly amazed. It was the first time she'd ever seen anyone drink mineral water like that. It looked so effortlessly cool. Chen Feng tossed the flattened bottle over his shoulder and went back to gazing at the streams of people moving below. Mary put down her umbrella and tried to copy Chen Feng's trick. She grabbed the bottle with her right hand, shaped her left into a palm, and smacked the bottom. The bottle instantly flattened, and the water burst out. But her reflexes couldn't keep up. She ended up splashed across the face and all over her upper body. The fabric over her chest, now half-transparent, hinted at the curves beneath, showcasing her sensuality in full. "Ah!" Mary cried out. Chen Feng turned around, taking in her appearance, and could only shake his head in disbelief. She was teasing him again. "Chen Feng, my clothes are all wet," Mary said pitifully. "Then just take them off," Chen Feng replied, a little exasperated. Mary's cheeks flushed bright red. Shyly, she said, "Oh, I don't think that a good idea. Someone might see us here. How about we go to that hotel across the street instead? I really want to crack open your head and see what makes you so dirty-minded," Chen Feng said, half laughing, half at a loss. "How could you say that to me?" Mary protested. "I only act this way with you, you know. I'm actually very proper with everyone else," Mary said, fluttering her lashes and speaking in a sweet, coquettish tone. "You? Proper? The other day when I went to your place looking for Peter, I didn't see any of that. You were practically sitting right on top of him," Chen Feng teased deliberately. As expected, Mary's face darkened immediately. She pouted and fell silent, sulking. Mary's silence was exactly what Chen Feng wanted. He perched on the railing, waiting patiently. He was certain Natasha would show up. After all, compared to his Transformers, vibranium was hardly as rare or precious. When noon came, Mary thoughtfully went downstairs and bought a lovingly prepared lunch, planning to share it with Chen Feng. A bite for him, a bite for her, just like in the movies. To her surprise, Chen Feng showed no trace of tenderness. He wolfed down the entire meal in just a few bites, leaving her with nothing but an empty lunchbox. Falling for a man so oblivious to romance was truly exasperating, Mary thought with a sigh. At that moment, a voice rang out, "Phew, I finally found you too." Spider-Man appeared on the rooftop. Ever since Chen Feng had hung up on him, he'd been searching frantically for Chen Feng and Mary. It was only now that he finally tracked them down. Noticing that Mary wasn't wearing the same clothes as the night before, Spider-Man frowned, suspecting that perhaps Chen Feng had really lost his temper, slept with his girlfriend, and even ripped her clothes, forcing her to change into something new. Mary put her hands on her hips and glared at Spider-Man, her tone sharp. "Peter, what are you doing here again? Try to ruin my alone time with Chen Feng one more time." "Chen Feng asked me to come pick you up," Spider-Man explained. As for yesterday's conversation with Chen Feng, even if it was true, he neither dared nor wanted to bring it up. He'd rather keep his jealousy to himself. No point showing it for everyone to see. "Go away. I don't want you to pick me up. Having Chen Feng is all I need," Mary declared firmly. She had once been fond of Spider-Man, but after he'd interrupted her precious moments alone with Chen Feng time and again, her feelings had soured. She even blamed Spider-Man for keeping her from being with Chen Feng. Chen Feng turned to Spider-Man and said, "Peter, do you know what? You're not manly at all. In fact, you're even more like a woman than most women." Spider-Man frowned in annoyance. "Why do you say that?" "Because you just do whatever a woman says, without a thought of your own. Haven't you ever heard that when a woman says no, she actually means yes?" Chen Feng said, exasperated by his lack of understanding. "Never heard that before. Why don't you explain it to me?" Spider-Man replied, perking up, half suspecting this was one of Chen Feng's secrets to winning over women. "It's simple, just 3 words. A man needs to stand his ground. To put it plainly, a man should be assertive. Take now, for example, if Mary refuses to go with you, just tie her up and let your masculine strength win her over," Chen Feng declared, sounding utterly confident. Spider-Man listened to Chen Feng's words and felt his blood boiling with excitement. It all made perfect sense. Even the way he looked at Mary changed. Gone was the gentle affection of before, replaced by a wild, burning desire. "Mary, come back with me," Spider-Man said, his face stern. Mary rolled her eyes and didn't bother to respond. Determined to follow Chen Feng's advice and assert himself, Spider-Man shot out a strand of web, which stuck to Mary, and gave it a firm tug. Mary's body flew uncontrollably toward him. He caught her in his arms, smiled, and declared, "You're my woman." A sharp smack rang out, leaving a bright red mark on Spider-Man's face. Mary had slapped him. "Let go of me," Mary shouted, her voice sharp and clear. "No," Spider-Man replied stubbornly. He had resolved to assert himself, and he wasn't about to give up halfway. Another crisp slap echoed, leaving a matching red mark on the other side of his face. Mary had struck again. "Let go of me," Mary demanded once more, her tone fierce. "I won't let go. Not even if you beat me to death," Spider-Man shouted, his voice rising. With a sudden movement, Mary raised her knee and drove it hard into Spider-Man's groin, holding nothing back. A howl of pain tore from Spider-Man's throat as he released Mary, doubled over, hands clutching himself, and dropped to his knees, groaning in agony. Spider-Man wasn't an ordinary man, but no matter how superhuman he was, that part of him was just as vulnerable. Mary's merciless blow didn't destroy him, which was a testament to his remarkable physique. Still, the pain was so intense that he nearly passed out. Mary showed not a hint of regret. Instead, she scolded, "Peter, I'm not your woman. You have no right to control me. And tell me, where would I even go if I went back with you? Your aunt's house? Oomph. How can you expect me to follow you when you don't even have a place of your own?" Spider-Man's powers of recovery were extraordinary. After several minutes of agony, he managed to stand, though his legs still trembled, perhaps from lingering pain. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Mary, I used to be stubborn. I refused to use my powers to make money, which is why I've always been broke and pushed around. But now I see things clearly. I won't hide my identity anymore. I'll use my abilities to earn a living and give you the happy home you deserve." With his skills and strength, Spider-Man could have made a decent living as a police officer or even mover. But he'd been too caught up in his own principles, unwilling to reveal himself or use his powers for profit. As a result, his life was harder than most ordinary people's. No wonder Mary was now disappointed in him. "Peter, can't we just part ways peacefully? If you keep this up, we won't even be able to stay friends," Mary said, her expression cold. "Mary, give me a chance. I will cherish you, protect you, and never let you suffer," Spider-Man said earnestly. Unconsciously, he forgot all about the idea of being a strong, authoritative husband. His timid nature returned. Watching from the side, Chen Feng could only shake his head in disappointment. He felt utterly let down. When Spider-Man had first hugged Mary so forcefully, Chen Feng thought he might finally be taking charge, becoming the man of the house. But to his dismay, Spider-Man didn't fight back when Mary hit him, nor did he argue when she scolded him. In the end, he even took a painful blow to a very sensitive area. After recovering from the pain, instead of standing up for himself, Spider-Man pleaded with Mary in a pitiful tone, showing not a trace of masculine pride. Such weakness in a man, no, in a superhero, left Chen Feng at a complete loss for words. With her hands on her hips, Mary announced arrogantly, "My boyfriend can only be Chen Feng." Having said that, she turned and walked over to Chen Feng, slipping her arm around his and resting her head gently on his shoulder, looking every bit the picture of obedience. Spider-Man looked toward Chen Feng for help and pleaded, "Brother Chen Feng, help me, please." "Peter, let me give you a piece of advice," Chen Feng said seriously. Spider-Man nodded, thinking he was about to receive some secret tips on winning a woman's heart. "Go ahead, big brother," he replied respectfully. "From now on, don't tell anyone you know me. I can't afford to lose face like this. You're just too damn weak," Chen Feng said in exasperation, completely at his wit's end. Spider-Man's face crumpled, devastated by the blow. "Chen Feng, I'm not being weak. It's just that I love her so much. I don't want to hurt her, so I'm willing to give in on everything." "That's love, it's not weakness," Spider-Man tried to explain, forcing the words out. "I really don't know what to do with you. Go ahead and keep putting up with her. I'm taking your girlfriend to bed," Chen Feng said, his patience gone. With that, he wrapped his arm around Mary and headed toward the rooftop entrance. Hearing Chen Feng mention going to bed and feeling his arm around her, Mary was overjoyed. Her heart fluttered, and she couldn't help but pat her bag, which happened to be resting on a box of safety helmets. Spider-Man sprang up, shouting loudly, "Chen Feng, don't torture me like this. I'm already miserable enough." Chen Feng stopped, turned back, and said, "Oh, right. Since you've got nothing else to do, wait here for a woman named Natasha. When she arrives, give me a call." "So, you want me to wait for someone while you take my girlfriend to bed? That's just too much." Spider-Man fumed, his anger boiling over. "Let me show you what it really means to be a man," Chen Feng declared confidently. "Chen Feng, I just love how domineering you are," Mary said shyly. The two of them disappeared arm in arm across the rooftop, leaving Spider-Man behind, fists clenched and on the verge of losing control. "Arg!" Spider-Man threw his head back and let out a raw, anguished cry, venting all his frustration. As Mary walked down the stairs with Chen Feng, she teased, "You're so bad," using that kind of trick to mess with Peter. "But I kind of like this mischievous side of you. Mary, you'd better think this through. The only reason I'm sleeping with you is because I'm furious at your boyfriend. This is purely a physical need. There are no feelings involved. I absolutely will not take responsibility for you." Chen Feng spoke with a grave tone. "Giving myself to you is entirely my choice. No matter how you treat me afterward, good or bad, I will never regret it," Mary replied, her eyes filled with infatuation. Yeah, like I believe that. Chen Feng didn't trust a word Mary said. In fact, he thought if Mary ever met Iron Man Tony Stark, she'd probably fall for him in a heartbeat. After all, Tony was a legendary playboy. Filthy rich, strikingly handsome, famous, and noble by birth. Few women could resist his charm. Chen Feng wasn't playing around this time. He followed Mary to the nearest hotel. As soon as they entered the room, things escalated quickly. His physique was simply too powerful, while Mary was just an ordinary girl. There was no way she could withstand such intensity. In less than half an hour, she was utterly spent, drifting into unconsciousness. Chen Feng didn't care, and certainly didn't bother with tenderness. Mary kept pestering him, so he figured he'd teach her a lesson. A man as strong as him was not someone a woman like Mary could handle. 2 hours later, Chen Feng returned to the rooftop. What surprised him was that Spider-Man was still there. As soon as Spider-Man saw Chen Feng, he sprang to his feet, pointed at him, and demanded, "What did you do to Mary?" Chen Feng tossed him a room key card and said, "Here's the key. Go see for yourself." Spider-Man stared at the card in his hand, his heart aching, eyes stinging as tears threatened to fall. Without another word, he took the card and left. It was obvious Spider-Man was going to look for Mary. Chen Feng had gone all the way, but he wasn't afraid. He'd acted openly and unapologetically, admitting what he'd done but refusing to take responsibility. After all, it was Spider-Man who had falsely accused him and insulted him last night. And Mary, she just wouldn't let him be. If he didn't show his strength, people would really think he was easy to push around. Chen Feng sat back on the railing, waiting for Natasha's return. As the sun began to set, he started to wonder if Natasha had run into trouble. With the speed of a transformer, there was no way she should have been gone this long. He pulled out his phone and contacted Optimus Prime. "Optimus, what's Natasha's situation right now?" "Master, Natasha was caught last night while attempting to steal vibranium from S.H.I.E.L.D. She's currently talking with Director Fury. From what I can tell, Fury doesn't seem angry, which is why I haven't alerted you." Optimus Prime replied. "Do you have any way to steal the vibranium?" Chen Feng asked. If Optimus had a way to get the vibranium, Chen Feng was willing to offend the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. organization. After all, vibranium was the best defensive material for building Transformers. Sorry, my lord, but the Transformers are too large to enter. Besides, much of S.H.I.E.L.D. isn't automated, and there aren't any humanoid robots, so I can't access vibranium through the network, said Optimus Prime. "Oh, then just keep waiting for Natasha's update. If she runs into any danger, go and rescue her," Chen Feng ordered. "Yes, my lord," Optimus Prime replied, accepting the command. At 8 p.m., Spider-Man helped Mary up to the rooftop again. Mary's gait was a bit odd. She seemed unable to put her feet together, waddling like a duck. With every step, her brow furrowed in pain. Yet she wore a smile, full of happiness and contentment. "Chen Feng," Mary called out weakly. "Still not satisfied? If not, we can go to a hotel and keep going," Chen Feng replied, half exasperated, surprised at how persistent Mary was. Mary seemed to recall something and shivered, biting her lip. "And no, I'm already satisfied." "Then why are you here?" Chen Feng asked. I missed you," Mary said shyly. Chen Feng looked over at Spider-Man. Spider-Man's expression was particularly grim, as if he'd just bitten into something foul. "Peter, as much as I despise your cowardice, I have to admit you're incredibly tolerant. I slept with your girlfriend, yet here you are bringing her to see me. Don't you feel the green glow above your head?" Chen Feng taunted. "Chen Feng, I know you're trying to provoke me. I'll admit I'm angry, but I want you to know I love Mary deeply. I'd do anything for her," Spider-Man replied, lovesick. "Unbelievable. You two are something else. I can't take it anymore. Suit yourselves, I'm out of here," Chen Feng said. With that, he vaulted over the railing and swung away into the night on a web line. As Chen Feng left, Mary hastily turned to Spider-Man, urging him, "Peter, hurry, let's go after Chen Feng." Spider-Man hesitated, reluctant. Mary stamped her foot in frustration. "You promised to love and support me unconditionally. What? Already going back on your word?" Spider-Man gritted his teeth. "No, I won't break my promise." "Then what are you waiting for? If you don't hurry, Chen Feng will be long gone," Mary exclaimed anxiously. Spider-Man wrapped an arm around Mary's waist and dashed toward the edge of the rooftop. He leapt off, firing web after web with his free hand, swinging swiftly in pursuit of Chen Feng. Chen Feng swung leisurely through the city, occasionally pulling off some daring acrobatics. Suddenly, he heard Mary's joyful voice behind him. Glancing back, he was at a loss for words. Spider-Man was actually bringing Mary in hot pursuit. Chen Feng was genuinely impressed by Spider-Man's lack of shame. He truly deserved the title of Marvel's King of the Cuckolds. With both hands, Chen Feng shot out webs in rapid succession, flying straight ahead at top speed as Spider-Man was never as strong as Chen Feng, nor could he pull off such advanced maneuvers, like soaring. in a straight line using only his webs, the way Chen Feng could. Besides, he was carrying another person at the moment. In just a few breaths, Spider-Man and Mary lost sight of Chen Feng completely. Seeing Chen Feng escape, Mary grew dissatisfied with Spider-Man. She quipped sarcastically, "Peter, Chen Feng is using your powers. Why are you so much worse? Can't keep up with him? Or are you just pretending not to?" Dangling from a lamppost by a single web, Spider-Man wore a miserable expression. "Chen Feng is just way stronger than me. There's nothing I can do about it." "You're doing it on purpose," Mary shot back. "I'm not. You totally are. I'm being framed, I swear." The back-and-forth bickering between Spider-Man and Mary escalated. Meanwhile, Chen Feng bought a sports car from a passerby and sped towards the coast. At the same time, he ordered Optimus Prime to send a suit of Iron Man armor to the seaside to pick him up. He planned to return to his private island and wait for Natasha. As for New York, he had no intention of seeing Spider-Man and Mary ever again. The two of them were simply too bizarre for his taste. Bored, Chen Feng entertained himself by racing along the road. Though his driving skills were average, his reflexes were lightning fast. So he dared to push the car to its limits. He overtook car after car, leaving the drivers he passed terrified and shaken. Several hours later, Chen Feng reached the coast. Without slowing down, he drove the sports car straight into the sea. With a tremendous splash, the car skidded across the water for several hundred meters before gradually sinking beneath the waves. Chen Feng opened the door and swam out. As soon as he surfaced, he saw the Iron Man armor hovering above him. "Master, I'm here to pick you up," came Optimus Prime's voice from within the armor. Chen Feng responded with a nod and raised his right hand. The Iron Man armor grasped his hand, lifted him out of the water, and wrapped around him. "Optimus Prime, take me back to the private island," Chen Feng ordered. "Yes, Master," Optimus Prime replied dutifully. Encased in the Iron Man armor, Chen Feng departed. As for that expensive sports car, he simply left it behind. When you're wealthy, you can afford to be extravagant. Chen Feng returned to his private island, which was as tranquil as ever. He went to check on Dr. Octopus, Dr. Hank, and Dr. Zhao Helen. All three genius. Scientists were engrossed in their own research. Even when Chen Feng entered, they didn't spare him a glance or greet him, treating him as if he were invisible. Seeing how dedicated Dr. Hank and the others were to their experiments, Chen Feng felt pleased. He was confident that before long, the second generation of his invincible, living, mechanical transformers would be ready. After returning to his room to wash up and change, Chen Feng went to the living room and instructed Optimus Prime, tell Dr. Hank, Dr. Zhao Helen, and Dr. Octopus to come to the living room for a meeting. "Yes, Master," Optimus Prime replied. After more than 10 minutes, Dr. Hank and the others finally shuffled into the living room, looking none too happy about it. Hank confronted Chen Feng bluntly. "We're in the middle of research. Why are you disturbing us? Didn't we agree before that we'd focus solely on our research and leave everything else aside?" Zhao Hailuan chimed in with frustration. "My project is at a critical stage, and Optimus Prime actually stopped assisting me with the virtual calculations for preliminary nanotechnology just because I refused to attend a meeting. That's just outrageous." Dr. Octopus wore a stern expression and said, "I don't like being disturbed during my experiments. My temperament is quite volatile these days. If I lose my cool, I might just ignite the artificial sun on the spot." Chen Feng was left looking rather awkward after being confronted by his entire team. Yet he had no choice but to swallow his pride. After all, these people were his most prized assets. He cleared his throat and said, "I called this meeting because I care about your progress. If you have something to say, just get to the point. I have research to get back to," Dr. Octopus said, giving Chen Feng not the slightest bit of courtesy. "First of all, in a few days, another brilliant scientist will be joining us. He's Professor Lizard, an expert in the field of biology. When he arrives, I hope you'll all get along and collaborate," Chen Feng announced. "We're all working on our own separate projects. Is this really worth calling a meeting over?" Dr. Octopus replied indifferently. "Biological research? Will his work be of any help to my rebirth cradle project?" Dr. Zhao Hailuan asked. Chen Feng nodded. "Yes, it will help. He's developed a lizard DNA serum. When injected into humans, it causes them to mutate into lizard people. The side effects are quite severe, but after the transformation, as long as the brain remains intact, any missing body part can rapidly regenerate." "Wow, when is he coming? I have so many questions I want to ask him," Zhao Hailuan exclaimed eagerly. "No need to rush. He'll be here in a few days," Chen Feng replied with a smile. "Chen Feng, is there anything else you want to discuss?" Hank asked. He was desperate to get back to his research and save his wife, who was lost in the quantum realm. "I'd like to hear about the progress each of you has made," Chen Feng said. "My artificial sun can be controlled as long as the energy isn't too great. It's essentially a perpetual energy source, inexhaustible, Dr. Octopus reported. My quantum research is still at a standstill. I haven't found a breakthrough yet, Dr. Hank admitted, sounding discouraged. Of the three, his work was by far the most abstruse. My nanotechnology and rebirth cradle are still at the conceptual stage. I don't have any concrete results yet, but I'm confident that before long, I'll succeed in developing both, Zhao Hailuan said with determination. Chen Feng nodded, comforted by their responses. You're all working extremely hard. Optimus Prime has kept me updated. I know you spend most of your days buried in research, barely getting a few hours of sleep. I just want to say, you might be able to push yourselves to keep going, but your brains can't take this forever. You need to let your brains rest. Only then can they provide more inspiration and allow you to develop what you want more quickly. Although Chen Feng was eager to create the second generation of Transformers as soon as possible, he didn't want his subordinates to be overworked. After all, these subordinates were some of the top scientists in the Marvel world, extremely valuable assets. On his path to power, he needed their assistance. Oh, understood, replied Dr. Hank and the other two, nodding. Yet, it seemed they didn't take it too seriously in their hearts. There's one more thing to announce. Very soon, I'll be able to acquire vibranium from S.H.I.E.L.D. Once we have vibranium, the quality of your research equipment will be second to none. So I hope that after I get the vibranium, you can work together to figure out how to smelt it, Chen Feng said. That's great news. I'm all for it, said Dr. Octopus enthusiastically. I support it too, added Dr. Hank. When I get to turn vibranium into nanovibranium, it'll look absolutely awesome, Zhao Hailuan said happily. And finally, since I'm in a good mood today, let's not go home until we're all drunk tonight, Chen Feng declared with joy. I'd rather do research than drink, Dr. Hank replied. Count me in on that, Dr. Octopus chimed in. I don't drink, Zhao Hailuan said sweetly. Fine. Go ahead and do your research. I'll drink by myself, Chen Feng said with a wry smile. No one joined him, but Chen Feng didn't mind. Before he crossed into the Marvel universe, he was already used to solitude. After all, the path of the strong is a lonely one. Chen Feng hefted a case of whiskey and went down to the beach. Lying back in a deck chair, with the ocean breeze on his face and the sound of waves in his ears, gazing up at the beautiful starry sky while sipping strong, burning liquor. This was a rare kind of pleasure. Optimus Prime, controlling an iron suit, stood by his side, attending to him. He spoke up. Master, Miss Mary has posted a missing person notice for you on the internet. Would you like me to take those down? Erase them. Remove any mention of my name and photo from the internet, Chen Feng ordered. At once, Master. They've all been deleted. Optimus Prime responded dutifully. Send a text to Mary's father for me. Tell him that if his woman bothers me again, I'll make sure he goes bankrupt, Chen Feng instructed. Yes, Master. The message has been sent, replied Optimus Prime. The shrill ring of a phone broke the night's calm. Master, it's Mary's father calling. Optimus Prime reminded him. Answer it, Chen Feng ordered. Whenever he couldn't be bothered to pick up his phone, he simply used an iron suit or a transformer as a speaker. A soft chime sounded, and Mary's father's timid voice came through the suit speakers. Mr. Chen, I'm very sorry. My daughter was thoughtless and upset you. Don't worry, when she comes back, I'll make sure to discipline her and keep her from disturbing you again. Good. That's the way it should be. Chen Feng nodded with satisfaction. Mr. Chen, do you really not like my daughter at all? Mary's father asked timidly. He still hoped Chen Feng would become his son-in-law. After all, Chen Feng was wealthy and capable. Your daughter is just a clingy little imp. I don't like her. You'd better let her marry Peter instead. Chen Feng replied. Oh, Mary's father answered absent-mindedly, though inwardly he thought, letting her marry Peter is out of the question. That other young heir from a wealthy family seemed like a much better son-in-law. Optimus Prime, hang up the phone, Chen Feng ordered. Yes, Master. Optimus Prime responded promptly. In Mary's family villa, her father heard the steady beeping as the call disconnected. With a heavy sigh, he muttered to himself, Ah, such a good son-in-law candidate, and now he's gone. I really don't know how Mary managed to chase after him to the point of making him so annoyed. The next day, at noon, Chen Feng received a call from Natasha. Natasha told him that she'd been caught while trying to steal vibranium. S.H.I.E.L.D. hadn't made things difficult for her and even agreed to give Chen Feng a small amount of vibranium. But there was a catch. Chen Feng would have to hand over the Transformers technology to S.H.I.E.L.D., as well as the process for refining vibranium. Trading the secrets of the Transformers, along with the method for refining vibranium, for a mere handful of vibranium, Chen Feng suspected S.H.I.E.L.D. was out of its mind. The Transformers technology was priceless, packed with advanced innovations. It wasn't just worth a bit of vibranium if he offered it to Iron Man in exchange for half of Stark Industries. Iron Man would probably agree. After all, cutting-edge technology was the true form of wealth. As for the vibranium refinement process, Marvel's brightest scientists had tried for centuries. Only Dr. Myra McLean had managed to succeed once during World War II, and that had been a fluke. No one had replicated it since. Such a rare technique was far more valuable than even the first-generation Transformers technology. To trade both of these incredible technologies for a small amount of vibranium? Unless Chen Feng was a fool, he'd never agree. So he refused without a second thought. If the negotiations with S.H.I.E.L.D. fell through, he planned to send Spider-Man to steal it. Or perhaps team up with Iron Man and let him handle it. After all, Iron Man was just as powerful as S.H.I.E.L.D. As an arms manufacturer, he had connections with high-ranking officials, military leaders, and world leaders everywhere. If Iron Man leveraged those relationships to put pressure on S.H.I.E.L.D., it would be tough for them not to give in. S.H.I.E.L.D. relied on national support to function. Without it, they'd fall apart and be treated as outlaws, shunned by every country. So for Iron Man, getting vibranium would be much easier than it was for Chen Feng. But unless it came to that, Chen Feng had no intention of working with Iron Man. Chen Feng ended his call with Natasha. An hour later, Chen Feng received another call from Natasha. Natasha, fuming with anger, told Chen Feng that S.H.I.E.L.D. had refused to make the deal. So furious was she that she resigned from S.H.I.E.L.D. on the spot, intending to unwind on a private island. But that private island had already been turned into a research base by Chen Feng. He had no desire for Natasha to come and stir up trouble. So he turned her down and immediately ordered Optimus Prime to return. With the Transformers back, Chen Feng climbed aboard and drove to New York once more. In truth, he hadn't wanted to return, but for the sake of vibranium, he endured. Through Optimus Prime, Chen Feng tracked down Spider-Man, who was working at a newspaper office. When Chen Feng arrived at the office, he witnessed something utterly unexpected. Spider-Man was in the middle of beating up his boss. Blow after blow landed. Spider-Man, not being an ordinary person, left his boss completely helpless to fight back. Only when his boss passed out did Spider-Man finally stop. As he stood up and turned to leave, he caught sight of Chen Feng and froze in surprise. Chen Feng began to applaud, his voice warm and approving. "Peter, well done. That's what a real man looks like." "Chen Feng, what are you doing here?" Spider-Man's face clouded as he spoke coldly. "I'll get to why I'm here in a moment. First, tell me, do you actually like being a journalist?" Chen Feng asked. Spider-Man nodded, but his tone was sour. "So what if I do? I've already been fired." Instead of responding to Spider-Man, Chen Feng addressed the gathering crowd of employees. "Whoever can help me get in touch with your boss, I'll reward you with $10,000. I know how to reach him." "Sir, pick me. I know the number." "Sir, I've already called the boss for you. Here, you can speak to him." One quick-witted employee handed his phone to Chen Feng. Taking the phone, Chen Feng dialed and, with an air of confidence, declared, "Name your price." "I want to buy your newspaper." "Are you out of your mind, Miller? You're just a junior editor, and yet you dare boast about buying my newspaper? Do you even have that kind of money?" the boss shouted from the other end. "I'm not Miller. I'm Chen Feng, a very wealthy man. I have my eye on your newspaper. Tell me your price, and I'll buy it," Chen Feng replied. "Oh, my apologies. I thought you were that junior editor from my office. You say you want to buy my newspaper? Do you have that kind of money?" "You know, my newspaper is valued at $230 million, the boss replied more politely. "I'll pay $500 million to buy your newspaper," Chen Feng said grandly. With Optimus Prime helping him make money around the clock, he now had more than he could ever spend. "If you really can give me $500 million, then the newspaper is yours," the boss exclaimed, barely able to contain his excitement. After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng turned to Optimus Prime Mary and said, "Optimus Prime, transfer $10,000 to the owner of this phone and send $500 million to the owner of this newspaper." With that, he handed the phone back to the young editor. The editor took the phone and immediately saw a message from a bank. He opened it, and a blissful smile spread across his face. His bank account had really increased by $10,000. Chen Feng then raised his voice and addressed everyone in the newsroom. "I have just bought this newspaper and given it to Peter. From now on, Peter is your boss. Those who are willing to listen can stay. Those who aren't, leave." A chorus of exclamations followed. "Wow, is this for real? He hasn't even signed a contract with the boss. How can he act so high and mighty already?" The staff in the newsroom questioned whether Chen Feng had actually bought the newspaper or not. "You really bought the newspaper and gave it to me?" Spider-Man asked, unable to believe it. Chen Feng nodded and replied, "Yes, it's true. I need you to help me with something. Consider this your reward." At that moment, the young editor who had handed the phone to Chen Feng received a call. After a few words, he walked up to Spider-Man, bowed with great respect, and said, "Hello, boss. If you need anything, just let me know." The other staff members finally understood. Chen Feng had truly purchased the paper. At once, they crowded around Spider-Man, showering him with flattery and praise. Peter, congratulations on becoming the owner of a newspaper. Peter, I always knew you were destined for greatness. Look at you now, you're the boss. Peter, we're good buddies, right? You got to look out for your old pals. Peter, I made you a cup of coffee. Give it a try. In the past, Spider-Man had always been the laughingstock of the entire newsroom. The sudden reversal was so dramatic that he was left feeling rather uncomfortable. Spider-Man turned to Chen Feng and said, Chen Feng, let's find a place to talk. He guessed that Chen Feng's generosity meant there was something important he needed help with. Spider-Man led Chen Feng to a nearby cafe. All right, tell me, what do you want me to do? Spider-Man asked. I need you to help me steal a special metal called vibranium from S.H.I.E.L.D. I don't need much, just a tiny bit will do. If you manage to get it for me, we'll call it even for the favor you owe me, Chen Feng replied. Okay, I'll do it, Spider-Man agreed without hesitation. Chen Feng was a little surprised at how readily Spider-Man agreed to steal something. He thought to himself that maybe Spider-Man had really changed. Perhaps it was because of Mary. Chen Feng took out a small box and handed it to Spider-Man. Inside is a multifunctional watch and a wireless earpiece. With these two items, you'll be able to contact my AI assistant, Optimus Prime. He can help you solve any electronic problems you might run into. Spider-Man accepted the box in silence. When do you plan to make your move? Chen Feng asked. How about tomorrow? I need to learn more about S.H.I.E.L.D. before I can make sure I don't mess up, Spider-Man replied. All right, I'll wait for your good news, Chen Feng said. After parting ways with Spider-Man, Chen Feng headed to Professor Lizard's hideout. The professor was still packing up his things. When he saw Chen Feng arrive, he was delighted, thinking Chen Feng had come to pick him up. Chen Feng, I'm almost done packing. Tomorrow I'll be ready to go to your private island with you, Professor Lizard said. No rush. I just dropped by to check on you, Chen Feng replied with a smile. All right. Yesterday you had Mary come over and ask me for a vial of lizard DNA serum. What was that for? Professor Lizard asked as he continued packing. Chen Feng's smile faded. I never sent her to ask you for lizard DNA serum. After I left New York, I cut off all contact with her. What? She lied to me? Then what did she want a lizard DNA serum for? Professor Lizard asked, puzzled. Chen Feng didn't know either. He turned to Optimus Prime and ordered, Optimus, call Peter for me. At once, sir, Optimus replied. Once the call connected, Chen Feng asked, Peter, did you know your girlfriend used my name to trick Professor Lizard out of a vial of lizard DNA serum? There was a brief silence on the line. Then Spider-Man let out a weary sigh. I don't know why she lied to Professor Lizard, but I do know what she wants to do with it. What does she want to do? Chen Feng asked curiously. She wants to kill you, Spider-Man replied seriously. Chen Feng was speechless. He'd expected Mary to resent him after his rejection, but he hadn't imagined she'd go so far as to want him dead. Clearly, she knew she couldn't kill him as an ordinary person, so she'd tricked Professor Lizard, hoping to use the DNA serum to make herself stronger. Do you know where she is now? Chen Feng asked. No idea. After a huge fight with her family, she ran away from home and didn't take anything with her. I've searched everywhere but couldn't find her. I never thought she'd hide out in the sewers, let alone trick Professor Lizard out of the DNA serum. Chen Feng, you'd better be careful. Mary has really lost her mind, Spider-Man said. If you love her so much, why don't you keep looking for her? Chen Feng asked. I don't love her anymore. She's not the Mary the first knew. I've decided to let go, Spider-Man replied, his voice heavy. Your girlfriend wants to kill me, and you're not going to do anything about it, Chen Feng said angrily. Of the three, Chen Feng, Spider-Man, and Mary, Chen Feng was clearly the innocent party. He'd never pursued Mary. She'd been the one who latched onto him, and Spider-Man had misunderstood him because of it. Now he was the one, caught in the crossfire for no reason at all, to suddenly find himself targeted for death. Anyone in his shoes would be furious. I have nothing to do with her anymore, so I don't care. Do as you see fit, said Spider-Man. Damn it, Chen Feng cursed, then told Optimus Prime to hang up the phone. The lizard professor had overheard the conversation between Chen Feng and Spider-Man. Eager to please, he volunteered. Chen Feng, let me help you by taking care of Mary for you. You better not, Chen Feng shook his head. He was well aware of the lizard professor's combat skills. They were nothing to boast about. He was worried that not only would the professor fail to kill Mary, but he might end up being killed by her instead. That would be a real loss. Optimus Prime, help me track Mary's whereabouts, Chen Feng ordered. Yes, my lord. Optimus Prime replied dutifully. Before long, Optimus Prime reported, My lord, I found out that after Mary entered Oscorp, she never came out again. My data analysis suggests that she's probably seeking help from Green Goblin Harry. Ah, forget it, Chen Feng sighed. He had originally wanted to eliminate Mary, since she was after his life. But when he remembered that she had once loved him, and that they'd shared intimate moments, he found himself unable to go through with it. After some thought, he figured that Mary couldn't reach his private island anyway. If she tried to cause trouble, S.H.I.E.L.D. and some superheroes would handle it. Chen Feng turned to the lizard professor. Professor, how much do you still have to pack? If it's not too much, I'll take you to the private island today. Not much left. Give me a few hours, I'll have it all sorted out, the professor said. All right, Chen Feng replied. Then he gave Optimus Prime new instructions. Optimus Prime, send all Iron Man suits from the private island here. Also, arrange for a cargo ship to wait for us at the seaside, and get 100 trucks ready at the outskirts of the city. In the digital age, even though Optimus Prime was not human, he could use the internet and money to get people to work for him. The professor didn't have much equipment, mostly jars and vials of serums, and of course his massive lizard army. The cargo ship was for transporting the lizard troops. Chen Feng pitched in to help with the packing. 2 hours later, Chen Feng and the lizard professor emerged from a secluded city sewer entrance, leading a massive lizard army. Most of the army had already been wiped out by Chen Feng, so only a few hundred mutated lizards remained. The rest were ordinary little lizards, numbering in the tens of thousands. When a transportation company's 100 trucks arrived at the designated spot and saw lizards everywhere, the driver slammed on the gas, trying to flee. With a wave of his hand, Chen Feng summoned a dozen Iron Man suits, their Gatling guns, spinning missile launchers, and shoulder-mounted guided rockets, all aimed at the trucks. The 100 drivers instantly cowered, obediently returning to drive their trucks as ordered. Under the command of Professor Lizard, the Lizard Legion swiftly crawled into the trucks. Once all the lizards had boarded, Chen Feng piloted the transformer, grabbing Professor Lizard with one hand, and soared toward the coast. 100 trucks transported the Lizard Legion to the seaside, where Professor Lizard directed his troops onto the cargo ship. 3 hours later, Chen Feng and his companions finally arrived at their private island. Chen Feng instructed Professor Lizard to settle the Lizard Legion in the island's forest, then brought the professor into the villa. As for all of Professor Lizard's bottles and jars, Optimus Prime would take care of them. Chen Feng asked Optimus Prime to let everyone know to come out and meet Professor Lizard. Zhao Hailuan was the first to appear. The moment she saw Professor Lizard, she shielded her chest with both hands and let out a piercing scream. Ah, a monster! Chen Feng rushed forward and caught Zhao Hailuan just before she collapsed. Terrified out of her wits, Zhao Hailuan fainted on the spot. At first, Chen Feng intended to revive her by pressing the acupuncture point above her lip, but as he gazed at Zhao Hailuan's exquisite, delicate features, another idea came to mind: chest compressions and mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. He thought, a real man shouldn't be timid. Without hesitation, Chen Feng scooped Zhao Hailuan up and carried her to his room. Professor Lizard hurriedly called out, Chen Feng, wait, I have a smelling salt potion. Just let her sniff it, and she'll come around. No need, Chen Feng replied, not even looking back as he carried Zhao Hailuan into his room and laid her on the bed. After a rather intimate round of first aid, Zhao Hailuan let out a soft moan and slowly regained consciousness. She sensed something smooth and slippery in her mouth, instinctively sucked on it, then opened her eyes, only to discover that Chen Feng was kissing her. What's more, his hands were resting on her chest, occasionally giving a squeeze. With every ounce of strength she had, Zhao Hailuan shoved Chen Feng away, sat up, her face flushed to her ears, and demanded angrily, What do you think you're doing? Chen Feng, a bit sheepish, explained, You fainted from fear when you saw Professor Lizard. Your breathing and heartbeat stopped, so I was giving you CPR and mouth-to-mouth. Phew, thank goodness I brought you back. Otherwise I'd be heartbroken. You're lying. That's not how CPR or mouth-to-mouth works. You just took advantage of me. Zhao Hailuan retorted, cheeks burning with indignation. No, absolutely not. I swear, I had no such intentions. You have to believe me. Chen Feng protested, his tone righteous. There was no way he'd ever admit to it. Not in this lifetime. Zhao Hailuan pouted, turning her head away and refusing to look at Chen Feng, sulking in silence. Trying to change the subject, Chen Feng said, All right, don't be mad anymore. Now that you're awake, come downstairs with me and say hello to Professor Lizard. After all, you'll be working with him on research from now on. The rosy flush on Zhao Hailuan's cheeks instantly drained away at the mention of Professor Lizard, leaving her face pale as a sheet. I don't want to see him. He looks too frightening, Zhao Hailuan said timidly. It's all right, I'm here with you. There's nothing to be afraid of, Chen Feng reassured her. Zhao Hailuan shook her head, her voice small and wavering. No, I'm just scared. Chen Feng walked over and gently scooped Zhao Hailuan up in his arms. What are you doing? Zhao Hailuan exclaimed, startled and flustered. I'll hold you. Then you won't be afraid, Chen Feng replied with a cheerful grin. Put me down. I'll go see him, all right. Zhao Hailuan said, blushing. It was the first time she'd ever been held by a boy. She was nervous, a little excited, and even a bit sweet inside, a mix of feelings that was strange and new to her. I think it's better if I carry you downstairs, Chen Feng said, unwilling to let such a rare opportunity slip by. In the living room, Professor Lizard was chatting happily with Dr. Octopus and Dr. Hank. The three of them, seeing Chen Feng carrying Zhao Hailuan down the stairs, all exchanged mischievous grins. Zhao Hailuan was a pure-hearted girl who had never been in a relationship. Now, being cradled in Chen Feng's arms, she felt incredibly shy. So shy, in fact, that she buried her face against Chen Feng's chest and didn't dare look at anyone else. Dr. Zhao Hailuan, did you hurt your foot? Dr. Octopus teased, pretending to be concerned. Dr. Hank nodded, his face serious. That must be it. Otherwise, why would Chen Feng be carrying her? Dr. Zhao, I happen to have a serum for sprains and bruises. I'll go get it for you right now, Professor Lizard said, leaping to his feet and heading for the door. Chen Feng wanted to strangle Professor Lizard. Couldn't he see that he was trying to woo her? Zhao Hailuan struggled and whispered, Chen Feng, put me down. Helpless, Chen Feng set her gently on her feet. Seeing that Zhao Hailuan could stand just fine, Professor Lizard turned back and said, Oh, so you're all right after all. Even though everyone was present, Zhao Hailuan still felt uneasy around Professor Lizard. Clinging to Chen Feng's arm, her voice trembled as she greeted him. Hello, Professor Lizard. My name is Zhao Hailuan. Chen Feng has told me about you. Your lizard DNA serum is truly impressive with its regenerative abilities. My own cradle of regeneration is somewhat similar to your work, so I hope we can collaborate more in the future. Professor Lizard was delighted to meet a fellow scientist. He stepped forward, eager to shake Zhao Hailuan's hand. But when Zhao Hailuan saw his clawed hand, she shrank back, hiding behind Chen Feng. Chen Feng shook his head and smiled wryly. Professor Lizard, can't you use the antidote and turn back to your normal self? Professor Lizard looked down at his burly frame and said with a hint of pride, I'm quite happy like this. Strong, energetic, and so much more powerful than any ordinary person. Professor Lizard, maybe you should turn back to your human form. Dr. Zhao Hailuan is easily frightened, Dr. Octopus chimed in. All right then, Professor Lizard replied with a sigh. He reached into his coat, pulled out a vial, and injected himself with the serum. Professor Lizard cried out in pain a few times, his body slowly shrinking, transforming back into the appearance of an ordinary man. Though his clothes were ragged before, his massive and imposing figure had given him a distinct presence. But now, having reverted to his normal human form, the tattered clothes, disheveled hair, and haggard face made him look just like a beggar. Still weakened, Professor Lizard turned to Zhao Hailuan and said, You're not afraid of me anymore, are you? Not at all, Zhao Hailuan replied happily. Zhao Hailuan, you'd better not go into that little grove on the island, Chen Feng warned. Why not? Zhao Hailuan asked, puzzled. Because there are tens of thousands of lizards raised by Professor Lizard in there, Chen Feng explained. So many, Zhao Hailuan exclaimed in surprise. There's no need to be alarmed, Professor Lizard reassured her. All my children are very well behaved. Without my command, they won't attack humans. That's good to hear, Zhao Hailuan said, patting her chest in relief. To celebrate Professor Lizard joining our team, I'll have Optimus Prime fetch some delicacies for us. Later, we'll have a barbecue and drinks on the beach, a proper party. Chen Feng announced. Count me in, I'm all for it. Dr. Octopus was the first to chime in. Professor Lizard was his friend, and since it was his first time here, he certainly deserved a warm welcome. On the private island, several humanoid iron suits soared into the sky, some heading into the city to buy food, others diving into the ocean to catch seafood, while still others began setting up the barbecue on the beach. Meanwhile, at Stark Industries, Tony Stark had thoroughly studied Chen Feng's supercomputer. He, too, could now connect his brain to a computer. With this technology and the top programmers at Stark Industries, he'd upgraded Jarvis several times. Each time he was convinced Jarvis had reached the pinnacle of artificial intelligence. Yet, whenever he tried to have Jarvis infiltrate Chen Feng's AI system, Optimus Prime, it always ended in failure. This surprised him greatly, and he was eager to uncover just how advanced Optimus Prime truly was. The next morning, Chen Feng got up early. In his room, he had Optimus Prime activate the 3D holographic projector to check on Spider-Man's whereabouts. Since Spider-Man was wearing the multifunctional watch Chen Feng had given him the previous day, Chen Feng could track him through Optimus Prime and see where he was. Through the 3D holographic display, Chen Feng saw Spider-Man, neatly dressed, driving a mobility scooter towards S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Seeing Spider-Man driving such a slow vehicle, Chen Feng couldn't help but sigh. A true underdog remains an underdog. No matter how much wealth he gains, some habits just never change. That mobility scooter was painfully slow. Chen Feng almost wanted to smash it to pieces himself, then toss Spider-Man the keys to a sports car just so he could get to S.H.I.E.L.D. faster. By noon, while Chen Feng was having his meal, Spider-Man was still puttering along the road in the senior citizen's car, not even halfway to his destination. By evening, as Chen Feng sat down to dinner, Spider-Man was still inching along in that little car, its dim headlights flickering uncertainly in the dusk. Watching from afar, Chen Feng couldn't help but worry that Spider-Man might end up in an accident. Late at night, while Chen Feng enjoyed a midnight snack, Spider-Man finally reached the vicinity of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. SHIELD's base was a flying aircraft carrier, capable of soaring through the skies, gliding over water, and even submerging like a submarine. It was a marvel of multifunctional engineering. Whenever S.H.I.E.L.D. mobilized in full force, this was the flagship that led them into battle. Most of the time, however, it simply rested in a remote mountain range, far from the eyes of the public. The location of SHIELD's base was shrouded in secrecy. Not only was it out of the way, but there wasn't even a proper road leading to it. Without Optimus Prime's guidance, Chen Feng would never have discovered its hidden entrance. He watched as Spider-Man climbed out of the elderly car and, following Optimus Prime's directions, dashed into the depths of the mountains. Freed from the slow pace of the old car, Spider-Man moved like a flash, covering the rest of the distance to S.H.I.E.L.D. in just half an hour. Upon arrival, Spider-Man didn't act immediately. Instead, he lingered around the perimeter, waiting. Chen Feng, observing patiently, sensed Spider-Man was biding his time for the perfect moment. The dead of night, when everyone was deep in sleep, will be the best time to make a move. Sure enough, at 4 in the morning, Spider-Man sprang into action. Using both hands and feet, he scaled the hull of the aircraft carrier. Nimbly evading the sentries on guard, he pressed the multifunctional watch that Chen Feng had given him against the electronic lock by the main gate. To enter the aircraft carrier, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents needed an electronic keycard. Spider-Man didn't have one, but he came prepared with something even better, the multifunctional watch. The watch itself wasn't extraordinary. What truly made it powerful was the remote hacking system operated by Optimus Prime. As soon as Spider-Man placed the watch against the lock, Optimus Prime cracked the security in an instant, even muting the usual unlocking chime. So, the two sentries standing by the door remained oblivious as someone slipped into the heart of the aircraft carrier. Spider-Man carefully eased the door open just enough to slip through, then closed it gently behind him. Through Optimus Prime's 3D holographic projection, Chen Feng watched Spider-Man's deft movements and couldn't help but think that this wasn't Spider-Man's first time pulling off a heist. Inside the aircraft carrier, that is, within S.H.I.E.L.D. itself, Spider-Man didn't walk like an ordinary person. Instead, he crawled along the ceiling, moving with remarkable speed and lightness, not making a single sound. Suddenly, Spider-Man raced forward, then halted at a corner, pressing himself flat against the ceiling, utterly motionless. Just as Chen Feng was wondering what was happening, he saw, through the 3D hologram, two fully armed soldiers patrolling the corridor below. Chen Feng suddenly understood. The reason Spider-Man had hidden himself in the best possible spot was because his superpower, Spider Sense, had alerted him to someone's presence. Spider Sense, much like the way a spider perceives vibrations in the air, allows Spider-Man to gather information and sense everything around him. Chen Feng couldn't help but marvel. What a waste of talent it would be if Spider-Man didn't become a thief. He even wondered, with Spider-Man's gifts and abilities, if he ever turned to thievery, nothing would be beyond his reach, whether it was something as small as a sewing needle or as grand as the moon itself. Spider-Man pressed on, using his spider sense to deftly avoid everyone in his path. With Optimus Prime's assistance, Spider-Man moved freely in and out of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. But there was a problem. Spider-Man had no idea where the vibranium was kept, so he could only search blindly. S.H.I.E.L.D. was enormous, a labyrinthine space where Spider-Man wandered in circles looking for the vibranium, until he grew dizzy from all the twists and turns. As dawn approached, he quietly swiped a few pieces of bread and slipped into a ventilation shaft to hide. Spider-Man hadn't left, so Chen Feng guessed he planned to continue searching for the vibranium that night. Spider-Man curled up and slept in the air duct. Chen Feng then instructed Optimus Prime to alert him when Spider-Man woke up and began moving, and with that, he went to rest. Night fell. In the deep hours before dawn, Chen Feng received a message from Optimus Prime. He ordered Optimus Prime to activate the 3D holographic projector, and immediately, Spider-Man's stealthy figure came into view. After several hours of searching, Chen Feng said to Optimus Prime, "Optimus, doesn't SHIELD system have any records about the vibranium?" "Master, SHIELD system does contain information on vibranium, but it doesn't specify the location," Optimus replied. The weapons lab and the armory. Have Spider-Man search those places, Chen Feng ordered. Yes, Master, responded Optimus Prime. With a reminder from Optimus Prime, Spider-Man made his way to SHLD's weapons laboratory. The weapons lab was vast, and even in the dead of night, many passionate scientists were still hard at work on their research. Thinking quickly, Spider-Man swiped a protective suit, put it on, and remained silent. No one could recognize him now. He lingered in the lab for quite some time, searching through countless items, but the vibranium remained elusive. Helpless, he had no choice but to leave the weapons lab and head for the armory. The shield armory was a dazzling sight. Rows upon rows of shelves were lined with every imaginable weapon, from tiny pocket pistols to tanks and artillery, and even several massive missiles stood ready. The armory was a critical area, so it was heavily patrolled around the clock. Though the patrols carried no weapons, each guard was formidable in their own right. In a one-on-one fight, even Spider-Man might not stand a chance against them. These people were all elite agents meticulously trained by S.H.I.E.L.D., each having been injected with a super soldier serum similar to Natasha's. There were simply too many patrols in the armory, which forced Spider-Man to search at a snail's pace. After barely rifling through a couple of crates, he would have to swiftly shoot a web and swing up to the ceiling, hiding from the patrols below. Chen Feng sipped a glass of 1982 Lafite, watching the dense array of advanced weaponry in SHLD's armory through his 3D holographic projector. He couldn't help but mutter, "One day, when I'm powerful enough, I'll haul out all of SHLD's weapons and arm my own crew." For 3 days, Spider-Man turned the entire armory upside down, but still couldn't find any vibranium. After days of sneaking about in secret, Spider-Man grew despondent. He asked Chen Feng if he could leave S.H.I.E.L.D. for now and return to steal it another time. Chen Feng refused, insisting that Spider-Man continue searching within S.H.I.E.L.D. The truth was, Chen Feng could have just told Spider-Man to snag a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent and force them to reveal the whereabouts of the vibranium. But he hesitated. If Spider-Man slipped up and alerted S.H.I.E.L.D., they'd only hide the vibranium somewhere even more secret. Now, after Spider-Man's diligent search yielded nothing, Chen Feng felt he had no choice but to swallow his pride and turn to Natasha for help. Optimus Prime, call Natasha, Chen Feng commanded. Yes, my lord, replied Optimus Prime, taking the order. Los Angeles, in a dimly lit bar. Natasha was drowning her sorrows, drinking glass after glass. It felt less like she was drinking wine and more like she was gulping down her own sadness. She had resigned from S.H.I.E.L.D., no longer a top agent, stripped of the impressive privileges she once wielded. On its own, that wasn't so bad. After all, she had discovered that S.H.I.E.L.D. was actually founded by Hydra, and her covert investigations had uncovered plenty of Hydra members hidden in SHLD's ranks. She didn't regret leaving. What truly troubled her was Chen Feng. She had wanted to visit Chen Feng's private island to clear her head, but to her surprise, he refused her, even sending the Transformers away, which infuriated her. She had taken a huge risk for Chen Feng, trying to steal vibranium from S.H.I.E.L.D. When she got caught, she shouldered all the pressure from S.H.I.E.L.D. alone. Yet, Chen Feng's attitude towards her was utterly infuriating. He'd gone too far. If she could, she would storm Chen Feng's island and give him a good beating. Unfortunately, with Optimus Prime guarding the private island, she had no way of getting in and could only drown her frustration at the bar. Suddenly, her phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, Natasha's anger flared up all over again. That damn Chen Feng. How dare he call me? Does he really think I'm that easy to mess with? Oomph. She grumbled, then hit the reject button. The phone rang again. Natasha pressed the reject button once more. But to her surprise, her phone seemed to have malfunctioned. No matter how many times she tried, the call just wouldn't disconnect. Then, she saw a flash of white light from her phone, and Chen Feng's face appeared on the screen. Hello, Natasha. Chen Feng greeted her cheerfully. Chen Feng, you've gone too far. You actually let Optimus Prime hack into my phone. Natasha accused angrily. There was no other way. Who told you to ignore my calls? Chen Feng replied calmly. Why should I take your calls? Are we that close? Natasha retorted, her tone still bristling with annoyance. Chen Feng understood why Natasha was upset, so he said, You just want to visit the private island, right? Fine, I'll allow it. To obtain vibranium, he had no choice but to compromise. At worst, once Natasha came to the island, he'd have a delicate wooden cabin built for her by the beach. That way, she wouldn't disturb Dr. Hank and the others with their research. You think your island is some kind of paradise? Like everyone's dying to go there? Well, let me tell you, I don't even want to go anymore. That's it, I'm hanging up, Natasha said furiously, and tried to turn off her phone, only to find she couldn't. Optimus Prime had seized control of her phone's power system. Knowing she was no match for Optimus Prime, Natasha shoved her phone in her pocket and went on drinking. The bar was far too noisy, The sound from her phone speaker was drowned out completely. So Chen Feng instructed Optimus Prime to cut the power to the bar. With access to the city's grid, Optimus Prime made the entire bar go dark in an instant. The moment the lights went out, chaos erupted. Some thugs seized the opportunity to cause trouble, harassing women, stealing money, and more. With her striking beauty and the allure of a mature woman, Natasha quickly became the target of two sleazy men. But Natasha was no pushover. With two swift punches, she knocked both of them to the ground. Still fuming, she kicked them twice for good measure, making sure they'd think twice before trying anything like that again. As if nothing had happened, she returned to her seat at the bar and continued drinking. Natasha, can we talk properly now? Chen Feng's voice called out. Without the blaring bar music, his words came through her phone clearly and distinctly. Natasha pulled out her phone and hurled it to the ground with force. With a sharp crack, one of the world's most advanced phones lay shattered at her feet. Natasha's phone was in pieces, but the other patrons' phones were untouched. The bartender closest to Natasha suddenly heard Chen Feng's voice coming from his own phone. Natasha, I just need to ask you something. If you tell me, I'll give you one of Tony's Iron Man suits, and even a copy of the Jarvis system. What do you say? Tony's Iron Man suits are old news to you. I don't want one. If you're really sincere, give me a transformer, Natasha replied. Find somewhere private so we can talk, Chen Feng suggested. No, I'm staying right here. If you want to talk, come find me yourself. Otherwise, stop bothering me. Natasha spoke with pride, her tone haughty. It had taken Chen Feng considerable effort to win her over, and now she intended to make him pay for it. Fine, I'll be there soon, Chen Feng replied helplessly. After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng gave an order. Optimus Prime, restore the power to the bar. Then get ready. We're heading to Los Angeles. Chen Feng put on a specially made suit. This suit had a stretchable design, so he no longer had to worry about tearing his clothes when he transformed. Before long, Chen Feng was at the controls of his transformer, soaring above Los Angeles, right above the bar where Natasha was waiting. He parked the transformer on the roof, then leaped down from above. With a flick of his wrist, a strand of spider silk shot out. He swung gracefully through the air, released the line, and landed lightly right in front of the bar's entrance. Stepping inside, his eyes immediately found Natasha, who was seated at the bar, sipping her drink. He walked over and sat down beside her. I'm here, he said. Can we talk now? Natasha beckoned to the bartender. Bring this gentleman a bottle of whiskey, the biggest one you have. The bartender, delighted, set an enormous bottle of whiskey before Chen Feng, already imagining the generous tip he'd earned from selling such an expensive drink. Natasha pointed at the whiskey on the bar and said to Chen Feng, drink this whole bottle in one go, and then we can talk. She was still angry, hoping to get a little revenge on Chen Feng through the challenge. Chen Feng said to himself, just you wait, once I get that vibranium, let's see how long you can keep up this attitude. But for the sake of the vibranium, Chen Feng decided to accept her challenge. He stood up, planted one foot on his chair, and hefted the massive whiskey bottle in both hands. He tilted his head back, opened his mouth wide, and poured the whiskey down in a steady stream. Chen Feng didn't even bother swallowing. He simply let the liquor flow straight down. His drinking style was so impressive, especially with such a gigantic bottle in his arms, that he quickly drew a crowd. Many people pulled out their phones to record the spectacle, and some even clapped and cheered him on. When he'd finished the entire bottle, his stomach bulged with the effort. He let out a hearty belch and set the empty bottle down on the bar with a heavy thud. Turning to Natasha, he said, now can we talk? A round of enthusiastic applause broke out in the bar. Brother, you can really hold your liquor. Hey man, what's your name? Unbelievable. You finished that huge bottle in one go. Amazing. I have to hand it to you. Your drinking skills are on another level. Big brother, let me buy you a drink. What do you say? Voices called out from every corner. Some cheering for him, some eager to know his name, others hoping to befriend him, and a few women looking for a more intimate connection. Natasha watched with a sly smile as several provocatively dressed women tried to cozy up to Chen Feng, but she said nothing. Chen Feng could be easygoing at times, but he was not to be trifled with. Suddenly, there was a deafening bang. It was Chen Feng. He had slammed his palm onto the bar with such force that the wood trembled, leaving a clear handprint embedded in its surface. Several glasses and bottles rattled and toppled from the shock. Chen Feng shouted at the women clinging to him, "Get lost!" Frightened, the women scattered in all directions. Even the onlookers, startled by his outburst, quickly backed away. It was terrifying. Someone who could leave a palm print on the bar with a single slap was best kept at a distance. Chen Feng noticed that even the bartender had fled, which pleased him. He turned to Natasha and said, "Tell me, where exactly in S.H.I.E.L.D. is the vibranium kept? What are you planning to do?" Natasha asked sternly, suspecting that Chen Feng wanted to steal the vibranium. "That's none of your business. Just tell me where S.H.I.E.L.D. keeps the vibranium, Chen Feng replied. Natasha's eyes gleamed with cunning as she countered. Give me the transformer first, then I'll tell you. For just a piece of information, you want a transformer? Aren't you a little too greedy? Chen Feng retorted. It might be greedy, but let's not forget, you lied to me. You had Optimus Prime blow up my plane and left me stranded in the ocean. Afterwards, I snuck in a shield to steal vibranium for you, got caught, and resigned from my job. I even wanted to come to you for some peace of mind, but you turned me away. You deceived me, hurt me, and rejected me. Don't you think you owe me some compensation? That transformer is a fair trade, Natasha argued, her tone full of conviction. Iron Man Tony's suit and the Jarvis system. I'll upgrade them for you. I guarantee they'll be even more powerful than what Tony has now, Chen Feng promised. He knew that after his setbacks, Tony Stark had been working relentlessly to upgrade both his armor and Jarvis. Optimus Prime had told him that Tony's latest upgrades made the suit and AI 2 or 3 times more advanced than before, but they still lagged far behind Chen Feng's Transformers and Optimus Prime's own system. Thanks to Optimus Prime, Chen Feng was privy to all of Tony's latest developments, so giving Natasha an enhanced version as a gift didn't bother him in the slightest. Natasha hesitated for a moment, then said, All right, but I want the armor to be a girl's version, and it has to transform just like a transformer, into a plane, a speedboat, a submarine, a drilling machine, a sports car, you name it. Natasha's requests were all within his capabilities, so Chen Feng agreed readily. Deal. You make my suit first, and then I'll tell you where S.H.I.E.L.D. keeps the vibranium, Natasha replied shrewdly. Having been outwitted by Chen Feng several times before, she no longer trusted his word, and felt this was the safest approach. Can't you just tell me now? I need it urgently, Chen Feng said, frustration creeping into his voice. Spider-Man was still on standby at S.H.I.E.L.D., and it would take several days to build the custom female Iron Man suit Natasha wanted. He worried that if Spider-Man had to wait much longer, he'd get restless. After all, Spider-Man was already growing impatient and eager to leave. Natasha curled her lips and said, You've got terrible luck. You didn't get what you wanted, and I'm worried you'll cheat me again. Should he agree or refuse? Chen Feng hesitated. He had considered kidnapping S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to force the location of the vibranium out of them, but he was afraid of alarming them and ruining his chances. Natasha, though, was a different story. S.H.I.E.L.D. had already cut ties with her. Even if she didn't know where S.H.I.E.L.D. was keeping the vibranium now, she could easily get word through her friends at S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, she had no shortage of admirers within the agency. Chen Feng mused quietly to himself. Natasha's too stubborn. Maybe I should just kidnap her. As Chen Feng's gaze lingered on Natasha, she smiled faintly and teased. Do you find me too beautiful to look away? You're staring at me without even blinking. Are you really not willing to say it first? Chen Feng asked, his tone serious. Give me what I want first, then I'll talk, Natasha answered stubbornly. Fine. Don't blame me for what happens next, Chen Feng said, standing up. Natasha instantly sensed that something was wrong. She fixed Chen Feng with a wary look and demanded, What are you planning? Didn't you want to visit a private island? I'll take you there right now, Chen Feng replied with a wicked grin. I've changed my mind. I don't want to go anymore, Natasha said, her guard up. That's not your decision to make, Chen Feng replied, then sprang into action. Chen Feng moved swiftly. He was highly skilled and fast. But Natasha was no slouch either. With more than 90 years behind her, she had a wealth of combat experience, especially when her life was on the line. Back in World War II, the Soviet secret organization known as the Red Room had enhanced her body, boosting her physical abilities and slowing her aging. She was a master martial artist, trained in karate, judo, ninjutsu, aikido, French boxing, and a variety of other fighting styles. She was also a weapons expert, a crack shot, a tactical genius, an exceptionally skilled strategist, tactician, and commander. So, defeating Natasha in a straight fight was no easy feat, even for someone like Chen Feng. He lunged at Natasha, aiming to pin her down with brute strength. But Natasha arched back, planting both feet squarely in Chen Feng's stomach and launching herself backward. She soared 2 meters through the air, executed a dazzling roll, and sprang to her feet. It was her first real fight, and Chen Feng was surprised by Natasha's lightning-fast reflexes. He barked an order, Optimus Prime, cut all nearby power. With Spider-Man's genes fused into him, Chen Feng had spider sense, which meant darkness was little obstacle for him. Yes, Master, came Optimus Prime's prompt reply. A sharp click echoed as, in an instant, the bar and the surrounding area were plunged into darkness. Chaos erupted in the bar once again to prevent anyone from interfering with his fight against Natasha. Chen Feng shouted furiously, All of you, get out right now, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Everyone in the bar had already witnessed Chen Feng's ferocity before, so as soon as they heard his harsh warning, they scrambled to escape, tripping over one another in their haste. Chen Feng possessed a spider sense, while Natasha was skilled at pinpointing locations by sound. Though this ability was slightly inferior to spider sense, Natasha's wealth of combat experience made up for it. Soon, everyone but Chen Feng and Natasha had left the bar. In the pitch-black darkness, the two of them launched into battle. With a sharp whoosh, Chen Feng relied on his spider sense to lock onto Natasha's position and shot out a strand of web. The web stuck to Natasha's hand. In a flash, Natasha whipped out the dagger hidden at her calf and sliced the web cleanly in one swift motion. Chen Feng fired off web after web, each one zipping through the air. Natasha dodged continuously, and although she was occasionally hit by the webs, her speed allowed her to sever them instantly with her dagger, leaving Chen Feng unable to restrain her. Realizing this, Chen Feng stopped shooting webs and charged straight at Natasha. Natasha didn't back down. As a battle-hardened soldier, she feared nothing from Chen Feng as long as he didn't transform into the Titan. She was ready to face him head-on. Chen Feng leaped high into the air, aiming a flying kick at Natasha. Natasha, gripping her dagger, arched her torso backward. Just as Chen Feng was about to soar over her head, she thrust her dagger upward in a precise strike. Quick as lightning, Chen Feng shot a web upward with his right hand, anchoring it to the ceiling. With a powerful tug, he shot up into the air, narrowly avoiding Natasha's deadly counterattack. Natasha couldn't fly, but her bullets could. She swiftly drew her pistol from her waist and, without looking or hesitating, fired 2 shots straight at the ceiling. Hearing the click of a gun being cocked, Chen Feng immediately fired a web toward the wall and used it to zip quickly out of harm's way. His rapid movement through the air created a rustle, enough sound for Natasha to track him. Relying on the sound of the rushing air, she locked onto Chen Feng's position and darted toward the wall. Chen Feng braced his feet against the wall and launched himself at Natasha. Gunshots rang out. Natasha fired several times in quick succession. Natasha's shots hit Chen Feng, but at the same moment, Chen Feng tackled her to the ground. Thanks to the lizard professor's gene fusion, Chen Feng was no longer afraid of non-lethal wounds. Natasha, ever resourceful, had more tricks up her sleeve. Her watch suddenly emitted a powerful electric current. A jolt of electricity shot through Chen Feng, making his body seize up. Natasha was shocked as well, but she was used to the sensation. Taking advantage of the opportunity, she kicked Chen Feng away and sprinted off. Chen Feng, how are you still standing? I hit you, I know I did. Natasha asked in astonishment that in the pitch-dark bar. Though she couldn't see a thing, she could smell it, the thick metallic scent of blood lingering in the air. Judging by that, she estimated that Chen Feng had taken at least 3 bullets. Yet Chen Feng was still bursting with energy, showing no signs of injury whatsoever. Chen Feng didn't attack again. Instead, he said, "Tell me the exact location of the vibranium, and I'll give you the answer you want." "Are you some kind of immortal?" Natasha challenged, her tone suspicious. Seeing that Natasha didn't answer his question, Chen Feng explained, "It's a special serum. As long as my brain's intact, no matter how serious the wounds are, I recover quickly." "Why, are you interested? I'm willing to trade it with you." "Does it have any side effects?" Natasha asked carefully. Clearly, she was tempted. "All right, I won't keep you guessing. What I use is the lizard professor's lizard DNA serum. The side effect is that you might turn into a half-human, half-lizard monster. But as long as you can control your emotions, you won't become a lizard person," Chen Feng explained. "If I want 1 dose of the lizard DNA serum, plus a female version of the Iron Man suit, would you agree to that?" Natasha bargained. "I can give you the lizard DNA serum right away, but the female Iron Man suit will take a few days to build," Chen Feng replied. "Fine. Give me the lizard DNA serum first. After I inject it and everything checks out, I'll tell you the exact location of the vibranium," Natasha conceded. "Then come to my private island with me," Chen Feng invited, knowing that on his own turf, the rules would be his. "I need to make a call first," Natasha said. Natasha was smart. She worried that once she set foot on Chen Feng's private island, he might try something against her. So she called a good friend at S.H.I.E.L.D., telling her that she was heading to a private island. If anything happened to her, Chen Feng would be the culprit, and she asked her friend to avenge her if it came to that. She made the call right in front of Chen Feng, an unmistakable warning not to try anything reckless. As long as he got what he wanted, Chen Feng didn't care. When interests are at stake, even the fiercest rivals can shake hands and make peace. Take Chen Feng and Natasha, for example. Just moments ago, they were fighting for their lives. Now, they were partners in negotiation. Chen Feng had the Transformer shift into its jet mode, and together it carried Natasha back to his private island. Once they arrived, Chen Feng summoned the lizard professor. When the lizard professor heard that someone wanted to try his lizard DNA serum, he was overjoyed. Grabbing a vial of the serum in a syringe, he dashed out of his lab and into the living room, unable to hide his excitement. Who is it? Who wants to inject the lizard DNA serum? The lizard professor's lizard DNA serum, which he had painstakingly developed, had always been rejected by humans. Now someone finally wanted to try the serum. In his mind, this meant humanity was beginning to accept his work, and that made him truly happy. Chen Feng pointed at Natasha and said to the professor, "It's her. She's a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Back during World War II, she underwent transformation by the Soviet secret organization known as the Red Room. She's a superhero. When she heard about your lizard DNA serum, she became very interested and wanted to give it a try. That's why I brought her here. She's from the World War II era? But how does she look so young?" the professor exclaimed in astonishment. "Her aging process is about 100 times slower than that of ordinary people," Chen Feng explained. "Oh, that's remarkable," the professor marveled. Then, with a look of eager anticipation, he turned to Natasha and said, "Miss, I'm a biologist. Would you mind letting me draw some of your blood for research? What will you give me in return?" Natasha replied. Her blood was already being studied at S.H.I.E.L.D., so she wasn't as protective of it as others might be. As long as the offer was right, she didn't mind providing a sample. In return, the professor hesitated, clearly troubled. He was dirt poor. Aside from his research equipment and a horde of lizards, he had nothing to his name. "I'll offer you $1 billion. How about that?" Chen Feng suggested. Natasha's genes weren't of much use to him, so he'd never tried to get them before. Besides, Natasha was far too cunning. Extracting her genetic material was no easy task. Still, Chen Feng was intrigued by her slowed aging. If he could develop a serum with the same effect from her blood, even spending $100 billion would be worthwhile. If his research succeeded, he'd test it on others first, and only use it himself after confirming it was safe. That way, he'd avoid any danger. "I already sold the supercomputer you gave me to Tony Stark and made $1 billion off it. So, I'm not exactly short on cash," Natasha replied. "Then what do you want?" Chen Feng asked. Natasha thought for a moment. "I want a custom-fitted battlesuit. Something I can wear as ordinary clothing, but that can protect me in combat. With your skills, I have no doubt you can make such a suit." Chen Feng nodded. "All right, you have my word." Natasha rolled up her sleeve, revealing her fair arm to the professor. "Go ahead, draw the blood." The lizard professor's eyes gleamed with excitement. He took the syringe, originally prepared to inject Natasha with the lizard DNA serum, and instead used it to draw her blood. He didn't stop until he had filled the entire vial. After Professor Lizard carefully set aside the syringe containing Natasha's blood, he emerged once more, holding a syringe filled with lizard DNA serum. Turning to Natasha, he asked, "Are you ready?" Natasha looked at Chen Feng, her expression serious as she questioned, "Chen Feng, are you sure this serum is safe?" "Don't worry," Chen Feng reassured her. "Professor Lizard has tested this lizard DNA serum on many animals, and there's never been a problem. It's safe for humans too, otherwise I wouldn't have used it myself." With a touch of pride, Professor Lizard lifted the syringe and said, "Miss, please trust in my expertise." Natasha walked over to the window, grabbed the curtains, and yanked them down with a determined pull, wrapping them around herself. She was worried that after her transformation, she might accidentally expose herself. Professor Lizard administered the injection into Natasha's arm. Natasha let out a scream, unable to bear the pain. As the lizard DNA serum entered her veins, Natasha's skin began to take on a green hue, and scales slowly started to emerge. Suddenly, a small tail sprouted at the base of her spine, smacking against the floor with such force that it cracked the tiles. Her hands grew longer, and her fingernails became razor-sharp. Once the green scales covered her entire body, Natasha underwent yet another transformation. The green scales shimmered and shifted, turning into a fiery red. When Natasha's agonized cries finally faded, Professor Lizard was left speechless. Chen Feng, too, was stunned by what he saw. As the pain subsided, Natasha glanced down at her transformed body. "Wait a minute, weren't you saying I get bigger? Why didn't I? And why am I bright red now?" she asked, bewildered. "Miss, would you mind testing the strength of your claws?" Professor Lizard suggested. "All right." Natasha tossed aside the curtain. Her body hadn't grown larger, so she no longer worried about exposing herself. "Whoa, that's adorable," Chen Feng blurted out in astonishment. With the curtain gone, Chen Feng finally saw Natasha's transformed appearance. Far from becoming monstrous, she had gained an almost enchanting allure. Her slender figure, artfully shaped hands, golden hair, and those fiery red scales paired with the little tail flicking back and forth, made her strikingly beautiful, captivating, and even a bit cute. If the old Natasha exuded mature beauty, the new Natasha had the air of a mythical goddess, strange, yet breathtaking. With a metallic screech, Natasha dragged her claws across the floor, carving 5 deep grooves into it. "What sharp claws!" Natasha exclaimed, marveling at how they outclassed even the dagger she always carried. "Try out your strength," Professor Lizard said excitedly, eager to see the results of this new discovery. Natasha glanced around and said, "I could always lift things like sofas, so there isn't really anything here to test my new strength on." "Optimus Prime, I want you to compete with Natasha in a test of strength," Chen Feng ordered. "Yes, Master," Optimus Prime replied, accepting the command. Controlling a suit of iron armor, Optimus Prime strode over to Natasha, extended both hands, and, with gentlemanly courtesy, said, "Miss Natasha, please allow me to learn from you." "All right," Natasha replied, pressing her hands against the armored hands. "Begin," Chen Feng declared. A thunderous rumble echoed through the room, for booming impacts in quick succession. Both Natasha's and the iron armor's feet sank into the floor. Only by anchoring themselves this way could they avoid slipping on the tiles and unleash their true power. Natasha was exhilarated. She could feel the strength surging within her, at least 10 times greater than before. Both sides exerted their full force at once. The air was filled with the harsh, grating sound of immense pressure. But Natasha could only hold her ground for a little over 10 seconds before the iron armor steadily forced her backward. With each of the armor's heavy steps, the floor caved in beneath it. "Optimus Prime, stop!" Chen Feng commanded. "Chen Feng, this lizard DNA serum is incredible. I feel like I could tear anything apart right now," Natasha exclaimed, her excitement barely contained. Pointing to the iron armor, Chen Feng said to Natasha, "Now try using your claws. See if you can leave a mark on it." Natasha leapt forward and slashed at the armor. With a swift motion, 5 distinct gashes appeared on the metal surface. This suit was personally built by Iron Man, by Tony himself, using special alloyed steel. "That means you're truly powerful now," Chen Feng praised her. "This was a deal worth making," Natasha said with a satisfied grin. "Now, see if you can calm your emotions and return to your normal state," Chen Feng instructed. "Understood," Natasha replied, and began to steady her breathing, focusing on her emotions. Natasha was different from Professor Lizard. He couldn't control his emotions. To return to normal, he needed an antidote. But Natasha had lived for over 90 years, seen every storm pass, experienced every kind of passionate love. Managing her emotions was child's play for her. Soon, she succeeded. The scales on her body gradually faded, the tail at her lower back shrank, and finally vanished entirely. Chen Feng couldn't help but burst out laughing, for he saw a hole in the back of Natasha's clothing, offering a clear view straight through. Natasha, realizing she had returned to her normal human form, jumped up in joy and cheered. "Yes, I'm back to normal." Suddenly, she felt a chill at her lower back. Before she could reach back to check, Chen Feng draped the curtain, torn down earlier, over her shoulders, grinning as he said, "You might want to cover up." Her curiosity piqued. Natasha reached behind her to investigate. "Ah!" she shrieked, her cheeks instantly turning a brilliant shade of red. Professor Lizard thought something was wrong with Natasha's body, so he asked with genuine concern, "Natasha, are you all right? Is there something wrong with your body?" In truth, what he cared about was whether the lizard DNA serum had successfully fused with Natasha. Natasha, blushing and clutching her backside in embarrassment, replied, "It's nothing really, I'm fine." "Optimus Prime, fetch a set of women's clothes for Natasha," Chen Feng ordered. "Yes, my lord," Optimus Prime acknowledged, accepting the instruction. Natasha's figure was quite voluptuous, so she couldn't fit into Zhao Hailuan's tight outfits. After some thought, Optimus Prime selected a loose dress for Natasha. Once dressed in the flowing gown, Natasha seemed like a different person altogether. Gone was her bold, mature allure. She now resembled a gentle, intellectual woman. Chen Feng barely had time to appreciate Natasha's new, subtle beauty. Eagerly, he pressed, "Natasha, can you now tell me the exact location of the vibranium?" Natasha nodded and answered sweetly, "Yes, I can." The vibranium was originally kept in the weapons lab, where any SHIELD agent could access it. That day, I was unlucky. A scientist working on a weapon happened to spot me, and that's how I got caught. Although I'm no longer with SHIELD, I made plenty of friends there over the years. Through them, I learned that Fury took the vibranium and stored it in the most secure vault at SHIELD. The vault is huge, about the size of your living room. It doesn't have an electronic lock, only a massive iron padlock. This lock is unique. It needs 3 separate keys to open. If even one key is wrong, or if you try to force it open, it triggers an alarm that blares out a deafening warning. So you must gather all 3 keys. The first is with Director Fury. The second is with Deputy Director Maria Hill. The last one is kept at the SHIELD Command Center. Chen Feng, given what I've told you, does this sound difficult to you? It's not too hard. Go on, Chen Feng replied. Stealing was Spider-Man's specialty, and he trusted Spider-Man could manage to steal all 3 keys. All right, I'll continue, Natasha said. Getting the 3 keys isn't the hard part, since Fury and Hill themselves aren't particularly strong. They're only good at giving orders. The real challenge is that vault door. It's made from a special steel alloy and weighs 20 tons, about 40,000 pounds. If the door opened by pushing, that would be easier, but someone suggested a design where it has to be lifted straight up, so you'll need several people with superhuman strength just to get inside the vault. I've seen Fury enter before. He always brought 4 mutated strongmen to lift that iron door. So, even if you manage to gather all 3 keys, it's impossible for one person alone to get inside. Natasha explained in detail. Optimus Prime, project SHLD's blueprints with a 3D holographic projector, Chen Feng ordered. At once, my lord, Optimus Prime replied. A beam of light flashed from the eyes of a suit of iron armor. In the air, a massive flying aircraft carrier took shape in vivid projection. Chen Feng turned to Natasha. Find the location of that safe. 3D holographic projectors were common in this world, so Natasha wasn't the least bit surprised. She reached out, manipulating the projection with a few swift gestures. Then, pointing to a spot, she said to Chen Feng, right here. At first glance, it's just an ordinary wall, but in reality, it's a disguised door. Press both hands here, and you can slide it aside. That's where you'll find the safe I mentioned. Excellent. Thank you. Go get some rest. I won't go back on my word to you, Chen Feng said, smiling. After Natasha left, Chen Feng returned to his room and commanded, Optimus Prime, tell Peter the exact location of the vibranium, and also explain how to access the safe. At once, my lord, Optimus Prime responded. Inside a shield ventilation duct, Spider-Man, who had been fast asleep, was roused by Optimus Prime's voice. Once he learned the precise location of the vibranium and the method for opening the safe, Spider-Man grimaced and clenched his teeth. Then he set off to steal the keys. Fury and Hill, one the director, the other the deputy director, held immense power, and so they were always surrounded by guards day and night. Unable to enter Fury's room through the main entrance, Spider-Man slipped in through the ventilation system. The duct was narrow, forcing him to squeeze his body through inch by inch. Once inside Fury's room, a grin broke across Spider-Man's face. He spotted the safe's key resting right on the nightstand. With a swift flick, Spider-Man shot out a web, which latched onto the key. He lifted it gently, and as soon as the key was in hand, he headed straight for Hill's room without a moment's pause. Hill was a striking beauty, her looks every bit as stunning as Natasha's. Entering her room, Spider-Man nearly had a nosebleed at the sight of her alluring sleeping posture. He rummaged through drawers and cabinets, but found no sign of the key. So, moving quietly, he gently lifted the collar of Hill's shirt. There was a key, hanging by a cord, nestled between her ample curves. Spider-Man couldn't help but steal a few more glances before getting back to business. He pulled out a pair of scissors and was just about to snip the cord when he suddenly saw Hill's eyes snap open. There was no time for hesitation or pity. He clapped a hand over Hill's mouth and delivered a quick punch to her temple. Hill possessed no superpowers whatsoever. The reason she had risen to the position of deputy director was because she was a highly trained SHIELD agent, experienced in intelligence work, and exceptionally skilled in close combat, as well as proficient with all manner of weapons. And so, when Spider-Man landed a punch, Hill was instantly knocked unconscious. He swiftly tied her up, binding her tightly, and then hurried off toward the command center. Although there were more guards stationed there, Spider-Man blended in without much difficulty and, with little effort, managed to obtain the final key. With all 3 keys in hand, some of Spider-Man's earlier gloom seemed to lift. Guided by Optimus Prime's instructions, he made his way to a corridor. There, he waited for 2 hours, carefully memorizing the guards' patrol patterns before making his move. At the center of the corridor stood a wall. Spider-Man pressed both hands against it and slid it to the right, revealing a heavy iron door. He quickly produced the 3 keys. One after another, he twisted them in the locks. Click, click, click. With a final turn, the lock released with a resonant snap. He crouched down, gripping the bottom of the iron door with both hands, and heaved upward. The door rose just a little, no more than a crack, before refusing to budge any further. Judging that the guards would soon return, Spider-Man gently lowered the door and restored the disguised wall to its original state, then nimbly climbed back up to the ceiling. Meanwhile, Chen Feng had been observing the entire process from his private island. Optimus Prime, he said, tell Peter to find some tools. At once, Master, Optimus Prime replied, accepting the order. Prompted by Optimus Prime, Spider-Man scouted around and gathered several tools, a jack, an iron bar, and the like. Moving with purpose, he set to work once again. First, he wedged the iron bar under the door and pried it open a little more. Then, gripping the bottom of the door with all his might, he unleashed a burst of strength that lifted the 20-ton door a full half-meter. That was enough. With a sweep of his foot, he slid the jack underneath to hold the door in place, then released his grip. With the jack supporting the weight, the rest was easy. He cranked the jack, raising the door higher, and then slipped quickly inside. Inside the vault, it was pitch dark, not a glimmer of light. Fortunately, Spider-Man had his multifunction watch. By the glow of its tiny lamp, he could finally see what lay within. Although there weren't many items in the safe, everything was meticulously arranged. On his private island, Chen Feng's heart raced at the sight of row upon row of vials. If his guess was correct, these are the serums of superpowered individuals from across Marvel's long history. Optimus Prime, after Spider-Man gets the vibranium, have him try to collect as many of those superpower serums as possible. Once he's safely back, I'll make sure he has money, women, a career, whatever he desires, Chen Feng said, excitement in his voice. Yes, Master, Optimus Prime responded, relaying the message to Spider-Man. The proposal stirred Spider-Man, but also left him torn. His suit had no pockets. Hiding some vibranium in his costume was one thing, but the superpower serums were another matter. Entirely. If any of those vials were to break, the consequences could be deadly. Even if you don't die, you might turn into a monster. This was something he knew all too well. Spider-Man didn't have much time to dwell on the question. He searched quickly and found a metal box labeled vibranium. The box wasn't locked. He opened it and saw a small pile of metal pieces, some large, some small. Swiftly, he grabbed a few of the smaller pieces, slipped them into his clothes, then quickly took 10 vials of the superhuman serum, wrapped them up with his web, slung them onto his back, and hurried out. By the time he finished all this, it was already time for the SHIELD patrols. There was no time to close the iron door, let alone retrieve the jack he'd used. He simply left everything as it was, dashed out, and used his webs to make a swift escape. Now that he had the vibranium, he wasn't afraid of being discovered. As soon as Spider-Man left the corridor where the vault was located, the blaring of SHLD's alarms filled the air. The entire agency was thrown into chaos. Countless people rushed out. Guards, soldiers, agents, and superhumans. A thief has broken into the vault. Shut all the doors immediately. If you see a stranger, seize them on the spot. If they resist, use lethal force. Hurry, everyone. I just saw a red blur flash by. That must be the thief. You go after him. I'm going to find the director and the others. They may be in danger. This is bad. Deputy Director Hill has been knocked out. Damn it. This is outrageous. Someone actually broke into SHIELD. Not only did they steal my keys, but now they're raiding the vault. Catch that bastard. Spider-Man had become a wanted man, hunted by all. SHIELD went into full emergency mode. Every exit and entrance was heavily guarded. Even the ventilation shafts were being searched. No hiding place was overlooked. Spider-Man hadn't been discovered yet because he was hiding inside a trash bin, covering himself with garbage. That was the only reason he hadn't been found. Inside his makeshift hideout, Spider-Man was tense, worried about being caught by SHIELD. He knew all too well how powerful they were. If they found him, there would be no escape. Meanwhile, on his private island, Chen Feng was also nervous. He feared that if SHIELD caught Spider-Man, all his vibranium would be lost. Optimus Prime, send the Transformers to pick up Spider-Man. If necessary, you may engage SHIELD, Chen Feng ordered, determined to become stronger, even if it meant making enemies of SHIELD. Yes, my lord, Optimus Prime responded. Under Optimus Prime's command, the Transformers on the private island took to the skies, heading straight for SHIELD. When Spider-Man learned that Chen Feng had sent the Transformers to support him, some of his anxiety faded. He knew Chen Feng's Transformers, capable of soaring through the sky and burrowing through the earth. Formidable beyond measure. Once the Transformers arrived, he would find a way out of SHIELD, and then he'd be safe. A few minutes later, Optimus Prime informed Spider-Man that the Transformers had arrived. Spider-Man couldn't speak, as people kept passing by his hiding spot, and from time to time someone would rummage through the area. If he hadn't hidden himself so well, he would have been discovered already. He knew that if things went on like this, it was only a matter of time before he was found. Yet he had no other options. The frustration gnawed at him. On his private island, Chen Feng could only listen. Since Spider-Man had squeezed himself into a trash bin and covered himself with garbage, Chen Feng couldn't see what was happening inside SHIELD headquarters. But he could hear the sounds, from the frequent footsteps echoing through his earpiece, He deduced that Spider-Man had no way of escaping S.H.I.E.L.D. for the time being. Chen Feng didn't care about Spider-Man's fate. What he cared about was the vibranium in Spider-Man's possession. That was why he had to save him. To draw S.H.I.E.L.D's people away and give Spider-Man a chance to escape, Chen Feng gave Optimus Prime his orders. Optimus, does S.H.I.E.L.D's command center have 3D holographic projectors? Yes, Master. In fact, there are quite a few. S.H.I.E.L.D. often uses them to hold meetings with top government officials. Optimus replied. Hack into S.H.I.E.L.D's command center system. Use the 3D projectors to cast a red figure, moving quickly and hiding throughout the S.H.I.E.L.D. facility, Chen Feng commanded. As you wish, Master, answered Optimus Prime, accepting the order. At that moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Fury was watching surveillance footage with Deputy Director Hill, trying to locate the thief's hiding place. Fury scrutinized the video intently, when suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a blurry red shape darting past. He spun around quickly, but saw nothing. Hill then noticed Fury's reaction and asked curiously, Director, what is it? I just saw a red shadow, gone in a flash. I'm certain of it. That wasn't my imagination, Fury said gravely. I'll send more people to search right away, said Hill. She had no doubt about Fury's judgment. Have Hawkeye bring a team over, Fury ordered. Hawkeye was one of S.H.I.E.L.D's top agents. He had no superpowers, but his extraordinary eyesight, lightning-fast reflexes, and unmatched coordination made him the world's greatest archer. With Hawkeye on the job, the thief wouldn't stay hidden for long. That's why Fury sent him to catch the culprit. Hawkeye arrived at the command center and searched every corner, but found nothing. Chen Feng, watching everything unfold in the command center, pondered his next move. Then he gave Optimus Prime another order. Optimus, imitate Fury's voice and issue an order to all S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel. Tell everyone to gather on the deck of the helicarrier. Yes, Master, Optimus replied. Everyone assemble on the deck immediately. Now, Fury's voice echoed in the ears of every S.H.I.E.L.D. member. Footsteps thundered through the corridors, marching towards the deck. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, upon hearing Fury's order, immediately gathered on the deck. Everyone received Fury's command. Even Fury himself did. Listening to his own order through his wireless earpiece, Fury was momentarily stunned. Everyone in the command center turned to look at Fury. Hill spoke up. Director, was that order from you? But I didn't hear you say anything. Someone's impersonating the director and giving orders, Hawkeye said. Listen up, everyone. The previous order didn't come from me. Get back to your stations right away and don't let the thief escape, Fury quickly commanded. After issuing his order, Fury heard Hawkeye say, Director, my earpiece didn't broadcast your voice. I'm guessing it's the same for everyone else. That's right, we didn't hear it either, the others agreed. Hawkeye, hurry and get outside. Tell everyone to return to their posts. We can't let that arrogant thief get away, Fury said anxiously. Yes, Director, Hawkeye acknowledged, leading his team to inform the others. Hill sat down at a computer, her hands dancing over the keyboard as she rapidly entered lines of command codes. Suddenly, the computer emitted a sharp beep, and the screen went black, though the machine kept running. Seeing this, Hill sighed in frustration. Director, we're dealing with a top-level hacker. Our system is completely under their control. Then cut the network. Without it, no matter how skilled they are, they can't control our systems, Fury said. Hill replied and led her team to unplug the network cables and shut down the command center computers, making them safe from further hacking. Fury and Hill thought they were clever. Cutting the network and powering down the machines should prevent the enemy from controlling S.H.I.E.L.D's electronics. But they failed to realize that the agents still carried electronic devices, radios, phones, and more that could also transmit information. Hawkeye rushed to the deck to inform everyone to return to their posts. As those agents turned to go back, their radios crackled with Fury's voice. Everyone, be alert. The thief is impersonating someone from S.H.I.E.L.D. Almost instantly, every agent's phone buzzed with a message from a S.H.I.E.L.D. system. The thief is a master of disguise and can take on anyone's appearance. Stay vigilant. If someone familiar acts out of character, apprehend them immediately. They could be the thief. Tension mounted. Everyone began eyeing those around them with suspicion, watching each other as if facing an enemy. Meanwhile, on Spider-Man's end, after receiving a warning from Optimus Prime, he slipped out from the trash can and dashed away. Since Optimus Prime had lured the guards away from the entrance, Spider-Man managed to escape from S.H.I.E.L.D. without a hitch. The Transformer activated its stealth mode and swiftly flew to Spider-Man's side. Spider-Man climbed inside the Transformer's body. With Optimus Prime at the controls, the Transformer sped away. It wasn't until after the Transformer, carrying Spider-Man, had left S.H.I.E.L.D. that the organization slowly returned to normal. On his private island, Chen Feng saw that Optimus Prime had successfully rescued Spider-Man and in his delight, downed a bottle of 1982 Lafite in one go. He then ran quickly to the villa's rooftop, waiting for the Transformer's return. Whoosh! Chen Feng didn't have to wait long before the Transformer returned. The Transformer landed on the rooftop of the villa and opened its body, allowing Spider-Man to step out immediately. Chen Feng gave a thumbs up and praised, "Peter, you're incredible." "Chen Feng, please don't ever ask me to do something like this again," Spider-Man replied with a wry smile. "All right, now hurry and give me the vibranium and the superhuman serums," Chen Feng urged impatiently. Spider-Man handed Chen Feng the 10 vials of serum strapped to his back, then took off his spider suit and shook out a few small grains of vibranium. Chen Feng quickly took the vibranium, then holding the grains in one hand and the 10 vials in the other, said delightedly to Spider-Man, "Peter, I keep my promises. Women, career, money, whatever you want, just say the word." Spider-Man's talent for thievery had clearly shown itself, and Chen Feng was impressed. He thought he might have use for Spider-Man in the future, so he planned to build a good relationship with him. "Women, I'll find on my own. As for my career, I want to make my newspaper the biggest in the world. Money, just give me $10 billion, Spider-Man replied. Ever since Mary left him, and after facing Chen Feng's challenges, Peter had changed. He was no longer so naive. He wanted to regain the dignity he had lost. He wanted to accomplish something big, to show all those who had once looked down on him or mocked him that Peter Parker was truly capable. Although the career and money would come from Chen Feng, Peter felt that he'd earned them through his own abilities, even if the method was a little unusual. "I'll give you an AI system that will help promote your newspaper across the entire internet. As long as your stories are good enough, becoming the world's biggest paper will be a breeze. As for $10 billion, that's far too little. Here, I'll give you $100 billion. Spend it however you like," Chen Feng declared with grand generosity. "Thank you. In that case, I won't hold back," Spider-Man replied gratefully. "Come have a cup of coffee in my villa first. I'll get you the AI system and the $100 billion in no time," Chen Feng said warmly. "All right," Spider-Man agreed, following Chen Feng downstairs. Chen Feng asked Optimus Prime to entertain Spider-Man, then returned to his room and said to Optimus Prime, "Optimus, make a copy of the Jarvis AI system and set it so that it only obeys Peter's commands." "As you wish, my lord," Optimus Prime replied, accepting the order. After about 10 seconds, Optimus Prime spoke. "My lord, the replication is complete. The intelligence system now takes orders from Peter alone." "Good. Now, transfer $100 billion to Peter's bank account," Chen Feng ordered. "My lord, the transfer is complete," said Optimus Prime. "Download the replicated intelligence system onto my phone," Chen Feng instructed. "Yes, my lord," Optimus Prime responded, accepting the command. With everything settled, Chen Feng went downstairs, handed his phone to Spider-Man, and said, "This phone contains a highly advanced intelligence system. It will obey only you. It doesn't have a name yet. You can name it if you wish." Spider-Man gratefully accepted the phone. "Thank you," he said. "I just transferred $100 billion to you. Did you receive it?" Chen Feng asked. Spider-Man nodded. "Yes, I got it. Is there anything else you need?" Chen Feng inquired. "No, that's all," replied Spider-Man. "Then I'll have Optimus Prime take you back," Chen Feng said. "Okay," Spider-Man responded. Just as Chen Feng was about to give the order, Dr. Lizard appeared, holding a syringe. With a mischievous smile, he said to Spider-Man, "Peter, would you mind letting me draw a vial of your blood?" Dr. Lizard no longer resented Spider-Man. He had found a new goal. Seeing Spider-Man hesitate, Chen Feng spoke up. "Peter, Dr. Lizard is working to develop a serum that can make humans stronger, and he's aiming for something with no side effects. That's why I fully support his research. You're a hero to everyone. You should contribute to humanity. Let Dr. Lizard have a little of your blood." "All right," Spider-Man agreed reluctantly. He still had to give Chen Feng some face. Delighted, Dr. Lizard drew a vial of Spider-Man's blood and, humming with satisfaction, returned to his lab to continue his research. After Spider-Man left, Chen Feng took 10 vials of superhuman serum and headed to Dr. Lizard's laboratory. Dr. Lizard's lab was utter chaos, bottles and jars scattered everywhere, lizards crawling all over the place. It looked nothing like a laboratory and more like a junkyard. "Dr. Lizard, hold on a moment. I have something good for you," Chen Feng called out. Dr. Lizard, who was in the middle of extracting serum from Spider-Man's blood, looked up at Chen Feng and asked, "What is it?" Chen Feng placed the 10 vials of superhuman serum on the lab table. "I got these 10 vials from S.H.I.E.L.D. I'm not sure whose serum they are. Take them and see what you can find. If there's good news, let me know." Dr. Lizard picked up one of the vials, his face lighting up with joy. "This is excellent. Bring me more like this in the future. I'm sure I'll develop the perfect serum." "Best of luck," Chen Feng said with a smile. Seeing Dr. Lizard's dedication filled him with satisfaction, as soon as he stepped out of Professor Lizard's laboratory, Natasha intercepted him. Chen Feng, you've already got the vibranium. Now it's time to keep your promise. Natasha said. All right. Chen Feng replied helplessly. According to Natasha's request, he would first craft a battlesuit in the style of ordinary clothing. Chen Feng asked Natasha to design an outfit she liked, and then he would transform that design into a battlesuit. While Natasha worked on her clothing design, Chen Feng busied himself with researching how to make a suit that could pass as everyday wear. The battlesuit Natasha wanted didn't require cutting-edge technology. So on that very day, Chen Feng developed a fabric with excellent defensive properties. The material was top-notch, containing a high percentage of metal. Although it was a bit heavy, for someone like Natasha, that posed no problem. Natasha was always striving for perfection, and even with her genius, it took her 3 whole days to finalize the design for her outfit. As soon as Chen Feng received her drawings, he got to work. Since he had already prepared the materials, it took only a few hours to complete the suit. Natasha donned her new battlesuit and stood beaming in front of the mirror, admiring herself over and over. It looks great, but I wonder how well it can actually defend me, she mused. Your suit has a high metal content, so ordinary bullets can't pierce it, and it's resistant to fire and water. There's also a switch at your wrist. Press it, and your cape will spread out to form a powerful barrier, strong enough to withstand small missiles, Chen Feng explained. Chen Feng, you really are a genius. I can't believe you came up with all this, Natasha praised. If you're satisfied, then go ahead and design your female version of the Iron Man armor. The sooner you finish, the sooner I can get started, Chen Feng replied. The armor doesn't need to be too pretty. Give me an hour. I'll have the design ready for you, Natasha said, brimming with excitement. It was only after meeting Tony Stark and Chen Feng that Natasha truly understood the importance of equipment. With the right gear, even an ordinary person could outmatch a superhero. True to her word, Natasha handed over the design for the female Iron Man armor just an hour later. Once Chen Feng had her sketches, he immediately began construction. While Chen Feng was busy building the new armor, S.H.I.E.L.D. welcomed the arrival of Iron Man, Tony Stark. Tony had been invited by Fury to investigate a recent hacking incident. Tony's computer skills were world-class, especially with his creation of the Jarvis AI, which was decades ahead of its time. That's why Fury had called on Tony, hoping he'd use his expertise to track down the audacious intruder. Tony instructed Jarvis to access the S.H.I.E.L.D. system, while he personally combed through the data. Yet, both came up empty-handed. There wasn't the slightest trace of a breach. Proud as ever, Tony was not willing to give up. Unable to find anything on the computers, he borrowed several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents' phones and began to search again. Still, he found nothing. Not a single clue left behind. Tony furrowed his brow in thought for a moment, then said to Fury with a grave expression, "The person who hacked into the S.H.I.E.L.D. system is highly skilled. With all my expertise, I couldn't find a single trace. That's why I'm suspicious of one person." "Who?" Fury asked urgently. "Chen Feng. His skills in computer technology surpass mine by hundreds, if not thousands of times. The Optimus Prime intelligence system he created is capable of dominating the entire internet. My own AI, Jarvis, was once trapped by his Optimus Prime system. I was completely helpless at the time. He even managed to extort an island for me, along with the rare materials I painstakingly collected there," Tony said through gritted teeth. Chen Feng. So it really is him. He once sent Natasha to steal vibranium, and when that failed, he tried again himself. His audacity truly knows no bounds. Does he think S.H.I.E.L.D. won't dare to act against him? Fury fumed. Some vibranium granules and 10 vials of superhuman serum had been stolen from a safe, but Fury wasn't particularly concerned about those losses. What bothered him was being played for a fool by Chen Feng, and worse, having S.H.I.E.L.D's system breached. It was an affront to S.H.I.E.L.D's dignity. Clenching his fist, he declared with determination, "I'm going to pay him a visit myself." He had made up his mind. He would lead S.H.I.E.L.D. to Chen Feng's private island. He would not rest until he restored his honor. "Director Fury, if you're going to confront Chen Feng, you absolutely cannot use any electronic devices. It would be far too dangerous," Tony warned. That was precisely why Tony himself didn't dare go looking for trouble with Chen Feng. "I understand. S.H.I.E.L.D. has plenty of superheroes with extraordinary skills. Capturing him won't be a problem," Fury replied confidently. Tony just chuckled dismissively. He didn't even take S.H.I.E.L.D. seriously, let alone someone as formidable as Chen Feng. He was certain that if S.H.I.E.L.D. tried to challenge Chen Feng, it would end in utter disaster. After all, Chen Feng not only possessed advanced AI systems, but had also created incredibly powerful transformers. "Tony, Chen Feng is your enemy. Don't you want revenge? Why not join us in dealing with him?" Fury tried to persuade him. "My company's been extremely busy lately. I just don't have the time. You all go ahead. If you do manage to capture or even kill Chen Feng, I'll reward S.H.I.E.L.D. with $1 trillion, Tony declared with a grand flourish. Tony was never short on money. Deal. It's settled then, Fury said, elated. With Tony's $1 trillion promise, he would no longer need to curry favor with the higher-ups. He'd have funds to pay his agents and to develop new weapons. A private island. While Chen Feng was busy crafting a female version of the Iron Man armor, he was suddenly interrupted by Optimus Prime's voice. My lord, I intercepted a message from Tony Stark. S.H.I.E.L.D. already knows you're the one who stole the vibranium and the 10 vials of superhuman serum. They're coming after you. Tony even put out a bounty. He said if S.H.I.E.L.D. manages to catch or kill you, they'll get a reward of $1 trillion. Director Fury agreed to it. How are they so certain it was me? Chen Feng asked, puzzled. Optimus Prime explained. Director Fury invited Tony Stark to S.H.I.E.L.D. to investigate, hoping he could dig up some clues from their systems. Tony couldn't find anything, so he told Fury that the only person capable of leaving no trace online is you. Tony, you're digging your own grave, Chen Feng said coldly. He hadn't even gone looking for trouble with Tony yet. Now Tony was coming for him. Did Tony really think he was that easy to mess with? Optimus, issue a worldwide bounty. Whoever kills Tony Stark will get $10 trillion, Chen Feng ordered. Ever since he developed Optimus Prime's AI system, Optimus had been helping Chen Feng make money around the clock. Online, Optimus scoured for resources, amassing a fortune for Chen Feng that defied belief. The stock market, in particular, had become Chen Feng's personal cash machine. By now, his wealth far surpassed Tony Stark's, though in terms of overall power, he still couldn't quite outmatch Tony. But would he cower just because he was weaker? Absolutely not. He was ready to go head-to-head with Tony. Yes, my lord, Optimus replied. The moment Optimus finished speaking, a bounty appeared across the entire Marvel world's internet. $10 billion for Tony Stark's head. It didn't matter if you were on a computer, TV, or phone. As long as it could connect to the web, you'd see that bounty. Chen Feng didn't hide. He issued the reward in his own name. He even paid hefty deposits to major assassin organizations to prove he had the money to back it up. The whole world saw the bounty Chen Feng put out. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't spared. Director Fury stared at the reward flashing on his phone, so furious he nearly exploded. He cursed. It really was that damn Chen Feng. No one else would dare put out a bounty like this. Hawkeye looked at Tony with sympathetic eyes. Tony, you're in deep trouble now. Tony, I think you'd better not leave S.H.I.E.L.D., Hill said with concern. With our protection, no one can touch you. Chen Feng must be listening to our conversation, Tony said with a miserable look. Regret washed over him. If he'd known Chen Feng was this rich, he never would have offered $1 trillion bounty on him. Right now, Chen Feng has wealth, technical expertise, and formidable personal strength. He can come and go freely even in an organization as elite as S.H.I.E.L.D. Truly, he's a terrifying opponent. Tony, let's join forces to deal with Chen Feng, Fury proposed. At this point, I have no other choice. I'm in, Tony replied helplessly. Things had come to a head. Either he died or Chen Feng did. If he wanted to survive, there was no room for hesitation. Suddenly, Tony's Iron Man suit sprang to life, and Chen Feng's commanding voice boomed from it. If you want to fight, you'll get a fight. Whoever chickens out is nothing but a loser. Everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. tensed up, on high alert as if facing a dire threat. One by one, they drew their weapons and aimed them at the Iron Man suit. When Tony saw his own armor under Chen Feng's control, he was on the verge of tears. This could destroy his entire identity as Iron Man. Without the help of his AI system, there was no way he could restore the suit's full capabilities, and without that, Iron Man was nothing. Chen Feng, you stole from S.H.I.E.L.D., and now you dare to challenge us? Do you really think we can't deal with you? Fury shouted, his anger barely contained. I stole it, so what? What are you going to do about it? Chen Feng retorted. I'll destroy you. Fury roared. With immense power at his fingertips and a team of highly skilled subordinates, Fury feared no one on Earth except the President of the United States himself. He'd even dare to take on Hydra. Now, Chen Feng's blatant disrespect felt like a direct challenge to his authority, and Fury was determined to make an example out of him. Fury, do you really think the strength of S.H.I.E.L.D. is enough to take me down? What a joke. I'll be waiting for you on my private island. Come and fight me if you dare, Chen Feng replied coldly. Next Monday, we'll be there. Don't be late, Fury declared, issuing his challenge. Suit yourself, Chen Feng said indifferently. Then, turning to Tony, he sneered. Tony, I always thought you were a genius. But ever since you refused to work with me, and now, after you picked a fight with me, I've realized that aside from technology, you're a total fool. Save the taunts for after you beat S.H.I.E.L.D., Tony shot back, annoyed. Right now, you're not qualified. You'll find out soon enough whether I am or not, Chen Feng replied with a wicked grin. Tony was about to say something more, But suddenly he heard a countdown coming from the Iron Man suit. Startled, he bolted for the exit. What's going on? What's gotten into Tony? Was he spooked by something? Hawkeye glanced around, puzzled. There's nothing here. At that moment, the Iron Man suit announced, self-destruct sequence initiated. Countdown, 10, 9, 8. Damn it. Everybody run. Fury shouted, dashing toward the exit. Hill, Hawkeye, and the rest of SLD's core members all scrambled for the doors, tripping over each other in their rush to escape. Tony's Iron Man suit was something they all knew well. Its power was, beyond question, blowing up a building was child's play for it, and its self-destruct mode was even more terrifying. Anyone caught nearby wouldn't just be blasted apart. They'd be reduced to a bloody mist. A thunderous explosion erupted. The entire airborne carrier shuddered violently, and alarms blared to life automatically. S.H.I.E.L.D. descended into chaos. Everyone thought the organization had come under attack. The command center was obliterated, and the rooms nearby were shattered to pieces by the shockwave. Fury and his team only escaped disaster because they ran fast, but even they weren't unscathed, suffering internal injuries from the blast. The only one who walked away unscathed was Iron Man himself. Tony had reacted quickly, putting enough distance between himself and the explosion to avoid even a scratch. Fury stared at the ruined command center, his anger boiling over. This is outrageous, absolutely outrageous. I swear I'll kill him myself. Chen Feng's hacking skills are terrifying, Hill chimed in. As long as he's alive, S.H.I.E.L.D. will never dare touch the network again. Exactly, Hawkeye agreed. His tech is so advanced. He even took over Tony's Jarvis AI without warning. With the command center destroyed, the helicarrier can't take off. How are we supposed to get to the private island next week? Another agent worried aloud. Fury glared at Tony, frustration written all over his face. Tony, this was your suit's explosion. You're responsible for repairs. By next Monday, I want everything fixed. All right, Tony replied, his expression miserable. He didn't have a choice. After all, it was his suit that caused the destruction, and no one else could rebuild the command center so quickly. That's hot. Suddenly, a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent yelped, yanking his phone from his pocket and tossing it away. My phone's scorching too. It's about to blow. One after another, everyone threw their phones aside. They'd grown dangerously hot. With a series of sharp bangs, the phone started exploding one after another. It's got to be Chen Feng's doing, Tony said grimly, as his own phone burst apart. That man is despicable. I swear, I'll kill him, Fury fumed. Director, with no phones and no other communications, how do we contact the rest of our people? Hill asked, deeply troubled. Fury let out a sigh. That's a real problem. Until we deal with Chen Feng, we'll have to rely on runners to pass messages. Let's use planes to relay information, Tony suggested. It seems we have no other choice, Fury replied, defeated. And so, S.H.I.E.L.D. was completely cut off from the digital world. Meanwhile, Chen Feng watched as every S.H.I.E.L.D. agent's phone exploded, a wicked smile curling on his lips. You want to challenge me? Let's see how you like it when I run you into the ground. Then, a sly grin appeared at the corners of his mouth as he issued another command. Optimus Prime, collect all of Tony's Iron Man suits, and bring plenty of extra weapons while you're at it. Yes, my lord, Optimus Prime replied, accepting the order. In addition, imitate Tony's voice and instruct Stark Industries to transport all their weapons to my private island. Once the weapons have arrived, transfer all of Stark Industries' funds elsewhere, Chen Feng commanded. Yes, my lord, Optimus Prime responded. Having an intelligent system like Optimus Prime was truly a blessing. No matter how many orders he gave, Optimus Prime could carry them out flawlessly. And one more thing. Mimic Fury's voice and announce to the highest levels of the United States that S.H.I.E.L.D. is severing ties, operating independently, and no longer under American control, Chen Feng instructed. Yes, my lord, Optimus Prime answered. Also, send SLD's sensitive files to POTUS, especially the records of Hydra members within S.H.I.E.L.D., Chen Feng ordered. Yes, my lord, Optimus Prime replied. From now on, take control of all global satellites and networks. Paralyze America's internet infrastructure, Chen Feng commanded. Yes, my lord, Optimus Prime said. Chen Feng was determined to bring down Tony Stark's Stark Industries. He also intended to give S.H.I.E.L.D. a hard time. By manipulating the internet, he could pressure America's leadership to turn against S.H.I.E.L.D. In short, he meant to make life miserable for them. At Stark Industries, Tony's lab buzzed with activity. One after another, Iron Man suits armed with advanced weaponry soared into the sky, dozens in total. The entire company was mobilized, following Tony's order to transport all weapons to a private island. Across America, panic swept the nation. The entire network was down. No one could get online, make phone calls, or even watch television. Chaos reigned. When the U.S. government received SHIELD's announcement, they were stunned. No one had anticipated that S.H.I.E.L.D. would suddenly declare independence. The president was even more shocked. After all, he had ardently supported S.H.I.E.L.D., only to discover not only were they breaking free from his grasp, but the organization was also riddled with Hydra agents. In response, the government swiftly reached consensus. They would declare war on S.H.I.E.L.D. betrayal would not be tolerated. Meanwhile, Stark Industries was being stripped bare, and Tony Stark remained completely in the dark. As for the government's declaration of war on S.H.I.E.L.D., none of the S.H.I.E.L.D. members had any idea. It was the devastating consequence of a paralyzed network. With his mastery of technology, Chen Feng was playing all sides like pieces on a chessboard. After issuing a flurry of orders to Optimus Prime, Chen Feng went to find Natasha. At this moment, he desperately needed her assistance. Natasha was an exceptionally capable strategist, tactician, and commander, whereas his own strength lay in personal power. That's why he needed Natasha to lead the Iron Man suits and Professor Lizard's lizard army. It was only temporary. Once he had more followers and built a mechanical legion, Natasha's command would no longer be necessary. Natasha, meanwhile, was leisurely fishing on the beach. Hearing footsteps, she turned her head and saw it was Chen Feng. She smiled slightly and greeted him. "Aren't you really busy? How do you have time to come by?" "Natasha, are you interested in joining my team?" Chen Feng asked, his tone serious. Natasha paused in surprise, her voice filled with curiosity. "Why are you suddenly inviting me to join your team?" "Iron Man, Tony Stark, has declared war on me," Chen Feng replied. "What? Didn't he say last time he wasn't your match? Why would he suddenly challenge you? Did you offend him again?" Natasha asked, puzzled. "It's because S.H.I.E.L.D. has also declared war on me. That gave him the courage to do the same," Chen Feng explained. "What?" Natasha shot to her feet, staring at Chen Feng in disbelief. Chen Feng nodded. "Yes, S.H.I.E.L.D. has declared war on me, and we've even set the date. It's next Monday." "Did S.H.I.E.L.D. find out you stole the vibranium? Is that why they're after you?" Natasha asked. "That's right. They declared war on me, and I responded in kind. My strength isn't quite enough for now, so I need your help. I hope you'll join my team," Chen Feng said earnestly. Natasha frowned. "You've gone and provoked S.H.I.E.L.D., and now you want to invite me? Do you really think I dare? S.H.I.E.L.D. is the world's top organization, filled with elite agents. There's just the two of us. How could we possibly take them on? I got dozens of Iron Man suits from Tony, and Professor Lizard's army of lizards is ready to fight too. Plus, there are 5 days left until Monday. In those 5 days, I can build hundreds more Iron Man suits. So, we might not lose after all. Besides, I've had Optimus Prime take control of the world's networks, including the satellites in space," Chen Feng said, brimming with confidence. "Are you really that powerful?" Natasha exclaimed in surprise. If what Chen Feng said was true, they might actually stand a chance against S.H.I.E.L.D. Chen Feng nodded. "Absolutely. And to strengthen my forces, I also got a huge cache of weapons from Stark Industries. I basically emptied their arsenal. I even impersonated Fury's voice and, in S.H.I.E.L.D's name, announced to the top brass in America that S.H.I.E.L.D. is breaking away from the United States. You really played dirty." Natasha couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. "Natasha, you should know, even though we're few in number, everyone on my team is a world-class talent. With them, I'll only get stronger. One day, I'll tell the world. In the Marvel Universe, chaos or order, it's up to me," Chen Feng declared with bold confidence. "If I join, what's in it for me?" Natasha asked. "I can make you stronger, unimaginably strong. I can even give you immortality," Chen Feng said, his tone earnest. "In the Marvel world, anything is possible." "Really? You're not lying to me?" Natasha was moved. The promise of immense power and immortality. These were things everyone longed to possess. Chen Feng nodded and continued to entice her. "It's true. I'm not lying to you. You should know, I used to be just an ordinary person. But look at me now. I control the digital world, have mastery over the most advanced technology. My body can transform into a mighty titan, possess the near invulnerability of a lizard man, or even have abilities like Spider-Man. Whatever I have now, you'll have too, one day." Hearing Chen Feng's words, Natasha couldn't help but recall her days at S.H.I.E.L.D. She had been with S.H.I.E.L.D. for decades, giving so much of herself. The organization owed much of its current glory to her efforts. Yet in return, all she received was a salary and a few privileges. Nothing more. If what Chen Feng said was true, then what he was offering was incredibly tempting. She felt that, despite Chen Feng's odd and sometimes volatile temperament, he was still a good man at heart. He wouldn't use his power to harm the innocent. Noticing Natasha's hesitation, Chen Feng pressed on, adding fuel to the fire. "Didn't you say you wanted a transformer before? I'll give you one right now." "Really?" Natasha asked, delight lighting up her face. "Absolutely. What's more, I'll make it a female version just for you, with the most advanced AI system there is, Chen Feng promised. All right, I accept. I'll join your team, Natasha replied with a smile. Chen Feng shook her hand, his voice full of joy. Welcome aboard. With Natasha's support, the Iron Armored Troops and the Lizard Legion would finally have a capable commander. That way, Chen Feng could focus on the battlefield, no longer distracted by everything else. Having secured Natasha's allegiance, Chen Feng returned to the villa and gathered everyone together. In the living room, Dr. Hank and the others sensed something was amiss. Chen Feng, is there something you need from us? Dr. Hank asked. Shield and Iron Man, Tony, have declared war on me. I hope you'll support me, Chen Feng replied. What? Dr. Hank gasped in shock. Shield has declared war on you? Professor Lizard echoed in disbelief. Shield isn't an enemy to take lightly, Dr. Octopus said, concern in his voice. Chen Feng, aren't you with Shield? Why would they declare war on you? Zhao Hailun asked, puzzled. It's because I offended Iron Man, Tony. I also borrowed a little vibranium from Shield and took 10 vials of superhuman serum. They felt humiliated, so now they're declaring war to save face, Chen Feng explained. Stealing isn't right, Zhao Hailun commented. There's nothing wrong with stealing, just that you shouldn't steal from Shield, Dr. Octopus remarked. Chen Feng, maybe we should move somewhere else, Dr. Hank suggested. He disliked war. His partnership with Chen Feng was for quantum research, not to get dragged into battles. I just need your support, not your direct involvement. Before the war breaks out, I'll make sure to send you all somewhere safe. I promise you'll never be in any danger, Chen Feng said. How exactly do you want us to support you? Asked Dr. Hank. Of course, by using your unique talents, Chen Feng replied. He then turned to Professor Lizard and said, Professor Lizard, I need you to expand your lizard army. When the time comes, just let your lizard troops join the battle. No problem. Professor Lizard agreed readily. Chen Feng looked over at Dr. Hank and said, Dr. Hank, I know you have a swarm of flying ants. I hope you can make them bigger and then let Natasha command them. Dr. Hank possessed a device that could simulate ant pheromones. Once Natasha wore it, she would be able to lead the ants in battle. Although Dr. Hank was reluctant, he worried that if he refused Chen Feng's request, Chen Feng would stop helping him with quantum research. Gritting his teeth, he said, all right, I'll do it. Chen Feng then turned to Dr. Octopus. Dr. Octopus, I hope you can help me manufacture a large number of intelligent weapons, like those mechanical tentacles you have on your back. Dr. Octopus's mechanical arms were incredibly quick, even fast enough to catch bullets. With his expertise in mechanical engineering, Chen Feng was confident that, with his help, they could produce a formidable force of battle machines in a short time. No problem, Dr. Octopus replied. Finally, Chen Feng looked at Zhao Hailun. She blinked her eyes at him, waiting for his request. Seeing her adorable expression, Chen Feng chuckled and said, you can sit this one out. Why? I'm pretty impressive, you know. I can make weapons too. Zhao Hailun protested indignantly. Chen Feng smiled with relief. All right, you can help make weapons too. Standing up, Chen Feng announced loudly. Okay, everyone has their tasks. Let's get to it. Whether we can keep this private island safe depends on all of you. Professor Lizard returned to his lab, gathered a supply of lizard DNA serum, and headed to the grove on the island, preparing to transform all the lizards into giant reptiles to help Chen Feng defeat the enemy. Dr. Hank also went back to his lab, took the flying ants out to an open space outside the villa, and used PIM particles to enlarge them. To boost their combat power, he made the ants as big as elephants. He then sent them out to find more companions, bringing them back to further expand the swarm. Meanwhile, Zhao Hailun returned to her lab and began brainstorming ways to build new weapons. True to her gentle nature, she steered clear of lethal designs instead, focusing on how to disable the enemy without causing harm. Dr. Octopus was, without a doubt, a workaholic. The moment he returned to his lab, he set about crafting intelligent weapons. With the help of his 4 mechanical tentacles, his speed was astonishing. He could finish an intelligent weapon in just a few minutes. Of course, these weapons weren't large, but their intelligence made up for it. With a single command, they would automatically seek out and attack enemies. Chen Feng also returned to his own lab and began building iron suits. He actually wanted to create transformers, but they were far too complicated. Manufacturing even a single transformer would take several days, whereas an iron suit could be completed in just an hour or two. Thanks to Optimus Prime's assistance, his speed at building iron suits was incredibly fast. Each time he finished a new suit, it would immediately start manufacturing more suits under Optimus Prime's guidance. As a result, Chen Feng's production rate multiplied exponentially. Everyone on the private island was hard at work. Natasha was no exception. She was learning from Professor Lizard how to command the lizard army, and from Dr. Hank how to control swarms of flying ants. The private island had entered a state of emergency, with everyone preparing for the imminent battle. A long, resounding horn echoed, the cargo ship's signal before docking. Hearing this from inside his lab, Chen Feng's face lit up with delight. Stark Industries had arrived with a shipment of weapons and equipment. With these supplies, he could ramp up his production of intelligent weaponry even further. Perhaps because there were so many iron suits around, the staff from Stark Industries didn't notice anything unusual. They simply assumed Chen Feng was working on project for their boss, Iron Man Tony Stark. With their help, the mountain of crates and weaponry was quickly unloaded and transported onto the private island. Once the Stark Industries staff had departed, Chen Feng stood atop the towering stack of weapons crates, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Shield, Tony, when you arrive, I'll make sure to give you a proper welcome with these weapons. Natasha Pride opened one of the crates, hefted a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher in her arms, examined it, then placed it back and turned to Chen Feng. Chen Feng, these weapons are incredibly advanced. S.H.I.E.L.D. is truly unlucky to have you as their opponent this time. I never really wanted to make enemies of S.H.I.E.L.D., Chen Feng replied. But since they've declared war on me, I can't be blamed for being ruthless. Chen Feng, with so many weapons here, how many robots will you need to use them all? Natasha asked. I won't build too many robots, Chen Feng said. There just isn't enough time, and making ordinary robots would only waste materials. So I'll mount these weapons on aircraft, on vehicles. Every moving machine will be bristling with armaments, turning them into mobile fortresses. Their power will be impossible to ignore. I really can't believe it. You managed to pull off such a grand operation with just Optimus Prime and a handful of us. I'm honestly starting to admire you, Natasha exclaimed in awe. Time's running out. Hurry up and go train the Lizard Legion and the swarm of flying ants. Chen Feng urged her. Obediently, Natasha went off to train her troops. With Optimus Prime's help, Chen Feng had designed dozens of different mobile fortresses. There were speedboat fortresses that could skim across the water, submarine fortresses that could travel beneath the waves, automobile fortresses racing over land, and airborne fortresses soaring through the sky. Each fortress bristled with weaponry, stocked with pistols, machine guns, cannons, and loaded with vast stores of ammunition. Their systems included automated missile interception, enemy targeting, and evasive maneuvers. While these fortresses could be destroyed fairly easily, their overwhelming numbers and concentrated firepower meant the enemy would stand little chance of resistance. Despite their might, Chen Feng's mobile fortresses weren't particularly advanced. Any ordinary scientist could have built them. For now, he set the plans aside, waiting until he'd produced enough robots to have them help with large-scale manufacturing. He left 2 Iron Man suits to guard the mountain of weapons, then returned to his lab to throw himself into robot production with feverish intensity. Chen Feng's manufacturing speed was nothing short of astonishing. As more and more robots rolled off the assembly line, his spacious laboratory transformed from a cold, empty hall into a bustling hub of activity. Under Optimus Prime's direction, the robots worked in perfect coordination, building more of their own kind. Meanwhile, Dr. Octopus, aided by his mechanical arms, worked with lightning speed, faster even than Chen Feng himself. However, unlike Chen Feng, he could only build solo, unable to replicate himself through his creations. The things Dr. Octopus made were strange and varied. Some were robots, others took the form of robot dogs or mechanical snakes. Though compact, each creation was built to be virtually bulletproof, impervious to blades or bullets alike. Many were equipped with self-destruct mechanisms, turning them into walking bombs. Any enemy who came too close would be doomed. A day passed. By then, Chen Feng had produced 10 Iron Man suits and 100 robots. Dr. Octopus had assembled 60 mechanical creatures. Professor Lizard had evolved all his lizards into giant lizards, a total of 100,000, since he'd even transformed the newly hatched infants. Dr. Hank's swarm of flying ants proved to be the largest force of all. Fearing that S.H.I.E.L.D. might kill Chen Feng, he kept sending his ants to search for more colonies and bring them back. Now, the swarms were so numerous that even he couldn't count them. They blotted out the sky and covered the earth. As for Dr. Helen Zhao, truly the smartest woman in the Marvel Universe, she managed to develop a gas in just one day. Harmless to humans, this gas sapped the strength of anyone who inhaled it. She even created an antidote. One dose would grant immunity to the effects of the gas. Zhao Hailuan was like a child, clutching the newly developed gas as she went to Chen Feng, eager to claim credit for her achievement. She ran into Chen Feng's laboratory, calling out happily, Chen Feng, look, I've invented a new gas. Just smelling will make you go completely limp. Will it make someone weak for a long time after inhaling it? Chen Feng asked. Zhao Hailun nodded enthusiastically, saying, "Yes, you'll be weak for your whole life, unless you take the antidote I have here. Only then will your strength come back." "Let me give it a try," Chen Feng replied. If what Zhao Hailun said was true, then this gas could be mass-produced. With a giant fan to spread it, any enemy would be rendered helpless. "Go ahead, don't worry. I've already tried it myself, and it's perfectly safe," Zhao Hailun assured him sweetly. Chen Feng opened the bottle, and a wisp of black smoke drifted out. He leaned forward and inhaled the smoke, then commented, "It's got a bit of a spicy kick." Zhao Hailun knew just how potent her new gas was. As soon as someone smelled it, they'd collapse, their whole body drained of strength. She hurried over to steady Chen Feng, asking with concern, "Chen Feng, how do you feel? Are you getting weak?" Chen Feng shook his head, then stamped his foot. With a thunderous boom, the ground beneath him cracked, leaving a deep pit. "Seems like your gas doesn't work on me," Chen Feng said. "What? But it's supposed to be really powerful," Zhao Hailun said, crestfallen. "Your gas probably only works on ordinary people. Against superpowered individuals or true powerhouses, it won't have much effect," Chen Feng explained. "So all my hard work was for nothing," Zhao Hailun grumbled, pouting in frustration. "No, it wasn't a waste. Your gas can still be used against the regular agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Chen Feng comforted her. "That's not good enough. I'm going to keep working on it and make an upgraded version," Zhao Hailun declared, refusing to give up. "Hailun, put that aside for now and come help me with something," Chen Feng said. "What do you need help with?" Zhao Hailun asked, her mood lifting. "Dr. Hank's flying ant swarm. Are you afraid of them?" Chen Feng inquired. Zhao Hailun shook her head. "Not at all. Those flying ants are actually quite well behaved." "Then help me fit them with armor," Chen Feng said. "Sure," Zhao Hailun agreed readily. Chen Feng wasn't just planning to armor the flying ants. He also wanted to equip the giant lizards with protective gear, boosting both their defense and attack power. While Chen Feng was swamped with work, on his private island, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. finally got wind of what was happening in the outside world. They couldn't ignore it anymore, not when the government had sent the military to attack them. Leading the assault was none other than General Ross. He wielded the greatest influence in the military, which explained his ambition to dominate the world, especially now that he had Abomination on his side. Extracting serum from Abomination, he had created 10 monsters just like him. He didn't dare make more, fearing that such creatures could one day turn against him. With 11 nearly invincible monsters as his enforcers and the most elite troops America had to offer, his ambition grew ever more boundless. So, when he heard that S.H.I.E.L.D. had split from the United States, he took the initiative, leading his army to attack S.H.I.E.L.D. Of course, he had his reasons. He wanted to seize SLD's technology and the serums from those superpowered individuals, so he could forge the mightiest legion the world had ever seen. Everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. was utterly bewildered. None of them could understand why General Ross would bring his forces to bear against them. Director Fury was beside himself with rage. The S.H.I.E.L.D. he led was a top-tier global power devoted to protecting Earth's safety, and no one had ever dared to challenge them outright. But now, ever since Tony Stark created the Iron Man suit, S.H.I.E.L.D. found itself facing provocations they never expected. And then there was Chen Feng, who was even more brazen, swaggering into S.H.I.E.L.D. to steal things, openly declaring war, and showing not a hint of respect for the organization. Now, even General Ross from the military was coming to make trouble for S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury was not just angry. He felt utterly stifled. General Ross was preparing to attack S.H.I.E.L.D., yet S.H.I.E.L.D. could not make the first move against him. After all, they were citizens of the same country, under the same leader. Left with no choice, Fury led his subordinates out onto the deck of the aerial carrier, picked up a loudspeaker, and shouted, "General Ross, you've brought your army to surround S.H.I.E.L.D. What is the meaning of this?" General Ross stood imposingly atop a massive tank, flanked on either side by 5 towering humanoid beasts. All around, rows of fully armed soldiers stood at attention, while helicopters and fighter jets roared overhead. The air was thick with the scent of war. Ross also held a loudspeaker, his voice booming across the deck. "Fury, I advise you all to lay down your arms and surrender, or my troops will crush you." At these words, Fury's face darkened, his anger barely contained as he demanded, "General Ross, you're launching an unauthorized attack on S.H.I.E.L.D. Aren't you afraid of number one? Or do you simply not care what the president thinks?" A faint smile played on Ross's lips as he replied, "Fury, stop pretending. The whole country knows S.H.I.E.L.D. is trying to break away from the United States. And now you're asking why I'm attacking you? Are you out of your mind? What did you say, General Ross? S.H.I.E.L.D. breaking away from the U.S. Why am I the last to know?" Fury asked, his voice full of shock. The rest of SHELD's personnel were equally stunned. "I don't care whether you admit it or not. I'm asking you one last time. Will you surrender, or will you fight?" Ross barked, his patience gone. He had no intention of wasting any more time. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. was no ordinary organization. Fury raised both hands high, his voice anxious. General Ross, don't be impulsive. I'm telling you, this is absolutely a misunderstanding. S.H.I.E.L.D. has no intention of breaking away from America. If you don't believe me, you can ask the others. Don't explain it to me. I'm not listening. I only want to know, do you surrender or do you fight? General Ross interrupted impatiently. Standing next to Fury, Iron Man, Tony, spoke up. Fury, I suspect this is Chen Feng's doing. That's right, Director. It must be Chen Feng, just like last time when he imitated your voice and gave orders to others. I bet this time he pretended to be you and told the U.S. government that S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted to break away. That's what's caused all this confusion, Hill chimed in. I think so too. Chen Feng is cunning. He'll do anything to achieve his goals, Hawkeye added. The others began voicing their opinions as well, and everyone unanimously agreed that Chen Feng was the mastermind behind the chaos. Fury himself believed the same, so he hastily turned to General Ross and said, General Ross, you must have heard of Chen Feng. Ross, who had been about to give the order to attack, paused when he heard Fury mention that name. Why are you bringing him up, he asked. Ross could never forget the time he'd crossed Chen Feng. The scene of Chen Feng crushing Abomination underfoot and holding the Hulk aloft was burned into his memory. Until he had enough power, he had no intention of provoking Chen Feng again. General Ross, you don't know the half of it. Chen Feng once joined S.H.I.E.L.D. He's been using our name to swindle and deceive people. Just yesterday, he brazenly broke into S.H.I.E.L.D. to steal something, and when he was caught, he flew into a rage and declared war on us, Fury explained. What's that got to do with me? Ross asked, perplexed. It's got everything to do with you. Chen Feng's hacking skills are second to none. He can control the entire cyber world. To get back at us, he sabotaged our command system, destroyed all our communications equipment, and cut us off from the outside world. And, if I'm not mistaken, he probably imitated my voice or hacked the S.H.I.E.L.D. website to submit a request to break away from the country. He's trying to sow discord and make us turn on each other. General Ross, we can't fall for his trap. Fury pleaded. You're saying the current internet blackout in the U.S. is also Chen Feng's handiwork? General Ross asked in astonishment. Tony stepped forward and declared loudly, General Ross, I'm Tony from Stark Industries. I can vouch for what Fury says. If the internet is down across America, it has to be Chen Feng, because he's the only one capable of pulling that off. On his private island, Chen Feng was in his laboratory. After receiving a notification from Optimus Prime, he handed his work over to the robots and turned on the 3D holographic projector to watch the commotion unfold, hoping General Ross would clash with S.H.I.E.L.D. But as soon as he heard Tony's words, Chen Feng was so furious he wanted to wring Tony's neck. Just when a fight was about to break out, Tony's few sentences managed to calm things down. Rubbing his chin, Chen Feng muttered to himself, I have to make sure S.H.I.E.L.D. and General Ross fight. He gave an order, Optimus Prime, imitate General Ross's voice, amplify it, and keep repeating just one word. Attack. Don't stop. General Ross wanted to ask something, but when he spoke, the loudspeakers didn't broadcast his actual words. Instead, they blared out just one word, attack. With steady, synchronized steps, thousands upon thousands of soldiers marched fearlessly toward S.H.I.E.L.D., weapons in hand. Abomination, leading 10 humanoid behemoths, charged ahead toward S.H.I.E.L.D. General Ross grew frantic, but no matter what he tried to say, the speakers only kept repeating the word attack, drowning out his real voice with overwhelming volume. Charging forward, Abomination shouted arrogantly, S.H.I.E.L.D. lackeys, I'll crush you all. Ha ha! With a deafening crash, Abomination smashed open S.H.I.E.L.D.'s main gates and stormed inside with the 10 behemoths, unleashing a brutal onslaught. Gunfire rattled, explosions echoed. The pistols, machine guns, and grenades thrown at them all proved useless against Abomination and his monstrous squad. Help! Somebody help! Director, save me! Run! These monsters can't be killed. Abomination laughed cruelly. Ants like you shouldn't be alive. All of you die for me. One of the humanoid behemoths sighed in awe. Blonsky, this power is truly intoxicating. Another behemoth declared arrogantly, only slaughter brings me joy, so I'll kill every last one in S.H.I.E.L.D. Enough talk. Let's hurry up and capture Fury. That'll be a great achievement. Another behemoth reminded them. Thunderous crashes shook the compound as Abomination and his monstrous team stormed toward the deck. Anyone who tried to resist was either swatted to death or trampled underfoot, their rampage reaching almost absurd levels of brutality. On the deck of the airborne carrier, Nick Fury saw that General Ross had given the order to attack S.H.I.E.L.D., and now the gates had been breached. He could hesitate no longer. If he did, all his people would be slaughtered. With a furious roar, he shouted. Kill them. Wipe out every enemy. Yes, Director. SHIELD agents, galvanized by Fury's command, launched a desperate counterattack. The armory swung open, and agents quickly equipped themselves with advanced weaponry. SHLD's superpowered operatives began to use their abilities to turn the tide against General Ross's invading forces. Hawkeye stood on the deck, loosing explosive arrows one after another at a dizzying speed. His aim was so precise and rapid, it was as if he had become a living machine gun, raining destruction on General Ross's troops below. On his private island, Chen Feng watched the battle between S.H.I.E.L.D. and General Ross with delight, popping open a bottle of champagne in celebration. Taking a sip, Chen Feng exclaimed with satisfaction, "Fight! The more casualties, the better. Then no one will come looking for trouble with me." Master, General Ross has smashed all the loudspeakers connected to the network. I can no longer impersonate his voice to give orders, reported Optimus Prime. No matter, Chen Feng replied. They've already started fighting. Even if they call a truce in the end, they'll become enemies from now on. Meanwhile, on General Ross's side, he had smashed every loudspeaker and megaphone that could broadcast sound, then hurriedly turned to his secretary. Catherine, quickly relay my order. Everyone, retreat immediately. Huh, General, why? Catherine was bewildered. Just moments ago, General Ross had been shouting for an all-out attack, then suddenly destroyed the loudspeakers, and now he was ordering a retreat. She simply couldn't make sense of it all. That last order didn't come from me, General Ross explained angrily. Someone was impersonating my voice. If I'm right, it was Chen Feng behind this trickery. What do we do now? Our troops are already fighting S.H.I.E.L.D., and we've suffered heavy casualties, Catherine said anxiously. Order a retreat. We can't let Chen Feng use us as his pawns any longer, Ross commanded. But General, if we pull back now, what if S.H.I.E.L.D. takes advantage and attacks us? Catherine fretted. Gritting his teeth, Ross said, when you give the retreat order, tell S.H.I.E.L.D. that Chen Feng was the one impersonating me. If they still attack my men, then there's no point holding back. We'll wipe out S.H.I.E.L.D. and take all their assets for ourselves. General Ross had managed to rise from an ordinary man to one of the most powerful figures in America by relying on his ruthlessness and ambition. That's how he had secured his place today. So, if S.H.I.E.L.D. failed to see reason, he would not hesitate. Even if it meant making a mistake, he was ready to seize the opportunity and crush them. SHLD's members were all elites. Some were even superheroes or possessed extraordinary abilities, making them formidable opponents. But they were few in number. Facing an army of over 100,000, they were forced to retreat again and again. Hawkeye, from his vantage point on the deck, kept bombarding the soldiers with his explosive arrows. Yet the soldiers below were no pushovers. Tanks, artillery, and rocket launchers kept up a relentless barrage against SHLD's positions. The thunder of explosions rolled continuously, never letting up. Under the cover of the troops, Catherine dashed forward, shouting the retreat order to as many soldiers as she could reach. Those at the rear heard the call, but the ones who had advanced too far ahead remained oblivious to the command. The soldiers at the rear began to retreat, while those at the front were still charging into the fray. Catherine watched the men at the front, and since they had no support from behind, they were falling at an alarming rate. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of soldiers had died, and she grew increasingly anxious. After a moment's thought, she came up with a solution. Though it would surely embarrass General Ross, she was willing to risk her own reputation if it meant saving her comrades. With a tearing sound, she ripped apart the white shirt beneath her uniform, pulled it free, and waved it desperately in her hands while shouting at the top of her lungs, "Stop! Everyone stop! This is a misunderstanding. Chen Feng is behind all of this." General Ross never gave the order to attack. Her voice couldn't reach inside S.H.I.E.L.D., but the people on deck could see her actions. Waving a white flag, wasn't that the universal sign for surrender? Hawkeye, with his keen eyesight, recognized Catherine's face clearly. He quickly turned to Fury and said, "Director," the one waving. "The white flag is General Ross's secretary, Catherine. It looks like they're retreating. They don't want to fight us anymore." "Pass on my order. Everyone, cease fire," Fury commanded. With S.H.I.E.L.D. halting their attack, Catherine was finally able to run forward and alert the soldiers to pull back. The troops outside S.H.I.E.L.D. began to withdraw, but Abomination and his 10 monstrous followers refused to retreat. They continued their rampage within SHLD's walls. Since there was no way to communicate electronically, everyone had to run from place to deliver the message. Every agent in S.H.I.E.L.D. received the order, "Do not attack General Ross's forces any further." But Abomination and his beasts were still on a murderous rampage. Left with no choice, Fury dispatched Hawkeye to deal with the situation. Hawkeye might not have superpowers, but his eyesight and archery Skills were second to none in the world, and with his teammates' support, he feared no monster, not even the likes of Abomination. By this time, Catherine had already rushed into S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. The scene that greeted her was utter devastation, blood and carnage everywhere. Even she, a seasoned soldier, felt her scalp tingle at the sight. The air shook with the sounds of destruction. Ha! Ants, just a bunch of ants. Pathetic, absolutely pathetic. Don't run. I'm going to crush you all. Ha! Catherine heard the arrogant laughter of Abomination and his followers. She hurried toward them, shouting, Blonsky, orders from General Ross. Everyone is to withdraw immediately. Abomination, wild-eyed and still laughing from his bloodlust, turned on her in anger. Why? Why should we retreat? Didn't you say I could tear my way through S.H.I.E.L.D.? It hasn't even been that long, and you're telling me to retreat? I'm not satisfied. I haven't killed enough yet. This is a direct order from General Ross. You must obey, Catherine replied sternly. With a furious bellow, Abomination crushed a S.H.I.E.L.D. guard to a pulp with his bare hands. Just as he was about to order his 10 monstrous subordinates to withdraw, suddenly an arrow came whistling toward him. The arrow was incredibly fast, even swifter than a bullet. Abomination didn't even have time to dodge before he was struck right on the spot. The moment the arrow hit him, its tip erupted in a violent explosion. With a thunderous blast, Abomination was sent flying, and a small hole was blown open in his abdomen, from which green blood began to ooze. Clambering up from the ground, Abomination threw his head back and puffed out his chest. With a furious roar, he bellowed, Rah! He no longer cared about anything and charged straight at Hawkeye, the one who had fired the arrow at him. Yet Hawkeye, renowned as the world's greatest archer, remained unshaken. Facing the hulking Abomination, he showed not the slightest fear. Calmly, he drew an armor-piercing arrow from his quiver, pulled the bow to its limit, and released. With a sharp whistle, the armor-piercing arrow pierced through Abomination's chest and shot out his back. Abomination let out a heart-rending howl and crashed to the ground with a tremendous thud. The 10 humanoid beast minions under Abomination's command, upon seeing their leader wounded by Hawkeye, erupted with furious roars and charged at him. Stop! In the name of General Ross, I order you to halt. Catherine shouted at the top of her voice. If these humanoid beasts kept fighting S.H.I.E.L.D., the hard-won ceasefire could easily collapse, plunging everyone back into war. She had to intervene. In any case, with Abomination's astonishing resilience, he wasn't going to die so easily. The authority of General Ross was enough to make the 10 humanoid beasts hesitate. They dared not disobey, and could only stand their ground, roaring their dissatisfaction and protest. Their roars rumbled on, echoing across the battlefield. Catherine saw Hawkeye draw another arrow and hurriedly called out, Hawkeye, stand down. If you attack again, I'll tell General Ross you're provoking us. Hawkeye lowered his bow and replied, Then get these monsters out of here fast. Abomination rested for a moment, and his wounds healed rapidly. Unyielding, he rose to his feet and unleashed a savage roar at Hawkeye. Although Hawkeye was over 10 meters away, the force of Abomination's roar sent gusts of wind whipping at his clothes, making them rustle and snap. Hawkeye dared not underestimate Abomination. At a distance, his arrows could deter the brute, but in close combat, he knew he'd be crushed. In an instant, just in case, Hawkeye raised his bow once more, aiming at Abomination, ready to loose an arrow if he moved closer. Blonsky, enough. If you keep this up, General Ross will be furious. Catherine called out loudly, trying to reason with him. Abomination turned, glowering, and barked at Catherine, Let me kill him, and I'll withdraw. That's right, Blonsky. Take down that punk. Blonsky, we're with you. Eliminate him, and that's one less enemy for us. We'll do it together. One after another, the humanoid monsters clamored angrily, all thirsting for Hawkeye's blood. Ever since they had emerged onto the scene, they'd been invincible. Now, faced with someone who could actually harm them, their pride couldn't bear it. Retreat. Everyone fall back. I'm here to deliver General Ross's orders. If you refuse to obey, you'll be court-martialed for sure. Your careers will be ruined with a single word. Catherine's voice rang out, sharp and commanding. And have you forgotten the oath you swore to General Ross? You pledged lifelong loyalty to him alone. Now, when he gives you an order, you ignore it. Is this how you show your devotion? Her words struck a chord with everyone present. One by one, the soldiers complied and began to retreat, even those who had been filled with resentment. Once General Ross's entire force had withdrawn from the airborne carrier, both Ross and Fury emerged from opposite sides. They met in the space between their two factions and began to speak. Fury, that order to attack just now, it wasn't from me. We've both been played by Chen Feng, General Ross said with a bitter smile. It really wasn't you? Fury asked, suspicion in his voice. Moments before the clash, Ross had been pushing hard for an attack, so Fury couldn't help but doubt him. My troops had already broken into S.H.I.E.L.D. If I hadn't ordered the retreat, do you really think your organization could have held them off? Ross shot back, clearly irritated. Fury paused to consider this. Ross's forces were massive, and he had 11 terrifying giant humanoid creatures at his command. If Ross had wanted to wipe out S.H.I.E.L.D., he might have actually been able to do it. All right, I'll take your word for it, Fury finally conceded. This was a misunderstanding, but you've killed so many of my elite soldiers. If you don't offer me some compensation, I refuse to pull back. And without my support, number one will never believe your explanation. The entire country will turn against you, Ross threatened slyly. Fury seethed with frustration. He was clearly the victim here, yet now he was being forced to compensate his enemy. The injustice of it stung. But in truth, he had no other option. The airborne carrier couldn't take off, so there was no way to escape. The encirclement. Of course, he could abandon the carrier and lead S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel away, but doing so would mean losing a tremendous amount, its weapons, materials, and advanced technology. SHLD's power will be severely diminished. General Ross, just say it. What do you want? Fury gritted his teeth as he spoke. I want the serums from all of SHLD's superpowered agents, Ross demanded brazenly. Money wasn't what he lacked, nor was talent. What he needed were people with real power. With those serums, he could create an army of super soldiers, and he himself could gain unimaginable strength. Fury shook his head without hesitation. Absolutely not. Pick something else. He wasn't a fool. His relationship with Ross was already openly hostile. If he handed over SHLD's precious superpower, serums, it would be nothing short of arming the enemy. Once Ross became powerful enough, he would undoubtedly turn on S.H.I.E.L.D. Ross sneered and threatened. Then let's finish this with a fight. You. Fury was absolutely furious, his anger blazing. Seeing that Fury still refused to agree, General Ross turned to leave. Fury didn't want any more fighting, so he hastily called out, "Wait, I'll give you 10 vials of the superhuman serum. That's all I have left. Any more, and I'd have none, because the rest was stolen by Chen Feng." Chen Feng, why does he need so much serum? General Ross asked, puzzled. He's definitely up to no good. That's why S.H.I.E.L.D. has declared war on him. Monday, the day I've set to face him. Fury paused for a moment, then continued. General Ross, just now Chen Feng impersonated you and ordered the army to attack. If he could pull that off once, he could do it again. Even this single incident has cost us dearly on both sides. So I sincerely invite you to join us in taking down Chen Feng. If we don't, there will never be peace in America. Hearing Fury's words, General Ross couldn't help but picture Chen Feng with one foot on abomination and a raised fist toward the Hulk, a terrifying image that made him shudder. He shook his head and replied to Fury, I don't want to make an enemy of Chen Feng for now, so I'm sorry. After everything Chen Feng's done to you, you don't hate him? Besides, if you cooperate with me and help eliminate Chen Feng, all the serum he stole, I won't take any of it. It's all yours. What do you say? Fury pressed. General Ross hesitated for a moment, then gave a sly grin. No thanks. Just hand over the 10 vials of serum. Once I have them, I'll be on my way. He had already made up his mind. He would ready his troops and wait for S.H.I.E.L.D. and Chen Feng to wear each other down. Then he'd strike, taking maximum advantage at minimal cost. Fury was left with no choice but to order his men to fetch the 10 vials. His agents were clever. They brought only the weakest versions of the serum. As soon as Ross had them in hand, he left, and Fury couldn't stop him. After General Ross and his elite troops departed, the members of S.H.I.E.L.D. looked around at the battered remains of the helicarrier, and none of them could muster a smile. Instead, worry clouded their faces. Because of a misunderstanding among America's top brass, there were now plans to attack S.H.I.E.L.D. The crisis was far from over, and no one in the organization could rest easy. Moreover, after the bombing by Ross's forces, the helicarrier was severely damaged. There was no way S.H.I.E.L.D. could repair it before Monday on their own. Without the helicarrier, their strength in a confrontation with Chen Feng would be drastically reduced. Without it, their chances of victory were slim. In fact, there was a real risk that Chen Feng might turn the tables and destroy them instead. Facing such dire straits, Fury had no choice but to seek help from Iron Man, Tony Stark. Tony, you've seen the state S.H.I.E.L.D. is in. If you don't help, we won't be able to go up against Chen Feng. On our own, we're still a force to be reckoned with. He wouldn't dare provoke us lightly. But as for you, Chen Feng is well aware that you've put $1 trillion bounty on his head. There's no way he'll let you off the hook. On top of that, your Iron Man suit is completely countered by him. You can't unleash your full power. So, without S.H.I.E.L.D. backing you, you're in real danger. Fury said, Enough, I get it. I'll give S.H.I.E.L.D. my full support. Tony replied, his face clouded with dismay. He deeply regretted getting involved in SHELD's investigation of the thief. Now trouble had come knocking, and he couldn't shake it off. For his own safety, he had no choice but to throw his full support behind S.H.I.E.L.D. in their fight against Chen Feng. Tony, the helicarrier's taken heavy damage. I need you to send a repair team over from Stark Industries. And I'll also need your help explaining to the top brass that S.H.I.E.L.D. has no intention of breaking away from the government. All of this is Chen Feng's doing, Fury said. All right, understood, Tony replied. Hawkeye, take a team and escort Tony back, Fury ordered. Yes, Director, Hawkeye responded promptly. So with Hawkeye and his team in tow, Tony boarded a plane and flew straight to Stark Industries. Half an hour later, the plane touched down on the roof of Stark Industries headquarters. As Tony entered the company, he suddenly noticed. All his employees were looking at him strangely. He asked Pepper what was going on, and when he learned the truth, he nearly fainted. It turned out that all the weaponry and equipment from Stark Industries had been cleaned out by Chen Feng. Worse yet, the company's accounts were empty. The money had been transferred away, and in his name, no less. Once rich beyond measure, Tony was now penniless. The company still belonged to him, but he couldn't even pay his employees. Most urgent of all was the fact that Chen Feng had taken every single weapon from the company, including those that had been ordered by various nations and warlords. Deposits had already been paid, and if deliveries weren't made on time, Tony would be liable for massive penalties. Yet now, he didn't have a cent to his name. At this point, his only hope of weathering the crisis lay with the government. Without a moment's delay, he brought Hawkeye and the others and rushed off to meet with the president. Meanwhile, on his private island, Chen Feng watched Tony's frantic distress with great satisfaction. He hadn't even started the real fight, but S.H.I.E.L.D. and Tony were already on the verge of collapse, an outcome that delighted him. The battle between General Ross and S.H.I.E.L.D. was under control, and he'd seen Tony's humiliating predicament. As for Tony's conversation with the president, Chen Feng had no interest in eavesdropping further. It simply wasn't necessary. America was powerful, but the true power didn't lie with the government. It was in the hands of those organizations and warlords. That's why Chen Feng paid no heed to the president. After instructing Optimus Prime to switch off the 3D holographic projector, Chen Feng got back to work. Now that the robots had been mass-produced and could replicate themselves, he no longer needed to personally oversee their manufacture. Instead, he began to craft the female version of the Iron Man suit, just as he'd promised Natasha that in the past, Chen Feng had been reluctant to give Natasha such advanced machines. But now that Natasha had joined his team, he could no longer treat her with the same wariness as before. So, he decided to make a female version of a Transformer just for her. Over the past few days, he had nearly finished preparing all the necessary materials. The next day, Chen Feng emerged from his laboratory in high spirits, followed by a graceful and elegant robot. Natasha, who was outside training the Lizard Legion and the swarm of flying ants, caught sight of the robot trailing after Chen Feng. She let out a gasp of surprise, then dashed over and eagerly examined the robot, her hands running over its metallic frame. Chen Feng, is this my suit of iron armor? Natasha asked, her eyes shining with excitement. This isn't merely an iron suit, Chen Feng replied with a smile. It's a female transformer I built for you. Wow, that's amazing. Chen Feng, I absolutely love you. Natasha cried out, throwing her arms around him and planting a firm kiss on his cheek. Chen Feng didn't mind. After all, foreign women were famously open and affectionate. He simply wiped the traces of her kiss from his face and, with a smile, began to introduce her new companion. This female transformer may not be as powerful as mine due to its smaller size, but it's still formidable, dozens of times stronger than Tony Stark's Iron Man suit. It can transform into 5 different forms: a jet, a sports car, a drill machine, a submarine, and a humanoid robot. I've also installed a high-level intelligence system for you, he went on. The system is copied from Optimus Prime himself, which means your AI is just as advanced as his. But there's one thing you should know, your AI will also respond to my commands. My instructions take precedence over yours. Also, bear in mind that while the defense is strong enough to shrug off ordinary bullets and bombs, it's best to avoid things like small missiles and artillery shells. Thank you so much, Chen Feng. I'm really happy with it, Natasha said gratefully. Unlike Chen Feng, who was a battle enthusiast, she wanted the female transformer purely for convenience and her own safety. Go ahead and try it on. Chen Feng encouraged her with a smile. How do I put it on? Natasha asked, curious. First, give her a name, Chen Feng explained. Then issue a command, and she'll automatically envelop you. All right, Natasha nodded eagerly. What should I name her? She hesitated, mulling it over. Just pick any name. You can always change it later, Chen Feng suggested. No, once I decide on a name, I can't change it, Natasha said earnestly. Chen Feng waited for 10 minutes, but Natasha still hadn't made up her mind. Finally, he tossed out a suggestion, half-jokingly. Why not call her Erita? Erita, it shares the ta sound with my own name. Not bad. Erita, it is, Natasha exclaimed happily. I was just throwing that out there. You're really going to use it? Chen Feng said, unable to help but laugh. Of course. Why not use a good name when you hear one? Natasha giggled. All right then, let me tell you, Transformers is a comic book. Optimus Prime is the leader of the robots, and Elita is his girlfriend. Chen Feng laughed. Upon hearing his words, Natasha shot him a flirtatious glance and teased. Are you trying to hint at something? Chen Feng waved his hand, smiling. Don't get the wrong idea. I don't mean anything like that. Natasha rolled her eyes at him and playfully retorted. As if I had feelings for you or something. She continued. Forget it. Let's go with the name Elita. After all, it does sound nice. Standing before the female version of the Transformer, she declared, from now on, you'll be called Elita. Understand? A pleasant voice came from the female Transformer. Yes, Miss Natasha. Natasha spread her arms wide. Now combine with me. The female Transformer turned her back to Natasha and stepped backward. As her back touched Natasha, a futuristic transformation began. The outer shell reseated and then enveloped Natasha completely, the whole process brimming with a sense of advanced technology. Once Natasha was suited up in the female Transformer, she took a few steps, her footsteps echoing with confidence, getting used to the fit. Then she said, Chen Feng, you're a genius. My Transformer suit is even more comfortable than yours. They're actually all the same, Chen Feng replied with a grin. Natasha crouched down, then sprang upward, vaulting 10 meters into the air, without even using the jet system. With a deep thud, Natasha landed, one knee to the ground, striking a heroic pose. Feels powerful, doesn't it? Chen Feng remarked. I'll have to test out the other functions before I know if it's truly powerful, Natasha replied. Come with me and test it underwater. Otherwise, the explosions might attract unwanted attention, Chen Feng suggested. All right, Natasha agreed. Optimus Prime, bring over the other Transformer, Chen Feng commanded. At your command, my lord. Optimus Prime responded dutifully. A few seconds later, with a tremendous roar, the massive Transformer descended from the sky and landed right in front of Chen Feng. Chen Feng leapt up, entering the body of the Transformer. Optimus Prime, submarine mode, Chen Feng ordered. At your command, my lord. Optimus Prime replied. With a series of mechanical clicks and whirs, the Transformer shifted into a submarine and dove into the sea. Natasha followed suit, calling out sweetly, Elita, submarine mode. Yes, Miss Natasha, Elita responded. With a flurry of metallic sounds, the female Transformer transformed into a petite mini-submarine. Elita, why is your submarine form so tiny? It's hard for me to even move around in here. Natasha complained. Miss Natasha, the standard Transformer stands at 8.5 meters tall, with a massive frame weighing several tons. The female version is the same height as you and weighs just over 300 pounds. So, I believe you understand, Miss Natasha, Elita explained. Can it get any bigger? Natasha asked. The cramped space made her uncomfortable. It can switch to sports car mode. That's the most spacious. It can also go into water, though it's not very fast underwater, Elita replied. Never mind then. Just hurry up and keep up with Chen Feng, Natasha ordered. Yes, Miss Natasha, Elita responded. With a swift whoosh, the tiny submarine dove into the sea. Despite its small size, it moved at an impressive speed. Chen Feng led Natasha to the place where he had conducted his previous experiments. Natasha, your female version Transformer is equipped with a minigun on the shoulder and guided fragmentation grenades. There's a missile launcher and flamethrower on the forearm, and the palms and soles have jet systems and pulse cannons. Chen Feng explained. How do I use all these weapons? Natasha asked. You just say the name of the weapon and give Elita the command, or you can control it with your mind, Chen Feng replied. Natasha tried using her mind to control it. On her first attempt, she wasn't skilled enough and didn't succeed. So she gave a command, Elita, minigun. A minigun emerged from the shoulder of the female Transformer. Natasha pointed in a direction and ordered, fire over there. A rapid burst of gunfire echoed. Missile launcher, fire. Pulse cannon, fire. Rocket launcher, fire. Transformed to sports car mode. With a series of mechanical clicks, it turned into a dazzling sports car. Transform to jet mode. With a sharp metallic snap, it morphed into a sleek jet. Drill machine mode. The gears whirred as it became a massive drilling machine. Transformer mode. With more mechanical sounds, it shifted back into the female Transformer form. After trying out every feature, Natasha was exhilarated. She felt that the female Transformer was incredible, hundreds of times more impressive than Iron Man Tony's suit. Now that you're adept at using it, let's head back. We still have lots to do, Chen Feng said. No rush. Take me up for a flight. I want to see if the female Transformer is as fast as yours, Natasha replied. My Transformer's power source is dozens of times stronger than yours. There's no way you can be faster, Chen Feng laughed. That's not necessarily true. Your Transformer is bigger, so it has more drag. Mine's smaller, less resistance. It'll definitely fly faster, Natasha said confidently. She was in high spirits and wasn't ready to return just yet. After being busy for days, she finally had a chance to relax and wanted to enjoy some excitement. All right, let's have a race and see who reaches space first, Chen Feng said. Deal, Natasha replied. Optimus, full speed ahead. Destination, space. Chen Feng gave the order. Yes, my lord, Optimus Prime responded, accepting the command. With a thunderous boom, powerful jets of air erupted from the feet of the Transformer, sending the surrounding seawater into a furious churn. The Transformer shot upward at lightning speed. Alita, full speed ahead. We must reach outer space before they do, Natasha urged anxiously. Yes, Miss Natasha, Alita answered, swiftly following her command. There was another roar, less intense than the Transformers, but noticeable nonetheless. Thanks to her smaller size, Alita's ascent was even swifter than the Transformers. With a deafening blast, the Transformer burst through the surface of the sea, sending a column of water soaring over 20 meters high, a testament to its incredible speed. By contrast, Natasha's female version of the Transformer, being more petite, broke through the water with a lighter splash, raising a spray just over 5 meters high. The moment Chen Feng's Transformer left the ocean, it accelerated to the first cosmic velocity, 7.9 kilometers per second. Within just a second or two, its speed doubled, rocketing to the second cosmic velocity, 11.2 kilometers per second. As the Transformer sped through the air, it began to transform, shifting seamlessly into airplane mode. Now, in airplane form, the Transformer moved even faster, reaching the fourth cosmic velocity, 110 kilometers per second. And as time ticked by, the speed continued to climb. Inside the Transformer, Chen Feng struggled to cope. The intense sensation of weightlessness made him feel nauseous. At such breakneck speed, it was fortunate his body was exceptionally resilient. Anyone else would have been overwhelmed. After just 1 minute, the extreme velocity caused the Transformer's temperature to soar. Thankfully, its interior cooling systems kicked in. Otherwise, Chen Feng would have been roasted alive. Natasha's female Transformer also shifted into airplane mode. At first, she managed to keep pace with Chen Feng, but after a minute and a half, his figure had completely vanished from sight. With another explosive burst, Chen Feng's Transformer shattered through the atmosphere. Freed from Earth's gravity, its velocity became truly astounding. Chen Feng quickly brought it to a halt, engaging the jet's systems to slow down. Moments later, Chen Feng spotted a fiery streak breaking through the atmosphere. Natasha, you can slow down now, Chen Feng spoke through the comms. Chen Feng, that was incredible. So fast, ha. Natasha exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement and exhilaration. Are you satisfied now? Chen Feng asked with a smile. Natasha maneuvered her female Transformer to perch on the shoulder of Chen Feng's colossal machine. Its vastness was such that a horse could have galloped across its shoulder. Natasha nodded, completely satisfied. With such a powerful Transformer at her command, she could go wherever she pleased. No one could stop her now. All right, time is short. Let's head back, Chen Feng said. Okay, Natasha replied obediently with a nod. The return journey was much slower, taking twice as long as their flight into outer space. If they approached too quickly, they'd crash into Earth. The planet itself would be fine, but their Transformers would be smashed to bits. After returning, Chen Feng began building a glider he had snatched from a green goblin. He intended to create a large glider, one he could use while piloting the Transformers or transforming into the Titan Giant. He would also build another, the same size as the Green Goblin's original, for use when he was in his normal form. With these, he would no longer have to fear enemies who could fly. The Green Goblin's glider was much like Dr. Octopus's mechanical arms. Both were controlled by neural signals, making them respond faster than mind-controlled, that is, brainwave-controlled devices. While working on the gliders, Chen Feng invited Dr. Octopus to help. He also planned to install 4 mechanical arms on the back of the Transformer, so that in close combat he wouldn't have to worry about being outnumbered. As for robots, there was no need for him to build any more. With Optimus Prime, that was taken care of. Optimus could simultaneously control dozens of Iron Man suits and hundreds of robots, endlessly replicating more. Since Chen Feng had tricked Stark Industries out a massive supply of materials and weapons, he didn't need to worry about running short on resources. Another day passed. With Dr. Octopus's help, Chen Feng completed both a large and a small glider, as well as 4 mechanical arms. The design of the gliders and arms hadn't changed much, but he had used a cold fusion reactor as the power source, making them more than 10 times stronger than before. Tony successfully persuaded the President of the United States and secured the support of the nation. The government took over Stark Industries' backlog of orders. The task of repairing the helicarrier was also handed over to the government. However, Tony was required to turn over his technology. With that, the crises facing S.H.I.E.L.D. and the United States were resolved. Thanks to national support, the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier was fully repaired. Monday arrived, a day set for the final battle. On this day, every S.H.I.E.L.D. agent scattered across the globe returned to the helicarrier. Over 10,000 elite agents gathered, most of them capable of taking on 100 foes single-handedly, with quite a few who could go up against entire armies. Tony stood aboard the helicarrier, clad in his manually operated Iron Man armor. Though it wasn't as powerful as the AI-enhanced suits, it was far better than nothing. On the deck, Fury stood at a podium, looking out over the ranks of more than 10,000 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, his voice booming. Today is the day we face Chen Feng. We will not return home until he is defeated. We will not return home until Chen Feng is defeated. Not until he's defeated. The cry of over 10,000 agents thundered through the air, their fighting spirits surging. In a military camp somewhere in America, General Ross was also mustering his troops. Ambitious and fully aware of how formidable Chen Feng was, he mobilized his entire force, 200,000 elite soldiers and 11 humanoid behemoths. 200,000 elite troops, including the Navy, the Army, and the Air Force, had assembled. General Ross stood atop the command platform and shouted, "We are the mightiest force in the world. We fear nothing. No matter how powerful our enemy may be, we will crush him." You all know that in the past few days, our country's entire network has collapsed. All our devices are down. Even our cell phones are useless. The nation is in panic. Chaos reigns everywhere. And the cause of all this is just one man, Chen Feng. Chen Feng is a supervillain, guilty of every imaginable crime. He wants to destroy our country. Tell me, will you allow this to happen? No, never, roared the 200,000 soldiers in furious unison. Chen Feng is powerful, stronger even than the Hulk. Are you afraid? General Ross asked deliberately, trying to stir up resistance and fighting spirit among the troops. Not afraid. Not afraid. The massed army shouted back, fearless and bold in their overwhelming numbers. Very well. Now, on my command, move out. General Ross swept his arm forward. With a rhythmic stomp of boots, 200,000 soldiers marched in perfect formation. Engines thundered as tanks and armored vehicles roared to life. Helicopter blades chopped the air in a relentless drumbeat as a fleet of choppers lifted off. Down by the shore, battleships sounded their horns and began to churn the waters, their engines rumbling and horns blaring. On a private island, Chen Feng did not deliver any rousing speech before battle. Unlike Fury or General Ross, there was no need. On this island, there were only 2 people, himself and Natasha. Dr. Hank, Dr. Octopus, Dr. Lizard, and Dr. Zhao Helen had all been sent away by Chen Feng in advance. Dr. Octopus had wanted to stay and help, but Chen Feng refused. Letting scientists fight battles was a foolish mistake. Standing on a massive glider, piloting his transformer, Chen Feng gazed down at the scene below, a surge of pride swelling in his chest. On the sea, an army of giant lizards, 100,000 strong, formed a formidable phalanx. On the island's beach, 50,000 robots stood ready, alongside 1,000 suits of iron armor and 500 mechanical beasts. 10,000 mobile fortresses stood like sentinels. Overhead, a vast cloud of flying ants swarmed so thickly that their number was impossible to count. With this force, Chen Feng was confident he could defeat S.H.I.E.L.D. But this private island was his domain, and if he allowed the war to come here, it would be destroyed. So, Chen Feng decided to lead his army out to meet S.H.I.E.L.D. on other ground. As a precaution, he left behind a small contingent of giant lizards, mobile fortresses, flying ants, robots, and mechanical beasts. The rest, he took with him. Turning to Natasha at his side, Chen Feng asked, "Natasha, are you ready?" Natasha nodded nervously. "I'm ready." Her anxiety wasn't because she feared S.H.I.E.L.D., but because it was her first time commanding such a massive army. She worried she might not be up to the task. With a grand gesture, Chen Feng declared, "Let's go." Splashing sounds echoed across the sea as the legion of lizards moved swiftly through the waves. Thunderous rumbles followed. The various mobile fortresses roared to life, some gliding over the water surface, others diving beneath the waves, and still others soaring into the sky. A deep, relentless hum grew louder as swarms of flying ants swept forward like a living avalanche, blotting out the sun and covering the earth beneath a writhing mass. Metallic scraping filled the air as mechanical creatures, unable to fly or attack from afar, but unmatched in speed, scrambled up the backs of the giant lizards or clambered onto robotic shoulders. With control over the world's networks and satellites, Chen Feng could track every move S.H.I.E.L.D. made. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D. remained in the dark about him. But to his surprise, General Ross had mobilized a massive force as well, heading straight for the private island. He now faced two mighty opponents at once. The arrow was knocked and had to be released. Chen Feng set out ahead of the others. He reached the coastline, organized his troops, and only then did S.H.I.E.L.D. finally arrive. S.H.I.E.L.D. piloted their colossal airborne carriers, gliding through the clouds under a cloak of invisibility. But Optimus Prime detected their presence. Chen Feng handed command of all units to Natasha. Then, alone, he climbed into his transformer and led the charge straight at S.H.I.E.L.D. His army was vast. There was no way S.H.I.E.L.D. could miss such a display. Hawkeye, spotting the formidable force, quickly reported to Fury. "Director, Chen Feng is right below us, and he's brought a bizarre army. Lizards, robots, flying ants. They look tough to handle. Everyone, prepare for battle," Fury ordered. "Director, Chen Feng is charging in with his transformer," Hill warned. "Attack. Use the carrier's turrets. Blast him to pieces," Fury commanded. A barrage of shells thundered toward Chen Feng. Ducking and weaving, he triggered the missile launchers mounted on his transformer's shoulders, sending a wave of missiles streaking through the sky. He followed with salvos of area-denial munitions and other heavy weapons. The miniguns and chain guns mounted on the transformer came to life, unleashing a relentless hail of bullets that shredded any shells too close to dodge. Despite his transformer's massive frame, the enemy's accuracy was surprisingly low compared to the airborne carrier, which could hit a target with its eyes closed. S.H.I.E.L.D. managed to intercept most of Chen Feng's missiles, but a few slipped through. Explosions tore into the underside of the carrier, breaking its cloak of invisibility and blasting gaping holes in its hull. With a deafening crash, Chen Feng's transformer was finally struck by the concentrated barrage and sent plummeting from the sky. It landed with a tremendous impact, carving a crater over a dozen meters wide into the earth. Transformers were built tough. Though knocked down, Chen Feng was unscathed. He picked himself up and pressed the attack on S.H.I.E.L.D. Flying ants, machine legions, mobile fortresses, mechanical beasts, attack, Natasha commanded, her arms sweeping forward to signal the charge. Countless giant flying ants, robots, and flying fortresses surged toward S.H.I.E.L.D. Some of the mechanical creatures climbed onto the robots' backs, joining the assault on S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha also headed in that direction, though she kept her distance, soaring high above, surrounded by a swarm of Iron Man suits for protection. As the commander, her role was to lead. There was no need for her to charge into the fray herself. The battle erupted with a relentless torrent of gunfire and explosions, the air filled with cries and chaos. Weapons and ammunition rained down with abandon. As if cost were no concern, both sides launching fierce attacks at each other. A great number of flying ants, robots, and flying fortresses were shot down by S.H.I.E.L.D., but their own airborne carriers were taking heavy damage from the relentless enemy onslaught. After suffering some casualties, Chen Feng's forces finally closed in on the helicarrier. The giant flying ants, grown to monstrous size, were immune to ordinary weapons. They could not be killed so easily, but with a single bite they could take down their foes. Their sheer numbers seemed endless, impossible to exterminate. When the swarm of flying ants landed on the deck of the helicarrier, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents retreated into hiding, firing through gun ports in desperate attempts to fend off the invaders. As the robots arrived, they began battering the doors of the helicarrier, trying to break through and let the flying ants in. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents fought tooth and nail to hold the doors, and with their super-strong allies, the robots could not force their way in. At this critical moment, Dr. Octopus's mechanical creatures were unleashed. The smaller mechanical creatures slipped in one after another through gun ports, water outlets, and ventilation shafts. Agile and deadly in close combat, they wreaked havoc the moment they entered, cutting down all in their path. The ordinary S.H.I.E.L.D. agents stood no chance against these machines. Only those with exceptional strength could destroy them. With the mechanical creatures sowing chaos inside, the robots finally broke through the doors. The giant flying ants seized the opportunity and swarmed inside as well. Inside the S.H.I.E.L.D. command center, everyone watched the unfolding chaos through surveillance feeds, shock written across their faces. "Director, what should we do?" Chen Feng's monsters are too many and too powerful. They've already broken into S.H.I.E.L.D. Hill said anxiously. It might work to our advantage, Fury replied, his eyes sharp. Inside the helicarrier, we have plenty of places to hide. We can pick off the enemy slowly. Inside, their advantage in numbers is much less effective. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the entire helicarrier. What was that? Fury demanded. A technician answered, Director, Engine 2 has been destroyed by Chen Feng. Hawkeye, I want you to take Chen Feng out, Fury ordered. Yes, sir. Hawkeye accepted the mission, taking several agents with him as he left the command center. Meanwhile, Chen Feng still had 100,000 giant lizards waiting on the ground, eager to join the fight. His plan was clear. He needed to bring down the helicarrier. On the ground, his forces would have the upper hand. Another thunderous explosion rocked the ship as Chen Feng destroyed yet another engine. As he moved to blast the third engine, a massive arrow struck him with tremendous force. The giant arrow embedded itself in the chest plate of the transformer. Fortunately, Chen Feng had reinforced the armor, or that single shot would have pierced right through him. Looking up, Chen Feng spotted Hawkeye operating a colossal crossbow. Without hesitation, Chen Feng maneuvered the transformer's Gatling gun to spray bullets at Hawkeye. In the next instant, Hawkeye unleashed another giant arrow, this one trailing a steel cable behind it. The moment the arrow shot out, Hawkeye immediately darted aside. Again, the transformer was struck, the arrow slamming into its chest plate once more. Damn, with a firing speed like that, there's no way to dodge. Chen Feng exclaimed in shock. Suddenly, Chen Feng felt a powerful tug, the force traveling through the steel cable connected to the arrow. So, you want to drag me in and gang up on me? Then let's see if you can handle it. Chen Feng growled coldly. With the steel cable tightening rapidly, Chen Feng was pulled straight into one of the entrances of the airborne carrier. The moment he entered, he was ambushed by a barrage of attacks. First, a heavy truck rammed him against an iron wall. Then Iron Man, Tony Stark himself, pummeled him with relentless blows. Several hulking brutes joined in, each punch landing on the Transformer's armor with thunderous impact, their strength rivaling even Tony's Iron Man suit. Get off me! Chen Feng roared. Controlling the Transformer, he mustered all its strength to shove back the heavy truck, pinning him to the wall. But Tony and the others weren't about to let Chen Feng break free. They doubled down, hammering the Transformer with even greater ferocity. Yet the Transformer's armor was simply too thick. Even though the relentless assault left deep dents, none of their blows could penetrate and reach Chen Feng inside. Let me try, a burly, overweight man declared, hefting a massive electric saw, clearly intending to cut the Transformer open. Chen Feng, his hands still bracing against the truck's force, couldn't spare them for defense. That didn't matter, though. He had 4 mechanical tentacles at his disposal. With a metallic whoosh, the 4 tentacles unfurled from the Transformer's back, sweeping aside every assailant in their path. The burly man swung his electric saw at one of the tentacles, sending sparks flying and filling the air with a harsh screech. In the same instant, another tentacle, sharp as a blade, shot straight toward the big man. The tentacle struck with such speed and proximity that he had no chance to dodge. It pierced him clean through, killing him on the spot. High-concentration energy pulse cannon, Chen Feng intoned silently. A blinding light erupted from the Transformer's palms. With 2 deafening blasts, the heavy truck was blown to pieces. The shockwave sent Tony, Hawkeye, and the others staggering in all directions. The Transformer, towering at 8.5 meters tall, with a massive frame and 4 mechanical tentacles whipping menacingly from its back, now looked like a figure out of myth, half god, half demon. Tony could feel fear creeping in. Compared to Chen Feng's Transformer, his Iron Man suit seemed like nothing more than a child's toy. Bang, bang, bang. Heavy footsteps echoed, the unmistakable sound of a Transformer moving. Chen Feng strode up to Tony and said, Tony, at last, we finally meet. Tony's voice trembled with uncertainty. Chen Feng, what do you want? Now that they were face to face, he could truly feel the overwhelming size of the Transformer looming over him. At first, I just wanted you to regret your choices, to humble you, Chen Feng replied. But you and S.H.I.E.L.D. joined forces and tried to kill me. So now, I'm here for your life as well. With those words, Chen Feng controlled the Transformer and swung a massive fist directly at Tony. Tony rolled out of the way in a desperate dodge, barely escaping the blow, and then took off running as fast as he could. Hawkeye, seeing Tony flee, shouted angrily, Tony, you bastard! How dare you leave me behind and run off? Don't worry, Chen Feng declared with commanding authority. Not a single one of you is getting away. Somebody help. No, please don't. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Feng's fists crashed down, each blow taking out one of Hawkeye's men. Gritting his teeth, Hawkeye turned and bolted. The transformer was simply too large to fit inside the helicarrier. So Chen Feng climbed out, leaving the giant machine behind, and stormed into the helicarrier himself. Natasha, monitoring the situation through a 3D holographic projection relayed by Alida, saw Chen Feng single-handedly fight his way in through an entry hatch. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she quickly directed a squad of robots, leading mechanical creatures to support Chen Feng. Chen Feng, relying on his web shooters, swung in a straight line down the corridor, covering the distance in the blink of an eye, closing in on Hawkeye. With a sharp whistle, a strand of web shot out and latched onto Hawkeye's back. Startled, Hawkeye rolled swiftly, drawing a dagger from his calf and desperately trying to sever the web. But Chen Feng wasn't about to give him the chance. With a powerful yank and a flying kick, he launched himself at Hawkeye. There was a heavy thud as Chen Feng's kick sent Hawkeye hurtling through the air. Hawkeye was flung more than 20 meters before crashing to a stop. He coughed, blood spattering from his lips, showing how badly he was hurt. Rat-a-tat-tat. Reinforcements from Fury arrived. Determined to end Chen Feng as quickly as possible, Fury had sent thousands of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s elite agents to the scene. Bullets filled the air like a deadly storm, and with a narrow hallway offering nowhere to hide, Chen Feng transformed. With a beastly roar, he morphed into a titan, 3 meters tall, over 2,000 pounds, with bronze skin gleaming in the light. No matter how fiercely S.H.I.E.L.D. attacked, their weapons couldn't pierce his skin, though the impacts did sting. Chen Feng wasn't foolish enough to stand still and take it. Keeping his head low and his body hunched, he charged forward with unstoppable force, unconcerned with whatever lay ahead. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s agents weren't fools either. They fired as they retreated, trying to keep out of his path. With a resounding crash, Chen Feng collided with an iron wall at the corner, the impact so great it left a human-shaped dent in the metal. Swish. A flash of light caught Chen Feng's eye. A moment later, he felt a cool sensation on his face. When he raised his hand to touch it, he realized it was his own blood. Looking up, he saw a man in a kimono, gripping a sword with both hands, his back turned, exuding a chilling aura. I am Matsumoto Ikaru, master of the one-sword style. To die by my blade is an honor you should cherish, Matsumoto declared arrogantly. Oomph. You dare act so brazen just for breaking my skin? Watch me smash you into a pulp. Chen Feng retorted angrily. To him, this so-called island swordsman was nothing to fear. Matsumoto's speed was extraordinary. He seemed to vanish in the blink of an eye. By the time Chen Feng realized what was happening, Matsumoto was already behind him. In a flurry of rapid strikes, Matsumoto unleashed dozens of slashes in an instant, carving bloody lines across Chen Feng's back. Chen Feng spun around and reached out with a powerful grab. Matsumoto leaned backward, and with another swift motion, his blade sliced across Chen Feng's wrist, cutting open a blood vessel. Damn you! I'll take you on head-to-head. Chen Feng roared in fury. He hadn't expected such formidable skill from a mere island swordsman. If he guessed right, Matsumoto's lethality came not just from his speed, but, more importantly, from the razor sharpness of his blade. Otherwise, given Matsumoto's strength, he wouldn't have been able to injure him at all. Fortunately, Matsumoto wasn't very strong. Otherwise, Chen Feng would have been in real danger. For the moment, Chen Feng ignored Matsumoto and charged at the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. With a wild guttural roar, Chen Feng bellowed, "All of you die." In the chaos of pursuing the agents, Chen Feng spotted an iron chain. With a wicked grin, he grabbed it and began swinging it wildly in every direction. Matsumoto was formidable and swift, but Chen Feng was no slouch, and his strength seemed limitless. At last, Matsumoto made a critical mistake, and Chen Feng's chain caught him with a heavy blow. The sharp crackle of gunfire filled the air as the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents opened up with their ranged weapons, desperately trying to stop Chen Feng from taking Matsumoto down. Chen Feng lowered his head, covering it with both hands, and charged straight at Matsumoto. He was determined to finish him off first. Suddenly, a massive arrow shot through the air and buried itself in Chen Feng's abdomen. A guttural roar of pain escaped his lips, the agony sapping his strength and halting his advance toward Matsumoto. The gunfire intensified as the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents seized the moment to launch a brutal onslaught. Under the relentless hail of bullets, even Chen Feng's tough skin began to give way. His healing couldn't keep pace with the mounting damage, and his wounds grew ever more severe. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before he was worn down and killed. Gritting his teeth, Chen Feng turned, ducked his head, and turned his back to the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Then, with his right hand shaped into a blade, he struck the base of the giant arrow with all his might. With a sharp smack, the arrow was forced out of his body. At that moment, a volley of massive bolts streaked toward him, Hawkeye and his men had taken control of several giant crossbows, launching a deadly barrage at Chen Feng. Swish, swish, swish. Once again, Chen Feng's body was pierced through. A thunderous roar erupted from his chest as Chen Feng, blazing with fury, sprang to his feet. With a savage motion, he slapped or yanked the massive arrows from his body with both hands. Then, Chen Feng transformed. A thick, powerful tail sprouted for his lower back. His feet morphed into beastly limbs, broad and strong. His hands followed, turning into razor-sharp claws. His head reshaped itself into that of a lizard, fierce and menacing. He had no choice but to change form. His titan giant body was too gravely wounded. The healing simply couldn't keep pace, and he was losing strength fast. So, he turned into a lizard man. Lizard men healed incredibly fast. Even if an arm was severed, it could regrow in a heartbeat. Sure enough, as soon as the transformation was complete, all the wounds that had riddled Chen Feng's body vanished without a trace. He was as good as new. Chen Feng's transformation sent shockwaves through S.H.I.E.L.D. He really is an unkillable monster, Hawkeye murmured in disbelief. How on earth does he do that? Tony exclaimed, equally stunned. Stop gawking and open fire. Take him down. Nick Fury's command cut through the chaos. Gunfire erupted. Bullets whizzed through the air, arrows streaked past, and explosions thundered as SLD's thousands of elite agents unleashed everything they had on Chen Feng. Bullets struck his body, only to be forced out as his flesh immediately knitted back together. Enormous arrows could pierce straight through him, but the moment they were removed, the wounds sealed up almost instantly. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. became so engrossed in the relentless assault that they failed to notice anything else. Meanwhile, the robots and mechanical creatures dispatched by Natasha had already infiltrated the battlefield. The robots came first, expertly controlled by Optimus Prime, who targeted S.H.I.E.L.D. agents with deadly precision. Optimus Prime knew Chen Feng was nearly invulnerable and could regenerate rapidly, so he ordered indiscriminate attacks. Machine gun fire rattled, heavy rounds pounding the air. Missiles and rockets exploded, sowing chaos as S.H.I.E.L.D. reeled from the onslaught. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of agents fell. Everyone, find cover now! Hawkeye shouted, voice ringing out over the din. A missile screamed through the air, heading straight for Hawkeye's position. With sharp eyes and quick reflexes, he fired a giant arrow toward Chen Feng, then dove aside, just in time. Hawkeye escaped, but his subordinates were not so lucky. A deafening explosion tore through the scene, obliterating several of his men. Mechanical creatures, hundreds of them, of all shapes and sizes, stormed the battlefield, their movements accompanied by relentless mechanical clatter. Screams filled the air as S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were overwhelmed. The mechanical beasts were well-built, powerful, and fast. Once they closed in, escape was almost impossible. Unflinching and remorseless, the robots and their mechanical kin attacked without hesitation, unwavering in their obedience to orders. Under their assault, S.H.I.E.L.D. was pinned down, unable to mount any resistance. With the pressure lifted, Chen Feng finally had a moment to catch his breath. Once his wounds had fully healed, he transformed back into the towering Titan giant. The lizardmen had remarkable regenerative abilities, but their strength and defense were still far too weak. Now it's my turn to put you all in your place, Chen Feng declared, then launched an assault on the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents hiding nearby. Ordinary cover stood no chance of slowing Chen Feng's advance. One agent had ducked behind a desk for protection. Chen Feng charged straight at him and kicked the desk with tremendous force. A thunderous crash echoed through the room. The desk split cleanly in two, and the agent behind it was sent flying, landing awkwardly with his head twisted to the side, dead on impact. Chen Feng is here. Everyone, get inside and take cover, someone cried. Dozens of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents scrambled frantically into a room, slamming the heavy door behind them. Even the doors on SHLD's helicarrier were built to withstand incredible force. Each one was a massive slab of reinforced iron. But no matter how thick the door, it couldn't withstand Chen Feng's sheer power. With another tremendous crash, Chen Feng barreled into the door with a shoulder and sent it flying off its hinges. Four agents standing behind the door were killed instantly. The rest were thrown back along with the mangled iron. Chen Feng had no mercy. Whether his enemies were dead or alive, he stomped and punched with relentless fury. Within 10 seconds, the room full of agents was wiped out. Chen Feng emerged from the carnage, and the remaining S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives began a desperate retreat, firing back as they withdrew. Explosions erupted one after another, echoing through the corridors. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents fell one by one, and Chen Feng's robots and mechanical beasts were also being destroyed in the chaos. Watching the security feeds, Fury saw Chen Feng's unstoppable rampage. his own people forced into a desperate, stumbling retreat. Fury's calm cracked. He was anxious, even afraid. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before Chen Feng reached the command center. Release the brutes. Now, Fury ordered. The brutes were SHLD's shock troopers, over 2 meters tall, muscle-bound, and not known for their intellect. 100 of these giants began marching toward Chen Feng's location, their footsteps pounding heavily. Meanwhile, General Ross was drawing closer to the battlefield where Chen Feng and S.H.I.E.L.D. clashed. He peered through binoculars at the chaos, swarms of black flying ants, legions of robots, and terrifying mobile fortresses. The sight sent a chill down his spine. He was awestruck. Chen Feng is truly a terrifying enemy, General Ross murmured in amazement. General, Chen Feng is advancing far too quickly. We have to eliminate him. If we wait any longer, he'll become unstoppable, and there'll be no place for us in America, or even on Earth, Catherine said worriedly. General, we should work with S.H.I.E.L.D. If Chen Feng defeats them, we may never have another chance to bring him down, Abomination suggested, his confidence rooted in his 10 humanoid behemoth minions. Let's wait a bit longer. The time isn't right yet, General Ross replied. Natasha, seeing the mounting casualties after her team stormed the helicarrier, gave the order for the robots to target the engines of the airborne fortress. She wanted to bring the airborne carrier down to the ground. To accelerate its descent, she did not hesitate to sacrifice the swarm of flying ants. She ordered the flying ants to launch a suicidal attack on the engines. Countless flying ants soared toward the engines, only to be shredded into a crimson mist by the rapidly spinning fans. As more and more of the giant flying ants fearlessly hurled themselves into the engine's fans, the fan's speed rapidly dropped. With its power source crippled, the airborne carrier plunged swiftly toward the Earth. In the carrier's command center, Fury immediately sensed the descent. He quickly warned everyone, "Attention, everyone, the airborne carrier is about to crash." General Ross was stunned when he saw SHLD's airborne carrier brought down by Chen Feng. Alarmed, he issued an urgent order, "Attack." He feared that if S.H.I.E.L.D. was wiped out by Chen Feng, he would lose his chance to get his hands on the precious serums. The general has given the order, "Attack." The general has given the order, "Attack." The general has given the order, "Attack." General Ross's command echoed through all 3 branches of the military. Aircraft stationed on the carrier scrambled into the sky. Battleships swiveled their cannons, turning them toward the battlefield where Chen Feng and S.H.I.E.L.D. were locked in combat. On land, the waiting army sprang into action. Tanks, armored vehicles, troop transports, and more all surged forward. Miss Natasha, General Ross's troops are on the move. Estimated arrival in 10 minutes, a leader reported. Orders, send the speedboat fortresses and submarine fortresses to intercept General Ross's navy. Orders, deploy 50,000 from the Lizard Corps to engage Ross's ground. Forces, orders, split the flying ant swarm in half, and do the same with the flying fortresses. Prepare to engage General Ross's Air Force. Natasha issued her commands swiftly. No sooner were Natasha's orders given than the S.H.I.E.L.D. airborne carrier plummeted ever closer to the ground. A thunderous crash. The airborne carrier hit the earth, as if heralding the end of the world. The ground quaked. Smoke and dust billowed everywhere. Everyone aboard the carrier was violently thrown about. Many were killed on impact. Inside the command center, Fury shouted, "Everyone, do everything you can to kill Chen Feng. If we take him down, victory is ours." "Director, what about those monsters? Are we just going to ignore them?" Hill asked. "Forget the monsters. There are too many to wipe out in a short time. And even if we did, S.H.I.E.L.D. would suffer devastating losses. The best plan now is to eliminate Chen Feng. Once he's gone, the monsters will retreat." Fury replied. The 100 strongmen dispatched by Fury had already found Chen Feng. "Kill him! Kill him! Kill him!" All 100 strongmen roared in unison. When they caught sight of Chen Feng, they raised their weapons and, shouting wildly, charged straight toward him. The mighty warriors stood tall and imposing, their left hands lifting enormous shields, their right hands gripping massive war hammers, their bulky frames radiating an air of indomitable strength. Even when faced with 100 such warriors, Chen Feng showed no fear. He led his robot troops straight into battle. The robots opened fire, their guns rattling as bullets tore through the air. The mighty warriors reacted quickly, raising their shields as they advanced in steady formation. Next came a barrage of small missiles from the robots, their explosions echoing across the battlefield. The blasts didn't kill the warriors, but forced them to stagger back a few steps. With a thunderous roar, Chen Feng charged forward himself. He crashed into the front ranks of the warriors, sending the ones at the front flying, blood spurting from their mouths. Those further back remained untouched. With both hands, Chen Feng tore open the defensive line. He seized one of the warriors by the neck, hoisted him into the air, and with a powerful swing, slammed him into the ground. The impact resounded with a tremendous crash. The warrior died instantly. Without pause, Chen Feng spread his arms wide and spun on the spot, sweeping away the warriors who lunged at him from all sides. Suddenly, a warrior leapt high into the air, brandishing his massive hammer, and brought it crashing down on Chen Feng's back. The blow was heavy, forcing Chen Feng to cough up blood on the spot. He hadn't expected the shield warriors to possess such strength, greater even than Professor Lizard's, and just a notch below abominations. Their defenses were formidable too. Even Chen Feng's full-force charge couldn't kill them outright. Although he spat blood, Chen Feng wasn't seriously hurt. Within a few breaths, his internal injuries had healed completely. Such was his prowess. Spinning around, Chen Feng grabbed the shoulder of the warrior who had ambushed him, clenched his right fist, and hammered punch after punch into the warrior's abdomen, forcing blood from his mouth with every blow. With one final punch, Chen Feng drove his fist straight through the warrior's stomach. The clash between Chen Feng and the horde of mighty warriors was a brutal, close-quarters fight, every strike landing with bone-crushing force. The battle was nothing short of ferocious. General Ross was a shrewd man. He had ordered all three branches of the military to attack, but he himself did not advance with them. Instead, he stayed behind, observing the battlefield through his binoculars. He had already made arrangements with his senior officers, granting them the freedom to act as they saw fit. This way, he wouldn't need to command from a distance and risk Chen Feng imitating his voice to issue false orders. When he saw half of the flying ant swarm and the airborne fortress split off to intercept his air force, he knew instantly that Chen Feng had seen through his plan. The arrow was knocked. There was no turning back. He was out of options. As long as Chen Feng lived, General Ross would know no peace. The moment Ross's air force encountered the swarm of flying ants and the airborne fortress, a fierce dogfight erupted. Ross's air force was formidable, boasting gunships, fighter jets, bombers, and more, each brimming with firepower. Yet Chen Feng's flying fortress clearly outclassed them, bristling with long-range weapons from top to bottom. Most fearsome of all was the vast, dark cloud of giant flying ants, swarming like a living storm. It was a one-sided rout. Ross's air force stood no chance. Heavy machine guns, artillery, missiles, both sides unleashed a relentless barrage, the battlefield alive with thunderous blasts and the rattle of gunfire. The firepower of the flying fortress was overwhelming. Just one of them could match the firepower of 10 attack helicopters. With a thunderous roar, General Ross's air force was relentlessly blasted out of the sky, falling in flames to the ground below. Chen Feng's flying fortresses met the same fate, repeatedly exploding mid-air and tumbling down like burning meteors. Even more devastating was the carnage among the swarms of flying ants. Their dense ranks and massive size made them easy targets, and as long as the gunners aimed in the right direction, they couldn't possibly miss. On the surface of the sea, General Ross's navy clashed head-on with Chen Feng's fast attack boat fortresses and submarine fortresses in a fierce battle. Ross's aircraft carriers and warships packed immense firepower, but their sluggish speed made it almost impossible to strike their nimble foes. Chen Feng's fast attack boat fortresses, while not as powerfully armed, were swift and aggressive, and with the support of the submarine fortresses, they completely suppressed the Navy's advances. Explosions echoed across the waves as fortress after fortress was destroyed and warship after warship was sent to the bottom. The fighting was relentless and brutal. On land, General Ross's army encountered the 50,000-strong Lizard Legion, a true doomsday for ground forces. The lizards moved with frightening speed, possessed immense strength, and were deadly in combat. Their regenerative abilities were even more terrifying. Ordinary weapons were useless against them. Even artillery couldn't kill a giant lizard unless it shattered its skull. Otherwise, the beast would rapidly recover. Rifles rattled, cannons boomed, and explosions shook the ground as the army desperately opened fire, but nothing could halt the lizard's advance. The Lizard Legion surged forward, tearing through the army's formation in a relentless wave. They swung their razor-sharp claws, gaping jaws dripping with blood, and lashed their powerful tails, leaving the elite 100,000 ground troops utterly defenseless. Run for your lives. These monsters just won't die. My God, how do we even fight so many of these things? Damn it, we're not monsters like Blonsky. How can we possibly win? I'm done. I can't fight anymore. Retreat now. This is hell. I want to go home. Help. Somebody help me. With a single charge, the Lizard Legion shattered Ross's ground forces, sending soldiers fleeing in all directions. They had no choice but to run. Killing a giant lizard was almost impossible unless you were a crack shot and could hit its head dead on. Otherwise, the army was hopelessly outmatched. General Ross's face turned ashen as he watched through his binoculars. His air force was being decimated, losing a third in just moments. His navy was being sunk, ship by ship, by the fortresses Chen Feng kept sending into battle. His ground troops were in complete disarray, breaking ranks and running at first contact. Now, his only hope was that Abomination could lead the humanoid behemoth squad and take Chen Feng down. Abomination and his subordinates boarded armed helicopters, heading out to hunt for Chen Feng. But their luck ran dry. Their chopper was blown out of the sky by a flying fortress before they could even reach their target. The armed helicopters were blown to pieces, but fortunately, since they were all monsters, they didn't suffer much harm. However, having plunged into the sea, it would take them at least half an hour to swim to shore. This left them at a loss for words. By the time they made it back, the battle might already be over. General Ross, watching through his binoculars, saw Abomination and the others fall into the water. His face grew dark with frustration. All of his forces were under heavy fire, and now even Abomination was out of commission. The situation pained him deeply. Still, as much as it bothered him, he knew he had to help. He immediately ordered several speedboats to go and pick up Abomination and the others. On the shield side, they spotted General Ross's troops and immediately felt a wave of relief and excitement. The oppressive tension and worry that had weighed on them eased. Even though it appeared that General Ross's forces were being suppressed, at the very least, they could help shoulder some of the pressure on S.H.I.E.L.D. What's more, Ross had 11 humanoid behemoths on his side. With their support, the odds of defeating Chen Feng would increase dramatically. Meanwhile, after half an hour of fierce fighting, Chen Feng finally managed to eliminate 100 super soldiers. He was utterly exhausted, completely drained. Instead of pressing the attack, he paused to catch his breath. After a minute's rest, he felt his strength return and dove back into the fray. Nick Fury had ordered all S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to focus on taking down Chen Feng. As a result, the airborne carrier was breached and most areas inside were overtaken. Driven to desperation, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents gathered together and launched a full-scale assault on Chen Feng. They abandoned their firearms, opting for close-quarters combat with cold weapons instead. Blades flashed, chains rattled, and knives gleamed, an arsenal of cold steel at the ready. Chains, in particular, were their weapon of choice. Their plan was to restrain Chen Feng before finishing him off. "Charge!" Hawkeye shouted, leading the charge. His teammates let out battle cries as they surged forward, following closely behind. As he ran, Hawkeye loosed arrow after arrow. 3 shots in quick succession, each one an explosive arrow. Chen Feng didn't even bother to dodge. The arrows detonated against him, but he remained completely unscathed. "I am fearless," Chen Feng roared, partly to bolster his own courage. After all, he was facing the entirety of S.H.I.E.L.D. Seeing Chen Feng's state, Natasha immediately ordered the swarm of flying ants to attack the carrier. Enlarged and ferocious, the ants' jaws could crush steel with ease. Her plan was to have them gnaw away the supports for the carrier's retreat, removing any obstacles that might block the advance of the ants, robots, lizard legion, and mechanical beasts. Swarms of flying ants descended, blanketing the airborne carrier. The relentless crunching of their jaws echoed as they devoured the carrier's outer shell. "Lizard Legion, attack!" Natasha commanded. A tidal wave of 50,000 lizard soldiers responded, surging into the interior of the carrier. With so many S.H.I.E.L.D. agents present, their charge wiped out the robots and mechanical beasts around Chen Feng in an instant. Chen Feng himself was badly wounded, his body drenched in blood. Splashing sounds filled the air. Chen Feng turned his head at the noise and saw it was his legion of lizards. He grinned and said, "You want to compete with me in numbers? Let's see who outlasts whom. Take them down," Chen Feng commanded, pointing at the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. The Lizard Legion received the order and viciously attacked the S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives, biting and tearing with wild abandon. This time, Chen Feng didn't join the fight. He needed a moment to recover. More importantly, as their leader, he had his lizard army. There was no need for him to get involved personally. "Hurry, take down those giant lizards. Go for their heads. Aim for their heads," shouted the agents. At that moment, Fury arrived on the scene. He had no other choice. Every agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. was here, and right now, this was the safest place to be. When Chen Feng saw Fury, he swept his arm and gave a new order. "Attack. Tear them apart. Take them down." Once the Lizard Legion closed in, they became a terrifying force. Their teeth, claws, and tails were formidable weapons, catching the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents completely off guard. But S.H.I.E.L.D. was full of talented individuals. Many of them were strong enough to slay the giant lizards with nothing but their combat knives. 12 minutes passed. Suddenly, Chen Feng heard a familiar voice behind him. He spun around to see Abomination, who had arrived flanked by 10 hulking humanoid beasts. Chen Feng, I've come for you. Ha ha ha. Blonsky, what are you doing here? Are you planning to side against me? Chen Feng frowned, questioning him directly. Are you really so worried I'll become your enemy? Abomination replied, a sly smile on his face. Worried? Not in the slightest, Chen Feng retorted. If I can't win, I'll just leave. No one can stop me if I want to walk away. All right then. To be honest, I'm here to cause you some trouble, Abomination declared. General Ross sent you, didn't he? Chen Feng asked. That's right. He wants the serums you stole from S.H.I.E.L.D. If you hand over all the serums, I might just let you go, Abomination replied. What the hell? Is your general out of his mind? I only took 10 vials of serum from S.H.I.E.L.D. And for just 10 vials, he's willing to make an enemy of me? Ridiculous. Chen Feng said with biting sarcasm. What? Are you saying you only stole 10 vials? Abomination exclaimed in surprise. Chen Feng nodded. That's right. I'm not lying to you. From Abomination's words, Chen Feng could guess that S.H.I.E.L.D. was likely trying to sow discord between them. Abomination let out a furious roar and shouted at Fury, who was hiding in the crowd. Fury, didn't you say Chen Feng stole all your serums from S.H.I.E.L.D.? But he says he only took 10. How do you explain that? Blonsky, he's our enemy. And you'd believe the words of our enemy? Fury countered. Chen Feng quickly jumped in. Blonsky, think about it. I only sent one person to steal from S.H.I.E.L.D. How much could one person possibly steal in a single trip? Bronsky, don't listen to his nonsense. You must understand, he's no ordinary person. You've already seen how advanced his technology is when you came in. Fury hurried to persuade him. It was hard enough to find some allies. He couldn't let them turn into enemies. Abomination considered this and realized Fury had a point. Chen Feng's technology was terrifying. There was probably nothing he couldn't do. The memory of being stomped beneath Chen Feng's feet like an ant, that arrogant demeanor, ignited a deep sense of humiliation within him. Chen Feng, today you must die. Abomination roared in fury. If you don't believe me, then you can die along with S.H.I.E.L.D. Chen Feng shot back coldly. He waved his hand, and 10,000 giant lizards turned their heads, charging straight at Abomination and his group. A deafening cacophony erupted as the monstrous lizards, claws slashing and fangs snapping, surged forward in a frenzied rush toward their enemies. Chen Feng planned to use the giant lizards to wear down the opposing forces before stepping in himself. With Professor Lizard constantly producing more of these beasts, he wasn't worried about losses. Chen Feng found himself blocked in by General Ross's men and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, unable to leave. He thought for a moment and made a decision. He'd take advantage of the chaos to steal everything from SALD Secure Vault. If there was no way out, he'd make one. Spotting Matsumoto Ichiro fiercely battling the giant lizards, Chen Feng sprinted toward him, intent on killing Matsumoto and snatching his sword. That blade could slice through steel with ease, perfect for clearing a path. Matsumoto Ichiro, ever vigilant, noticed Chen Feng rushing at him and immediately took off. His swordsmanship was formidable, but it could only cut Chen Feng's skin, not truly harm him. He had no desire to tangle with Chen Feng again. With nimble footwork, Matsumoto leapt onto the back of a giant lizard and sprang away. As Chen Feng ran, he grabbed a giant lizard and hurled it with all his might. Matsumoto reacted instantly, leaping underground and disappearing into the swarm of lizards. A giant lizard lunged, jaws wide, snapping at Matsumoto. But Matsumoto didn't dodge. Instead, he thrust his sword forward. The blade entered through the lizard's mouth and exited cleanly from its head. With a swift motion, Matsumoto drew his sword free and the giant beast crashed to the ground. He paused just for a heartbeat before Chen Feng caught up. With thunderous force, Chen Feng sent any lizard in his path flying. Some were even crushed underfoot. Drawing close to Matsumoto, Chen Feng reached out with a massive hand to grab him. Matsumoto leaned back, kicked off the ground, and shot backward, swinging his sword as he moved. A flash of cold steel cut through the air. Chen Feng missed his grab, but Matsumoto's blade sliced a gash across his hand. It was just a minor flesh wound. Chen Feng didn't care at all. Such an injury would heal in an instant for him. He sprinted forward, hands reaching out again and again as he advanced. Suddenly, a giant lizard lunged and sank its jaws into the retreating Matsumoto Ichiro, letting out a guttural roar. Chen Feng's spirits lifted at the sight, and he immediately picked up speed. Matsumoto Ichiro had been bitten at the waist, suffering grievous wounds. The crunch of broken bones was clear, and his belly had been punctured by the lizard's fangs, leaving him too weak to break free. His grip on the knife faltered, the pain sapping his strength so that he could no longer kill the giant lizard that had him in its jaws. Without mercy, Chen Feng rushed over and stomped down hard, crushing Matsumoto Ichiro beneath his foot. The giant lizard clamped onto Matsumoto was crushed as well. After killing Matsumoto Ichiro, Chen Feng picked up his knife. The blade was a meter long, with a handle 30 centimeters in length. The handle was too short for Chen Feng's large hands, so he could only wield it single-handedly. The moment his fingers wrapped around the blade, he could feel a strange and eerie energy surging from the weapon into his body. Yet his powerful genetic cells quickly devoured the foreign force. Chen Feng guessed that this blade must have absorbed the lives of many, forged and tempered in blood. A cursed weapon. No wonder it had been able to pierce his skin. Turning away, Chen Feng strode to the wall, raised his knife, and swung with all his strength. With a clean, slicing sound, the blade cut through the steel wall as easily as if it were slicing tofu, meeting no resistance whatsoever. Again and again, Chen Feng swung the blade, the metallic walls falling away before him with each effortless stroke. He made his way inside. Optimus Prime, locate SHLD's vault. Chen Feng commanded the blade. At your command, my lord, Optimus Prime replied. A 3D holographic projection flickered out from Chen Feng's wrist, displaying the entire shield compound schematic, pinpointing both his current location and the vault's precise position. With Optimus Prime's guidance, Chen Feng now knew exactly where to go. He pressed forward, swinging the blade relentlessly in the direction of the vault. Anything in his path was simply cleaved apart. Even if there was a door, he ignored it. He always took the straightest route. Nick Fury saw Chen Feng break through the steel wall and move deeper inside. He immediately rallied his people. Chen Feng is on the move. After him. If we kill him, we win. SHLD's top agents, their skills and strength unmatched, cut their way through the lizard horde and set off in pursuit of Chen Feng. The less capable ones had no choice but to stay behind, continuing their desperate firefight with the lizards. The strong pressed onward, the weak remained behind. Those who couldn't keep up were doomed to be swallowed by the lizard army. Fury himself joined the chase after Chen Feng, bringing Abomination along with him. Though the lizard horde was vast, it still couldn't stop those determined to leave, like Abomination and his monstrous companions. As Abomination led 10 humanoid beasts away, the 10,000 giant lizards that Chen Feng had previously ordered to attack him immediately gave chase. Once more, with a swift, clean motion, Chen Feng sliced open another wall. My lord, Fury and Abomination are leading their men after you. According to my calculations, they'll catch up in about 30 seconds. Optimus Prime reported. Optimus, have Natasha send out some robots and flying ants to slow them down. Chen Feng ordered. Yes, my lord. Optimus acknowledged the command. And also, tell Natasha to dispatch a few more flying ants to follow me. I'll need their help carrying things in a moment. Chen Feng added. Yes, my lord. Optimus responded again. Swish, swish, swish. Chen Feng picked up his pace. He needed to empty out SHLD's vault before Fury and his team arrived. A few minutes later, Chen Feng finally reached the vault. There was a massive lock on the iron door, which he sliced open with a single stroke of his blade. Not wanting to damage any treasures inside, he carefully cut 2 iron columns from the wall with his weapon. Then, crouching down, he gripped the bottom of the door with both hands and, with a gentle lift, hoisted the 20-ton iron door into the air. Balancing the door on his shoulder, Chen Feng quickly wedged the 2 iron columns he had prepared under each end of the door, ensuring it would stay suspended and not crash down. With the door secured, Chen Feng turned to look inside the vault and was completely dumbfounded. Shock washed over him. Damn it, Fury, you're ruthless, Chen Feng muttered in alarm. Inside the vault, he saw rows of bottles and jars, along with an array of flashy weapons. Thanks to his exceptional memory, he distinctly recalled the order and items present when Spider-Man last visited. Now, everything was different. It was obvious S.H.I.E.L.D. had swapped out all the real treasures, leaving only fakes behind. What made his heart race was the faint ticking sound coming from a large box in the vault. Since everything else was fake, whatever was ticking inside that box had to be a time bomb, most likely triggered the moment he opened the door. Chen Feng swore under his breath, spun around, and sprinted out. As he rushed outside, he snatched up the iron columns propping up the door. With a thunderous crash, the 20-ton door slammed down, no longer supported by the iron columns. But Chen Feng didn't flee. Instead, he pressed his body flat against the fallen door, using it as a makeshift shield. The ticking grew faster and faster. Chen Feng's nerves stretched taut. He knew the explosion was seconds away. Boom! A terrifying blast tore a circular space 20 meters wide around the vault. The only reason the airborne carrier withstood the force was its steel construction. Any other vessel would have been obliterated. Chen Feng, shielded by the door, was hurled through the air by the explosion. As he flew backward, his body smashed through several walls, flattening them in his wake. The shock wave was so powerful that even in his titan giant form, Chen Feng was knocked senseless. All around, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents staggered and tumbled, struggling to stay on their feet amidst the aftermath of the devastating blast. But instead of being afraid, they shouted with joy, "We did it! We did it! Ha ha ha!" The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents cheered as they fought their enemies, their voices ringing out in the midst of battle. Even Fury was no exception. "This is great! I knew Chen Feng would fall for it," Fury exclaimed, excitement lighting up his face. "A guy like Chen Feng, you have to beat him at his own game," Hawkeye said, grinning with satisfaction. "Chen Feng is so powerful. I wonder if the explosion was enough to take him out," Hill said, her voice tinged with worry. Abomination, who had been watching from the side, couldn't help but ask, curiosity written all over his face. "Fury, what are you all so happy about?" "Chen Feng has always had his eye on something we kept in a S.H.I.E.L.D. vault. Last time, he only managed to steal a little bit, so we were sure he'd come back for more. That's why we planted a time bomb inside the vault. The moment he opened the steel door, the bomb would be triggered. Judging by what just happened, I'd say our plan worked perfectly," Fury replied, his tone triumphant. But Abomination didn't share their joy. On the contrary, he flew into a rage. Grabbing Fury by the collar, he hoisted him into the air and growled, "Fury, you bastard, are you trying to fool me?" The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents saw Abomination suddenly attack their director. Instantly, they aimed their weapons at him, even ignoring the robots that were attacking. Then for the moment, Hawkeye drew his bow, aiming an arrow right at Abomination, and shouted, "Blonsky, what do you think you're doing? Let the director go." "Release our director," the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents shouted in unison. The 10 giant humanoid beasts that had come with Abomination quickly moved to his side, forming a protective circle around him. "Blonsky, what exactly are you accusing me of?" Fury asked, his face darkening. "You told me all the serum in the vault was stolen by Chen Feng, but now you're saying he only took a little. You dare lie to me? I'll kill you." Abomination roared in fury. "If I hadn't said that, Chen Feng wouldn't have taken the bait, would he? It was all to kill Chen Feng. I hope you can understand," Fury tried to explain, attempting to calm him down. "Then where's the serum now? Hand it over, all of it. If you don't, I'll wipe out everyone in your S.H.I.E.L.D. Abomination threatened, his voice cold. "It's in the vault. The explosion just now destroyed everything." "I'm not lying to you," Fury bluffed. You really think I'm an idiot?" Abomination was so enraged that he raised his hand, ready to crush Fury's head. Hawkeye acted in a flash, firing a piercing arrow that struck Abomination's hand. Then, leading the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, he charged forward. "Attack! Move! Save the director!" A fierce battle broke out between the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and Abomination's group. But the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents soon found themselves in dire straits, gunned down mercilessly by Chen Feng's robots. Unlike Abomination and his followers, who possessed bodies strong enough to shrug off most attacks, the agents were far more vulnerable. Although the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents tried their best to suppress Abomination's side, they couldn't inflict any real harm. Yet, through their desperate efforts, they managed to rescue Fury from danger. Fury watched as his subordinates fell, one after another, dying under the relentless attacks from Abomination and the robots. He hurriedly called out, "Abomination, stop! If you keep this up, we'll all end up dead. Don't forget, Chen Feng's remnants are still out there. Hand over all the serum, or I won't stop." Abomination roared with fury. It really was blown up. "I'm not lying to you." Fury tried to bluff. The serum was far too precious. He had no intention of giving it up, since it was thanks to the serum that S.H.I.E.L.D. had become so formidable under his command. "Damn you. Do you take me for a fool? I'll smash your whole S.H.I.E.L.D. to pieces." Abomination snapped, losing all control. One by one, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents fell at his hands. If this were a long-range battle, he might not have the upper hand, but in close combat, he was certain of his invincibility. From the camera in the robot's eye, Natasha watched as General Ross's men clashed fiercely with S.H.I.E.L.D. amused. She let out a soft, mocking laugh. Let the dogs tear each other apart. How delightful. As for whether Chen Feng had died in the explosion, she wasn't worried in the slightest. She knew perfectly well how formidable Chen Feng's defenses were when he transformed into the Titan Giant, not to mention the near-supernatural healing he possessed in his lizard man form. With both these abilities combined, he was practically invincible. "Miss Natasha, our submarine fortress has gathered beneath General Ross's carrier. Should we attack?" Alita asked. "Attack. Send them all sinking into the sea," Natasha ordered. "Yes, Miss Natasha," Alita responded, ready to carry out the command. On General Ross's side, Catherine received a report from her team and quickly relayed the information. "General, our radars showing strange anomalies. We suspect Chen Feng is behind this, using some kind of device to jam our systems. Can we reach any of our submarines? General Ross asked. No, we can't, Catherine replied. Then send the Frogman units into the water at once. The carrier's safety is our top priority, General Ross ordered. He was on the carrier himself, so its safety was non-negotiable. With a series of splashes, hundreds of Frogman soldiers plunged into the sea. The thunder of explosions followed, echoing one after another. The hull of the carrier was pounded again and again by the submarine fortress's bombardment. The entire vessel shook violently under the assault. General Ross nearly lost his footing and almost tumbled overboard, saved at the last second by his secretary's quick reflexes. Catherine, we're leaving. This carrier can't be saved, General Ross declared decisively. True to his reputation, he wasted no time making the hard call. Once he realized the carrier was lost, he abandoned it without a second thought. Catherine hurried after him. Before leaving, General Ross ordered the remaining soldiers on the carrier to save themselves. Then, together with Catherine, he boarded a plane and escaped. Natasha, seeing that General Ross had fled, immediately dispatched 100 robots to hunt him down. After being gnawed by countless flying ants for half an hour, the outer shell of SLD's airborne carrier was completely eaten away. With a sweeping gesture from Natasha, the endless swarm of flying ants surged into the interior of the carrier, continuing their relentless assault. A piercing, grinding noise echoed through the entire airborne mothership, sharp and unyielding. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Abomination all froze in place when they heard the sound, halting their battle on the spot. An agent hurriedly rushed in and reported to Fury. Director, this is bad. There are countless giant flying ants outside, and they've chewed away the hull of our carrier. Now, they're pouring in, devouring everything in their path. What are we supposed to do now? Fury frowned, his face twisted with concern. Director, as long as we take Chen Feng's body out and show it to his followers, letting them know he's dead, they won't fight for him anymore. Who knows? Maybe we could even persuade them to join S.H.I.E.L.D., Hill suggested. Hawkeye nodded in agreement. Yes, I think that's a good plan. Turning to Abomination, who was lurking on the other side, Fury said, Blonsky, you and your men want the serum to get stronger, right? Help us take down our enemies, and I'll give you a portion of Chen Feng's serum. What do you say? Deal. Abomination agreed at once. He had always dreamed of possessing Chen Feng's terrifying power, the mightiest he'd ever witnessed. Now that the opportunity was before him, excitement surged through his veins. Then hurry and help us deal with those damned robots, or Chen Feng's body will be taken by his followers, Fury commanded. No problem, Abomination replied, then addressed his 10 humanoid beastly subordinates. For now, we're working with S.H.I.E.L.D. Once we get Chen Feng's serum, everyone gets a share. Got it, boss. Boss, we'll follow your lead. Just thinking about Chen Feng's serum gets me fired up. When there's a reward on the line, people's tone changes. Those who once called him Abomination now called him boss. Attack! Fury roared. Gunfire burst out in a staccato rhythm, punctuated by explosions that rocked the carrier. Abomination, S.H.I.E.L.D., and the robots clashed once more. This time, with the help of the 10 humanoid beasts led by Abomination, the robots blocking their way were swiftly dealt with. When they arrived at the approximate location of the vault, what greeted them was not a secure safe, but a vast, circular chamber. Inside that chamber, a dense swarm of giant flying ants continued gnawing away at the airborne carrier's remains. What now? There are so many giant flying ants, Hill muttered, her skin crawling with anxiety, her trypophobia triggered by the writhing mass. Forget about the ants for now. Our priority is to find Chen Feng's body, Fury ordered. With an explosion of that magnitude, even if Chen Feng were a god, he couldn't have survived, Abomination remarked in awe. As soon as the giant flying ants spotted the intruders, they buzzed fiercely, launching straight into attack. Rat-a-tat-tat. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents fired relentlessly at the giant flying ants. The massive ants fell one after another, and in mere moments, half of the circular chamber was filled with their bodies. There were simply too many of them. No matter how many were killed, more kept coming. Director, I'm out of ammo, someone called out. I'm out of arrows, too, another replied. If we rely only on hand-to-hand combat, those giant ants will wear us down, a third agent said grimly. Form up, Fury ordered. Back to back, cover each other. Those on the outside, hold them off. Those in the center, search for Chen Feng's body. Abomination smashed a giant ant with a single blow and jeered at the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. You lot are too weak. That's right. We're the strong ones. We fight barehanded. A hulking figure boasted with pride. When we find Chen Feng's body, we'll become even stronger, another beast man said, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Although the giant ants were numerous and fierce, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were no pushovers. Their coordination was flawless, forming an impenetrable formation that kept the ants at bay. But as time ticked by, exhaustion set in. Their attacks weakened, and gradually, some began to fall prey to the biting swarm. Fury could do nothing but watch, frustration mounting. "Where's Chen Feng's body? Why can't we find it?" Hill muttered anxiously. "What if he's not dead?" "That would explain why there's no body," Hawkeye voiced his suspicion. "Don't be ridiculous," Abomination retorted. "With an explosion like that, nobody could have survived." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. "Are you looking for me?" The sound sent a chill through everyone present, fear gripping their hearts. It's Chen Feng. He's alive. My God, not even that explosion could kill him. He's a monster. What do we do? He survived. Panic swept through the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Even if he's alive, he must be weak now. "We need to take him out while he's down," Abomination snarled. "Bronski's right. We have to strike while he's vulnerable," Fury agreed. "Then come at me," Chen Feng replied. With a deafening crash, a twisted iron door flew through the air and smashed into the dense ranks of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Those trapped in the center had nowhere to run. Dozens were killed on the spot. Everyone turned to look in the direction the door had come from. There, embedded in a wall of solid steel, was Chen Feng. He looked battered, but not a scratch marked his body. Steeling himself, he pressed his hands to either side and pushed free of the wall, rolling his aching neck with an air of casual indifference. "I quite enjoyed the little gift you sent me," Chen Feng said coolly. "As a token of gratitude, I won't lift a hand against you any further." "Do you give me your word?" Fury demanded. "Of course. I keep my word," said Chen Feng. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If Chen Feng acted, none of them would survive, but if he didn't, there was still a sliver of hope. Abomination was unwilling to accept this. He still wanted to get Chen Feng's serum. He turned to Fury and said, "Fury, why are you afraid of him? We have the numbers. If we attack together, we can definitely take him down." Fury hesitated. "Fury, I think Blonsky is right. We're already mortal enemies with Chen Feng. Even if he doesn't kill us today, he'll hunt us down sooner. Or later. The only way to live in peace is to kill him first." Tony chimed in, his tone casual as if he was merely along for the ride. After being frightened by Chen Feng's power, Tony had been lurking among the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, doing as little as possible. He was simply conserving his strength, ready to slip away the moment S.H.I.E.L.D. fell to Chen Feng. Fury looked at his remaining 2,000 or so subordinates, his heart aching. If he were to retreat now, perhaps some seeds of S.H.I.E.L.D. could survive. If he didn't, and chose to fight Chen Feng head-on, even if Chen Feng was ultimately killed, S.H.I.E.L.D. would be utterly destroyed. The losses would be catastrophic, and he himself might not even make it out alive. But S.H.I.E.L.D. had already lost more than half its people to Chen Feng. If he backed down now, he could kiss his position as director goodbye, for the sake of his fallen agents, and to remain as SLD's director. He gritted his teeth and gave the order, "Attack Chen Feng. Kill him, and victory will be ours." Chen Feng let out a mischievous chuckle, reverting to his normal form. He raised his right hand and shot out a strand of webbing, which latched onto a giant flying ant. With a powerful tug, he soared into the air. Flipping nimbly, Chen Feng landed atop the back of a giant flying ant, gazing down at his enemies with a mocking smile. "If you want to kill me, you'll have to get through my swarm of giant flying ants first." With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Bite them to death." A deafening hum filled the air as countless giant flying ants descended on S.H.I.E.L.D. and Abomination's group, attacking with wild ferocity. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and Abomination fought back desperately, but it wasn't long before their ranged weapons ran out of ammunition. Left with no choice, they switched to cold weapons to battle the relentless swarm. The giant flying ants, each as large as an elephant, could only be killed quickly if someone managed to climb onto their backs. The lucky ones succeeded and brought down an ant or two. The unlucky ones were bitten or trampled to death, a truly miserable fate. Without firearms, S.H.I.E.L.D. stood no chance against the unending waves of flying ants. In just a few minutes, their casualties soared past half. The swarm shattered their formation, forcing S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to fight for themselves. Without the support of their teammates, the weaker ones barely lasted a few seconds. Even the true powerhouses, no matter how formidable, could only dart about in chaos, inflicting little real damage on the rampaging ants. Abomination led 10 humanoid beasts, desperately attacking the giant flying ants. Their strength and defenses were formidable, making them completely unafraid of the flying ants' assaults. But as time dragged on, even they began to tire. Unlike the Hulk, their power didn't grow infinitely with rage. Suddenly, a shaft of sunlight pierced through. Chen Feng looked up and saw that the swarm of flying ants had already gnawed through the ceiling. The hole they chewed grew ever larger, and through it, Chen Feng could see the blue sky and drifting white clouds. With a single thought, Chen Feng summoned a small glider, which soared in through the opening within seconds and came to a stop beside him. He leapt onto the glider and flew out of the airborne carrier. Once outside, he was stunned by the sight of the carrier's outer shell. Nearly devoured by the swarming ants, it was hard to believe his eyes. Inside the carrier, Abomination only realized after watching Chen Feng fly away that none of them could fly. If they couldn't get off the ground, how could they possibly hunt him down? With a bitter expression, he turned to Fury. Fury, what now? Chen Feng's flown off. How should I know? All our equipment's been destroyed. Even our guns are useless now. Fury replied, his voice heavy with defeat. Doesn't Tony have his Iron Man suit? Let him bring Chen Feng down, then we'll attack together, Hawkeye suggested. Tony, who had been slacking off, quickly waved his hands in protest. No, absolutely not. Chen Feng's a perfect counter to me. I'm no match for him at all. If you send me up there alone, you're just sending me to my death. So what do? We can't just stay here fighting these giant ants forever. Hill said anxiously. Sigh, let's just break out of here. As for getting revenge on Chen Feng, we'll worry about that another time, Fury said with a long sigh, issuing the order with obvious resignation. Fine, I agree, Abomination nodded. He had already made up his mind. The next time he went after Chen Feng, he'd make sure to equip himself with something that could fly. That way, he wouldn't have to watch helplessly as Chen Feng soared out of reach. Blonsky, you and your beasts are the strongest. You take the lead and clear the way. We'll cover the rear, said Fury. No problem. Abomination grinned, pleased to be acknowledged as powerful by S.H.I.E.L.D. With thunderous force, Abomination and his 10 humanoid beasts surged forward like bulldozers, smashing and flinging aside any giant ants that blocked their path. At Fury's command, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents regrouped and followed closely behind Abomination, fighting their way toward freedom. Up in the air, Natasha, who was coordinating the operation, turned to Chen Feng at her side and teased him with a playful smile. Chen Feng, if you don't go down soon, they're going to escape. Chen Feng replied, I'm a little drained at the moment. Let the flying ant swarm and the lizard legion have some fun with them first. Once I've recovered, I'll go down and cause them some real trouble. General Ross's troops have already retreated. Should we pull our forces back as well and attack S.H.I.E.L.D.? Natasha asked. Pull them back, Chen Feng replied. There's no thrill in killing ordinary people. Understood, Natasha said. As soon as Natasha gave the order, countless giant flying ants, massive lizards, various fortresses, robots, suits of steel armor, and mechanical creatures all began converging rapidly toward S.H.I.E.L.D. 5 minutes later, Abomination led his group as they burst out from the flying aircraft carrier. Emerging from the carrier, their faces were ashen with despair, because what greeted their eyes was a sky teeming with giant flying ants, swarming in such numbers that they blotted out the sun. On the ground, enormous lizards roared endlessly, eager to devour them whole. Among the lizards moved all kinds of robots and mobile fortresses, each gun muzzle trained squarely on their position. Oh my God, is this what hell looks like? We fought tooth and nail, losing more than half our people just to escape, and now there are even more enemies waiting for us. What are we supposed to do? Will we even live to see the sun rise tomorrow? I just married my beautiful bride. Hadn't even had time for our wedding night before being sent to the front. If I die here, who knows who'll end up with her? Don't worry, I'll look after your wife for you. Rest assured, I'll drag you down to hell with me. One by one, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were gripped by hopelessness. Fury turned to Abomination, his tone grave and sincere. Blonsky, whether we make it out of here alive depends on you. Sorry, Fury, Abomination replied. There are just too many enemies. If it comes down to it, I'll have to ditch you and save myself. Inside the carrier, with so many obstacles, he'd been able to shield the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. But out here, with nothing to block the monsters that Chen Feng had unleashed, they would all swarm at once. No matter how strong he was, he'd be worn down eventually. There was simply no way he could protect everyone. Get us out of here, and I'll hand over every last vial of SLD's serum to you, Fury offered, naming a temptation Abomination could not refuse. All right, but you'll have to keep up. If you can't, you're on your own, Abomination agreed. The serums were exactly what he dreamed of, the more the better. Don't worry. If someone can't keep up, that's their own fault, not ours, Fury said with resignation. Those among S.H.I.E.L.D. who weren't as strong instantly felt a wave of despair. This sounded like they were about to be abandoned. Abomination turned to his 10 henchmen and said, when we charge, we'll break out in a wedge formation. Understood, boss. The 10 humanoid beasts responded in unison. Charge! Roar! Abomination bellowed, leading his monstrous team forward in a thundering assault. Everyone stay close. Fury urged, his voice sharp with urgency. Boom, boom, boom. Abomination charged forward with 10 humanoid giant beasts at his command, forming a wedge-shaped formation. The sight was terrifying. Anything in their path was violently flung aside. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents did their best to keep up with Abomination and his followers. Those who could run fast managed to escape unharmed. The slower ones, however, were tackled by the monstrous lizards, meeting a fate too gruesome to contemplate. Robots, mobile fortresses, opened fire on them. Natasha ordered crisply. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom, boom, boom. Bullets and missiles rained down. While they couldn't inflict fatal harm on Abomination and his monstrous allies, they were devastating to the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Tony, right now, only you can fly, and you're the only one with long-range firepower. You have to find a way to take out those robots and mobile fortresses. Fury's voice trembled with urgency. Understood, Tony replied. With a thunderous roar, Tony piloted his Iron Man suit into the sky. Yet, instead of following Fury's instructions, he flew off in another direction. In his mind, S.H.I.E.L.D. was already a lost cause. Even if there was a sliver of hope, their strength would never be enough. He saw no reason to take orders from them any longer. Fury watched Tony's retreating figure, cursing furiously under his breath. Natasha turned to Chen Feng. Chen Feng, Tony's trying to escape. Should we take him down? Let him live for now, Chen Feng replied coolly. In Marvel's Avengers, Endgame, Tony, Hulk, and Ant-Man teamed up to build a machine capable of time travel. Chen Feng wanted that machine too. He worried he might not be able to make one himself, so he wasn't ready to kill Tony yet. After all, Tony was firmly under his control and posed no real threat. But though Tony's life would be spared, he wouldn't escape retribution. Chen Feng would settle the score with him, sooner or later. What about S.H.I.E.L.D. and Abomination's crew? Natasha asked. Kill them. They're of no use to me, Chen Feng replied coldly. Suicide attack, Natasha called out, her voice sharp. All the giant flying ants, monstrous lizards, robots, Iron Man suits, mechanical creatures, and mobile fortresses surged forward, launching a frenzied assault on S.H.I.E.L.D. and Abomination's forces. At first, Abomination and his crew managed to maintain their wedge formation and sprint ahead. But as the giant lizards and flying ants relentlessly harried and blocked them, their pace slowed. In the midst of this chaos, once you lost your speed, you were doomed, utterly and inescapably. Director, help me, someone cried out desperately. With a sickening crunch, a giant ant bit a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent cleanly in two. There's no escape. No escape. A despairing agent, having given up all resistance, was swept up by the tail of a giant lizard and hurled into a cluster of its own kind. After a few anguished screams, the place fell silent. Director, if this keeps up, S.H.I.E.L.D. will be wiped out completely. Hawkeye shouted anxiously. Fury gritted his teeth and said to Abomination, Blonsky, have your 10 men each carry someone on their backs and get us out of here. What about the others? Abomination asked. After all, there were still 800 or 900 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents left behind. They'll have to fend for themselves. Fury replied ruthlessly. And the deal you promised me about all the serum, does that still stand? Abomination pressed. Fury nodded. It stands. As long as I'm alive, the deal is good. All right, Abomination replied. He turned his back to Fury. Climb on. Fury didn't hesitate. He clambered onto Abomination's back, locking his arms tightly around Abomination's neck. Abomination turned to his 10 subordinates. Each of you, carry one person and follow me. We're jumping out of here. The 10 hulking, beast-like figures weren't fools. They chose to carry the strongest among the agents, knowing the strong could help share the burden, while the weak would only slow them down. Hawkeye, Hill, and the 10 most capable S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were each hoisted onto the backs of these monstrous allies. Stay close, everyone, Abomination reminded them. Don't worry, boss. We're not that much worse off than you, one of the creatures joked. Abomination snorted, then crouched low and pushed off with tremendous force. With a thunderous boom, Abomination's feet punched a crater into the ground. His body soared high, cutting through the air at incredible speed. Blonsky slowed down. I almost lost my grip and fell off. Fury shouted, his voice loud over the rush of wind. Abomination's leaps were so fierce that, if not for Fury's unusual strength, he surely would have been thrown off. Then hold on tighter, Abomination snapped back irritably. Facing the swarming flying ants and lizard legions, he knew that if they got entangled, they'd be in real danger. Speed was their only advantage. When he landed, he crushed a giant lizard beneath his feet and sent shockwaves through several others nearby before launching himself upward again. His 10 subordinates followed suit, leaping at breakneck speed. Their jumping ability was astounding. A single bound carried them hundreds of meters. They moved so quickly that neither the swarms of flying ants nor the lizard army could keep up. Only the flying robots managed to stay on their tail. The steady staccato of gunfire echoed overhead as the robots attacked relentlessly from above, but Abomination's group was moving too fast for them to get a clean shot. Chen Feng, you can't sit this one out any longer, Natasha called out. Natasha, gather up all the shield agents who couldn't get away. Surround them, but don't attack, Chen Feng instructed. Why? Natasha asked, puzzled. Fury abandoned them. They won't follow him anymore. If possible, I want to recruit them. Win their loyalty for myself, Chen Feng replied with a wicked grin. Shield must have done something terrible in a past life to end up with an enemy like you, Natasha joked. I want him to lose everything, both his people and the prize, Chen Feng said. With that, Chen Feng donned his transformer armor, stepped onto a massive glider, and, with style and flair, shot off in pursuit of Abomination and his crew, and no matter how fast the others ran, they couldn't possibly outrun Chen Feng's glider. Fury kept a close eye on their tail. When he saw Chen Feng coming after them alone, he hurriedly warned Abomination, Blonsky, Chen Feng's on our heels, run. As Abomination leapt forward, he glanced back and saw only Chen Feng in pursuit. He suggested, let's lure him to a hidden spot, then join forces to take him out. But he's got a flying device. We can't reach him, Fury replied anxiously. We'll head to General Ross's other military base. There are anti-aircraft weapons there. If we can shoot Chen Feng down, he's done for. I've got 10 men with me. I'm sure we can take him, especially with your help, Abomination insisted. Their plans sounded good, but reaching Ross's military base was easier said than done. Chen Feng wasn't a fool. He'd never blindly follow them into a trap. As soon as Chen Feng caught up, he unleashed his full arsenal. The minigun, the Gatling gun, shoulder-mounted missiles, pulse cannons, the glider's machine guns, and mid-sized rockets. All at once, he let loose everything he had. These weapons, all courtesy of Tony Stark Industries, came at no cost, and he had no reason to hold back. The barrage was so intense that someone was bound to get unlucky. Several leaping humanoid beasts were struck by Chen Feng's relentless assault. 3 were wounded. 1 was blown to pieces by a mid-sized rocket. As for the ones those 3 injured beasts were carrying, there was no doubt they were dead. Chen Feng knew these creatures healed quickly, so he swooped in, determined to finish off the wounded before they could recover. With a thunderous crash, Chen Feng, riding his glider, barreled into one of the beasts, sending it flying. Then, leaping from the glider, he seized another wounded creature and landed a devastating punch square on its head. Another resounding blow sent the beast's head snapping back, its neck broken, but still it clung to life. Chen Feng slammed the creature to the ground, raised his foot, and stomped down hard on its skull. Again and again, he stomped, each strike echoing with brutal force, until the beast finally lay dead. Without wasting a second, Chen Feng sprinted to the one he'd knocked aside moments before and finished it off in the same ruthless fashion. After dispatching 2 of the beasts, the last wounded one had already recovered. It bounded forward, chasing after Abomination and the others. Chen Feng fired at its legs, bullets hammering into its feet. The relentless gunfire forced the creature to the ground, making it crash face first into the dirt. With a leap, Chen Feng's glider automatically slid beneath his feet. He soared 100 meters above the beast and launched another mid-sized missile before speeding off in pursuit of Abomination's group. A massive explosion erupted behind him, the shockwave propelling Chen Feng forward even faster. In less than a minute, Chen Feng had caught up with Abomination and the others once again. Seeing Chen Feng closing in, Fury hurriedly said to Abomination, Blonsky, Chen Feng is on our tail again. I say we split up and make a run for it. Without me, do you think you can outrun Chen Feng? Abomination retorted without even glancing back. Find a hidden spot and put me down, then draw Chen Feng away. Once I escape, I'll bring the serum back for you, Fury suggested. Abomination let out a mocking laugh. You think I'm that naive? If I let you go now, would you honestly hand the serum over to me later? Fury fell silent. What Abomination said was true. If he really did manage to escape, there was no way he'd keep his promise. The serum was far too important. It was his ticket to making comeback. If he handed it over, he'd lose any leverage he had. As they ran, Abomination shouted, Chen Feng, if you're a real man, stop relying on all that high-tech gear. Chen Feng responded with a faint chuckle and continued firing. Chen Feng, if you're a man, face us one-on-one. Abomination taunted, try to lure Chen Feng into close combat. Fine, I accept, Chen Feng answered with a cold sneer. If it were the Hulk, he might have been more cautious, but against Abomination, he had no fear at all. All units, hold your positions, Abomination commanded. With thunderous crashes, one by one, the humanoid beasts landed, each impact echoing like a small explosion. Abomination set Fury down and said, "You and your men just stay put and watch. See for yourselves how we take down Chen Feng." The other humanoid beasts also let their passengers off their backs. Chen Feng leapt out from his transformer, morphing mid-air into a titan giant. With a deafening boom, he landed, leaving a massive crater in the ground. Dust billowed out in all directions, shrouding the area in a thick haze. "Chen Feng, let's have a real fight today," Abomination declared, then let out a roar and charged straight at him. Chen Feng rushed to meet him head-on. With a thunderous collision, the two slammed into each other. Abomination was sent flying instantly. The reason was simple. Chen Feng stood 3 meters tall and weighed over a ton, while Abomination was only 2 meters high and weighed just over 900 pounds. They were in completely different leagues. It was inevitable that Chen Feng would overpower him. Abomination crashed to the ground several hundred meters away. Yet, unscathed, he clambered to his feet and charged at Chen Feng again. Abomination's subordinates also showed courage, launching their own attacks on Chen Feng. With a single punch, Chen Feng sent one of the humanoid beasts flying. Then, with a sweeping kick, he scattered those trying to surround him. Abomination closed in, swinging a fist at Chen Feng. Chen Feng met him with a full-force punch. With another earth-shaking crash, the sheer force of their blows unleashed shockwaves that swept the dust into a raging storm. Once again, Abomination was sent flying. But this time, it wasn't just a matter of distance. His hand, which had collided with Chen Feng's, was now a mangled mess of flesh and bone. The bones shattered and tendons ruptured. Boom! With a single punch, Chen Feng drove his fist straight through the mouth of a humanoid behemoth and out the back of its skull. The creature died on the spot. The battle between Chen Feng and the monstrous figures raged with unrestrained ferocity. Every blow landed with a bone-crushing impact, each punch erupting with a deafening blast, the commotion echoing far and wide. Not far away, Fury and his team watched the spectacle in utter shock, their mouths agape. "This is what real power looks like," Fury murmured in awe. "They're far stronger than any of SNLD's own heavy hitters. If only we had access to their super serum," Hill remarked wistfully. "If I'd been ready, my giant arrows could have taken them all out," Hawkeye insisted, unwilling to admit defeat. He was, after all, the man who'd once put arrows through both Abomination and Chen Feng. Technology is important, but we shouldn't neglect the development of serums. Without true strength of our own, once we lose our weapons, we become as helpless as we are now, Fury said gravely. "Our serum program is still ongoing. We'll keep creating more super soldiers. S.H.I.E.L.D. will rise again," Hill replied with unwavering confidence. "Yes, and when S.H.I.E.L.D. is back on its feet, we'll do like Chen Feng, build legions of robots and create armies of monsters," Fury declared with conviction. Fury had been completely swayed by Chen Feng, where once he'd prided himself on recruiting talent. Now he was set on manufacturing monsters. Creating monsters certainly meant power, but without true talent, humanity would never accept them. Monsters have no compassion for people, and once they lose control, they bring catastrophe upon the world. Meanwhile, Chen Feng had finished off every one of the humanoid beasts, leaving only Abomination standing. With his right hand temporarily unable to heal, Abomination's strength was greatly diminished. He chose to flee. Seeing Abomination make his escape, Fury and the others quickly scattered as well, each running in a different direction. Chen Feng was torn about whom to chase after, when suddenly the whir of helicopter blades reached his ears. The rapid thumping grew louder as an armed helicopter sped toward Chen Feng. When it was directly overhead, someone jumped out of the chopper. With a heavy thud, the figure crashed into the earth. A green-skinned giant crawled out of the dirt with a thunderous roar. The moment Chen Feng saw the Hulk emerge from the ground, he cursed in disbelief. "Damn it, what the hell? Now the Hulk's here to pick a fight with me too." The ground shook as the Hulk pounded his chest and let out a furious roar in Chen Feng's direction, but didn't launch an attack. Chen Feng was taken aback. This was not what he'd expected. The Hulk, famous for his uncontrollable rage, was now facing his enemy, but restraining himself. That was nothing short of astonishing. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out from above. "Chen Feng, please, spare my father. If you let him go, I promise he'll never trouble you again." With a mere thought, Chen Feng summoned the glider, which swooped swiftly to his side. He leapt onto it and soared toward the armed helicopter hovering in the air. The Hulk, worried that Chen Feng might harm his girlfriend Betty, let out a furious roar and sprang into the air, vaulting hundreds of meters in a single bound. Though the Hulk's jumps were tremendous, he couldn't control his direction while airborne. With a burst of speed, Chen Feng easily dodged the Hulk and left it behind. The pilot of the armed helicopter, seeing Chen Feng approaching fast, hurriedly tried to escape, steering the aircraft away at full speed. But there was no way the helicopter could outpace Chen Feng's glider. In just a few seconds, Chen Feng caught up. A panicked soldier manned a Gatling gun, fumbling to aim at Chen Feng. Sensing the danger, Betty immediately shouted, "Don't shoot." Trying to take down Chen Feng with a Gatling gun was nothing but wishful thinking, a futile dream. Firing at Chen Feng would only enrage him further, which was exactly why Betty had warned her boyfriend, the Hulk, not to attack Chen Feng first. "Betty, do you really think I'll show you any mercy?" Chen Feng sneered. "Chen Feng, you've killed enough people already. If you keep going like this, the whole country will become your enemy. Please, I beg you, stop now." Betty pleaded, her voice full of sorrow. "It was S.H.I.E.L.D. and your father who provoked me first. They brought people to fight me, and I won. I killed them, and that's only fair. If I had lost, they would have killed me without hesitation." Chen Feng replied coldly. "I'm begging you, just spare my father," Betty implored. "Take your giant boyfriend and leave. If you don't, I'll kill you both," Chen Feng said flatly. He truly didn't want to hurt Betty. She was, in his eyes, a good person. "What will it take for you to spare my father?" Betty asked, her tone desperate. Despite their distant relationship, she knew her father cared for her deeply. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spared the Hulk so many times for her sake. A deep roar thundered as the Hulk landed nearby. Chen Feng deftly maneuvered his glider upward, evading the Hulk's grasp. Missing his target, the Hulk instead crashed onto the armed helicopter. With his massive bulk, over 1,200 pounds, plus the force of his leap, the helicopter nearly plummeted from the sky. Fortunately, it was a large and sturdy aircraft. Clinging to the helicopter's frame, the Hulk bellowed at Chen Feng, "Don't hurt Betty." Chen Feng snorted coldly. "Humph, you'd better take your girlfriend and go, or I'll kill her." With that, he turned and steered his glider away at high speed. "Chen Feng, don't go. Please, don't hurt my father." Betty cried out desperately. But Chen Feng continued on his way, unmoved. After Chen Feng left, the Hulk's anger gradually faded. Returning to his human form, he comforted his girlfriend, saying, "Betty, don't worry. As long as I'm here, Chen Feng won't be able to hurt your father." Moved, Betty threw herself into his arms and replied softly, Chen Feng searched the surrounding area, then asked Optimus Prime to use satellite surveillance, but there was still no sign of Fury, Abomination, or the others. "They can run for now, but they can't hide forever," Chen Feng muttered, turning to pursue the armed helicopter carrying Betty. Since he couldn't locate Fury and the others, he decided to find General Ross instead. It didn't take long for Chen Feng to catch up to the helicopter. When the Hulk saw Chen Feng approaching, he nearly transformed again in alarm. "Banner, don't get upset," Betty soothed him. "Chen Feng just said he doesn't want to hurt us. Still, be careful. If he does make a move, hide behind me at once," the Hulk said with concern. Betty nodded sweetly in agreement. As soon as Chen Feng caught up, he called out loudly, "Take me to General Ross. I have something important to discuss with him." "What is it?" Betty asked curiously. "It's a matter between men. You needn't worry. Just take me to him," Chen Feng replied. "Then tell me yourself," the Hulk interjected. "Oh, please," Chen Feng scoffed. "You're not even related to General Ross. Why would I bother explaining to you?" The Hulk was a loss for words. "If you won't say, I'm not telling you either," Betty said, showing she wasn't easily fooled. She was worried Chen Feng might try to harm her father. "I just want to talk to him about S.H.I.E.L.D. If you're worried, I can swear on anything you like. I promise I won't hurt your father," Chen Feng said earnestly. He never truly believed in oaths, but he played along. "Really?" Betty asked skeptically. Chen Feng nodded firmly. "Really? All right, I'll take you. But you must promise not to harm my father," Betty said in a gentle voice. "Okay," Chen Feng agreed cheerfully. But in his mind, he thought, not harming him? That's impossible. General Ross had sent the Army, Navy, and Air Force, a total of 200,000 elite troops, against him. That debt had to be repaid. He couldn't find Fury or the others, so he had no choice but to vent his anger on General Ross. Chen Feng shifted back to his normal form, then leaped from his glider into the armed helicopter, taking a seat beside Betty. The glider, now without Chen Feng, soared quickly into the sky and vanished from sight. In reality, both the glider and the Transformers hadn't left at all. They were simply hidden among the clouds, ready to respond to Chen Feng's call at any moment. Inside the helicopter, Chen Feng turned to Betty and asked, "Miss Betty, did your father send you to beg me for mercy?" Betty nodded sheepishly and said, "Yes, all his elite troops were wiped out by you. The ones left are just regular soldiers, so he's terrified you'll take revenge on him. That's why he sent me as an envoy, hoping to make peace with you." "Didn't he promise you any benefits?" Chen Feng asked. "He did. He promised that I could be with Banner, Betty replied happily. Suddenly, a funny scene from a movie, The Incredible Hulk, came to Chen Feng's mind. In the story, Hulk and Betty reconcile, and when they try to express their love, Hulk gets so excited that he's about to transform, so they have to give up. The look of longing on Betty's face as she asked, "Is it really impossible?" left a deep impression on Chen Feng. The Hulk replied, "It's really impossible. Whenever I get excited, I start to transform." Betty's unsatisfied expression was unforgettable to Chen Feng. So Chen Feng deliberately asked, "Betty, are things going well between you and Banner?" "Very well. I'm very happy with Banner," Betty replied with a naive, radiant smile. "You two are so in love. Why not just take the next step, have a child, and then go see General Ross as a family of 3? By then, no matter how much he objects, he won't be able to stop you," Chen Feng teased. Betty's smile faded at his words, replaced by a look of disappointment. The Hulk looked embarrassed, suddenly lacking his usual confidence. Pretending not to notice, Chen Feng asked, "Huh? What's with those faces?" "And nothing," Betty replied to Chen Feng, though her eyes were fixed on the Hulk. "No, something's definitely up. Tell me. Maybe I can help," Chen Feng said seriously. Betty thought to herself, "That's right. Chen Feng can also transform into a giant. He must know how to control himself in those situations." So she asked, "Chen Feng, do you transform when you get excited?" Chen Feng understood the reason behind her question and answered smugly, "Whether I transform or not is entirely up to my will. Even if I get excited, as long as I don't want to transform, I won't." Hearing this, Betty couldn't help but grab Chen Feng's hand, her face lighting up with hope. "Really? Of course it's true. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to transform at will," Chen Feng replied with pride. "How did you manage that? Can you teach Banner?" Betty pleaded. After so many nights of longing unfulfilled, her heart was burning with desire. Now that Chen Feng might be able to help Hulk solve this problem, waves of hope surged within her. "The method is actually simple. It all comes down to strong willpower," Chen Feng explained. Betty turned and patted Hulk's shoulder, complaining, "If others can do it, why can't you?" The Hulk suddenly protested, "I just don't believe he can control himself and not transform when doing that kind of thing." "What kind of thing?" Chen Feng asked on purpose. "Well, it's—" Betty's cheeks flushed as she hesitated, too embarrassed to say it out loud. "It's nighttime activities." The Hulk described it with a rather fitting phrase. Chen Feng acted as if he suddenly understood. "Oh, so that's what you meant." Betty looked at Chen Feng shyly and asked, "When you're, at night, do you ever get so excited that you transform?" "Of course not. I just said, I rely on strong willpower to control my transformations at will," Chen Feng answered earnestly. "Then why can't Banner do it?" Betty asked, disappointment in her voice. "Maybe it's because you're just too attractive," Chen Feng replied with a chuckle. Hearing Chen Feng's compliment, Betty blushed even deeper. She asked, "Is there any other way to keep Banner from transforming?" "Actually, it's simple. Just turn off the lights. If you can't see anything, you won't get too excited," Chen Feng said with a playful grin. Betty was still a little disappointed. Although Chen Feng's suggestion made sense, she thought, if you can't see anything, what's the point? "I think that's a good idea," said the Hulk, delighted. Chen Feng finally couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Betty and the Hulk both knew why Chen Feng was laughing, and his laughter left them both feeling a bit awkward. Half an hour later, the armed helicopter entered a stretch of primeval forest. Seeing the thick mist hanging over the forest, Chen Feng finally understood why he hadn't been able to find anyone. The heavy fog high above made it impossible to see what was happening below. As they approached her father's secret military base, Betty turned to Chen Feng again and asked, "Chen Feng, you really won't hurt my father, will you?" Chen Feng nodded firmly once more. "I promise I won't hurt him. You know my word is good. Last time, when I caught you in Banner, I said I'd let you go. Didn't I keep my promise?" Betty breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. "Yes, you did. I believe you. And thank you for being willing to forgive my father." A little while later, the pilot of the armed helicopter called out, "Attention everyone, we've arrived at the base and are about to land. Please fasten your seatbelts." Except for Betty, no one paid much attention to the pilot's words. General Ross, seeing his daughter return, came out personally to greet her. The steady thumping of the helicopter's rotors filled the air as they landed. Betty was the first to get off. When she saw her father, she called out happily, "Dad." "Good. I'm glad you're back," General Ross replied with a kindly smile. But when he saw Chen Feng stepping off the helicopter, the smile disappeared and was replaced by a look of alarm. Chen Feng waved to him in a friendly manner. "Hi, General Ross. We meet again. How did you get here?" General Ross asked, panic in his voice. "Your daughter brought me," Chen Feng replied with a smile. General Ross turned abruptly, glaring furiously at his daughter as he demanded, "Betty, why did you bring him here? Don't you know how dangerous he is?" Betty held her father's hand, smiling gently. Dad, don't worry. When Chen Feng came, he promised me he wouldn't hurt you. Betty, are you out of your mind? I just led an attack against him. Do you really think he won't come for revenge? General Ross's frustration was palpable. He felt like his daughter was his nemesis. Dad, you have to trust me. Chen Feng really did promise me, and he even swore to the heavens not to harm you. He's here to discuss shield matters with you, Betty explained, her face clouded with worry. Oh, Betty. General Ross was unconvinced. With such deep enmity between himself and Chen Feng, how could he believe that Chen Feng would let him off so easily? A slow, deliberate clap echoed through the room. Chen Feng praised him. No wonder you're the greatest warlord in America. Such sharp instincts. Enough talk, Chen Feng. What do you want? General Ross demanded through gritted teeth. Step by step, Chen Feng advanced toward General Ross. What I want is your life. As he uttered the word life, his body transformed, swelling into a towering titan over 3 meters tall. Betty quickly stepped in front of her father, shielding him as she pleaded, Don't hurt my dad. With a guttural roar, the Hulk let out a thunderous shout and instantly transformed into a green giant over 2 meters tall. He dashed to Betty's side, standing guard to protect her from Chen Feng. Don't move. Stay where you are. Dozens of soldiers leveled their guns at Chen Feng, fingers tense on their triggers. Chen Feng cast a dismissive glance at them, seeing that their weapons were nothing but conventional firearms, utterly useless against him. He ignored them entirely and continued forward. General Ross called out a Hulk. Banner, if you help me take down Chen Feng, I'll give you my blessing to marry Betty. Hearing this, Hulk roared with excitement, locking eyes with Chen Feng, his gaze burning with fighting spirit. Banner, you could just take Betty and leave. I won't stop you, Chen Feng warned. But if you stay here and fight me, you might end up dying alongside General Ross. Banner, you have to save my dad, Betty shouted desperately. Hulk glared at Chen Feng and bellowed, Hulk never surrenders. I made you yield once. Don't think I can't do it again, Chen Feng declared, his tone commanding. Hulk answered with another furious roar. And then, the battle began. Without waiting for General Ross's command, the soldiers opened fire on Chen Feng. The barrage of bullets from rifles and pistols struck Chen Feng's skin, leaving only minor dents. Once the initial force faded, each bullet simply bounced harmlessly away, unable to pierce his invulnerable body. Boom. Chen Feng launched his attack with full force right from the start. His fist collided head-on with the Hulk. The Hulk was sent flying on the spot, carving a deep trench into the ground as he landed. General Ross grabbed his daughter's hand and started running. Betty, come with me. Hurry. Betty's presence was only making things harder. Now that her father wanted her out of the way, she refused to comply. She wrenched her hand free from his grasp, stubbornly declaring, Banner is here. I'm not leaving. He'll protect me. General Ross, furious, slapped his daughter across the face. The sound was sharp and clear. A red handprint appeared on Betty's fair cheek. She pressed her hand to her face, her eyes brimming with tears as she stared at her father in disbelief. You actually hit me. I had to snap you out of it. Don't you see? If you stay, you'll only distract Banner. If you're not here, he can fight Chen Feng. Without any reservations, General Ross explained, his voice heavy with concern. Having a daughter like her was truly a burden. But you still shouldn't have hit me. You've never laid a hand on me. Not since I was a child, Betty sobbed. Stop crying and come with me now. General Ross forcefully pulled his daughter into the trees. Seeing their general retreat, the soldiers quickly followed. The slow-witted ones ran after General Ross, while the clever ones scattered in other directions. Chen Feng's target was General Ross. He broke into a sprint, chasing after him. With a mighty roar, the Hulk charged at Chen Feng, fearless and unyielding. Chen Feng leapt aside, dodging the Hulk's onslaught, and continued his pursuit of General Ross. Just as Chen Feng was about to catch up with the general, Ross began weaving and darting behind massive trees, making it impossible for Chen Feng to grab him. Roar, Hulk! The Hulk came crashing down from atop a giant tree, landing right beside Chen Feng. Chen Feng immediately threw a punch. The Hulk caught his fist with one hand, then hunched low, drove his shoulder forward, and pushing off with his feet barreled ahead, forcing Chen Feng to stumble backward. Crash! The Hulk's shoulder rammed Chen Feng into a massive tree, which snapped in half and thundered to the forest floor. Chen Feng grabbed the Hulk's shoulder with his left hand, balled his right hand into a fist, and struck the Hulk's head with all his might. A tremendous impact rang out. The Hulk's head was knocked violently to one side, his body hurtling almost 10 meters before he skidded to a stop. He pressed both hands to his skull and, with a series of sharp cracks, twisted his neck until his head snapped back into place. What an unkillable monster, Chen Feng muttered in awe. If this had been Abomination, a blow like that, even if not fatal, would have taken ages to recover from. But the Hulk bounced back almost instantly. A creature whose strength grew with rage truly was extraordinary. The more the Hulk fought, the angrier he became. The angrier he got, the stronger he grew, and the faster he recovered. Yet, the side effect was that his intelligence dulled. As his strength soared. Right now, the Hulk has already forgotten about Betty. All he can see is Chen Feng. There's only one thought burning in his heart: to kill Chen Feng. A guttural roar burst from the Hulk as he threw back his head, anger echoing in his every cry. Chen Feng knew he couldn't solve the problem of the Hulk in such a short time. So, with a flicker of thought, he contacted the glider and the Transformers, both hidden in the sky, instructing Optimus Prime to lead the pursuit of General Ross. "Hulk, invincible," the Hulk boasted, his voice booming with confidence. "I'll beat you till you're powerless," Chen Feng retorted, leaping high into the air and launching a punch straight at the Hulk. Lost in a raging fury, the Hulk made no attempt to dodge. He met Chen Feng's fist head-on. With a thunderous crash, their fists collided, sending a shockwave rippling through the grass, flattening it in all directions. But Chen Feng had the edge. He was an evolved being, his strength surpassing even that of the Hulk. As a result, the Hulk's lower body was driven deep into the ground by Chen Feng's blow. Unrelenting, Chen Feng hammered punch after punch down onto the Hulk's head. The Hulk instinctively raised his hands to protect his skull, but with every strike from Chen Feng, his body sank further and further into the earth. Chen Feng couldn't help but be surprised. Every punch he threw was at full force, yet no matter how hard he hit, he just couldn't kill the Hulk. "Go to hell," Chen Feng shouted, lifting his foot and stomping down with all his might. A deafening boom shook the ground. The Hulk was completely driven into the dirt, buried beneath a mound of earth. Even so, Chen Feng could still hear the Hulk's muffled growls beneath the soil. Chen Feng bent down, his right hand forming a claw as he dug into the dirt. Grabbing hold of the Hulk's head, he hauled the giant out from underground. "Hulk never surrenders," the Hulk declared, making his stance clear. Clenching his left fist, Chen Feng swung an uppercut at the Hulk's chin, sending the Hulk hurtling skyward. Chen Feng's punch was so heavy that it knocked the Hulk out for a moment. The Hulk soared 100 meters into the air before starting to plummet back down, a testament to the terrifying power of Chen Feng's blow. Waiting below, Chen Feng timed it perfectly. Just as the Hulk was about to crash down, Chen Feng unleashed another punch, this time slamming into the Hulk's back and snapping his spine. The Hulk spat blood on the spot, his body flung into the air once again. Each time the Hulk fell, Chen Feng would knock him skyward once more. Somehow, whether it was because the Hulk was growing tougher or his rage had reached new heights, his strength seemed to swell with madness. The next time Chen Feng tried to send him flying, the Hulk suddenly clamped onto Chen Feng's fist, yanking hard and throwing his entire weight onto him. Then, baring his teeth, the Hulk bit down savagely on Chen Feng's neck. "Damn it, are you a dog?" Chen Feng cursed, raining desperate blows onto the Hulk's head. Yet the Hulk refused to let go, his jaws locked tight as Chen Feng pummeled him. Chen Feng could feel the Hulk's bite growing stronger, breaking through his skin. If this kept up, the Hulk might tear a chunk of flesh from Chen Feng's neck. What should he do? For the first time, Chen Feng hesitated. Suddenly, Chen Feng thought of a solution. He spread his arms wide, wrapped them around the Hulk's waist, and with a powerful squeeze, locked his hands tightly. The Hulk found himself crushed so forcefully that all the air in his belly was forced out, leaving him gasping for breath and unable to muster any strength. Chen Feng could feel the Hulk's resistance growing weaker, so he tightened his grip even further, strangling him until the Hulk was nearly coughing up blood. A sharp crack rang out, the sound of bones snapping. Chen Feng had broken the Hulk's spine with his bear hug. Unable to endure any longer, the Hulk released his bite and let out a mournful howl. As soon as Chen Feng loosened his hold, the Hulk collapsed to the ground in a heap. Just as Chen Feng was about to continue his onslaught, a voice from Optimus Prime came through. "My lord, I'm sorry to report. General Ross has escaped." "What happened? How did he get away?" Chen Feng asked in confusion. Optimus Prime explained. "General Ross ran into a strange area shrouded in thick mist, teeming with ferocious beasts and riddled with magnetic interference. That's how he escaped." "Bombard that area," Chen Feng commanded coldly. "If General Ross survives, then he must truly have 9 lives." "At once, my lord." Optimus Prime acknowledged the order. Soon, the thunder of explosions erupted in the distance, relentless and rolling across the land. The very ground trembled with each blast. Lowering his gaze to the recovering Hulk at his feet, Chen Feng was struck by a sudden inspiration. If this idea worked, he would become the most powerful man on Earth. With a thought, he summoned an enormous glider, which soared to his side within seconds. He tucked the Hulk securely under his arm, leaped onto the glider, and soared into the sky. His plan was to bring the Hulk back and extract his blood, then, just like with General Ross, develop a serum to create an army of super soldiers and rule the world. As for General Ross, Chen Feng would let Optimus Prime take care of him. There were still hundreds of S.H.I.E.L.D. elite on the main battlefield awaiting his surrender. Returning to the main battlefield, Chen Feng saw swarms of flying ants in the sky and legions of lizards on the ground, encircling the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Turning to Natasha, he asked, "Are these people willing to serve me?" Natasha kept her distance from Chen Feng. After all, he still had the terrifying Hulk tucked under his arm. She replied, "All 300 or so have pledged their loyalty to you. As for those unwilling, they're all dead. You have a good relationship with them. From now on, they'll be under your command," Chen Feng said. "Yes, sir." Natasha nodded happily. She finally had real authority in Chen Feng's ranks, and she was delighted. "Optimus Prime, send out all the robots and mechanical creatures to hunt down General Ross," Chen Feng ordered. "Yes, my lord." Optimus Prime accepted the mission. One by one, the mechanical creatures climbed onto the robots, then launched into the sky, flying off in pursuit of General Ross. "Natasha, have the surrendering agents board the giant flying ants and head to our private island. Then, lead them to build new land in the sea. From now on, you'll all live on the land you create." Chen Feng gave his orders. In the Marvel Universe, creating artificial land was hardly a challenge. With enough money and power, you could build an island as vast as you wished. Chen Feng had no political power, but he possessed unparalleled strength. He had defeated the two most formidable forces in America, S.H.I.E.L.D. and General Ross's army. Now, no one in the country dared cross him. If he wanted to construct land in American waters, no one would dare to stand in his way. Such were the privileges that came with true power. A deep, resonant hum filled the air as countless giant flying ants swarmed toward the private island. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of giant lizards, the last of their kind, surged across the waves, swimming rapidly toward the same destination. Armored mobile fortresses of every shape and size rumbled forward, making their way to the island as well. Once Chen Feng returned to his private island, he contacted Dr. Hank and the others, summoning them back. Half an hour later, Dr. Hank and his team arrived in a cutting-edge aircraft, touching down smoothly on the island's runway. As they disembarked, they caught sight of Chen Feng at the villa's entrance, holding the Hulk firmly pinned to the ground. Curiosity sparked among them. What on earth was Chen Feng doing? "Chen Feng, what are you up to?" Dr. Hank called out. "How did you manage to bring the Hulk here? He's a walking disaster. Aren't you afraid he'll destroy your private island?" Dr. Octopus warned. Is he sick or something? He just keeps roaring like a wild beast," Zhao Hailuan said timidly. "Don't you see? Chen Feng brought the Hulk here as a gift for my research," Professor Lizard exclaimed with excitement. Producing a syringe from who knows where, he strode forward without a trace of fear and crouched beside the Hulk. With a thunderous roar, the Hulk unleashed a gale of sound that sent Professor Lizard tumbling backward. But instead of anger, Professor Lizard was positively delighted. "The Hulk is so powerful. His genes must be extraordinary. I have to study him. Maybe I can use this to create the ultimate human being," he declared, reaching for the syringe again, eager to draw the Hulk's blood. "Professor Lizard, hold off for now," Chen Feng interjected. "All of you, think of a way to restrain the Hulk so we can proceed with our research." "We could build a cage and lock him inside," Dr. Hank suggested. "The Hulk's strength is off the charts. We should pierce his scapula and shackle all 4 limbs," Dr. Octopus proposed. "I think a sedative would work best. Or maybe just give him some sleeping pills to weaken him," Zhao Hailuan offered meekly. "No need for all that trouble. Let's just drain his blood completely," Professor Lizard replied coldly. "Let's focus on making something to contain him first," Chen Feng said. He could sense the Hulk growing stronger by the second. If Chen Feng hadn't forced himself into a state of rage to unlock greater power, he wouldn't have been able to hold the Hulk down at all. Dr. Hank and the others were all super geniuses. After a brief discussion, they set to work on devices that could restrain the Hulk. Dr. Octopus began constructing mechanical restraints. Dr. Zhao Hailuan worked on a serum designed to weaken the Hulk. Dr. Hank used PIM particles to develop a weapon, preparing for any possible rampage. Meanwhile, Professor Lizard readied a blood extraction machine. A little over 20 minutes later, a massive frame was completed. Towering at 5 meters high and weighing several hundred tons, it was an imposing structure. Chen Feng forced the Hulk to the ground and signaled Dr. Octopus to lock the Hulk's limbs with automatic, retractable shackles. Once secured, Dr. Octopus manipulated the machinery, stretching the Hulk's limbs wide apart in a spread eagle position. But this was only the beginning. Chen Feng picked up two enormous iron hooks and drove them through the Hulk's scapulae. The Hulk let out a guttural, agonized roar that echoed through the chamber. Next, Chen Feng fastened an iron collar around the Hulk's neck, inside which was the serum developed by Dr. Zhao Hailuan. When everything was in place, Chen Feng and the others stood before the towering frame that held the captive Hulk. The Hulk roared and thrashed, bellowing in pain and fury. The hooks through his bones made every struggle more excruciating, and the agony only fueled his rage, causing his strength to surge even further. Chen Feng, can I start the blood extraction now? Professor Lizard asked, unable to contain his excitement. Chen Feng nodded. Go ahead, but don't draw too much at once. I don't want him dead just yet. He intended to study the Hulk thoroughly and make the most of his unique value. The Hulk continued to roar, to howl, to writhe with desperate power. Fortunately, the frame had been meticulously engineered by the team of geniuses. Otherwise, it would never have been able to hold him. Even restrained, the Hulk's immense strength sent tremors through the entire frame, making it sway precariously. If left unchecked, the structure would surely topple. All the robots had been dispatched to hunt down General Ross. The swarm of flying ants and the lizard army were unavailable. Natasha was busy pacifying and persuading the shield defectors. Dr. Hank and the others weren't strong enough to help. No one else could do it. So Chen Feng had to step in himself. He stood by the frame, gripping its edge with both hands, stabilizing it against the Hulk's thrashing. Behind the frame, Professor Lizard crouched, watching the blood slowly fill the vials. He could hardly contain his excitement, saliva pooling in the corners of his mouth. With this blood, my lizard DNA serum will be several times more potent. Professor Lizard's passion for all things lizard was unmatched. Even with several powerful serums from Chen Feng at his disposal, he couldn't resist the urge to make his own lizard DNA serum even more advanced, even more formidable. Chen Feng couldn't care less about the professor's eccentric obsessions. As long as Professor Lizard stayed loyal and useful, that was all that mattered. The Hulk's blood was draining rapidly, but it didn't make him much weaker. His body produced blood at an astonishing rate, almost a tenth of the speed at which it was being drawn. After extracting 50 pounds of the Hulk's blood, Professor Lizard turned to Chen Feng and asked, Chen Feng, we've drawn 50 pounds now. Should we keep going? The Hulk weighs 1,200 pounds. There's no need to worry about him dying. Keep drawing, Chen Feng replied. Chen Feng, the Hulk's blood regenerates incredibly fast. How about we experiment a bit? Double the extraction rate and see if his body doubles its production? Professor Lizard suggested. Go ahead, Chen Feng agreed. Professor Lizard was nothing if not ruthless. When he said double, he actually quadrupled the rate. Needles were inserted into both the Hulk's wrists and ankles, and the blood extraction began in earnest. The increased pace quickly took its toll. The Hulk grew visibly weaker, his roars faded to a low rumble, and his struggles lost their force. Seeing this, Chen Feng released the restraints and walked over to observe the Hulk up close. The Hulk, seeing Chen Feng standing before him, stopped roaring. Instead, he fixed Chen Feng with a furious glare and growled, Hulk will kill you. You're no match for me, Chen Feng mocked. The Hulk let out a furious roar. If you shout at me again, I'll shut your mouth for you, Chen Feng threatened. But the Hulk was undeterred. He roared again. Chen Feng marched into the villa and came out with a roll of duct tape in his left hand and a metal ball in his right. He approached the Hulk, and just as the Hulk bellowed at him again, Chen Feng struck. He shoved the metal ball into the Hulk's mouth and wrapped the duct tape around his jaw more than 20 times. With the metal ball lodged in his mouth and his lips sealed shut, the Hulk could no longer make sound. But the Hulk was nothing if not relentless, especially in a transformed state. With a powerful bite and a mighty gulp, he swallowed the metal ball, large as a fist, down into his belly. Then, drawing in a deep breath through his nose, he forced another roar through his taped mouth. With a thunderous snap, the duct tape split apart. Chen Feng and the others stared in disbelief. The Hulk is too much, even dares to swallow a metal ball, Dr. Octopus exclaimed in awe. Will he be all right after swallowing that? Zhao Hailuan asked with concern. Someone help me come up with a way to keep him quiet, or we'll never know peace, Chen Feng said in annoyance. Pierce his throat. He won't be able to scream then, and he won't die anyway, Dr. Octopus suggested. Fine, let's do that, Chen Feng agreed. A new iron spike was soon added to the restraints. The Hulk finally fell silent. After 500 pounds had been drawn, the Hulk looked as though he had shriveled, his body withered, and he appeared utterly drained of strength. That's enough for now. Stop the extraction, Chen Feng ordered. Understood, Professor Lizard replied excitedly, shutting off the blood-drawing machine. Suddenly, the Hulk let out a deep groan, and his body began to shrink. Seeing what was happening, Chen Feng realized that the Hulk was about to revert to his human form, so he hurried forward to remove the iron hooks and spikes. Perhaps due to excessive blood loss, the Hulk's wounds were healing very slowly, and his transformation was sluggish as well. Fortunately, as the Hulk shrank, his wounds shrank with him. Otherwise, in his normal human state, his injuries would have been much more severe. A few minutes later, the Hulk had transformed back into an ordinary man. He looked utterly exhausted, his breath weak and cold sweat beading on his body. "Banner," Chen Feng called softly. Banner lifted his head with difficulty and glanced at Chen Feng, his eyes filled with confusion. "Chen Feng, you me? How'd I end up here? What are you planning to do with me? And Betty? What happened to Betty? Where is she?" That was the nature of the Hulk. Two distinct personalities, one was Hulk, the other Banner, and they were completely disconnected from each other. "You went up against me, so I captured you," Chen Feng replied with a gentle smile. "Now, I need you to cooperate with me for some experiments." "Betty, where is she? You didn't hurt her, did you?" Banner asked anxiously. "Don't worry. Betty escaped with her father," Chen Feng answered truthfully. At that, Banner let out a long sigh of relief, then turned to Chen Feng. "What sort of experiments are you planning to do on me?" "The same as General Ross, creating super soldiers," Chen Feng replied. "So, you're just like General Ross. You want to rule the world," Banner said, suddenly seeing things with new clarity. "What if I told you everything I do is just to survive? Would you believe me?" Chen Feng asked, his voice earnest. Banner let out a hollow laugh. "How ridiculous! Must you conquer the world just to survive? That's absurd." Chen Feng looked at him and said, "The world is full of dangers. Maybe you can't see them now, but someday you'll understand. To stand above all, to be a master over others, that was never Chen Feng's true desire. All he really wanted was simple, to survive in this world, nothing more. You're nothing but a liar. No matter what you say, I'll never believe you. I can only laugh at your words," Banner sneered. After all, Chen Feng had already fooled him once today. He would never trust Chen Feng again, even if it meant being sold out and not knowing it. "In that case, you'd better get used to staying here," Chen Feng said, pushing a cart as he led Banner into the villa's basement. He locked Banner inside Professor Lizard's laboratory, so the professor could conduct his experiments. Professor Lizard, having obtained a large quantity of the Hulk's blood, was so excited he seemed to be floating on air. The Hulk's serum was incredibly dangerous, and to be cautious, Chen Feng stayed in the lab with Professor Lizard. With his extensive experience, Professor Lizard quickly extracted serum from the Hulk's blood, and, unable to restrain his curiosity, immediately caught a small lizard to begin the experiment. Chen Feng saw that. Professor Lizard was about to inject the Hulk serum into a lizard right there in the lab, and he quickly stopped him, saying, "Professor Lizard, the lab is too cramped for this. Let's take the experiment outside." The equipment in the lab was all precious and couldn't be risked. "You're right. Let's go outside for the experiment," Professor Lizard agreed. Upon hearing that Professor Lizard was going to test the Hulk serum, Dr. Hank and the others all came out to watch the spectacle, and even Zhao Hailuan couldn't resist joining the crowd. Chen Feng immediately transformed into the Titan Giant, ready to step in should anything go wrong with Professor Lizard's experiment. Professor Lizard held a small lizard in one hand and a syringe in the other, explaining, "I'm about to inject this lizard with the Hulk serum to see how it reacts." After giving the small lizard the injection, he set it down on the sand and quickly backed away. Since he hadn't transformed into Lizard Man himself, he didn't dare take any risks. The little lizard writhed and twisted on the sand, letting out sharp, pitiful cries of pain. Suddenly, there was a muffled thud, and the small lizard exploded. "The first trial of the Hulk serum has failed," Professor Lizard announced. Undeterred, he grabbed another small lizard and said, "Now, I'll conduct the second trial. This time, I'll first inject the lizard with my own lizard DNA serum to turn it into a giant lizard. Once it's strengthened, I'll give it the Hulk serum. The chances of success should rise significantly." With that, Professor Lizard sprang into action. After injecting the lizard DNA serum, the little lizard underwent a smooth transformation, evolving into a massive lizard with no ill effects. Next, Professor Lizard administered the Hulk serum to the giant lizard. Much like before, the giant lizard rolled and thrashed on the ground in agony, letting out wild, guttural roars. Professor Lizard kept a close eye on his watch, recording every second. When a full minute passed, he exclaimed in delight, "The giant lizard is still alive. The second trial seems to be a success." The giant lizard's body had doubled in size, its skin gleaming green and muscles bulging with strength, but its eyes had turned a blood-red hue. Suddenly, the giant lizard stopped thrashing and charged straight at Chen Feng and the others. "He's coming this way. What should we do?" Zhao Hailuan shrieked, her nerves frayed. "Don't worry. I'm here," Chen Feng replied, brimming with confidence. To avoid being killed by his own creation, Professor Lizard slapped himself hard across the face to spark his transformation. It worked. He swiftly became Lizard Man. I'll go test the giant lizard's strength myself, Professor Lizard declared. Chen Feng made no move to stop him. Professor Lizard stepped forward to confront the rampaging beast. The giant lizard charged wildly, attacking with nothing but brute instinct. Professor Lizard sprang up on the spot, landing squarely on the back of the giant lizard. He plunged his sharp claws into its scaled hide with a sickening crunch, and couldn't help but cry out, "Ah, that hurts like hell." His nails snapped, and his fingers fractured under the force. The giant lizard rolled violently, tossing Professor Lizard off its back. Its tail lashed out, flinging him through the air. "Hank, I think you better take over," Professor Hank called out. "All right," Chen Feng replied, striding confidently toward the giant lizard. The beast attacked whoever drew near. As soon as it saw Chen Feng approaching, it opened its gaping, blood-red maw and lunged to bite him. Chen Feng didn't dodge. Instead, he lifted his left foot, bracing it against the lizard's lower jaw, while his right hand pressed firmly down on its upper jaw. No matter how desperately the giant lizard struggled, it couldn't close its mouth. Chen Feng felt the pressure of its powerful bite. He glanced over at Professor Lizard and said, "The second experiment has failed. This giant lizard isn't nearly as strong as Abomination, and it's lost all sense, attacking purely out of a mindless hunger. It can't even retreat, just keeps fighting me head-on." "Oh," Professor Lizard responded, disappointment heavy in his voice. "Don't be discouraged, Professor. If you keep trying, you'll get there. By the way, I heard the Hulk mutated through a gamma-ray machine. Maybe you should build one and give it a try," Chen Feng suggested. Professor Lizard slapped his thigh in sudden excitement. "Of course. It must be the lack of gamma radiation. Let me test the strength of this giant lizard," Chen Feng said, then abruptly leapt back. Freed, the giant lizard immediately lunged at him again. Chen Feng performed a spectacular somersault, landing atop its back. He raised his fist and drove it down, smashing through the lizard's scales with a resounding thud, his fist burying deep into its flesh. "The scales are tough but too thin. The muscles aren't solid enough either," Chen Feng remarked, withdrawing his fist to observe how quickly the wounds would heal. The giant lizard writhed desperately beneath him, howling in pain. But Chen Feng's weight and strength pinned it firmly in place, leaving it unable to move. A minute later, Chen Feng declared, "Its healing factor is even slower than a normal giant lizard's. Should we destroy this failed specimen?" Professor Lizard inquired. "Yes, just to be safe, let's take care of it," Chen Feng replied. He formed his right hand into a blade and, with a swift motion, brought it down on the giant lizard's head, shattering its scales, skull, and brain in one powerful chop. With a heavy crash, the giant lizard collapsed, lifeless, onto the ground. Professor Lizard personally disposed of the corpse. After the spectacle, everyone returned to their own labs to continue their research. Chen Feng reverted to his normal state, took a shower, and went to sleep. After fighting for so long, even if his body could handle it, his mind was weary. The private island had returned to its peaceful state. However, not far from the private island, things were bustling with activity. Natasha was leading over 300 people, operating a host of machines, constantly creating new land. For the sake of speed, Natasha had her AI system, Elita, install cold fusion reactors directly onto the landmaking machinery. As a result, the ships extracting mud and sand from the seabed worked at an astonishing pace. In just one day, they had built up a sand mound out at sea. To prevent the ocean from washing the sand away, Natasha sent dozens of people around the world to purchase cement, which would be used to reinforce the coastline. A week later, a massive sand island had appeared near the private island. The sand island covered an area of 41 square kilometers, more than enough space to accommodate tens of thousands of people. Inside the villa on the private island, Chen Feng was deep in discussion with Dr. Hank about the quantum realm when he was suddenly interrupted by Optimus Prime's alert. "Master, a speedboat flying a white flag is approaching us at high speed. Should we intercept it?" "A speedboat with a white flag? Could it be the Americans sending someone to negotiate?" Chen Feng wondered aloud. "Master, I see Betty. She's in the speedboat," Optimus Prime reported. "Let her in," Chen Feng commanded. Aboard the rapidly approaching speedboat, Betty's heart was heavy. Her boyfriend had been captured by Chen Feng, and she was coming once again to try to save him, while also having to act as an envoy to negotiate on behalf of the United States. She was just an ordinary woman, and she didn't want to negotiate with Chen Feng for the Americans. Yet the American authorities, invoking national interests, had forced her to take on this task. Her father's persuasion left her with no choice but to agree. The speedboat arrived safely at the private island. Knowing that Chen Feng was waiting in the villa, Betty made her way toward it. The villa's main gate opened automatically. Stepping inside, Betty found Chen Feng seated on the sofa in the living room. "Sit," Chen Feng said. Betty obediently sat down in front of him, then spoke up. "Chen Feng, will you let Banner go?" "Not for now," Chen Feng replied bluntly. "Then when will you agree to release Banner?" Betty asked. "That depends on how cooperative he is. If he works with me and helps me create super soldiers, I can release him immediately," Chen Feng said. Betty was stunned. She hadn't expected that. Just like her father, Chen Feng also had a super soldier project in mind. Seeing Betty's astonished expression, Chen Feng smiled and said, "Surprised?" Betty nodded. "Yes." The super soldier program was first initiated during World War II, and it successfully created the perfect super soldier, the American hero known as Captain America. Unfortunately, it was eventually destroyed by the evil Hydra organization. After your father learned of the terrorist attacks, he hoped to create even stronger soldiers, so he restarted the super soldier program. To be honest, if your boyfriend hadn't refused to cooperate, sabotaged the project, stolen the research, and destroyed the lab before he left, your father's super soldier program would have succeeded by now. His plan was flawless. "It's a pity he chose someone as unreliable as your boyfriend," Chen Feng said. "Banner only destroyed the lab and took the research because he didn't want to hurt anyone," Betty replied awkwardly, trying to defend her boyfriend. Chen Feng gave a sneering laugh. "Didn't want to hurt anyone? That's just an excuse. He was being selfish. He wanted to keep that terrifying power all to himself." "That's not true, Chen Feng. You got him all wrong. He isn't that kind of person. If he were, he wouldn't be hiding from everyone," Betty insisted. Chen Feng picked up a fruit knife and an apple from the coffee table. As he peeled the apple, he said, "Do you see this knife in my hand? Some people use knives to chop wood, cut vegetables, make tools, things that benefit humanity. But some people use a knife to commit crimes, to harm others. So, tell me, do you think knives shouldn't exist?" Betty was at a loss for words. "Or do you think your father is a bad man?" Chen Feng asked with a gentle smile. Betty shook her head and replied earnestly, "My dad is a good man, even if he wasn't always a great father." "That's exactly my point. There are only evil people, not evil tools. If used well, these things don't harm humanity. They help us, protect us, shield the Earth, maybe even the whole universe," Chen Feng said persuasively. He was trying to convince Betty to talk the Hulk into cooperating with his research, or better yet, to help him out. "You're right, but don't you think you yourself are a bad person?" Betty asked timidly. Chen Feng took a bite of the apple, and with a flick of his wrist, sent the fruit knife spinning into the wall with a sharp thud. "Tell me, what bad things have I actually done?" he asked, smiling. "You?" Betty started, but as she tried to list Chen Feng's wrongdoings, she suddenly realized that he hadn't really done anything unforgivable. The only thing she could think of were Chen Feng threatening her boyfriend to cooperate with gene extraction. Yet he'd let them go in the end. Chen Feng had stolen items from S.H.I.E.L.D. Stealing was greedy, but not unpardonable. Chen Feng had fought S.H.I.E.L.D. and her father, but that was only because they attacked him first. He was just defending himself. He'd captured her boyfriend, but only because Banner had ruined Chen Feng's plans. All of this showed that Chen Feng wasn't exactly a good person, but he wasn't truly a villain either. Seeing Betty at a loss for words, Chen Feng chuckled and said, "What's the matter? Can't think of anything." Well, you're definitely not a good person." Betty huffed. Chen Feng leaned back and said, "Let me tell you what I've actually done since coming to America. When I first arrived in America, I helped your father deal with Blonsky. After that, I threatened your boyfriend, Banner, and managed to obtain his Hulk gene. Then, at Natasha's invitation, I joined S.H.I.E.L.D. Using my new position, I tried to negotiate a partnership with Iron Man, Tony, but he utterly humiliated me. Later, I tricked Dr. Helen Zhao onto a private island. She's actually quite happy there now, busy with her research every day. I also brought Dr. Hank to my side on the condition that I help him rescue his wife. When Dr. Octopus and Spider-Man were locked in fierce battle in New York, it was I who saved a train full of people. When Professor Lizard led tens of thousands of lizard soldiers on a rampage, I was the one who wiped out his army and brought him back to the right path. Later, I wanted to build the most powerful robot, which required a metal called vibranium. S.H.I.E.L.D. had plenty. All I needed was a single grain, just one the size of a rice grain, but they wouldn't give me even a speck of powder. Instead, they made outrageous demands for my technology. S.H.I.E.L.D. was so petty, of course I refused. So I sent someone to steal it. When S.H.I.E.L.D. found out, they declared war on me. And your father, never one to miss out on excitement, jumped into the fray as well. I had no choice but to fight back. I know the things I've done don't exactly make me look noble, but I have never committed any truly heinous acts. In fact, I've saved countless lives. My conscience is clear, Chen Feng declared, his tone forceful and sincere. Chen Feng's words filled Betty with guilt. Chen Feng, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you, she said apologetically. Betty, you're just too pure-hearted. There's much more to things than what's on the surface, Chen Feng replied. Betty blinked her large eyes at Chen Feng, not quite grasping his point. For example, Tony Stark, Iron Man. The Americans treat him as a hero. But what does he actually do? He manufactures weapons on a massive scale and sells them to warlords and terrorists around the world, plunging nations into chaos and causing countless deaths. Not to mention, he plays with women's feelings. So tell me, is he really a good person? A hero? Chen Feng asked. Betty shook her head. No, he's not. Or take S.H.I.E.L.D. They're supposed to be America's shield, defending the Earth. But do you know who actually founded S.H.I.E.L.D.? Chen Feng probed. Wasn't it the American government? Betty replied. No, it was the evil organization Hydra. If you don't believe me, I can show you the evidence later, Chen Feng said earnestly. That can't be. Betty was shocked. You know Harry, the head of the Osborn Corporation? Chen Feng asked. Don't tell me he's a bad guy too? Betty questioned, full of doubt. He's well respected in America and is known for his philanthropy. His company has developed many drugs beneficial to humanity. But he has another identity. He's the Green Goblin, Chen Feng explained. Betty could hardly believe it. That's why you can't judge someone just by appearances. For example, your father. Do you really think he's a bad man? Why do you and Banner both believe he's so terrible? What exactly has he done that's so wrong? Chen Feng pressed her. Betty was about to speak, but Chen Feng quickly cut her off. And your boyfriend, when he turns into the Hulk, haven't there been more than a few innocent people caught in the crossfire? Chen Feng continued. I admit, I've killed a lot of people, but I swear, I've never killed an innocent soul. At most, I've stood by and done nothing. There was a long silence. At last, Betty spoke, her voice heavy with emotion. Please, don't say any more. I'll talk to Banner. I'll persuade him to help you with the Super Soldier Project. But you have to promise me, once it's done, you must let him go. Miss Betty, you have my word. Chen Feng, will let him walk free. After all, I have no quarrel with him, Chen Feng assured her. That's good to hear. Betty breathed a sigh of relief. You didn't just come here for your boyfriend, did you? Chen Feng asked. Betty sighed, resignation in her tone. President America sent me to negotiate with you. He hopes you'll restore the country's internet and that you'll stop targeting us. That's possible, but I have conditions, Chen Feng replied. Name them. I'll pass your message to President America, Betty said. Just one. Whatever I do in America, so long as I don't harm your citizens, you will not interfere, Chen Feng stated plainly. I can promise you that on behalf of President America, Betty agreed without hesitation. When she left, both the president and her father had told her that so long as America's safety could be guaranteed, they were even willing to pay Chen Feng a hefty compensation. Good, it's settled then, Chen Feng said, clearly pleased. He could have squeezed more out of America, but there was nothing he wanted from them at the moment, so he asked for only this simple condition. So, when can America's internet be restored? Betty asked. It can be done right now, Chen Feng replied. He turned and ordered, Optimus Prime, restore America's internet. At once, my lord, came Optimus Prime's deep, resonant response. A heartbeat later, Optimus Prime announced, My lord, America's internet is back online. Good, Chen Feng acknowledged. Betty immediately pulled out her phone and dialed her father's number. The call was quickly answered, and she reported joyfully, Dad, Chen Feng has agreed to reconcile with America. He's already restored the internet. His only condition is that we don't interfere with anything he does, unless it's harming our citizens. That's wonderful news, wonderful. General Ross was overjoyed. Chen Feng took out his own phone, brought it close to his mouth, and whispered, Track General Ross's location. Send the Transformers, robots, and mechanical creatures to kill him. At once, my lord. Optimus Prime accepted the order. A week ago, Chen Feng had dispatched Transformers, robots, and mechanical creatures to the spot where General Ross had vanished. They'd dug up every inch of ground, but found nothing, and the search was still ongoing. Now that General Ross had reappeared, even using a cell phone, Chen Feng wasn't about to let him off the hook. As soon as Betty hung up the phone, she turned eagerly to Chen Feng and said, Can I see Banner? Chen Feng nodded. Of course. He led Betty to the lizard professor's laboratory. The professor, fully absorbed in his research, barely acknowledged Chen Feng's presence. Chen Feng brought Betty to the holding area where the Hulk was kept. The Hulk was lying there with his eyes closed, seemingly asleep. Chen Feng called out, Banner, wake up. Your girlfriend's here to see you. But the Hulk was so weakened that he didn't stir. Seeing him so defeated, Betty's heart ached. Tears welled up as she stepped forward, wrapped her arms around the Hulk's waist, and cried out, Banner, I'm here to see you. Only then did the Hulk slowly awaken. Opening his eyes, he looked down to find Betty in his arms. Shock flooded his face, quickly replaced by anger. Losing control of his emotions, his body began to grow larger and greener. Chen Feng, if you dare hurt Betty, I'll fight you with everything I have, the Hulk roared in fury. Chen Feng didn't bother to explain. He knew any explanation would sound empty. Betty quickly spoke up for him. Banner, please don't get upset. It's not what you think. Chen Feng didn't capture me. I came here on my own. Her words seemed to soothe the Hulk. His rage subsided, and he shrank back to his normal self. You need to get out of here. Chen Feng isn't a good man, Banner said urgently. Banner, don't worry. Chen Feng hasn't hurt me. Not even once. He promised me that as long as you cooperate with his research and help him create the super soldier, he'll let you go. Or, if you finish the research quickly, he'll release you right away, Betty said gently, trying to reassure him. But the Hulk shook his head stubbornly. I won't do it. He's no different from General Ross. Both want to rule the world. Banner, listen to me. Chen Feng isn't completely evil. He's never killed innocent people. His only fault is that his ambition is too great. Please just help him. Once the super soldier is created, we can run away together and never look back, Betty pleaded. The Hulk's face was etched with pain and doubt. You said the same thing last time. But what happened? As soon as your father called, you begged me to save him. That's how I ended up captured and experimented on. Banner, I'm sorry. I truly had no choice. He's my father. I couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Please, let me stay here with you, Betty said, her voice heavy with guilt. No, you should go. This place is too dangerous, the Hulk replied, touched by her concern. No, if you're not leaving, I'm not leaving either. I want to be with you, forever. Betty spoke from the depths of her heart. Betty, Banner. Watching the tender moment between the Hulk and Betty, Chen Feng tactfully decided to leave them alone and went to chat with Professor Lizard instead. As for whether Betty might try to help the Hulk escape, he wasn't worried at all. Without his orders, Optimus Prime would never let the Hulk go. Suddenly, Chen Feng's phone rang. He pulled it out and saw that it was Spider-Man calling. He pressed the answer button. Peter, what's going on? Chen Feng, you gotta get to New York. Mary, she's lost her mind. She's killing people everywhere. She didn't even spare her own family, and now she's hunting me down. No matter where I hide, she always finds me in no time. Spider-Man pleaded for help. You can't beat her? Chen Feng asked, genuinely curious. To be honest, I really can't. She's too powerful now. She's turned into a monster, and she's got all kinds of high-tech weapons. All I can do in front of her is run, Spider-Man said helplessly. Was it your good buddy Harry who turned her into this? Chen Feng asked, suspicious. If Mary's become a monster, Harry definitely played a part. But not entirely. He's not that capable, Spider-Man guessed. So, do you want me to save you? Or do you want me to kill Mary? Chen Feng asked. There was silence on the other end. If you don't speak, I'm hanging up, Chen Feng urged. Chen Feng, you can't just ignore this. Once she kills me, she's definitely coming after you, Spider-Man said. To be honest, I've had enough of Mary. I don't want anything more to do with her, so I'm sorry. I can't come help you. But you're welcome to hide out here. I can guarantee your safety, Chen Feng said. Mary went crazy because of you. How can you just wash your hands of this? Spider-Man complained. I'm not anyone's savior. Why should I get involved? You say she lost her mind because of me. I say it's because you couldn't keep an eye on your girlfriend. Chen Feng retorted. Fine, if you won't help, then I won't do anything either. I'm heading your way right now. Send someone to pick me up, Spider-Man grumbled. Sure, Chen Feng replied. He was far too busy to worry about Mary. No matter how much chaos she caused, it would never reach his private island. The mobile fortress, the lizard army, the swarm of flying ants, the robots, and the 300 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents he'd just recruited. None of them were pushovers. If Mary dared to come looking for trouble, he'd make sure she never made it back. After hanging up, Chen Feng turned to Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime, send a suit of iron armor to pick up Spider-Man. Yes, my lord. Optimus Prime replied. Accepting the order, Betty was still trying to persuade the Hulk, but he remained stubborn, refusing to cooperate with Chen Feng, let alone help him create super soldiers. Chen Feng walked over to the Hulk and said, Banner, you're truly selfish. Betty came to me all alone, begging me to let you go for your sake. And you guard everything, like the world owes you. Don't forget, if it weren't for Betty and her father's support, would you have the power you possess now? With those words, Chen Feng turned and left. Betty stayed behind in the lab, keeping the Hulk company. Half an hour later, Optimus Prime approached and reported, My lord, Spider-Man has arrived. Chen Feng stepped outside to greet him. As soon as Spider-Man saw Chen Feng, he grumbled, Chen Feng, you're really heartless. You clearly have the power to help Mary, but you just don't care. Peter, just a week ago, I fought a fierce battle against both S.H.I.E.L.D. and General Ross's army, 1 against 2. Tell me, who came to help me then? Chen Feng replied. Spider-Man was taken aback. No way, is that true? Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, go take a look outside. On that artificial island not far from here, everyone you see is someone I convinced to defect from S.H.I.E.L.D., Chen Feng said, pride in his voice. So what's happened to S.H.I.E.L.D. now? Spider-Man asked. Besides Fury and a handful of top brass, everyone else is gone. I wiped them out. And Ross's 200,000 elite troops? I finished them off too, Chen Feng bragged. You killed hundreds of thousands of people? Spider-Man was shaken. I was born for battle. Even if I wipe out tens of thousands, I never dwell on it. As long as I succeed, I never hesitate, no matter the cost, Chen Feng declared, exuding dominance. You really are ruthless, Spider-Man remarked. All right, enough talk. Now that you're here, make yourself at home. There are plenty of empty rooms in the villa. Pick whichever you like. If you need anything, go to Optimus Prime. He'll help you out, Chen Feng said. Okay, I understand. Thank you for taking me in, Spider-Man replied gratefully. Once Spider-Man was settled, Chen Feng returned to his room and asked, Optimus Prime, has General Ross been taken care of yet? My lord, I'm sorry, not yet. Ross's army is still putting up fierce resistance, and Abomination is desperately trying to stop us. We've already lost a lot of robots and mechanical creatures, Optimus Prime reported. Then use heavy weapons. I'm sure you'll find plenty in General Ross's camp, Chen Feng instructed. Understood. I'll look for them right away, Optimus Prime responded. When you find them, come back immediately. Send the robots to detonate them and blow General Ross to pieces, Chen Feng ordered. Yes, my lord, Optimus Prime acknowledged. A few minutes later, a series of deafening explosions rocked the air. The blasts were so powerful that even on Chen Feng's private island, the rumble and tremors could be felt. Chen Feng strode quickly to the window and saw a massive mushroom cloud rising in the distance. Holy, Optimus Prime, was it a mushroom cloud you set off? That's impressive, Chen Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, my lord, Optimus Prime replied. The Transformers are all right, aren't they? Chen Feng asked. Though he wasn't entirely satisfied with the first generation of Transformers, he still had to rely on them until the second generation was ready. Rest assured, my lord, the Transformers are unharmed. However, all the other robots and mechanical creatures were destroyed in the blast, Optimus Prime answered. Suddenly, Natasha's voice came through Arida, reaching Chen Feng in his room. Chen Feng, can't you show a little restraint? You actually dared to set off a mushroom cloud. Don't you know how much radiation those things release? What's there to be afraid of? If they dare to build it, I dare to set it off, Chen Feng replied bluntly. Once his strength increased enough to survive in space, he'd be ready to play with even bigger explosions. Ugh, Natasha was speechless. She didn't know how to argue with Chen Feng, so she simply fell silent and had Arida cut off the connection to him. Chen Feng watched the beautiful mushroom cloud through a satellite feed, barely getting a chance to admire it before Betty stormed into his room, her anger written all over her face. As soon as she saw him, she shouted, Chen Feng, you bastard! You lied to me again. How did I lie to you? Chen Feng asked. Wiping away her tears, Betty snapped with fury. You promised you'd agree to a truce, but in the blink of an eye, you went off to kill my father. To do it, you even set off a mushroom cloud. You've gone too far. I agreed to make peace with America, not with your father, Chen Feng retorted. Since your father dared to lead 200,000 elite troops against me, he should have been ready for my retaliation. What happened to him now? He brought it on himself. He has no one to blame but himself. Betty burst into tears, sobbing. You kill my father. I'll get revenge for him, I swear. Chen Feng's expression grew cold. He replied icily. So, you really want to take revenge on me? Betty nodded, her voice choked with emotion. Yes, I will avenge my father. With a flick of his right hand, Chen Feng sent a strand of spider silk flying out, which stuck to Betty's neck. He yanked hard, and Betty's body was pulled uncontrollably toward him. His right hand formed a claw, gripping her throat as he spoke in a chilling tone. If you're so determined to take revenge on me, then I'll just kill you first. Overcome with emotion, Betty screamed at Chen Feng. Do it. Kill me. You murderer. If you don't kill me now, I swear I'll come after you myself. Ever since his encounter with Mary, Chen Feng had grown to despise women who overestimated themselves. Betty was just the same, knowing full well she was no match for him, yet still coming to provoke him. Did she really think he wouldn't dare lay a hand on a woman? He raised his left hand. Smack! A sharp slap landed on Betty's face. She stopped crying, glaring at Chen Feng with burning fury in her eyes. Chen Feng, something's wrong. That crazy woman Mary has taken. Gwen! Spider-Man's anxious voice called out from outside the door. In the blink of an eye, Spider-Man appeared in Chen Feng's room. Chen Feng shoved Betty aside and, using Optimus Prime, contacted Natasha. Natasha, send 2 people over to lock up Betty. Understood, Natasha replied. Spider-Man was clearly flustered. Seeing that Chen Feng was ignoring him, he hurried forward, grabbing Chen Feng's hand, and pleaded, Chen Feng, you have to help me. Chen Feng shook Spider-Man's hand off irritably. Who's Gwen? Spider-Man scratched his head, awkwardness written all over his face. She's my new girlfriend. Your new girlfriend? Something suddenly occurred to Chen Feng. Of course, Gwen was the beautiful girl Spider-Man had rescued during an operation in Spider-Man 3. She would become the future heroine in the movies. In Spider-Man 3, there were 4 formidable characters: Sandman, Eddie, Harry, and Spider-Man himself. And then there was something even more extraordinary, an alien entity called Venom. Venom was a parasite that could amplify a person's desires and abilities. Recalling all of this, Chen Feng's heart stirred with excitement. He wanted the Sandman's genes. But Venom, he wanted that even more. With such a miraculous parasite, wearing it as a suit would be perfect for someone like him, who could transform at will. As for the risk of Venom corrupting its host, that didn't bother him in the slightest. His willpower was unparalleled. He would never be swayed by outside forces, nor would Venom ever manage to take control of him. Most importantly, with Venom, his powers will be magnified. By then, facing opponents like the Hulk will be child's play. Chen Feng, I really have nowhere else to turn. I can't beat Mary. I had no choice but to come to you. Think of it as payback for me helping you steal from S.H.I.E.L.D. Just help me this once. If that's not enough, I'll help you steal something again in the future. Spider-Man pleaded desperately. Peter, didn't you say you truly loved Mary? It hasn't even been that long since you broke up, and now you're already with another girl? You Americans sure have some wild ideas about love, Chen Feng teased. Chen Feng, feelings are complicated things, hard to explain, Spider-Man replied sheepishly. At that moment, Natasha entered Chen Feng's room with 2 men in tow. With a wave of her hand, she ordered, take Betty to our place and lock her up. Keep a close watch on her. Yes, ma'am. The 2 men stepped forward and, each taking an arm, led Betty away. As she was being taken out, Betty shouted furiously, Chen Feng, if you don't kill me, I swear I'll be the death of you one day. Chen Feng paid her no mind. He'd only threatened Betty to keep her in line. She was still useful to him. As long as Betty was around, the Hulk wouldn't dare act recklessly. Natasha, I'll be leaving the private island with Peter for a while. During this time, you're in charge of keeping it safe, Chen Feng instructed. Where are you going? Aren't you supposed to be doing research? Natasha asked, her curiosity getting the better of her. Peter's run into some trouble and needs my help sorting it out, Chen Feng replied. Natasha turned to Spider-Man and asked, Peter, what happened? It must be serious if you need someone as capable as Chen Feng. Spider-Man explained Mary's situation to Natasha, filling her in on all the details. When she finished listening, Natasha huffed. That's what you men get for flirting around. Now you're finally paying the price. Chen Feng shot her a look, retorting, if it weren't for women's greed, would men even have a chance to flirt? Men, none of you can be trusted, Natasha snapped back, then turned on her heel and stalked off. Chen Feng could only give a wry smile, shaking his head as he sighed. Women are truly the hardest creatures on Earth to understand. Chen Feng, enough with the sighing. We need to go. If we're any later, who knows what that crazy Mary might do to Gwen? Spider-Man urged, his voice tight with anxiety. All right, let's go, Chen Feng agreed. Standing by the window, Chen Feng gave his command to Optimus Prime. Optimus, bring over 2 gliders. Give the smaller one to Spider-Man. Yes, Master, Optimus Prime replied. Within seconds, 2 gliders, one large, one small, hovered outside Chen Feng's window. Chen Feng leapt onto the larger one, while Spider-Man hopped onto the smaller glider. Optimus, set course for New York, Chen Feng commanded. Yes, Master, Optimus Prime replied once more. The 2 gliders carried Chen Feng and Spider-Man swiftly toward New York. By the time they arrived, night had already fallen. Spider-Man pulled out his phone and dialed Mary's number. The moment the call connected, Mary's triumphant voice rang out. Peter, I knew you wouldn't let me down. You really brought Chen Feng with you. Chen Feng's brow furrowed. He lowered his voice and asked Optimus Prime, Optimus, how did Mary know I was coming? I'm sorry, Master. I have no idea, Optimus Prime answered. Chen Feng grew suspicious. For Mary to hide her intentions from Optimus Prime and still get information on his movements, she must have arranged for a network of people to keep him under surveillance, relaying messages in a code similar to the Caesar cipher. No wonder Optimus couldn't detect it. After Spider-Man finished negotiating with Mary and hung up, he turned to Chen Feng and said, Chen Feng, Mary wants us to meet her at a church on the outskirts of the district. Let's go, Chen Feng replied. A church on the edge of the district was almost certainly a trap. But for the sake of the Sandman gene and the symbiote, he was willing to walk straight into it. with the gliders at their disposal. It only took them a minute or two to reach the church Mary had mentioned. The church doors stood open. Inside, all was pitch black. There wasn't a soul in sight. Chen Feng and Spider-Man stepped inside. Whoosh! The entire church was suddenly illuminated, so bright it was as if it were broad daylight inside. In the glow, Chen Feng saw a beautiful woman tied to a pillar at the edge of the sanctuary. The moment Spider-Man caught sight of the woman, everything else faded from his mind. He rushed over, quickly removed the claw from her mouth, and asked with concern, "Gwen, are you all right?" "Peter, don't worry about me, just go. That crazy woman Mary wants to kill you. You're no match for her," Gwen urged him anxiously. "Don't worry, Gwen. This time, I brought help, someone really powerful." "Mary doesn't stand a chance," Spider-Man reassured her before reaching to untie the ropes binding Gwen. Just then, a monstrous figure dropped from above and landed right in front of Chen Feng. The creature was female, with a tail and claws like a beast, her face twisted and fierce. She wore mechanical armor, fully armed and exuding a bold, commanding presence. "Chen Feng, do you still remember me?" the creature said coldly. "Are you Mary?" Chen Feng asked in astonishment. "That's right. I'm the Mary who loves you so much I want to kill you." Mary burst into inexplicable laughter, her voice echoing madly through the church. "If it's just you, I doubt you're a match for me. Why don't you call out your companions? I, Chen Feng, will take on all of you at once," Chen Feng boasted, his tone brimming with confidence. Mary shook her head. "I have no companions. I'm alone here. So, you must be very sure of your own strength," Chen Feng remarked. "Yes, my confidence comes from my power. I'm strong. I'll kill you, and then die for you," Mary declared with a kind of twisted devotion. Chen Feng was at a loss for words. He hadn't expected that even in her madness, Mary's love for him would persist, though it was a terrifying kind of love. Mary pulled out a syringe and stabbed it into her thigh, injecting herself with a dark fluid. Almost immediately, she began to change. Though still roughly human-sized, the aura she exuded now was suffocating, a tangible sense of menace filling the air. "Mary, this time I won't let you off, not again. Since you want to kill me, you have to die," Chen Feng said coldly. His ruthlessness was forced upon him. He could die, but he would never die in disgrace. "If I must die, then so must you. Why don't we just go together? Even in hell, at least we'll have company," Mary sneered. Chen Feng dared not underestimate Mary. At this point, her power could easily crush Spider-Man. With a guttural roar, he transformed into the lizard. The advantage of being the lizard was his resilience. He was hard to kill. First, he needed to figure out what powers Mary possessed before deciding which form to use in battle. Mary attacked. Her hand shot out faster than lightning, slashing at Chen Feng. With a harsh ripping sound, Mary tore a bloody gash across Chen Feng's chest. Chen Feng was shocked. Mary's speed was incredible, so fast he couldn't even see her move before he was struck. Mary struck Chen Feng once, then stopped attacking. Instead, she looked at him smugly and said, "So? Not bad, right? I'm pretty strong." Spider-Man, who had just managed to rescue Gwen, caught sight of the wounds on Chen Feng's body and called out loudly, "Chen Feng, be careful. She's incredibly fast, and her armor is tough to break through." Chen Feng didn't reply. He spun around, swinging his thick tail toward Mary. Mary flipped backward, nimbly dodging the attack. Then, she drew a strange-looking pistol from her waist and fired several quick shots in succession. Each bullet struck Chen Feng, and soon his body was overcome with numbness, leaving him almost completely immobilized. Mary holstered her pistol, then pulled out a massive long gun from behind her back. As she loaded the weapon, she said coolly to Chen Feng, "Don't worry, I'll be sending you to the underworld soon enough." Silently, Chen Feng cursed to himself, "Damn it, this crazy woman really wants me dead." He was paralyzed now, his entire body rendered useless by the tranquilizer. A low, guttural roar escaped him, growing louder and more ferocious with each breath. Changes began to ripple through his body. His tail and claws contracted, his frame expanded. With a thunderous roar, Chen Feng transformed into a Titan giant. The power of the Titan's genes was so immense that it instantly neutralized the tranquilizer. Now facing a Titan giant standing over 3 meters tall and weighing more than a ton, Mary remained utterly unfazed. She calmly finished loading her gun, then slowly raised the barrel. Chen Feng charged at her without a hint of fear. But Mary was far too agile. She fired a shot and dodged away in a blink. A sharp crack echoed through the air. The shot wasn't loud, but its power was undeniable. The spiraling bullet punched straight through Chen Feng's body. He missed his target, and as he turned to attack again, another gunshot rang out, followed by a searing pain in his head. Reaching up, he felt blood trickling from a fresh wound in his skull. just narrowly missing his brain. Chen Feng realized he couldn't afford to be careless any longer. If he kept underestimating her, he might really die here. Mary blew the smoke curling from her gun and grinned playfully. What do you think? My marksmanship isn't bad, right? The Titan giant had tremendous strength and defense, but when it came to agility, he couldn't match the speed he had in his normal spider form. So Chen Feng shifted back into his human state. Drawing on a special technique, he forced his potential to surge, instantly boosting his abilities several-fold. Mary sneered, "Oh, I get it. You want to use Spider-Man's powers against me. Let me tell you, it's useless. To me, Spider-Man is nothing more than an ant, easily crushed." Spider-Man, lurking in the corner, went pale when he heard Mary's words. But what could he do? He knew he was no match for her. "Peter, take your girlfriend and get out of here. I'll handle things," Chen Feng said. "All right, but be careful," Spider-Man replied with concern, supporting Gwen as he prepared to leave. Mary paid no attention to Spider-Man and Gwen. Leaving, her eyes were fixed solely on Chen Feng. The moment Spider-Man and Gwen disappeared, the battle between Chen Feng and Mary erupted. Mary was agile and her marksmanship was impeccable. Almost every shot hit its target. After Chen Feng had pushed his limits, all of his abilities had improved dramatically, just enough to hold his own against Mary. Whenever Chen Feng's webbing stuck to Mary, she would swiftly slice through it with her dagger, or her armor would flash with electricity, severing the sticky strands. And if Mary ever landed a serious blow on Chen Feng, he would transform, either into the lizard or a Titan giant. As soon as his injuries healed, he would return to his normal self. Chen Feng and Mary clashed furiously in the church for over an hour. Suddenly, Spider-Man burst back into the church, carrying Gwen on his back, both of them looking battered and desperate. He shouted to Chen Feng, bad news. Harry's here too. He's right outside. He's upgraded his gear, and he's tougher than ever. I can't beat him." Chen Feng let out a helpless sigh. Mary burst out laughing. Don't be surprised. This was a trap set by Harry and me. I want to kill Chen Feng, and he wants Peter dead. We'll see who survives," Chen Feng retorted coldly. Though Mary posed a real threat to him, the Green Goblin did not. Like Iron Man, the Goblin relied on a smart system to operate his armor. But Chen Feng's Optimus Prime was the nemesis of such systems. With a single command, he could force the Goblin's armor to self-destruct. The Green Goblin glided slowly into the church on his hoverboard, waving casually at Chen Feng. "Hey, Chen Feng, long time no see." Chen Feng couldn't be bothered to respond. Instead, he fired a barrage of webs at Mary with both hands. Mary dodged with lightning speed. At her fastest, she could even run along the wall for a few moments. Chen Feng pursued her relentlessly. Then, all at once, Mary stopped running and spun around. In a swift, fluid motion, a half-meter-long blade sprang from her wrist and thrust toward the oncoming Chen Feng. Chen Feng was moving so fast, he couldn't stop in time. He shot a web upward, pulled himself into the air, and with a burst of strength, kicked forward, aiming for Mary's head. There was a heavy thud as Chen Feng's kick connected, sending Mary flying across the room. Seizing the rare opportunity, Chen Feng unleashed his signature move. He fired a web at Mary and yanked her back toward him. With both fists clenched, he launched a rapid flurry of punches. A series of heavy blows landed on Mary, leaving her face bruised and battered, but her body remained unscathed. Her armor was simply too strong. Even with Spider-Man's strength, Chen Feng couldn't break through. Seizing the moment before Mary could fight back, Chen Feng swiftly transformed into a Titan, his left hand gripping Mary's neck tightly to prevent her escape. With his right hand, he grabbed hold of her armor and tore at it with all his might, ripping open the tough, unyielding plates. Inside the armor, a mass of wires sparked with blinding flashes of electricity. Chen Feng surmised that it was these electric surges that had stimulated Mary's body, pushing her to unleash her full potential, explaining her extraordinary power. It was much like what he was experiencing now, relying on the stimulation of his own potential to multiply his strength. With a harsh tearing sound, Chen Feng stripped Mary's armor away completely. Bereft of the armor's stimulation, Mary was no longer a match for him. Her abilities now were no greater than the lizard professor's. Realizing her defeat, Mary stopped resisting. She closed her eyes, quietly awaiting the end. Chen Feng raised the sword Mary had used and said softly, "There's nothing wrong with loving someone. The mistake is meeting the wrong person at the wrong time. I hope next time you meet the right one. Farewell." A tear slipped from the corner of Mary's eye. In a swift flash, the sword fell. Mary's life was extinguished, and her body reverted to that of an ordinary person. Gazing at Mary lying in a pool of blood, Chen Feng felt a heavy sorrow pressing on his heart. But there was no other choice. Mary had lost her mind. If she lived, he would surely die. Ultimately, her fate was one she had chosen herself. As Chen Feng mourned Mary's passing, a piercing scream, sharp as a dolphin's cry, echoed in his ears. He looked up and saw the green goblin clutching Gwen, soaring high above the ground. Spider-Man clung to the nearby walls with webs, racing upward at breakneck speed. "Come on, Peter, let's play a little game." "Ha ha ha." The green goblin cackled wickedly. "Let go of me. Let me go." Gwen struggled desperately in his grasp. When Spider-Man reached the same height as the green goblin, he dangled from his web and pleaded, "Harry, if you have a problem, come after me. Don't hurt Gwen." "Peter, you really are a sentimental soul. First, you were madly in love with Mary, and now you refuse to give up on Gwen. I have to admire you." The green goblin sneered. "Harry, for the sake of our old friendship, just let Gwen go." Spider-Man begged. "Well, for the sake of old times, I'll let her go," the green goblin replied. At that very instant, he released Gwen and lunged at Spider-Man, slamming him against the wall. Help!" Gwen screamed in terror as she plummeted from the sky. "Gwen!" Spider-Man cried out in anguish. "Ha ha ha! Scream all you want. When she hits the ground, you can weep to your heart's content. Ha ha ha!" The green goblin laughed malevolently. Overwhelmed by grief, Spider-Man unleashed a surge of terrifying power, shoving the green goblin aside. With a whirlwind kick, he knocked the villain down and fired several strands of webbing, ensnaring the green goblin's limbs. After temporarily dealing with the green goblin, he looked down and felt a sharp pain in his heart. Gwen had nearly fallen all the way to the first floor. He hurriedly leapt after her, relying on his webs to slow his own descent bit by bit. Just as Gwen was about to hit the ground, he shot out a web in a flash, sticking it to her abdomen. The web had some elasticity, but Gwen was falling too fast, so she kept hurtling downward. As Spider-Man was on the verge of despair, convinced Gwen would be killed by the fall, a familiar figure appeared. It was Chen Feng. Hanging upside down from the first floor, Chen Feng shot out 2 webs, latching onto Gwen just as she was about to hit the ground. With a sudden tug, he pulled her toward him. Gwen's body flew swiftly in Chen Feng's direction. Landing lightly, Chen Feng spun the webs attached to Gwen's body as if he were skipping rope, quickly twirling them round and round. This technique was to dissipate the force of the fall. Otherwise, even if Gwen survived hitting the ground, the violent impact would have fatally shifted her internal organs. Gradually, Chen Feng slowed his spinning. After dozens of turns, he stopped at last and caught Gwen in his arms. Gwen retched and began to vomit violently. Chen Feng set her down and paid her no further mind, worried that she might become another Mary Jane and that Spider-Man would be heartbroken all over again. Seeing Gwen rescued, Spider-Man breathed a sigh of relief and thanked Chen Feng earnestly. "Chen Feng, thank you. I owe you one." The green goblin, however, was displeased and demanded, "Chen Feng, you promised me. You said you wouldn't interfere when I dealt with Peter. Why'd you go back on your word?" "I saved Gwen, not Peter," Chen Feng retorted. "Fine, take Gwen and go," the green goblin conceded. Chen Feng looked up at Spider-Man. "I'll take Gwen out of here first." "All right, thank you," Spider-Man replied gratefully. Spider-Man wanted to leave too, but he knew the green goblin would never allow it. After vomiting, Gwen fainted. Chen Feng scooped her up, and with a thought, summoned his massive glider, then leapt aboard and soared away. He brought Gwen to the hospital, paid a hefty sum for her treatment, and then left without lingering. Chen Feng headed to the outskirts of the city in search of Venom. He remembered from the movie Spider-Man 3, when Spider-Man and Mary Jane had argued in the countryside and were heading home. Venom had secretly latched onto Spider-Man's motorcycle, following him back to the city. Chen Feng wanted to see if he could encounter Venom himself by venturing into the countryside. Standing atop his glider, he surveyed the land below, gliding slowly through the air. He spent the entire night searching, but never found a fiery red meteorite radiating with intense heat, the one that carried Venom. When morning came, he was still searching. Suddenly, his phone rang, trilling brightly. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Spider-Man, but the voice on the line was Gwen's, not Spider-Man's. "Is this Mr. Chen?" Gwen asked tearfully. "Yes, this is Chen Feng," he replied. "Mr. Chen, please, you must come save Peter. He's badly hurt. The doctors say there's no hope, but Peter insists only you can save him," Gwen pleaded through her tears. "He's badly hurt? That can't be," Chen Feng exclaimed in astonishment. "It's true, Mr. Chen. Peter was wounded by the Green Goblin, and he injected some strange virus in him. Peter can't heal," Gwen cried, her voice trembling. "Don't panic. I'll come right away. By the way, you're at the hospital where I dropped you off, right?" Chen Feng asked. "Yes, please hurry. It looks like Peter is dying," Gwen replied anxiously. "I'll be there within a minute," Chen Feng promised. Inside the hospital's operating room, Spider-Man lay gravely wounded on the operating table. The lead surgeon was performing the operation. As the doctor made an incision in Spider-Man's abdomen, he was shocked by the extent of the injuries. Peter's internal organs were almost completely destroyed, injuries that should have been fatal. Yet, inexplicably, Spider-Man was still alive, leaving the doctors and nurses in utter disbelief. While the medical staff struggled to cope with Spider-Man's dire condition, Chen Feng arrived. He pushed open the doors to the operating room and strode inside. The doctors and nurses, alarmed by his intrusion, shouted, "Who are you? This is a sterile operating room. You can't be here. Leave now. If something goes wrong, you'll be responsible." Hearing the commotion, Gwen rushed into the operating room as well and quickly explained, "Doctor, this is Chen Feng. He's extraordinary. I brought him here to save Spider-Man." "Is he a doctor?" the surgeon demanded. Gwen hesitated, a troubled look on her face. I don't think so. This is absurd. If he's not a doctor, how can he help? Get him out of here. Don't interfere with our work," the doctor berated her. "Enough with the nonsense. All of you get out," Chen Feng said coldly. "You're the one who needs to leave," the doctor retorted angrily, as several nurses moved forward, intent on forcing Chen Feng out. With Peter's life hanging by a thread, Chen Feng knew he couldn't afford to waste another second. In a flash, he shot several strands of webbing from his hands, which stuck to the doctors and nurses. With a swift tug, he yanked them out of the operating room. "Gwen, close the door. Don't let anyone else in," Chen Feng instructed. "Okay," Gwen replied obediently, hastening to shut the door behind him. Chen Feng was not a doctor, but he was a scientist of unparalleled breadth. Having inherited Dr. Zola's memories, he understood the human body better than anyone. As long as a person's brain was still functioning, no matter how grave the injury, he could save them. Spider-Man was still alive. His brain was uninjured, though he lay unconscious. Chen Feng gently patted Peter's face and called his name several times. Slowly, Spider-Man came to. Seeing Chen Feng, Peter managed a weak smile and said, "Chen Feng, thank you for saving me again. Peter, you're gravely injured right now, and there's an unknown virus in your body that can't be eliminated quickly. So the best option is to inject you with lizard DNA serum, allowing your damaged body to regenerate," Chen Feng said. "I'm Spider-Man. I don't want to turn into a lizard man," Spider-Man refused. "There's another way. We can make you into a cyborg," Chen Feng suggested. "Isn't there any other option?" Spider-Man asked in despair. "There is, but it would take several days. We'd have to move you to a private island, and I'd have to handle it myself," Chen Feng replied. "I can wait. I can hold on a little longer," Spider-Man said weakly. "But the problem is I don't have the time," Chen Feng said with a bitter smile. The main issue was Venom. He worried that if the plot of Spider-Man 3 changed, Venom might disappear for some reason. Venom was the battlesuit he had dreamed of owning. He had to get it. If he had to choose between saving Spider-Man's life and obtaining Venom, there was no question. He would choose Venom without hesitation. Spider-Man was embarrassed. He understood now. Chen Feng didn't really care whether he lived or died. Gwen pleaded, "Mr. Chen, you have to save Peter. I'm begging you. I'll do anything. Just save him." When a woman says something like that, it's usually a desperate offer to trade her body. But Chen Feng was completely unmoved by such things. He turned to Spider-Man and said, "Peter, how about this? I'll freeze you for now, and when I have more time, I'll come back and treat you." "All right. Thank you for your help," Spider-Man replied gratefully. Cryogenic preservation was a mature technology in the Marvel Universe, though extremely expensive, far beyond what ordinary people could afford. But money was no problem for Chen Feng. With his financial clout, the hospital dropped any charges for his unauthorized entry into the operating room and used their best equipment to freeze Spider-Man. If Spider-Man's enemy, the Green Goblin, ever found out he wasn't dead, he'd surely come after him again. So once Spider-Man was safely frozen, Chen Feng ordered Optimus Prime to send a robot to transport both Spider-Man and the preservation equipment to his private island. As for Gwen, Chen Feng paid her no mind. Having settled the Spider-Man affair, Chen Feng hurried back to the outskirts of the city, searching everywhere for Venom, especially around Spider-Man's home. He practically turned the ground upside down, but still found nothing. Chen Feng was not one to give up easily. He wandered the outskirts of New York persistently, searching for any trace of Venom. He didn't find Venom, but instead came across hundreds of cases of wild encampments. For a whole week, Chen Feng searched relentlessly, but there was still no sign of Venom. So he went to Spider-Man's newspaper office to find a man named Eddie. Eddie was Spider-Man's colleague, and also his enemy, because Spider-Man had stolen Eddie's girlfriend, Gwen. In the movie Spider-Man 3, it was only under the influence of the symbiote that Spider-Man took Eddie's girlfriend, Gwen. Now, without that influence, Spider-Man has still managed to win Gwen's heart. Chen Feng guessed that it might be because Spider-Man is now the owner of the newspaper. Chen Feng went to Spider-Man's newspaper office, and after asking around, he learned that Eddie, furious at having his girlfriend stolen by Spider-Man, had quit his job in a fit of rage. After obtaining Eddie's address, Chen Feng went to find him. Eddie wasn't home, so Chen Feng asked Optimus Prime to track Eddie's phone. Guided by Optimus Prime's directions, Chen Feng soon found Eddie. Eddie was drinking beneath a bridge, looking utterly dejected. His clothes were filthy and disheveled. Chen Feng walked up to him and called out, "Eddie, do you know why you lost to Peter?" Eddie slowly raised his head, squinting, his consciousness dulled by alcohol. He slurred, Who are you?" "My name is Chen Feng. I'm wealthy and strong, and all of Spider-Man's current fortune comes from me," Chen Feng replied. At first, Eddie seemed listless and drunk, but upon hearing Chen Feng's words, he smashed his bottle in anger and said, "Are you here to humiliate me? Listen, I'm not afraid of you. If you got something to show, bring it on. I'm here to give you money," Chen Feng said with a cheerful smile. Money? You think you can give me more than Peter?" Eddie shot back, clearly still fuming. "I bought the newspaper for $500 million and gave it to Peter because he did some work for me. If he could do what I ask and give me what I want, I'll give you $1 billion. With that kind of money, you could have everything you ever wanted," Chen Feng said. "Are you serious? If I do what you ask, you'll really give me $1 billion?" Eddie asked in astonishment. Chen Feng nodded. "I mean it. In fact, I can give you $100 million in advance as a deposit." The story goes on to tell how, after overcoming numerous trials, Spider-Man, the champion of justice, becomes a hero admired by all and wins the heart of his beloved. But in this moment, Eddie, sobered somewhat by excitement, asked curiously, "What is it you want me to do?" "Help me find a living, moving black parasite. Once you find it, don't touch it. Use something to contain it, and contact me immediately," Chen Feng instructed. Eddie gritted his teeth and agreed. "All right, I'll do it." Although he wasn't sure what this parasite was, he guessed it must be something dangerous. For money, and to get back at Spider-Man, he decided to take the risk. "Optimus Prime, transfer $100 million to Eddie's bank card," Chen Feng ordered. "Yes, master," Optimus Prime replied. A few seconds later, Eddie's phone chimed with a new message. Eddie pulled out his phone in excitement, tapping open his messages. When he saw the notification from the bank, he was so thrilled that he jumped up and shouted, "I'm rich now. Ha ha ha." Once Eddie had calmed down, Chen Feng finally spoke up to remind him, "Remember, you have to look for it out in the suburbs." Eddie nodded quickly and promised, "Don't worry, I'll help you find it." "All right, then I'll wait for your good news," Chen Feng said with satisfaction. In the movie Spider-Man 3, the only ones who had ever possessed the symbiote, apart from Spider-Man himself, were Eddie. So Chen Feng hoped to borrow Eddie's luck to track down the symbiote. Even if Eddie managed to find it first and ended up being possessed, Chen Feng wasn't worried. He knew the symbiote's fatal weakness, its fear of sonic attacks. After parting ways with Eddie, Chen Feng settled down in a spot on the outskirts of the city, as close as possible to Spider-Man's home, waiting for the symbiote to appear. He asked Optimus Prime to keep an eye on the sky while he watched over the ground. Chen Feng waited for a whole month. During that time, he saw no sign of the symbiote, nor did Eddie. He even began to suspect that his interference had somehow caused the symbiote to vanish altogether. "Help! Somebody, please help my boyfriend. Help us, please. Somebody." Chen Feng heard a woman's desperate cries for help. He quickly stepped onto his glider and soared toward the source of the voice. It wasn't out of a desire to save someone, but in hopes of encountering the symbiote. The glider was fast. He reached the woman in the blink of an eye. Her clothes were disheveled, and there were marks on her body from being whipped. He called out, "What happened here?" Seeing Chen Feng standing atop his glider, looking imposing but making no move to attack her, the woman sensed he wasn't a bad person. Tearfully, she explained, "We ran into a gang of thugs. They took our money and tried to do something to me. My boyfriend fought them off so I could escape. Please, can you save him?" "Oh, it's just some street thugs," Chen Feng said, disappointed. He turned to leave. The woman, seeing him about to fly away, panicked and pleaded, "Don't go, please. If you really don't want to help, could you at least lend me your phone? I need to call the police." Chen Feng paused, then tossed his phone to her. She caught it and quickly thanked him. "Thank you, I'll call the police right away." But the phone didn't require her to dial. The connection to the police station was established automatically. "Hello, this is the police department. How may we assist you?" The moment the woman heard that familiar, kind voice, she broke down in tears and sobbed. "Officer, please help me. I'm out in the suburbs. We ran into a gang of thugs. They robbed us, and now they're trying to assault me. My boyfriend fought them off so I could escape, but he's still back there. Please, you have to hurry. If you're late, they'll kill him." "Ma'am, don't worry. We'll send a squad right away," the officer replied. The woman spoke a few more words before finally hanging up the phone. At that moment, Chen Feng flicked his right hand, sending out a strand of spider silk that stuck to the phone in the woman's grasp. With a swift tug, the phone flew into his hand. With his phone retrieved, Chen Feng stepped onto his glider and soared away. He returned to his place, which was nothing more than a makeshift wooden cabin. Not long after, the sound of police sirens and gunfire echoed in the distance. About 10 minutes later, Chen Feng heard footsteps outside his cabin. He stepped out and saw two punks, dressed in flashy, unconventional clothes and carrying guns, running toward him. Behind them was a group of police officers in hot pursuit. The two punks were wounded and could barely run. Spotting Chen Feng, their eyes lit up. They wanted to grab him and use him as a hostage. Panting heavily, the punks stumbled to the front of Chen Feng's cabin, raised their pistols, and cursing shouted, "Hey punk, get over here now." In a flash, Chen Feng made his move. He shot out two strands of spider silk at once, latching onto their necks, then yanked them toward him. The punks were pulled so quickly they had no chance to fire their guns before Chen Feng had them both by the throat. "Just a couple of ants, and you dare act tough in front of me," Chen Feng said coldly, his tone domineering. With a twist of his wrists, crack, crack, two sharp snaps echoed through the air. In an instant, Chen Feng had broken both their necks. With a powerful toss, he flung the two bodies toward the oncoming police. "Here, these criminals are taken care of. You can take them back yourselves." "Sir, we're very grateful for your help," one of the officers said politely, "but we'll still need you to come to the station to give a statement." "My name is Chen Feng," he replied, voice unyielding. Chen Feng? The name sent a ripple of shock through all the officers. He was unknown among ordinary people, but to the authorities in America, he was infamous. Even the president had warned everyone never to cross him. None of them expected they'd meet him here, let alone have him take down two criminals for them. "Mr. Chen, please forgive us. We'll be on our way," the officer said quickly. The police hurriedly lifted the two bodies and rushed off, terrified that Chen Feng might lose his temper and turn on them. Just then, Chen Feng's phone rang. He checked the screen. Eddie was calling. A thrill of excitement shot through him. Could it be? Eddie has found Venom? He wondered. He hurriedly pressed the answer button and asked, "Eddie, have you found Venom?" "Mr. Chen, I did find it, but a group of thugs just stole it from me. They even beat me up, and they tried to do something terrible to my girlfriend. Mr. Chen, you have to help me get revenge." Eddie complained angrily. "What? So you were the one who just got robbed?" Chen Feng was surprised. "Mr. Chen, are you nearby?" Eddie asked in confusion. "I think so. Just now, a woman came to me for help. I lent her my phone so she could call the police. I never imagined the person who got robbed was you," Chen Feng said in surprise. "Yes, that woman is my girlfriend," Eddie replied. "Stay where you are. I'll come find you right away," Chen Feng said. He leapt onto his glider and asked Optimus Prime to locate Eddie's position. In just a second or two, he had found him. Eddie looked terrible, his face battered and bruised, as he gave a statement to the police. Chen Feng dropped down from the glider, landing right beside Eddie. Everyone was startled by Chen Feng's sudden, dramatic arrival from the sky. When the police recognized him, they became nervous and dared not say a word. The woman who had asked Chen Feng for help earlier recognized him and said excitedly, pointing at him, "That's him. He kindly lent me his phone to call the police. Thanks to him, we were rescued." Eddie turned to the woman and said, "Jenny, this is my boss, Mr. Chen Feng." "Oh, he's your boss? Then why didn't he come to save you himself?" Jenny asked, puzzled. "Mr. Chen already explained on the phone. He didn't know it was me who got robbed. You never mentioned my name. Otherwise, he definitely would have come to save me," Eddie explained. "I see," Jenny replied, understanding now. "Where did the thugs who stole Venom go?" Chen Feng asked. Eddie pointed in a direction and said, "One of the thugs took off on a motorcycle that way, and the police are after him. Come with me to track him down. Once we find him, I'll help you deal with him, and then I'll give you the remaining $900 million, said Chen Feng. All right, Eddie replied excitedly, his injuries suddenly feeling much less painful. With a wave of his hand, Chen Feng called the glider down. After jumping on, he turned to Eddie and said, "Come on up. Hold on to me. I won't let you fall." Eddie quickly climbed aboard and held on to Chen Feng's clothes tightly. Seeing Eddie about to leave her behind, Jenny cried out, "Eddie, what about me? I want to go too." Eddie's face hardened as he said sternly, "Absolutely not. Let the police take you home." Chen Feng piloted the glider away. Eddie only knew the general direction in which the thug had escaped, so Chen Feng asked Optimus Prime to investigate the area. With Optimus Prime's search, they soon spotted a thug on a motorcycle, being chased by the police that he instructed Optimus Prime to activate the 3D holographic projector so Eddie could identify whether the thug who stole Venom was the same one. Once Eddie confirmed without a doubt that it was indeed that thug, Chen Feng felt a surge of delight. After waiting for over a month, He had finally located Venom. As they set off in pursuit of the thug, Chen Feng turned to Eddie and asked, "Eddie, was it during your little outing in the countryside with Jenny that you first discovered Venom?" Eddie blushed, his face turning red with embarrassment, and stammered, "Mr. Chen, you didn't happen to see that, did you?" "I was only guessing," Chen Feng replied with a chuckle. He couldn't help but suspect that Venom was quite the lecher. In the plot of Spider-Man 3, Venom appeared while Spider-Man and Mary Jane were having night out. Now, because of his interference, Spider-Man was frozen. So it was Eddie and Jenny who ended up spending the night together, and Venom appeared again under similar circumstances. If that wasn't lecherous, what was? With Eddie in tow, Chen Feng quickly caught up to the thug who had stolen Venom. Chen Feng fired a strand of web, which latched onto the thug's back. The thug, now stuck to the web, was yanked off his motorcycle and left dangling helplessly in midair. Controlling his glider, Chen Feng descended and walked up to the thug, looking down at him with a cold gaze. "Hand over what you stole," he demanded. Just as the thug was about to speak, a pool of inky black substance suddenly oozed from his back and rapidly enveloped his entire body. With a guttural roar, the thug transformed into a monstrous black creature, bearing his terrifying maw at Chen Feng. Eddie, startled and shaken, gasped, Is this Venom?" Chen Feng turned to Eddie and said, "You can go now. I'll transfer $900 million to you right away." Thank you, Mr. Chen," Eddie exclaimed in excitement, and dashed off without hesitation. He wasn't foolish. He knew Chen Feng was about to clash with a monster-possessed thug. "Optimus Prime, wire $900 million to Eddie," Chen Feng commanded. "Yes, master," replied Optimus Prime in acknowledgement. Now possessed by Venom, the thug threatened Chen Feng. "Who are you? Why are you standing in my way?" If it had been the old thug, he would never have dared to talk like that to someone wielding such advanced technology. But now, with his powers and desires amplified, he truly believed he was unstoppable. "Give me Venom, and I'll spare your life," Chen Feng declared. "You mean this thing inside me? It's made me stronger than ever." "If you want it, dream on," the thug sneered. "Freeze!" Several police officers appeared, guns drawn, shouting their orders. Chen Feng turned calmly toward them and said, "I'm Chen Feng. This is none of your concern. Leave now." Chen Feng. "Understood, we'll go right away." The officers, terrified, quickly retreated. With a guttural roar, the thug lunged at Chen Feng with exaggerated ferocity. His mouth opened so wide it could have swallowed half of Chen Feng's body. Chen Feng kicked the thug squarely in the chest, and quickly retreated. The thug lunged at him like a ravenous wolf, desperate and wild. Chen Feng dodged the attack, once more using his spider silk, then swung himself up onto a tall building by the roadside. Aided by the Venom, the thug was astonishingly able to scale the wall with ease, swiftly pursuing Chen Feng. But Chen Feng wasn't just running. He was searching for the right object, something he could use to create sound waves. With a thunderous roar, Chen Feng transformed into a Titan giant. He seized an iron pipe embedded in the wall and yanked it with all his might. The pipe snapped with a metallic clang. He repeated the motion and broke off another section, ending up with 2 iron pipes in his hands. With his weapons secured, Chen Feng leapt from the building and landed heavily on the street below. The thug, undeterred, jumped down after him. Now gripping an iron pipe in each hand, Chen Feng waited for the thug to approach, then struck the pipes together with force. A resonant clang filled the air, and the shockwave of sound made the thug writhe in agony. The venom that coated him even began to tremble, threatening to separate from its host. Chen Feng struck the pipes together again. Another harsh clang echoed, and the thug collapsed to his knees, pleading, "Stop, please, I can't take it anymore." But Chen Feng paid him no heed. After all, he knew the venom wouldn't die. He only increased his pace, striking the pipes together again and again. The relentless barrage of metallic crashes drove the thug to the ground, where he rolled in torment, his screams raw and piercing. With each new wave of sound, the venom could bear it no longer. It began to peel away, desperate to escape from the thug's body. Seeing this, Chen Feng rushed forward, reaching out to meet the escaping venom. Yes, he wanted the venom to bond with him. The moment they made contact, the venom left the thug in a flash, climbing eagerly over Chen Feng's body. As the venom fused with him, Chen Feng was seized by a wave of excruciating pain, no less intense than the agony he felt transforming into the Titan giant. He couldn't help but cry out. Venom now wrapped around him completely. Chen Feng was transformed, a black Titan giant, formidable and imposing, with the venom's power surging. Through him, his strength had multiplied dramatically. If he were to face the Hulk again now, he was certain he could utterly overpower his opponent. This surge of power was something Chen Feng had anticipated, but what surprised him was that his desires hadn't been amplified. He suspected It was because his mind was simply too strong. After all, his mental strength was so great he could use it to levitate a toothpick in midair. Looking down at the writhing venom on his body, Chen Feng spoke. Venom, I know you're conscious. I know you can hear me. Sure enough, a dark, brooding voice echoed in his mind. What do you want to say? The ominous tone was unmistakably Venom's own. Venom had chosen to respond to Chen Feng because Chen Feng was simply too powerful, both in mind and body, for him to dominate. Unable to take control, Venom could only settle down, coexisting with Chen Feng and growing stronger together. From now on, you are my Venom battlesuit. You'll obey my commands, or I'll make you regret ever coming to Earth. Chen Feng declared with commanding authority. I'm already fused with your skin. We are symbiotic. You live if I live, you die if I die. You have no right to order me around, because we are equals, Venom retorted, unwilling to be just an accessory. Oomph. Chen Feng gave a cold snort and then transformed into a lizard man. The lizardman's claws were sharp, perfect for tearing things apart. He reached up with both hands, grabbed his head, and ripped at the venom that clung tightly to his body, forcing it apart. The pain was excruciating, as if he were tearing off his own skin. He gritted his teeth and made no sound. At this moment, he had to appear strong. Only then could he completely subdue Venom. Venom clung desperately to Chen Feng, but its strength was no match for his. Gradually, Chen Feng peeled it away from his body. Once removed, Venom curled into a trembling heap. Chen Feng set Venom down on the ground, then picked up 2 iron pipes and struck them together. The sharp clang rang out, the resulting sound waves making Venom writhe in agony, its form warping and twisting. Chen Feng kept at it for a full hour, until even he grew irritable from the noise. Venom, reduced to a puddle of black liquid, lay motionless on the ground. Chen Feng placed his hand on the venom puddle, and it slowly began to coil itself around him again. Once it had wrapped around his entire body, Venom drew strength from Chen Feng and regained its vitality. My orders. Will you obey or not? Chen Feng demanded imperiously. I will obey. Venom finally submitted. From now on, you'll be known as the Venom battlesuit. Without my command, you'll behave yourself and be my clothing, Chen Feng said. All right, Venom replied. And with that, Venom transformed into a sleek, black outfit, no longer wrapping around his entire body. Chen Feng looked down at the Venom fashion clothing and was quite pleased. With Venom, he could transform however he liked without worrying about ruining his clothes. No more embarrassing wardrobe mishaps. Help me, a frail voice called out. Chen Feng turned to see the thug who had stolen Venom earlier. Now the man was skin and bones, crawling feebly on the ground. Chen Feng knew that the thug's body was incompatible with Venom, which had drained him of his nutrients and left him in this sorry state. Chen Feng had promised Eddie he would take care of the thug, so he raised the iron pipe and drove it down. The thug died instantly, his soul sent to meet his judgment in the afterlife. With the thug dealt with, and Venom now his, Chen Feng felt thoroughly satisfied with the results of this outing. With a leap, Chen Feng landed on his glider and issued a command. Optimus Prime, return to the private island at once. Yes, my lord, came Optimus Prime's response. Back on his private island, Chen Feng rested for the night. The next morning, he set out to find Zhao Hailuan. Spider-Man's body had been damaged, beyond repair by the Green Goblin. No surgery could save him now. The best solution was to inject Spider-Man with a lizard DNA serum developed by Professor Lizard, which could heal him instantly. But Spider-Man refused. He didn't want to become a lizard person, nor did he wish to exist as something half-human, half-machine. So now, there was only one hope to save Spider-Man: Helen Zhao's regeneration cradle technology. Helen Zhao was always an early riser, and today was no exception. When she saw Chen Feng appear in her laboratory, she greeted him cheerfully. Good morning, Chen Feng. When did you get back? Are you planning to head out again? I got back last night, Chen Feng replied. I'm not planning to go out again for now. Oh, then did you come to my lab because you need something? Helen Zhao asked. Chen Feng nodded. Yes, Peter is gravely injured. His organs are completely destroyed. At first, I wanted to give him the lizard DNA serum, but he refused. That made me think of your regeneration cradle technology. But my regeneration cradle isn't perfected yet, Helen Zhao replied, troubled. We can't keep theorizing forever, Chen Feng said. To speed things up, let's use Spider-Man as our test subject. He's a superhero, hard to kill, the perfect guinea pig. That doesn't sound right. What if he dies? Helen Zhao asked, her voice full of worry. Chen Feng waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry. At least it wouldn't be us. Helen Zhao was at a loss for words. That's settled then. I'll go find Professor Lizard and ask him to help detoxify Spider-Man, Chen Feng said, then turned and left. Chen Feng went to Professor Lizard's lab. As soon as Professor Lizard heard he was needed to detoxify Spider-Man, he agreed without hesitation. As a biology professor, he was always eager to study human genes, blood, viruses, and the like. But Chen Feng didn't have Professor Lizard treat Spider-Man just yet, since the regeneration cradle wasn't ready. After making arrangements with Professor Lizard, Chen Feng returned to Helen Zhao's lab and began working with her on the regeneration cradle technology. Having inherited Dr. Zola's memories and extracted the genes of countless genius scientists, Chen Feng had become the smartest person on Earth. With his help, Helen Zhao was able to solve many problems that had long puzzled her. A week later, a machine resembling a coffin stood in Helen Zhao's lab. Dr. Octopus, Dr. Hank, Professor Lizard, and even Natasha came to see what was happening. Chen Feng, can this machine really bring someone back to life? Natasha asked. Chen Feng shot her a look and replied, of course. Otherwise, why would Helen and I have bothered building it? If the regeneration pod really works, it'll be a true blessing for humanity. Dr. Hank exclaimed in excitement. I hope the regeneration pod succeeds, he continued. If it works, I'll finally have a chance to bring my wife back to life. Dr. Octopus spoke with anticipation. Ever since the disastrous failure of his artificial son experiment, which resulted in his wife's death, he had been blaming himself for his own incompetence. Over time, that guilt twisted his mind, and now, the possibility of reviving his wife filled him with genuine joy. If the regeneration chamber works, we'll be able to clone living beings. When that day comes, I'd like to clone myself just for fun, Professor Lizard said with a wicked grin. The regeneration chamber is ready. Let's begin thawing Peter, Chen Feng announced. All right, let's help out, Dr. Octopus replied eagerly. As soon as they opened the cryogenic chamber, a wave of icy air swept over them, instantly lowering the temperature in the lab by several degrees. The thawing process had to be done slowly. If it happened too quickly, Spider-Man's body would shatter. It took all day, from morning until night, before the thawing was finally complete. Even after the process finished, Spider-Man had yet to regain consciousness. Professor Lizard gently lifted Spider-Man and placed him into a detoxification pool that had been prepared beforehand. As expected from an expert in this field, Professor Lizard's antidote worked wonders, swiftly neutralizing the virus in Spider-Man's body. As soon as the virus was purged, Spider-Man slowly woke up, his voice barely more than a whisper. Am I still alive? Peter, don't worry. As long as we're here, you won't die, Chen Feng reassured him. So am I cured? Spider-Man asked. Not completely, but we've already eliminated the virus in your body. Next, we'll put you into the regeneration chamber. If all goes well, you'll be as good as new, Chen Feng explained. Oh, then I'll leave myself in your hands, Spider-Man replied weakly. Chen Feng personally carried Spider-Man out of the pool and placed him into the regeneration chamber. Chen Feng, can we start? Zhao Helen asked nervously. Chen Feng nodded. We're ready. Zhao Helen pressed the button to activate the regeneration chamber. A rhythmic beeping echoed through the lab as the chamber powered up. Everyone watched anxiously as the process began. Half an hour later, the regeneration chamber opened automatically. Spider-Man sat up. The whole room erupted in cheers. It worked. It really worked. Zhao Helen cried out, jumping for joy. This is a blessing for all humankind, Dr. Hank said with satisfaction. When can I borrow that regeneration chamber for my own experiments? Professor Lizard grinned slyly. Cloning himself a few times would mean more minds to collaborate, debate, and grow stronger together, and research would progress even faster. Incredible, Natasha murmured with admiration. Witnessing Chen Feng's achievement, she felt grateful that she had chosen to join his side during his darkest days. With Chen Feng's abilities, she was convinced that dominating Earth was certain, and conquering the universe might not be out of reach either. Of everyone present, Dr. Octopus was the most moved. He stepped forward and grasped Chen Feng's hand tightly, his voice pleading. Chen Feng, can you help me bring Rose back? Of course I can. But tell me, how well has your wife's body been preserved? If the body has decayed, there's no guarantee we'll succeed, said Chen Feng. The regeneration cradle technology isn't omnipotent. Not everyone can be brought back to life. Rose's body has been preserved in a crystal coffin by me. There's a large amount of preservative in the Crystal Palace, so her body is in excellent condition. She'll definitely be saved. Dr. Octopus exclaimed with excitement. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go bring your wife here. Chen Feng replied readily. All right, Dr. Octopus answered, overjoyed. Dr. Octopus was Chen Feng's subordinate, and to show his care for his people, Chen Feng personally accompanied him to New York. After bringing back Rose's crystal coffin, they immediately began the procedure to revive her. Rose's body was saturated with preservatives, which, in essence, acted as a poison. If they weren't removed, reviving her would be impossible. So, Chen Feng placed Rose into the detoxification pool that had previously been used for Spider-Man. After cleansing her body of the preservatives, she was transferred into the regeneration chamber. This time, Zhao Hailuan was no longer nervous. She pressed the start button. A soft, rhythmic beeping echoed as the regeneration chamber powered up. "Is this how I was brought back?" Spider-Man asked in astonishment. "This is the power of science," replied Dr. Hank. "God, please let Rose come back to life," Dr. Octopus prayed fervently. Dr. Octopus, if praying to God worked, there'd be no death in this world. "So, if you want to believe in something, you might as well believe in me," Chen Feng said with a smile. "I'm just looking for a bit of comfort. To be honest, I don't really believe in God either," Dr. Octopus replied, chuckling. Suddenly, a high-pitched chime sounded from the regeneration chamber. Everyone fell silent, their eyes fixed on the pod. With a faint click, the lid of the chamber slid open. Dr. Octopus hurried forward and peered inside. Seeing the healthy flush return to his wife's cheeks, he knew she had come back to life. Overcome with joy and tears, he cried out, "Rose, Rose, wake up!" Inside the regeneration chamber, Rose slowly opened her eyes. A look of terror crossed her face as she said, "Otto, I had a nightmare. I dreamt your experiment failed, that I was struck down by flying shards of glass. It was so frightening, I was so scared." Dr. Octopus gently lifted his wife into his arms, his voice filled with guilt. "Rose, I'm so sorry. It was all my fault. I was too eager for success, and without absolute certainty, I tested the artificial sun. That's what led to your death. It's all on me. I'm sorry." Rose embraced him in return. Hearing his words, she was stunned. "Otto, are you saying you died too? Are we both in hell now?" "Rose, don't worry. Neither of us is dead. My boss, Chen Feng, brought you back," Dr. Octopus said, carrying her out of the chamber. After he set her down, he pointed at Chen Feng and said, "Rose, this is my boss. Chen Feng. He's truly remarkable. I admire him immensely." Rose was a virtuous woman. Upon hearing her husband's words, she gave Chen Feng a respectful bow and said gratefully, "Mr. Chen, thank you for saving me." "You're welcome. It was just a small matter, not worth mentioning," Chen Feng replied with a gentle smile. Dr. Octopus thumped his chest with a loud smack and declared, "Chen Feng, from now on, my life is yours. If anyone dares to cross you, you won't even need to lift a finger. I'll take care of them for you." At this moment, Dr. Octopus's allegiance to Chen Feng was genuine, unlike before when their relationship was merely transactional. "You're a scientist, a man of intellect. Risking your life isn't your job. Focus on your research. That's the best way you can help me," Chen Feng said kindly. "All right, I swear to the heavens, this year I will definitely create a stable artificial sun," Dr. Octopus said, brimming with confidence. "No, please don't rush it. Especially with dangerous research, you must never act recklessly," Chen Feng cautioned him. After all, Dr. Octopus was working on an artificial sun, and the material involved was tritium. Tritium was incredibly volatile. If anything went wrong, not only would Dr. Octopus be in danger, but the entire private island could be obliterated, leaving no chance of survival. So when Dr. Octopus swore he'd finish the artificial sun within the year, Chen Feng's first reaction was not joy, but deep concern. "Dr. Octopus, even Chen Feng isn't in a hurry, so why are you? Take it slow. This isn't something you can rush," Dr. Hank said, trying to calm him down. Rose also advised her husband, "Otto, you can't be as reckless as you once were." Dr. Octopus wasn't angered by everyone's objections. Instead, he grinned and said, "All right, since everyone insists, I'll take my time with the research. I won't rush." "That's good to hear." Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief. For a long while, Spider-Man had been silent. Suddenly, he turned to Chen Feng and said, "Chen Feng, could I ask you for a favor?" Chen Feng looked over at Spider-Man and asked, "What do you need?" "I'd like your help to bring 2 people back to life," Spider-Man replied. "Which 2? Chen Feng asked with curiosity. "One is my uncle, and the other is Harry's father," Spider-Man said. "Your uncle has been gone for so long. His body's already turned to bones, and there's not a single living cell left. There's no way to save him. But I can help make Aunt May young again, so she can find happiness with someone new. As for Harry's father, Norman, I'm sure Harry has preserved his father's body well. But if I bring him back, there will be 2 green goblins. Are you planning to hide out with me forever?" Chen Feng replied, No. If I help Harry bring Norman back, he'll be too grateful to be angry with me. As for Norman himself, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it," Spider-Man said. "What about Aunt May? Would you like me to make her young again?" Chen Feng asked. "That would be wonderful." Spider-Man said, "All right, I agree to help you make your Aunt May young again. But as for resurrecting Norman, I'll talk to Harry myself." Chen Feng replied, "This is a great chance to strike a deal with Harry. I can't let it slip by. The technology at Oscorp is actually quite impressive, maybe even on par with Tony Stark's Stark Industries. Can't I be the one to talk to Harry?" Spider-Man asked longingly. "I want to make up with him." He and Harry had always been close friends, practically inseparable, and even now, he hadn't forgotten their bond. "Peter, you seem to have forgotten your own position here," said Chen Feng, furrowing his brow. "You came to me for favor, and I've already done a lot for you. Now you want to use my technology to win Harry over. Don't you think you're crossing a line?" Sorry, that's not what I meant," Spider-Man replied awkwardly. "I just genuinely want to mend my friendship with Harry. That's all." "Then, can you give me what I want from Harry?" Chen Feng asked. Spider-Man looked even more embarrassed and shook his head. "No, I can't." "If you can't, then you're in no position to negotiate with Harry on my behalf," Chen Feng retorted, without mincing words. "Sorry, I was wrong," Spider-Man conceded, looking defeated. "Peter, I've helped you a lot, but don't ask for too much," Chen Feng said, leaving Zhao Hailuan's lab as soon as he finished. As soon as Chen Feng left, Professor Lizard grew restless and eagerly turned to Dr. Zhao Hailuan. "Dr. Hailuan, clone me. Let's do it right now." I don't think that's a good idea," Zhao Hailuan said, worried. "I've never tried cloning before. Maybe we should test it on a mouse first." "No need. My regenerative ability can handle any accident," Professor Lizard declared boldly. But Dr. Octopus used his mechanical arms to lift Professor Lizard out of the regeneration pod, insisting, "Let's test it on another creature first." With everyone against him, Professor Lizard had no choice but to yield. Every lab keeps white mice for experiments. Zhao Hailuan, using a pair of forceps, placed a mouse into the regeneration pod and brought out another pod. After linking the two pods together, she entered a flurry of code at the computer. 10 minutes later, she pressed the start button. A string of beeps sounded as the pod's cloning function powered up. Half an hour passed. When the pod finally opened, Professor Lizard saw what was inside and burst into delighted laughter. It worked. It really worked. This regeneration cradle technology is incredible. It can not only bring people back to life, but also clone them. "Professor Lizard, doesn't your lab also have a lot of pet lizards? Your pets are all familiar with you. You could catch one and check. After it's been cloned, will even the memories be copied?" Dr. Hank reminded him. The lizard professor slapped his palm with excitement. "That's right. If the memory can't be cloned, then the version of myself I create would be an idiot, wouldn't it? Professor Lizard, go grab your pet lizard. I can't wait to see what happens," Natasha urged. "All right, I'll go right now." The lizard professor hurried out of the room. When he returned, he was holding a well-behaved lizard and announced to everyone, "This lizard has been with me the longest because he's the smartest. He can even understand my commands, so he's the perfect test subject." "Professor, you can put the lizard into the regeneration chamber now," Zhao Hailuan reminded him. "Okay." The lizard professor placed his pet lizard into the chamber. Zhao Hailuan pressed the activation button. A series of beeps signaled the chamber coming to life, and the cloning process began. Half an hour later, the chamber opened. The lizard professor retrieved 2 lizards and set them down on the floor. Taking a few steps back, he crouched and called out to them, "Come here, little ones. Come to Daddy." Everyone burst into laughter. No one expected the lizard professor to treat his lizard like his own child. "Now I finally understand why Professor Lizard is so fond of them," Natasha giggled. "Who knows? Maybe this little lizard was actually grown from the professor's own DNA." Dr. Octopus joked. On the floor, one of the lizards, hearing the professor's call, darted over and climbed onto his hand, curling up obediently. The other lizard, however, remained frozen in place. If not for the occasional flick of its tail, they might have thought it was dead. "It seems we can clone bodies, but not memories," Zhao Hailuan said with disappointment. Suddenly, Natasha spoke up loudly. "I have an idea." Everyone turned to look at her with anticipation. Lifting her chin with pride, Natasha declared, "I know a way to replicate memories." Zhao Hailuan stepped forward, grabbing Natasha's hand in excitement. "Natasha, what is it? Tell me quickly." "Yes, Natasha, out with it. If we can really copy memories, then our cloning technology will be flawless," the lizard professor exclaimed, barely able to contain his excitement. "Actually, none of you know this, but Chen Feng has mastered a brainlink technology. His method can copy memories. I saw with my own eyes how he absorbed Dr. Zola's memories. Otherwise, how could he have become so brilliant?" Natasha explained. "So that's it." A look of realization dawned on Dr. Hank's face. He had always wondered how Chen Feng possessed such profound knowledge, but with Natasha's explanation, everything made sense. "Optimus Prime, tell your master that we need his technical support." Zhao Hailuan spoke into the air. In every laboratory, Optimus Prime was virtually omnipresent, Whenever you needed his help, you only had to call out, making things incredibly convenient. Understood, Dr. Zhao Hailan, Optimus Prime replied. After receiving Optimus Prime's message, Chen Feng headed to his own laboratory. He spent a little over an hour constructing a device capable of linking the human brain to a computer. Once it was finished, he brought it to Zhao Hailan's lab. Everyone was waiting there, none showing the slightest sign of impatience. After all, they were eager to witness the birth of a miracle. Chen Feng installed the newly built machine onto the computer, as memory replication needed to be accomplished through the computer. Once everything was ready, Chen Feng turned to Professor Lizard and said, "Professor Lizard, you may begin." Without hesitation, Professor Lizard laid down inside the regeneration chamber. Zhao Hailuan pressed the start button. A series of beeps filled the air as the chamber's cloning function activated. Half an hour later, the regeneration chamber opened. Professor Lizard crawled out and hurried over to another chamber. There, he saw someone who looked exactly like himself and exclaimed with delight, "It really worked." "Professor Lizard, please bring your other self over here," Chen Feng said. "All right." Professor Lizard lifted his clone self out and set him gently on the ground. With a dull thud, the clone Professor Lizard collapsed, unable to stand. "So weak, is something wrong?" Professor Lizard wondered aloud. "His mind is a blank slate," Chen Feng explained. "He's never learned how to walk, so how could he possibly know how?" "That makes sense," Professor Lizard replied, suddenly enlightened. Chen Feng then had Professor Lizard and his clone strapped into chairs and fitted them with helmets bristling with wires. Memories are stored in the brain, so at first, it'll be a bit painful. "You'll have to bear it," Chen Feng warned. "I can handle it, don't worry," Professor Lizard assured him. After making sure everything was in place, Chen Feng moved to the computer and said, "Optimus Prime, load the brain-to-computer interface program." "At your command, Master," Optimus Prime responded. Brain-to-computer interface program loading, 100%, 95%, 50%, 20%. "Load complete," Optimus Prime announced. Chen Feng placed his hands on the keyboard, entered a sequence of commands, and said, "I'm going to copy Professor Lizard's memories onto the computer and then transfer them into the brain of his clone." "Now, let's begin," Chen Feng declared, pressing the confirmation key. At that moment, Professor Lizard felt a jolt of electricity surge through the helmet, stimulating his brain with sharp pain. Yet he grit his teeth and endured. There weren't many memories to transfer, so the process took just an hour. When it was done, Chen Feng helped Professor Lizard remove the helmet and asked, with concern, "Are you all right?" Professor Lizard rubbed his aching head and sighed. "That really hurt. I wouldn't want to go through it a second time." "There's no reward without effort," Chen Feng replied with a gentle smile. Returning to the computer, Chen Feng pressed the confirm button once more. A guttural cry of pain escaped from the newly cloned Professor Lizard, who instinctively thrashed and struggled. An hour later, the cloned Professor Lizard removed his own helmet, stood up, and faced everyone. "Hello, everyone. I am Professor Lizard. The cloning technology has been perfected." A burst of enthusiastic applause filled the room. "Incredible. You can hardly tell the difference," Natasha exclaimed in admiration. "Although he's a clone, there's no difference between him and the original Professor Lizard. So there's no such thing as fake here," Dr. Hank added. "I completely agree with Dr. Hank," said Professor Lizard. "Professor Lizard, I think you should give your other self a name," Chen Feng suggested. "Otherwise, we won't know how to address you both." "That's easy," Professor Lizard replied. "In a moment, I'll write the word clone on his forehead. That way, everyone can tell us apart, and you can just call him Clone directly." "Why don't you write clone on your own forehead?" the clone protested. Pointing at his own nose, Professor Lizard declared, "Because I'm the original. But I'm exactly the same as you. You shouldn't treat me differently," the clone argued. Watching the two identical Professor Lizards bicker, everyone was thoroughly entertained. The two Professor Lizards quarreled for half an hour. In the end, the clone lost the argument and, somewhat dejectedly, allowed Professor Lizard to engrave the word on his forehead. At first, Natasha and the others considered cloning themselves as well, just like Professor Lizard. But after witnessing how a clone might refuse to obey its original, they abandoned the idea. More importantly, they worried that a clone could one day replace them entirely. Professor Lizard had cloned himself partly out of curiosity and partly to have an extra pair of hands as research, hoping to accelerate his progress. Professor Lizard led his clone back to the laboratory. Chen Feng and the others, still curious, followed along. They watched as the clone operated various machines with the same skill as Professor Lizard, diving into research with convincing expertise. Everyone became convinced. The clone was every bit as second Professor Lizard. And so, before they knew it, the days slipped by. The next day, Spider-Man borrowed a plane to bring his Aunt May from New York to the private island, hoping to help her regain her youth. Chen Feng also traveled to New York, though not with Spider-Man. His destination was the Osborn Corporation, where he sought out Harry. Arriving at Harry's office in the Osborn building, Chen Feng got straight to the point. "Harry, do you want to resurrect your father?" Harry shot to his feet, eyes wide with excitement. "What? Are you saying my father can be brought back?" Chen Feng nodded and said, "Yes, I have a way to bring your father back to life." Harry stared intently into Chen Feng's eyes and asked in a grave tone, "Are you telling the truth?" Instead of answering Harry's question, Chen Feng countered with another, "Do you know Rose?" "Of course I do," Harry replied. "She was Dr. Octopus's beloved wife, but she died in an experiment gone wrong." Chen Feng took out his phone, tapped it a couple of times, and pulled up a video of Dr. Octopus and Rose together. He handed the phone to Harry. After watching the video, Harry was skeptical. "Isn't this just a computer-generated video?" Chen Feng took back the phone, slipped it into his pocket, and said, "The video is real. I brought Rose back to life, and she's perfectly healthy, healthier than she ever was, in fact. If you don't believe me, I can take you to my private island to see Rose yourself." Though it sounded unbelievable, Harry could accept it. After all, he was a scientist too, and their Osborn group had created plenty of things once thought impossible. He mulled it over for a moment, then asked Chen Feng, "All right, what do you want?" "I want all of Osborn Group's technology. Everything you've made, and everything you haven't made yet. I want all," Chen Feng demanded boldly. "That's a bit much, isn't it?" the Green Goblin said, exasperated. Chen Feng knew what the Green Goblin was worried about, so he smiled and reassured him, "Harry, don't worry. I'm not someone obsessed with money. I won't use your technology to get rich or steal your business." "Then what do you want it for?" the Green Goblin asked, confused. "Of course, I want to make myself stronger," Chen Feng replied. The Green Goblin frowned and remarked, "Aren't you strong enough already? I can't even put up a fight against you, and you want to get even stronger?" "The truth is, we're all living in a universe called Marvel. In the Marvel universe, there are many powerful beings, gods, aliens, monsters, mutants, sorcerers, and so many others. Some of them can wipe out the Earth with a single thought. If you want to survive in the Marvel universe, you have to become strong enough to roam freely. Only then can you truly live at ease," Chen Feng said seriously. "Aliens, mutants, and sorcerers, I know about those. But gods and monsters? You're making that up," the Green Goblin scoffed. "Trust me, it won't be long before you meet these so-called gods yourself," Chen Feng said earnestly. "All right then, since you're not going to use Osborn's technology to make money, I don't really mind giving it to you. But you have to bring my father back first. Only then will I hand it over," the Green Goblin replied. "Okay, no problem. Just hand over Norman's body now, and I promise to bring you back a lively, healthy father," Chen Feng said with a smile. "I want to go with you," the Green Goblin insisted, worried that Chen Feng might try to trick him by bringing back an imposter. "All right," Chen Feng agreed. After Chen Feng agreed, the Green Goblin slapped his hand on the desk. With a sharp crack, the wall behind him slid open, revealing a small chamber where his goblin armor was stored. Once he donned the armor, the Green Goblin turned to Chen Feng and said, "Come with me to my family's castle." "Lead the way," Chen Feng replied. The Green Goblin activated the glass window of the office, which swung open, and then he stepped onto his glider and soared into the sky. "Optimus Prime, bring my glider," Chen Feng called out as he dashed to the window, leaped out, and landed perfectly onto the incoming glider. Seeing Chen Feng standing confidently atop his glider, the Green Goblin couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth, silently cursing Chen Feng as a bandit. The Osborn family truly lived up to its reputation as a century-old lineage. Their residence was a genuine ancient castle. The Green Goblin led Chen Feng into the castle's basement. There, an expansive laboratory unfolded before them, filled with rows of goblin armors and an array of strange and wondrous devices. The sheer variety dazzled Chen Feng's eyes and stirred his curiosity, compelling him to speak up. "Harry, could you give me all these things, or at least make me a copy of everything here?" "These are treasures our Osborn family has collected over 100 years, the Green Goblin replied. "I brought you here because I want to share them with you. I hope that once you study these, you can discover something extraordinary and share your findings with me." Ever since hearing Chen Feng mention the Marvel Universe, the more the Green Goblin pondered, the more convinced he became that Chen Feng was telling the truth. That was why he decided on the spot to befriend Chen Feng. By forging this bond, Chen Feng would naturally become his ally. In the future, if Chen Feng gained any benefits, he surely wouldn't forget him, and if trouble ever arose, he could count on Chen Feng's help. "No problem at all," Chen Feng answered readily. He agreed, but he also knew that sharing would depend on the importance of his discoveries. If the research wasn't particularly significant, he didn't mind sharing it with the Green Goblin. But if it was truly crucial work, he would never reveal it to anyone else, for if others grew too powerful, he would only be putting himself in danger. With another crisp click, the Green Goblin switched on the power in the laboratory. He then booted up a computer and entered a string of passwords. At that moment, a huge glass enclosure rose up, revealing a coffin inside. Pointing to it, the Green Goblin said, "That's my father's coffin. He's very well preserved in there." Chen Feng walked over, lifted the lid, and saw the aged Norman Osborn inside. He nodded. "Yes, he's been preserved well. He could be revived." "That's wonderful news," the Green Goblin exclaimed, elated. "There's no time to lose. Let's bring your father to the private island right away," Chen Feng urged. "All right," the Green Goblin responded, and without hesitation, he hefted his father's coffin onto his shoulder. With the strength of his goblin armor, he managed the task with ease. Chen Feng, though reluctant to leave the treasures of the laboratory behind, knew the time was not yet right. Leaving the castle, Chen Feng and the Green Goblin, who was carrying a coffin, both took to the skies, heading for the private island. By a stroke of bad luck, they ran into Spider-Man midway. Spider-Man was piloting a plane, with his Aunt May as a passenger, also headed toward the private island. In truth, Spider-Man didn't know how to fly a plane. It was entirely controlled by Optimus Prime, while Peter was just pretending for appearance's sake. When enemies cross paths, sparks are sure to fly. The Green Goblin immediately went after Spider-Man, aiming the glider's machine guns at the plane, intent on shooting it down. "Stop!" Chen Feng shouted hastily. The Green Goblin shot Chen Feng a disgruntled look. "Why are you stopping me?" he demanded. "Actually, it was Peter who asked me to revive your father. That's why I thought of making a deal with you," Chen Feng explained. "That's just because he's guilty. No matter how much he tries to make up for it, he can't erase the fact that he killed my father," the Green Goblin retorted angrily. "What happens after this is no concern of mine, but for now, you can't lay a finger on him. He's my guest at the moment. Understand?" Chen Feng said with an air of authority. The Green Goblin gritted his teeth, swallowing his anger. "Fine, I'll let it go for your sake." With that, the Green Goblin sped up and flew ahead to the private island. Chen Feng then spoke to Spider-Man over the comms. "Peter, you see? Harry doesn't appreciate your good intentions at all. As long as I have a clear conscience, that's all that matters," Spider-Man replied. Sitting in the co-pilot's seat, Aunt May chimed in. "You must be Mr. Chen, the one Peter mentioned." "That's right. That's me," Chen Feng answered. "Mr. Chen, thank you so much for saving Peter, and now, you're even helping me become young again." "I can't thank you enough," Aunt May said gratefully. "It's only right. After all, Peter's helped me quite a bit as well," Chen Feng replied politely. Chen Feng genuinely admired Aunt May. She placed great importance on family and love, raising Peter with tireless devotion. No matter how downtrodden Spider-Man might have been, she never looked down on him. After Uncle Ben passed away, she stayed devoted to his memory for the rest of her life, fulfilling her vow to love only one person. Though Aunt May was an ordinary woman, in Chen Feng's eyes, there was something truly remarkable about her. She had managed what most could not. Chen Feng and Spider-Man arrived together at the private island. The Green Goblin, having flown ahead, was already standing on the beach with the coffin, waiting for Chen Feng. Observing Spider-Man help the elderly Aunt May off the plane, the Green Goblin asked Chen Feng curiously, "Chen Feng, why did Peter bring his Aunt May here?" "Peter asked me to help make his Aunt May young again," Chen Feng replied. The Green Goblin's eyes lit up at this. "Chen Feng, when you resurrect my father, could you make him young again, too?" "Of course. Not only will I make your father young again, I'll also help you both cure your family's hereditary illness," Chen Feng assured him. "That's fantastic," the Green Goblin exclaimed, unable to hide his excitement. The hereditary disease that had troubled his family for centuries finally had a cure. Spider-Man was genuinely happy for the Green Goblin and said, "Harry, that's wonderful. Your father can be brought back, and the disease that's plagued your family can be treated." The Green Goblin, however, showed Spider-Man no courtesy at all. With a cold snort, he replied, "What's it got to do with you?" Spider-Man was left awkwardly speechless. Aunt May, ever the gentle soul, comforted Spider-Man with a warm voice. "Peter, don't worry. One day he'll understand you." Chen Feng addressed the group. "Everyone, let's go. Follow me inside." They entered the villa. Chen Feng turned to Spider-Man and said, "Peter, you can take Aunt May straight to see Dr. Helen." Once Peter led Aunt May away, the Green Goblin complained, "Chen Feng, why can't my father be the first to use the regeneration cradle technology?" "Your father carries a dangerous hereditary disease," Chen Feng explained. "He needs to go to Professor Lizard first and have it removed." "Oh, that's great." The Green Goblin brightened at the news. Chen Feng led the Green Goblin to Professor Lizard's laboratory. Professor Lizard first injected the Green Goblin with a specially formulated antidote, and then placed Norman, still in his coffin, into a medicinal pool to soak. A dozen minutes passed. Suddenly, the Green Goblin exclaimed, I feel so much better. My mind is clear, and those evil urges are gone. I think I'm cured. Professor Lizard is an expert in this field. Treating your family's hereditary disease is nothing for him, Chen Feng said with a smile. Hith hith. Professor Lizard chuckled with pride. I regret not asking Professor Lizard to cure my family's disease sooner, the Green Goblin said remorsefully. He had known Professor Lizard since he was a child, but neither he nor his father had ever truly valued him. If only he'd realized Professor Lizard's abilities earlier, maybe his father wouldn't have died. After the clone finished examining Norman, who was soaking in the medicinal pool, he reported the hereditary disease in Norman's body is gone. He's ready for resurrection. The Green Goblin looked at Chen Feng with delight, waiting for his instructions. Chen Feng offered a gentle smile and said, Hold your father and follow me. When they reached Zhao Helen's laboratory, Chen Feng saw a beautiful woman dressed in elderly attire, chatting enthusiastically with Spider-Man. The moment Spider-Man saw Chen Feng enter, he jumped to his feet, took the woman by the hand, and bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. Chen Feng, thank you. Thank you for making Aunt May young again. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Aunt May, now transformed into a beautiful young woman, said gratefully. Aunt May, I never imagined you were this beautiful when you were young, Chen Feng teased. I was just average, Aunt May replied with a laugh. Chen Feng turned to the Green Goblin and said, Harry, place your father in the regeneration chamber. He pointed towards a chamber as he spoke. All right, the Green Goblin quickly placed his father inside the regeneration chamber. To bring your father back to life, and even make him younger, will take about an hour. Please be patient and wait, Chen Feng said. The Green Goblin nodded. All right, I understand. Chen Feng pressed the start button. A series of beeps echoed as the regeneration pod powered up. Everyone waited patiently. Meanwhile, Aunt May pulled Zhao Hailuan aside and whispered, Miss Hailuan, how old are you? Miss Hailuan, do you have a boyfriend? Miss Hailuan, what do you think of our Peter? He's a fine young man, truly kind-hearted. Zhao Hailuan blushed deeply from Aunt May's questions and replied shyly, Aunt May, I'm not really looking for a boyfriend right now. Why not? Aunt May coaxed. Let me tell you, having a boyfriend at your age makes life feel especially romantic. Life is joyful, of course, but it can be a bit dull without some romance. Chen Feng's face darkened. He could sense Aunt May trying to play matchmaker right under his nose. Spider-Man felt incredibly awkward and tried to intervene. Aunt May, I already have a girlfriend. Her name is Gwen. She's wonderful, and I like her a lot. Aunt May shot Spider-Man a disapproving glare. Wonderful? How could she compare to Miss Hailuan? Look at her. She's beautiful. She's a doctor, a true genius. Is your girlfriend as impressive as that? Spider-Man was at a loss for words. Because what Aunt May said was true. Compared to Zhao Hailuan, Gwen really didn't measure up. Gwen was pretty, sure, but that was about it. Zhao Hailuan wasn't just beautiful. She was a scientific prodigy, even someone Chen Feng held in high esteem. Spider-Man couldn't help but feel unworthy of Zhao Hailuan, which only highlighted how remarkable she was. Aunt May turned back to Zhao Hailuan. Miss Hailuan, what do you think of Peter? He's all right, Zhao Hailuan replied, caught off guard. What could she say? Criticize Spider-Man to his face. Then give it some thought. You and Peter would make a nice couple, Aunt May said, delighted. Zhao Hailuan was completely taken aback. Spider-Man couldn't take it anymore. Aunt May, please stop. There's nothing between me and Miss Hailuan, and honestly, I'm not good enough for her. Whether you're good enough or not, that's for Miss Hailuan to decide, Aunt May insisted. Chen Feng couldn't bear it any longer and said, embarrassed, Aunt May, actually, Miss Hailuan is my girlfriend. Zhao Hailuan gasped in shock. What? Spider-Man was stunned. Why didn't you say so earlier? I made such a fool of myself, Aunt May said, mortified. What's there to say? Chen Feng grumbled, exasperated. Zhao Hailuan's cheeks were crimson. She stood up and murmured, I have something I need to take care of. You all carry on. Then she hurried out of the laboratory. She was shy, thinking that Chen Feng was confessing his feelings to her. After spending some time together, she gradually found herself drawn to him. Chen Feng was masculine, strong, and a bit domineering. Just now, when Chen Feng publicly announced that she was his girlfriend, she felt both surprised and delighted inside. But she was thin-skinned and embarrassed, so she left. After Zhao Hailuan left, everyone stopped mentioning her, not wanting to make things awkward. An hour passed. With a click, the regeneration chamber opened. Green Goblin hurried over, peering inside. When he saw his father, now looking like a middle-aged man, Tears of joy streamed down his face as he called out, "Dad! Dad, wake up!" Lying in the regeneration chamber, Norman faintly heard someone calling him. He struggled to open his eyes, and when he saw it was his son, a gentle smile appeared on his face as he called, "Harry! Dad, you're finally awake." "Ha! This is wonderful, you're finally awake," Green Goblin exclaimed, overjoyed. Norman smiled and said, "Harry, don't worry. I'm not that easy to kill." Suddenly, he realized something was different about his voice. It used to be frail and weak, but now it was full and vibrant. He raised his hand before his eyes, and, upon a closer look, was astonished to find that it had changed. Seeing this, Green Goblin beamed. "Dad, stop doubting. Let me tell you, you were already dead, but I asked Chen Feng to bring you back to life, and he even made you young again." "Is that true?" Norman said as he sat up and glanced down at his own body. If he was younger now, even his muscles had returned. "Dad, here's more good news. Our family's genetic disease has been cured," Green Goblin said excitedly. Norman grabbed his son's hand, overcome with emotion. "Are you telling the truth? You're not lying to me?" Green Goblin understood why his father was so moved. After all, curing the family's hereditary disease had been their greatest wish for generations. He nodded vigorously and smiled. "It's true. If Chen Feng can bring people back to life, curing our genetic disease was nothing for him." Norman stepped out of the regeneration chamber and moved his body around. After making sure he felt perfectly fine, he turned to his son and asked, "Who is Chen Feng? I must thank him properly." Green Goblin pointed to Chen Feng and said to his father, "Dad, that's Chen Feng. He's amazing. Shield, General Ross, Iron Man, all those big names are no match for him." He said this to make sure his father wouldn't offend Chen Feng. Norman walked up to Chen Feng, bowed deeply, and said with heartfelt gratitude, "Mr. Chen, thank you." Chen Feng helped Norman up with both hands and smiled. "Mr. Norman, there's no need to thank me. Harry has already paid me for saving you." Norman turned to look at his son, anxiety in his voice as he asked, "What kind of reward did you offer, Mr. Chen?" The Green Goblin grew tense under his father's gaze, worried that Norman would be angry. Still, he gritted his teeth and answered, "I promised Chen Feng that I'd share all of Oscorp's technology with him, and even hand over the treasures our family has collected for centuries." "What?" Norman cried out in shock. He pressed a hand to his forehead and swayed, nearly losing his balance. The Green Goblin hurried to support his father, trying to reassure him. "Dad, Chen Feng said that any results he develops using our resources he'll share with us. It's a win-win. Besides, Chen made it clear, he has no intention of going into business, so it won't threaten Oscorp's position." Norman's mood eased a little at his son's explanation. Aunt May approached, holding a cup of coffee in both hands. She offered it to Norman with a gentle tone. "Mr. Norman, have some coffee to steady your nerves." Norman accepted the cup and thanked her politely. "Thank you." Suddenly, his gaze fell on Spider-Man, who was sitting quietly in the corner. In an instant, Norman lost control. He tossed the coffee aside, pointed at Spider-Man, and demanded of his son, "Why is he here?" "He's a good friend of Chen Feng's," the Green Goblin explained. Norman turned, his expression severe as he addressed Chen Feng. "Mr. Chen, if you truly want to cooperate at a deeper level with Oscorp, then you must cut all ties with Peter." His hatred for Spider-Man ran deep. So long as Spider-Man lived, Norman could never rest easy. "That's not possible," Chen Feng replied firmly. "But once Peter leaves my private island, his fate is no concern of mine." A satisfied smile appeared on Norman's face. "That's all I needed to hear." Aunt May sensed the implication. Norman and his son wanted her nephew dead. She quickly pleaded with Chen Feng. "Mr. Chen, please talk to them. My Peter can't be hurt." She knew her nephew was Spider-Man, but in the face of Oscorp's power, she was terrified. "The matter between Peter and the Osborn family, I made it clear to both Peter and Harry long ago. No fighting on my territory. Outside my domain, it's not my concern," Chen Feng said coldly. There was only so much he could do. After all, it was Spider-Man's tendency to meddle that had drawn Norman's ire in the first place. Spider-Man stepped forward, took Aunt May's hand, and comforted her. "Don't worry, Aunt May. I'll be fine." He had already made up his mind. Since the Osborns had no intention of letting him go, he'd simply join forces with Chen Feng, become his right-hand man. That way, the Osborns wouldn't dare cause him any more trouble. He couldn't reveal his plan just yet. Pride wouldn't allow it. He intended to speak with Chen Feng privately, then have Chen warn the Osborns. "Peter, you're finished," the Green Goblin sneered, a wicked grin spreading across his face that he somewhat regretted not finishing off Spider-Man the last time, which had allowed Chen Feng to save him. In his heart, he quietly vowed that next time, he would show no mercy. Spider-Man had to die. "Mr. Chen, if possible, I hope that when Peter leaves your territory, you could let me know. I'd like to come and pick him up," Norman said, courteous and polite. I'm sorry, but that's not something I'll be doing, Chen Feng refused. Very well then. Harry and I will take our leave. If there's a chance, we'll visit again for coffee, Norman replied, turning to call out to his son, Harry, let's go. Yes, Dad, Harry responded, following after him. No sooner had the Green Goblin and his son left than Aunt May grabbed Chen Feng's hand, pleading desperately, Mr. Chen, you must help Peter. If you don't, he'll be crushed to pieces by the Osborn Corporation. Aunt May, it's not that I won't help, it's that I can't. Spider-Man has ruined too many of Norman's plans, and in the end, even caused Norman's death. That's a grudge that simply can't be resolved. Chen Feng declined. What if I join your team? Spider-Man spoke up. If you join my team, you must follow my orders. Can you do that? Chen Feng asked seriously. Spider-Man nodded. I can. But you have to help me mend things with Harry and the others. That's not a problem. But I have a question for you. If you see someone in danger, could you look the other way and not save them? Chen Feng asked. This was crucial, for when he assigned Spider-Man a task, Spider-Man's compassion could easily lead to failure. If Spider-Man couldn't do it, Chen Feng would rather not have him as a subordinate. What mattered in a subordinate was not just strength, but obedience. That's what made someone truly valuable. Just like General Ross, his influence didn't come from his own abilities, but from having soldiers who would follow any order. Spider-Man shook his head. Ignore someone in mortal danger? I can't do that. If Peter could really turn a blind eye to those in peril, would he even be a superhero anymore? Aunt May asked with a furrowed brow. I don't need a saint. I need someone who obeys my commands. My orders come above all else. When you're carrying out my instructions, nothing else takes priority, Chen Feng said coldly. Then we won't be joining your team. That's far too heartless, Aunt May responded. Spider-Man fell silent, torn within. Joining Chen Feng's team would mean protection for himself and a happy life for Aunt May. Refusing would leave him at the mercy of the Green Goblin's relentless pursuit. The Green Goblin and his son had stationed plenty of men around the private island, waiting for Spider-Man to leave. Seeing this, Spider-Man shamelessly lingered on the island, refusing to go. As for Aunt May, Natasha had already arranged for someone to escort her back to New York. Aunt May has no enmity with the Osborn family, so the Green Goblin and his son would never trouble her. What really matters is Aunt May's age. The Green Goblin and his son would feel embarrassed to threaten Spider-Man with the life of an elderly woman. Spider-Man insisted on staying, refusing to leave. Chen Feng paid it no mind. His family's fortune and influence were vast, among the greatest powers on Earth. Feeding one extra person was no concern at all. The Green Goblin showed great sincerity. After returning home, he continuously shared with Chen Feng the marvelous treasures accumulated by the Osborn family over hundreds of years. He even copied large amounts of the Osborn Group's cutting-edge technology for Chen Feng and provided him with a wealth of finished products. More than a week later, the Green Goblin suddenly called Chen Feng. His tone was harsh as he demanded, Chen Feng, what's the meaning of this? I've already given you everything you asked for, yet you still hack into my company's network and steal our technology. Are you suspecting that I'm hiding something and haven't given you all of it? First of all, let me be clear. I haven't hacked into your company's network, Chen Feng replied, defending himself. With your skill in global network technology, who else could it be if not you? The Green Goblin pressed. Harry, watch your words. You should know my abilities. If I truly wanted to hack your company's network, do you really think you'd be able to catch me? Chen Feng shot back. The Green Goblin was left speechless. He realized Chen Feng made a good point. With Chen Feng's mastery over network technology, erasing all traces would be child's play. Just like when Chen Feng invaded S.H.I.E.L.D., the world's most advanced system, yet left behind not a single clue. Even Tony Stark's Jarvis, the world's most intelligent system, was breached at Chen Feng's command, with his Optimus Prime AI slipping in and out at will. Remembering all this, the Green Goblin no longer doubted Chen Feng. He apologized. Sorry, I accused you wrongly. I apologize. No need for apologies. Here's what. I'll help you investigate. Chen Feng offered. That would be a great help, the Green Goblin said, gratitude in his voice. Chen Feng gave an order to Optimus Prime. Optimus, find out who hacked the Osborn Group's network. Yes, Master. Optimus Prime responded dutifully. A few minutes later, Optimus Prime reported, Master, I've found the culprit. The one who hacked in the Osborn Group's network is Mr. Blue. It was Mr. Blue. I never would have guessed. I thought he was dead. Chen Feng exclaimed in surprise. Chen Feng, thank you for your help. I'll go deal with Mr. Blue right away, and show him that the Osborn Group isn't to be trifled with, said the Green Goblin. Chen Feng recalled a scene from a movie The Incredible Hulk 2, where Mr. Blue's forehead was swollen and deformed after being contaminated by Abomination's blood. Yet instead of pain, Mr. Blue wore an eerie smile. Chen Feng suspected that Mr. Blue had mutated. Mr. Blue was even more brilliant than the Hulk himself. If he had mutated, he would surely be incredibly powerful. For the safety of his partner, he warned, Harry, be careful. That Mr. Blue is very likely to have mutated into a terrifying monster. I got it, the Green Goblin replied, then hung up. As for Chen Feng's warning, he didn't take it to heart. Now that his hereditary illness had been cured, and with Chen Feng upgrading his goblin armor, his strength had greatly increased. Because of this, he didn't see the mysterious Mr. Blue as a threat at all. Chen Feng had Optimus Prime send Mr. Blue's information to the Green Goblin, and then instructed Optimus Prime to keep an eye on him. He wanted to see what Mr. Blue was truly capable of. If Mr. Blue turned out to be like the Hulk, he wouldn't intervene. But if Mr. Blue had developed new abilities, well, he chuckled to himself. Then of course he'd go and extract his genes. Although the Green Goblin's family illness was cured, and he no longer suffered from an evil split personality to cloud his mind, his temper remained as fiery as ever. After receiving the message from Chen Feng, he suited up in his armor and set out, ready to cause trouble for Mr. Blue. Once the Green Goblin donned his armor, everything he saw was transmitted back to Chen Feng, who had Optimus Prime hack in and broadcast the footage through a 3D holographic projector. About 20 minutes later, the Green Goblin arrived at the site where the Abomination and the Hulk had once fought their epic battle, gliding through the air on his hoverboard. It didn't take him long to find Mr. Blue's residence. Without hesitation, he crashed straight through the window. Inside, he found a man with an odd appearance. His skin was green, and his skull was noticeably enlarged at the top. Upon seeing Mr. Blue's astonishing appearance, Chen Feng immediately set off, determined to extract Mr. Blue's genes. Even though he didn't yet know what powers Mr. Blue possessed, the abilities of a mutant genius like him had to be something extraordinary. Standing on his own glider, Chen Feng raced through the sky toward Mr. Blue's location. Ever since he'd acquired the glider, he hardly used his Transformers anymore, mainly because the glider was just too cool. Unlike the Transformers, which only gave him a rush of acceleration, the glider was pure style. Meanwhile, back with the Green Goblin, he called out, "So you're Mr. Blue?" Mr. Blue didn't show the slightest hint of fear at the Green Goblin's arrival. Calmly, he replied, "That's right. I'm Mr. Blue, or you can call me the Big Brain. You got some nerve. How dare you hack into Oscorp's systems and steal our technology?" The Green Goblin said coldly. "It was Chen Feng who helped you find me, wasn't it?" Mr. Blue replied with the same calmness. "That's right. If you have any last words, say them now. Otherwise, you won't get another chance." A deadly intent flickered in the Green Goblin's eyes. "What I want to say is, you seem to be out of luck," Mr. Blue replied with a slight smile. "What do you mean?" The Green Goblin barely finished his sentence when suddenly, the door beside him was smashed open by a green-skinned monster, who barreled toward him without slowing down. The Green Goblin leapt suddenly, dodging out of harm's way, but his glider was shattered by the hulking green monster. After landing, the Green Goblin took a closer look at the creature and cried out in surprise, "Abomination, what are you doing here? Why shouldn't I be here?" Abomination replied with a wicked grin. "Given what I know about Chen Feng, he's definitely keeping an eye on me right now. The fact that you've appeared before me means Chen Feng will surely find out." The Green Goblin threatened, hoping to scare Abomination off by invoking Chen Feng's name. After all, Abomination's strength was nearly on par with the Hulk, and the Green Goblin knew he wasn't confident he could win this fight. Hearing this, Abomination threw back his head and laughed heartily. "Ha ha! It's better if Chen Feng doesn't come. But if he does, I'll make sure he never leaves." His confidence came from the help of Mr. Lawn. Mr. Lawn had aided him in evolving once again, transforming him into an existence much like the Hulk, gaining the ability to grow stronger the angrier he got. That was why he was sure he could defeat Chen Feng. "Arrogant fool," the Green Goblin sneered. "Oh really? Then let me show you what gives me the right to be arrogant." Abomination's voice was cold and full of menace. In a flash, he erupted in rage. His already massive body grew even larger, his skin turning an even deeper shade of green. The Green Goblin glanced over his shoulder at Mr. Lawn, only to realize, to his frustration, that at some point Mr. Lawn had vanished. This annoyed him. His plan had been to take out Mr. Lawn first, then contact Chen Feng so they could deal with Abomination together. He hadn't expected Mr. Lawn to be so cunning, slipping away while he was distracted. "Prepare to die, insect!" Abomination roared and charged at the Green Goblin. With each step Abomination took, the floor buckled and cratered beneath his feet, revealing the terrified faces of the residents below peering up through the holes. The Green Goblin didn't believe he could defeat Abomination, but he was confident he could hold out until Chen Feng arrived. After multiple upgrades, his goblin armor had become formidable indeed. As Abomination lunged at him, he sprang lightly aside, effortlessly dodging the attack. Twice in a row, Abomination missed the Green Goblin, his frustration boiling over as he cursed. "You little brat, if you've got guts, stop dodging." "Idiot, I can't believe you'd say something so foolish out loud," the Green Goblin taunted. Abomination let out another furious roar, his strength surging with his mounting anger. His power was terrifying, his destructive force immense, but no matter how hard he tried, he simply couldn't land a hit on the Green Goblin. The Goblin was far too agile. Not only could he evade every blow, but he also managed to slip in a few throwing knives or pumpkin bombs whenever he found an opening. It had only been a minute since their battle began, but already the floor couldn't withstand the chaos. With a thunderous crash, the entire floor gave way, collapsing to the level below. Abomination tumbled down with it, while the Green Goblin, using his throwing knives as handholds, ran nimbly along the wall. "This can't be. I've clearly gotten stronger. How can I still not beat you?" Abomination snarled in frustration. The Green Goblin hadn't even replied. "Mr. Lon spoke through the loudspeaker, saying, "That's because you're not angry enough." His words jolted Abomination's memory. "Right, my power is born from anger. I must become even angrier. I need greater strength." "Hud, hud, hud." Abomination pounded his chest with both fists, riling up his emotions. A guttural, beast-like roar erupted from his throat, echoing through the building. The Green Goblin realized Abomination was growing stronger. Without hesitation, he hurled 2 throwing knives straight at Abomination's eyes, then tossed 2 pumpkin bombs before quickly making his escape, leaping out the window and landing precisely on his glider as it swooped back from Oscorp. Green Goblin was clever. His advantage lay in his powerful firearms and long-range attacks, so he chose to fight Abomination from the outside. With a deafening crash, Abomination burst through the wall, crashed down from the upper floor, and smashed into the ground below, leaving a crater in his wake. His breath came in harsh, heavy bursts, fueled by his mounting fury. His strength surged, but his mind was now clouded by rage. At this moment, there was only one thought left: destroy the Green Goblin. Everything else had faded from his consciousness. On the deserted street, Green Goblin's confidence returned. With a sly chuckle, he tossed another pumpkin bomb and called out, "Blonsky, this one's for you." Abomination answered with a thunderous roar. A violent explosion shook the street, tearing Abomination's clothes to shreds, but leaving his body completely unharmed. He crouched, muscles coiling like springs, then launched himself high into the air. Green Goblin quickly steered his glider upward, easily dodging Abomination's attack. Abomination crashed back to the ground, only to be peppered by hundreds of rounds from the glider's machine guns. Again and again, Abomination leaped and lunged, trying to catch Green Goblin, but every attempt missed. He was being toyed with, made a fool of. Just as Green Goblin was reveling in his advantage, Mr. Lon appeared once more, lugging a long, rod-shaped weapon. He shouted to Abomination. Blonsky used this retractable whip to attack him. Mr. Land's voice snapped Abomination back to his senses. He snatched the whip, flicked his wrist, and with a sharp crack, lashed it against the ground, leaving a white mark across the pavement. Seeing Mr. Lon appear, the Green Goblin unleashed everything he had, throwing knives, pumpkin bombs, machine gun fire, even small missiles, all aimed at Mr. Lon. But Abomination was relentless. With a mighty roar, he used his massive body to shield Mr. Lon from every attack. Realizing his assault had failed, Green Goblin soared high into the air, wary of the strange weapon now in Abomination's hands. He regretted not bringing the weapons he had specifically developed for Mary, the tranquilizer gun and spiral sniper rifle, tools that could even bring down Chen Feng, transformed into a titan. If only he brought them, he was certain he could have finished off the Green Goblin by now. Back on the street, Abomination whipped the retractable weapon through the air with a fierce motion. A sharp crack echoed down the empty road. With a fierce crack, the retractable whip lashed out rapidly toward the Green Goblin. The Green Goblin soared into the air once more. The Abomination's whip stretched for several hundred meters before it finally stopped extending, then snapped back with lightning speed. A guttural roar echoed as the Abomination, desperate to reach the Green Goblin, drove his hands into the wall and began to climb upwards at an astonishing speed. But the Green Goblin was no fool. If the Abomination could climb higher, then he could simply fly higher. All the while, the Green Goblin kept up his attacks as he slowly ascended. By the time the Abomination reached the rooftop, he was seething with rage, still unable to reach his airborne foe. Suddenly, the Green Goblin pointed off in a certain direction and burst into triumphant laughter. "Ha ha ha! Blonsky, you're finished. Look over there. Do you see who it is?" The Abomination followed the Green Goblin's finger, and his eyes landed on a figure he knew all too well, Chen Feng, the man who had nearly killed him several times before. Chen Feng flew over to the Green Goblin's side and asked, "Where's Mr. Blue?" "He's cunning. He's gone into hiding," the Green Goblin replied. "You keep at it. I'll go find Mr. Blue," Chen Feng said. Seeing Chen Feng pay him no mind, the Abomination's fury flared up again. He bellowed at Chen Feng. "Chen Feng, come down here and face your death." But Chen Feng ignored him, descending swiftly to the ground to search for Mr. Blue. The Abomination would have to wait. Right now, finding Mr. Blue and extracting his genes was the top priority. The Abomination could be dealt with afterwards. "Damn it! How dare you ignore me? I'm going to kill you!" the Abomination roared. Leaping from the rooftop, he crashed into the ground with a thunderous impact, landing right in front of Chen Feng. "Venom!" Chen Feng called out. Venom understood at once, swiftly wrapping itself around Chen Feng, transforming into his battle suit. "Chen Feng, I'm going to smash you to a pulp," the Abomination bellowed, raising both fists high above his head before bringing them crashing down. Chen Feng sidestepped nimbly, dodging the blow. The ground exploded beneath the Abomination's fists, sending debris flying. With a guttural snarl, Chen Feng transformed into the Lizard Man. Empowered by Venom, his claws grew even longer and sharper, his mouth opening into a terrifying, gaping maw that could chill anyone to the bone. The Abomination, blinded by rage, didn't stop to think. He swung a massive fist at Chen Feng. Chen Feng ducked and lunged forward, pushing off the ground and thrusting both hands out. With a sickening squelch, Chen Feng drove his claws deep into the Abomination's body. A sharp pain stabbed through the Abomination's gut, snapping him back to his senses. He looked down in shock. Chen Feng's claws had pierced his abdomen. In the past, even when Chen Feng was in his lizard man form, it was nearly impossible for him to break through the Abomination's hide. But now he was even stronger, and yet Chen Feng was able to tear through his skin with ease. For a moment, the Abomination was at a loss, unable to accept this reality. Chen Feng's hands, buried deep inside the Abomination, remained still. Looking up, Chen Feng asked, "Where's Mr. Blue? What abilities does he have?" Instead of answering, the Abomination let out a furious roar. He brought his massive hands together, aiming to crush Chen Feng's skull between his palms. Chen Feng didn't dodge. Instead, he grabbed with both hands and gave a slight tug. A guttural howl tore from the Abomination's throat. The searing pain in his belly made it impossible for him to continue attacking Chen Feng. "Are you going to talk or not?" Chen Feng threatened. After the agony subsided, the Abomination spat back at him in fury. I'll tell your mother." Chen Feng didn't bother to respond. With another burst of force, he yanked a string of viscera from the Abomination's stomach. A wail of pain erupted. "Stop! Please stop! I'll talk. I'll tell you everything I know. Just don't pull anymore." The pain was unbearable. The Abomination's spirit was on the verge of collapse. Chen Feng shoved the organs back in and demanded, "Speak." Clutching his grievously wounded belly, the Abomination replied through gritted teeth. "Mr. Lon prepared countless escape routes long ago. I don't know where he is now." "What about his abilities?" Chen Feng pressed. "Because of my blood knight, it dripped onto his forehead. That caused him to mutate. His skin turned green, and his skull grew upward. The power he gained, his intelligence beyond genius. His intellect increased 1,000-fold. He also possesses telepathy and an iron will. He's incredibly smart, even smarter than you. But his physical strength is average. Maybe it's because all his body's nutrients go to his brain, making him that smart," the Abomination said. "Smarter than me? Uh-huh. You give him too much credit," Chen Feng replied with a wry smile. After all, he had inherited Dr. Zola's memories and extracted the genes of many genius scientists. His mind had even evolved psychic abilities. Mr. Lon had simply pushed his brain to its limit. He hadn't reached Chen Feng's level. Still, Mr. Lan's genes were quite tempting. Chen Feng had a hunch that if he extracted them, his own mind would advance further. His psychic power would surely grow stronger. In fact, your arrival was all part of his calculations. He only underestimated your strength, the Abomination admitted. "That's enough. It's time for you to meet your end," Chen Feng said coldly. Hearing those words, the Abomination immediately lashed out. Knowing Chen Feng intended to kill him, he mustered all his strength and threw a punch at Chen Feng. Chen Feng's body twisted like a shadow, bending sinuously into an S shape to easily evade the attack. With a flick of his claws, Chen Feng slashed at the Abomination's throat. A sharp, slicing sound. The Abomination's throat was cut open, green blood spurting out in torrents. The Abomination was a monster. A slashed throat wouldn't kill him outright. The wound would slowly knit itself together. Desperate to buy time to heal, he chose to flee. Clutching his neck, he spun around and bolted. But how could Chen Feng let him escape? With the boost from his venomous battle suit, his speed was tremendous. In just a few strides, he caught up. With a whip-like swing, Chen Feng's tail lashed out, striking the abomination and sending him crashing to the ground. Then he leapt high into the air, his right claw slashing downward. With a sickening squelch, his right hand plunged into Abomination's chest. Lying on the ground, Abomination's face twisted with terror as he stammered, "No, don't." Chen Feng's right hand tightened its grip. There was a muffled crunch as he crushed Abomination's heart. Abomination howled in agony, and faced with death, his strength surged unexpectedly, flinging Chen Feng off his body. Chen Feng landed steadily on his feet. Seeing that Abomination, despite having lost his heart, was still as fierce as ever, he couldn't help but marvel. The Hulk's genes truly are incredible. At that moment, perhaps because he was close to death, Abomination remained conscious, not losing his mind to rage. He knew he couldn't outrun Chen Feng, so he stopped trying. If he was doomed to die, he might as well try to drag Chen Feng down with him. His eyes burned red, blood poured endlessly from his wounds, and the green fluid covering his body made him look even more monstrous. With a guttural roar, he launched a final, desperate charge at Chen Feng. With a boost from his venom battlesuit, Chen Feng didn't see Abomination as a threat at all. He charged right back at him, as the two giants barreled toward each other, just before they collided. With a thunderous cry, Chen Feng transformed once more, turning into a towering black titan. A tremendous impact followed as Chen Feng and Abomination, both colossal figures, crashed together with full force. The shockwave overturned vehicles in the vicinity. Empowered by the venom suit, Chen Feng's titan form was overwhelmingly strong. With one strike, he sent Abomination hurtling hundreds of meters away, slamming him into the side of a distant building, his organs battered and dislocated. Chen Feng strode after him, bursting into the building. He pinned the struggling Abomination to the ground, raised his massive fist, and brought it crashing down. Blow after blow thundered onto Abomination's head. At first, Abomination could still roar, but within seconds his mouth was so mangled by the relentless pounding that he could no longer make sound. With a final, shattering punch, Chen Feng reduced Abomination's head to a pulp. Only after confirming Abomination was well and truly dead did Chen Feng stop. Rising to his feet, he glanced at the mangled corpse and remarked, "That's what happens when you mess with me." At that moment, Green Goblin flew in from outside. Seeing the state of Abomination's body, he silently thanked his luck that he wasn't Chen Feng's enemy. He turned to Chen Feng and asked, "Chen Feng, could you let me have Abomination's corpse?" "Take it if you want." Chen Feng replied generously. He knew full well what Green Goblin wanted: to extract Abomination's blood, create a serum, and manufacture monsters just like him. "Thank you," Green Goblin said, barely able to contain his excitement. He knew how powerful Abomination was, immensely strong. If he could obtain that kind of power, his ability to protect himself would be vastly improved. When that happened, Spider-Man would be even less of a threat to him. Chen Feng stepped out of the building and ordered Optimus Prime. "Optimus Prime, track down Mr. Land's whereabouts." "At once, my lord," Optimus Prime responded, accepting the command. Within seconds, Optimus Prime replied, "My lord, I have detected a large number of individuals matching Mr. Land's profile. I am unable to determine which one is the real one." "As expected, he's clever enough to use decoys," Chen Feng remarked. Then he instructed Optimus Prime, "Notify Natasha to bring her people over and arrest all individuals resembling Mr. Lan, regardless of whether they are real or not." "At once, my lord," Optimus Prime answered. Upon receiving Chen Feng's order, Natasha immediately led over 300 subordinates to find him. Meanwhile, Chen Feng had Optimus Prime track every single Mr. Lan. But the numbers kept growing. Within just 10 minutes, there were over 100, each one indistinguishable from the real Mr. Lan. This left Chen Feng deeply frustrated. He'd never interacted with Mr. Lan before. He didn't know his mannerisms or speech, so he couldn't tell who the real one was. After about 10 minutes, a dozen aircraft suddenly roared overhead, slicing swiftly through the sky. Moments later, a shower of white parachutes blossomed in the air. Natasha and her 300 subordinates had arrived. Chen Feng directed Optimus Prime to send Mr. Land's photos and personal details to every subordinate, ordering them to detain anyone who resembled Mr. Lan. Very soon, Chen Feng was inundated with a stream of reports from his team. "I've captured a Mr. Lan. I've caught 1, 2. I've got 3, and so on. Verify on the spot whether they're the real Mr. Lan," Chen Feng commanded. "Damn, mine's a fake." "Unbelievable. It's a woman disguised as a man." And more voices chimed in. Chen Feng stood on the balcony of a building, observing each team's status through a 3D holographic projector. Suddenly, he sensed someone approaching. He spun around, No one was there. He couldn't see anyone, but the feeling was unmistakable. Someone was close by. Stop hiding. I know you're there, Chen Feng said, speaking into the empty air. A piece of cloth fluttered to the ground, revealing a figure, green-skinned, big-headed, none other than Mr. Lan himself. I heard you were looking for me, so here I am, Mr. Lan said with a smile. Chen Feng's sharp eyes fixed on Mr. Lan, but then he frowned. You're not Mr. Lan. With Mr. Lan's legendary intellect, there's no way he'd foolishly stand before him. So the person in front of him had to be an imposter. Why do you say I'm not? The fake Mr. Lan chuckled. So what are you here for? Chen Feng asked bluntly. No, shouldn't I be asking why you're looking for me? The imposter retorted. Where's the real Mr. Lan? Chen Feng demanded coldly. Why don't you first tell me what you want with me? The imposter replied. With a flick of his right hand, Chen Feng sent out a strand of spider silk. The fake Mr. Lan reacted instantly, pulling out a sphere and slamming it to the ground. Boom! The ball exploded, releasing a thick cloud of smoke. When the smoke was finally carried away by the wind, the imposter Mr. Lan had vanished without a trace. Chen Feng could no longer see the fake Mr. Lan, but he could still sense his presence. His spider sense allowed him to gather information through vibrations in the air, perceiving everything around him. Using this ability, he pinpointed the imposter's location and walked over, stopping right in front of him. Chen Feng teased. Are you just fooling yourself? The imposter remained motionless. Seeing this, Chen Feng raised his fist and threw a punch. The fake Mr. Lan had no choice but to reveal himself. He tossed his invisibility cloth at Chen Feng in a desperate attempt to dodge. But at such close range, escape was impossible. There was a dull thud as Chen Feng's punch landed squarely. Chen Feng hadn't used much force. Otherwise, with his strength, he could have punched right through the imposter. Even so, the fake Mr. Lan couldn't withstand it. He clutched his stomach and spat out a mouthful of dark blood. Chen Feng grabbed him by the back of his collar with one hand and demanded, Tell me, where's the real Mr. Lan? Terrified, the imposter stammered, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Chen Feng slapped him across the face and snapped. Then spit it out already. I met Mr. Lan online. The imposter confessed truthfully. He asked me to pretend to be him and use his identity to mess with you. If I succeeded, he promised me a handsome reward. He didn't tell you who I am? Chen Feng pressed. Shaking his head with a bitter expression, the imposter replied, No, if I'd known you were this powerful, I'd never have dared. I'm just a small-time magician. Who helped you with the disguise to look like Mr. Lan? Chen Feng asked curiously. The imposter's resemblance to the real Mr. Lan was uncanny. Even now, Chen Feng couldn't tell the difference. He was genuinely intrigued by such impressive disguise skills. Mr. Lan did it himself, the imposter admitted honestly. Tell me everything you know about Mr. Lan, Chen Feng demanded. I only met him once. That time he did my makeup. After that, we only communicated through an online platform, the imposter replied. Give me your account information, Chen Feng ordered. The fake Mr. Lan quickly took out his phone and handed it to Chen Feng. Chen Feng took the phone and commanded, Optimus Prime, hack this phone and try to locate Mr. Lan. Yes, Master. Optimus Prime responded dutifully. A few seconds later, Optimus Prime reported, Master, I've tracked Mr. Lan. But he's clever. He tossed his phone into the water and quickly escaped into the sewers. Chen Feng responded with a nod, then suddenly struck at the counterfeit Mr. Lan. He loosened his grip on the imposter's collar, his hand shifting into a perfect palm strike, and brought it down on the back of the man's head. With a sharp, cracking sound, what appeared to be an ordinary blow shattered the imposter's skull on the spot. This was because Chen Feng had channeled a special kind of focused force, similar to the explosive power of a short-range martial arts technique. After dispatching the fake Mr. Lan, Chen Feng crouched down and placed his hand on the body, silently commanding, System, extract this man's genes and fuse them into me. A chime sounded in his mind. Magician gene extraction successful. Fusion in progress, the system announced. Another alert followed. Congratulations, host. Magician gene successfully fused. With the system's notification, Chen Feng felt no physical change, but in his mind, a series of sleight of hand and misdirection techniques arose spontaneously. The skills of magician, perhaps not the most powerful, but better than nothing. Once he had absorbed the magician's gene, Chen Feng set out immediately to search for the real Mr. Lan. On the way, he relayed Mr. Lan's last known location to Natasha and his 300 subordinates, instructing them to comb the area around where Mr. Lan had last been seen. Arriving at the entrance of the sewer where Mr. Lan had disappeared, Chen Feng gave a command, Venom battle suit. Venom responded at once, winding itself around Chen Feng and transforming into a close-fitting battle suit. With the Venom suit shielding him, Chen Feng no longer had to worry about the grime and filth ahead. He entered the sewer and began his search for Mr. Lawn, occasionally crossing paths with his subordinates. Together, the 300 men scoured the sewers for several hours, but there was still no sign of Mr. Lawn. This left Chen Feng with no choice but to admit how adept Mr. Lawn was at hiding. Exiting the sewer into the open air, Chen Feng turned to Optimus Prime and asked, "Optimus, has any other counterfeit Mr. Lawn appeared?" "No, my lord," Optimus replied. Suddenly, a thought struck Chen Feng. Mr. Land's true strength lay not in his physical prowess, but in his intellect. By all rights, he should not have been able to outrun them. Yet, they had failed to catch up, and Mr. Lawn had not emerged from the sewers. That left just one possibility. Mr. Lawn was still hiding somewhere down there. With this realization, Chen Feng re-entered the sewers alone. This time, without his subordinates, he would not be disturbed and could freely use his spider sense. Armed with a powerful flashlight, he meticulously examined every nook and cranny, extending his spider sense to perceive all that lay around him. Chen Feng searched relentlessly, deep into the early hours of the morning. Finally, at a bend in the tunnel, he noticed something unusual. His spider sense picked up a void above the turn. Glancing up, he saw only concrete. No doors, no openings. He guessed that this must be Mr. Land's hiding place. He shot a strand of spider silk upward, anchoring it above. When he tugged on it, he felt something give way. Above him wasn't concrete at all, but a piece of imitation plastic panel. He gave it a hard pull. There was a loud crack as the panel came off in his hands. With the fake covering gone, Chen Feng saw that there was actually a passageway above, and even a retractable ladder. Crouching down, Chen Feng gave a leap and sprang up through the opening. At the top, he discovered the passage was newly built. It was obvious that Mr. Lawn had planned this in advance. No wonder he's the man whose intelligence increased 1,000-fold. He really left himself plenty of escape routes, Chen Feng muttered in admiration. He climbed up through the passage, quickly reaching the top. Raising his hand, he pushed at the cover and was greeted by light and the sound of boisterous voices. His spider sense picked up the presence of a living creature right by the exit, motionless but definitely there. Just to be safe, he pulled out his phone and extended the camera through the opening, intending to check the scene outside from a screen. But before he could make out anything, a chubby little hand snatched the phone away. "Well, I'll be a kid." Chen Feng laughed. It seemed he'd overestimated Mr. Land's cunning, which had made him so tense in the first place. He poked his head out and, sure enough, saw a cute little girl playing with his phone. She wore a pink dress and was adorably plump, probably around 3 years old. Most striking of all were her large, expressive eyes that seemed to speak without words. Right now, those big eyes were fixed on Chen Feng, blinking curiously as if to ask, "Who are you?" Chen Feng climbed out of the passage and replaced the cover, then spoke gently to the little girl. "Hey there, sweetheart. Could you give Uncle his phone back?" The girl hugged the phone to her chest, puffed out her cheeks, and frowned. "You're trying to trick a kid. I'm not falling for it." Chen Feng couldn't help but burst out laughing. "But the phone really is mine." The girl turned her head away, still pouting. "No, it's not. I just picked it up." "Oomph." Chen Feng was at a loss for words. He stepped out of the little girl's room and saw a young couple watching television in the living room. Walking over, he greeted them. "Hi, do you know where Mr. Lawn is?" The couple jumped at the sound of his voice. When they turned around and saw the burly Chen Feng, they looked even more alarmed. "Who are you?" the man asked nervously. "My name's Chen Feng. I need to see Mr. Lawn about something, but I can't get in touch with him right now. So, I followed the trail here," Chen Feng improvised. "You mean the boss?" the man replied. Chen Feng nodded. "Right, Mr. Land's nickname is the boss. Do you know where he is?" "He left a few hours ago. Didn't say where he was going. Actually, we don't know him very well. He just gave us a large sum of money and then built a passage from our house to the sewer," the man said truthfully. "Do you know how I can get in touch with him?" Chen Feng asked. The man shook his head. "I don't know." Chen Feng felt a wave of disappointment. While cursing Mr. Lawn inwardly, he had to admit that Mr. Lawn was truly clever. Every step was meticulously planned, forcing others to follow his design. The feeling unsettled Chen Feng, as if Mr. Lawn were deliberately provoking him. He decided not to search any further. Instead, he would return and instruct Optimus Prime to track Mr. Land's movements at all times. Based on what he knew so far, he was certain Mr. Lawn would try to steal more technological secrets online. When that happened, Chen Feng could trace him through his digital footprints and catch him for sure. This would be much easier than his current, fruitless search. Chen Feng opened the TV stand, took out a sheet of paper and a pen, scribbled down a string of numbers, and handed it to the man. "This is my number. If you ever see Mr. Lawn, you must call me in secret. As a reward, I'll give you $100 million. The woman gasped, covering her mouth with both hands. Oh my God. The man was equally stunned, his voice trembling. $100 million? Really? Chen Feng nodded. Yes, absolutely. In fact, I'll give it to you right now. The man nodded, so hard it looked like his head might fall off. Yes, yes, of course. Optimus Prime, transfer $100 million to him, Chen Feng ordered. At once, Master, Optimus Prime replied. A second later, Master, the transfer is complete, Optimus Prime announced. A cheerful chime sounded from the man's phone. He snatched it up, and when he saw the bank notification confirming the deposit, he was so overwhelmed he nearly lost his balance and plopped down on the floor. I'm rich. Ha ha. The man laughed wildly, nearly delirious with joy. I'll never have to worry about shopping again. The woman leapt into the air, excitement sparkling in her eyes. Remember, if you see Mr. Lon, contact me in secret. Don't let him find out, Chen Feng reminded them sternly. The young couple nodded eagerly. Yes, yes, we understand. And one more thing. Please let me get my phone back. Your adorable daughter ran off with it, and I don't want to make her cry, Chen Feng added with a wry smile. I'm so sorry. I'll get it right away, the man replied, hurrying into the little girl's room. Suddenly, the room filled with the heart-wrenching cries of a child. When the man returned, he held Chen Feng's phone in his hand. The little girl chased after him, tears streaming down her face, and ran in her mother's arms, sobbing, Mommy, Daddy took my phone. He's a bad guy, Wah. The woman gently patted her back, murmuring soothing words to calm her. The man handed the phone back to Chen Feng, who thanked him before retracing his steps, restoring everything to its original state. As soon as Chen Feng emerged from the sewer, he saw Natasha waiting for him. Did you find it? Natasha asked. I found some clues, but I doubt we'll ever find the man himself. He's left himself too many exits, too many ways to slip away. It feels like he's always one step ahead, leading us by the nose. So I've decided to change tactics and start from the digital trail, Chen Feng replied. I've uncovered some information about Mr. Blue, Natasha reported. He's built a network of spies to steal all kinds of scientific secrets, and he's been recruiting supervillains behind the scenes. Abomination was actually his first recruit. I also learned that he has an insatiable thirst for knowledge. If he stops learning, he becomes restless and uncomfortable. That's very useful information, Chen Feng said, clearly pleased. With Natasha's findings, he was now 90% certain he could track down Mr. Blue, unless Mr. Blue decided to go into deep hiding. So, should our people keep searching for Mr. Blue, or should we pull back? Natasha asked. You take them back. I'll stay here and keep looking on my own, Chen Feng answered. All right, take care of yourself, Natasha said, and then she left. Chen Feng made his way to Oscorp, planning to continue his research while keeping an eye out for any sign of Mr. Blue. The goblin and his son were exceptionally courteous to Chen Feng, giving him whatever he requested without the slightest hesitation. However, they hinted that they hoped he could help them develop a safe abomination serum. Chen Feng didn't agree to that, but he did promise to give the goblin a vial of the Hulk's perfected serum someday. The goblin and his son were delighted at the prospect of receiving the Hulk's serum. Content with this, the goblin stopped pressing the issue and, together with his father and a team of scientists, continued their research on abomination. Meanwhile, Chen Feng made use of Oscorp's advanced equipment, immersing himself in cyberspace day and night as he chased the trail of Mr. Blue. Ever since Chen Feng arrived at Oscorp, he hadn't left the building once. All his meals were delivered by maids. Days turned into weeks, and Chen Feng ended up staying at Oscorp for a whole month. One day, a month later, Norman and Aunt May walked into his office together. Norman, Aunt May, what brings you here? Chen Feng asked curiously. Norman produced a red wedding invitation and handed it to Chen Feng with both hands, beaming with joy. Mr. Chen, I'm getting married next Sunday. Here's the invitation. I hope you can come. Chen Feng took the card, smiling. Norman, I never expected you'd find love again. Who's a lucky bride? Don't tell me it's some young girl. Norman gently pulled Aunt May forward. She blushed and lowered her head shyly. My bride is right here, Norman said to Chen Feng. What? Aunt May? Chen Feng exclaimed, stunned. Norman nodded firmly and said, Yes, Aunt May and I are truly in love. I want to marry her and love her for the rest of my life. Aunt May, deeply moved, wrapped her arms around Norman's waist and replied sweetly, I'll love you for the rest of my life too. Chen Feng's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he asked in disbelief, How did you two get together? Norman, don't tell me you forced her into this. Aunt May, blushing, quickly explained, Don't get the wrong idea. Norman and I fell in love without even realizing it. How does one fall in love without realizing it? Chen Feng's curiosity was piqued. Let me explain, Norman said. After I returned to the Osborn group, Aunt May would often come to see me, pleading with me to let Peter go. Peter and I were mortal enemies, so of course, I couldn't agree. but she kept coming every day, bringing me delicious food, serving me tea, taking care of me in every possible way. Over time, I realized she was a truly good woman, kind-hearted and beautiful inside. I stopped resisting her presence, and eventually, we just naturally got together. As Norman recounted these memories, his face radiated with happiness and contentment. Chen Feng then turned to Aunt May and asked, "What about you, Aunt May? How did you fall for Norman?" With her head bowed and cheeks flushed, Aunt May replied shyly, "Norman is a genius. When he's focused on his work, he's incredibly attractive. I was drawn to him, and before I knew it, I had fallen in love." "Wow, you two are something else. Who would have thought you'd fall in love like this?" Chen Feng said with a mix of amusement and disbelief. "Honestly, we didn't expect it either," Norman replied with a laugh. "By the way, have you told Peter about this?" Chen Feng asked. Norman shook his head, a note of worry in his voice. "No, I'm afraid Peter won't accept it, so I plan to wait until after the wedding to tell him." "Does Harry know you're getting married?" "He doesn't mind." Chen Feng pressed. Norman curled his lip and answered, "I'm his father, and the Osborne group was handed down by me. What right does he have to object?" Chen Feng gave Norman a thumbs up and praised. "Impressive. That's bold. I wish you both happiness." Norman and Aunt May responded in unison, "Thank you." Knowing Chen Feng was busy, Norman took Aunt May and left. After they had gone, Chen Feng sighed to himself. "This Marvel world has truly been changed by me. I wonder if that's a good thing or a bad thing." Norman, as a titan of American business, was about to get married and naturally planned to invite a host of celebrities, including the president himself. Even before the wedding, Norman and Aunt May became the hottest couple of the year on Earth, making headlines everywhere. Meanwhile, Spider-Man was hiding out on a private island, living in seclusion and idly wasting his days. With nothing to do, he became obsessed with the internet, chatting, arguing with strangers, or playing games online. One day, while chatting with his girlfriend Gwen, she suddenly told him that Aunt May was getting married to Norman. The news hit him like a bolt from the blue. Was completely stunned. After confirming countless times, he finally decided to leave his private island and settle the score with the Green Goblin and his son. He was convinced that it must have been the Green Goblin and his son who had threatened his Aunt May, forcing her to agree to marry Norman. Aunt May was his only family, and he cared about her deeply. That's why he no longer feared death. He was determined to rescue Aunt May and give the Green Goblin and his son a proper lesson. Since Spider-Man didn't have Chen Feng's permission, he couldn't use the glider or the iron armor. Helpless, he had to borrow a plane from Natasha and flew it back to New York. When Spider-Man returned to his hometown, New York, he didn't see Aunt May. Furious, he stormed straight to the Osborne Corporation. He barged right in, taking down anyone who tried to stop him. The commotion alerted the Green Goblin, who rushed out clad in his goblin armor. The moment Spider-Man saw him, he launched into a frenzied attack. But the Green Goblin's strength now far surpassed Spider-Man's. He easily dodged every one of Spider-Man's attacks. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. The Green Goblin had fired a tranquilizer gun, hitting Spider-Man squarely. Ever since he'd been helpless against Abomination last time, he'd installed a tranquilizer and a spiral sniper rifle onto his goblin armor. This was the perfect moment to put them to use. The tranquilizer gun crafted by the Green Goblin was potent enough to sedate even Chen Feng in his Titan form, let alone Spider-Man. The moment Spider-Man was shot, he was instantly tranquilized, rendered completely immobile. The Green Goblin hauled Spider-Man off to see his father. Deep down, he disapproved of his father marrying Aunt May, so he wanted nothing to do with his father's affairs. After Norman and Aunt May paraded their affection in front of him, Spider-Man left the Osborne Corporation with mixed feelings. The grudge between Spider-Man and the Green Goblin family was thus resolved, all thanks to Aunt May. So Spider-Man didn't return to the private island. Instead, he wanted to find Gwen, ready to live a carefree, shameless life with her. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was Sunday. This Sunday was the day of Norman and Aunt May's grand wedding. The ceremony, held at the Osborne Corporation skyscraper, was magnificent. Over 10,000 people attended the event. Chen Feng was there at the Osborne Corporation, but he didn't attend the wedding, nor did he give so much as a red envelope. He saw no need. Norman certainly wasn't short on money. At noon, Optimus Prime's voice suddenly sounded. "Master, Mr. Lon has appeared. Hurry and get his location. Tell me exactly where he is." Chen Feng said excitedly. After waiting for over a month, Mr. Lon had finally surfaced. He figured that Mr. Lon thought he'd be busy attending Norman's wedding, which was why he dared to show himself. "Master, I've pinpointed his location. Mr. Lon is at apartments, building 24, room 587, reported Optimus Prime. Knowing Mr. Lan's cunning and vigilance, Chen Feng realized he would flee at any second. He dashed to the window, leapt onto his glider, and shot off toward Mr. Land's location at top speed. The distance was considerable. To prevent Mr. Lawn from escaping early, he commanded the Venom symbiote to transform into a suit, then crouched atop the glider and pushed its speed to the absolute limit. Within minutes, Chen Feng arrived at the apartment building. He located Building 24, Room 587, and burst through the window without hesitation. In the living room, Mr. Lawn, who was busy hacking into someone else's technology on a computer, heard the crash and immediately sprang to his feet and ran. He didn't hesitate for even a second, but there was no way he could outrun Chen Feng. By the time Mr. Lawn reached the secret room, Chen Feng had already caught sight of him. As the door to the secret room was about to close, Chen Feng transformed into a Titan giant. With a thunderous roar, he smashed the door open with a single punch. In the blink of an eye, he shrank back to his normal size and darted into the secret room. Mr. Lawn had already prepared an escape route in advance, even calculating the time it would take Chen Feng to discover his location and arrive. But he never imagined Chen Feng would get there so quickly that he had no chance to flee. When he heard the deafening crash of the secret room's door, Mr. Lawn stopped running. He knew that escape was now impossible. Seeing that Mr. Lawn had given up, Chen Feng also ceased his pursuit. He stood in the passageway of the secret room and said to Mr. Lawn, "I'll give you a way out. Work for me and obey my commands." Mr. Lawn walked over to Chen Feng with an air of composure. He extended his right hand and smiled, saying, "It would be my honor." A wise man, he chose survival above all else. As for dignity, he hardly cared. He knew that dignity could neither fill his stomach nor keep him alive. Only by staying alive could he chase his dreams and become the most brilliant mind in the universe. Chen Feng extended his hand as well, shaking Mr. Land's firmly. "Stick with me, and I'll give you everything you desire. You won't regret it. I want endless knowledge. Can you give me that?" Mr. Lawn asked. "I can. With me backing you, you can do whatever you want. No one will dare take revenge on you, but you must work for me and help me grow stronger," Chen Feng replied earnestly. Mr. Lawn nodded. "That's a given." Mr. Land's allegiance to Chen Feng was more of a partnership. Chen Feng wanted scientists to serve him sincerely, so he offered them the best treatment. A form of respect, in fact. Take Dr. Hank and the others, for example. Because he gave them what they desired, they served him wholeheartedly. "I have a special ability. I can extract someone's genes, but only if they willingly allow me to do so. There are no side effects at all, not even the slightest sensation," Chen Feng explained. Gifted with an intellect surpassing that of any genius, Mr. Lawn immediately understood Chen Feng's intentions. He agreed without hesitation. "Go ahead and extract my genes. I give my full consent. No resistance whatsoever." Resistance is pointless, especially since he knew Chen Feng genuinely wanted to recruit him and wouldn't do anything to harm him. "Talking to a smart person really is efficient," Chen Feng said with satisfaction. He then placed his hand on Mr. Land's shoulder, silently commanding, "System, extract Mr. Land's genes and fuse them into me." Ding. "Mr. Land's gene extraction successful. Fusion in progress," announced the system. Ding. "Congratulations, host. Fusion with Mr. Land's genes complete," the system continued. As the system's notifications sounded, a bizarre force began to alter Chen Feng's mind. Chen Feng clutched his head with both hands, crying out in agony. Seeing this, Mr. Lawn couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. Then, he turned and made a run for it. Such a golden opportunity. Someone as clever as he was would never let it slip by. As for betrayal, he felt not the slightest pang of guilt. He was confident he could get away. Chen Feng's head swelled and became misshapen, as if something inside was surging and writhing, making the pain unbearable, worse than death. He didn't even notice that Mr. Lawn had escaped. While his head was transforming, his skin began to change as well, turning a vivid green. It hurts like hell. System, can't you ease my pain a little? Every time I fuse genes, it's pure torture. At this rate, you're going to be the death of me," Chen Feng muttered through gritted teeth. "If you don't fuse genes, then there's no problem," the system replied coolly. Chen Feng fell silent. Several minutes later, the pain in his head finally subsided. He had transformed into someone just like Mr. Lawn. His skin was now green, and his skull had expanded upward. These changes sent his intelligence soaring, increasing 1,000-fold over what it was before. His brain had evolved, vastly amplifying his mental power. With a mere thought, he made a fist-sized rock on the ground float up into the air. Seeing the stone levitate so effortlessly, he was overjoyed. In the past, his mental strength could only lift a toothpick. Now, he could make a stone the size of a fist float as if it weighed nothing. He concentrated once more. The floating stone shot forward, gliding through the air until it stopped 20 meters away. He tried to will the stone back, but it didn't budge. Realizing it was too far, he took a step closer, still nothing. He kept advancing, step by step, until after 10 steps, his mind could finally move the stone again. My mental projection only reaches 10 meters. Not bad. Perfect for assassination or theft, Chen Feng said with delight. 1,000-fold increase in intelligence and 10 meters more of mental force. This was a tremendous gain. Chen Feng was thoroughly satisfied. The boost in intelligence would make his future research effortless, as smooth as flowing water. As for Mr. Lan, if he'd run off, so be it. Next time they met, he'd just kill him. Mr. Lan's genes had turned Chen Feng into a big-headed freak, which he couldn't stand. If he went out looking like this, he would feel completely ill at ease. With a single thought, his head shrank back to normal. The green hue on his skin faded, and his appearance returned to normal as well. The moment Chen Feng resumed his usual form, he immediately sensed a sharp drop in his intelligence. He tried to move a small pebble on the ground, using only his mind, but nothing happened. He understood then. Only when transformed into the big-headed freak did his intelligence and mental strength increase 1,000-fold. Does this mean I'll have to turn into that big-headed monster every time I do research? Chen Feng chuckled wryly. Turning away from the secret chamber, Chen Feng sat down at a computer and found that Mr. Lan's machine was in the middle of downloading a confidential file. After waiting for 10 minutes, the file finished downloading. Upon opening it, he discovered it was a collection of research projects from America during the Second World War. They were all minor projects, nothing that piqued his interest, so he deleted them without a second thought. He walked to the window, leaped onto his glider, and took off. Instead of returning to the Osborne group, he headed straight for his private island. When he arrived, he was surprised by how much had changed in the month he'd been away. The artificial land beside his private island had been transformed into a hidden paradise, complete with mountains, water, forests, and grassy meadows. In the center of the man-made land stood a row of villas, with people coming and going in the distance. Using his communicator, Chen Feng contacted Natasha and found she was still staying in his villa. He made his way there. Natasha greeted him warmly. Chen Feng, you finally decided to come back? Chen Feng stepped into the villa, joking. Oh, did you miss me? Natasha nodded with a bright smile. Of course. Why? Do you have any thoughts about that? Pointing toward the rooms, Chen Feng said, Come on, let's go talk in the room. With a playful sway, Natasha headed toward his room, her voice teasing and sweet. Come on, it's just a chat about life, isn't it? Chen Feng stared in astonishment. Natasha, you're not actually being serious, are you? Natasha turned around, putting on a look of disappointment and gazing at him with a touch of reproach. So, you were just fooling me all along? Playing with my feelings? Waving his hand dismissively, Chen Feng replied, All right, quit acting. Don't I know you by now? When it came to matters of the heart, Natasha was an expert, far beyond Chen Feng's reach, even with his extraordinary intellect. Emotions were ever-shifting, grounded in talent, and Natasha had a natural gift for them. That's why she was so formidable in affairs of love. If Chen Feng hadn't always taken relationships lightly, he might not have been able to resist Natasha's allure. Hearing his words, Natasha dropped the act. Sigh, I really thought you'd fallen for me. Turns out it was all pretend. How disappointing. Chen Feng didn't respond right away. He lounged back on the sofa, half reclining, and said, Give me an update on the artificial land. Natasha straightened, her tone turning professional and sweet as she reported. The artificial land is 10 times the size of the private island. To make it more livable, I've transformed it into a secluded paradise. You must have seen it yourself, right? Now, there are 300 subordinates stationed there, along with Professor Lizard's lizard army and Dr. Hank's swarm of flying ants. Along the shore, I've deployed numerous mobile fortresses to prevent any unauthorized landings. That's about it. Good. I'm very pleased with your efficiency, Chen Feng said, his voice full of approval. Chen Feng, don't you think there's still something missing from the organization you've built? Natasha asked. What's missing? Chen Feng replied. A name. An organization's name is crucial. Without it, our people will encounter obstacles when they go out on missions. You're a low-key person, so most people have never even heard of you. Dropping your name won't help. But with an organization name, it's a different story. Just like SHIELD or HYDRA. When people hear the name, they wouldn't dare cause trouble, Natasha explained. You have a point. But what should we call it? Chen Feng mused. It's your organization. You should name it yourself, Natasha said. Chen Feng thought back to the martial arts novels he'd read in the past. Those stories had such evocative organization names. Heavenly Lotus Sect, 100 Flowers. Tower, Shifting Flower Palace, Moon Worship Cult, World Society, Peerless City, Peach Blossom Island. He wanted to adapt one of those legendary names for his own group. Island, King's Island, doesn't quite have the ring to it. Sect, Divine Sect? That sounds like some kind of cult. Maybe I'll just call it World Society. It's bold and fitting, Chen Feng muttered to himself. Natasha clapped her hands in delight. World Society, what a brilliant name. It's commanding. Then World Society it is. From now on, I'll be the chief, and you'll be my deputy, Chen Feng declared. Wow, I didn't expect the chief to be so generous, giving me the deputy position just like that, Natasha said with genuine surprise. You're more than capable, Chen Feng assured her. In the movies, Natasha had even served as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Being deputy chief of World Society was a role well within her grasp. Thank you for your trust, Chief, Natasha said, moved by his confidence in her. You know that I value individual strength above all. So, I'll leave World Society in your hands. Find ways to recruit trustworthy members and expand our influence. My expectations aren't high. Just bring our numbers up to 100,000 within a year, Chen Feng said. 100,000? That's far too many. And you're only giving me a year? You know, S.H.I.E.L.D. has been around for a century and only recruited a little over 10,000 people, Natasha exclaimed. S.H.I.E.L.D. only takes in top talent. I'm not looking for geniuses. I want loyalty. As long as they're loyal to me, that's enough, Chen Feng replied. So you mean, even ordinary people can join the Tianxia Society? Natasha asked. Chen Feng nodded. That's right. Natasha frowned. If that's the case, it's true you could recruit 100,000 people within a year, but no matter how many ordinary folks you have, they can't possibly withstand superheroes or supervillains. That's exactly why I brought in Dr. Hank and the others. With their help, even regular people can become superhuman, Chen Feng replied, brimming with confidence. Right now, he already had many ways to grant ordinary people incredible powers. The reason he hadn't used them was that he didn't want to create a horde of monsters. He wanted his subordinates to be powerful, yet still normal. A look of sudden realization dawned on Natasha's face. I get now. I know what to do. Don't worry. I promise I'll recruit 100,000 people within a year. I believe you can, Chen Feng said with satisfaction. All right, I'm going to start recruiting right away. Natasha couldn't wait any longer and hurried out. Chen Feng chuckled, then got up and walked into his own laboratory. Once inside, he transformed into Big Head Freak. In this form, his intelligence increased 1,000-fold. He picked up problems he'd never been able to solve before, only to discover that now, they unraveled before him with astonishing ease. The speed at which he cracked these puzzles filled him with wild delight. He estimated that with his current intellect, he could help Dr. Hank unlock the secrets of the quantum realm. He could also help Professor Lizard develop the perfect serum. He could assist Dr. Octopus in creating the most stable artificial sun. And he could help Zhao Hailun pioneer the most dazzling nanotechnology. Quantum realms, artificial suns, nanotechnology. If he could help develop all these, then his second-generation Transformers would soon become reality. When that happened, his Transformers would undoubtedly be the strongest suits of armor in the universe. The thought alone made his heart race with excitement. He decided to head first to Dr. Octopus's lab. Dr. Octopus's artificial sun technology was actually quite advanced already, but there were still some issues with stability. So Chen Feng wanted to help him solve the instability problem first. Dr. Octopus, wearing protective goggles, was deeply engrossed in studying a particle that glowed with intense light. Rose was assisting him, helping out in the lab. Hearing footsteps from outside, Rose turned her head, and when she saw the Big Head Freak, she let out a piercing scream. When Dr. Octopus was conducting research, he always maintained an unflappable calm, like a mountain standing firm even as the earth crumbled around it. Take, for example, that time in New York when the artificial sun experiment went awry. The sun lost control, grew larger and larger, and its gravity began pulling in everything light enough nearby. Everybody panicked, running and screaming. Even Spider-Man was so scared he considered shutting down the power. But Dr. Octopus just stood there, fearless, expression unchanged, right in front of the raging artificial sun. This time was no different. Rose's scream did nothing to disturb his focus. He simply continued his research, paying no heed to anything else, because he knew that Chen Feng's place was very safe. Otto, there's a monster coming in, Rose shouted. Hearing his wife's cry, Dr. Octopus immediately shut off the power and halted his research. He turned around and saw, at the doorway, a large-headed creature who bore a striking resemblance to Chen Feng. His head was enormous, and his skin was green. Curious, he called out, "Who are you?" "I'm Chen Feng," Chen Feng replied with a smile. Dr. Octopus was astonished. "Chen Feng, what happened to you? Did Professor Lizard do something to you? Is that why you look like this?" "Don't jump to conclusions," Chen Feng said, I became like this because I extracted Mr. Land's genes. Who was Mr. Lan? Dr. Octopus asked, intrigued. He knew all the renowned scientists, yet he had never heard of Mr. Lan. He's a very low-profile genius scientist, Chen Feng explained. Abomination was his creation, and it was due to Abomination's blood that he himself mutated into this big-headed creature. Is he that formidable, for you to go after his genes? Dr. Octopus asked. He's incredibly formidable, Chen Feng replied. After his mutation, his intelligence surpassed that of any genius. His intellect increased 1,000-fold, and he gained telepathy as well as an extraordinary force of will. It took me over a month to catch him because he was so clever. Every time he showed up, he had arranged countless escape routes in advance. So you mean your intelligence has increased 1,000-fold now? Dr. Octopus exclaimed in awe. Chen Feng's intelligence was already astonishing. If it multiplied by 1,000, he could hardly imagine the result. Chen Feng nodded. That's right. In this big-headed form, my intellect is 1,000 times what it was. I've come here specifically to help you resolve the instability in your artificial sun project. Dr. Octopus burst into hearty laughter, so thrilled that the four mechanical arms on his back waved about in delight. This is wonderful. With your mind so sharp, you'll definitely help Otto create a truly stable artificial sun. Rose said excitedly. Yes, we absolutely will. Dr. Octopus echoed, his excitement barely contained. Whether we can or not, let's put it to the test, Chen Feng replied with a smile. Then let's get started right away, Dr. Octopus said, eager to begin. He had made many artificial suns, both large and small. Chen Feng picked up a small one for the experiment. Power on, activate the magnetic field, add tritium, Chen Feng instructed. Dr. Octopus assisted him, following every command Chen Feng gave. Standing nearby, Rose watched the readings on the computer and announced, nuclear fusion reaction successfully achieved. Now gradually increase the tritium input, Chen Feng directed. As more tritium was added, the miniature artificial sun began to show signs of instability. Stop adding tritium. Maintain it at this controllable state, Chen Feng ordered. Understood. Dr. Octopus accepted the order. Chen Feng put on his protective goggles, opened his eyes wide, and began to observe the artificial sun. As he watched more intently, he noticed something unusual. With his eyes, they seemed to turn into magnifying glasses, allowing him to see the tiniest solar particles. He could spot those unstable, nameless particles that were affecting the artificial sun's instability. He stood up and said, I've found the reason. Dr. Octopus grabbed Chen Feng's hands with both of his voice trembling with excitement. What's the reason? Tell me quickly. He had devoted half his life to the study of the artificial sun, and no one wanted its success more than he did. I saw that there are some nameless particles inside the artificial sun. There aren't many of them, but they're enough to affect its stability. I suspect those particles are drawn in by the artificial sun's gravity. So, the bigger the artificial sun, the stronger the pull, and the more of those nameless particles it absorbs. So what should we do? Is there any way to get rid of those nameless particles? Dr. Octopus asked. For now, there's no solution, Chen Feng replied. At this moment, Rose suddenly spoke up. What if we create some kind of filter so those nameless particles can't get into the artificial sun in the first place? Wouldn't that solve the problem? Hearing Rose's suggestion, Chen Feng was so excited that he turned around, lifted Rose up, spun her in a circle, and said with delight, Rose, you're brilliant. Thank you for the inspiration. Dr. Octopus's expression darkened. He reminded him, Chen Feng, you're holding my wife right now. Chen Feng hurriedly set Rose down, embarrassed. Sorry, I got carried away in a moment and lost control. It's all right, I understand. When Otto makes breakthroughs in his research, he gets like that too, Rose said with a blush, her laughter light as a bell. That's different. You're my wife. I can hold you, but no one else can, Dr. Octopus said seriously. He wasn't like Spider-Man, who could remain indifferent while someone else flirted with his woman. To him, his wife mattered deeply. Dr. Octopus, I was wrong. Let's not dwell on this. Let's hurry and make a filter. Chen Feng said. Chen Feng, I think the filtering idea could work, but if we do that, it definitely won't be a true artificial sun, Dr. Octopus said earnestly. Why not? Chen Feng asked, puzzled. In my mind, an artificial sun should be just like the real sun, just as big, just as radiant, lighting up the universe. Not something that's confined inside a filter, Dr. Octopus replied. Give me one day. If I can't solve the instability problem within a day, we'll set it aside for now. I'll finish making the second-generation transformers first, then come back and help you thoroughly solve the artificial sun issue. After all, the real sun is doing just fine right now. We don't need to replace it. There's no need to rush, Chen Feng said that he had pinpointed the factors causing instability in the artificial sun, and even devised a temporary solution, though it didn't address the root of the problem. The answer was to add a filter, or to enclose it within a completely sealed space. This would block the intrusion of unidentified particles, allowing the artificial sun to serve as the power source for the second generation of Transformers, a power source that was not only the most stable, but also the most suitable for them. But you don't have any enemies right now. Why are you so eager to create the second generation Transformers? Can't you wait until later? Dr. Octopus asked. You must understand, my artificial sun has the potential to benefit all of humanity. It could ensure that people never run short of energy again. There'd be no need to keep digging minerals from the Earth for power, so the planet wouldn't suffer any more damage, and there'd be no more pollution in the atmosphere. Most importantly, I truly, deeply want to see the perfect artificial sun with my own eyes, as soon as possible. Chen Feng smiled and replied, the artificial sun can certainly bring great benefits to humankind, but it could just as easily bring harm. Human desire knows no bounds. At this, Dr. Octopus began to speak, but his wife Rose cut him off. Otto, let's trust Mr. Chen on this. Her words had the desired effect. Dr. Octopus calmed down and, with a note of apology, said to Chen Feng, I'm sorry, I was being too impatient. No worries. Give me a day. Maybe I'll be able to solve the artificial sun's instability within that time. Chen Feng replied with a gentle smile. He didn't mind at all. He actually preferred scientists like this, those who were willing to be consumed by their own research. As the old saying goes, genius scientists are all a little mad. With the agreement reached, Dr. Octopus stopped urging Chen Feng. Chen Feng remained in the laboratory, dedicating himself to the study of the artificial sun, while Dr. Octopus and his wife became his assistants. Chen Feng was especially focused on ensuring the artificial sun's stability, so he first crafted a filter in a sealed enclosure. The filter resembled a tennis ball, with a surface capable of screening out unidentified particles. The sealed enclosure was made from special glass, designed to block those same particles, making it the ideal power source for the second-generation Transformers. Once his devices were ready, Chen Feng began by testing the filter with the artificial sun. With the filter in place, the artificial sun proved remarkably stable. Neither the unidentified particles nor any other substances could penetrate its core. The only remaining risk was the filter's power supply. If that ever failed, those particles could slip in and the artificial sun would spiral out of control. Chen Feng pressed on with his experiments, fitting the artificial sun inside the special glass cover. Upon activating it, a satisfied smile spread across his face. It's done. This is perfect for powering the Transformers, Chen Feng said happily. The special glass isn't quite strong enough, though. It's prone to shattering, Dr. Octopus reminded him. Don't worry. From now on, I'll use vibranium to make a substitute for special glass, Chen Feng said. Vibranium was the hardest metal known to man. Encasing the artificial sun with it was undoubtedly the safest choice. Having successfully created the most stable mini-artificial sun, Chen Feng was delighted. He genuinely didn't want to continue his research any further, but when he caught a glimpse of Dr. Octopus's eager, almost desperate eyes, he forced himself onward, continuing his work. Even though Chen Feng's intelligence had been increased 1,000-fold, the mysteries of the sun were not something humans could easily unravel. He spent an entire day in Dr. Octopus's laboratory, devoting all his energy to researching the artificial sun, yet still couldn't find a solution. Standing up and just about to speak, a sudden wave of dizziness crashed over him. His mind spun, and a powerful urge to vomit overwhelmed him. Seeing Chen Feng clutching his head and swaying, on the verge of collapsing, Dr. Octopus hurried over to support him, asking with deep concern, Chen Feng, are you all right? Unable to suppress it any longer, Chen Feng vomited. Rose quickly fetched a glass of water and handed it to him. Mr. Chen, have some water. It'll make you feel better. In a haze, Chen Feng accepted the glass. After rinsing his mouth and taking a few sips, he said weakly, I think I've overtaxed my brain, which caused the dizziness and nausea. I'm sorry. If I hadn't pressured you, you wouldn't have pushed yourself so hard. Dr. Octopus apologized sincerely. It's all right. Just tell me back to rest. I'll be fine after some sleep. Chen Feng replied, his voice still frail. Dr. Octopus supported Chen Feng as he helped him to bed. Of course, Chen Feng's condition couldn't be kept from Dr. Hank and the others. When they learned that Chen Feng's transformation into a big-headed genius had boosted his intellect 1,000-fold, they were all wildly excited. They knew the seemingly insurmountable problems they'd faced might finally have a solution with Chen Feng's help. Take Dr. Octopus's artificial sun, for example. With Chen Feng's assistance, it was as good as a success, only lacking perfect Controllability. If they could create an artificial sun, what else couldn't they invent? That's what Dr. Hank and the others thought. Had Chen Feng not collapsed from exhaustion, they would have pulled him straight into their own research projects without a second's delay. Determined to get Chen Feng's help for their own work, Dr. Hank and his colleagues stationed themselves right outside his door at the crack of dawn. In the morning, Chen Feng woke up, still rubbing his sore head. I really need to use my brain in moderation from now on. No more pushing myself like that, he muttered. After getting up and freshening up in the bathroom, he opened the door and froze in surprise. Dr. Hank and the others were lined up at his doorway, all staring at him expectantly. What are you all doing here? Chen Feng asked, puzzled. Professor Lizard was the first to step forward, grabbing Chen Feng's hand eagerly. Chen Feng, please help me. My research hasn't progressed at all. Chen Feng, please help me. My wife has been trapped in the quantum realm for too long. If we don't get her out soon, I'm afraid something bad will happen to her, Dr. Hank pleaded. Chen Feng, my nanotechnology has made great progress, but I've hit a difficult problem that I just can't solve. Could you help me? Zhao Hailun asked. Chen Feng rubbed his temples and replied with a wry smile. Not today. My brain is utterly exhausted. How about tomorrow, then? Dr. Hank pressed. He didn't want to wait any longer. Every time he thought of his wife still stuck in the quantum realm, his heart filled with anxiety and fear for her safety. Let's work on the research tomorrow. The sooner we develop the super soldiers, the faster our power will grow, Professor Lizard interjected. My research isn't as advanced as Dr. Hank's. Chen Feng can solve my problem quickly, so I should go first, Zhao Hailun argued, unwilling to fall behind. We'll talk about tomorrow's work when tomorrow comes. Right now, I just want to eat something and not think about anything else, Chen Feng said. While Chen Feng ate breakfast, Dr. Hank and the others sat with him. When he watched TV to relax, they kept him company. They even followed him when he went to the bathroom. Their constant presence started to get on Chen Feng's nerves, so he retreated to his room to sleep. To his surprise, Dr. Hank and the others simply made beds on the floor in his room. Chen Feng was speechless. He decided to ignore them and just get some rest. Another day passed. Once again, Dr. Hank and the others crowded around Chen Feng, asking for his help with their research. This time, Chen Feng chose to help Zhao Hailun first, since her nanotechnology was a crucial component for the second-generation Transformers. Dr. Hank and Professor Lizard were disappointed, but they weren't angry. Each of them understood Chen Feng's choice. After all, everyone has their own priorities. Zhao Hailun was delighted that Chen Feng chose to help her. In her heart, she believed it was because he cared about her. After all, Chen Feng had once told Aunt May that Zhao Hailun was his girlfriend. She never forgot those words. While Chen Feng worked on her research problem, Zhao Hailun couldn't help but gaze at him intently. The more she looked, the more handsome she found him, even though Chen Feng now had an enlarged, odd-looking head. Despite his unusual appearance, Chen Feng could sense everything around him. He noticed Zhao Hailun's constant gaze and turned to her with a playful smile. Hailun, why do you keep staring at me? Have you fallen for my good looks? He teased. Zhao Hailun's cheeks flushed red. She quickly averted her eyes and stammered. No, I was just watching you work, try to learn something. Then why are you watching my face instead of my hands? Chen Feng joked. I'm not talking to you anymore, Zhao Hailun replied, her face burning with embarrassment. Suddenly, Chen Feng reached out and took Zhao Hailun's hand in his voice suddenly soft and earnest. Hailun, will you be my girlfriend? Zhao Hailun was stunned. Will you be my girlfriend? Chen Feng asked again, his eyes full of sincerity. Zhao Hailun kept her head down, awkward and at a loss, and said softly, I don't know. When a woman doesn't say no to you directly, it usually means she has feelings for you. So Chen Feng decided to press his advantage. Hailun, I've actually liked you for a long time. You're gentle, smart, and kind. Everything I ever dreamed of in a partner. That's why I want to pursue you. Zhao Hailun lowered her head even further, nervously twisting the hem of her white lab coat. Her cheeks were flushed, and she had no idea how to respond to Chen Feng. Chen Feng knew her personality well, so he asked gently, Hailun, do you dislike me? Zhao Hailun shook her head. Then do you admire me? Chen Feng continued. She nodded. Would you be my girlfriend? Chen Feng looked at her earnestly. I swear by the heavens, I'll treat you well and give you a happy life. Zhao Hailun was touched by his words. She hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Overjoyed, Chen Feng jumped to his feet, swept Zhao Hailun into his arms, and spun her around in delight. I have a girlfriend now. Huh. His joyful shout soon drew the attention of Dr. Hank and the others. Dr. Hank stepped into Zhao Hailun's laboratory. Dr. Octopus asked, Chen Feng, what's got you so happy? Chen Feng, did I just hear you say you have a girlfriend? It can't be Hailun, can it? Dr. Hank chimed in. It must be Hailun, said Professor Lizard. I've always thought they were a perfect match. a genius and a strong man, complementing each other perfectly. Chen Feng grinned. Just now, Hylon agreed to be my girlfriend. I'm so happy. Drinks are on me tonight. No one goes home sober. Good. A little celebration now, and then helps everyone relax, Dr. Octopus said with a chuckle. Congratulations to both of you. Rose offered her heartfelt blessings. Zhao Hailuan was still far too shy to say a word. Of course, if Chen Feng was hosting a party, Natasha, the vice leader of the Brotherhood, couldn't possibly be left out. When Natasha heard that Chen Feng and Zhao Hailuan were together, she felt a sharp pang of jealousy and discomfort. It made her wonder if she had fallen for Chen Feng herself. Why else would she feel this way? By noon, the private island was buzzing with excitement, with more than 300 people eating, drinking, and making merry together. The subordinates dined outdoors, while Chen Feng and the core group gathered in the living room. During the meal, Natasha kept raising her glass and toasting Chen Feng. Chen Feng accepted every drink without hesitation. Before they knew it, he and Natasha were locked in a drinking contest, matching each other glass for glass with no sign of stopping. Normally, Chen Feng possessed the abilities of Spider-Man, which gave him an astonishing alcohol tolerance. But Natasha, after undergoing Soviet-era enhancements, aged far more slowly and had a bolstered immune system and resilience. Her drinking capacity was even greater than Chen Feng's. 2 hours later, Natasha emerged victorious, finally drinking Chen Feng under the table. Chen Feng slumped over the table, completely unconscious. Natasha, swaying drunkenly, pointed at Chen Feng and shouted, "I thought you were something special. Turns out you're just a coward, pretending to be drunk, aren't you? Let me tell you, you can't fool me. Get up. Let's keep drinking." Zhao Hailuan, unable to bear seeing Chen Feng drink anymore, tried to persuade her. "Natasha, that's enough. Stop drinking. Too much is bad for your health." Natasha propped a foot on a stool, thrust out her chest, and boasted, "We're superheroes. We can't be killed by alcohol." "Natasha, you're drunk. Go get some rest." Dr. Hank urged her gently. Natasha waved him off. "I'm not drunk. I could drink more, just watch me." With that, she raised her glass defiantly. But Dr. Octopus, controlling his mechanical tentacles, snatched the glass from her in an instant. "If you keep drinking, you'll really be out of it." Natasha staggered over to Chen Feng, gave him a shove, and started to grumble. "Chen Feng, are you blind? I'm just as amazing. Why aren't you interested in me?" Dr. Hank and the others, hearing her words, suddenly understood. It all made sense now. Natasha's strange behavior was because she was jealous. Zhao Hailuan was stunned. She never expected that Natasha liked Chen Feng too. Chen Feng, already drunk and feeling miserable, was pushed by Natasha and immediately felt the urge to throw up. He turned aside, brushed her hand away, and snapped, "Don't push me. I feel awful." Drunk people are notorious for making a scene over nothing. Natasha just assumed Chen Feng hated her and pushed her away on purpose. Furious, she yelled, "Fine, Chen Feng. How dare you hit me? I'll fight you right here." "My goodness, drunk people really are terrifying," Professor Lizard exclaimed. "Professor Lizard, do you have anything that can sober people up?" Zhao Hailuan asked anxiously. "Of course. I'll go get it right now. Give them this, and they'll be clear-headed in no time." Professor Lizard replied confidently. Suddenly, there was a loud thud. Natasha had swung her fist and landed a solid blow on Chen Feng's head, knocking him into the table. Chen Feng snapped. He got to his feet, faced Natasha, and let out a furious roar. Roar! He transformed into a Titan giant. "This is bad. We need to stop them right now," Dr. Hank said in alarm. His biggest worry was for Natasha. With Chen Feng's current strength, he could easily hurt her by accident. A wild howl split the air. Professor Lizard quickly transformed into his lizard form. Dr. Octopus moved to block Chen Feng's path. But Chen Feng, now in his Titan giant form, didn't attack. The powerful genes of the Titan giant instantly absorbed the alcohol in his system, and unaffected by drink, he regained his senses and kept his cool. He transformed back to his normal self, and, embarrassed, said to everyone, "Sorry about that. I drank too much just now, but I'm fine now." Everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. Chen Feng had sobered up, but Natasha was still lost in her drunken haze. Natasha pointed at Chen Feng and taunted him. "Didn't you want to hit me? Come on then. I'm not afraid of you." Chen Feng, feigning a look of terror, pointed behind Natasha and shouted, "Natasha, look behind you." Curious, Natasha turned around, only to find there was nothing there. Just as she turned back, ready to question Chen Feng, she suddenly felt an arm wrapped tightly around her waist. It was Chen Feng who had caught her in his embrace. Worried that Natasha, in her drunken state, might do something reckless, Chen Feng decided to restrain her. "Let go of me. Let me go." Natasha struggled desperately, trying to break free. But Chen Feng held her firmly, his arms locked around her waist, refusing to let go. Dr. Hank and the others saw Chen Feng's actions and assumed he was taking advantage of Natasha. After all, the position looked rather intimate. Zhao Hailuan's eyes even turned red, on the verge of tears, thinking Chen Feng wanted to get close to Natasha. "Professor Lizard, hurry up and get this sobering medicine," Chen Feng shouted. "All right." Professor Lizard nodded and rushed off. Only after hearing Chen Feng's words did everyone realize they had misunderstood him. Professor Lizard quickly returned, carrying a vial of medicine and a syringe. He said to Chen Feng, "This bottle contains a sedative with sobering effects, but the serum in this syringe is an antidote and works even better. Which one should I use?" "The syringe," Chen Feng replied immediately. "All right." Professor Lizard took up the syringe and prepared to administer the shot. Without warning, Natasha kicked him hard in the face, sending him tumbling across the floor. "Don't touch me, you rotten men," Natasha slurred, cursing as the room spun around her. Clutching his aching face, Professor Lizard called out to Chen Feng. "Chen Feng, you'll have to restrain her arms and legs, or I won't be able to give her the injection." Chen Feng shifted his hold, pulling Natasha down to the left. As they fell, he twisted his body so that Natasha landed beneath him, and he ended up on top. With a heavy thud, they crashed to the floor, Chen Feng pinning Natasha beneath him. Natasha was a superheroine. Her resilience meant such a minor fall didn't harm her. Although she wasn't hurt, she was mortified by the indignity and fought even harder, yelling, "Let me go. I'll kill you for this." Chen Feng, pressed close against her back, couldn't help but react physically to her writhing beneath him. Surrounded by so many people, he felt deeply embarrassed and hurriedly called out, "What are you waiting for? Give her the injection." "All right." Professor Lizard quickly stepped forward, rolled up Natasha's sleeve, and injected the serum into her arm. Professor Lizard's reputation was well earned. The medicine worked like a charm. In just a minute or two, Natasha sobered up. As soon as she regained her senses, Natasha felt an uncomfortable pressure at her lower back. Her face flushed scarlet in an instant, and she snapped, "I'm sober now. Get off me." Chen Feng glanced at Natasha. She didn't seem to be lying, so he let go of her and stood up. As he straightened, he glanced down at his pants. Good thing the underwear was sturdy, nothing too obvious. Natasha sprang up from the floor, her body tensing like a released spring. Blushing, she stammered awkwardly, "I'm drunk. I'll go rest first. You all enjoy yourselves." With that, she hurried away, too embarrassed to stay any longer. Chen Feng sat down beside Zhao Helen, leaned in close to her ear, and whispered, "Helen, don't misunderstand. I was just drunk just now." "I believe you," Zhao Helen replied with a gentle smile. Initially, she had worried that something might happen between Chen Feng and Natasha, but now she realized her concerns were unnecessary. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Chen Feng announced to Dr. Hank and the others that he was officially founding the Tianxia Society. From now on, he was to be addressed as the leader and Natasha as the deputy leader. Dr. Hank and the others took the news calmly, showing no surprise. It was exactly as they'd expected. For these scientists, Chen Feng's announcement simply meant a change in titles. Their work would go on as usual, unaffected. When the meal was over, Chen Feng didn't return to his research. Instead, he took Zhao Helen to the seaside for some fishing. After all, they had just become a couple. A little honeymoon was in order. The private island was the only one in the vicinity, and so teemed with fish, including sharks. Sea fishing was at its most thrilling when it came to catching sharks. Chen Feng's fishing gear was designed for big game. The rod was as thick as his arm, the line made of steel wire. Any fish weighing up to 500 pounds wouldn't stand a chance once hooked. With a touch of ruthlessness, he baited the hook with a live chicken and flung it into the sea. Meanwhile, Zhao Helen sat on a rock by the shore with a small fishing rod, content to fish for little ones. Suddenly, Chen Feng saw his float plunge beneath the water's surface and disappear. Delighted, he called out, "Helen, I've got a big one. Reel in quick, don't let it get away." Zhao Helen replied, excitement sparkling in her eyes. Chen Feng gave a powerful tug. The steel wire thrummed under the strain. "The pull is massive. Must be several hundred pounds at least," Chen Feng said. "I never imagined fishing could be this exhilarating." Zhao Helen exclaimed. She had fished before, but only in ponds or rivers, catching small fish. This was completely different. Here, every catch was a behemoth battling the line, and just watching was enough to get the heart racing. "Want to try it yourself?" Chen Feng offered with a playful grin. Zhao Helen quickly waved her hands. "I'm just an ordinary person. If I tried to reel in a big fish like that, I'd end up dragged into the sea." She meant it as a joke, but her words struck a chord with Chen Feng. It reminded him of something. Zhao Helen was too weak, and as time passed, would only grow older. If he wanted to make her stronger, The best way would be to inject her with Natasha's serum. Zhao Hailuan, like Natasha, will be able to slow the aging process while also strengthening her immune system and resistance to physical blows. Hailuan, do you want to have the same abilities as Natasha? Chen Feng asked. Of course I do. Every girl would love to stay as young and beautiful as Natasha, Zhao Hailuan replied eagerly. Then, over the next few days, I'll study Natasha's serum. Once I'm sure it's safe, I'll give it to you, so you can have the same abilities as she does, said Chen Feng. Zhao Hailuan nodded enthusiastically. All right. As they spoke, Chen Feng had already drawn the big fish within 10 meters. The fish struggled violently, its tail slapping the surface of the sea with thunderous splashes. When the fish broke through the water, Zhao Hailuan let out a scream of excitement. I see it. It really is a huge shark. We're in for a feast tonight. Chen Feng, strong as he was, and with a sturdy fishing rod in hand, had no fear that the shark would break free. When the shark was finally dragged up onto the shore, Chen Feng couldn't help but marvel. What luck! My first time fishing, and I've caught a 500-pound shark. I'm in such a good mood today. I'll cook for everyone. I'll make a special dish from my homeland, Zhao Hailuan said, clearly delighted. This shark is enormous. It'll take some time to prepare. Let's get started right away. By the time we're done, it'll be evening, said Chen Feng. All right, Zhao Hailuan agreed. Chen Feng returned to the villa, fetched a vintage tang sword, and headed back to the shore. With swift, practiced strokes, he sliced the shark into neat pieces in no time. The shark's blood had a strong, fishy smell, but once it was drained, the meat would taste much better. Once he finished, he packed the meat into a large bag and carried it back to the villa. Zhao Hailuan, beaming with excitement, began marinating the shark meat outside the villa. As night fell, a rich, mouth-watering aroma drifted across the entire private island, the irresistible scent of Zhao Hailuan's shark dish. Zhao Hailuan truly was a genius. Even her cooking was top-notch. Drawn by the delicious smell, Dr. Hank and the others came over uninvited. Even Natasha, who had awkwardly left that morning, showed up. This time, no one drank alcohol, and no one mentioned the events of the morning. Everyone ate and chatted together, the atmosphere warm and joyful. During dinner, Chen Feng deliberately brought up Natasha's story. Off her guard, Natasha began to recount her life from childhood. When she spoke of her early years, tears welled up in her eyes. Chen Feng was taken aback. He hadn't expected Natasha's childhood to be so tragic. When Natasha described the process of being transformed, Chen Feng listened intently, asking a few questions along the way. Natasha didn't mind, answering everything honestly. Chen Feng was doing this to help Zhao Hailuan better adapt to Natasha's serum. Later that night, as Zhao Hailuan was about to return to her room to rest, Chen Feng stopped her. She turned back, looking at Chen Feng with curiosity. What is it? Chen Feng flashed a mischievous grin. You're my girlfriend, so of course you should sleep with me. Zhao Hailuan's cheeks flushed instantly, and she said unbearably shy, No, we're not married yet. We can't do that kind of thing. We're adults. We both have needs, Chen Feng replied with a wicked grin. No, Before Zhao Hailuan could finish her sentence, Chen Feng suddenly swept her up into his arms. Holding Zhao Hailuan possessively, Chen Feng strode toward his bedroom. Don't worry, I'll be gentle, he promised. Face still burning, Zhao Hailuan struggled. No, I'm not ready yet. You have to give me some time to get used to this. The door shut with a heavy thud. Soon after, Zhao Hailuan's cries of pain could be heard from within. The next morning, Chen Feng didn't wake Zhao Hailuan. He'd worn her out the previous night, and she was still sound asleep. She certainly wouldn't be getting up before noon. He finished his morning routine, ate breakfast, and then headed to Professor Lizard's laboratory. As soon as Professor Lizard saw Chen Feng, he couldn't resist teasing him. You really should turn the volume down when you're watching those movies. We listened to the noises all night, and I swear those wicked sounds are still ringing in my ears. Sounds like I should move you all to the artificial island on the other side, so you don't keep eavesdropping and ruining my fun, Chen Feng joked. No, please. All our labs are set up here. It would be such a hassle, Professor Lizard protested. I could always help you move your whole lab over there, Chen Feng answered with a laugh. All right. My mistake. Please don't move us, Professor Lizard conceded, a note of resignation in his voice. He was eager to stay at Chen Feng's villa, since it made communication convenient. Just a few steps, and they could meet. Especially now that Chen Feng had become a big-headed freak, with his intelligence having soared 1,000-fold. His abilities had become even more valuable to Professor Lizard, making him all the more reluctant to leave. Enough joking, let's talk business. Do you still have any of Natasha's serum left? Chen Feng asked gravely. Of course. Natasha's abilities might not be the strongest, but her resistance to aging is truly miraculous. I only used a tiny bit for research and couldn't bear to use the rest, Professor Lizard replied. Any progress? Chen Feng inquired. I've injected Natasha's serum into animals and found there's not much change on the surface, but the aging process definitely slowed down, and they haven't gotten sick since, Professor Lizard reported. Seems Natasha's serum is very stable. Unlike the Hulk serum, which can cause the subject to explode at the drop of a hat, Chen Feng remarked. I've made quite a bit of progress with the Hulk serum too, Professor Lizard said. I injected an improved version into a small monkey. Whenever the monkey gets angry, it transforms into something as strong and huge as a gorilla. Its strength is incredible. And most importantly, when it calms down, it reverts to normal, just like the Hulk. Excellent. Keep up the good work, Chen Feng said approvingly, already envisioning an army of subordinates who could transform at will. I've done my best, but some problems require your help, said Professor Lizard. I don't have time right now. First, give me half of Natasha's serum. I'll inject Zhao Hailuan, and after that, I'll help you with your research, Chen Feng replied. All right. Professor Lizard agreed without hesitation. Natasha's serum was highly stable, so he didn't have to wait long. Chen Feng would be able to help him with his work soon. The very thought of perfecting a stable Hulk serum excited him. The idea of refining the lizard DNA serum thrilled him. The prospect of improving Natasha's serum filled him with anticipation. Every new possibility sent waves of excitement through him. Chen Feng transformed into Big Head, boosting his intelligence 1,000-fold and allowing him to research at an incredible pace. While he was studying Natasha's serum, Professor Lizard worked diligently by his side. They injected a white mouse with Natasha's serum and observed its behavior closely. As Professor Lizard had said, the serum was remarkably stable. The mouse's aging slowed, its health improved, and it grew significantly stronger. However, it didn't reach the level of power Natasha herself possessed, which left Chen Feng dissatisfied. Without Natasha's strength, the slowed aging couldn't match her rate either. So, Chen Feng decided to use a technique Natasha had described to him the night before. He built each piece of equipment she mentioned and then conducted further experiments on the mice. Sure enough, success came easily. The mouse became a super mouse, not any larger, but strong enough to repeatedly crash against the special glass dome with a resounding thud. Its aging rate finally matched Natasha's. Zhao Hailuan was Chen Feng's first girlfriend, and he cared deeply for her. He wanted to test the serum on other women first, ensuring it was safe before giving it to Zhao Hailuan. After all, one's own resources shouldn't benefit outsiders. Chen Feng thought of Gwen, Spider-Man's girlfriend. He called Spider-Man, explained the situation, and Spider-Man agreed immediately. His trust in Chen Feng's expertise was unwavering. Besides, even if something went wrong, Zhao Hailuan's rebirth cradle could bring Gwen back to life. Last time, the vehicle Spider-Man had taken from the private island was remotely returned there by Optimus Prime, so this time he traveled by speedboat. After several hours, Spider-Man arrived at the private island with Gwen in tow. Knowing his way around, Spider-Man led Gwen straight to Professor Lizard's laboratory. Chen Feng, Professor Lizard, and the clone had already been waiting. When Spider-Man entered with Gwen, Chen Feng waved them over. Gwen, lie down over here. Gwen eyed the strange equipment nervously. Are you sure this is safe? Don't worry, Gwen. Chen Feng's technology is top-notch. Nothing will happen to you, Spider-Man reassured her. Gwen, even if the worst happens, the boss is a way to bring you back, Professor Lizard added with a comforting "N.O.D." It would have been better if Professor Lizard hadn't said anything, but the moment he spoke, Gwen shrank back. I'm afraid of pain, Gwen said timidly. Don't worry, I'll be gentle, Chen Feng replied with a mischievous grin. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he realized something was off. It sounded almost like he was making some sort of nighttime suggestion. Who knows if Gwen misunderstood as well? She hesitated and said, Then you really have to be gentle, because I'm honestly terrified of pain. Chen Feng nodded. If it hurts, just tell me and I'll stop right away. Okay. Gwen finally seemed reassured. Once she lay down on that strange-looking apparatus, Chen Feng and Professor Lizard immediately strapped her in so tightly she couldn't move a muscle. A sense of dread crept over her, and she asked with a pale face, What are you doing? Don't worry, it's for your own safety, Chen Feng lied with a straight face. There's no such thing as painless body modification. Even the most stable super soldier serum in Marvel lore is agony to endure during injection. Gwen, I'm right here with you. Don't be afraid, Spider-Man tried to comfort her. Professor Lizard, let's begin, Chen Feng ordered. All right, Professor Lizard replied. He picked up a syringe filled with Natasha's serum and injected it into Gwen's arm. The moment the needle pierced her skin, Gwen drew a sharp breath, wincing. That hurts. Hang in there, Gwen. It'll be over soon, Spider-Man encouraged her. Injection complete, Professor Lizard reported. Nearby, the clone glued to the computer also chimed in. Natasha's serum is beginning to alter Gwen's physiology. Gwen let out a scream of pain. Chen Feng remained unmoved, watching intently for any changes in her. Spider-Man was visibly nervous, but his trust in Chen Feng kept him silent. Seconds ticked by. Gwen couldn't take it anymore. The pain was excruciating, cold sweat beating on her skin, her whole body convulsing as she cried out, "Let me go. I don't want to be a superhero anymore. It hurts too much. I can't stand it. Please, please let me go, ah." Seeing Gwen break down, Spider-Man anxiously asked, "Chen Feng, are you sure she'll be all right?" "There's no reward without sacrifice," Chen Feng replied. Spider-Man understood and said no more. A minute passed. Gwen's screams had grown hoarse. Her pleas were desperate. "I can't take it. Just kill me. I want to die. Gwen, let me remind you, if you can endure this, you'll become a woman like Natasha, forever young. But if you give up now, you might end up a fool. At that point, not even God could save you," Chen Feng said, deliberately scaring her to keep her conscious. "You lied to me. You said it wouldn't hurt. You said you'd be gentle. You said you'd stop if I told you it hurt. But you didn't. You liar. I hate you." Gwen's voice was hoarse as she cursed. "That's why you have to hold on. Otherwise, you'll never get a chance to take revenge on me." Chen Feng deliberately provoked her. "Gwen, if you don't kill me now, once you're free, you'll definitely find a way to finish me off." Gwen roared in anger. "Chen Feng, if you don't kill me, I swear I'll come after you the moment I get free." Seeing that Gwen had shifted her focus from pain to rage, Chen Feng felt a surge of satisfaction. This was exactly what he wanted. If she stayed angry, her consciousness wouldn't collapse under the agony. He kept teasing Gwen. "You know what, Gwen? Technically, you're the other woman. Peter already has a wife." "What?" Spider-Man gasped in surprise, completely baffled by Chen Feng's words. "You're lying. Peter only has me. There's no one else. I don't believe a word you say." Gwen snapped back, furious. Chen Feng grinned and added, "Actually, when Peter was in school, he had this peculiar habit. He liked to watch boys go to the restroom." As he finished, Chen Feng couldn't help but chuckle. "Don't talk nonsense. Peter is a perfectly normal guy. He's nothing like what you're saying," Gwen replied, clearly not convinced. Spider-Man's face darkened as he turned to Chen Feng. "Chen Feng, could you stop smearing my reputation? Or are you just trying to steal my girlfriend again?" Chen Feng gave Spider-Man a playful wink. "Peter, I'll explain everything to you later." Meanwhile, Clone, who was monitoring the computer, spoke up. "Gwen and Natasha's serum has fused to 30% so far. Gwen's body hasn't shown any signs of rejection yet." "Good. Keep monitoring. If anything changes, alert me immediately," Chen Feng instructed. "Understood," Clone replied. "The experiment is going remarkably well. Gwen is definitely going to make it," Dr. Lizard exclaimed happily. Chen Feng nodded, smiling. "I agree. I think it'll be a success, too." Spider-Man said nothing, grinning from ear to ear. Soon, he'd have a super-powered girlfriend. He wouldn't have to worry about Gwen's safety anymore, and if he got into trouble, Gwen could actually come to his rescue. That thought filled him with joy. As Chen Feng stopped provoking her, Gwen's attention gradually drifted back to her pain. She began to cry out again, her voice choked with agony. It hurts so much. I can't stand it." Everyone else remained unmoved. Turning her head, Gwen looked pleadingly at Spider-Man. "Peter, if you still love me, let me go, or just end it for me. I can't take it anymore. It feels like knives are tearing me apart." "Ah, Gwen, just hold on a little longer. The pain will pass soon." Spider-Man tried to comfort her. Seeing he wouldn't help, Gwen exploded in anger. "Peter, you jerk. You said it wouldn't hurt. You and Chen Feng are both liars. I'm breaking up with you. I'll even go find someone else just to spite you." Chen Feng couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Haha, Peter, you're in trouble now. Gwen is the kind of girl who means what she says. As long as it's green, whatever it is, it's just perfect." Professor Lizard joked, if Spider-Man changed his name to Green Spider, that wouldn't be bad at all. It has a nice ring to it. Clone chimed in with a laugh. Faced with their teasing, Spider-Man was both amused and exasperated. He replied, "Can you guys stop gloating? Are we still friends or not?" "Nope," Chen Feng answered, showing Spider-Man no mercy. "I've had plenty of friends," Professor Lizard added playfully, "but I've never had a friend who's been cuckolded. Not before, not now, and not ever." Spider-Man's face darkened. He had already worn that hat, so to speak, and now his head was practically glowing green. If he had to endure that kind of betrayal again, he'd start questioning the meaning of his life. He turned to Gwen, his voice gentle, and said, "Gwen, I'm doing this for your own good. I hope you can understand. Understand my foot. I just want to die right now." Gwen spat back, her beautiful face twisted in pain. The agony was so unbearable that she only longed for relief. Living or dying hardly mattered anymore. "Hang in there. I believe you can do it, Spider-Man encouraged her. It hurts so bad. I made up my mind. I'm breaking up with you. I can't stand a man who puts me through this. I don't want you anymore, sob. Gwen sobbed in misery. Half an hour passed. Gwen now only managed a faint moan. She no longer had the strength to scream. She was drenched in sweat, her silhouette barely visible, leaving anyone who saw her feeling a pang of sympathy. An hour later, Gwen lost consciousness. The experiment was over, perfectly executed. Gwen had successfully fused with Natasha's serum. All that remained was for her to wake up. Chen Feng checked Gwen's condition several times. Once he confirmed that everything was normal, he turned to Spider-Man and said, "Peter, carry Gwen to get cleaned up, then bring her to the guest room to rest." "All right," Spider-Man replied, lifting Gwen in his arms and leaving the lab. After washing Gwen, Spider-Man gently placed her on the guest room bed. Chen Feng, Professor Lizard, and Clone all entered the guest room, each bringing a chair to sit by the bedside, waiting patiently for Gwen to wake. 3 hours later. Gwen let out a soft sigh, gradually regaining consciousness. Seeing this, Spider-Man asked anxiously, "Gwen, are you all right?" Gwen glanced at him, then turned her head away, fuming. "Go away. I don't want to see you ever again." "Gwen, I only did this for your own good," Spider-Man protested, feeling wronged. "Oh, so torturing me is for my own good? I see right through you now. I'm breaking up with you. From this moment on, we're not a couple anymore," Gwen snapped. She would never forget how, during her transformation, she had begged Spider-Man for mercy, but he remained unmoved. To her, a man like that was not worthy of her love. "Gwen, you can be angry with me, but breaking up is out of the question. I won't agree to it." Spider-Man spoke with determination. His feelings for Gwen ran deep. If she were to break up with him, he would feel as if life had lost all meaning. Gwen buried her head under the covers and refused to respond to Spider-Man. Seeing how clearly Gwen spoke, Chen Feng knew her mind was unaffected. Still, he asked, "Gwen, how are you feeling right now?" From beneath the quilt, Gwen's voice came out in a huff. "Right now, I just feel like punching someone." Chen Feng half believed her, muttering to himself, "Could Natasha's serum have changed Gwen's personality? I think she's just upset about you lying to her before," Professor Lizard reminded him. Chen Feng thought that made sense, so he asked Gwen again, "Gwen, be honest with me. Tell me how your body feels. If something goes wrong, no one will be able to save you. I don't need any of you to save me. You're all just a bunch of monsters." Gwen snapped, her voice full of anger. Chen Feng looked over at Spider-Man, signaling him to try and comfort Gwen. Spider-Man just spread his hands helplessly, as if to say he was out of ideas. After thinking for a moment, Chen Feng stood up and left the guest room. He made his way to Zhao Hailuan's laboratory. As always, Zhao Hailuan was a whirlwind of scientific energy, unable to sit still. "Hailuan," Chen Feng called out. Zhao Hailuan turned around at the sound of his voice. When she saw Chen Feng, a look of happiness lit up her face. She greeted him with a sweet smile. "Chen Feng." Chen Feng walked over and put his arms around her slender waist, his voice full of excitement. "I've got great news for you." Nestling into Chen Feng's embrace, Zhao Hailuan closed her eyes in contentment. "What's the good news? I've finally developed the most stable version of Natasha's serum, and it's already been successfully tested on a human subject," Chen Feng said. "Wow, that's wonderful," Zhao Hailuan exclaimed, delighted. "But there's still one last issue," Chen Feng went on. "The test subject is Gwen. During the procedure, the pain was so intense that she kept begging for death. Now that she's recovered, she's angry at us for helping her and refuses to cooperate with us about her condition. So what should we do?" Zhao Hailuan asked. If there was any risk, she wouldn't dare use it herself. "You're a woman too, so I was hoping you could try to talk to her. She's really hostile toward us right now, and if we push her, it'll only backfire," Chen Feng replied. "How should I persuade her?" Zhao Hailuan asked. When it came to science, she was second to none. But with emotions, she was nowhere near as skilled as Gwen. Chen Feng suddenly realized that, for all his intelligence, he was just as clueless when it came to matters of the heart. Zhao Hailuan looked up at Chen Feng, blinking her eyes. "What about me?" "Sigh, never mind. I'll ask Natasha to go. She's much better at handling these things," Chen Feng said. Jealousy flickered across Zhao Hailuan's face. "Why does it have to be Natasha? Am I not good enough? I'm no worse than Natasha," Zhao Hailuan said with a jealous tone. Chen Feng understood the reason behind Zhao Hailuan's words and patiently explained, "We're both smart, but when it comes to matters of the heart, Natasha is just better than we are. That's why she's the most suitable choice. Besides, let me make it clear, I have no feelings for Natasha. I don't like her. The only woman I care about is you. Zhao Hailuan, you're the first woman I've ever loved. And from now on, you're the only one I'll ever love. You don't have to worry about me falling for anyone else." Moved by his words, Zhao Hailuan buried her head in Chen Feng's chest and replied softly, I believe you. Then let's go find Natasha together, Chen Feng said. All right, Zhao Hailuan answered sweetly. Even though she trusted Chen Feng, she couldn't help worrying about Natasha. Just as Chen Feng said, Natasha was unmatched when it came to romance and relationships. So Zhao Hailuan was afraid Natasha might steal her Chen Feng away. She decided to keep a closer eye on him, making sure no other woman would have a chance. Chen Feng took Zhao Hailuan's delicate hand, and together they stepped out of the villa. They hopped onto a glider and soared toward a nearby artificial island. Hovering above the island, Chen Feng spotted Natasha training her subordinates below. Natasha truly lived up to her reputation as a natural-born commander. She had shaped her 300 trainees into a team with remarkable unity. Their coordination during training spoke volumes. Natasha, come over here for a moment, Chen Feng called out. When Natasha saw Chen Feng arrive, she quickly instructed, everyone, keep training. Then she turned to Alita and said, Alita, help me put on the female transformer suit. Yes, Miss Natasha. Alita responded promptly. There was a mechanical clatter as Natasha donned the female transformer suit, then soared into the sky and hovered beside Chen Feng. Boss, what do you need from me? Natasha asked. Chen Feng explained the situation in detail. Natasha didn't hesitate for a second and agreed readily. No problem. Leave it to me. I promise she'll be more than willing to cooperate with you in just a few minutes. Natasha followed Chen Feng back to the villa. She entered the guest room, promptly ushered everyone else out, and left only herself and Gwen inside. A few minutes later, the door opened. Natasha emerged with a smile and said to Chen Feng, Boss, everything's settled. You can go in and ask her anything you like. Chen Feng gave Natasha a thumbs up and praised. Impressive. Zhao Hailuan pouted a little, her heart not entirely convinced. In truth, people like Chen Feng and Zhao Hailuan, who possessed extraordinary intelligence, were also quite adept in matters of the heart. But their devotion to science made them neglect their emotions, which left them far behind Natasha when it came to relationships. If they wanted to achieve something in matters of the heart with their intelligence, it would be a breeze. Chen Feng took the lead and walked into the guest room. He saw Gwen sitting at the head of the bed, looking rather downcast. Gwen, are you feeling unwell? Chen Feng asked. Gwen shook her head. No, I'm fine physically. I'm just not in a good mood. Is it because we deceived you? Chen Feng asked. Gwen shook her head again. No, that's not it. Then what's the reason? Chen Feng pressed, his curiosity piqued. Gwen took a deep breath and let it out before she spoke. When I was injected with the serum, I truly thought I couldn't make it. That was the moment I regretted it all. I wanted to give up. I didn't want to die. I begged you all, and you refused me, which I understand. But Peter also turned me down, and faced with my pain, he was unmoved. That left a knot in my heart. Oh, so that's what it was. Chen Feng sighed in relief. As long as her body was fine, her mind clear, and her memories intact, then all was well. Spider-Man couldn't help but step forward and speak up. Gwen, let me explain. Before he could finish, Gwen cut him off. There's nothing to explain. Just give me some time, she said, her expression unreadable. Spider-Man sighed, knowing that Gwen had suffered terribly while fusing with the serum. It was no wonder she harbored such resentment toward him. Gwen, if you're up for it, would you mind coming outside with us to test your physical abilities? Chen Feng asked. Gwen nodded. All right, no problem. They headed outside, onto the beach. Chen Feng extended his right hand toward Gwen. Grip my hand with all your strength and pull. Let's test your power. Gwen grasped Chen Feng's wrist with both hands and pulled with all her might. Chen Feng, standing as an ordinary man, but using Spider-Man's strength, possessed power beyond that of normal people. Despite Gwen's determined effort, his body only swayed slightly while he remained firmly rooted. After a full minute of Gwen's pulling, Chen Feng called out, That's enough, Gwen. Gwen released his hand and stepped aside, panting for breath. Boss, just how strong is Gwen now? Professor Lizard asked eagerly. The average human can handle up to twice their own body weight. Gwen is at that level. On par with Natasha, Chen Feng replied. That's impressive. She's only a shade behind Peter, Professor Lizard said with satisfaction. Gwen, run along the shore at your top speed, Chen Feng instructed. Let me rest for 5 minutes first, Gwen gasped. Although she now shared Natasha's abilities, she had never trained or exercised, so she still lagged behind Natasha in every aspect. After 5 minutes, Gwen sprinted along the shore with all her strength. She ran for 10 minutes, and Chen Feng still had not called for her to stop. Her speed is normal, Professor Lizard observed. Now, let's test her endurance, Chen Feng said. Gwen kept running. After half an hour, she finally stopped, not because she wanted to, but because she simply couldn't go on. Her legs ached, Her whole body was exhausted, and she was so worn out that she plopped down right on the sand with a heavy sigh. Endurance has definitely improved, Chen Feng remarked. Do we still need to test her combat skills? Professor Lizard inquired. Chen Feng shook his head. No need. It was completely unnecessary. Natasha's strength didn't come from being transformed. It was the result of relentless training and learning. That was what made her formidable. What Chen Feng valued most was Natasha's incredibly slow aging. As for the rest, he wasn't impressed. Chen Feng, if the tests are finished, I'll take Gwen back now, Spider-Man said. Chen Feng waved his hand. Go ahead. Once Spider-Man and Gwen had left, Chen Feng began the process of upgrading Zhao Hailuan. The method was the same as before. Zhao Hailuan lay on the strange equipment, ready for what was to come. After making sure everything was set, Chen Feng spoke gently to Zhao Hailuan. Hailuan, this is going to hurt a lot. You'll need to be strong. If you can't hold it in, just go ahead and scream. Don't worry. I'm not afraid of pain, Zhao Hailuan replied, her voice resolute. Chen Feng nodded to Professor Lizard, signaling that they could begin. Professor Lizard then injected Zhao Hailuan with Natasha's serum. Gradually, Zhao Hailuan bit down on her lip, cold sweat gathering on her brow. Chen Feng quickly handed her a towel. Hailuan, bite down on this, he said. If she kept biting her lip, she'd surely break the skin. With the towel, she'd be safe from that. Obediently, Zhao Hailuan opened her mouth and clamped down on the towel. She might seem gentle and delicate on the surface, but Zhao Hailuan was, in fact, incredibly brave. Her willpower far exceeded that of ordinary people. Despite the intense pain, she only let out a few muffled groans, nothing like Gwen, who had made such a dramatic fuss. Half an hour later, Zhao Hailuan's face was pale, her features contorted, her body trembling. Chen Feng said nothing, but he held her hand tightly, offering silent support. Hailuan is fusing with the serum much faster than Gwen did, and far more smoothly, the clone observed. Perhaps it's because Hailuan harbors no resistance at all. She's accepting it wholeheartedly, which makes all the difference, Professor Lizard surmised. Over half an hour passed. Zhao Hailuan completed the fusion perfectly, becoming a superhuman herself. Her aging would now slow dramatically, her immune system and resilience greatly enhanced. She didn't faint, she was simply drained. Hailuan, you really are extraordinary. My woman is nothing like the others, so brave, Chen Feng said with pride. With great effort, Zhao Hailuan managed a faint smile, her voice brimming with happiness. Now, I can finally be by your side, always. With Natasha's serum in her veins, as long as she didn't court danger, she was nearly immortal. She would never fall ill, her body's aging would slow to a crawl, and even if she grew old one day, she could use the cradle of regeneration. Technology to restore her youth. She was truly happy, knowing she could be with Chen Feng forever. Chen Feng held Zhao Hailuan's hand and said, When I become invincible, I'll create the most perfect world for you. A world with just you and me. All along, Chen Feng had only one goal, to survive. That's why he needed to become stronger. He wanted to become the most powerful being in the Marvel Universe, so that all the cosmic gods who wished to destroy the world would vanish without a trace. Especially Thanos. Whether Thanos lived or died was unimportant. What mattered was that the Infinity Stones had to be seized. Right now he was still weak, but he believed that as long as he persevered, he would one day stand at the very peak of the universe. Yes, I believe in you, Zhao Hailuan said with admiration in her eyes. Zhao Hailuan had been by Chen Feng's side since the very beginning. She had witnessed his strength with her own eyes, so she had no doubt he could achieve his goal, even if it seemed so far out of reach. Exhausted and unable to get up, Zhao Hailuan lay motionless. So Chen Feng gently scooped her up in his arms and carried her to the bedroom. As they prepared to take a bath, a rosy blush appeared on Zhao Hailuan's previously pale cheeks. She said shyly, Chen Feng, I can do this myself. Even though she and Chen Feng had already shared intimacy, she still felt shy and reserved. There's nothing about you I haven't seen, Chen Feng teased with a mischievous grin. No means no, Zhao Hailuan insisted, her face flushed. If you're embarrassed, just close your eyes, Chen Feng said with a playful smile. Ignoring Zhao Hailuan's protests, he carried her into the bathroom. Chen Feng didn't know much about relationships, but he'd heard an old saying, when a woman says no, she often means yes. The sound of running water filled the air. Unable to resist, Zhao Hailuan simply closed her eyes and let herself relax, surrendering to Chen Feng's care. While washing her, Chen Feng was surprised to notice just how much Zhao Hailuan's body had changed. He couldn't help but praise her. Hailuan, your skin is so much more supple now. Absolutely perfect and beautiful. Don't, she protested, her voice trailing off into soft moans. In another room of the villa, Professor Lizard, Dr. Hank, and the clone overheard the strange noises. Hank couldn't help but complain, "Oh, not again." Dr. Octopus, however, remained unaffected, focused intently on his research. If anything, he was even more oblivious than Chen Feng had ever been. Meanwhile, Rose heard the unusual sounds and couldn't help but swing her legs restlessly. She turned to Dr. Octopus and said, "Otto, why don't we take a break?" Without even looking up from his work, Dr. Octopus replied, "I'm not tired. You can rest if you want, but I don't need your help for now." He certainly lived up to his reputation as the ultimate straight-laced man. "Otto, it's been so long since we, Rose said softly, not giving up. "What?" Dr. Octopus looked genuinely puzzled. Nighttime exercise," Rose whispered shyly to Dr. Octopus turned his head and spoke to Rose with a serious tone. "For the time being, I need to devote all my energy to the artificial sun project. I can't afford any distractions from physical desires, so I hope you understand." Rose was so angry that she stamped her foot, let out a cold snort, and spun around to leave. Only then did Dr. Octopus notice the strange noises. Suddenly realizing what had happened, he gave a wry smile and muttered, "Looks like I'll need to talk to the boss sometime about soundproofing the villa. Otherwise, how am I supposed to do my research?" After her bodily enhancements, Zhao Hailuan and Chen Feng had gone wild for quite a while, leaving her so exhausted she couldn't even get out of bed. It wasn't until the next morning that she finally managed to rise. She was thankful for her upgraded body. Otherwise, with her former strength, after Chen Feng's madness yesterday, she might have had trouble even walking today. During breakfast, Professor Lizard teased, "Hailuan, your voice was so hoarse yesterday. Did something go wrong with your serum fusion?" Zhao Hailuan blushed furiously, her ears turning red as she lowered her head in embarrassment. "And no, nothing's wrong." Dr. Hank joined in with a playful grin. "Hailuan, did the boss mistreat you? If he did, just let us know, and we'll stand up for you." Rose chimed in, her voice filled with envy. "Hailuan, you and the boss are so happy together." To her, Zhao Hailuan and Chen Feng truly had the life of real partners. Unlike her own situation, though she shared a bed with Dr. Octopus, he hardly ever touched her, always using his research as an excuse. Of course, despite her complaints that Dr. Octopus couldn't satisfy her, she still loved him deeply. Dr. Octopus stated bluntly, "Hailuan, when the boss comes in a bit, mention to him to get your room soundproofed." Zhao Hailuan nearly buried her head under the table, replying in utter embarrassment, "Okay." She had already made up her mind. She absolutely had to talk to Chen Feng about toning things down in the future and fixing the soundproofing. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to show her face around here. Chen Feng, well-rested and in high spirits, woke up late. After washing up, he came out for breakfast. He noticed everyone giving him odd looks, Zhao Hailuan included, and asked in confusion, "What's with you all today?" Zhao Hailuan hurried over, pulled Chen Feng aside, and tiptoed up to whisper in his ear, "It's all your fault. They heard everything we did yesterday. They even asked me just now to tell you to fix the soundproofing." Chen Feng chuckled, unconcerned. "What's there to be embarrassed about? We scientists aren't hung up on things like this. But, yes, the soundproofing does need some work." Zhao Hailuan gave Chen Feng a playful smack, pouting with frustration. "You may not care, but I do." Chen Feng wrapped his arm around Zhao Hailuan's slender waist, planted a kiss on her rosy cheek, and burst out laughing. "All right then, whatever my darling says goes." After breakfast, Chen Feng left with Zhao Hailuan to continue their research on nanotechnology. Nanotechnology is the science of crafting materials at the level of individual atoms and molecules. Chen Feng focused his research on controlling the structural dimensions of materials within the range of 1 to 100 nanometers, studying their properties and applications. Nanotechnology is an amalgamation of dynamic science, chaos physics, intelligent quantum theory, quantum mechanics, mesoscopic physics, molecular biology, computer science, microelectronics, scanning, tunneling microscopy, and nuclear analysis, among others. As a result, it is extraordinarily complex, hundreds of times more intricate than the cradle of regeneration. Chen Feng began his experiments with ordinary metals. Once he succeeded, he switched to vibranium. During these experiments, he transformed into his big-headed form, boosting his intelligence 1,000-fold. With Zhao Hailuan's collaboration, their progress in nanotechnology was astonishingly fast. Zhao Hailuan's smile never faded, and she frequently praised Chen Feng's brilliance. 18 days later, inside Zhao Hailuan's laboratory, Chen Feng wore a watch on his wrist. "I'm about to start," he announced. "I'm ready to collect the data," Zhao Hailuan replied, hugging a laptop close. "Optimus Prime, Transformers mode," Chen Feng commanded. "At your service, my lord," Optimus Prime responded. Tiny particles emerged from the watch on Chen Feng's wrist, climbing up his arm and spreading across his body until he was fully encased, transforming him into a human-sized transformer. As Chen Feng moved around the lab in his form-fitting transformer suit, his footsteps echoed solidly through the room. He swung his arms and twisted his waist, testing the suit. After a moment's assessment, he exclaimed happily, "No major issues, just a bit of lag. Leave that to me. I can handle it," Zhao Hailuan said with excitement. "Great. I'll leave it in your hands," Chen Feng replied with relief. Having a genius scientist as a girlfriend truly made a world of difference. She could help lighten his load in countless ways. Leaving Zhao Hailuan's lab, Chen Feng headed straight to Dr. Hank's laboratory. Now, his second-generation transformer project was just 2 technologies away from completion: PIM particle technology and the technique for refining vibranium. Neither posed much difficulty for Chen Feng. The PIM particle technology could be obtained simply by asking Dr. Hank, and with his extraordinary intellect, refining vibranium was no challenge at all. So the most pressing task was to secure the PIM particle technology from Dr. Hank. Once that was done, everything else would fall into place. Chen Feng entered Dr. Hank's lab and greeted him. "Dr. Hank, still hard at work, I see." Hearing Chen Feng's voice, Dr. Hank immediately lit up with joy and exclaimed, "Chen, no leader, have you and Helen finally succeeded with your nanotechnology research?" Chen Feng nodded. "Yes, we've just achieved a breakthrough." Dr. Hank's excitement grew. "So, you're here to help me with quantum research now." After waiting so many days, he had finally been able to meet Chen Feng. "I actually wanted to discuss something with you," Chen Feng said, sounding a bit embarrassed. "Could you let me have the PIM particle technology? First, I promise, once I finish building the second-generation transformers, I'll help you with the quantum research and rescue your wife." He felt somewhat guilty. After all, he had promised Dr. Hank that he would help him crack the mysteries of the quantum realm before receiving the PIM particle technology. Now he was asking to switch the order. He was, in a way, going back on his word. But there was no other way. The second-generation transformers were close to completion, and he was eager to finish the project as soon as possible. He was confident in his ability to help Dr. Hank with quantum research, but what if it took too long? What if a formidable new enemy appeared before then? Especially those that could fly. Without the second-generation transformers, he would be no match for them. Dr. Hank's face darkened at Chen Feng's request, and his tone turned sharp. "Chen Feng, have you forgotten the promise you made to me?" He was so upset, he didn't even address him as leader anymore. "I haven't forgotten," Chen Feng replied. "Then why aren't you keeping your word? Help me research the quantum realm first, and I'll give you the PIM particle technology once we succeed," Dr. Hank pressed him. "If you give me the PIM particle technology now, I can finish building the second-generation transformers within a month. Then I won't have to worry about powerful enemies showing up. But your quantum technology is far more complex. Even with my intellect, I can't guarantee we'll make a breakthrough within a year," Chen Feng explained. Dr. Hank hesitated. "If I hand over the PIM particle technology and you go back on your word again, what then?" "Dr. Hank, you're worrying too much. Honestly, the quantum realm is just as valuable to me. From what I know, time flows differently there compared to our world. Take your wife, for example. She's been in the quantum realm for more than a decade, but inside, it might feel like only an hour or two. Let me tell you something even more incredible. The quantum realm allows for time travel. In other words, we could use it to travel to the past or the future. So you can rest assured, your wife can definitely be saved," Chen Feng promised. His words left Dr. Hank stunned. "You're not lying to me? I have no reason to lie to you. You're an invaluable member of my team, just like Zhao Helen. Remember Dr. Octopus, Professor Lizard, and the others? I helped each of them resolve their problems. If I could help them, I can certainly help you too. I really am busy right now, so I can't help you. I hope you understand," said Chen Feng. Dr. Hank Pym pondered for a moment, then turned around, opened a safe, and took out a USB drive along with a set of battle gear. He handed them to Chen Feng. "All the information on PIM particle technology is on here, and this suit is the Ant-Man suit. It can shrink or grow. Take it as a reference." "Thank you, Dr. Pym," Chen Feng said, delighted. "If you want to thank me, then hurry and help me finish the research on the quantum realm," Dr. Pym replied gruffly. "Don't worry. Chen Feng, always keep my word," Chen Feng promised sincerely. With the Ant-Man suit and the USB drive in hand, Chen Feng returned to his lab. He plugged the USB drive into his computer, put on a helmet, and began transferring all the data directly into his brain. Then he closed his eyes and started absorbing the knowledge stored on the drive. To absorb it faster and more efficiently, he transformed into his big-headed monster form. After 2 hours, Chen Feng had fully assimilated the knowledge of PIM particles and grasped their underlying principles. Returning to his normal form, He headed back to his room to rest for a few hours. When he woke up, he put on the Ant-Man's suit. Following the operating instructions, he practiced growing and shrinking. Each time he changed size, he felt a bout of dizziness, though it wasn't severe. The Ant-Man's suit required manual operation, and Chen Feng couldn't help but question Dr. Pym's mechanical skills. In his hands, not only he, but also Zhao Hailuan and Dr. Octopus could have easily upgraded the suit to be fully automated. But he had no interest in modifying the Ant-Man's suit. It simply wasn't challenging enough for him. Back in the lab, he got to work and crafted a Pym particle gun. Once it was ready, he placed a piece of scrap metal on the floor, then adjusted the gun's energy and set it to enlarge. With the energy set at 10%, he pulled the trigger. A beam of light shot out, striking the scrap metal, which instantly grew by 10% in size. Next, he switched the gun to shrink, and with another shot, the metal reverted to its original size. Haha! With Pym particles, I'll never run out of materials again. Chen Feng exclaimed happily. If he managed to crack the secrets of the quantum realm, he'd be even more formidable, able to travel through time and space, playing with reality as he pleased. Who knew? Maybe he could even return to his original world. After reveling in his success for a moment, Chen Feng took out some vibranium. There was only a small amount, just a few grains. He dialed the Pym particle gun's energy up to 100% and set it to enlarge. A flash of light struck the vibranium, and it expanded 100-fold, becoming the size of a fist. A fist-sized piece of vibranium still wasn't enough to build a transformer, so Chen Feng kept on enlarging it, each time by a 100-fold, until it eventually reached the size of a basketball. That was big enough. Any larger would be too difficult to refine. With the vibranium raw material now ready, Chen Feng asked Optimus Prime to notify Dr. Pym and the others to convene for a meeting. The living room of the villa. Dr. Hank and the others were each seated on the sofa. Chen Feng walked out, cradling a chunk of vibranium about the size of a basketball in his arms. He placed the vibranium on the coffee table, then gave everyone a mischievous look. Does anyone recognize this? He teased. Everyone there was a scientist, and curiosity about the unknown was second nature to them. Instantly, they all crowded around the vibranium, examining it with keen interest. Dr. Hank tapped on the vibranium, producing a crisp, ringing sound. Intrigued, he remarked, "This thing is incredibly dense." Dr. Octopus, never one for subtlety, manipulated two of his mechanical tentacles to grip the vibranium on either side. Then, with another tentacle, he struck the metal with great force. A thunderous boom echoed through the room. The vibranium remained completely unscathed, while Dr. Octopus's mechanical tentacle was slightly bent out of shape. "What is this? It's unbelievably tough," Dr. Octopus exclaimed, delight flickering in his eyes. He was already imagining how useful this could be for his artificial sun project. "I'm guessing it's a meteorite from outer space," Zhao Hailuan ventured. "At the end of the day, isn't it just a lump of iron? What's the big deal?" Professor Lizard interjected, clearly uninterested. "If it were something ordinary, the boss wouldn't have gathered us all here," Rose chimed in. "That's why I'm convinced it's no ordinary object. Maybe it's the vibranium the boss mentioned before." Chen Feng gave Rose a thumbs up and praised her. "No wonder you're Dr. Octopus's better half. Smart as a whip, you got it right away." A look of realization dawned on Dr. Hank's face. He asked, "Boss, does this mean you've mastered Pym particle technology and used it to enlarge the vibranium Peter stole from S.H.I.E.L.D.? Chen Feng nodded. "That's right. This is vibranium, enlarged with Pym particles." "Incredible!" Dr. Hank exclaimed in awe. He and his wife had spent decades researching Pym particles, yet Chen Feng had mastered them in just a few hours. Such a learning speed was simply miraculous. "Boss, you called us together and showed us this vibranium. What do you want us to do?" Professor Lizard asked, baffled. "Simple," Chen Feng replied. "I want you to brainstorm ways for us to refine vibranium." Dr. Octopus stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Vibranium has baffled scientists for 100 years. No one's managed to refine it. That's a real conundrum." "That's only because they didn't have us," Dr. Octopus replied with supreme confidence. "With our combined skills, I'm sure we can pull it off. Refining vibranium is within our reach, but the real question is how," Chen Feng said. "If you have any ideas, don't hold back. Let's hear them. Fire definitely won't work. I'm sure other scientists have already tried that. So, should we avoid using chemical methods altogether?" Professor Lizard suggested. "Chemicals are out of the question," Dr. Hank agreed. "It's doubtful we could even break it down, let alone refine it." "What about cutting it and then hammering it into the desired shape?" Rose proposed. Chen Feng shook his head. "If it could be cut, it wouldn't be vibranium. I've seen a classified document that describes how Dr. Myra McLean created Captain America's shield," said Dr. Octopus. "I know about that too," Chen Feng explained. During World War II, Dr. McLean tried to develop an indestructible metal for America. He originally wanted to use vibranium, but he couldn't figure out how to work with it either. The creation of Captain America's shield was a complete accident. One day, while resting in his lab, he happened to touch something on his workbench that caused the vibranium, some iron, and a certain chemical to combine unintentionally, forming the hardest known metal on Earth. That metal is called proto-adamantium. It's nearly indestructible, able to withstand extreme pressure, temperatures, radiation, and electromagnetic attacks. Impressive as it is, it still doesn't compare to true vibranium. And since Dr. McLean didn't witness the exact process or the precise proportions of the ingredients, he was never able to make proto-adamantium again. I think we could try the same method, experiment a few more times. Maybe we'll get lucky, suggested Professor Lizard, his passion for chemistry shining through. Maybe it could work, but it would take too long. We need another way, Chen Feng replied. How about we go to the Earth's core? Dr. Octopus proposed. It's scorching down there. Maybe we could reshape vibranium. Why not just suggest going to the sun? The temperature there is even higher, Professor Lizard joked. If we could get to the sun, we could definitely melt vibranium, Rose chimed in, her tone scholarly. But the sun is about 150 million kilometers away from us. The fastest spacecraft travels at 16.7 kilometers per second. Let's see, 150 million. Divided by 16.7 is around 9 million seconds. Divide that by 60, you get 150,000 minutes. Then by 60 again, about 2,500 hours. Divide by 24, that's about 1.5 years. With a boss's temperament, there's no way he'd wait that long. Chen Feng slapped his thigh, excitement lighting up his face. You know, the sun really is perfect for this. The surface temperature is about 5,500 degrees Celsius. At the core, it's around 20 million degrees. The corona can reach up to 5 million degrees. With that kind of heat, we could definitely melt vibranium. Zhao Hailuan rolled her eyes. The problem is, there's no way for us to get anywhere near the sun. We can't get close, but we could use an artificial sun, Chen Feng said, his enthusiasm mounting. The temperature of an artificial sun isn't quite as high as the real thing, but it's close enough. All we need to do is build a large one, and that should do the trick. Dr. Octopus shot to his feet, excitement bubbling over. Then what are we waiting for? Let's get started right away. He absolutely loved the idea of an artificial sun. After arriving on the private island, he had spent so long researching artificial suns, but all of them were small-scale projects. He had never worked on a large one. The reason was simple. He feared that if an artificial sun went out of control, it could destroy the island. But now, with Chen Feng's support, he no longer needed to worry. If anything went wrong, Chen Feng would bear the consequences. That's settled then. If you have time, come help out, Chen Feng announced. All right, replied Dr. Hank, nodding along with the others. Dr. Octopus, Dr. Hank, Dr. Zhao Hailuan, Rose, Professor Lizard, Chen Feng himself, and Optimus Prime controlling a horde of robots, all joined forces. In just 10 days, they constructed a machine 10 stories high. This machine was both the initiator and the controller for the artificial sun. The reason for its massive size was that the larger the artificial sun, the higher its temperature would be. Naturally, the sun's gravitational pull would also be stronger, so a large-scale machine was needed to keep everything stable. After all the preparations were complete, Chen Feng ordered 300 of his men to use a giant freighter to transport the artificial sun machine elsewhere. He didn't dare to conduct the experiment on the private island. Chen Feng had the machine shipped to a small island on the open sea. There, his 300 men worked together to anchor the artificial sun securely to the ground. Once everything was ready, Chen Feng turned to Dr. Octopus and said, Dr. Octopus, go check everything over. We must make sure nothing goes wrong. Understood, I'll get right on it, Dr. Octopus replied, barely able to contain his excitement. This was a newly improved artificial sun, and today his dream was about to come true. While Dr. Octopus inspected the equipment, Chen Feng's 300 men busied themselves assembling floating platforms. The platforms served to separate the sea water, preventing the artificial sun's gravity from pulling water in and thus reducing the temperature. The sun's gravitational force was immense, so it wasn't enough to just use floating platforms. A large number of steel cables were needed to anchor the platforms to the seabed, ensuring they wouldn't be pulled up by the artificial sun's gravity. The assembly was simple. Within 2 hours, they had joined enough platforms to cover an area the size of 10 city squares. Once everything was in place, Chen Feng gave the order, begin. Dr. Octopus took charge of the artificial sun's controls, while the others, including Chen Feng, assisted. Dr. Octopus maneuvered 4 enormous mechanical arms, specially built for this experiment. identical in function but 100 times larger than usual. Under his direction, several beams of light struck the tritium elements, suspending them in midair. Serving as his assistant, Rose monitored the data on her computer and reported, "Nuclear fusion reaction is stable. Activate the filters now," instructed Dr. Octopus. The tennis ball-shaped filters around the artificial sun lit up. The artificial sun is functioning normally, all readings within controllable range, Rose updated. "I'm increasing the power now," Dr. Octopus declared. Dr. Octopus gradually increased the power. The artificial sun, once the size of a fist, expanded until it was as large as a house. The heat it generated left Chen Feng and the others drenched in sweat, and the gravity it produced made it hard for them to stand steady. They felt so light, as if at any moment they might be pulled into the artificial sun. Chen Feng's team had prepared safety measures long in advance. Each person had a rope tied securely around their waist. The surface temperature of the artificial sun has reached 2,500 degrees Celsius, and it's still climbing, Rose reported. If the surface temperature is already 2,500 degrees, then the core must have reached several million degrees Celsius, Chen Feng commented. "Boss, is it time to put the vibranium in?" Dr. Octopus asked. "Yes, go ahead. But be careful," Chen Feng reminded him. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Dr. Octopus operated the massive mechanical arms, picking up a basketball-sized piece of vibranium and slowly moving it next to the artificial sun. With a precise motion, he released it. In an instant, the vibranium was sucked into the artificial sun by its immense gravitational pull and disappeared without a trace. Using a sun to refine vibranium, that sheer extravagance, Dr. Hank murmured in awe. With temperatures this high, the vibranium will definitely melt, Zhao Hailun added. To ensure the vibranium was completely liquefied, Chen Feng waited for an entire hour before instructing Dr. Octopus to shut down the artificial sun. At the very moment the artificial sun was powered down, Dr. Octopus deftly manipulated his four massive mechanical arms, generating a powerful magnetic field. Under its influence, everyone watched as a glowing red liquid floated in midair. "We did it!" Zhao Hailun exclaimed, leaping up in excitement. "With temperatures of several million degrees, how could we not succeed?" Dr. Hank remarked. "Following the boss has been the best decision of my life. We can accomplish anything," Professor Lizard sighed with admiration. Chen Feng gestured and gave the order, "Bring up the mold." Several assistants carried over mold. Dr. Octopus guided the liquid vibranium into the mold. Because the vibranium's temperature was still too high, Chen Feng waited until nightfall to open the mold. When he finally did, he saw rows of tiny vibranium plates and could not have been more pleased. With these mini vibranium plates and nanotechnology, his transformers would be able to change size at will, shrinking or expanding as needed. Chen Feng intended to use nanotech transformers for his own protection. After all, a transformer the size of a regular person, no matter how powerful, would always have limits in defense and strength. To create a true combat model, he knew he needed to build another suit of armor the same size as the first-generation transformer. Thanks to the artificial sun, this was now an easy task. Chen Feng used the PIM particle gun to enlarge the vibranium, then refined it once more with the artificial sun. When the vibranium was liquefied, he poured it into the mold. With the help of Dr. Octopus and the others, it took only 3 days to complete the second-generation transformer, the second generation. Transformers are just as large as the first generation, but the two are on completely different levels. The reason is that the first generation transformers were built with special alloys and powered by cold core fusion reactors. In contrast, the second generation uses vibranium and is fueled by an artificial sun. Their defenses are hailed as the strongest in the universe, and their power output is equally matchless. Chen Feng climbed inside his newly built second-generation transformer to test its might. He fired a pulse cannon at the ocean, and the beam shot straight through the water, smashing into the sea floor below. He deliberately dove down to take a look, and what he saw left him astounded. A crater several dozen meters deep had been blasted into the seabed. With such destructive force, even if he transformed into a titan himself, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Now, with this newfound power, he could declare to the world, "I am the ruler of Earth." Unless Thanos wielded the Infinity Stones, even he would be no match for Chen Feng's second-generation transformer. Chen Feng piloted his transformer back to the surface, returned to his private island, and reported the results of his experiment. Everyone cheered with excitement. The stronger Chen Feng became, the safer they all felt, and the more freedom they had to pursue their research. Among them, none was happier than Dr. Hank. For with Chen Feng's creation of the second-generation transformers, he would now assist Hank in his research into the quantum realm. "Boss, do you remember what you promised me?" Dr. Hank clung tightly to Chen Feng's hand, unwilling to let go, his eyes filled with hope. Chen Feng smiled gently. Of course I remember. Let's start researching the quantum realm right away. After all, he had free time on his hands, so why not help Dr. Hank with his quantum research? If they could truly unravel the mysteries of the quantum realm, he would become unstoppable. During their research, Chen Feng always assumed the form of big-headed genius, harnessing his extraordinary intellect to delve into the quantum domain. Yet the quantum realm proved so profound that each day left him utterly exhausted, with little progress to show for it. At last, Chen Feng was struck by a brilliant idea. He would manufacture a legion of miniature robots, each equipped with PIM particles, allowing their size to be controlled by computer. By shrinking these tiny robots and observing their condition, they might detect signals from beyond, perhaps even the voice of Dr. Hank's wife. When Dr. Hank heard Chen Feng's idea, he was beside himself with excitement. Mechanical engineering, however, was not his strength, so he had no choice but to rely on Chen Feng and Dr. Octopus. Together, Chen Feng and Dr. Octopus produced an army of minuscule robots, even programming them with Optimus Prime's intelligent operating system. This gave the mini-robots a degree of autonomy, enabling them to complete missions independently, without human oversight. Once Chen Feng issued his commands to Optimus Prime, he began shrinking the army of mini-robots. As their scale diminished, Chen Feng connected to their visual feeds via computer, and through the eyes of the miniature machines, he gazed into a world unlike any he had seen before. Shrink, shrink, shrink. As the mini-robots grew smaller and smaller, the signal Chen Feng's computer received became weaker and weaker. In order to prevent the signal from being interrupted, Chen Feng shrank the mini-robots in sequence, meaning the earlier ones were smaller and the later ones were larger, allowing each robot to relay the signal to the next. This way, the signal wouldn't be cut off by other interference. Oh no, mini-robot number 1 has disappeared. Chen Feng exclaimed in surprise. To better identify each mini-robot, Chen Feng had assigned them all numbers, and number 1 was the very first to be shrunk. Could it be a signal interruption? Or maybe something went wrong with the PIM particles on mini-robot number 1, and it shrank too far, too fast. Dr. Hank speculated. Optimus Prime, what's the situation with mini-robot number 1? Chen Feng asked. Every mini-robot was equipped with Optimus Prime's system, so he would know best. Reporting, my lord, Optimus Prime replied. When mini-robot number 1 shrank to millimeters, it encountered an energy vortex. It was pulled in by the vortex, and then all contact was lost. Could that have been a time vortex? Chen Feng wondered aloud. It must have been a time vortex. Didn't you say before that the quantum realm allows travel to the past and future by using time vortices? Dr. Hank said excitedly. Your wife might be inside a time vortex, but if our mini-robots enter one, we lose contact with them. That's a real problem, Chen Feng said, troubled. It's all right. We'll take it step by step. Sooner or later, we'll figure something out, Dr. Hank said with a sigh. Actually, the best way would be to send a person into the quantum realm. But until our technology is perfected, it's just too dangerous, almost certain death, Chen Feng said. Chen Feng's words left Dr. Hank deep in thought. Yes, he had thought of Ant-Man. Ant-Man was the most suitable candidate to enter the quantum realm. The loss of contact with mini-robot number 1 did not halt their research. Chen Feng and Dr. Hank continued to use large numbers of mini-robots to explore the quantum realm. During this time, Chen Feng stayed in Dr. Hank's laboratory almost constantly, rarely going out. Even his intimate moments with Zhao Hailuan had become few and far between. One day at noon, just as Chen Feng was about to have lunch, he received a message from Optimus Prime. My lord, a sand-manipulating mutant has appeared in New York and is currently robbing an armored truck, Optimus Prime reported. Chen Feng immediately forgot about lunch and dashed out. As he ran, countless particles surged from the watch on his wrist, spreading over his body like a living shadow, transforming him into a full-size transformer. He rushed out of the villa, and with a swift motion, his body leaned forward as the jet systems in his palms and the soles of his feet roared to life, blasting out powerful streams of air that sent him soaring swiftly into the sky. Sandman isn't particularly powerful, but he does possess an ability that could be called unparalleled. He is immortal and indestructible. As long as there's sand, he can resurrect himself. As long as there's sand, he's invincible. From Chen Feng's perspective, if Spider-Man didn't have the protagonist's aura on his side, he would never be able to defeat Sandman. Even with Chen Feng's current, nearly unmatched strength, he couldn't guarantee victory over Sandman, whose powers make him almost impossible to catch. It wasn't Sandman himself that Chen Feng feared. It was the prospect of Sandman slipping away. For this reason, Chen Feng didn't pilot the second-generation giant transformer. He simply wore the close-fitting second-generation transformer suit. When Chen Feng arrived at the intersection where Sandman was robbing, he saw Spider-Man locked in fierce combat with Sandman. Not far off, he also spotted a familiar figure, Gwen. Gwen, dressed smartly in her police uniform, stood bravely among a group of officers. Both Spider-Man and Gwen broke into delighted smiles when they saw Chen Feng approach. They knew him well enough to guess his intentions. Chen Feng was surely here to extract Sandman's genes. Chen Feng, go help Peter, Gwen called out. As usual, Spider-Man was getting beaten up. It seemed like every time a supervillain appeared, Spider-Man had to be battered within an inch of his life before he could somehow, thanks to the protagonist's plot armor, miraculously take down the bad guy. Chen Feng didn't intervene right away. Instead, he soared above the clashing figures of Spider-Man and Sandman and called out, Sandman, let me extract your genes, and I'll let you walk away free. Who the hell do you think you are? Why should I listen to you? Sandman shot back, full of swagger. He was nothing more than a street thug who ended up in prison after a robbery gone wrong. During a prison break, while fleeing the police, he accidentally stumbled into a nuclear test site in the deserts of Georgia. The radiation fused his body with the sand, turning him into Sandman. So, he had never even heard Chen Feng's name. Spider-Man, on the other hand, was legendary. His reputation echoed everywhere. Now armed with his sand-shifting powers, Sandman held no one in regard. In broad daylight, he dared to rob armored cars and fight head-on against New York's superhero, Spider-Man. A gunshot rang out. A bullet tore through Sandman's temple. Instantly, the wound filled with sand and healed, leaving him perfectly unharmed. Watching Sandman's remarkable regeneration and noticing the cash box in his hand, Chen Feng's mind spun quickly. He said, Sandman, you like money, don't you? Join my Tianxia society. I'll give you power and boundless wealth. You'll be able to operate openly here in America, spend money freely, never worry about being hunted again, and no one will dare trouble you. Spider-Man stopped fighting. He actually hoped Chen Feng could win Sandman over. Under Chen Feng's supervision, Sandman might curb his violence and stop killing indiscriminately. Sandman looked up at Chen Feng, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Who exactly are you? With a single thought, Chen Feng willed his helmet to retract, revealing his face. With commanding arrogance, he declared, My name is Chen Feng, the most powerful man on Earth. Just a few months ago, I defeated 10,000 elite agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and crushed General Ross's army of 200,000 crack troops. My organization, the Tianxia Society, is one of the most formidable forces on the planet. If you join us, no one in this world would dare mess with you. Whatever wealth and glory your heart desires, I can provide. But there's one condition you must fulfill. What's the condition? The Sandman asked, his curiosity piqued. You must obey my commands, Chen Feng said sternly. That's fine by me, but I'll need some time. I have to verify your identity myself. If you're truly as powerful as you claim, then I'll follow you and call you my big brother, Sandman replied, his tone cautious. Sandman was just a street hustler, someone who drifts through life, loyal to whoever puts food on the table, especially when faced with someone as formidable as Chen Feng. How could he not be tempted? Still, he wanted to do his own digging before accepting Chen Feng's offer, just to be safe. All right, Chen Feng agreed without hesitation. Sandman's character flaws didn't bother him in the least. In his view, as long as he was strong enough, even the worst people would behave obediently before him, as docile as a tame dog. So, can I go now? Sandman asked. Chen Feng nodded. You're free to go. Carrying the cash box in both hands, Sandman was just about to leave when Spider-Man called out to him. Hold it. Put the cash box down before you go, Spider-Man demanded. Sandman glanced at Chen Feng, his eyes full of skepticism, as if to say, didn't you just claim to be all-powerful? Why isn't Spider-Man showing you any respect? Chen Feng turned, his gaze sharp as a blade, and addressed Spider-Man in a cold voice. Peter, are you challenging my authority? Spider-Man immediately waved his hands in protest. No, absolutely not. Chen Feng gestured for Sandman to leave, assuring him with a wave. This time, no one dared stop him, not even the police. As Sandman swaggered off with the cash, Spider-Man could only sigh in resignation. Gwen swept her arm through the air and called out, All right, everyone, let's pack up and head back. The police officers quickly piled into their cars and followed Gwen away. Spider-Man was about to leave too, but Chen Feng called out to him. Peter, why is your girlfriend suddenly a police officer? Chen Feng asked, his tone gossipy. Spider-Man let out a weary sigh. A while back, one of Gwen's best friends went out drinking at night and was assaulted. The police couldn't find the perpetrator, so out of sheer frustration, Gwen joined the force and dragged me into it as well. After you two joined the police, Did you manage to catch the culprit? Chen Feng asked. Spider-Man shook his head. No, we haven't. Honestly, you two didn't have to join the police just for that. Any woman who goes out drinking so late at night is probably not much to begin with, Chen Feng remarked. I know, right? But Gwen insisted on doing things her own way, and she even told me, with great power comes great responsibility, Spider-Man said with a pained expression. You're looking for people the wrong way. You should use the resources of the underworld to track them down. You'd find that criminal in no time, Chen Feng advised. I won't associate myself with criminals, Spider-Man said stubbornly. All right, I suppose I was meddling, Chen Feng replied with a wry smile. He had no interest in talking with Spider-Man any further. With a single thought, he soared into the sky and flew away. He returned to his private island and resumed his research on the quantum realm with Dr. Hank. After much hard work, they had deployed tens of thousands of miniature robots into the quantum realm. Of these, several hundred had been swept away by temporal vortices, while the rest continued to explore, picking up all sorts of bizarre signals. So strange, in fact, that even Chen Feng couldn't decipher them. Dr. Hank, the Mr. Scott you invited has arrived at the private island, reported Optimus Prime. Let him in, Dr. Hank replied. Understood, said Optimus Prime, as he sent a suit of iron armor to greet Scott. Dr. Hank, what did you invite Scott here for? Chen Feng asked curiously. To Chen Feng, Ant-Man was just an ordinary con man, no better in character than Sandman, not particularly bright, and completely clueless about the quantum realm. Other than being a guinea pig, he served no purpose. Dr. Hank smiled slightly and said, I want him to enter the quantum realm to help me look for my wife. You want to use him as a guinea pig? Does your daughter agree to that? Chen Feng asked. He'd seen the movies, so he knew that Dr. Hank's daughter and Ant-Man were a couple. I've always treated him as a guinea pig. Otherwise, why do you think I chose him to be Ant-Man? Dr. Hank replied, his smile turning sly. Chen Feng gave Dr. Hank a thumbs up and praised. You truly are a wily old fox. For the sake of great science, even sacrifice is worth it, Dr. Hank declared, brimming with righteous conviction. Dr. Hank, your Ant-Man suit is pretty outdated. How about I make you a more advanced one? It might improve your odds of success, Chen Feng suggested. That would be most appreciated, Dr. Hank said gratefully. Chen Feng got up and left for his own lab to design a new Ant-Man suit. No sooner had Chen Feng left than Ant-Man arrived in Dr. Hank's lab. Seeing Dr. Hank, Ant-Man was overjoyed. After all, he was meeting his future father-in-law. Dr. Hank, you've been gone so long and haven't come home. Hope and I both miss you a lot, Ant-Man said cheerfully. I miss you too, but I can't leave. My research on the quantum realm keeps me busy, Dr. Hank replied, sounding conflicted. How's the research going? Ant-Man asked. It's progressing smoothly. We've already sent tens of thousands of miniature robots into the quantum realm, but we still haven't found my wife. That's why I called you here. I hope you can help me, Dr. Hank said. What can I do for you? Just say the word. I'll help without hesitation, Ant-Man declared. With conviction, his life had been changed by Dr. Hank. If it weren't for Dr. Hank, he might still be stealing or locked up in prison, never knowing the comfortable life he had now. And now, he was being asked to help rescue his future mother-in-law. Of course he would do it without a second thought. Dr. Hank patted Ant-Man on the shoulder, his eyes full of gratitude. Thank you, Scott. Ant-Man smiled slightly. No need to thank me. It's the least I can do. When you bring my wife Janet back safely, I'll give you my blessing to marry Hope, Dr. Hank promised with a sly grin. He believed that with such a promise, Ant-Man would throw himself into the mission heart and soul. As for whether he would actually let his daughter marry Ant-Man after Janet was rescued, well, that would depend on his mood. Deep down, he didn't really think much of Ant-Man. What skills did Scott have, after all? How could a man like him deserve such an outstanding daughter? Really? That's wonderful, Ant-Man exclaimed, hardly able to contain his excitement. I'll take you to rest for now. When we need you, we'll call you, Dr. Hank said. All right, I'll be ready whenever you are, Ant-Man replied. Dr. Hank personally led Ant-Man to an unoccupied guest room. After reminding him not to wander around or touch anything, he returned to his own laboratory. But Ant-Man was by nature a restless man, a trickster, always curious. How could he possibly sit still and obey instructions? After barely an hour in the guest room, his curiosity got the better of him, and he slipped out to explore. His luck couldn't have been worse. While wandering around the villa, he accidentally entered Professor Lizard's laboratory. His sneaky manner caught the attention of Professor Lizard's pet, a massive lizard, who instantly mistook him for a thief and clamped its jaws around his leg. Help! Somebody help me! Ant-Man screamed in agony as the giant lizard's teeth sank deep into his thigh, cold sweat breaking out all over from the pain. The shrieks shattered the concentration of Professor Lizard and his clone, interrupting their research. With a calm, Almost in different expression, Professor Lizard walked over and asked coolly, "Who are you? What are you doing in my lab? Please get this monster off me. My leg is about to be bitten clean off." Ant-Man pleaded desperately. "Speak first," Professor Lizard replied, unmoved. What did it matter if his leg was broken? With Helen Zhao's cradle of regeneration technology, it could be healed within an hour. All right. Dr. Hank brought me here to help," Ant-Man gasped, barely holding back his pain. Professor Lizard gave the giant lizard a light pat on the head and commanded, "Let him go." After being notified by Professor Lizard, Dr. Hank didn't say a word. With a dark expression, he led Ant-Man to Helen Zhao, who swiftly healed his wounds using the cradle of regeneration. Then, Dr. Hank escorted Ant-Man back to the guest room before returning to his research. Meanwhile, in his own laboratory, Chen Feng was busy constructing an Ant-Man suit when he suddenly heard a persistent buzzing sound. He paused, puzzled by the strange noise. Because of his villas security, not even a mosquito could get inside, let alone an insect. So, why was there the sound of wings fluttering, the hum of something flying? He turned his head to look. There was nothing there. Could it be Ant-Man? Chen Feng wondered to himself, suspicion flickering in his mind. With a single thought, his watch transformed into a close-fitting, transformer-like suit. Then, with another mental command, his body shrank down, becoming as tiny as an ant. The moment Chen Feng shrank, a graceful woman clad in a sleek black battle suit suddenly grew larger beside him. In a flash, her hand came sweeping down as if she were swatting a fly. Chen Feng had no time to dodge. He blurted out, "Oh, come on," and was struck squarely by the enormous palm. The woman in black quickly withdrew her hand, shaking it with a wince, and muttered, "So tough." As her hand lifted, it revealed a miniature version of Chen Feng, completely unscathed. After all, his second-generation, close-fitting Transformer suit was made of vibranium, virtually indestructible. With another thought, Chen Feng returned to his normal size. His expression icy, he demanded, "Hope, who gave you permission to enter my lab?" Yes, the woman who had ambushed him was none other than Hope, Dr. Hank Pym's daughter, also known as the Wasp. Though she wore her battle suit and helmet, Chen Feng, having seen the movies, recognized her instantly. Hope put her hands on her hips and retorted with swagger, "I let myself in. What are you going to do about it?" She was here for revenge. The humiliation Chen Feng had caused her before still stung, and she had never forgotten it. Determined to pay him back, she had dug out her mother's prototype battlesuit. Though unfinished, after her own modifications, it was already more advanced than Ant-Man's. She donned the Wasp suit, trained alongside Ant-Man, and once she'd mastered the art of changing size, she shrank down, secretly flew onto Ant-Man's body, and made her way to Chen Feng's private island. "So, it seems you're looking for a fight," Chen Feng said, his face darkening. He was angry, not just at Hope's challenge, but because she'd entered his lab without his permission. Dr. Hank Pym and his colleagues were allowed inside. They knew what could and couldn't be touched. But someone who wasn't a scientist could easily cause a disaster in his lab. There were all sorts of dangerous items. One wrong move could blow up the whole island. "That's right. I'm here to give you trouble," Hope declared defiantly. "Excellent." Chen Feng sneered, then moved into action. With a flick of his wrist, 2 strands of web shot out, thwip, thwip, latching onto Hope. "What the heck is this?" Hope tried to tear the webs away, but they wouldn't budge. She activated her shrinking device and, in an instant, became wasp-sized. But the webs shrank with her, still binding her tight, unbreakable. Chen Feng did not shrink in size. Instead, both his hands shot out streams of spider silk with lightning speed, weaving a dense web all around Hope, wrapping her up completely. Once he finished, Chen Feng shrank down to the size of a wasp himself, and, just like a spider, crawled nimbly across the web. He crept up to Hope, who was now thoroughly stuck in the sticky silk, and said coldly, "It doesn't matter if you grow or shrink. There's no escaping my webs." Gritting her teeth, Hope was about to activate her enlarging device, intending to break free by expanding her body and tearing through the silk. Chen Feng, worried that Hope might lose control and turn into a giant, potentially wrecking his laboratory, moved as swiftly as a flash of lightning. He grabbed her wrist, his hand forming a claw, and with 2 sharp snaps, he broke the size-changing devices on both of Hope's hands. With her wasp suit damaged, Hope could no longer return her normal size. She panicked and shouted, "What are you doing? You've ruined my wasp suit. How am I supposed to change back now?" "Then you'll just have to stay like this," Chen Feng replied with a wicked grin. Anyone who crossed him had to face consequences. "Let me go, you liar." Hope struggled and cursed at him. "What did I lie to you about?" Chen Feng asked. "You lied to my father. You promised you'd first help him research the quantum realm before asking for the Pym particle technology. But you didn't finish the research. You just took the Pym particles and left." You're a fraud, a man of broken promises. Hope spat out each word in fury. My matters with your father have nothing to do with you, Chen Feng replied coldly. Then he climbed down from the web and returned to his normal size. Hope kept on cursing, but Chen Feng paid her no mind. He picked up a piece of wire and a pair of pliers and, with careful hands, fashioned the wire into a delicate little square cage, complete with a tiny door. Once finished, he set the cage underneath a flower pot. Then Chen Feng shrank down to wasp size again and flew over to Hope. He cleared away the spider silk holding her in place. Freed for a brief moment, Hope immediately attacked Chen Feng, but his second-generation, close-fitting transformer suit was made of vibranium. Her blows had no effect. Instead, Hope hurt herself from striking so hard. I told you before, you're weak. And now, in front of me, you're even weaker, Chen Feng said with arrogant confidence. Umph, Hope snorted, fluttering the wings on her back, trying to fly away. But her wings were no match for Chen Feng's jet propulsion system. In the blink of an eye, he was in her path, blocking her escape. Hope gasped in shock. She hadn't expected Chen Feng to be this formidable. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving, Chen Feng said coldly. What are you planning to do? I'm Dr. Hank Pym's daughter. He works for you. Are you really going to treat his daughter like this? Hope's voice trembled, betraying her fear. Anyone who dares to cause me trouble, no matter who they are, will be punished, Chen Feng said coldly. Father Scott, Hope cried out loudly. Chen Feng stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Hope's slender waist. Let go of me, Hope exclaimed in alarm. Flustered, she beat her wings wildly, sending herself and Chen Feng spinning out of control. Chen Feng hooked his legs around Hope's waist, freeing his hands to reach behind her and grab hold of her wings. With a sharp snap, Hope's wings were broken by his forceful grip. Deprived of her wings, Hope could no longer struggle. Holding her firmly, Chen Feng flew into the small cage he had just constructed. After setting Hope down inside, he stepped out and locked the cage door behind him. Hope instantly understood. She was to be imprisoned. Chen Feng, unless you kill me, I will tell my father that you abused me. Hope shouted furiously. Save it for when you see your father, Chen Feng replied in a frosty tone. The instant Chen Feng jumped down from the table, he restored his normal size, then glanced back at the tiny cage beneath the flower pot. Yes, Hope was visible through the bars of the little cage. He could still make out the faint sound of Hope's curses, though her voice was barely audible. Optimus Prime, remember to bring Hope her meals on schedule, Chen Feng ordered. Yes, master, Optimus Prime responded dutifully. Suddenly, Chen Feng slapped his forehead and laughed. All right, Optimus Prime, make a small toilet for Hope and deliver it to her. Also, assign a pair of mini-robots to guard her. Without my command, no one is to let her out. Yes, master, Optimus Prime replied. With the wasp, Hope, taken care of, Chen Feng felt a surge of satisfaction and returned to assembling the Ant-Man suit. As for Hope's stream of insults, he simply treated them as background music. For 2 straight hours, Hope hurled abuse until her voice grew hoarse. At last, exhausted and out of options, she simply sat inside the cage, gazing at Chen Feng through the narrow gaps between the bars. Chen Feng was utterly focused as he worked, his serious expression and masculine charm drawing Hope's eyes in despite herself. Hope had never met a man like this before. Compared to him, Ant-Man seemed utterly useless. It wasn't until evening that Chen Feng finally finished crafting the Ant-Man suit. He even tried it on himself. Perfect. The improved Ant-Man suit was dozens of times more durable and entirely smart, equipped with an intelligent system. Its size could be controlled by thought alone, and could both send and receive signals. Having seen the movie Ant-Man and the Wasp, he knew that Janet in the quantum realm had constantly been sending out signals, hoping to reach Dr. Hank Pym. That's why he had made the signaling function of the suit cutting edge. Chen Feng, Hope called out loudly. After a brief rest, her voice had recovered somewhat, though it was still raspy. Because she was shrunk, her voice was naturally tiny. Still, Chen Feng's sharp hearing caught her cries. He leaned his head over and asked, What do you want this time? His tone was normal, but the gust from his words sent Hope staggering, nearly knocking her over. She had to grab the edge of the cage to steady herself. Hope shook her head. Chen Feng's booming voice had almost deafened her. Fuming, she shouted, Can't you speak a little softer? Chen Feng moved a bit farther away, lest he accidentally do Hope in, and replied irritably, If you've got something to say, just say it. If you got gas, just let it out. Why are you making the Ant-Man suit? Hope asked, curiosity piqued. Hank hadn't told her, so she had no idea what his purpose was. We've made great progress in our research on the quantum realm, your father and I. We've deployed a vast number of miniaturized robots into the quantum realm and discovered time vortices, along with receiving a lot of strange signals. We haven't been able to decipher those signals yet, So your father intends to send a real person in, hoping to find your mother, Janet, Chen Feng explained. So you brought Scott here because you want him to enter the quantum realm? Hope's expression darkened as she asked. Chen Feng nodded. That's right. But let me be clear, it was your father's idea to bring Scott in. Will it be dangerous? Hope asked, worry clouding her voice. We've sent tens of thousands of mini-robots into the quantum realm. Hundreds of them have been swept up by time vortices and vanished without a trace, Chen Feng said. What if Scott gets caught in a time vortex too and can't come back? What then? Hope pressed, anxiety in her voice. Chen Feng just shrugged, utterly unconcerned. Then that's just how it is. You all. Hope was so angry she didn't know what to say. She wanted to curse, but since it was her father's idea, she couldn't really lash out at him. Still, not complaining left her feeling even more upset. Was she supposed to become a widow, just like that? Tens of thousands of mini-robots have been sent in, and hundreds lost to the time vortices. A 1% chance of vanishing forever. The numbers filled her with dread. Chen Feng ignored Hope and, carrying the newly finished Ant-Man suit, stood up and left the lab. He walked into Dr. Hank's laboratory. Dr. Hank was still immersed in his quantum realm research. Chen Feng announced, Dr. Hank, I've finished making the Ant-Man suit. Dr. Hank took the sleek, high-tech suit, examined it, and asked, what features does this suit have? The suit I made is dozens of times more durable than before, fully intelligent, with a smart system. It can change size by thought alone, and can both send and receive signals, Chen Feng explained. Dr. Hank nodded, impressed. You really are something. This suit is far more advanced than anything I've built. We each have our strengths, Chen Feng replied modestly to Dr. Hank. Pym set down the Ant-Man suit, then hurried out, saying, I'll go get Scott right away. He could hardly wait. He was eager to rescue his wife, Janet, from the quantum realm as soon as possible. Just then, Chen Feng realized a problem. The new Ant-Man suit he had created didn't have a flight function. So he instructed Optimus Prime to pilot a glider over to Dr. Pym's lab, intending to give it to Ant-Man to solve the issue of flying. Soon enough, Ant-Man arrived with Dr. Pym. Dr. Pym introduced him. This is Chen Feng, the leader of the Tianxia Society, and also my boss. Ant-Man looked a bit bewildered and asked, So, how should I address him? Just call me Mr. Chen, Chen Feng replied with a smile. He had no intention of recruiting someone like Ant-Man. Without the suit, he wasn't much to speak of. Ant-Man bowed respectfully. Hello, Mr. Chen. Hello, Chen Feng replied with a polite smile. Dr. Pym picked up the Ant-Man suit and handed it to Scott. Put on the suit and get familiar with it. In an hour, you'll be entering the quantum realm. Scott looked at the sleek new suit in his hands and exclaimed with delight. Is this a brand new Ant-Man suit? It looks awesome. The boss made it himself, Dr. Pym said. No wonder, Scott said, nodding in sudden realization. After putting on the suit, Ant-Man followed Dr. Pym out of the villa. Outside, guided by Optimus Prime's intelligence system, he began testing the new features of the suit. But Ant-Man was something of a blockhead. He learned slowly. Even after half an hour, he still hadn't mastered the new functions. He especially struggled with the glider. He couldn't even keep his balance, tumbling off again and again. Dr. Pym, exasperated, couldn't help but curse at his clumsiness. Watching Ant-Man's awkward training, Chen Feng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. People with protagonist halos can become superheroes, no matter how useless they are. Originally, they had planned for Ant-Man to enter the quantum realm in an hour. But because he couldn't get the hang of the upgraded suit and glider, it had to be postponed. The next afternoon, Dr. Pym's patience finally ran out, and he insisted on sending Ant-Man into the quantum realm. Such a critical moment drew a crowd. Not only was Chen Feng present, but even Natasha had come. As for Dr. Octopus and the others, of course they were there too. In Dr. Pym's laboratory, he gave Ant-Man some final instructions. Remember, once you're in the quantum realm, if you find any trace of my wife Janet, you must find her and bring her out. Ant-Man nodded firmly. Don't worry. I promise I'll bring Aunt Janet back safely. Scott, I'll arrange a team of mini-robots to follow your orders. So, if you run into danger in the quantum realm, you can have them help you, or even clear the path ahead for me, Chen Feng said. All right, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Chen, Ant-Man replied gratefully. Scott, are you ready? Dr. Hank asked. Ant-Man nodded. I'm ready. Then let's begin our entry into the quantum realm, Dr. Hank announced. Yes, Ant-Man answered, and with a thought, activated his shrinking function. In an instant, Ant-Man vanished before their eyes. Everyone immediately turned their attention to the computer monitor, where they could see the minuscule figure of Ant-Man. Keep shrinking. Don't stop, Dr. Hank instructed. Hearing Dr. Hank's voice, Ant-Man continued to shrink. As he dwindled, those watching through his suit's microscopic perspective glimpsed a world unlike any they'd ever seen. Wow, what kind of monster is that? Natasha cried out in surprise. Don't be so startled. That's just a microorganism, a tardigrade, a bug in the quantum realm, Chen Feng explained. I've seen tardigrades in books, but seeing one from Ant-Man's perspective makes it look terrifying, Natasha admitted. Scott, can you hear me? Dr. Hank asked anxiously. I can hear you, Dr. Hank, Ant-Man responded. You've entered the quantum realm. You don't need to shrink any further for now. Your task is to send and receive signals, and then use the glider to search for my wife, Janet, Dr. Hank instructed. Understood, Dr. Hank, Ant-Man replied. Following Dr. Hank's guidance, Ant-Man began transmitting and receiving signals. Then, stepping onto the glider, he sped swiftly through the quantum realm. The glider was controlled by Optimus Prime, since Ant-Man's intelligence posed a bit of a challenge. There were so many tardigrades in the quantum realm that Ant-Man narrowly escaped being eaten several times. Luckily, Optimus Prime's skilled piloting kept him safe. Trailing behind Ant-Man was a pair of mini-robots, ready to fire their cannons and blast away any threats he couldn't avoid. So, although the quantum realm brimmed with danger, Ant-Man's journey was thrilling but safe. It's hard to imagine such a vast world exists right beneath our feet, Natasha marveled. Chen Feng glanced up at Natasha and teased. Natasha, are you thinking about entering the quantum realm too? Just say the word, and I'll have an Ant-Man suit ready for you in no time. Natasha shot Chen Feng a look and replied, You really are something, trying to trick me into getting myself killed. Don't think I don't know there are time vortexes in the quantum realm. Once you get sucked into one, there's no coming back. If you get swept up by a time vortex, that just proves you're not the protagonist. You're just a supporting character. Chen Feng chuckled. You're the leader of the Tianxia Society. We all have to listen to you, so of course you're the main character. Why don't you go into the quantum realm? Natasha replied irritably. If I have to do everything myself, then what use are any of you to me? Chen Feng said domineeringly. Natasha was left speechless. Everyone watched the microscopic world through Ant-Man's perspective, as if they were watching a movie. Ant-Man drifted aimlessly through the quantum realm, flying forward without a clear direction. He kept flying and flying. After more than an hour, the mini-robot detected a strong fluctuation near Ant-Man. Scott, veer to your left. There's a powerful disturbance ahead on your right. It should be a time vortex, Chen Feng reminded him. Obediently, Ant-Man turned and flew left. As he continued, he suddenly came to a halt. At the same time, Chen Feng noticed something unusual. The mini-robot was picking up a broken, intermittent signal, as if it was trying to convey a message. Chen Feng wanted to ask Ant-Man about it, but worried he might interfere with his hearing, he chose to wait patiently. What's going on with him? Dr. Octopus asked, puzzled. Don't say anything. He might have discovered something, Dr. Hank replied. Natasha pointed at the monitor and cried out in alarm. Look, to Scott's right, there's a vortex moving toward him. That's a time vortex. Scott, get out of there now, Chen Feng urged. Startled by Chen Feng's voice, Ant-Man turned to look and nearly jumped out of his skin. An enormous vortex was bearing down on him. He shouted, Optimus, fly! Now, Optimus controlled the glider, accelerating rapidly, and soon escaping the pull of the time vortex. Once Ant-Man was safe, Dr. Hank couldn't wait to ask, Scott, did you just discover something? Ant-Man nodded. Yes, I just heard a woman's voice, but I couldn't make out what she was saying. Ant-Man's words sent Dr. Hank into a frenzy of excitement. It's Janet. It must be Janet. I know her voice. She's still alive. She didn't die. She's waiting for me. Scott, can you still hear that woman's voice now? Chen Feng asked. Ant-Man was silent for a moment, then replied, No, I can't. Dr. Octopus couldn't hold back and spoke up. This is so strange. The mini-robot picked up an indecipherable signal, but Ant-Man heard a woman's voice. I just don't get it. That's exactly the wonder of the quantum realm, Zhao Hylan remarked. Ant-Man heard the voice near the time vortex just now. Could Janet be inside that vortex? Chen Feng speculated. Or maybe the time vortex recorded Janet's voice. Dr. Hank suggested that in the quantum realm, anything is possible, so we have to proceed step by step and experiment. First, let's use a rope to tie up a mini-robot and send it flying into the time vortex to see if we discover anything new, Chen Feng said. I agree, Dr. Hank replied. Optimus Prime, connect 10 mini-robots together with a rope. 9 will hold the rope, and 1 will fly into the time vortex to check out the situation, Chen Feng ordered. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime acknowledged. Under Optimus Prime's control, the mini-robots that had been following Ant-Man split off into a group of 10. A rope extended from each of their bodies, linking them together. The 10 mini-robots flew toward the time vortex. As they got close, one of them, guided by Optimus Prime, dove into the swirling vortex. The moment the mini-robot entered the time vortex, the rope tied to it snapped instantly. Just before the mini-robot was completely swallowed by the vortex, I received a flood of signals, Chen Feng said excitedly. Was there any signal from Janet? Dr. Hank asked anxiously. Hold on. I'll have Optimus Prime help decode them. Chen Feng reassured him. Then he said to Optimus Prime, analyze the signals we just received and filter out anything related to Janet. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime replied. With his formidable abilities, Optimus Prime analyzed all the newly received signals in just a few seconds. My lord, I've finished analyzing all the signals. There was nothing from Janet. All the signals were chaotic, except for one that was relatively clear. It simply said, I'm here, Optimus Prime reported. It must be Janet. She's definitely trying to say she's in the quantum realm. Dr. Hank exclaimed excitedly. Dr. Hank, I'm sorry, but the voice in that signal was a man's, Optimus Prime corrected. PFFF, Helen Zhao and the others couldn't help but cover their mouths and stifle their laughter. Leader, we could manufacture a large number of signal devices and keep sending them into the time vortex. We're sure to receive even more useful information, Dr. Octopus suggested. Optimus Prime, purchase 100 tons of signal equipment in America and have it shipped immediately to our private island, Chen Feng commanded. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime acknowledged. Making the equipment ourselves would be too much trouble. Buying it outright is much faster. Besides, signal devices aren't high-tech, they're cheap and compact. Meanwhile, Ant-Man kept flying aimlessly through the quantum realm. He truly lived up to his status as the protagonist of the Ant-Man movies. Despite several time vortices appearing out of nowhere, none managed to suck him in. Why does it seem like the quantum realm is full of plants and all sorts of colorful tardigrades? Natasha asked curiously. The quantum realm is vast, so much larger than our universe that it's almost beyond comprehension. So even though it looks like Scott has been flying for ages, the truth is he still hasn't left my laboratory. If he ever makes it outside, the things he'll encounter will be even stranger, Dr. Hank explained. But if Scott never gets out of the lab, how is he supposed to find Janet? Natasha asked, puzzled. He can't, not directly, but he can still pick up signals sent out by my wife, Janet. And knowing her as well as I do, I can say for certain she would never give up. She's always been the type to look for a way out, no matter how impossible it seems, Dr. Hank replied with conviction. Janet's been trapped in the quantum realm for 30 years, without food or water. Natasha trailed off, unable to finish her thought. The quantum realm is a wondrous place, where anything is possible. That's why I truly believe Janet is still alive, Dr. Hank said. In fact, there's a substance in the quantum realm called the healing factor. It can repair any damage to the body. After all these years, Janet's body must have absorbed tremendous amounts of it. That's why she won't die, or even be harmed, Chen Feng added. It was because of the healing factor that Deadpool and Wolverine were able to defy death and aging. Otherwise, such powers would be impossible. So, in helping Dr. Hank, Chen Feng was also helping himself. He wanted to extract Janet's genes and obtain the healing factor for his own use. How do you know there's a healing factor in the quantum realm? Dr. Hank asked, his curiosity piqued. Don't bother asking how. Just know that I'm not lying to you, Chen Feng replied, unwilling to explain further. After all, when it came to the unknown, no explanation would ever truly satisfy someone's doubts. That night, after everyone else had gone to bed except for Dr. Hank, Chen Feng also turned in for the night. The next morning, a cargo ship arrived at the private island, carrying 2 enormous shipping containers. Inside were the signal devices they needed. Chen Feng, wielding the PIM particle pistol, fired twice at the massive containers. Instantly, they shrank down to the size of small boxes. With a swift motion, Chen Feng scooped them up and carried them into Dr. Hank's laboratory. Seeing the dark circles under Dr. Hank's eyes, Chen Feng couldn't help but show his concern. Dr. Hank, you should get some rest. I'll keep an eye on things for you. Dr. Hank let out a tired laugh. Well, I'll leave it to you then, he said, stifling a yawn as he left the lab. Once Dr. Hank was gone, Chen Feng turned to Optimus Prime and issued his orders. Optimus, assemble the mini-robot squad. Each one should take some signal devices and, whenever you encounter a time vortex, throw a device into it. As you command, my lord, Optimus Prime responded. Tens of thousands of mini-robots, drifting through the quantum realm, quickly gathered together. Each carried a substantial number of signal devices and, upon encountering a time vortex, tossed a device inside. After assigning the tasks, Chen Feng glanced at the monitor to check on Ant-Man's situation. Ant-Man was still flying energetically through the quantum realm. Scott, has anything strange happened since last night? Chen Feng asked. No, Mr. Chen, Ant-Man replied. All right, then carry on. Let me know immediately if anything comes up, Chen Feng instructed. Understood, Mr. Chen, Ant-Man responded. Chen Feng then turned his attention to the information received from within the time vortices. There were many time vortices in the quantum realm. In just half an hour, the mini-robots had already found more than a dozen of them. Every few seconds, the mini-robots would send a signal device into a time vortex, allowing Chen Feng to gather more complete information. With Optimus Prime's processing, the signals were converted into sounds or text. Chen Feng heard many bizarre noises. Some sounded like the roars of wild beasts, others were a jumble of static and rustling, but he hadn't caught any human voices yet. As for the text, there was plenty, though most of it was nonsensical. I can't fly, though. The words were strange and impossible to string together into coherent sentences. The mini-robots continued tossing signal devices into the time vortices, and Chen Feng kept reviewing the incoming data. Around 9 o'clock, Dr. Octopus, Natasha, and the others returned. Any progress, boss? Dr. Octopus asked. Yes, we can now hear some sound from the quantum realm and even pick up fragments of text, but unfortunately, there's still no sign of Janet, Chen Feng replied. Let me hear the sounds you've captured from the quantum realm, Dr. Octopus requested. Optimus, play them for Dr. Octopus, Chen Feng commanded. Yes, master, Optimus answered, carrying out the order. 6 hours later, Dr. Hank Pym woke from his rest and returned to the lab. As soon as he arrived, Chen Feng updated him. We've deployed 100 tons of signal devices into the time vortices and received a massive amount of information. Most of it is just the roars of mysterious creatures, but there are also human signals. So far, after Optimus's analysis, we haven't found anything from Janet. How about Scott? Dr. Pym asked eagerly, hoping for news he wanted to hear. It's odd, Chen Feng said. He often hears the same woman's voice, but it's always broken up, so we can't tell what she's trying to say. However, we've recorded every single word she's spoken. Once we have enough, we should be able to piece together what she's trying to communicate. That must be Janet, Dr. Pym said with conviction. Chen Feng smiled faintly. I hope so too. My lord, regarding the Sandman you asked me to monitor, after analyzing the data, I don't think he'll ever side with you again. He's become arrogant. He's gathered a large number of thugs, attacked more than 20 prisons, released the inmates, and recruited them into his ranks. He's even taken over the most prosperous district and named it the City of Sin, Optimus Prime reported. Why didn't Peter and Gwen stop him? Chen Feng asked. The Sandman is impervious to weapons and cannot be killed. Peter and Gwen are completely helpless against him, Optimus replied. It seems I'll have to handle this myself, Chen Feng said. When Dr. Hank heard that Chen Feng was about to leave, he grew anxious. Right now was the most critical moment in their quantum research. If Chen Feng left at this time, progress would surely be affected. Dr. Hank, don't worry. Scott will definitely bring your wife Janet back. Trust me, Chen Feng reassured him. The Sandman isn't going anywhere. Why rush off right now? Dr. Hank protested. I promise, at most 2 days, and I'll be back, Chen Feng replied. 1 day. Can you try to make it back in a day? Dr. Hank pressed. All right, Chen Feng agreed. He said yes, but in truth, he had no intention of returning so soon. He planned to take down the Sandman and extract his genes before coming back. After all, once Janet was rescued, she'd be staying on a private island and wouldn't run off, so there was no need to keep constant watch. Besides, his presence was no longer essential in the current phase of quantum research. Donning his fitted second-generation Transformer suit, Chen Feng soared away from the private island. With Optimus Prime's guidance, he quickly arrived at the City of Sin, the stronghold that Sandman had established. Hovering above the City of Sin, he could hear gunfire, the sounds of smashing and chaos, screams, sobbing, and bursts of wild laughter. From these sounds, he gathered that the city was in utter turmoil, so lawless that even the authorities dared not intervene. Crime pervaded every corner of this place. Help! Somebody, please help me. A young girl's desperate cry caught Chen Feng's attention. He turned his head and spotted her in a narrow alley below, a girl of about 16, running for her life. Should I help her or not? Chen Feng muttered to himself, torn. He didn't really care about other people's lives, but whenever he faced a situation like this, he always hesitated. He was a bundle of contradictions. Hey, pretty girl, don't run. Come have some fun with us. We promise you'll be screaming with joy, laughed 2 criminals in prison uniforms as they chased after her. Chen Feng understood at once. These 2 must have just escaped from prison and, driven by their hunger and thirst, were relentless in their pursuit of the girl. Sigh, I really am too soft-hearted, Chen Feng whispered, and with a thought, the miniguns mounted on his shoulders roared to life. 2 sharp bursts split the air. The 2 criminals chasing the young girl fell to the ground instantly, each with a red bullet hole in the middle of their forehead. The girl, startled by the sound of gunfire, threw herself to the ground in terror. After a moment, realizing she was unharmed, she looked ahead. No one was there. Turning back, she saw the two criminals who had been pursuing her lying motionless on the ground. At that moment, understanding dawned. Someone had fired a shot to save her. In desperation, she called out for help, her voice trembling. Please, take me away from this place. This city had become a living hell. Criminals roamed everywhere, burning, killing, and looting without restraint. If she hadn't been hiding in such a secluded spot, she would have been killed long ago. She longed to escape, but with dangerous men lurking on every corner, a young and beautiful girl like herself would never make it out alone, unless someone powerful helped her. She was determined to seize this chance, willing to give up anything if it meant survival, her body included. Find somewhere safe, too. Hide, a voice instructed calmly. Once I've taken care of the Sandman, order will return to this place. It was Chen Feng speaking. Hearing the voice come from above, the girl quickly looked up. There, she saw an armored figure encased in steel. Her face lit up with hope and excitement. Iron Man, are you Iron Man? Have you come to rescue me? Before Chen Feng's infamy, Iron Man had been a household name, always making headlines, a true celebrity. The suit Chen Feng wore now was a Transformers armor, closely resembling Iron Man's, though its functions and quality were in a league of their own. No wonder she made the mistake. I'm not Iron Man, Chen Feng replied. I'm Chen Feng, leader of the World Society. Chen Feng, please save me, the girl pleaded desperately. If you don't help me, I'll be captured by the criminals and forced into a life of torment. Whether he was Iron Man or not didn't matter to her. What mattered was whether he could save her. Go find a place to hide. Things will be back to normal here soon. Chen Feng finished speaking and prepared to fly away. The girl called out, stopping him. Wait, take me with you. I'll be your girlfriend if you want. Yes, she was ready to bargain with her body. I'm not into little girls, Chen Feng replied with a wry smile. The girl puffed out her chest with confidence. I may only be 16, but I'm not a child. Look, see for yourself. She wore a white shirt, jeans, and sneakers full of youthful energy, her figure alluring, her beauty rivaling even Zhao Hailuan's. But Chen Feng still wasn't interested. She was too young, and worse, she wore makeup. He detested women who wore makeup. The powders left traces on their skin that lingered even after washing, and too much contact could be toxic. After all, cosmetics were chemical products, filled with preservatives, foaming agents, disinfectants, and other harmful substances. They could even cause cancer. I already have someone, Chen Feng said gently. Then I'll be your lover. I promise I'll take good care of you. And let me tell you a secret. I'm still a virgin, the girl said in a coy, sweet voice. Chen Feng let out a long sigh, feeling a deep sorrow for the world he found himself in. Here was a 16-year-old girl, willing to become a man's plaything just to survive. The order of this world had completely collapsed. He descended, landing in front of the girl. You're lucky you ran into me. I'll help you get out of here, he said. The girl jumped up and cheered. Yay, that's wonderful. Optimus Prime, airplane mode, Chen Feng commanded. At your service, master, came the obedient reply. With a flurry of mechanical clatters, the transformer on Chen Feng's body swiftly morphed into a sleek, dazzling airplane. Seated at the controls, Chen Feng beckoned to the girl. Hop in. She hurried to climb into the co-pilot's seat, her bright, lively eyes fixed on him. Why are you staring at me like that? Chen Feng asked, slightly exasperated. The girl bit her lip and said softly, I didn't expect you to be so handsome. Indeed, in the eyes of Americans, a truly attractive man was one brimming with masculinity, especially those with strong, muscular builds, the type American women adored. Chen Feng fit the mold perfectly. Chiseled features, rugged good looks, broad shoulders, and a sturdy frame. Just the kind American girls loved. It's nothing special, Chen Feng replied dismissively. He didn't care about his looks at all. What mattered to him was becoming stronger. Guiding the transformer in airplane mode, Chen Feng soared into the sky, leaving the city of Sin far behind. On the way, the girl asked in a sweet, delicate voice, Do you have a girlfriend? Yes, Chen Feng answered honestly. My girlfriend is a genius scientist, one of the smartest people in the world. Disappointment flickered across the girl's face, but she pressed on. Is she pretty? She's naturally beautiful. She never wears makeup, Chen Feng replied. The girl's disappointment deepened. She pouted and said, You saved me. I want to be your woman. For her, it was partly out of gratitude, but also because Chen Feng was truly handsome, wealthy, powerful, and a scientist as well. A man with so many outstanding qualities was rare. So rare that even at 16, her heart was moved. After all, where else would she find a man like this? I saved you because I pitied you. If you try to cling to me, I'll throw you out right now and let you fall to your death, Chen Feng threatened. Ever since what happened with Mary, he had developed a strong aversion to women who fell for him at the drop of a hat. If this girl dared to pester him, he He would have no qualms about tossing her from the plane to avoid future trouble. The girl's eyes reddened with hurt. She had gone so far as to throw herself at him, only for Chen Feng to reject her completely. She was heartbroken, her self-esteem deeply wounded. After all, she was the school beauty, with hundreds, if not thousands, of admirers vying for her attention. This was her first time confessing her feelings, daring to hope for something more with Chen Feng. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a case of falling petals yearning for the stream, while the flowing water remained indifferent. The young woman gazed at Chen Feng with tearful eyes and asked, "Then how do you want me to repay you?" "I don't need your gratitude," Chen Feng replied. The girl fell silent, biting her lip, her head lowered as she began to sob quietly. Chen Feng paid her no mind. Even as she wept before him, not a ripple of emotion stirred in his heart. This was the mindset of the strong, those who had no need to consider the feelings of the weak. He escorted the girl to New York. The plane came to a stop in a park. "This is New York. It's safe here. You can get out now," said Chen Feng. "But I don't have a penny to my name, and I have no friends or family in New York. Where am I supposed to go?" the girl cried. He let out an exasperated sigh. "I knew you'd be nothing but trouble. If I'd known this, I wouldn't have saved you," Chen Feng said, irritation flashing across his face. He stepped off the plane and hurried away. A minute later, he returned, holding out a phone to her. "There's an account on this phone. I've transferred $1 million to it. That should be enough for you to live comfortably for a few years." The girl took the phone, her eyes fixed intensely on Chen Feng. Through her tears, she asked, "Why are you being so kind to me?" He rolled his eyes. "Are you stupid? I already told you. I just felt sorry for you. Stop wasting my time and get out. I don't have time to deal with you." His tone was impatient as he tried to send her off. The girl grew anxious and blurted out, I want to be with you. I've fallen in love with you." With a mere thought, Chen Feng caused the passenger door to swing open. Then, with a push of his right hand, he shoved her out. She tumbled to the ground with a thud. The girl scrambled to her feet, pointed at Chen Feng in anger, and shouted, "How could you treat me like this? Is it wrong for me to love you?" "Crazy woman," Chen Feng muttered. With another thought, his body was enveloped by a transformer suit. He bent his knees, and with a booming blast, shot up into the sky. Watching him fly away, the girl cupped her hand around her mouth and shouted, "When I grow up, I'll come looking for you." From above, Chen Feng's voice drifted down. "If you dare come after me, I won't hesitate to kill you." But the girl wasn't frightened. Instead, a rebellious glint appeared in her eyes as she called out, "If I die by your hand, I'll die happy." Her words made Chen Feng regretful. Yet another woman driven to madness by love. But then he thought, with her being an ordinary person, not even a supporting character in the Marvel world, the chances of seeing her again were slim. So he paid her words little mind. Chen Feng flew back to the city as in built by the Sandman, soaring to the roof of a 100-story skyscraper. From here, one could overlook the entire city of ice. Sandman was inside. Chen Feng smashed through a window and entered. Right away, he saw Sandman in the midst of a wild celebration. The moment Sandman noticed Chen Feng, he raised his hand, signaling for the music to stop. The pounding music ceased, and the lights returned to normal. The scantily clad women all sensed that something was about to happen, so they obediently kept quiet. Sandman lounged on the sofa, one arm wrapped around a beautiful woman's waist, the other holding a glass of red wine. He took a slow sip before turning to Chen Feng and saying, "Mr. Chen, I'm terribly sorry, but I can't join your world society." The transformer shrank down and became a watch on Chen Feng's wrist. Chen Feng sat across from Sandman with a commanding presence. A few of the women, almost instinctively, moved as if to attend to Chen Feng. Sandman was known for this sort of thing. Anyone who came to see him would be treated to the company of these women. It was partly a show of power, the twisted mindset of someone who had come into sudden wealth and wanted everyone to know it. But the women here were nothing special, most of them artificial beauties. In fact, when Chen Feng broke in, Optimus Prime had scanned and found that the majority of them were filled with silicone. "Get lost," Chen Feng barked at the women approaching him. Frightened, the women quickly backed away, keeping a safe distance from Chen Feng. Anyone who dared act so arrogantly in front of Sandman was certainly not someone to be trifled with. Sandman didn't mind Chen Feng's arrogance at all. With a cheerful grin, he said, "Don't be upset. If you don't like these women, I can get you different ones. Perhaps something more innocent. You think just because you've built your own city of crime, recruiting hordes of criminals as your underlings, that you can ignore me?" Chen Feng asked coldly. "No, absolutely not. You're the one who defeated S.H.I.E.L.D. and General Ross. I wouldn't dare cross you. I just don't want to join your world society. That's all," Sandman replied with a laugh. No matter how formidable Chen Feng was, he couldn't truly destroy Sandman. That's why Sandman felt little fear in the face of Chen Feng's threats. Suddenly, Chen Feng stood up, grabbed the edge of the coffee table with both hands, and heaved. With a deafening crash, the table flew over Sandman's head and landed in a heap behind him. Chen Feng had lost his temper. I came here personally to invite you. If you refuse, you're disrespecting me, Chen Feng declared, his voice full of swagger. I know you're powerful, but I'm no weakling either. My sand powers make me immortal. Sure, I can't beat you, but you can't kill me, so there's no need for us to turn this ugly, right? Sandman replied with a sly smile. In truth, Sandman had once wanted to join Chen Feng, but then his streetwise friends advised him, since he now had superpowers, he could get anything he wanted, why bother working for someone else? Their words reminded him of his old dream, to become a kingpin of the underworld. So he used the money he'd stolen from banks to recruit his own gang. To expand his power, he raided dozens of prisons, recruiting a legion of criminals, including several notorious supervillains. Now, he was thoroughly satisfied with his life, even reveling in it. He commanded tens of thousands of followers. He was surrounded by thousands of beauties. He possessed uncountable riches, and he ruled over an entire city built on sin.so. How could he possibly bear to leave now and become Chen Feng's lackey? This evil city you've built, I could destroy it with a single missile, Chen Feng declared with domineering confidence. For the first time, the Sandman lost his composure. What exactly do you want? He demanded. I possess a special ability. I can extract other people's genes. It has no side effects, but it only works if the other person willingly allows it. So, if you let me extract your genes, I'll let you go, Chen Feng replied. Of course, Chen Feng was lying. He had no intention of letting the Sandman go. The Sandman was a notorious villain, guilty of countless crimes, who had tormented and underestimated Chen Feng at every turn. Once Chen Feng succeeded in extracting his genes, that would be the end for the Sandman. The Sandman's power to turn into sand was formidable, almost invincible, or so it seemed. But in truth, he was not immortal. His true nature wasn't sand itself, but rather an energy being, one who could control sand. Chen Feng had several ways to finish him off. First, transform into the big-headed monster and use psychic power to end him. Second, unleash a sonic cannon to shatter him with sound waves. Third, use something like a vacuum cleaner to suck him up and seal him away. The Sandman didn't want to agree to Chen Feng's demand, but if he refused, his evil city would be obliterated and a life he craved would vanish. Weighing his options, he thought that even if Chen Feng was lying, his own powers should keep him safe. So, he reluctantly gave in. Fine, I'll let you extract my genes, the Sandman said helplessly. Chen Feng felt a surge of excitement. Remember, you must be completely willing. Any hint of resistance, and it won't work. I understand, the Sandman replied. Chen Feng stepped forward and placed his hand on the Sandman's shoulder, silently commanding, System, extract the Sandman's genes and fuse them with mine. Ding. Sandman gene extraction successful. Fusing now, the system intoned. Ding. Congratulations, host. Sandman gene fusion complete, the system reported. With the system's announcement, a strange power surged through Chen Feng's body, changing him from within. There was no pain, just an overwhelming sense of looseness. Suddenly, with a soft rush, Chen Feng's body collapsed into a heap of sand. What? You can really extract my genes? The Sandman exclaimed, astonished. As a pile of sand, Chen Feng could no longer feel his human form, but he could control the sand at will. With a thought, he gathered the grains, reshaping himself into a human figure, and soon he had returned to his original appearance. He lifted his right hand and clenched it into a fist, only to find that if he squeezed too tightly, his fist would crumble into sand. Remembering the Sandman's technique, he focused his will, and his right hand solidified into a dense sand fist. This time, when he tightened his grip, it held firm. Chen Feng, you've taken the gene you wanted. Now, can you leave? The Sandman said. Chen Feng felt a sense of oppression here that made him uncomfortable. All right, he replied, and then his body transformed into sand, whirling into a sandstorm that swept out through the same broken window he had entered. Chen Feng was truly gone, but his departure was only to fetch a weapon. Once he had it, he would return. He flew back to his private island and made some quick modifications to the second-generation giant transformer. He upgraded it with a sonic cannon and a vacuum device, both enhanced versions. He knew he had to take down his opponent in one strike. Otherwise, dealing with a supervillain like Sandman would be a troublesome affair. Once the transformer was modified, Chen Feng returned immediately to the City of Sin. Sandman was just a street thug with no grasp of advanced technology, so he had no idea Chen Feng was coming. Chen Feng piloted the second-generation giant transformer and stopped at the floor where Sandman was hiding. The transformer extended a massive cannon. A deep, resonant hum filled the air. The The cannon unleashed a terrifying sonic wave, obliterating everything in its path. Even the walls crumbled under its force. Sandman, who had been in a state of wild revelry, instantly dissolved into sand, while the woman with him was reduced to a mist of blood in the blink of an eye. Seeing the devastating power of the sonic cannon, Chen Feng exclaimed in astonishment. If I'd known the sonic cannon was this powerful, I would have installed it on the Transformer sooner. After his initial shock, he issued a command. Optimus Prime, scan for energy bodies nearby. Yes, Master, Optimus Prime responded. Several mini-drones launched from the Transformer's shoulders, darting into the shattered building. Master, energy fluctuations detected, Optimus Prime reported. Inside the Transformer, Chen Feng watched as Optimus Prime sent him a 3D map. He could see a transparent, human-shaped figure crouching in the corner, staring back at him. Chen Feng was certain that was Sandman. He retracted the sonic cannon and prepared the vacuum device, ready to suck Sandman into the specially prepared container. The Transformer was enormous, 8.5 meters tall, too large to fit inside the building. But with PIM particles, that wasn't a problem. It could change size at will. By the time the Transformer entered the floor, it had shrunk to just 3 meters tall. Sandman, who had been crouching motionless, sensed Chen Feng approaching and had a hunch that Chen Feng could see him. Panicked, he transformed into a miniature sandstorm and fled through the window. Seeing this, Chen Feng immediately activated the vacuum device. A mighty suction roared. The super vacuum, crafted by Chen Feng himself, was no ordinary device. It could easily suck up not just dust, but objects weighing over 100 pounds. Most of Sandman's sandstorm form was sucked in by the vacuum, but a small portion escaped, spilling out the window. After shutting off the vacuum, Chen Feng asked, Optimus Prime, did we get Sandman? No, Master. There's no energy body in the container, Optimus Prime replied. Damn, he still managed to escape, Chen Feng said, frustration clear in his voice. Chen Feng guessed that the Sandman must have projected his consciousness into the sand grains at the very front in order to escape. The Sandman could shift his size at will, slipping through any crack with ease, truly a formidable opponent. To avoid the Sandman's vengeance, and to eliminate him once and for all, Chen Feng made up his mind to hunt him down. He stepped out of the Transformer and issued a command. Optimus Prime, shrink the Transformer and follow me. Yes, my lord, Optimus Prime replied without hesitation. In an instant, the enormous Transformer shrank down. Chen Feng's body dissolved into grains of sand, transforming into a swirling sandstorm that shot forward in pursuit of the Sandman. In his sand form, Chen Feng could faintly sense the Sandman's call. He figured the Sandman must be absorbing sand, which was why he could pick up on the signal. Following that pull, Chen Feng flew for a while and, sure enough, soon caught sight of his quarry. At that moment, the Sandman lay sprawled motionless on the sand, but the grains around him surged continuously towards his body, piling up into a mound that lifted him higher and higher. A sudden inspiration struck Chen Feng. He merged into the sand, offering no resistance, allowing the Sandman to draw him in. His own consciousness was incredibly strong, his mental strength almost terrifying. If the Sandman absorbed him, he just might be able to turn the tables and absorb the Sandman instead. Chen Feng could sense the Sandman, and naturally, the Sandman could sense Chen Feng. The moment the Sandman detected Chen Feng, he immediately stopped absorbing sand and sprang to his feet. Chen Feng, stop hiding. I've already sensed your presence. Had Chen Feng arrived piloting the Transformer, the Sandman would have fled without a second thought. But seeing Chen Feng in his sand form, the Sandman now found the courage to fight him head-on. He hadn't been lying on the sand for fun, nor out of exhaustion, but to absorb more sand. Now his body had become one of super high density, tougher than steel. Since he'd been discovered, Chen Feng saw no reason to hide. The sand gathered around him, swirling together and taking on his form. Prepare to die, the Sandman roared in fury, lunging at Chen Feng and landing a punch. Chen Feng reacted swiftly, raising his arm to block. The Sandman's fist smashed right through him, obliterating Chen Feng's head and both hands. But it didn't matter. He could simply regrow them. With a mere thought, Chen Feng drew sand from beneath his feet, and in an instant, his head and hands were restored. The Sandman refused to give Chen Feng a chance, launching a relentless barrage that scattered Chen Feng's body again and again. Chen Feng was growing frustrated. He too could absorb huge amounts of sand and forge a body of super high density, but that process took time. Helpless, he dove underground, transformed into a Titan giant, and then donned the Venom battle suit, multiplying his power several times over. With a thunderous roar, Chen Feng erupted from beneath the sand. The Sandman gaped at the towering, black giant before him, exclaiming in astonishment, What is this? In front of me, you're Nothing but an ant, Chen Feng said with scorn, then hunched his upper body forward, sprang into motion, and charged at the Sandman. The Sandman didn't dodge. Perhaps he was confident in the density of his own body. Chen Feng rammed him with his shoulder, while the Sandman swung a fist at him in return. But how could the Sandman's strength compare to that of a Titan enhanced by the Venom suit? With a tremendous crash, just as expected, the Sandman's high-density body was scattered in an instant by Chen Feng's blow. Chen Feng watched as the Sandman absorbed sand and rapidly reformed himself. Quietly, he asked Venom in his heart, "Venom, if I transform into the Sandman, can you still enhance me?" "No, Venom replied. Once you've turned into sand, you're no longer a living being, just grains of sand." "All right then," Chen Feng said, disappointed. If Venom could have strengthened his sand form, he would have easily defeated the Sandman. He saw the Sandman had already fully recovered. With a furious roar, Chen Feng strode forward and brought both giant palms together. The impact thundered through the air as the Sandman was smashed to pieces beneath Chen Feng's massive hands. But the Sandman still wasn't dead. As long as there was sand, he couldn't die. He kept absorbing sand, reforming himself. Chen Feng swiftly transformed into sand and lunged at the Sandman. The Sandman, caught off guard, inadvertently absorbed some of the sand that Chen Feng had become. Now, part of Chen Feng was within the Sandman, and part of the Sandman was within Chen Feng. The two merged into one. The Sandman panicked, his voice trembling with fear. "Chen Feng, what are you trying to do? Get out of me now." He was truly terrified, feeling his own body slipping beyond his control. "You can't escape now." Chen Feng laughed heartily. The Sandman tried desperately to expel the foreign sand, but it clung stubbornly to him. He realized it was Chen Feng's doing and, frightened, pleaded, "Chen Feng, stop. Don't kill me. I'll be your loyal follower, I swear." "I don't want a follower who won't obey," Chen Feng replied coldly. He willed his sand form to engulf the Sandman entirely. Then, with a focused thought, he began to merge with the Sandman's essence, intent on devouring him from within. The Sandman cried out in agony. Struggling will only bring you more pain," Chen Feng said. "Let me go. I'll do anything you ask, please, The Sandman begged in desperation. But at this point, how could Chen Feng possibly let him go? He quickened his pace, using the force of his will to absorb the Sandman's life force. As he did, visions began to flicker before his eyes, scenes he had never seen before. A small child, bullied and beaten by others. The child, crying and swearing to himself that one day he would become a villain and bully others in return. A trembling thug, robbing in terror, accidentally killing an old man. A prisoner, clad in prison garb, suffering endless humiliation behind bars. These images, all of them belonged to the Sandman. By absorbing his life force, Chen Feng also inherited the Sandman's memories and thus witnessed scenes entirely new to him. The Sandman's childhood was truly pitiful, but those who were pitiful must have something detestable about them. Chen Feng pressed harder. The Sandman refused to give in, struggling desperately. In that instant, Chen Feng transformed into a strange, big-headed creature, his mental power surging 1,000-fold. He struck so swiftly and fiercely that the Sandman was caught off guard, and in a flash, Chen Feng absorbed him completely. After devouring the Sandman, Chen Feng's mind was flooded with a torrent of sordid memories. Disgust welled up inside him, and he quickly commanded, "Optimus Prime, suit me up as a transformer." "Yes, my lord," responded Optimus Prime. The transformer enlarged itself, striding toward Chen Feng. With a series of mechanical clicks, the transformer enveloped him. Chen Feng's mind connected with the machine, and with a thought, he wiped away every memory of the Sandman from his brain. Free from the taint of those dark recollections, Chen Feng finally felt at ease. The nausea faded away. "Optimus Prime, call Peter for me," Chen Feng ordered. "Yes, my lord." Optimus Prime obeyed. As the call connected, Chen Feng spoke. "Peter, I've already dealt with the Sandman. You can bring your team in to clean up the criminals in Sin City now." "That's fantastic. Thank you. I'll round up the team right away to arrest those criminals," Spider-Man replied, excitement in his voice. "Peter, you need to be ruthless this time. Wipe out every criminal in Sin City. Only then can the world be truly cleansed," Chen Feng said firmly. "All right, I'll do as you say this time," Spider-Man agreed. Spider-Man's willingness to kill stemmed from the sheer evil of Sin City's criminals. They had turned a small city into a living hell. In Sin City, nearly all the good people were dead, and nearly every woman had suffered unspeakable harm. Order had been shattered. Spider-Man's desire to kill was born from the urge to avenge those who had fallen victim to such ruthless criminals. Hearing Spider-Man's answer, Chen Feng was taken aback, so he decided not to leave just yet. He He wanted to see if Spider-Man truly dared to unleash such violence upon the wicked. He shrank the second-generation giant transformer down and slipped it around his neck. Then, morphing into sand, he swept across the desert, gathering every grain into a towering sandstorm dozens of meters high. Chen Feng intended to master the Sandman's powers. After all, if he didn't, he'd be at a disadvantage in the next battle. As a sandstorm, Chen Feng's vision broadened, his strength swelled, and his senses sharpened. The sensation of becoming a living whirlwind of sand was indescribably strange, and Chen Feng found himself intoxicated by the experience. With a thought, the sandstorm ceased. The swirling sand converged rapidly, coalescing into a colossal figure 100 meters tall. Chen Feng glanced down at the tiny buildings below, marveling, "Holy smokes, this power is outrageous. If I were in the desert, I could become a giant tens of thousands of meters high." With another thought, Chen Feng compressed the sand, forming a body of incredible density. Then he stomped his foot. A thunderous boom resounded. The ground collapsed beneath his step. The shockwaves toppled nearby buildings, one after another, with a series of deafening crashes. "Holy smokes, this strength is absolutely insane," Chen Feng exclaimed in astonishment. But thinking it over, it made sense. He was huge, heavy, and it would be strange if he wasn't incredibly strong. When he grew in size, his strength increased, but his speed dropped. He simply couldn't move fast, and it was exhausting. He estimated that, with his strength, he could maintain the form of a 100-meter-tall sand giant for at most half an hour. Standing in place, Chen Feng experimented with his Sandman abilities, transforming into all sorts of shapes or burrowing through the earth, having the time of his life. The air was filled with the thunder of explosions, the rattling of machine guns, and the crack of pistols, all blending into an endless cacophony. Chen Feng knew Spider-Man had led his team to attack Sin City. Without hesitation, he transformed into a small sandstorm and sped off toward the action. Within minutes, he reached the battlefield where criminals and police were locked in combat. He soared onto the roof of a tall building and perched by the railing to watch the chaos unfold. Spider-Man hadn't just brought police officers. He was backed by a fully armed military force. The army had rolled out not only artillery, but also armored vehicles, tanks, and other heavy weapons. It was clear that the top brass of America intended to wipe out Sin City in one decisive blow. Yet, despite the massive deployment of police and soldiers, the criminals held their ground. Each one fought fearlessly, wielding heavy machine guns, rocket launchers, and other weapons, determined to resist. The criminals fought separately, with no coordination, scattered throughout the city. Exterminating them would be easy, but it would take a great deal of time. As a result, the police and military made slow progress in their assault. Spider-Man was true to form, battling with fists and webs. But his attacks rarely took out criminals instantly. In fact, he was racking up fewer takedowns than an average soldier with a gun. Chen Feng could only shake his head at the sight. Suddenly, Chen Feng noticed a nimble figure darting along the street, taking down criminals on either side with deadly precision and ruthless efficiency. Each shot was fatal. Looking closer, he realized it was Gwen. "Incredible, my friend," Chen Feng thought in astonishment. In just a short time, Gwen had become a decisive, formidable officer. "Ha ha! Die, you filthy whore! How dare you kill my brother?" An arrogant voice blared through loudspeakers, echoing down the whole street. A moment later, a deafening blast erupted. A series of explosions ripped through the street, killing hundreds of police and soldiers. The blast kept coming, spreading relentlessly forward. Gwen was racing death itself, explosions chasing her every step. Just as she was about to be caught in the blast, Chen Feng sprang into action. Gwen was Spider-Man's girlfriend, and Chen Feng had always thought well of her. He couldn't just stand by. He leaped from the rooftop, left hand flung back, right hand thrust forward, and with two sharp swishes, twin strands of web shot from his wrists, one anchoring to the rooftop, the other latching onto Gwen's waist. With a quick tug of his right hand, Gwen was lifted off the ground, soaring through the air straight toward Chen Feng. Chen Feng wrapped his right arm around Gwen's slender waist, then with a flick of his left wrist, drew in his web, and soared upward, taking Gwen with him. When they reached the rooftop, he gently set her down. Gwen immediately expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for saving me." Curious, Chen Feng asked, "Who have you been training with lately? You've improved so much." "It was a special forces soldier sent by the military who trained me," Gwen replied. "Ever since you transformed me, I pick things up incredibly fast, and my body's become so agile. That's why I have these abilities now." Chen Feng nodded with satisfaction and praised her. "That's great. You're doing much better than Peter. Keep it up. I really believe in your future." And he wasn't just saying that. He genuinely saw great potential in Gwen. She was ambitious, unlike Spider-Man, who lacked that drive. Hearing Chen Feng's approval, Gwen beamed. Thank you, I'll do my best. Chen Feng continued, there are a lot of criminals hiding in the buildings on both sides of the street. It's dangerous for you out there. How about this? I'll lend you my second-generation personal transformer suit for a while. Clean up the criminals in Sin City, and then return it to me. That would be amazing, Gwen exclaimed excitedly. She'd already heard about Chen Feng's second-generation transformer armor. It was famous for its formidable defenses. With it on, no matter how fiercely the enemy attacked, the wearer would be completely unharmed. Chen Feng took off the watch from his wrist and tossed it to Gwen. Instinctively, Gwen reached out to catch it, but the moment the watch touched her hand, it transformed into tiny particles and swiftly spread across her entire body. Her vision went dark for an instant, and then a high-tech interface appeared before her eyes, displaying complex data as well as a view of the outside world. Optimus Prime, follow Gwen's orders for now. Once the criminals in Sin City have been dealt with, return to me, Chen Feng commanded. As you command, my lord. Optimus Prime responded loyally. Gwen moved her hands and feet, surprised to find the suit felt completely comfortable. Gwen, I've already given you authorization. Just issue commands to Optimus Prime directly. He'll help you take down the criminals, Chen Feng told her. Thank you so much, Gwen said gratefully. Though she'd never used a Transformer suit before, Gwen understood the basics of what it could do. She gave her first order, Optimus Prime, help me take flight. Understood, Miss Gwen, Optimus Prime replied. With a low hum, the Transformer's jet system activated, and Gwen slowly lifted off the ground. She wobbled unsteadily through the air at first, and used the sensation. Chen Feng called out a reminder. Gwen, just use your thoughts to control the Transformer. Gwen tried controlling it with her mind, and to her delight, it worked perfectly. The suit responded to her every intention, flying exactly as she wished. Once she got the hang of it, she guided the Transformer back down to the street, strutting boldly along the war-torn, blasted pavement. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. It was the unmistakable roar of a heavy sniper rifle. The bullet struck Gwen's head with such force that it knocked her head to the side. Yet Gwen was completely unharmed. The defense of the Transformer was simply too formidable. Gwen turned her head and spotted a glint of light reflecting off the windows of a tall building to her right. Instantly, she concluded it must be the sniper. She gave an order. Optimus Prime, what kind of weapons do you have? Gwen, please look at the display. Optimus Prime replied, then projected images of the various weapons equipped on the Transformer for Gwen to see. A shoulder-mounted rocket launcher. Target the sniper and fire, Gwen commanded. From the shoulder of the Transformer, a rocket launcher extended outward. With a sharp whoosh and a thunderous explosion, the rocket smashed the sniper's perch to pieces. Whether the sniper survived was no longer Gwen's concern. The police and military behind her would handle the aftermath. Right now, her focus was on eliminating the toughest enemies. Spider-Man swung over on his web and landed beside Gwen, greeting her with delight. Chen Feng, I can't believe you're actually helping us fight the enemy. What a surprise. Gwen turned and replied irritably, It's me, Gwen. Oh my gosh, Chen Feng, you're messing with me. You really think I believe it just because you're mimicking Gwen's voice? Spider-Man exclaimed with exaggerated disbelief. He knew Chen Feng's abilities all too well. Back when he broke in a shield to steal vibranium, Chen Feng had perfectly imitated Director Fury's voice, so flawless that no one could tell the difference. And the person in front of him was wearing Chen Feng's second-generation, close-fitting Transformer suit. If this wasn't Chen Feng, who else could it be? With a thought, Gwen activated the suit's mask retraction, revealing her beautiful face. She shot him an exasperated look. Now, do you believe me? Spider-Man pointed at Gwen, tongue-tied. You, how do you have Chen Feng's Transformer suit? Suspicion nagged at him. Could Chen Feng have stolen his girl again? Chen Feng lent it to me, for now. Once we take down the criminals of Sin City, I'll return it, Gwen explained. Spider-Man patted his chest in relief. That's good to hear. You nearly scared me to death. Gwen knew exactly what Spider-Man was thinking. He probably suspected something between her and Chen Feng. So she kicked him flying and snapped, Get lost. Don't lump me together with your ex-girlfriend. Spider-Man somersaulted through the air and landed nimbly on his feet, apologizing. Gwen, don't be mad. It's my fault, I'm sorry. Stop wasting time here. Let's get back to fighting before anyone else gets hurt, Gwen said. Right, Spider-Man agreed. With his webs, Spider-Man swung freely between the buildings on both sides of the street. But every time he encountered an enemy, he was tied up, he just wasn't ruthless enough. Any criminal could hold him up for a few minutes. Gwen, on the other hand, was a different story. Dressed as a Transformer, she swaggered briskly down the street. Whenever someone attacked her, she would fire off a rocket or launch a small missile, blasting her enemies to pieces. Encountering a crowd of criminals only made her more delighted. She unleashed her minigun and Gatling gun together, spraying a storm of bullets that instantly reduced the criminals to a bloody mist. On a rooftop, Chen Feng leapt from building to building, trailing behind Gwen and watching the spectacle unfold. After a while, he grew bored of the show, feeling restless with nothing better to do. So he decided to join in the fight against the criminals, taking the opportunity to further hone his Sandman powers. He transformed into a swirling sandstorm, soaring toward a nearby construction site and sweeping up all the sand there to strengthen himself. The sandstorm swelled to dozens of meters high, sweeping through the streets and buildings. Whenever he encountered someone with a gun who wasn't in a police or military uniform, he swept them up without hesitation. His efficiency surpassed that of all the police and soldiers combined. No one could harm him, while he could easily capture his foes, and his reach was vast. As time passed, more and more criminals were swept up by Chen Feng. Soon, the sandstorm was packed with them. The freshly captured criminals could still scream in terror, but those caught earlier were either spun into unconsciousness or vomiting desperately. Some of the weaker ones were killed outright by the violent spinning. Many others, unlucky enough to inhale sand, choked, or suffocated to death. Eventually, the sheer number of criminals caught made it hard for Chen Feng to keep spinning. He stopped, and without the force of the sandstorm, all the criminals plummeted from the sky, crashing violently to the ground. Those at the bottom died instantly from the impact. The ones in the middle survived the fall, only to be crushed by their companions landing above them. Those who survived the ordeal scrambled to their feet and scattered in every direction, desperate to escape. Without hesitation, Chen Feng transformed into a sand giant, dozens of meters tall. He stomped mercilessly on the huddled mass of criminals, flattening them beneath his feet. As for the fleeing ones, he crushed each of them with a single step. He let a few stragglers go, not bothering to give chase. Once he dealt with these criminals, he reverted to his sandstorm form and continued sweeping up wrongdoers. He was like a living vacuum cleaner, sucking up every filthy soul in his path. With his help, a tenth of the city of crime was cleansed in just 1 hour. That was astonishing progress. After all, without him, the police and military could barely reclaim a handful of streets in the same amount of time. As he passed a luxurious villa, Chen Feng swept up over 100 criminals who were partying inside, and among them, a woman who looked oddly familiar. He set the woman aside, then killed all the criminals he captured. After finishing them off, he changed back to human form, walked up to the woman, and asked, "Do you have a 16-year-old daughter?" The woman was deeply moved when she heard what Chen Feng said. Grabbing his hand anxiously, she asked, "Did you see my daughter, Annie?" "I'm not sure if her name is Annie, but she's 16 years old, and she looks a lot like you," Chen Feng replied. The woman broke down in tears, sobbing as she said, "That's my daughter. She's alive. Thank goodness, thank you." "Yes, she's alive. I sent her to New York. She's very safe now," Chen Feng assured her. With a thud, the woman dropped to her knees in front of Chen Feng and bowed her head in gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you for saving my daughter." Chen Feng helped her to her feet and said, "Let me give you Annie's phone number, so you can contact her yourself." Then, Chen Feng told her Annie's number. "Thank you. Thank you so much," the woman said joyfully, her gratitude overflowing. He sighed and said, "You'd better hide for now. By tomorrow, this place will finally be truly safe." Looking at the woman's bruises and tattered clothes, one could easily imagine the hardships she had endured. 10 hours later, nearly all of the criminals in Sin City had been cleared out. The few that remained posed no real threat. At that point, the transformer detached from Gwen's body, flew back to Chen Feng, and transformed into a watch that fastened around his wrist. Gwen was fascinated by the transformer's power. She was reluctant to part with it, but she knew there was no way Chen Feng would let her keep it. Spider-Man swung over to Chen Feng with his usual flair and said gratefully, "Chen Feng, thank you. Without your help, we never could have taken down the criminals in Sin City so easily." Chen Feng waved his hand dismissively. "Think nothing of it. It was no big deal." Spider-Man rubbed his hands together awkwardly and said, Chen Feng, I was wondering if you could give Gwen and me each a set of Iron Man armor. With those, we'd never have to worry about enemy attacks again." Chen Feng chuckled. Not a chance." "Really?" Spider-Man asked, a bit embarrassed. "If you want armor, you're better off asking Iron Man." "Tony Stark," Chen Feng suggested. "Tony works for the government now, and you and Gwen are fighting for the country. If you ask him for 2 sets of armor, I doubt he'd refuse." Spider-Man scratched his head and grumbled, "Tony's armor is junk. I don't want it." "In that case, there's nothing more I can do." "Goodbye," Chen Feng said, and with a push of his feet, the second-generation close-combat transformer instantly covered his body. The jet's systems in his limbs ignited, launching him swiftly into the sky. Gwen gazed after Chen Feng as he departed, and sighed. Someone as powerful as him will conquer the world one day, then lead humanity to the stars. He's certainly powerful, Spider-Man commented, but he can be a bit ruthless. Gwen shot Spider-Man a glare and said irritably, "Have you ever heard of a kind-hearted powerhouse?" To her surprise, Spider-Man nodded earnestly and replied, "Of course. Isn't Captain America just such a person?" Gwen couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Haven't you heard that Captain America's real purpose is to boost morale? Otherwise, why would he be sent on tours of military camps instead of the front lines?" Spider-Man scratched his head, wincing, and said, "Now that you mention it, that makes sense." Chen Feng flew back to his private island and entered Dr. Hank's laboratory. As soon as the others saw him return, they crowded around and asked, "Boss, did you manage to extract the Sandman's gene?" Chen Feng nodded happily. "Yes, I did." "Boss, did you happen to collect some of Sandman's blood for my research?" Professor Lizard asked hopefully. Chen Feng shook his head. "No, Sandman doesn't have a physical body. His whole form is just sand gathered together, so he has no blood. What about you, then? Could we extract some of yours?" Professor Lizard pressed on. "I take on the genes and the abilities of whatever I transform into, so my blood changes accordingly. For example, if I turn into a lizard man, my blood is that of a lizard man. There wouldn't be any other kind," Chen Feng explained. "Ah, what a pity," Professor Lizard said with a disappointed sigh. "Boss, could you show us Sandman's powers? We haven't seen them in action yet." Natasha asked curiously. "Yes, we'd love to see it," Zhao Helen chimed in. Dr. Octopus and the others nodded in agreement. "That's right, we'd really like to see what Sandman can do." "All right then," Chen Feng agreed. With a thought, his body dissolved into sand with a soft, rustling sound, cascading to the floor. Natasha crouched down, scooped up a handful of sand, and exclaimed in amazement, "Boss, is this really your body?" "You could say yes, but also no. As long as a single grain of sand remains, I can't die. If I come across a pile of sand, my body can restore itself completely," Chen Feng replied. "With this ability, you could just scatter yourself, and no one would ever find you," Dr. Octopus remarked. Chen Feng gathered the sand together, swiftly taking on Dr. Octopus's appearance. Smiling at Rose, he asked, "Rose, can you tell which one is your husband?" Rose blushed and pointed at Chen Feng, saying, "You're the imposter. I can tell just by your aura." Natasha nodded in agreement. "It's true. The boss has such a commanding presence. You could sense it even with your eyes closed." Chen Feng's body shifted again, transforming into a massive warhammer. "Incredible. You can become anything you want," Professor Lizard said enviously. "Once my body turns to sand, I can change shape at will, grow into a giant 100 meters tall, or shrink down to grains as fine as dust," Chen Feng explained. Chen Feng transformed again, this time into a small sandstorm. To be able to change shape at will, and even turn into a sandstorm, that's practically a power reserved for the gods. Rose exclaimed in awe. The sandstorm came to a halt, and all the grains of sand gathered together, piling up to take the shape of a human. Gradually, they formed into the likeness of Chen Feng. Once he had returned to normal, he said, "In the Marvel world we live in, anything is possible. That's why we have to work hard to grow stronger, or else we might be destroyed." Professor Lizard clapped his hands as if suddenly remembering something, and called out loudly, "All right, boss. What did you do with Sandman? Did you kill him, or capture him?" "I killed him," Chen Feng replied. "With what did you kill him?" Professor Lizard blurted out instinctively. Chen Feng shot Professor Lizard a strange look and said, "What? Do you want to know so you can use it against me?" Professor Lizard waved his hands frantically and stammered in fear. "Boss, please don't get the wrong idea. I'd never think of such a thing." Chen Feng's words had truly startled him. Suddenly, Chen Feng burst out laughing. "I was only joking. Why are you so scared?" Professor Lizard wiped the cold sweat from his brow and muttered, "I was just worried you'd misunderstand, that's all." Dr. Hank beckoned to Chen Feng. "Boss, enough with the jokes. Come over here and help us study the quantum realm." Chen Feng stepped forward, scanning through the computer data as he asked, "Any progress while I was gone?" "Not a bit," Dr. Hank replied in frustration. Without Chen Feng, he felt like everything was at a standstill. "And Scott? How's he doing?" Chen Feng asked. "He's fine. I've had the mini-robots deliver food to him, and by now he's gotten used to life in the quantum realm," Dr. Hank answered. "Good, as long as everything's all right. Even if there's no breakthrough in research, it's fine. We have plenty of manpower, resources, and abilities at our disposal. We can deploy a whole new wave of mini-robots and signal devices into the quantum realm. As long as we're willing to invest, I'm sure we'll see results," Chen Feng said confidently. Dr. Hank raised his hand in agreement. I'm with you. Well, I've got some free time lately. I'll help design machines that'll work even better in the quantum realm, Dr. Octopus chimed in. Maybe I should send my lizard army into the quantum realm, Professor Lizard suggested, his imagination running wild. Who knows what unexpected discoveries we might make. His idea made Dr. Hank light up with excitement. Professor Lizard is absolutely right. We can't go into the quantum realm ourselves, but we can send in the lizard army and the ant army. That way, we can search a much wider area. Lizards breed slowly, so let's start by sending 100 in and see what happens. As for Dr. Hank's ant army, send them all in. After all, there's no shortage of ants on Earth. Even if some die, there'll always be more, Chen Feng said. I'll pick out 100 of the smartest lizards, Professor Lizard replied. The lizard professor said this as he walked out. I'm going out to collect ants. I might not be back for a while, Dr. Hank said, stepping outside as well. Chen Feng waved his hand and replied, Go ahead. I'll keep an eye on the quantum realm for you. Nothing will go wrong. Dr. Hank's swarm of flying ants was now kept in a small grove on the artificial land, where a dedicated team fed them large quantities of fish every day. The colony had doubled in size. No one, not even Dr. Hank, could count how many there were. When shrunk down, the swarm could blanket an entire plaza. If they grew to their full size, they could cover a whole city. The quantum realm was even larger than the Marvel Universe itself, so this number of ants was still far from enough. To gather more, Dr. Hank had transformed all his flying ants into giant versions and sent them out to recruit more of their kind. Last time, when preparing to attack S.H.I.E.L.D., he only recruited flying ants. This time, since there was no need for an assault, he simply instructed them, recruit any ant you find. A thunderous buzzing filled the air as countless giant flying ants took off, their wings whipping the air into fierce gusts. Only after the swarm had left did the air currents above the artificial land return to normal. Once the ants were gone, Dr. Hank returned to the lab and said to Chen Feng, Boss, I need your help. Chen Feng, still buried in research, didn't even look up. What do you need? I need you to build me a helmet that can broadcast ant signals, something high-powered. Otherwise, I won't be able to command so many ants at once, Dr. Hank explained. No problem, I'll handle it. Chen Feng agreed without hesitation. It was a trivial task, so simple that even Dr. Octopus could do it effortlessly. He was familiar with the technology, since the Ant-Man suit's helmet already had this function. He returned to his own lab, and as soon as he entered, he heard Hope calling for him. He walked over to the flower pot, looked down, and saw Hope standing miserably at the edge of her tiny cage. What do you want? He asked. How long are you going to keep me locked up? It's been days already. Are you planning to keep me here for the rest of my life? Hope said angrily. Congratulations, you guessed right. I do plan to keep you here forever. Like a canary in a gilded cage, Chen Feng joked. Hope slumped to the ground, her face full of despair. You really mean to keep me here forever? Regretting it now? Well, I'm afraid it's too late, Chen Feng snorted coldly. For someone as rebellious as Hope, he knew that without a serious lesson, she'd keep causing trouble. So he decided to keep her for a while. If she truly repented, he'd let her go. But if she continued to defy him, she could stay forever. After all, his lab was rather lonely. A pet to amuse himself with might not be so bad. Chen Feng, please let me go. Hope pleaded. Please, I'm begging you. I didn't come here to cause you trouble this time. Hope pleaded. Then what are you here for? Chen Feng asked. I'm here to find my father. I want to help him, so that my mother can come out of the quantum realm sooner. Hope explained. Chen Feng chuckled and replied. And what exactly can you help Dr. Hank with? Are you planning to cause him more problems? Or, like Scott, try to enter the quantum realm to look for Janet? Hope hesitated, her words faltering. For the first time, she realized she truly couldn't help her father, and that left her feeling utterly useless. The quantum realm is vast, greater than the entire universe. If you go in, you'll only get in the way and make your father worry even more. If you really want to help him, just stay put and don't cause any trouble, Chen Feng said impatiently. What about Scott, then? His abilities are weaker than mine, and I was the one who taught him everything he knows. Why can he help my father, but I can't? Hope protested, clearly dissatisfied. Because he's the protagonist. His protagonist aura is what helps Dr. Hank, Chen Feng replied. What protagonist aura? I don't understand what you're talking about, Hope said, puzzled. We're not from the same world. Of course you don't understand what I mean, Chen Feng answered. Chen Feng, how about this? You let me go, and I'll leave your private island immediately. I promise I'll never come looking for trouble again, Hope begged. Chen Feng waved her off. No deal. Please, I'm begging you please, Hope kept pleading. But Chen Feng wouldn't relent. He started working on the Ant-Man helmet, taking the opportunity to tease Hope as he worked. He'd make jokes, saying her chest was so small you'd need a magnifying glass to see it, making it impossible to even sneak a look. Or he'd joke that even if she offered herself to him, he wouldn't be able to find the right spot. Hope grew red with embarrassment and frustration, but she was powerless against Chen Feng. In just an hour, Chen Feng finished crafting the Ant-Man helmet. He took the completed helmet and returned to Dr. Hank's laboratory, handing it to Dr. Hank as he introduced it. Dr. Hank, I've upgraded this helmet and installed a miniaturized cold fusion reactor inside. With its current power, you could send signals to ants within a 10-mile radius. No problem. Thank you so much, boss, Dr. Hank said gratefully. No need to thank me. It's what I should do, Chen Feng replied with a gentle smile. Dr. Hank put on the helmet and left the lab, heading off to summon the ants. Once Dr. Hank was gone, Chen Feng took over his duties, constantly monitoring the quantum realm, checking on the mini-robots, keeping an eye on Scott, and watching for any signals picked up by their devices. He was incredibly busy, so busy that, if it weren't for Optimus Prime as his assistant, even Chen Feng's skills wouldn't be enough to keep up. Dr. Octopus, Professor Lizard, Natasha, Zhao Hailuan, Rose, and the clones, unfamiliar with the quantum realm, couldn't offer much help. All they could do was watch from the sidelines. Dr. Octopus was a bit better off, though. While observing the commotion, his hands and 4 mechanical arms were busy crafting a new device, hoping to send it into the quantum realm. Wow, look at that. Scott is actually riding a tardigrade like a mount. That's hilarious, Natasha exclaimed. Tardigrades are so clumsy. They don't even put up a fight, Zhao Hailuan remarked. Just then, Professor Lizard walked in, carrying a large box. What's so surprising about riding a bug? He said with a chuckle. Professor Lizard, what are you holding? Dr. Octopus inquired. A sly grin appeared on Professor Lizard's face. I've got the boss's PIM particle pistol. I shrank 100 giant lizards. Once my lizard army enters the quantum realm, they'll be unstoppable. Tardigrades? They'll just be food for my lizards. When the lizard army entered the quantum realm, the place suddenly turned savage and bloody. The lizards went wild, devouring the slow-moving tardigrades, clearly relishing every bite. Professor Lizard, how long has it been since you last fed these lizards? Chen Feng asked. No idea. I usually leave that to Natasha's people, Professor Lizard replied. My team feeds them every day, Natasha assured. Then maybe there's something about the tardigrades that attracts the lizards. That must be why they're so eager to eat them, Chen Feng speculated. He decided not to interfere and simply watched as the lizard army feasted on the tardigrades. He was curious to see if the lizards would undergo any changes. After all, there were plenty of tardigrades in the quantum realm. 100 shrunken giant lizards gorged themselves for nearly half an hour before they finally stopped, their bellies swollen to the point where even moving was a struggle. They've eaten themselves silly, Zhao Hailuan said with a giggle, covering her mouth. Let's wait and see. Maybe they'll mutate or evolve after this, Chen Feng suggested. Professor Lizard pressed his palms together in prayer. God, please let my beloved lizards become even more powerful. Power was all that mattered to him. As for their appearance, he didn't care in the slightest. In the quantum realm, the lizards were 10 times larger than the tardigrades. So even if the lizards just lay there, not moving or fighting back, the tardigrades were powerless against them. Half an hour passed. Everyone burst into laughter. We really overthought this. I thought the lizards would change, but it turns out they just fell asleep after stuffing themselves. There is a change. Just look at them. All those round, bulging bellies. Aren't they adorable? Laughter echoed in the room. Professor Lizard looked rather embarrassed. Once again, the greater the expectation, the bigger the disappointment. Don't laugh. In the realm of quantum physics, anything is possible. Just because the lizards haven't changed yet doesn't mean they won't in the future. Who knows? Maybe when a lizard comes out of the quantum field, it'll become something extraordinary, said Chen Feng. Professor Lizard was in complete agreement with Chen Feng's words and chimed in, Exactly. My lizards will never let me down. Chen Feng then ordered Optimus Prime to control a miniature robot and bring out a lizard. The lizard, freshly returned from the quantum realm, was still sound asleep. Chen Feng asked Professor Lizard to run some physical tests on the lizard to see if there had been any changes. As it turned out, there really were changes. Every aspect of the lizard's physical data had improved. The lizard remained fast asleep, still absorbing the nutrients from the tardigrade it had consumed. This unexpected discovery delighted Professor Lizard so much that he immediately wanted to put all his lizards into the quantum field, letting them eat tardigrades to grow stronger. Chen Feng put a stop to this plan. He didn't care much about the lizard's rate of improvement. It was too slow. Besides, the kind of subordinates he wanted were not just a bunch of lizards. If the lizards multiplied and grew stronger in large numbers, it could threaten humanity's position, so he didn't want a mass of superpowered lizards. Dr. Hank was gone for a whole week. He spent that week gathering an absolutely staggering number of ants. When Chen Feng stepped out of the villa to greet Dr. Hank, even he was stunned by what he saw. It was a flood, a tidal wave of ants. And every giant flying ant was completely covered with swarms of smaller ants, making anyone's skin crawl. If someone had a fear of clusters, they'd probably faint from fright on the spot. Dr. Hank rode in on a flying ant and landed in front of Chen Feng. Jumping down from the ant, he showed off with pride. "Boss, look, these are all my troops. Impressive, aren't they?" Chen Feng nodded emphatically. "They sure are. If you'd had this many ants the last time we fought S.H.I.E.L.D. and General Ross, you could have wiped them out even without my help." Dr. Hank laughed with satisfaction. "Well, I didn't have the helmet you made for me back then. Without it, there's no way I could control this many ants. Your helmet made all the difference. You have so many ants now. Have them enter the quantum realm in batches. Before they go in, write your name on them. Maybe Janet will see it," Chen Feng suggested. "All right, I'll do as you say," Dr. Hank replied, clearly delighted. "Dr. Octopus, help us make a few dozen paint-spraying machines," Chen Feng said. "No problem. Give me half an hour," Dr. Octopus responded confidently. The principle behind a paint-spraying machine was simple enough that anyone with a bit of mechanical know-how could whip one up with ease. Half an hour later, several dozen tiny paint-spraying machines appeared at the villa entrance. Every ant that entered the villa was marked with Dr. Hank's name before heading into the quantum realm. A ceaseless stream of ants poured into the quantum realm, making the place once again teem with violence and bloodshed. Everywhere the ants passed, all living creatures were devoured, leaving nothing behind. The sheer number of ants Dr. Hank brought back was overwhelming. So many, in fact, that even a private island could not contain them all. It took half a month for all the ants to enter the quantum realm. During this time, Chen Feng made several important discoveries. First, he found that after entering the quantum realm, living beings could grow stronger by devouring tardigrades. Second, using the ants, he was able to track down some of the monsters lurking in the quantum realm. Third, Ant-Man managed to pick up Janet's voice, though her exact location remained a mystery. Fourth, Chen Feng successfully extracted healing factors from a few of the tardigrades. Fifth, the ant swarm and the lizard legion had become formidable forces, nearly invincible within the quantum realm. Of everyone involved, Dr. Hank was undoubtedly the most exhilarated during this period. For decades he had searched for his wife, and now, finally, there was word of her. The news kept his spirits soaring. Chen Feng, having seen the movie, knew that Janet was indeed somewhere inside the quantum realm. But the realm itself was vast beyond imagination. Even with an army of miniature robots, the lizard legion, and the ant swarm searching tirelessly, Janet's whereabouts remained elusive. One day, Chen Feng watched on his computer as Ant-Man rode an ant, venturing into a black hole within the quantum realm. He couldn't help but remark, "This quantum realm doesn't seem so frightening. As long as you steer clear of the time vortexes, there shouldn't be any danger. Maybe we should go in ourselves." As soon as he finished speaking, a memory suddenly surfaced in his mind. In it, Dr. Hank personally entered the quantum realm, and Janet appeared to him automatically. Good grief, how could I forget something so crucial? Chen Feng berated himself. "What did you forget, boss?" Dr. Hank asked. Chen Feng stood up and addressed Dr. Hank earnestly. "I know how to find Janet." Hearing this, Dr. Hank was overcome with excitement. He stepped forward, grasped Chen Feng's hands, and asked, his voice trembling with hope, "What's your plan?" "If my guess is correct, once you enter the quantum realm, your wife Janet will sense your presence and come to you on her own," Chen Feng explained. "Ah, so it's just a guess," Dr. Hank said, his tone tinged with disappointment. "I can assure you," Chen Feng replied solemnly, "if you enter the quantum realm, you'll definitely find Janet. Trust me." This was vital for Chen Feng as well, since extracting the healing factor depended on it. He had to be serious about this. "All right, I believe you," Dr. Hank said. "This time, I'll go in with you," Chen Feng added. "With me there to protect you, nothing will happen to you." "Thank you, boss," Dr. Hank said, deeply moved. For Dr. Hank's safety, Chen Feng lent him the second-generation, close-fitting transformer suit that he donned the second-generation giant transformer suit. Before entering the quantum realm, Chen Feng and Dr. Hank made sure to inform everyone. After all, someone needed to keep an eye on the quantum equipment. Chen Feng and Dr. Octopus took charge of monitoring the devices. As they were about to step into the quantum realm, Zhao Hailuan held Chen Feng's hand with worry in her voice. "Chen Feng, must you go? The time vortexes in the quantum realm are terrifying. I'm really worried about you." Gently, Chen Feng pulled Zhao Hailuan into his arms, comforting her. "Don't worry. I'm wearing the second-generation giant transformer suit. Its defense and attack capabilities are both formidable. If we do encounter a time vortex, the jet system in the transformer will definitely get us out. Why can't you just send someone else instead?" Zhao Hailuan complained softly. Because if I want to become stronger, I have to take risks, Chen Feng replied. All right then, I won't try to persuade you anymore. But promise me you'll come back safe, Zhao Hailuan said, reluctantly letting go. Chen Feng nodded. I promise you. With that, Chen Feng gave a mental command, and the Transformer's mask slid shut over his face. Dr. Hank, now wearing a form-fitting Transformer suit, looked at him and asked, Are you ready? Chen Feng took Dr. Hank's hand and said, Let's go. He held on to Hank's hand out of caution, just in case an accident in the quantum realm sent them to different places. The moment they leaped into the quantum realm, their bodies shrank instantly. Once inside, Chen Feng spoke to Optimus Prime. Optimus, scan for any energy fluctuations in the area. Scan complete. The surrounding energy is stable. It's safe here, Optimus Prime reported. Dr. Hank, wait a moment. I want to run a few experiments, said Chen Feng. Dr. Hank nodded. All right. Chen Feng then transformed his Transformer suit into a lizard-like form. With a thought, his mask lifted to reveal his fierce reptilian face. He took several deep breaths, then turned to Dr. Hank. Dr. Hank, the air in the quantum realm is breathable. You can remove your mask if you want. I'd rather not. I'm worried it might be dangerous, Dr. Hank replied. He wasn't as daring as Chen Feng, given his average physique. If you take off your mask and think about Janet, she might sense your thoughts and come looking for you, Chen Feng suggested. After all, that's how it worked in the movies, so he encouraged Dr. Hank to give it a try. At the mention of Janet, Dr. Hank hesitated no longer. He quickly retracted his mask, took a deep breath, and closed his eyes. Chen Feng knew Dr. Hank was calling out to Janet. Not one to sit idle. Chen Feng transformed into a big-headed creature and sent his thoughts outward, absorbing information from the quantum realm. The volume of information he received was dozens of times greater than what the mini-robots and Scott had managed, perhaps thanks to his highly developed brain. The thoughts projected by Dr. Hank could also be received by Chen Feng, and not just as vague impressions. There were images, too. In these images, a young Dr. Hank and a young woman lived a joyful life together. Seeing these scenes, Chen Feng understood. Janet must be like him. Her brain had mutated, allowing her to pick up the signals from other people's minds. Half an hour later, Dr. Hank opened his eyes, sounding disheartened. Why hasn't Janet come yet? Hang in there. Keep trying. Janet will sense you. Chen Feng encouraged him. I hope your words come true, Dr. Hank replied, then closed his eyes once more. In the quantum realm, Chen Feng had transformed several times, but never once into a Titan giant. The genes of a Titan giant were too powerful. He worried that if he transformed into a Titan giant, the PIM particles in his body might disappear. That could mean being forced out of the quantum realm, or worse, death. He did not dare to take the risk. He tried using other genes because they were not as overwhelming. Chen Feng discovered that when he transformed into the Sandman, he could receive more information. He speculated that the quantum realm must be filled with sand particles. Sandification allowed him to gather more data, but Chen Feng did not dare to stay in that form for too long. Remaining as sand made it easy to get swept away by time vortices. In the end, Chen Feng decided to do as he usually did, transform into Spider-Man. With Spider-Man's abilities, his body remained normal. He used his spider sense, relying on the vibrations in the air of the quantum realm to gather information. Since entering the quantum realm, Chen Feng and Dr. Hank had not moved from their spot. They stayed in place the entire time. 3 days passed. Suddenly, Dr. Hank's eyes flew open, his voice bursting with excitement. Boss, I just saw Janet. Chen Feng got his feet, astonished. Why didn't I see her? Dr. Hank laughed, explaining, I saw her in my mind. Are you sure you haven't just been thinking about Janet so much lately that you're hallucinating? Chen Feng asked skeptically. It's absolutely not a hallucination. I saw Janet's white hair. In my memories, she always had black hair, so the image in my mind must be real, Dr. Hank replied, barely able to contain his excitement. White hair, that must be Janet, Chen Feng said happily. In the movies, Janet did indeed have white hair. I'll keep going, Dr. Hank said, full of hope. He sat down again and closed his eyes. Chen Feng also wanted to see if he could receive any messages from Janet. He transformed into sand and circled around Dr. Hank. While in his sand form, he instructed Optimus Prime to monitor the surrounding energy fluctuations. After several dozen minutes, Chen Feng suddenly received an image, a white-haired woman racing through the quantum realm, swift as lightning. Whoa, she's like a superhero, Chen Feng exclaimed in amazement. He was certain now. The white-haired woman was indeed Janet. Yet he couldn't help but wonder, how was Janet able to run so swiftly in the quantum realm? Even he couldn't match her speed there. He glanced down at Dr. Hank and saw a joyful smile spreading across Hank's face. He realized that Hank, too, had received the images Janet had sent. A day later, a woman appeared before Dr. Hank in an instant. "Hank, is that you?" The woman called out, her voice trembling with tears. Dr. Hank opened his eyes, and upon seeing the woman, tears sprang to his own eyes. He stood up abruptly and embraced her tightly, his voice filled with overwhelming emotion. "Janet, I've finally found you." As Chen Feng, who had been observing like a light bulb in the background, watched Janet's return, he felt a surge of excitement as well, for his healing factor was finally at hand. After Dr. Hank and Janet had finished reminiscing, Chen Feng handed Janet the women's Ant-Man suit he had prepared in advance. "Janet, put on this Ant-Man suit, and you'll be able to leave the quantum realm with us." Janet gazed at Chen Feng with curiosity and asked, "And you are?" "He is Chen Feng, the leader of the Tianxia Society. I now serve under him. If I was able to study the quantum realm and find you, it was all thanks to his help," Dr. Hank explained. Janet bowed deeply to Chen Feng in heartfelt gratitude. "Mr. Chen, thank you. If not for you, I might never have been reunited with Hank. If you really want to thank me, let me extract your genes," Chen Feng replied bluntly. Janet was caught off guard, a little embarrassed. "Janet, don't worry," Dr. Hank explained. "Our leader's gene extraction process won't harm you, but it does require your full consent." "All right, to show my gratitude, I'm willing to let you extract my genes," Janet agreed. Once Janet had donned the Ant-Man suit, Chen Feng, Dr. Hank, and Janet joined hands and left the quantum realm together. As they emerged from the quantum realm, they were greeted by a wave of enthusiastic applause. "Clap, clap, clap. Welcome back, Janet." The crowd cheered and applauded warmly. Janet removed the Ant-Man suit and bowed to everyone in thanks. "Thank you, everyone." Dr. Hank took Janet's hand and began introducing the group. "Janet, let me explain. This is Dr. Octopus, a brilliant scientist whose greatest achievement is the creation of the artificial sun. This is Miss Rose, Dr. Octopus's assistant and also his beloved wife. This is Professor Lizard, another esteemed scientist. His greatest accomplishment so far is the lizard DNA serum. And this is Professor Clone, who was created by Professor Lizard. He not only looks identical to Professor Lizard, but shares his memories as well. We tell them apart by the character marked on his forehead. This is Dr. Helen Zhao, a brilliant scientist whose greatest achievements are in nanotechnology and cradle regeneration technology. She's also the boss's girlfriend. This is Miss Natasha, deputy leader of the World Union, a tactical expert who once commanded thousands of troops in an assault against S.H.I.E.L.D. and General Ross's army. Dr. Octopus, Miss Rose, Professor Lizard, Professor Clone, Dr. Helen Zhao, Miss Natasha. Hello to all of you. Janet greeted everyone with great courtesy. The group nodded in return. "Hello to you too, Janet." Chen Feng could hardly wait. He spoke up. "Janet, may I extract your genes now?" Janet smiled softly. "Of course you may." Chen Feng placed his hand gently on Janet's shoulder and thought to himself, "System, extract Janet's genes for me and fuse them into my body." Ding. Janet's genes have been successfully extracted. Fusion is in progress. Ding. Congratulations to the host for fusing with Janet's genes. As the system notification sounded, a gentle force began to transform Chen Feng's body. There was no pain. On the contrary, it felt wonderfully comfortable. Chen Feng could sense with crystal clarity that his body was becoming lighter and healthier by the moment. He knew this was the effect of the healing factor. He withdrew his hand from Janet's shoulder and said, "I've finished the extraction. Thank you." "That's it? I didn't feel a thing," Janet said, puzzled. "What were you expecting to feel?" "It's not like a roll in the sheets," Dr. Hank joked. Janet spun around, reached out, and pinched Dr. Hank hard at the waist. "Watch what you're saying." "Boss, does Janet have any special abilities?" Professor Lizard asked curiously. Chen Feng nodded. "Yes, Janet carries a tremendous amount of healing factors in her body, so she's essentially immortal." "Whoa, that's incredible!" Professor Lizard exclaimed in shock. The others drew in a sharp breath. "So, it's because of the healing factor. No wonder I never die of hunger," Janet said, suddenly enlightened. Chen Feng picked up a sharp knife and drew it across his palm. The skin split, but before the blood could even well up, the wound had already closed. "The speed of that healing is even faster than Professor Lizard's," remarked Dr. Octopus. Professor Lizard hurried over to Janet, eager and ingratiating. "Janet, could I draw some of your blood for research?" His old habit had surfaced again. With Janet's remarkable healing factor, how could he not be tempted? Janet glanced at Dr. Hank, silently asking for his opinion. "Let him take it. It's fine," Dr. Hank replied with a smile. With a swift, practiced motion, Professor Lizard pulled out a syringe he always kept on him, deftly took Janet's hand, and began to draw her blood. "Everyone, listen to me. Janet's healing factor is most beneficial to humans because it has absolutely no side effects. So I've decided to work with Professor Lizard to turn Janet blood into an injectable serum. When that's done, every member of our society will gain immortality, Chen Feng announced excitedly. That's fantastic. Joining our society was truly the best decision I've ever made. Immortality. Ha ha. The crowd was abuzz with excitement. Once everyone had settled down, Chen Feng continued, Dr. Hank, you have too many ants in your colony. Here's my suggestion. Gather all your ants together and let them compete by devouring one another. The last ant standing will become a formidable ant king. Then you'll be unstoppable. You'll have a powerful ant king as both your bodyguard and your mount. Dr. Hank nodded in agreement. Yes, I think that's a great idea. He'd never tried it before, but if Chen Feng said so, it had to be right. Chen Feng then turned to Professor Lizard and said, the same goes for you. Put your lizard army into the quantum realm. Let them feast on as many tardigrades as possible, and then have them fight amongst themselves until only one lizard remains. Professor Lizard nodded eagerly. Yes, I get it. When the time comes, I'll have a giant lizard king, strong enough to fight, big enough to ride. Just thinking about it gets me excited. There's no rush. You can make your own arrangements, Chen Feng said. Having given his instructions, Chen Feng left, making sure to take a vial of Janet's blood with him. His goal was to refine Janet's blood into the most stable serum possible and then inject it into Zhao Hailuan. For biochemical equipment, no one had a better lab than Professor Lizard, so Chen Feng headed there. In Professor Lizard's laboratory, the Hulk was being held captive. When he saw Chen Feng, he roared, I want to see Betty. That's not a problem. Just cooperate with our research, Chen Feng replied calmly. Let me see Betty first. The Hulk growled angrily. Chen Feng let out a cold chuckle. With the Hulk's help, research on the super soldier serum would progress much more quickly. But even without his help, Chen Feng was confident he could develop the serum and maybe even make the Hulk stronger in the process. So he wasn't moved by the Hulk's demands. Suddenly, the device on the Hulk's neck started beeping, a warning that his anger was approaching the threshold for transformation. Chen Feng set down the syringe and addressed the Hulk. Banner, how about we make a bet? I'll fight you without using the Titan Giant's powers. If you win, I'll let you and Betty go. But if you lose, you'll cooperate with me on the super soldier research. All right, the Hulk agreed with a nod. If Chen Feng transformed into the Titan Giant, the Hulk would be afraid. But if he didn't, the Hulk was more than willing to take him on. Chen Feng stepped forward and removed all the restraints from the Hulk. With Betty in his hands, he had no fear of the Hulk running away. Once freed, the Hulk couldn't wait and said, let's do this. There isn't enough space here. I'll take you somewhere deserted, and we can have a proper fight, Chen Feng suggested. All right, the Hulk agreed without hesitation. Chen Feng led the Hulk out of the villa and instructed the Transformer to switch to airplane mode. They boarded the plane and left a private island behind. Their destination was the Sonoran Desert, one of the largest and hottest deserts in North America, sprawling across 311,000 square kilometers. In the Sonoran Desert, no one would interrupt their battle. If Chen Feng used his Sandman powers and merged into the sands, he would be invincible. The Transformer flew at incredible speed, reaching the Sonoran Desert within minutes. As they disembarked from the plane, Chen Feng told the Hulk, you can start building up your rage now. Oomph. The Hulk grunted and strode over to a massive boulder, pounding it again and again with his fists, using pain to fuel his anger. Chen Feng put the Transformer away and, without a sound, transformed into Sandman, blending into the desert floor. The Hulk knew well that his strength came from his anger. So, before pounding the boulder, he kept replaying in his mind the scenes that made him furious. Of all the images that stoked his rage, Chen Feng appeared most often. The Hulk's roars echoed across the empty desert as his transformation began. With an explosive crash, the boulder shattered under his fist. Throwing his head back, the Hulk let out a thunderous roar, then spun around to look for Chen Feng, only to discover that Chen Feng had vanished. With another earth-shaking boom, the Hulk slammed both fists to the ground, bellowing, Chen Feng, come out and face me. I'm here, came Chen Feng's voice, muffled from beneath the sands. The ground began to tremble violently, making it hard even for the Hulk to stay on his feet as the earth rolled beneath him. With a rush and a roar, an enormous hand burst up from the sand, followed by a colossal head, then a towering body and legs. The Hulk's mind was clouded with rage, but even in his fury, he was stunned by the sight before him. A giant, an unimaginably massive giant, rose before him, so tall that the Hulk had to crane his neck just to try to glimpse his full height. That giant was Chen Feng. While hidden beneath the sand, Chen Feng had absorbed more and more sand, growing not only larger, but denser and stronger. The Sonoran Desert had endless sand, plenty for Chen Feng. In his words, this was his territory. Here, he was indestructible and invincible. With so much sand to draw from, Chen Feng had transformed himself into a 200-meter-tall giant. To this hulking behemoth, the Hulk was no more than an ant, so small that Chen Feng could barely see him if he didn't look closely. To keep track of the Hulk's position, Chen Feng had the Transformer morph into a pair of sunglasses, displaying the Hulk's location for him to see. Chen Feng crouched down, gazing at the Hulk with an air of arrogance. "You go first," he said coolly. "Otherwise, you won't get another chance." "Hulk is fearless," the green giant roared, as if to steal his own courage. Then, he charged toward Chen Feng without hesitation. Compared to Chen Feng, he was tiny. Standing at Chen Feng's feet, he didn't even reach the height of a single toe. But he didn't care. Fighting came first. With a thunderous crash, the Hulk's mighty fist shattered Chen Feng's toe. After all, he was the mighty Hulk, famed for his sheer strength. But Chen Feng simply willed it, and his foot absorbed sand from the ground. In the blink of an eye, his toe was restored. Then, he lifted his right foot and brought it down toward the Hulk. What does it feel like to have Mount Tai come crashing down on you? The Hulk could tell you firsthand. With a furious roar, the Hulk raised both hands above his head, desperately trying to hold back Chen Feng's massive foot. The impact shook the earth for miles around. Chen Feng's stomp was so powerful that the sandy ground caved in beneath them, forming a deep pit. The Hulk was driven straight into the sand by that colossal foot. Luckily, the sand was loose. If it had been solid ground, Chen Feng's stomp would have reduced the Hulk to a pulp. Blood spurted from the Hulk's mouth, though his injuries were not life-threatening. As soon as Chen Feng lifted his foot, the Hulk leaped out of the pit. Chen Feng knew the Hulk wasn't that easy to kill. Seeing the green giant emerge, he crouched down, bringing his hands together on either side, ready to flatten the Hulk with a mighty clap. This time, the Hulk dared not take the blow head-on. He'd already seen the extent of Chen Feng's power. With a tremendous leap, he sprang onto Chen Feng's shoulder. How broad was Chen Feng's shoulder? Wide enough for dozens of people to play basketball atop it, with room to spare. The Hulk charged straight for Chen Feng's neck, launching a relentless barrage of blows. Blow after blow, so fierce that he finally snapped Chen Feng's neck, sending his head tumbling to the ground. But losing his head was no big deal. Chen Feng simply grew a new one. Sand from the ground surged into his body, and his head regenerated in an instant. Witnessing this, the Hulk wanted to curse out loud. What the hell was this? Such a massive opponent, and still unkillable. How was he supposed to win? Chen Feng, as if swatting a fly, swung his left hand toward his right shoulder. The Hulk hastily dodged, sliding down Chen Feng's back and launching a fresh wave of destruction. A series of fierce attacks battered Chen Feng's back, leaving it in ruins. Realizing he couldn't catch the Hulk this way, Chen Feng decided to change tactics. With a single thought, his titanic body began to collapse. A series of muffled booms sounded as Chen Feng's colossal form crumbled, finally transforming into a mountain of sand. Standing atop the sandy mound, the Hulk stared in shock. Could it be? I've actually beaten Chen Feng. You're overthinking it. Chen Feng's voice echoed from within the sand. Come out, Chen Feng. I'll smash you to pieces, the Hulk bellowed. A gust of wind began to howl, stirring the sand and sending it whirling through the air. The wind grew stronger, sweeping up more sand, forcing the Hulk to shield his eyes to keep the grains from blinding him. Let me show you the power of my sandstorm. Ha ha! Chen Feng laughed heartily. A sandstorm began to take shape, swirling rapidly into a massive cyclone of dust and grit. The Hulk struggled to keep his footing, and by instinct, he let out a thunderous roar, only to have his mouth filled with sand, choking off his voice. Before he could properly bellow, he tried to leap out of the storm, but the furious winds were too strong, hurling him back into the whirling chaos. You can't run. Submit to me, Chen Feng declared with imperious authority. Hulk fears nothing. This time, the Hulk's words were silent, echoing only within his own mind. Now, he dared not open his mouth or even his eyes. The sand stung too much. Though he was incredibly strong and nearly invulnerable, Chen Feng kept spinning him around and around until his head was reeling. Caught in midair by the relentless storm, the Hulk couldn't find any leverage to break free. Chen Feng kept him spinning, waiting for the moment when the Hulk would finally be too dizzy to resist. The sandstorm whirled faster and faster. Half an hour passed, and the Hulk began to retch. After an hour, his vision blurred and his head spun. 3 hours later, he finally lost consciousness, his body shrinking back into that of an ordinary man. Chen Feng brought the storm to a halt and gently placed the Hulk on the beach. With a sharp smack, Chen Feng slapped the Hulk across the face, leaving a clear handprint, but the Hulk didn't stir. Seeing this, Chen Feng signaled for the Transformer to switch to jet mode. Together, they flew the unconscious Hulk back to Chen Feng's private island. Once back, Chen Feng didn't hesitate. He tossed the Hulk straight into the ocean. The chill of the seawater jolted the Hulk awake instantly. Standing at the shoreline, Chen Feng watched the battered Hulk and smiled. I've won. So, are you going to go back on your word? Or will you keep your promise and help me with the super soldier research? The Hulk dragged himself to the sand, lying there weak and defeated. I'll keep my promise. I'll help you with your super soldier project, he replied, his voice tinged with frustration. That's the spirit, Chen Feng said cheerfully. Can you tell me, how are you able to turn into sand? The Hulk asked, genuine curiosity in his eyes. He'd been held prisoner by Chen Feng for so long, cut off from the world, unaware of what had transpired outside. I extracted a special gene from fugitive, Chen Feng explained honestly. It allows me to transform into sand at will, to reshape myself, and even to become a living sandstorm. Is that your strongest ability? The Hulk pressed on. Chen Feng shook his head. My greatest power is still the Titan Giant. The Hulk gave a skeptical smirk. I'm already willing to work for you. No need to bluff me. In honor of your promise, I'll show you what I could do now. With that, Chen Feng let out a mighty roar and transformed. His body swelling into the form of a Titan Giant, over 3 meters tall, weighing more than a ton, his skin as black as ink. With the power boost from my Venom suit, I could destroy your Hulk form in an instant. Chen Feng spoke with pride. Why do you have so many abilities? The Hulk asked, jealousy in his voice. Because I can extract other people's genes, Chen Feng replied smugly. After resting for a while, the Hulk's strength returned. He stood up and spoke earnestly to Chen Feng. I'll give you the super soldier research data I got from General Ross. Can you help me solve my transformation problem? The fact that any emotional fluctuation would trigger his transformation had troubled him for a long time, preventing him from living a normal life with Betty. I can, Chen Feng agreed. With the super soldier project data that General Ross had poured immense resources into, once the Hulk handed it over, Chen Feng would be able to quickly produce super soldiers himself. As for actually solving the Hulk's transformation issue, well, that would depend on his mood when the time came. So, can I see Betty now? The Hulk asked. You can, but until the super soldiers are made, you can't stay with Betty, Chen Feng cautioned. The Hulk had a tendency to let his imagination run wild. It was his reckless impulses that had led to the destruction of General Ross's laboratory. Chen Feng didn't want his private island to meet the same fate. There were far too many important things here. That's why Betty had to be kept as a hostage, to ensure Chen Feng's peace of mind. All right, I agree, the Hulk conceded, understanding what Chen Feng was worried about. Chen Feng asked Natasha to take the Hulk to see Betty. Then he notified Professor Lizard and asked him to cooperate with the Hulk on the super soldier research. Just in case, Chen Feng instructed Professor Lizard to build a laboratory on the artificial land, so the Hulk and Professor Lizard could conduct their experiments there. Afterward, Chen Feng went alone to work on Janet's serum. Extracting the serum from Blood Knight was a simple matter. Chen Feng completed it in just a few steps. He then began testing it on lab mice, and the experiments were complete. Success. Next, he had Natasha send over a few subordinates, and injected them all with Janet's serum. The procedure was successful. None of them showed any rejection to Janet's serum. This made Chen Feng extremely pleased, so he ordered Professor Lizard to begin mass-producing Janet's serum. Every member of the World Society would be injected with it, gaining healing factors and powerful regenerative abilities. A few days later, Chen Feng was on the artificial land, working with the Hulk and Professor Lizard on super soldier manufacturing equipment, when he suddenly received a message from Optimus Prime. Master, something's happening in the wasteland. Through satellite observation, I saw a vortex appear out of thin air above the wasteland. A man and a hammer fell out of it, Optimus Prime reported. Hearing this, Chen Feng burst out laughing with joy. Ha! At last, the day has come. He didn't even need to guess. He knew right away. That could only be Thor, the god of thunder. The system had rewarded him twice with evolution genes. He'd used one of them to evolve the Hulk's gene, transforming himself into a Titan. The other, he'd kept in reserve, waiting for Thor. He planned to extract Thor's gene and then evolve it. What he would become, he didn't know, but he was certain it would surpass Thor himself. The thought of possessing a god's gene thrilled him to the core. Boss, why are you so happy? Is that guy and his hammer some kind of treasure? Professor Lizard asked curiously. That man is a god, and the hammer is a divine artifact, Chen Feng replied. There was no need to hide the truth from his own people. Wow, then boss, you have to give me some of that god's blood for my research, Professor Lizard said, excitement lighting up his face. No problem, Chen Feng replied with a chuckle. If they could truly create a god, that would be incredible. The Hulk frowned, puzzled in his heart. He couldn't help but wonder, How did Chen Feng seem to know everything? I'll be away for a while. You all keep working on your research. If anything comes up, have Optimus Prime notify me, Chen Feng instructed. Don't worry, boss. We've got it covered. Professor Lizard nodded. Chen Feng stepped outside, and with a thought, the watch on his wrist quickly transformed into a transformer. The jet system roared to life, lifting him high into the sky. Arriving at the wasteland, Chen Feng didn't seek out Thor right away. Instead, he went straight for Thor's hammer. When he found it, he was greeted by a comical scene. A group of people had tied steel cables to Thor's hammer and were trying to pull it with a convoy of cars. Dozens of vehicles strained at once, but the hammer didn't budge an inch. Descending from the sky, Chen Feng landed atop the hammer and declared to everyone in an imperious tone, "This hammer is mine. You can all leave now." The men of the wasteland were a rugged sort, never leaving home without their guns. Hearing Chen Feng's words, they refused to back down and began shouting insults at him. "So what if you're wearing iron armor? You think you can boss us around? Watch out, or we'll put a bullet through you." Why weren't these wasteland men afraid of Chen Feng, even though he wore a transformer suit? In a Marvel world, technology was so advanced that many people could build suits of powered armor. Only the functions and power varied. Most who wore such suits weren't particularly impressive, so the Wastelanders had little fear. In fact, in the Marvel world, truly formidable people in iron suits could be counted on one hand. Chen Feng didn't waste words. With a thought, he deployed all the Transformers' weaponry: miniguns, missile launchers, flamethrowers, guided munitions, Gatling guns, pulse cannons, shoulder-mounted rocket launchers, sonic blasters. The whole arsenal was on display. "I'll count to 3. Anyone still here by then dies," Chen Feng threatened. The Wastelanders lost their nerve, scattering in all directions. Only after they had all fled did Chen Feng turn his attention to Thor's hammer. Studying it intently, Thor's hammer rested atop a column of earth, its head a gray, square block, paired with a short, round handle wrapped in brown leather and finished with a looped strap at the end. Ancient in style, it exuded a faint aura of divine power. Chen Feng had never been fond of using hammers himself, but that didn't mean he wasn't eager to study it. He grasped the short handle of Thor's hammer with one hand and gave it a forceful lift. The hammer didn't budge. The ground simply couldn't bear the terrifying weight of Thor's hammer, and his legs sank deep into the soil. Undeterred, he crouched down, seized the hammer with both hands, and activated the jet propulsion system in his feet with a thought. With a deafening roar, his transformer unleashed a torrent of gas. The blast carved a deep crater in the ground, sending sand and dust swirling through the air. Yet, even so, the hammer remained unmoved. The earth beneath Thor's hammer seemed to share in its unyielding strength. While the surrounding soil was blown away by the jets, the ground directly beneath the hammer was utterly untouched. And so, a towering column of earth, several dozen meters high, had formed, holding the hammer aloft. Chen Feng refused to give up so easily. He released his second-generation giant transformer, then activated the PIM particle function, enlarging the transformer to several hundred meters tall. Next, he wrapped a rope made from vibranium around Thor's hammer. With the immense power of the giant transformer and the strength of the vibranium rope, he was determined to lift the hammer. Once everything was ready, he sent a mental command to activate the transformer's jet system. With a thunderous roar, the second-generation giant transformer heaved, and at last, Thor's hammer was lifted from its pedestal. Chen Feng carried it straight home. As soon as he arrived, he set about constructing a signal jammer and placed Thor's hammer inside. He knew that Thor could summon the hammer with a mere thought, so he built the jammer to disrupt and block any connection between the hammer and the outside world. With this in place, he no longer feared that Thor would reclaim it. His preparations complete, he instructed Dr. Octopus to begin studying Thor's hammer, then set off himself to search for Thor out on the wasteland. In the city, cameras were everywhere, making it easy to find anyone. But in the sparsely populated wilderness, surveillance was rare, and tracking someone down was far more difficult. Chen Feng was unable to locate Thor. Having seen the first Thor movie, he wasn't worried. He knew that Jane would eventually rescue Thor. The town was small, and Jane was quite a notable figure locally, so after asking around with a little financial persuasion, he quickly found her address. Jane, Thor's girlfriend on Earth and a scientist, was not at home when Chen Feng arrived. Using nanotechnology, he unlocked the door and let himself in. Upon seeing the equipment Jane and her team had assembled, he was immediately tempted, for these devices could detect many unknown dimensions. Why hesitate when you can act? He began moving the equipment without further ado. Chen Feng instructed Optimus Prime to send robots to transport all the equipment made by Jane and the others back to his private island. After all, If he didn't move them, the international agents would take them away anyway. The next morning, Chen Feng heard a commotion outside. He got up, walked to the door, and saw some familiar faces. Among them, the one he most wished to see, Thor. Jane and her group were startled to find Chen Feng inside their house. "Who are you? How did you end up in our place?" they asked in surprise. Daisy, Jane's friend and assistant, rushed into the room. When she saw the empty space, she let out a piercing scream. "Oh my God, he's stolen all our equipment." Jane immediately lost her composure and demanded, "Why did you steal our devices? Keep an eye on him. I'm calling the police right now." Eric, the astronomy PhD, said angrily. "Is he a thief?" Thor asked in a deep voice. "Yes. He stole everything we worked so hard to create. Years of research and sweat, all gone because of him," Jane replied, her voice trembling with grief. Though Thor looked down on mortals, he still had a sense of justice. Jane had helped him before, so he wanted to return the favor. He strode forward, pointed at Chen Feng, and declared arrogantly, "Mortal, hand over what you've stolen, or I'll end your life right here." There was a dull thud. With a single punch, Chen Feng sent Thor flying. Thor crashed outside, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Chen Feng followed him out. As Thor struggled to rise, Chen Feng pressed his foot down on Thor's face, pinning him to the ground. The more prideful Thor was, the more Chen Feng wanted to humiliate him, to show him that mortals were not weaklings. Standing over Thor, Chen Feng looked down coldly and said, "I know who you are, Thor. You were banished to Earth by your father as punishment. Your divine power is sealed, and you can no longer lift Mjolnir." Thor's eyes widened in shock. You're not a mortal. Are you from Asgard?" A faint smile played on Chen Feng's lips. "Do you really think only someone from Asgard can surpass you?" "Do you mean you really are immortal?" Thor asked, disbelieving. Chen Feng nodded, his voice brimming with arrogance. "That's right. I am a mortal who can trample a god underfoot." You dare humiliate a god? I'll kill you for your insolence." Thor roared in fury, struggling with all his might. But without his divine strength, he was no match for Chen Feng. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free from under Chen Feng's foot. Suddenly, Chen Feng released him. Thor scrambled to his feet, let out a shout, and swung his fist at Chen Feng. Chen Feng didn't even bother to dodge. Thor's punch landed squarely on Chen Feng's face with a muffled thump. Chen Feng stood there, completely unharmed. Looking down at his own fist, Thor's eyes filled with despair. He murmured, "Father, why did you do this to me?" Without his divine power, he was just a mortal, unable to defeat Chen Feng. This was the harshest blow he had suffered in his entire life. Suddenly, Chen Feng extended his right hand, swift as lightning, and seized Thor by the throat, lifting him up with one hand. His voice was cold as he said, "You have two choices. One, let me extract your genes. Two, I'll kill you." He had the ability to extract a person's genes even after death, so if Thor refused, he would truly kill him. "A god will never bow to a mortal," Thor declared defiantly. "Then you can die," Chen Feng replied icily. Just as he was about to act, he heard Jane's voice. "Stop. Don't kill him. He's very important to me." Chen Feng paused, turned back to look at Jane, and asked curiously, "Is he your boyfriend?" Jane's cheeks flushed as she explained, "He's not my boyfriend. I don't want you to kill him because I hope to learn about other worlds through him." Jane was an astrophysicist, dedicating her life to the study of wormholes and the unknown realms beyond the stars. Now, faced with a living god from the celestial palace of Asgard, her curiosity was overwhelming. Where exactly was Asgard, and why had humanity never been able to find it? She also longed to learn how Thor had arrived on Earth. "Jane, you're a real talent. I admire you very much. Why don't you and your team join my Tianxia Society? I'll support your research wholeheartedly. Funding, equipment, talent, whatever you need, I'll provide the very best," Chen Feng offered. Jane truly was exceptional. The device she had built could detect wormholes in advance, a feat even Optimus Prime couldn't achieve. "Tianxia Society?" Jane murmured, then turned to her team and asked, "Have any of you heard of the Tianxia Society?" "I'm online all the time, but I've never heard of it," Darcy replied, shaking her head. "He stole our equipment without a word, and now he wants us to join some organization we've never heard of? He must be up to no good. Just wait till the police arrive and see what he does then," Eric said angrily. Chen Feng wasn't offended. He always respected true talent. He said, "It's fine if you haven't heard of it. Let me introduce it to you. My Tianxia Society doesn't have many members at the moment. Among our scientists, we have Dr. Octopus, who researches artificial suns, and with my help, he's already succeeded in creating a stable one. Miss Rose, a brilliant scientist, serves as Dr. Octopus's assistant and is also his devoted wife. Professor Lizard, a biologist, developed a lizard DNA serum that grants regenerative abilities. Dr. Helen Zhao, who pioneered nanotechnology and regeneration cradle technology, with my support, her nanotech has made machines lighter and smarter, and her cradle can even bring people back from death. The clone professor, thanks to my help, has managed to create people who possess the same memories and appearance as Professor Lizard. In terms of combat strength, we have Miss Natasha, the deputy leader of World Society, a tactical expert who once commanded thousands of troops in an assault against S.H.I.E.L.D. and General Ross's Legion. There are more than 300 of the world's most elite agents at our disposal. In addition, we command a vast army of robots, mobile fortresses, a legion of giant lizards, and swarms of massive ants. As for territory, we own private islands and artificial landmasses. Our influence stretches across the globe. Let me put it to you this way. On Earth, I am king. Everyone was stunned by Chen Feng's words. If what he says is true, then he's absolutely incredible, Daisy gasped in awe. He's probably just boasting. If you're so powerful, why did you bother stealing our equipment? Eric challenged skeptically. If you're telling the truth, then let's wait for the police. Let them verify your identity. Jane responded cleverly. Fine, Chen Feng agreed. Then can you let go of Thor now? Jane pressed. No, Chen Feng refused. Between Jane's intellect and Thor's genes, it was clear to him that Thor's genes mattered far more. Having seen the Thor movie, he knew that it wouldn't be long before Thor's forefriend arrived, and Loki would send the destroyer as well. Thor's divine power would surely return, and by then, it was uncertain whether he could still win. He had to act quickly and extract Thor's genes. Chen Feng turned and looked at Thor, who was still held by the throat, and asked again, You really won't let me extract your genes? Thor, proud to the core, even as Chen Feng tormented him, remained unbowed, for he was a god. He stared back fearlessly and declared, If you want to kill me, then do it. I'm not afraid of you. With a twist of his wrist, Chen Feng snapped Thor's neck. A crisp crack rang out. Thor's eyes rolled back, his hands fell limp, his head lolled to the side. He was dead. Chen Feng had killed him by breaking his neck. He killed someone. Daisy screamed in terror, her voice trembling. Oh my god, why haven't the police arrived yet? Eric fretted, fearful that Chen Feng might kill them too. Jane clapped her hands over her mouth, disbelief written all over her face. You actually killed Thor? He's a god. When I kill, I never care who the other person is, Chen Feng replied, his voice brimming with arrogance. Suddenly, the wail of police sirens cut through the tension, drawing closer. A police car screeched to a halt, and two officers stepped out, one older, one heavy-set. Catching sight of Chen Feng holding someone up, the police instantly assumed he was the thief. They whipped out their guns and shouted, Put him down. Jane and the others, seeing the police arrive, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Eric hurried to the officers, pointing at Chen Feng. It's him. He stole all our equipment and killed our friend Thor. The moment the police heard there had been a murder, they reacted as if facing a formidable enemy. They shouted furiously at Chen Feng. Put the person down, then place your hands behind your head and lie on the ground. Hurry up, or we'll open fire. Chen Feng showed not the slightest hint of fear. The ordinary pistols in the police officer's hands were no threat to him at all. He smiled faintly and said, I am the leader of the Tianxia Society, Chen Feng. The Tianxia Society was a name unfamiliar to the police, but the name Chen Feng thundered in their ears. They immediately holstered their guns, saluted Chen Feng with utmost respect, and apologized. Mr. Chen, we are terribly sorry. We didn't realize it was you. We'll leave right away. With a grand gesture, Chen Feng waved his hand and said, Go on, get out of here. The police quickly jumped into their cars and made a hasty retreat. A long, awkward silence followed. Jian and the others were struck speechless. Just how terrifying must he be, they wondered, to make the police flee in such fear. Chen Feng, still clutching Thor in his hand, was nearly drooling with anticipation. Silently, he said to himself, System, extract Thor's genes for me and fuse them into my body. Ding! Thor's genes have been successfully extracted and are now fusing. The system responded. Ding! Congratulations, host! On successfully fusing with Thor's genes, came the system's voice again. As the notification chimed in his mind, a surge of terrifying electricity began to transform Chen Feng's body. Chen Feng let out a guttural scream of agony. The violent current racked his body, sending his muscles into uncontrollable spasms. His nervous system was paralyzed, his muscles quivering, his heart seizing up. The pain was so excruciating, it felt worse than death itself. To anyone watching, Chen Feng seemed to be having a violent seizure. That must be his illness acting up, right? Daisy exclaimed in surprise. From what I know, when a person suddenly convulses like that, it's usually epilepsy, Jin said, eager to show off her knowledge. Let's take this chance and run, Eric suggested. But Thor is still in his hands. Jin protested, torn between her options. Daisy grabbed Jin by the hand and pulled her toward the exit. Forget about Thor. He's already dead. Jin, Daisy, and Eric piled into their RV and sped out of the small town as quickly as they could. Meanwhile, in Asgard, the eternal realm, the palace of the gods, Odin, the All-Father, supreme god of the Aesir, sensed the death of his son. He was deeply shocked. How could it have happened so quickly? To be killed by a mere mortal. Could it be that without his divine power, his son was nothing more than a weakling? He was furious, but anger aside, he knew he had to save his son. After all, someone had to inherit his throne. As a god, Odin possessed great power. There was no need for him to journey to Earth himself. He gripped his scepter in his right hand, raised it, then brought it down. The end of the scepter struck the ground with a resounding thud. A beam of white light shot from the scepter and streaked outward with blinding speed, almost faster than the eye could follow, reaching Thor's body in an instant. The moment the white light entered Thor, he was immediately restored to life. The wounds on the god of thunder healed, and his armor materialized out of thin air, restoring his imposing and majestic presence. With his divine powers awakened, he threw back his head and let out a long, thunderous roar to the heavens. A tremendous boom echoed through the air. With a single punch, the god of thunder struck at Chen Feng. Chen Feng's body shot backward at incredible speed, finally crashing into the wall before coming to a stop. As the force pushing him back dissipated, he slid down from the wall and collapsed onto the ground. The god of thunder's strength was overwhelming, yet it hadn't managed to kill Chen Feng. Lying on the floor, Chen Feng's body was still convulsing. At this moment, Chen Feng was in the midst of fusing with the power of the god of thunder, leaving him unable to resist or even maintain consciousness. Seeing that he had sent Chen Feng flying with a single blow, the god of thunder's arrogance flared up once more. He mocked Chen Feng, proclaiming, "A mortal will never be a match for a god." Having shown off, he noticed that Chen Feng was still twitching, not yet dead, and found it odd. How could a mere mortal withstand a punch from a god? He strode over and bellowed at Chen Feng. "Mortal, get up before your god." Chen Feng gave no response, his body still racked with spasms. The god of thunder grew angry at the lack of reaction. He crouched down and reached out to grab Chen Feng. But the moment he touched Chen Feng's body, he was startled to discover a familiar surge of electricity. He was shocked. How does he possess divine power identical to mine? The god of thunder racked his brain, unable to make sense of it. Suddenly, a bold suspicion flashed through his mind. Could Chen Feng be a secret child of his father Odin, left behind on Earth? Otherwise, how could he possibly wield the same divine power? He had originally intended to kill Chen Feng, but now he hesitated. He decided to wait until Chen Feng regained consciousness and then interrogate him thoroughly about his identity. 10 minutes or so passed, and Chen Feng's convulsions finally ceased. The god of thunder, seeing Chen Feng motionless, assumed he was dead. He nudged Chen Feng's body and called out, "Hey, are you dead or not?" Chen Feng opened his eyes and, without any outside help, sprang to his feet in an instant. The god of thunder, seeing that Chen Feng was still alive, immediately demanded, "Who exactly are you? Why do you have divine power like mine?" "I'm an earthling, Chen Feng. There's nothing I can't do," Chen Feng declared with unshakable confidence. The god of thunder shook his head and frowned. "Impossible. You can't be human. Humans can't possess divine power. You must be from Asgard. That's because you're a frog at the bottom of a well, blind to the true strength of humanity," Chen Feng retorted with a mocking smile. Chen Feng wasn't wrong. In the Marvel universe, humans could be even more powerful than gods. Gods were often just background players, surprisingly weak. The god of thunder couldn't defeat Lao Fei, king of the frost giants. Lao Fei couldn't beat Loki, and Loki, for all his power, was no match for the Hulk, a mere mortal. In Marvel, there were countless humans more formidable than the gods. If the gods and humans ever clashed, the gods would surely be the ones to perish. After all, humanity's advanced weaponry and mutants were not to be underestimated. "Are you truly a mortal of Earth?" the god of thunder asked, taking him seriously at last. "Yes," Chen Feng replied with a nod. The god of thunder's expression changed. His voice turned cold. "Then go die." If Chen Feng were one of the gods, he might have hesitated out of respect for Chen Feng's status. But since Chen Feng was an ordinary human from Earth, he felt no restraint. He would kill Chen Feng, avenging the humiliation he suffered before. He would make Chen Feng understand that a god was not someone to be trifled with. With that, the god of thunder swung his fist straight at Chen Feng's head. Chen Feng calmly raised his right hand and caught the god's fist with uncanny precision. He let out a faint, mocking laugh. Is a god's strength really this feeble? Chen Feng was using the god of thunder's own genes, but what made him stronger was his already powerful human body. The god of thunder let out a furious cry, his shame turning to rage. He lifted his leg, aiming a kick at Chen Feng. But before his foot could even reach its target, Chen Feng's left fist sent him flying. The god crashed into the wall of the building across from them, the impact spider-webbing cracks through the concrete. The divine body was blessed with unnatural resilience. Though Chen Feng had sent him hurtling with a single punch, he emerged without a scratch. The god of thunder frowned, incredulous. Impossible. No human could ever surpass a god. He simply could not accept it. All his life, he believed that, aside from his father Odin, he was the strongest of all. But now, reality told him otherwise. He was weak, so weak that even a mortal could defeat him. A god is just a name for your kind, Chen Feng said with biting sarcasm. Did you really think being called a god made you invincible? Pathetic. Chen Feng's words cut deeper, further infuriating the god of thunder. He stretched out his right hand and shouted at the top of his lungs, Mjolnir, come. Nothing happened. Your hammer's not coming, Chen Feng said with a smirk. It was you. You took my hammer? The god demanded. Yes, I took it, Chen Feng replied without hesitation. I'll kill you. Overwhelmed by rage, the god of thunder charged at Chen Feng. Chen Feng knew that just relying on the god of thunder's genes wouldn't be enough to finish this fight. So he transformed into a titan. A thunderous roar tore from his throat. His body expanded, swelling rapidly until he towered 3 meters tall. Venom, Chen Feng called out. Venom understood at once, and swirling black symbiote enveloped Chen Feng from head to toe. The god of thunder closed the distance, and because of the height difference, swung a punch at Chen Feng's abdomen. A dull thud echoed through the air. Chen Feng barely flinched, but the god of thunder's fist went numb from the shock. Chen Feng looked down, towering over the now-diminished god, and mocked, Gods, so weak, pitifully weak. The god of thunder was about to explode with rage. He lashed out again and again, his fists raining down in wild, desperate blows. But Chen Feng remained unscathed. Soon, the god of thunder's knuckles were bloodied, forcing him to stop. He looked up at Chen Feng, anguish written all over his face. What kind of monster are you? I'm human. A human who's stronger than any god, Chen Feng declared arrogantly. No, impossible. No human could ever be this powerful. The god of thunder simply could not accept the fact that a mortal could surpass a god. It's just that you're too weak, Chen Feng sneered. Thor wanted to retort, but before he could utter a word, Chen Feng struck. Once again, his right hand shot out with lightning speed, seizing Thor's throat and lifting him up single-handedly. Thor flailed desperately, his fists pounding wildly at Chen Feng's arm, his legs kicking out with all the strength he could muster. God or not, it's time to die, Chen Feng said coldly. With a sharp twist, there was a sickening crack. Thor's neck was broken once more. Ah! Thor screamed in agony. Though his neck was snapped, he didn't die. Divine power still coursed through his veins, keeping him alive. With trembling hands, Thor straightened his own head. Another crack, and the injury mended. Impressive, Chen Feng remarked, then tightened his grip around Thor's throat, hoisting him even higher before slamming him violently down. With a thunderous crash, Chen Feng drove Thor into the ground, the force so immense that Thor's neck broke again, his organs shifted, and the earth beneath him caved in. Blood spurted from Thor's lips. Chen Feng bent down, his face inches from Thor's, and hissed, Do you know? I'm terrified of dying. To survive, I've fought desperately to become stronger. To survive, I've killed everyone who's ever tried to kill me. He paused, then continued, You looked down on me, sought my death, so now I'll end you. Thor tried to speak. With a muffled thud, Chen Feng's fist crashed into Thor's chest. Blood gushed from Thor's mouth again. Another dull blow. Chen Feng hit him in the chest once more, forcing yet more blood from Thor's lips. Chen Feng's assault was slow and methodical. Each punch landed 3 seconds apart. He struck dozens of times, not stopping until Thor had no more blood left to spit out. Thor wasn't dead, but he was utterly spent. Optimus Prime, start drawing blood, Chen Feng said with a wicked grin. Yes, my lord, replied Optimus Prime. A needle extended from the watch on Chen Feng's wrist, piercing a vein in Thor's arm and swiftly extracting his blood. Thor was still conscious, acutely aware of his life draining away, yet powerless to resist. He was simply too weak. Even speaking was a struggle. Thor's arrogance had been his undoing. Save for Jane, he had scorned all humans, and he'd even tried to kill Chen Feng. So Chen Feng showed no mercy, relentlessly draining every drop of Thor's divine blood. As more and more blood was siphoned off, Thor's consciousness faded, growing ever weaker. When Optimus Prime could no longer draw a single drop, Thor's eyes finally closed. Chen Feng withdrew the needle, placed his fingers on Thor's pulse. No response. Dead again? Or will he come back to life once more? Chen Feng wondered aloud. Meanwhile, in Asgard, the eternal realm of the gods, Odin was shaken to his core. Once again, he sensed his son's death. It had only been a few minutes since Thor regained his divine power, yet he had been slain once more that he couldn't understand it. How? In a place with such weak power, someone could have killed his son twice in a row. Could it be because he didn't have Mjolnir? Odin wondered aloud. As a god, he knew all too well that a deity's strength often came from their weapon. So once again, he used his scepter, reviving his son, and at the same time, summoning Mjolnir back into his son's hand. On Earth, Chen Feng stood over the lifeless body of the god of thunder, considering whether he should take it back for dissection and research, when Optimus Prime's voice broke in. Master, there's trouble. Mjolnir has flown off. Satellite tracking shows it's headed straight for us at escape velocity, 11 kilometers per second. I recommend we take cover, reported Optimus Prime. Chen Feng frowned. Odin must be helping Thor, he muttered. Thinking of Odin, he couldn't help but blame himself for acting too hastily. If only he'd waited until Odin fell unconscious from Loki's provocation before. Making his move, he wouldn't have any trouble now. Loki certainly wouldn't make things difficult for him. In fact, Loki might even choose to cooperate with him. But a mistake is a mistake, and it didn't matter much anyway. After all, he'd already acquired Thor's genes, and with his current strength, he wasn't afraid of Thor. Now that Odin had returned Mjolnir to Thor, Chen Feng was curious to see just how formidable Thor would be with his hammer restored. Mjolnir hurtled toward them at escape velocity, blindingly fast. Looking up, Chen Feng saw a streak of white light racing in his direction. He stepped back, grabbed a nearby car with one hand, and hurled it at the incoming flash. With a thunderous boom, the car exploded as it collided with the white light. Another blast. This time, the white light struck Thor's body, and the force of the impact sent Chen Feng reeling backward. When the dust settled, Thor lay on the ground, his right hand raised, gripping a square-headed hammer. A deep rumble of thunder echoed across the sky. Suddenly, thick black clouds gathered out of nowhere, swirling with crackling lightning. A jagged bolt split the sky, striking Thor. The air exploded with a deafening crash. Sparks danced and crackled all over Thor's body. With a mighty roar, Thor came back to life. He spun Mjolnir in his hand, the hammer whirling faster and faster, whipping up fierce gusts of wind until, at last, it lifted him off the ground. Now airborne, Thor hovered beneath a roiling canopy of storm clouds, lightning flashing overhead. Majestic and terrifying, a true god of thunder. With Mjolnir restored, Thor's arrogance returned as well. After all, Mjolnir was the second greatest artifact of Asgard. Gazing down at Chen Feng, he bellowed, "Mortal, go to hell and repent." With that, Thor swung his hammer, sending a bolt of lightning streaking toward Chen Feng. Chen Feng didn't dodge. Instead, he transformed into the god of thunder himself, letting the lightning strike him head-on. He was unharmed. In fact, he felt invigorated, absorbing the energy of the bolt. How are you still standing?" Thor cried out in shock. Chen Feng tried to communicate with the hammer of Thor using his mind, hoping to see if he could wield it himself. But to his disappointment, the hammer paid him no heed at all. Perhaps it was because he was neither just nor kind-hearted, so he was unable to lift Mjolnir. "I told you, I'm strong," Chen Feng declared arrogantly. "I'd like to see just how strong you really are," Thor retorted, his temper flaring. He raised Mjolnir and flew towards Chen Feng. With fists flying, Chen Feng faced his opponent barehanded, using martial arts to counter Thor, who now wielded the power of Mjolnir. Chen Feng's techniques were formidable, but Thor, empowered by the hammer, responded with brute force, each swing overwhelming in its might. For the moment, neither could gain the upper hand. The power of the Thunder God genes was not enough to defeat the god himself, so Chen Feng transformed once more, this time into a towering titan. A thunderous roar erupted from Chen Feng as he transformed, the venom suit spreading across his body in tandem. With a mighty crash, Chen Feng caught Thor's hammer single-handedly as it hurtled toward him. Then, in a sudden move, he let go, channeling explosive force into a punch that landed squarely on Mjolnir. With a sharp, echoing blast, Thor and his hammer were sent flying. Chen Feng seized the advantage and charged, pummeling Thor with a relentless barrage. As a titan clad in the venom suit, his strength was overwhelming. Even Thor, with Mjolnir as a shield, couldn't withstand Chen Feng's assault. Inside, Thor was in anguish. What kind of monster is this? Why is he so powerful? Even with Mjolnir, he was still no match for Chen Feng. His pride suffered a crushing blow. Suddenly, a tremendous rumble split the sky. Out of nowhere, a black hole appeared, and from its depths a dark whirlwind shot forth, slamming into the earth below. The ground trembled with a deep, earth-shaking impact, and dust billowed everywhere. Heavy footsteps echoed as a silver, metallic giant strode out of the haze. Damn it, Odin. So you actually sent the destroyer. Chen Feng swore. Ha ha, my father's destroyer is here. You're finished, Thor crowed with delight, laughing triumphantly. Oomph. You're nothing but an arrogant fool with no real strength. Without your father, you're nothing at all, Chen Feng said with biting sarcasm. You're not allowed to insult me like that. Thor roared, his fury boiling over. Chen Feng swung his fist at Thor, who immediately raised Mjolnir to block. The destroyer's eyes flared, shooting a beam of fire straight at Chen Feng. Not knowing the full extent of the destroyer's power, Chen Feng didn't dare take the attack head-on. He broke off from his assault on Thor and leapt back, dodging the fiery blast. With a thunderous explosion, the destroyer's energy beam struck the spot where Chen Feng had just stood, gouging a small crater into the ground. Assessing the destroyer's power, Chen Feng felt reassured. The attack was too weak. As a titan, he could take it head-on. Thor might be arrogant and proud, but he wasn't foolish. Realizing he couldn't win in close combat, he switched tactics, launching bolts of lightning at Chen Feng from a distance with his hammer. Because he didn't have the genes of the god of thunder, when lightning struck Chen Feng, his body would become numb from the electricity. With his body numb, he lost his agility. Sure enough, because of this paralysis, he failed to dodge the destruction cannon from the destroyer. But it didn't matter. His body was incredibly resilient. He shielded his head with both arms, bracing himself against the combined assault of the god of thunder and the destroyer as he pressed forward toward the destroyer. Since the god of thunder could fly, Chen Feng decided to deal with the destroyer first. When he closed to within 10 meters of the destroyer, the machine began to charge up. Chen Feng immediately realized the destroyer was about to unleash its ultimate attack. The god of thunder was well acquainted with the destroyer's power. To coordinate with the destroyer's finishing move, he raised his hammer and summoned a storm of lightning, directing a wide-area attack at Chen Feng's position. There was no way to dodge such a sweeping barrage. If he got shocked, he'd be hit by the destroyer as well. With no other choice, he shouted, "Optimus Prime, activate the second-generation giant transformer." "At your command, my lord," replied Optimus Prime. The mini-transformer hanging around Chen Feng's neck detached and, in an instant, expanded rapidly. Chen Feng quickly climbed inside the transformer. Upon seeing the towering 8.5-meter transformer, the god of thunder couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief, "Good heavens! Why is he so powerful? How does he have so many incredible gadgets?" Snapping out of his shock, the god of thunder hastily channeled more lightning toward Chen Feng. Thunder crashed and lightning streaked down, hammering the transformer. But inside, Chen Feng felt nothing at all. The transformer absorbed the energy effortlessly. Made from vibranium, the transformer boasted the greatest defense in the universe. Inside its armored shell, Chen Feng felt utterly fearless. He strode forward, thud, thud. 2 heavy steps brought him face to face with the destroyer. Then he swung a mighty fist straight at his opponent. Just as the transformer's iron fist hurtled toward the destroyer unleashed its ultimate attack. Fire and steel collided with a tremendous blast, filling the air with a deafening roar. Inside the transformer, Chen Feng felt the heat radiating from its fist and poured even more force into his blow. With a resounding smash, Chen Feng sent the destroyer flying. A tremendous explosion echoed behind him. Chen Feng could feel the impact strike the back of the transformer, forcing him a few steps forward. He didn't need to look to know it was the god of thunder's hammer. He had to finish off the destroyer first. Leaning forward, he activated the jet system in the transformer's legs, propelling himself swiftly ahead. Before the destroyer could recover, Chen Feng was already upon him. He unleashed a relentless assault, driving his iron fists down again and again, pounding the destroyer until its armor caved in at every blow. Meanwhile, far away in Asgard, the eternal realm within the palace of the gods, Odin was once again left stunned. Through the destroyer's eyes, he witnessed the terrifying power of Chen Feng. With both legendary weapons of the palace, the god of thunder's hammer and the destroyer's armor, unable to defeat a single man, Odin realized just how fearsome Chen Feng truly was. Only now did he truly understand why his son had died twice in a row. With someone as formidable as Chen Feng, even if he faced him head-on, victory was not guaranteed. He watched as the destroyer was nearly flattened by Chen Feng, so he wielded his scepter, restoring the destroyer to its original state. Then he continued to control the destroyer, pressing the attack against Chen Feng. Seeing the destroyer back to full strength, Chen Feng was both frustrated and annoyed. He commanded his transformer to take to the skies. The destroyer rose again, gathering energy for another assault. Thor did the same, raising Mjolnir high, channeling the thunder and lightning from the clouds above. Chen Feng extended both arms, one aimed at the destroyer, the other at Thor. From his palms erupted a brilliant surge of energy. Yes, he too was gathering power. He was determined to see whose attack would prevail, his own highly concentrated pulse cannon, or the combined might of Thor and the destroyer. If you don't move, I won't move. Chen Feng, the destroyer, and Thor all continued to build up their power. 10 minutes passed. Thor's patience wore thin. He believed he had amassed enough lightning to strike down Chen Feng. He lifted Mjolnir and unleashed a titanic bolt of lightning at his foe. At the same time, Odin controlled the destroyer, firing a massive blast of searing fire. When heroes meet on a narrow path, only the bravest prevail. Chen Feng stood his ground. From both hands, he unleashed colossal blasts from his pulse cannon, one aimed at Thor, the other at the destroyer. Thor had gathered his strength from a raging thundercloud. The destroyer had drawn on its own magical power. But Chen Feng's force came from an artificial sun. Just how powerful was the energy from an artificial sun? Powerful enough to destroy the earth itself. The terror of Chen Feng's pulse cannon was unimaginable. The pulse cannon tore through the destroyer's fire blast and struck the destroyer head-on, shattering it instantly into countless fragments. The other pulse blast pierced through Thor's lightning, slammed into Mjolnir, and sent both Thor and his hammer hurtling beyond the horizon, vanishing from sight. Incredible, truly incredible. Odin gasped in utter shock. The force Chen Feng unleashed was already on par with the scepter. He now understood the extent of Chen Feng's power. He had no desire to provoke Chen Feng further, fearing a war between Asgard and Earth. So he used his scepter to summon the destroyer back, and also sent word for Thor to return to the palace in Asgard. Chen Feng was interested in the destroyer. Just as he was about to collect its scattered remains, the fragments suddenly vanished into thin air. Damn it! That blasted Odin took the destroyer back, Chen Feng cursed. The fact that Odin could retrieve the destroyer meant it hadn't been truly destroyed. A machine that could be restored like that. Chen Feng genuinely wanted it. He dreamed of fusing the destroyer with his transformer. Then his transformer would never break down again. With the destroyer gone, Chen Feng could only turn his attention to Thor. He asked Optimus Prime, "Optimus, where did Thor go?" "My lord, Thor left Earth through a wormhole. He's most likely returned to the Asgardian realm," Optimus Prime reported. "Damn it, he got away. How infuriating," Chen Feng muttered, his voice filled with frustration. In a desolate, uninhabited stretch of the wilderness, Chen Feng sat cross-legged and spoke, "System, evolve the Thunder God gene for me." Ding. "Thunder God gene evolution in progress," the system responded. Ding. "Thunder God gene evolution successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the ancient Thunder God gene," the system announced. As the system's voice faded, Chen Feng's body began to change. "Arg, it hurts, it's killing me," Chen Feng screamed in agony. He could feel his face transforming, something sprouting on his back, and his limbs altering as well. The pain was excruciating, so intense that he had to squeeze his eyes shut and roll around on the ground. After several minutes, the torment finally subsided. Sweat poured down his body as Chen Feng lay weakly on the ground, gasping for breath. He rested for half an hour. Once fully recovered, he got his feet. "Optimus Prime, show me, what do I look like now?" Chen Feng commanded. "At your command, my lord," Optimus Prime replied dutifully. A small device shot out from Chen Feng's wristwatch, circled around him, and projected a three-dimensional image of his appearance. He now had wings sprouting from his back, a third eye in the middle of his forehead, a face red as a monkey's, a chin long and sharp, legs like a soaring eagle, and claws even more formidable. Chen Feng touched his face, shock evident in his voice. This is exactly like the Thunder Lord from Chinese mythology. The evolution of the Thunder God gene into the ancient Thunder God was an unexpected windfall. After all, the ancient Thunder God was the true master of storms, able to command lightning at will. Unlike the so-called Thunder God, who was powerless to summon lightning without the Thunder Hammer. Such a name was an insult to the title of Thunder God. Chen Feng raised his right hand high and roared to the heavens, "Let the lightning come." With a thunderous boom, countless storm clouds gathered out of thin air. Bolts of lightning crackled and crashed, striking directly into Chen Feng's upraised hand. Electricity coursed through him, filling him with exhilaration. Unable to contain himself, he threw his head back and let out a triumphant roar that echoed across the skies. On instinct, Chen Feng fanned his new wings. With a single sweep, lightning scattered in all directions, lifting his body effortlessly into the air. More! Give me even more! Chen Feng shouted. He flapped his wings again, summoning even more thunderclouds, which quickly spread to blanket the entire wasteland in darkness. The explosive rumble of thunder rolled ceaselessly across the heavens, as lightning danced in the churning black clouds. It was like the end of the world, a scene of utter terror. This terrifying phenomenon in the wasteland sky stunned the entire globe. All of humanity was riveted by this unprecedented spectacle. Even the U.S. Department of Defense issued an emergency alert, ordering all residents of the wasteland to evacuate at once. People in the wasteland wept and wailed as they drove frantically, desperate to escape to safety. Everyone around the world was watching the events unfold in the wasteland. Those on private islands couldn't possibly ignore such a spectacle, especially since Chen Feng was at the very heart of it. Dr. Octopus and his companions had seen their share of dramatic events, but when they witnessed the chaos raging above the wasteland, their shock was beyond words. The boss said he was going to extract the Thunder God gene in the wasteland. With such a phenomenon raging out there, could it mean the boss is in danger? Dr. Octopus spoke with concern. I guess it's Thor unleashing his power, but I trust our leader's strength. He'll be just fine. Dr. Hank said, our leader can transform. He can turn into sand, and he's got my healing factor in him. Frankly, I can't think of anyone on Earth who could kill him, so I'm not worried about his safety at all. Janet replied calmly. If we want to know for sure, we could just ask Optimus Prime. Then Helen Zhao called out, Optimus Prime, how is Chen Feng doing? Optimus Prime's voice resonated. No need to worry, Dr. Zhao. The Master is perfectly well. He has just evolved with Thor's genes and transformed into a half-human, half-beast deity. A deity, wow. The Master's become a god. That's incredible. Professor Lizard exclaimed with excitement. I knew I wasn't wrong about him. He really is remarkable. Natasha sighed in admiration. Dr. Octopus added with emotion. If he can extract Thor's genes, he must have defeated Thor. To defeat a legendary god as a mortal, now that's true power. Our leader is destined to rule the universe, Dr. Hank said, his voice full of excitement. When your leader returns, I want to join your organization too, Janet said hopefully. Chen Feng's strength was well known to all, so Helen Zhao wasn't concerned about that. What truly worried her was his safety. She asked again, Optimus Prime, what's causing these strange phenomena on the wasteland? Optimus Prime responded, Dr. Zhao, that's all the Master's doing. It seems he's absorbing the lightning. Everyone was stunned. Now that's impressive, someone blurted out in awe. Why don't we go to the wasteland and witness our leader's divine power? Professor Lizard suggested. I wouldn't dare, not with those thunderclouds raging across the sky. Natasha shook her head. Helen Zhao chuckled. You're all being silly. We can't go ourselves, but we can have Optimus Prime turn on the 3D holographic projector. Then we can see everything happening on the wasteland without leaving this room. She was in high spirits, delighted that Chen Feng was not only safe, but had become unimaginably powerful. Optimus Prime, hurry up and show us what's happening with the Master, Professor Lizard urged impatiently. Of course, Professor Lizard, Optimus Prime replied. Chen Feng had given them permission to direct Optimus Prime, so the request was swiftly carried out. The 3D holographic projector in the room whirred to life, casting a vivid image of Chen Feng before them. When everyone caught sight of his appearance, they were utterly dumbfounded. The leader has grown wings. Is he turning into an angel? Professor Lizard wondered aloud. Nonsense. Angels have white wings and handsome faces. Our leader's wings are black, and, well, his looks are a bit hard on the eyes, Natasha laughed. He's got wings, 3 eyes, a face like a monkey, feet like eagle talons, and hands like animal claws. What on earth is he? I've never seen anything like it. Dr. Hank frowned, then turned to the lizard professor and said, Professor Lizard, you're a professor of biology. You must know about this. The lizard professor shook his head and replied with embarrassment. Alas, perhaps my knowledge is too shallow. I have never heard of any creature like our gang leader. No matter what Chen Feng becomes, I will always love him, Zhao Helen said with infatuation. Asgard, the eternal realm, the palace of the gods. Odin was in the middle of scolding Thor, who had just returned. Standing before his throne, Odin glared at his son and demanded, Tell me, what gives you such arrogant confidence? Thor knelt on the ground, hanging his head in shame and remaining silent. Disgraceful, utterly disgraceful, to be killed twice by feeble mortals. This was a humiliation no god could bear. Loki, standing off to the side, stifled a laugh. The more Thor shamed himself, the greater Loki's chance to become the king of the Eternal Realm. Odin grew even angrier when his son refused to speak. He thundered, "Your arrogance led you, with only a handful of friends, to attack the giants of Jotunheim. You got your friends killed. If I hadn't arrived in time to bring you back to Asgard, you all would have perished at the hands of the frost giants." Thor bowed his head even lower. Odin continued, "I thought banishing you to Earth would humble you, but you remained as arrogant as ever." "Father, I was wrong," Thor said, his voice filled with shame. "Wrong? You say you're wrong, but let me ask you, how long were you even on Earth? Yet you managed to provoke a terrifying human. Are you trying to make more enemies for Asgard?" Odin's voice was sharp with anger. Thor pressed his forehead to the floor, overwhelmed with guilt. "I'm sorry, Father. I promise I will change." Loki, knowing Odin's nature well, realized that no matter how grave Thor's mistakes, Odin would always give his son a chance to redeem himself. Wanting to ensure Thor stayed far from the throne, Loki spoke up. "Father, perhaps you should send my brother back to Earth. He could learn how humans survive, and at the same time, investigate that terrifying human." Thor looked up at his father earnestly. "Father, I am willing to go to Earth. I will not return until I have truly changed, and I will uncover everything about that formidable human." In truth, his desire to return to Earth was mostly to be with Jane, and perhaps to seek revenge on Chen Feng. Odin pondered for a moment, then spoke. "Very well. I will give you one more chance. But if you continue to be arrogant, do not return." "Yes, Father," Thor replied. With a wave of his hand, Odin dismissed him in disgust. "Go now. The guardian god will send you to Earth." Thor stood, leaving the palace. The moment Thor was gone, Loki began to speak ill of him before Odin. No matter how worthless Thor might seem, he was still Odin's blood son, so inevitably, Odin and Loki, his adopted son, soon fell into a heated argument. With the aid of the guardian god of thunder crossed the rainbow bridge and once again descended upon Earth. The moment he arrived, he was taken aback. This time, he found himself on the same desolate plains as before. He gazed up at the sky, where thunderclouds stretched endlessly, blotting out the sun and sky. If not for the occasional flashes of lightning within the clouds, the earth below would have been plunged into utter darkness, where one could not see a hand in front of their face. He also sensed a powerful presence nearby, which filled him with unease. What on earth has happened here?" The god of thunder murmured in confusion. Within the thunderclouds, Chen Feng was absorbing the lightning's power when he noticed a black vortex appear not far away. From the vortex, a figure shot forth. Chen Feng laughed softly, spread his wings, and with a crackling rush of lightning, soared through the air at astonishing speed. He stopped before the figure who had emerged from the black hole, and upon seeing a familiar face, he grinned. "So it really is you, god of thunder." The god of thunder looked up at Chen Feng, his face puzzled. "Who are you? And how do you know me? We just had a fight not long ago. Have you already forgotten me?" Chen Feng replied with a smile. The god of thunder pointed at Chen Feng, his eyes wide with disbelief. You're Chen Feng." Chen Feng nodded. "That's right." The god of thunder studied Chen Feng's appearance, surprised. "How did you end up looking like this? And these thunderclouds in the sky, did you summon them?" Chen Feng touched his own face and chuckled. "Do I look monstrous? Personally, I think it's quite cool. People fear what they don't understand. It didn't matter how ugly one looked. As long as you were powerful enough, even your flaws would be seen as something impressive. Because when you're strong enough, no matter how hideous you appear, people will still call you handsome." The god of thunder pointed to the sky. "These thunderclouds, did you create them?" "Yes, I did. Pretty impressive, right?" Chen Feng replied with a smug grin. "Amazing," the god of thunder admitted, genuinely impressed. He had to concede, despite being the god of thunder, even he couldn't summon such vast thunderclouds. He had no choice but to accept it. "Did you come back to Earth to get revenge on me?" Chen Feng asked, smiling slyly. Though the god of thunder was arrogant and proud, he was no fool. When faced with someone even more powerful than himself, he chose to swallow his pride. He shook his head. "No, not at all. I came back this time to apologize to you." Chen Feng threw his head back and laughed heartily. "A god, so proud and haughty, apologizing to a mere mortal like me? That's the funniest thing I've ever heard." Chen Feng's irreverence made the god of thunder seethe with anger, but there was little he could do. After all, he stood no chance against Chen Feng. He could only grit his teeth and bear it. "I apologize for my previous rudeness toward you. I am sorry." Chen Feng's laughter faded. His expression hardened, and his voice turned cold. "And what if I don't accept your apology?" What do you want then?" The god of thunder tensed, instantly on guard. "I want your hammer of thunder. Give it to me, and I'll let you live." Chen Feng demanded, his tone brooking no refusal. The Hammer of Thunder was the god of thunder's divine weapon. Without it, he would no longer be the god of thunder at all. So there was no way Thor would agree to hand over Mjolnir to Chen Feng. He shook his head and replied, "Impossible. Mjolnir is one of the 3 great artifacts of the Eternal Kingdom. I can't give it to you. You think just saying no is enough?" Chen Feng sneered. "You're on Earth now. Things aren't up to you anymore." With urgency, Thor swung Mjolnir, letting it carry him into the sky. Chen Feng was simply too terrifying. Thor had to get as far away as possible. "You won't get away," Chen Feng declared. With a single beat of his wings, crackling with electricity, he shot after Thor, closing the distance in an instant. With a wave of his hand, a bolt of lightning arced toward Thor. Thor wasn't afraid of lightning, but the sheer force behind Chen Feng's thunderbolt was enough to wound even him. With a thunderous crash, Thor was struck from the sky, sent tumbling down by the power Chen Feng wielded so casually. Landing hard, Thor quickly scrambled to his feet. If he couldn't run, then he would fight. He was a god. After all, he had his own pride and temper. Once more, Chen Feng unleashed a lightning bolt. Thor raised Mjolnir, not only blocking the attack but absorbing its energy into the hammer. Again, Chen Feng challenged, raising one hand high. Thunder rumbled endlessly, and from the storm above, countless bolts of lightning crashed down onto Chen Feng's outstretched hand. When he felt he had gathered enough power, Chen Feng swept his hand down. A colossal bolt of lightning split the air, aimed straight at Thor. Thor lifted Mjolnir and shouted, his voice echoing with defiance. A deafening boom followed as the massive bolt slammed into Mjolnir, sending both Thor and his hammer plummeting into the ground below. As the dust settled, Chen Feng looked down at the crater where Thor had fallen and sighed in admiration. It truly lives up to its name, Mjolnir. Even my strongest attack, powered by the ancient thunder god's might, couldn't break through. Battered and disheveled, Thor leaped out of the pit, pleading with Chen Feng. "Chen Feng, I truly can't give you Mjolnir. It's not possible. If you won't give it to me, then I'll take it by force," Chen Feng replied with domineering certainty. Now that he possessed the ancient thunder god's genes, the addition of Mjolnir would take his power to another level. He was determined to claim the hammer. Even if Odin himself showed up, he'd dare to snatch it. Since lightning was useless against Thor, Chen Feng switched tactics. He'd use brute strength instead. He swooped down toward Thor. Thor raised Mjolnir, ready. Chen Feng's hands, with razor-sharp nails, slashed at Thor. Desperately, Thor swung his hammer, blocking every attack. Mjolnir's power was formidable. None of Chen Feng's blows could break through. The strength of the ancient thunder god simply wasn't enough to crack Thor's defenses. So, Chen Feng transformed, becoming a colossal titan. With a roar that shook the earth, Chen Feng morphed into the titan giant and swung a massive fist at Thor. Mjolnir could not withstand the overwhelming force of the titan, and Thor was sent flying. As he tumbled through the air, Thor hurled Mjolnir with all his might. With a thunderous crash, Chen Feng caught Mjolnir in one hand. The moment he gripped it, his entire body sank deep into the ground. Heavy, unimaginably heavy. The earth itself groaned under the weight. In truth, the titan strengthened by the venom symbiote is fully capable of lifting Thor's hammer. The only reason he couldn't before was because the ground beneath him couldn't bear the weight. If his feet were planted on a thick, sturdy iron plate, then with the titan's immense strength, he would have certainly raised Mjolnir aloft. When Thor's hammer pressed Chen Feng's body into the earth, it stopped sinking the moment it touched the ground surface. With the ground supporting Mjolnir, Chen Feng could no longer feel its crushing weight. Suddenly, a scene from the Thor movies flashed through his mind. Hela, the goddess of death, who was neither righteous nor kind, was still able to wield the hammer, and even crushed it in her grasp. So, as long as one's strength surpassed that of Mjolnir, it could be lifted. With this realization, Chen Feng decided to put it to the test. He transformed into the ancient thunder god, gripped Mjolnir tightly, and pulled. To his surprise, he lifted the hammer with ease, and he could sense, faintly, that he now wielded control over it. Raising the hammer above his head, he shouted, "Let the thunder come." A deafening rumble followed as thunderclouds gathered out of thin air. Although this mass of storm clouds was smaller than the one Chen Feng had summoned before, it was far denser with lightning. A blinding flash, an enormous bolt of lightning struck Mjolnir in his grasp. Sparks crackled from the hammer, clearly brimming with power, so much so that energy now leaked from its surface. The thunder god, flung aside earlier, stared in disbelief as Chen Feng stood wielding his hammer, drawing power from the storm. He was utterly stunned. Mjolnir, one of the 3 great artifacts of Asgard, was a weapon that only he and his father had ever been able to lift. And yet, now Chen Feng could wield it as well? Could it be that Chen Feng is a person of justice and virtue? Thor wondered inwardly. He recalled their first meeting. Chen Feng had stolen Jane's equipment, killed him, without hesitation, then, after Thor was resurrected, killed him again, and now he was trying to take his hammer. Such a man could never be called righteous or good. Then why can he lift Mjolnir? Thor racked his brains, unable to find an answer. Chen Feng aimed Mjolnir at Thor and shouted, "Go!" A thunderous crack. A thick bolt of lightning shot forth from the hammer, striking at Thor. The bolt was so swift that Thor had no time to evade, and was hit squarely by the lightning. With a thunderous crash, Thor was hurled hundreds of meters away, tumbling across the ground, his clothes in tatters, hair singed, and the scent of scorched flesh rising from him. Witnessing the might of Mjolnir, Chen Feng burst into hearty laughter. Thor was in a sorry state, gravely wounded, blood staining his lips, with large patches of his skin burned black by the lightning. If he weren't naturally immune to electricity, Chen Feng's lightning would have surely been the end of him. Ugh. The god of thunder vomited a mouthful of blood. Only after spitting it out did he feel a bit better. With shock written all over his face, he turned to Chen Feng and asked, "Why are you able to wield the hammer of thunder?" "Because I am the ancient god of thunder. I am stronger than you," Chen Feng replied with pride. "Ancient god of thunder? You're actually the ancient god of thunder. No wonder you can command lightning," the god of thunder exclaimed as sudden understanding dawned on him. Chen Feng toyed with the hammer of thunder in his hand, his voice domineering. "The hammer of thunder is mine now." "No, the hammer of thunder is one of the 3 divine artifacts of our celestial palace. There's no way I can let you take it," the god of thunder shouted anxiously, reaching out and grasping at the empty air. Yet, the hammer of thunder didn't respond at all. "What's going on? Why is it the hammer of thunder returning to me?" The god of thunder was stunned. Chen Feng chuckled. "Simple. The hammer of thunder prefers me, the ancient god of thunder." The god of thunder was crestfallen. He tilted his head back and called out to the heavens, "Father, I beg you, summon the hammer of thunder back." He waited for over 10 seconds, but the hammer of thunder remained firmly in Chen Feng's grasp. A sense of unease crept over the god of thunder. He was certain that his father must be watching over him. So why, now that the hammer had fallen into Chen Feng's hands, wasn't his father answering his plea and calling the hammer back? Chen Feng made no move to attack, instead quietly observing as the god of thunder called upon Odin. "Father, can you hear me?" the god of thunder shouted again. Still there was no reply. "Guardian of the Rainbow Bridge, can you hear me?" he tried calling out. Suddenly, a dark vortex opened in the sky, and a commanding voice echoed from within, "I can hear you." "Then why isn't my father responding to me?" the god of thunder asked. "I don't know. I'm only in charge of the Rainbow Bridge," the guardian replied. "Can you go and tell my father for me? Ask him to summon the hammer of thunder back," pleaded the god of thunder. "I cannot leave my post." "I'm sorry," the guardian refused. A tremendous bolt of lightning crashed down onto the black vortex. From within came the guardian's anguished scream, "Ah!" before the vortex vanished without a trace. "Thor, if I'm not mistaken, your father, Odin, has likely fainted in anger because of your brother," Chen Feng said with a wicked grin. "Oomph. I refuse to believe your nonsense," the god of thunder snapped, annoyed. His father was king of the eternal realm, invincible to all. How could he possibly be rendered unconscious by his brother Loki? "Thor, you're no match for me now. Killing you would be effortless," Chen Feng said. The god of thunder tensed up. This, he believed. After all, Chen Feng had already killed him twice before. "I'm a prince of the eternal realm. If you kill me, you'll be making an enemy of the entire eternal realm. All of Asgard will wage war on Earth." "I don't have to kill you, but you must take me to Asgard," Chen Feng demanded. "What?" The god of thunder was shocked once more. He warily asked, "Why do you want to enter Asgard? Are you trying to attack my Asgard?" "I'm here to help you," Chen Feng replied with a gentle smile. "Help me? Help me with what?" Thor asked, clearly puzzled. "I'm not lying to you. Your brother really did anger your father to the point of unconsciousness. That's why your father isn't responding to you right now. At this very moment, your brother may already be in control of the palace. He's got the scepter and commands the soldiers of the eternal realm. You're no match for him. You need my help," Chen Feng said calmly. "That's impossible. Everything you're saying is a lie." Thor refused to believe a word. Seeing Thor's disbelief, Chen Feng decided to drop a bombshell. "Your brother Loki is, in fact, the biological son of Lao Fei, king of the Frost Giants. He was taken as a spoil of war by your father. And more than that, Loki has already made a deal with the Frost Giants to let them into the palace to assassinate your father." Thor clamped his hands over his ears, his voice tinged with desperation and denial. No, that's impossible, absolutely impossible. You're lying to me, you must be lying. Loki is my brother. He would never harm our father. What if what I'm saying is true? Chen Feng pressed. There's no way it could be true. Thor was unable to accept it. If it is true, then take me into Asgard. I'll help you deal with Loki, but in exchange, you must give me the scepter, the destroyer, and the source of frost, the very power of the frost giants, as my reward, Chen Feng demanded. These were all legendary artifacts, each one immensely powerful. If he could possess them, his strength would soar to new heights. Even if he couldn't claim the artifacts, just entering Asgard would allow him to extract the frost giants' genes, gaining their icy powers. If Thor refused his offer, then Chen Feng would simply side with Loki and the frost giants instead. He was sure they'd welcome him with open arms. As expected, Thor refused without a moment's hesitation. Even if everything you said were true, I would never hand over Asgard's sacred treasures to you. Chen Feng was sorely tempted to smash Thor into a pulp right then and there. His stubbornness was truly infuriating. But he held himself back. Without Thor, there was no way to reach Asgard. He had no choice but to suppress his murderous urge. Very well, but don't say I didn't warn you, Chen Feng said coldly. I'll never regret this, Thor replied with unwavering resolve. With a dismissive snort, Chen Feng unfurled his wings, crackling with lightning, and soared into the sky. Thor watched Chen Feng fly away and immediately shouted after him, My hammer! Give me back my hammer! Once something was in Chen Feng's hands, there was no taking it back. He didn't even spare Thor a backward glance. As he flew off, a tiny, grain-sized device drifted silently toward Thor's back and attached itself securely to his armor. It was a tracker Chen Feng had planted. Not only could it track Thor's movements, but it could also eavesdrop on him. With this tracker, Chen Feng would know Thor's every move. Instead of returning to his private island, Chen Feng flew toward the edge of the wasteland, aiming for the nearest city. He was going to find Jane, Darcy, and Eric. These three are talented individuals, and he wanted to recruit them. Finding Jian and the others would be all too easy. Optimus Prime could track their location simply by accessing their cell phones. As Chen Feng neared their position, he shifted back into his normal human form to avoid frightening them. He didn't even bother to use his Transformer abilities this time. Instead, he deployed his glider. In his human form, riding a glider would only make him look cool, not scary. Jian and his friends were utterly fascinated by celestial phenomena, which was why they'd stopped in a city on the edge of the wilderness. They found a building several dozen meters tall, climbed up to the rooftop, and used binoculars to observe the strange occurrences above the wasteland. They watched, spellbound, as Chen Feng transformed into a half-human, half-beast form, and as he summoned thunder and lightning with an air of awe-inspiring power. They were completely enthralled by the spectacle, gasping in amazement from time to time. Through her binoculars, Daisy spotted Chen Feng gliding toward them and screamed, Oh no, that villain Chen Feng is flying over here. He must have found us. We have to get out of here, Eric said anxiously. Let's go. Jin spun around and dashed off. But with their phones on them, escape was impossible. Chen Feng could track their every move. He flew straight to their RV, then called out, Optimus Prime, unlock the RV's electronic lock. At once, Master, Optimus Prime replied. The RV chirped twice in response. Chen Feng reached out, pulled the door open, climbed inside, and closed the door behind him. Jian and the others, panting and out of breath, ran to the RV, relieved to find that Chen Feng hadn't caught up yet. Daisy, who doubled as their driver, unlocked the door, jumped into the driver's seat, and called out to Jian and Eric, Hurry, get in. Jian slid into the passenger seat. Eric opened the back door, and as soon as he climbed in, he froze in shock. Chen Feng waved and greeted them. Hello again. We meet once more. Hearing the voice from the back, Daisy slammed on the brakes. The tires screeched against the pavement with a piercing sound. The sudden stop made Jian and Eric lurch forward, and Jian's head banged against the dashboard. Eric, thrown toward Chen Feng, was caught and steadied by Chen Feng's hand, saving him from falling. Daisy glanced back, saw Chen Feng, and let out a shriek. How? How did you get in our RV? Jian, rubbing his sore forehead, turned and looked at Chen Feng with a bitter expression. Are you planning to steal our RV too? Eric pressed himself against the side of the vehicle, too scared to say a word. Now that he was face to face with Chen Feng, he feared for his life. You don't need to be afraid. I absolutely mean you no harm, Chen Feng said gently, trying to reassure them. No harm? Then why did you steal our equipment and now sneak onto our RV? Jian demanded. That's because I admire your talents and would like to invite you to join my organization, Chen Feng replied. You're a villain. There's no way we'll join you, Daisy exclaimed, her voice trembling with both anger and embarrassment. Eric, his voice quivering, asked, Are you forcing us to join the world society? You could put it that way, Chen Feng admitted. For the sake of becoming stronger, he was even willing to kill. If Jian and the others refused to join the world society, he would simply take them to his private island by force. Once they received his full support for their research, he was certain they would willingly work for him. It was just like with Dr. Zhao Helen, Dr. Hank, Dr. Octopus, and Professor Lizard. All of them had been tricked onto his private island. Now, they all serve him gladly. The reason was simple. He gave people what they wanted, and in return, they stopped hating him and even grew grateful. If we refuse, will you kill us? Jian asked, his face pale. Chen Feng shook his head. No, you are all talented people. I wouldn't kill you. But I would restrict your freedom, at least until you pledged your loyalty to me. This is it, we're doomed. We're going to become prisoners, Daisy said dejectedly. What do you want us to do for you? Eric asked. Naturally, I want you to put your skills to use and continue your research on celestial bodies, Chen Feng replied. Hearing this, the expressions of Jian and the others eased a little. You said earlier that you'd fully support our research. What exactly does that mean? Jian pressed. I have plenty of money, and my technological capabilities are far beyond what you can imagine. Whatever equipment you need, as long as you can design it, I can make it for you, Chen Feng said. Jian frowned. But the equipment we have now is already sufficient. Sufficient? That's impossible. Your equipment can only detect celestial bodies near Earth. If I help you upgrade it, you'll be able to explore the entire universe, Chen Feng replied with confidence. Whether or not he could actually deliver, that was a problem for later. He simply had to sound impressive enough to get Jian and the others interested. Seeing their hesitant expressions, Chen Feng pressed on. Weren't you always fascinated by the place where the gods live? I can take you there myself. Jian's eyes lit up with excitement. Really? Chen Feng nodded with a smile. Of course it's true. After all, I've even defeated gods. Entering the realm where they dwell is nothing for me. Jian and the others were now wide-eyed with excitement. Chen Feng decided to push even further. Have you ever heard of the World Tree? They all shook their heads. The World Tree is invisible. Our Earth itself is situated upon one of its branches, Chen Feng explained. Oh, Daisy gasped in astonishment. If it's invisible, how do you know it exists? Jian asked. Exactly. We spent our whole lives studying celestial bodies and never found any trace of a world tree. How did you discover it? Eric chimed in, curiosity lighting up his face. Chen Feng lifted his chin with pride and said, Our Tianxia society knows all that happens under heaven. Whether past or future, nothing escapes our understanding. That's how we know about the world tree. We also know that 9 great realms exist upon its branches. They are Asgard, Vanaheim, Alfheim, Midgard, Nidavellir, Jotunheim, Svartalfheim, Muspelheim, Nibelheim, and Helheim, the realm of the dead. Could you tell us more about these 9 realms? Jian asked eagerly, his eyes shining with anticipation. Daisy and Eric looked just as excited, all attention fixed on Chen Feng. Chen Feng nodded. Of course, I'd be glad to. Let's start with the homeland of the god of thunder. Thor lives in Asgard, also known as the realm of the Aesir. It sits at the very top of the world tree, and in the eyes of mortals, it's the dwelling place of the gods. Asgard is ruled by the Eternal Kingdom, whose capital is the golden city of Valhalla. The king of this eternal realm is none other than Odin, the father of Thor. Odin isn't just the ruler of Asgard. He is, in name, the supreme sovereign of all 9 realms. But truth be told, beyond Asgard, few heed his command. Next is Vanaheim, a realm second only to Asgard. It too is home to gods, the Vanir. The Vanir and the Aesir share a storied history, having clashed countless times, before Odin finally defeated them, and they chose to submit. The Vanir gods preside over fertility, harvest, love, wisdom, and the power to foresee the future. Alfheim is known as the realm of the elves, another world of high standing, located near Asgard. Elves are mystical beings born from the body of Ymir. Midgard, also called Earth, lies at the center of the world tree. Humanity has developed slowly, and our understanding of the 9 realms remains shallow, so we relegate the gods to mere myth and legend. Nidavellir is the domain of the dwarves, a people famed for their craftsmanship. Nearly all the gods' weapons, staffs, Thor's hammer, the destroyer, even the Infinity Gauntlet, were forged by dwarven hands. Though formidable, the dwarves live on a dying world, but thanks to Odin's protection, no enemies from other realms dare attack Nidavellir. Jotunheim is the land of the frost giants, bitter rivals of the Eternal Kingdom. Its ruler, Laufey, was defeated by Odin, who not only seized the source of their frost magic, but also took Laufey's own son. The frost giants are direct descendants of Ymir, the first giant, born with mastery over formidable ice magic and the strength to challenge even the eternal kingdom. Svartalfheim is also a realm of elves, but these are the dark elves, born from the shadowed side of Ymir's body. They have long been at odds with the light. Elves, locked in an eternal struggle. Muspelheim, the kingdom of flame, is ruled by the fire giant Surtur. This world is ablaze and searingly hot at every corner. Nibelheim and the underworld of hell are two realms joined together and known as the land of the dead, the final resting place for the souls of the gods, presided over by the goddess of death, Hela. Hela is a deity even more powerful than Odin himself. Odin was able to conquer the 9 realms only with Hela's aid. Yet, after his conquest, Odin grew fearful that Hela might usurp his throne, so he devised a scheme to trap her and imprison her in the land of the dead for all eternity. Jane and the others listened, utterly captivated. When Chen Feng fell silent, they couldn't help but urge him on. Keep going. That's the end of the story, Chen Feng replied with a gentle smile. Oh, but we haven't had enough, Daisy said, disappointed. If you want to learn more, join the World Society, Chen Feng said. Then I can take you to other worlds teeming with life. Are you sure you won't harm us? Jane asked seriously. Raising his right hand, Chen Feng solemnly vowed. I, Chen Feng, swear before the heavens, if I ever harm any of you, let me suffer 1,000 days of endless torment. Let my bones be broken and my body torn apart. Let my soul be denied entry to the heavens, and may my spirit find no rest on earth. Hearing Chen Feng's grave oath, Jane and the others felt reassured. Jane nodded and said, all right, I'll join you. But if you ever hurt us, we'll leave at once. I feel the same as Jane, Daisy added. To see the legendary realm of the gods, I'll join too, said Eric. Thank you all for joining, Chen Feng said heartily. To show my sincerity, I'll upgrade all your equipment. Now, I won't be giving you a salary, but anything you want, just tell my assistant system, Optimus Prime. Equipment, materials, money, talent. Whatever you need, however much you want, it's yours. I won't hold back. Can I ask for $1 million right now? Daisy asked timidly. Of course you can, Chen Feng said generously. Money is nothing but numbers. Without real power, all the money in the world is useless. You'll still be bullied. You'll still die. That's why Chen Feng had always been generous with money. Optimus Prime, transfer $10 million to Daisy's bank account, Chen Feng declared grandly. This was his way of putting Jane and the others at ease. Sure enough, Jane and the others were both thrilled and satisfied by Chen Feng's words. Master, the transfer is complete, came Optimus Prime's voice. A cheerful chime sounded from Daisy's phone. She quickly pulled it out, and when she saw the message, she let out a jubilant cheer. Ha ha ha, I'm rich. I've got $10 million. Jane and Eric glanced at Daisy's phone, and once they confirmed it was real, both turned eager eyes to Chen Feng. They pursued their research independently, which left them in dire financial straits. Now seeing how generous Chen Feng was, these scholars, worn thin by poverty, were eager for funding. Chen Feng understood immediately and said, Optimus Prime, transfer $10 million each to Jian and Eric's bank accounts. Master, the transfers are complete, replied Optimus Prime. A pair of cheerful chimes signaled the arrival of new text messages. Jian and Eric pulled out their phones, and when they saw the notifications, their faces broke into broad, delighted grins, each more radiant than the last. Is that enough? If not, just tell me. I've got plenty, 10 million, a billion, even $1 trillion, it's all possible, Chen Feng said with a smile. Jian and the others nodded enthusiastically, satisfaction written all over their faces. It's more than enough, they replied. With $10 million, so long as they spent wisely, they could live comfortably for the rest of their lives. Of course, Chen Feng planned to bring Jian and his colleagues back to his private island. He simply couldn't rest easy leaving them outside. When Chen Feng unveiled the second-generation giant transformers, Jian and the others were utterly stunned. But when the transformers shifted into airplane mode, their amazement only deepened. From its transforming abilities alone, they could gauge the sheer advancement of Chen Feng's technology, which greatly reassured them. Chen Feng piloted the transformer in its airplane form, carrying Jian and the others back to his private island. Once there, Chen Feng introduced them to Dr. Hank and the rest of his team. He even led Jian and the others on a tour around Dr. Hank's laboratory. Jian and his colleagues were thoroughly convinced. Compared to what Dr. Hank and his team were working on, their own project seemed utterly elementary, and more importantly, they hadn't made any real breakthroughs. Any lingering doubts about Chen Feng vanished. They devoted themselves wholeheartedly to astronomical research on the private island. Chen Feng, too, committed himself to helping them upgrade their equipment. Jian and his team's homemade devices were laughably primitive in Chen Feng's eyes. After his upgrades, the power of their instruments increased by hundreds of times, allowing them to observe not just the entire solar system, but even distant galaxies beyond. With comfortable living quarters, top-tier equipment, and a host of brilliant scientists to exchange ideas with, Jian and his colleagues felt like they had found paradise. Meanwhile, after parting ways with Chen Feng, Thor began searching for Jian. But since the private island's location was known to almost no one, and its information wasn't accessible online, Thor's quest was doomed from the start. Without his hammer, Thor couldn't fly, and with not a penny to his name, he had no choice but to travel on foot. In a small town on the edge of the wilderness, he wandered from place to place, asking after Jian's whereabouts. Clad in old-fashioned armor, draped in a red cape, with a head of golden hair, a strikingly handsome face, and a towering figure, Thor cut an impressive figure. There was only one word for it: dashing. Were it not for his good looks, given his fiery temper, Thor would never have managed to get by on Earth. But he was handsome enough that women naturally gravitated toward him. As for his temperament, well, women rarely paid it any mind. Sure enough, while Thor was searching for Jane, he was taken in by a beautiful widow. Every day, the widow drove around with Thor, wandering the streets in search of Jane. And when they returned home, she would serve him delicious food and drink, tending to his every need. As time passed, Thor gradually forgot about Jane and began living a shamelessly indulgent life with the widow. After Loki made Odin so angry that he fainted and seized control of the Eternal Realm, he decided to eliminate Thor as a rival. To do so, he deliberately traveled to Earth and spun a web of lies, leaving Thor utterly bewildered. Disheartened and feeling unworthy to return to Asgard, Thor resolved to settle down with the widow and make a life for himself on Earth. Chen Feng followed Loki's actions closely, tracking his every move thanks to a tracker. He even managed to steal Thor's hammer and killed Thor twice, but the plot of Thor remained largely unchanged. Loki still descended to Earth, deceiving Thor as before, and it was only a matter of time before Sif and the Warriors 3 would also arrive. Soon, the story would progress to Thor returning to Asgard to seek revenge. Chen Feng was waiting for that exact moment. On the second day after Loki arrived on Earth, Sif and the Warriors 3 descended as well. Chen Feng set out in secret, telling only Zhao Hailuan of his plans. As for the promises he'd made to Jane and the others, those would have to wait. This time he was going to steal something, extract some genes, and fight. Bringing Jane and the others along would only complicate things. Upon reaching the small town in the wilderness, Chen Feng hid on a rooftop, quietly watching the unfolding drama. Thor was joyfully reminiscing with several old friends. Only when Sif revealed that Odin was still alive did Thor realize that his brother Loki had deceived him. Suddenly, a black tornado materialized out of thin air, roaring with such force that it startled everyone, Thor and his friends included. When the tornado vanished, a gigantic armored figure appeared, the Destroyer. The instant the Destroyer arrived, it began wreaking havoc, killing and destroying everything in its path. Thor realized that Loki had sent the Destroyer to kill him, and immediately tried to persuade the widow to leave. But the widow stubbornly refused, insisting on standing by Thor and fighting the Destroyer together, as if she were some formidable warrior herself. It was a naive notion, but it moved Thor to tears. Watching this, Chen Feng could only shake his head and mutter, with such a threat looming, yet still so caught up in emotion, he's unworthy of being a true warrior. In Chen Feng's opinion, if Thor weren't the main character, someone like him would never survive. The Destroyer rampaged through the town, laying waste to everything in its path. Sif and the Warriors 3, armed only with their ancient weapons, strode fearlessly toward the monstrous machine. Yet, the Destroyer dealt with them effortlessly, tossing each aside as if they weighed nothing. Only Sif managed to put up a decent fight. She descended from above and drove her sword straight through the Destroyer's back, pinning it to the ground. But even Chen Feng himself couldn't destroy the Destroyer. How could someone as comparatively weak as Sif stand a chance? Sure enough, just a few seconds after, the Destroyer had stalled. It sprang back to life. Its body pivoted from front to back, and it unleashed a blazing beam of fire at Sif. Sif hurriedly fled, abandoning even her own sword in the rush. Sif and the Warriors 3 of Asgard ran for their lives, as desperate and disheveled as could be imagined, a sight that made Chen Feng exclaim, "Are these the so-called gods? They seem awfully weak to me." How could Sif and the Warriors 3 possibly outrun the Destroyer's fire blasts on foot? The Destroyer fired several beams in quick succession, each one sending Sif and the Warriors 3 flying through the air. Seeing his friends wounded, Thor finally stepped in. But without his mighty hammer, How could Thor possibly stand against the destroyer? The destroyer's fists and fiery blasts battered Thor mercilessly, leaving him utterly overpowered. Just then, the widow appeared like a savior, pulling up in a small car and whisking Thor away to escape. Thor ran. Sif and the warriors. 3 followed suit, all fleeing in panic. The townspeople, too, scrambled to escape, rushing out of the area in a chaotic stampede. Thor and his companions made their way toward the only place that could take them back to Asgard. Meanwhile, Chen Feng transformed into the Sandman, then into a swirling sandstorm, following above Thor and the others. Though the destroyer usually seemed slow and lumbering, once it started running, it was faster than a car. It chased after them relentlessly, firing beam after beam at the little car. Whether it was Thor's protagonist's luck or Widow's skillful driving, not a single blast managed to hit its mark. Widow brought the car to a stop at a spot marked with strange symbols on the ground. Once Thor and the others had jumped out, he told Widow to drive away. This time, she obeyed, speeding off into the distance. Guardian of the Bifrost, open the Rainbow Bridge. Hurry and let us return, Thor shouted at the top of his lungs. A sudden boom echoed as a black portal appeared in the sky out of nowhere. Just as Thor and his friends were about to enter the Rainbow Bridge, the destroyer unleashed a massive beam of fire in their direction. Forced to leap aside, they landed away from the symbol-marked area, making it impossible to reach the bridge. Chen Feng thought to himself, do I need to step in? Otherwise, how will Thor and the others get back to Asgard? The one controlling the destroyer was Loki. Knowing that Thor wanted to return to Asgard to settle the score, Loki had no intention of letting him succeed. So Loki didn't bother to chase after Thor in person. Instead, he stood on the symbol-marked ground, launching fire blasts at Thor from a distance. Thor and his friends kept dodging, unable to get anywhere near the marked area, and thus unable to return to Asgard. What should we do? The destroyer is blocking our way home, Thor said anxiously. I tried to lure the destroyer away just now, but it didn't follow me. It just fired at me instead, said Hogan, one of the Warriors 3. The destroyer is simply too powerful. The few of us are no match for it. It seems there's no way for us to go back, Fandral, another of the Warriors 3, said with a sigh of defeat. As long as we work together with one heart, we can definitely defeat the destroyer, Sif encouraged everyone. Alas, let's retreat for now and figure out a plan later, Thor said, his voice heavy with discouragement. If he still had Mjolnir, he could have vanquished the destroyer. But the problem was, Mjolnir was no longer in his possession. His current strength was not even a match for that of his loyal friends. The destroyer did not pursue Thor after he left. Instead, it remained at its post, standing guard. Thor and his companions did not go far. They stopped just outside the destroyer's range and began to discuss how they might deal with it. While they were passionately debating, Chen Feng's voice suddenly rang out, as if from thin air. Do you need my help? The abrupt sound startled Thor and his friends. The 3 warriors of Asgard instantly grabbed their weapons and sprang to their feet, searching for the source. Who's there? Show yourself, they demanded. Sif stepped protectively in front of Thor, her eyes sharp as she scanned their surroundings, but she found nothing. Don't bother looking, Thor said. He is Chen Feng, an extraordinary mortal. Even my father, the king, might not be his match. Sif and the warriors of Asgard were dumbfounded. Who was Thor? He was the prince destined to be crowned in the Eternal Realm, notorious for his arrogance and pride. Apart from Odin, Thor acknowledged no one as his equal. Yet now he openly admitted a mortal was stronger than himself. No wonder they were so astonished. A soft, rustling sound rose up. Fine sand gathered and took the shape of a man. It was Chen Feng. Chen Feng strode up to Thor and said, Everything I told you before has come true, hasn't it? Thor nodded. Yes, you were right. My brother Loki betrayed my father and deceived me as well. I told you, if you brought me into Asgard, I would help you deal with Loki. But in return, you must give me the scepter, the destroyer, and the casket of ancient winters as payment. Now is your moment of choice. Will you accept or refuse? Chen Feng asked. I refuse, Thor replied firmly, though he desperately wanted Chen Feng's help. After all, his father's life now hung by a thread. The price was too steep. If he truly gave Chen Feng what he asked for, the Eternal Realm would lose its power to rule the 9 realms. Should the Eternal Realm weaken, those realms once subdued would surely seek vengeance. For example, Vanaheim and the Eternal Realm had waged war against each other for thousands of years, their enmity running deep. The moment the Eternal Realm weakened, Vanaheim would attack, vying for the throne of the 9 realms. Or take Jotunheim, the land of frost giants, the race that had fought the Eternal Realm more times than any other. Their rivalry was one of mutual destruction. Moreover, Odin had stolen the casket of ancient winters, their greatest treasure, and had even taken their prince, their sole heir. If the eternal realm weakened, Jotunheim would muster its entire might and launch an invasion. For example, in Muspelheim, the kingdom of flames, the eternal fire crown of the fire giant Surtur was seized by Odin. That's why, if the eternal realm ever grows weak, the kingdom of flames will surely lead its legions to attack it. Or take Niflheim in hell, the realm of death. Hela, the goddess of death, was tricked by Odin and imprisoned in that land for thousands of years. So if the eternal realm ever lacks the strength to suppress her, Hela will return. When that time comes, the eternal realm will inevitably become a land of the dead. Odin, in his quest to conquer the 9 realms, made too many enemies. That's why he dares not agree to Chen Feng's request. Even if his own father were to die, the price would be too high. It would bring all of Asgard to ruin. When Thor refused him once again, Chen Feng's face darkened. In a cold voice, he said, "If you choose not to agree, I won't force you. But I hope you won't live to regret it." "What do you mean by that, Chen Feng?" Thor asked, anxiety creeping into his voice. "If you refuse me, I'll simply work with your brother, Loki. With his cunning, I'm sure he'll agree. When that happens, I'll get what I want, but your father will be doomed," Chen Feng threatened. Thor lost his composure, fear written all over his face as he pleaded, "No, please, don't kill my father." Chen Feng let out a cold laugh. "You think your words alone can decide life and death? Who do you think you are?" Chen Feng's arrogance was so overwhelming that even Sif and the warriors 3 could not stand it any longer. Sif turned to Thor and said, "Thor, enough talking with him. Let's join forces and finish him off." "That's right, he's far too arrogant. He has no respect for the eternal realm. We should put an end to him," Hogun snapped. Fandral brandished his weapon, ready for battle. "Anyone who dares threaten a god must die." "Thor, just give the order," Volstagg boasted, "and we'll chop off his head and use it as your chamber pot." Thor stepped in front of Chen Feng, not to protect him, but to hold him back. He feared what Chen Feng might do, for he knew all too well how formidable Chen Feng was. Even with his friends beside him, there would be no match. Anxiously, he pleaded with his companions, "Don't act rashly. Calm down and listen to me." "Thor, this isn't like you," Hogun said with clear disapproval. "In the past, if someone showed you such disrespect, you'd have struck them down without hesitation. Yet now you waver." "It's not that I don't want to fight," Thor replied, "but we can't win. He's incredibly, unbelievably powerful. I'm not lying to you. For instance, you know the power of the Destroyer. The Destroyer couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. Not long ago, he flattened the Destroyer and later shattered it into pieces. If my father hadn't restored the Destroyer with his scepter, it might never have appeared again," said Thor. "Is he really that powerful?" "That can't be possible," Sif said doubtfully. "Well, since you all dislike me so much, fine. I'll go work with Loki," Chen Feng replied coldly. Thor stepped in front of Chen Feng and shouted, "Don't." Chen Feng raised his right fist, and the fine sand beneath his feet surged up, enveloping his hand and making it enormous. He swung his fist forward. With a heavy thud, Thor was sent flying more than 10 meters away. Seeing Chen Feng dare to strike Thor, Sif and the 3 warriors of Asgard, being Thor's close friends, couldn't just stand by. They each grabbed their weapons and charged at Chen Feng with fierce cries. Hogun smashed Chen Feng's head with his hammer. Fandral drove his sword through Chen Feng's back, the blade tip emerging from his chest. Volstagg swung his axe and severed one of Chen Feng's arms. With a loud shout, Sif kicked Chen Feng hard in the waist. In a rush of sound, Chen Feng's body crumbled into sand and fell to the ground. Thor watched in disbelief as his friends combined forces to kill Chen Feng. Is he really dead? That's impossible. He was so powerful. How could he be killed so easily? Chen Feng was slain, reduced to nothing but a pile of sand. Sif and the 3 warriors of Asgard were overjoyed, raising their weapons and cheering. "Yes, we did it. The enemy was too weak." "What a letdown," Hogun boasted. "With enemies like this, I could slay 10,000, Volstagg declared arrogantly. "Far too weak. Unfit to be an enemy of gods," Fandral sneered. Sif frowned, puzzled. "That doesn't make sense. Thor made him sound so formidable, but we took him down without any effort. He really is strong. He's killed me twice before and even took away my hammer," Thor replied earnestly. The 3 warriors of Asgard glanced doubtfully at Thor, suspecting he was making things up. Seeing the disbelief in his friend's eyes, Thor hastened to explain, "I promise, I'm not lying to you." Suddenly, a series of thunderous rumbles erupted, and the ground began to shake. "Run! It's an earthquake!" Thor shouted. They all started to sprint away. As they ran, they noticed the ground ahead rising higher and higher. When they reached a wide, open area, they realized To their astonishment, that they were floating in the air. 5 colossal pillars loomed before them, and there was nothing but empty space all around. What's going on? Sif asked in confusion. Could the earthquake have raised the ground like this? Hogan wondered aloud. I doubt it. Earthquakes don't end so quickly, and the ground couldn't rise so high, Thor replied. Oh my god, Volstagg gasped. Volstagg, did you notice something? Fandral asked. Volstagg pointed to the sky, his voice trembling with shock. Look up there. Thor and his companions turned, following the direction of Volstagg's outstretched finger. As their eyes landed on Chen Feng, towering hundreds of meters above them, each one stood frozen in absolute astonishment. Huge. Far too huge. None of them had ever seen a person so enormous. Looking down on Thor and his friends, Chen Feng remarked with biting irony, Gods, are they all so arrogant and full of themselves? Thor's face flushed red with embarrassment under Chen Feng's mockery. This wasn't the first time he'd been humbled like this, and now his friends were enduring the same. What kind of monster are you? Sif stammered, her face pale with fright. Monster? Chen Feng laughed, his voice echoing thunderously. So anyone stronger than you is a monster? He shot back. Hogan stepped toward the edge of what he thought was the ground, only to realize with a start that they weren't standing on Earth at all, but rather on Chen Feng's hand. The vast expanse beneath their feet was his palm, and the 5 towering columns behind them were none other than his fingers. Hogan hurried back and told his companions, Do you realize where we are? We're standing in Chen Feng's hand. Hogan, don't give up before the fight's begun. Don't make him out to be invincible. We're still in this. We haven't lost yet, Volstagg protested, bristling with indignation. It's true, Hogan said, his expression grim. Just look around. We're right in the center of his palm, and those 5 huge pillars behind us are his fingers. Thor and the others rushed to the edge to see for themselves. By the gods, it's real. He's enormous. He really is that powerful. A wave of shock rippled through the group. If you won't agree to my terms, I'll have no choice but to capture you and trade you to Loki, Chen Feng declared. With a heavy thud, Thor dropped to his knees, or rather, to Chen Feng's palm. Sif and the 3 mighty warriors of Asgard were startled by Thor's action and cried out together, Thor, what are you doing? Get up. Thor shook off Sif and his friends as they tried to help him. Leave me be. This is my decision. Thor, you are the god of thunder, the prince of the eternal realm, the future king. You can't kneel. Sif pleaded. She's right. You're our future king, the symbol of all Asgard. If you kneel to him, it's as if all Asgard bows before him. Hogan urged. We can die in battle, but we can never submit to the enemy. Volstagg declared, his voice ringing out. Fandral raised his great sword, his eyes alight with fearless resolve. I'd rather die standing than live on my knees. Enough. You don't understand. Thor roared at his friends, his anger boiling over. Do you think I want to kneel? Then why are you doing it? Sif asked, her voice trembling. Thor's eyes were bloodshot with fury. He let out a heavy sigh and said, I kneel for the sake of Asgard. If our eternal kingdom falls into chaos, the other 8 realms will seize the moment to attack us. When that happens, Asgard will surely become a living hell. Why? Our eternal kingdom has ruled over the 9 realms for so long, and everything has always gone well. Why would they want to attack us? Sif asked, puzzled. Back when Odin first set out to conquer the 9 realms, he committed many terrible deeds. To keep his dark past hidden, he ordered his followers never to speak of it. As a result, the new generation of gods knows nothing of Odin's history, believing only that his formidable power brought the 9 realms to heel. As Odin's only son, Thor was privy to these secrets, but Odin would never share them with Sif or the Warriors 3. So Sif and the others remained ignorant, unable to grasp the true nature of the other realms. Don't ask. This isn't something you should concern yourself with, Thor said, his tone harsh with frustration. You, Sif's anger flared. Chen Feng, witnessing Thor kneeling before him, broke into a smile. You are a god, and I am immortal. For a god to kneel to a mortal, doesn't that seem a bit illogical? Thor's cheeks burned with embarrassment at Chen Feng's words. He felt deeply humiliated and angry, but no matter how furious he was, he dared not show it. Tilting his head back, he looked up at the towering Chen Feng, whose figure loomed hundreds of meters above him, and called out loudly, I, Prince of the Eternal Kingdom, beg you to spare Asgard. With that, he bowed his head to the ground. A dull thud echoed out as Thor's forehead struck the earth. Sif clapped her hand over her mouth, sobbing uncontrollably. I can agree, Chen Feng replied. But what about what I want? If you help me rescue my father, I'll discuss it with him, and then I'll give you my answer. Please, Thor pleaded earnestly. He wasn't afraid of Loki. What truly frightened him was the thought of Chen Feng siding with Loki. Thor's plan was simple. Once his father was free, Odin's strength would surely be enough to subdue Chen Feng, and then he'd no longer have to worry about Asgard's fate. A burst of laughter erupted from Chen Feng, loud and exaggerated, ringing out across the scene. When his laughter died down, Chen Feng looked down at Thor and said, "Do you take me for a fool?" Seeing that Chen Feng had seen right through him, Thor rushed to explain, "Don't misunderstand. I truly want to work with you." But Chen Feng was running out of patience. His voice turned cold. "Enough. I'll give you one last chance. Accept my terms, or refuse them." Thor grew frantic, paralyzed by indecision. The fate of the Eternal Kingdom was at stake. No matter what he chose, if chaos broke out, he would become a traitor, shunned by all of Asgard. Turning desperately to Sif, Thor asked, "Sif, what should I do?" Among all his friends, Sif was the smartest, so he hoped she could help him come up with a plan. Sif wore a troubled expression and replied timidly, I don't know. The fate of the Eternal Realm was hanging in the balance. Even if she knew what choice to make, she wouldn't dare to say it. Thor looked over at the three warriors of Asgard, but they immediately shook their heads and waved their hands, saying, "We don't know either." Thor felt like crying. What should he do now? Seeing that Thor didn't reply, Chen Feng said, "If you don't choose, that means you refuse. Don't blame me for what happens next." "No, please don't." Thor cried out desperately, almost calling for his sister. Chen Feng grabbed their right hands, flipped his palm downward, and pressed them hard to the ground with a heavy slap. There was a thunderous crash. The force was overwhelming. His palm strike created a massive crater, even larger than the plaza itself. Retracting his hand, Chen Feng saw that Thor and the others were all embedded in the earth, knocked unconscious. He sighed in admiration. Even though the ground was made of sand and clay, his strength was extraordinary. The fact that their bodies weren't crushed showed just how resilient gods truly were. With a wave of his hand, Chen Feng summoned a compact version of a transformer, which landed and used nanotechnology to transform into a cage. Returning to his normal human form, Chen Feng picked up Thor and the others, one in each hand, and tossed them into the cage. After locking them in, he willed the transformer cage to activate its PIM particles, shrinking it down in size. Chen Feng then put the shrunken cage into the storage compartment of his second-generation transformer. Since Thor wouldn't cooperate, it was time to find Loki, the god of mischief. With a thought, Chen Feng summoned the glider from his transformer, leapt onto it, and soared toward the destroyer. As he approached, the destroyer immediately fired a blaze of energy at him. Chen Feng shouted, "Loki, Thor's in my hands. I'm here to propose a collaboration." The destroyer halted its attack. Chen Feng flew up to the destroyer and said, "Loki, I know you can hear me. Let me introduce myself. I am Chen Feng, leader of Tianxia Society, the most powerful human on Earth." A beam of white light descended from the sky, landing in front of the destroyer. When the light faded, a man stood there, handsome, with a hint of mischief in his eyes, long black hair draped over his shoulders, clad in green armor and holding a scepter. It was Loki, the god of mischief. Loki smiled slyly and said, "I know who you are. You're quite formidable, and in a roundabout way, you even helped me. Without you, I wouldn't have taken control of Asgard. Loki, I have Thor, Sif, and the three warriors of Asgard. I want to make a deal with you," Chen Feng said. "Oh, and what kind of deal do you want?" Loki replied with a wicked grin. "Take me into Asgard. Hand over your scepter, the destroyer, and the casket of ancient winters, and I'll return Thor and the others to you," Chen Feng proposed. "Sure, just give me Thor first," Loki agreed readily. But anyone who believes Loki's words is as good as dead. Chen Feng had seen the movie and knew what kind of person Loki was, so he wouldn't be fooled. He said, "Hand over the goods and the people at the same time, then you'll take me into Asgard." If it were the destroyer or the casket of ancient winters, Loki might consider giving them to Chen Feng. But the scepter, there was no way. The scepter was far too important to him. Without it, how could he deal with those who refused to obey? Like Thor, he needed a powerful artifact to boost his strength. So under no circumstances would he give the scepter to Chen Feng. After a moment of thought, Loki replied, "I can give you the destroyer and the casket of ancient winters, and I can take you into Asgard. But as for the scepter, I'm afraid I can't do that. I need it to rule the eternal realm. Loki, if you won't give me what I want, I'll work with Thor instead. When that happens, you'll be left with nothing," Chen Feng threatened. "Chen Feng, I admit you're stronger than I am, but unless I fight you, there's nothing you can do to me," Loki said defiantly. "So you're refusing me?" Chen Feng's voice turned cold. "Anything but the scepter, we can discuss," Loki insisted. "Very well. From now on, you are my enemy. It's either you or me," Chen Feng said harshly. "As you wish," Loki replied. With a wave of his scepter, his body vanished in an instant. Damn it. I offered him a chance, and he spat in my face. When I get to Asgard, I'll raise the palace to the ground, Chen Feng muttered angrily. Then Chen Feng released Thor. Thor, I just spoke with Loki. Now, I'll ask you one last time. Yes or no? Thor said nothing. He truly didn't know how to answer Chen Feng. So I forget it. I'll let you go this time, Chen Feng said, a rare moment of mercy showing through. After speaking, Chen Feng donned the second-generation Transformer armor, shrank himself down, and slipped into Thor's armor. He planned to use Thor to get into Asgard. Having seen the movie, he knew that the guardian god had been frozen by Loki. Later, after hearing Thor's call, the guardian broke free of the ice, opened the Bifrost, and let Thor return to the palace. When Thor saw Chen Feng vanish into thin air, he grew anxious. His good friends were still in Chen Feng's hands. He shouted loudly, Chen Feng, release my friends. Hidden inside Thor's armor, Chen Feng ignored him. There was no way he'd release Sif and the Warriors 3 unless Thor gave him what he wanted. Thor called out for several minutes, but Chen Feng didn't respond. Helpless, he stepped into the circle marked with strange runes, lifted his head, and cried out, Guardian of the Bifrost, open the Rainbow Bridge and let me return. He kept shouting, and after a few minutes, a dark vortex appeared in the sky. Thor's body was sucked into the vortex and vanished without a trace. At last, I've entered Asgard, Chen Feng rejoiced inwardly. As soon as he returned to the palace, Thor sprinted straight toward his father's hall. Loki! Thor shouted, thinking that Loki intended to use the scepter to kill their father. Perched atop Thor's shining armor, Chen Feng saw that Loki was about to strike at Lao Fei, king of the frost giants. He could stay hidden no longer. Laufey's genes were exactly what he sought. In an instant, Chen Feng grew to his full size. The moment Loki unleashed a beam of energy from the scepter, Chen Feng placed himself between Lao Fei and the attack. The energy struck the Transformer's metal form, but he remained completely unharmed. The sudden appearance of the Transformer left Loki, Thor, and Frigga, Queen of the Gods, Odin's wife, and Thor's mother, utterly stunned. Loki whipped around and glared at Thor, his eyes blazing with fury. Thor, how dare you bring Chen Feng to Asgard? Are you blind to the danger he poses? Thor grimaced and tried to explain, it wasn't me who brought him here. If not you, then who? Loki snapped. If Asgard falls into chaos because of this, the blame will rest on your shoulders. Frigga, too, believed her son had brought Chen Feng here. She knew only Thor had recently visited Earth. She turned to him, her voice thick with anger. Thor, how could you bring someone so dangerous into the palace? If anything happens, can you bear the consequences? While Thor, Loki, and Frigga quarreled, Chen Feng ignored them entirely. He turned to Lao Fei and said, if you willingly let me extract your genetic material, I'll help you resolve all your troubles. Thor refused him. Loki refused him as well. So Chen Feng decided to strike an alliance with one of the greatest villains, Lao Fei himself. Lao Fei, king of the frost giants and ruler of Jotunheim, commanded an army of fearless giants. Their power was formidable. With Chen Feng's help, that army would surely be strong enough to challenge even the Eternal Realm. Extract my genes? Lao Fei frowned, confused by Chen Feng's request. Chen Feng nodded. That's right. I want to extract your genes. Don't worry, it won't cause you any harm, not even the slightest discomfort. All I need is your consent. Understanding dawned on Laufey's face, but he didn't agree immediately. Instead, he asked, what do you want my genes for? Chen Feng raised his right hand in a firm fist. To grow stronger, of course. I won't just take your genes. I also want the scepter, the destroyer, and the casket of ancient winters. Give me these things, and I will help you conquer the 9 realms. You can have anything else, but not the casket, Lao Fei replied solemnly. The casket of ancient winters is the greatest treasure of the frost giants. That I cannot give. If I hadn't just saved your life, do you really think you'd still be standing here, talking to me? Chen Feng shot back angrily. If you had died, do you think Jotunheim would still exist? If Jotunheim is destroyed, who will protect your realm? What if your people are enslaved? Lao Fei was moved, feeling that Chen Feng's words were not wrong. If he died, there would be nothing left. He said, I can give you the source of frost, but only after we defeat the Eternal Kingdom. Okay, Chen Feng replied happily. With a thought, Chen Feng commanded the Transformer on his body to shift and form a wall, enclosing both himself and Lao Fei. This was his precaution, ensuring that the gene extraction wouldn't be interrupted. Remember, you must be completely willing. Otherwise, I won't be able to extract it. If I can't extract it, our cooperation ends here, Chen Feng reminded him. Lao Fei nodded. All right, go ahead. Chen Feng placed his hand on Lao Fei, silently instructing, System, extract Laufey's genes for me and fuse them into my body. Ding. Laufey's genes extracted successfully. Fusion in progress, announced the system. Ding. Congratulations, host, on fusing Laufey's genes, the system continued. As the system's notification sounded, a surge of icy power began to transform Chen Feng's body. He sucked in a sharp breath. The cold was piercing, bone deep. His bones, tendons, flesh, and skin were all forcibly stretched. He had endured pain before, but this chill was terrifying, so cold that it was almost unbearable. What's happening to you? Lao Fei asked with concern. He had no choice but to care. If Chen Feng died, who would rescue him? I'm fine. Don't worry, I'll be all right soon, Chen Feng said through gritted teeth. Outside, with Frigga's persuasion, Thor and Loki had both calmed down. Thor only stopped because he was eager to check on his father's condition. Loki, on the other hand, wanted to leave a good impression on Frigga. Seeing his father lying motionless on the bed, eyes closed, Thor called out sadly, "Father, please wake up." Odin gave no response. Frigga wiped away her tears, her voice trembling as she said, "The royal physicians of Asgard have all examined him. There's nothing they can do." Loki feigned sorrow and comforted Frigga. "Mother, don't be sad. Father is the All-Father. He will be fine." Suddenly, the wall encircling Chen Feng and Lao Fei contracted and transformed back into a transformer. "What's going on?" Loki exclaimed in surprise. "Why is there another frost giant?" Frigga gasped. Hearing their startled voices, Thor glanced back and was shocked as well. It wasn't just Thor and the others who were astonished. Even Lao Fei was taken aback. He stared at Chen Feng in disbelief. You're a frost giant?" Indeed, Chen Feng had transformed into a frost giant. Blue-skinned, powerfully built, with the same red eyes as Lao Fei. "Because I've extracted your genes, I've become a frost giant, part of your tribe. So, I'll help you, and I hope you'll help me too," Chen Feng said with a gentle smile. "All right, from now on we're brothers. In the kingdom of frost, aside from me, you hold the greatest authority," Lao Fei declared with delight, eager to win Chen Feng over. If Chen Feng joined the kingdom of frost, their strength would more than double, for Lao Fei could sense that the power within Chen Feng was no less than his own. "Are you Chen Feng?" Thor asked in astonishment. "Nice going, Thor. Thanks to you, the man you brought is now teaming up with Lao Fei against us." Loki seized the opportunity to shift the blame onto Thor. "I've told you already, Chen Feng wasn't brought here by me." Thor roared in frustration. Chen Feng smiled faintly and said to Lao Fei, "Hold him off for me. I'll help you take down Odin." "Agreed," Lao Fei replied. He'd nearly been killed by Loki earlier, but that was only because Loki had ambushed him. If Lao Fei fought in earnest, neither Loki nor Thor could stand against him. After all, he had battled Odin for 1,000 years. Chen Feng strode toward Odin. Thor was alarmed and shouted, "Chen Feng, what are you doing?" Just finishing what Lao Fei started," Chen Feng replied with a cheerful laugh. "You can't kill my father," Thor cried desperately. Guards, come quickly." Frigga called out for help. But, unfortunately, the guards had long since been sent away by Loki. Now, Loki thought to himself that the time had come to display his loyalty, albeit a feigned one. He hurried to Thor's side, raised his scepter at Chen Feng, and threatened, "Take one more step, and you'll regret it." "I don't need your courtesy," Chen Feng said bluntly, without a trace of respect. Lao Fei approached Chen Feng, clenched his right hand, and conjured an icy dagger out of thin air. "Chen Feng, leave these two youngsters to me." Lao Fei still hadn't realized that Loki was his own son. Right now, the person he hated most was Loki. Loki had lured him into an assassination attempt on Odin, then nearly killed him. This grudge had to be repaid. As for Thor, he had come swaggering into the kingdom of frost with just a few companions, challenging Laufey's authority as if he were nothing. Such arrogance could not go unpunished. Lao Fei was determined to teach Thor a painful lesson, to remind him that a king's dignity could not be trampled upon. Without a moment's hesitation, Loki attacked Lao Fei, sweeping his scepter and sending a surge of energy at him. Loki's willingness to commit such betrayal stemmed from his ambition to become king of the Eternal Realm. The king of the Eternal Realm could rule over all 9 realms, and the kingdom of Frost had long suffered under its shadow. Loki looked down on the kingdom of Frost's power. To inherit the throne, he was willing to turn against his own blood and eliminate anyone who defied him. When forced to choose between power and family, Loki chose power. Lao Fei, king of the Frost Giants, was second only to Odin in strength, but far surpassed both Thor and Loki. He easily dodged Loki's attack, then, gripping his icy blade, lunged straight for Loki. Thor let out a thunderous shout and lunged forward, wrapping both arms around Laufey's waist and driving him ahead with all his might. "You court death," Lao Fei sneered, raising an icy spike and thrusting it toward Thor's back. A sudden burst. Loki unleashed a beam of energy that shattered the ice spike in Laufey's hand. No matter if the weapon was destroyed, he could conjure another. Laufey clenched his right hand, and a new ice spike formed instantly. Once again, he aimed a swift strike at Thor's back. Loki deliberately hesitated, pretending to be a step behind. In truth, he wanted Laufey to kill Thor first, giving himself the perfect chance to display his power by slaying Laufey. Then, he would have the rightful claim to rule the Eternal Realm. But as Loki held back, Frigga took action. She swung her long sword in a brilliant arc, aiming for Laufey's neck. Forced to defend himself, Laufey spun, using the ice spike to parry Frigga's blade. With a powerful sweep of his left hand, he knocked Frigga aside. His ice spike then plunged into Thor's back. A sickening sound pierced the air as the spike drove through Thor, emerging from his chest. "Thor!" Frigga cried out, her face pale with terror. Thor coughed up a mouthful of blood, the sound raw and wrenching. A twisted smile crept onto Loki's lips. With Thor dead, he would become the sole heir to the Eternal Realm. The thought made him grin uncontrollably. Laufey drew out the bloodied ice spike and stabbed down again. Blood gushed forth from Thor, who was now gravely wounded, but even so, he clung fiercely to Laufey's waist, gasping, "You will not harm my father." Thor was Frigga's own son. How could she not be desperate? She turned to Loki, pleading, "Loki, please, save your brother." "I'm coming," Loki replied, stepping forward to attack Laufey. With Loki gone, no one was left to protect Odin. Loki knew this well. In fact, he had planned it, hoping to give Chen Feng the chance to kill Odin. If both Loki and Odin were dead, he would immediately become king of the Eternal Realm and rule over the 9 realms. Chen Feng was delighted. No one stood in his way as he prepared to extract Odin's genes. How could he not be pleased? He approached Odin's bedside, reaching out, but before he could touch Odin, a soft body slammed into him. It was Frigga, throwing herself in his path. Chen Feng raised his right arm, fist upward and elbow down. His hard elbow struck Frigga's back with brutal force. A dull thud resounded in the air, followed by the sharp crack of breaking bone. Frigga collapsed to the floor, coughing up blood, unable to rise. Her back was severely injured. Even her spine had fractured. Were she not a goddess, such wounds would have been instantly fatal. Chen Feng glanced down at the pitiful, battered Frigga, so young, so beautiful, nothing like Odin, who was just a decrepit old man. Thor heard his mother's anguish cry. He looked up and saw her lying before Chen Feng, blood spilling from her mouth. Instantly, he released Laufey, charging toward Chen Feng with a roar. "Don't you dare harm my mother." As Thor charged straight at Chen Feng, ice formed around Chen Feng's feet, morphing into a gigantic frozen boot. With a single powerful kick, he sent Thor flying through the air. "Laufey, is it that you're holding back, or are you simply too weak to handle 2 kids?" Chen Feng mocked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. He had his sights set on extracting Odin's genes and had no intention of being interrupted. With a furious snarl, Laufey hurled a handful of icy spikes, pinning Thor against the wall. Then, turning his wrath on Loki, he unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. Thor, gravely wounded and immobilized by the icy spears, found himself unable to break free. Loki, entangled in Laufey's assault, was equally powerless to turn his attention to Chen Feng. At this moment, only Frigga remained as a possible threat to Chen Feng. Frigga, coughing up blood, was gravely injured and looked utterly pitiable. Yet Chen Feng showed no intention of mercy. To him, anyone who stood in the way of his ascent was an enemy, and all enemies had to die. Clenching his right hand, Chen Feng conjured a razor-sharp icicle and drove it straight toward Frigga's head. "No!" It was Loki's voice, shouting desperately. Though Loki harbored resentment toward Thor and Odin, he bore no hatred toward Frigga. She had always treated him as her own son, with genuine kindness. As Loki cried out, he raised his scepter, firing a blast of energy that shattered the icy spear in Chen Feng's hand. With a roar of pain and rage, Thor, spurred by the sight, tore the ice spike from his body. Like an enraged bull, he charged once more at Chen Feng. Laufey, deceived by one of Loki's illusions, failed to stop Loki's intervention against Chen Feng, and his frustration boiled over. He redoubled his assault, launching a furious offensive against Loki. As for Thor, Laufey casually sent another spike of ice flying, striking Thor down once again. There was a heavy thud as another energy blast from Loki's scepter shattered the ice spear in Chen Feng's hand. "Damn it!" Chen Feng cursed under his breath. He realized that as long as Frigga lived, Loki would never stop interfering. Reluctantly, he set aside his murderous intent for the moment and kicked Frigga away. Rising to his feet, Chen Feng placed his hand on Odin's body. Excitement surged within him. Odin was the All-Father, the the mightiest being across the 9 realms. If he could extract Odin's genes, he would gain Odin's power and abilities, and more than that, he would be able to wield the treasures of Asgard at will. Silently, he commanded, "System, extract Odin's genes and fuse them with mine." A cold chime sounded. Ding. Extraction failed. Unable to fuse Odin's genes. What? Chen Feng blurted aloud, then immediately asked in his mind, "System, what happened? You said before that as long as someone is unconscious or surrenders willingly, I can extract their genes. Why can't I do it now?" Ding. Extraction failed because Odin's consciousness is actively resisting. Host is unable to fuse with Odin's genes, the system replied. But isn't Odin in a coma? How could he resist? Chen Feng pressed, perplexed. Odin is not unconscious, the system stated flatly. Hearing the system's words, Chen Feng was stunned, then suddenly saw the light. No wonder in the movie Thor 1, after Thor was killed by the Destroyer, Odin shed a single tear, and Thor was revived. It turned out Odin had only been pretending to be unconscious. Otherwise, how could he have used his divine power to bring Thor back to life? Odin is faking sleep. Should I expose him, or pretend not to know? Chen Feng wrestled with the dilemma in his heart. After pondering for a moment, he decided to let Lao Fei test the depths of Odin's strength. As long as Odin wasn't utterly destroyed, even if Odin died, Chen Feng could still extract his genes. But based on what he knew, Lao Fei definitely wouldn't be able to kill Odin. He stood up and called out to Lao Fei, "Lao Fei, you have a deep grudge against Odin. He slaughtered countless frost giants, stole your son, and took the casket of ancient winters. So, you should be the one to kill Odin." "Very well," Lao Fei replied. Then, ignoring both Loki and Thor, gripped his ice spear and charged straight toward Odin. Chen Feng stopped Lao Fei, leaned in close to his ear, and whispered, "Be careful. Odin is only pretending to be asleep." Lao Fei gritted his teeth. He understood now. Odin was plotting against him once again. After speaking, Chen Feng stepped aside. Lao Fei, ice spear in hand, began to approach Odin step by step. Loki immediately fired a blast of energy at Lao Fei. With a single thought, Chen Feng ordered a transformer to shield Lao Fei from the attack. "Optimus Prime, activate auto-attack mode. Leave Loki to you," Chen Feng commanded. "Understood, my lord," Optimus Prime responded, accepting the order. Loki didn't know what a transformer was, but he understood anything belonging to Chen Feng was bound to be extraordinary. He conjured an illusion, then made his real body vanish. Controlled by Optimus Prime, the transformer fired a pulse cannon into an empty area. "Bloody hell," Loki cursed, rolling desperately aside to dodge the blast. Optimus Prime, an emotionless intelligence system, was determined to fulfill any order Chen Feng gave, leaving no room for mercy. The Transformer's Gatling gun spun up, unleashing a relentless barrage of bullets at Loki. Loki ran for his life, constantly creating illusions and trying to remain invisible. But no matter what tricks he tried, the Transformer always locked onto his true form, forcing him to keep dodging for his life. As for fighting back, forget it. His energy blasts couldn't harm the Transformer at all. After all, the Transformer wasn't human. It didn't just attack based on what it saw through cameras. It could detect energy signatures, distinguishing the real from the fake with ease. Before such a machine, Loki had no advantage whatsoever. As for Thor, true to his role as the protagonist, he had recovered halfway from his injuries after a brief rest. Seeing Lao Fei about to kill his father, Thor let out a furious roar and charged forward, determined to stop Lao Fei. Chen Feng made his move. Clasping his hands together, he conjured a massive ice blade, 2 meters in length. With a powerful swing, he brought the blade down. Thor, terrified, staggered backward, narrowly dodging a fatal blow. But would Chen Feng stop just because Thor fell? Of course not. Chen Feng was the kind of man who would use any means necessary to become stronger. Hesitation was not in his nature. Especially now, with Thor standing in the way of his quest for power, Thor simply had to die. Chen Feng twisted his wrist, sending the blade arcing downward in a vicious chop. Thor was so frightened he nearly lost his wits, but with a desperate roll, he barely managed to escape harm. Chen Feng, gripping the ice blade tightly, relentlessly pursued Thor, slashing at him again and again. Meanwhile, under Optimus Prime's command, the Transformer chased after Loki, launching a series of attacks. Frigga watched this chaotic scene, her worry and anxiety mounting. Yet, powerless as she was, there was nothing she could do to stop the violence, and the helplessness gnawed at her heart. Suddenly, she saw Lao Fei raise a shard of ice toward her husband. Despair filling her voice, she cried out, "No!" "Odin died!" Lao Fei shouted, bringing the deadly ice spike down. A booming burst of energy erupted from Odin, blasting Lao Fei backward. In midair, Lao Fei flipped over in a display of acrobatic skill before landing steadily on his feet. He let a cold, mocking laugh. Odin, to kill me, you not only banished your own son to Earth, but even pretended to be comatose yourself. You truly go to great lengths. Seeing her husband unharmed, Frigga was overwhelmed with joy and relief. Tears streaming down her face, she sobbed, Odin, you're awake. Thank goodness, oh. With his scheme exposed by Lao Fei, Odin realized he could no longer feign unconsciousness. He sat up, lowered his feet to the ground, and rose to stand. With a single motion of his right hand, the scepter Loki held instantly returned to Odin's grip. He raised the scepter and struck it against the ground. With a resounding thud, a wave of energy radiated outwards. Everyone touched by the energy saw their wounds heal in an instant. Thor, seeing his father awake and his own injuries vanishing, rushed to Odin's side, beaming with delight. Father, you're finally awake. Odin glanced at his son, disappointment clear in his eyes. If I hadn't woken up now, Asgard would be lost. You're truly unfit to be king of the Eternal Realm. Thor was left utterly embarrassed. Loki, still desperately fleeing, was continuously attacked by the Transformer. Now, stripped of his scepter, he was no match for his pursuer and had already suffered several blows. With no other options, he cried out for help. Father, help me, please. Odin leveled the scepter, gripping it with both hands, and unleashed a surge of energy at the Transformer. The mechanical giant was sent flying, crashing hard into the wall. Odin's attack seemed formidable, but the Transformer emerged unscathed. Optimus Prime's voice rumbled from within the machine. Master, may I attack Odin? For now, stand down, Chen Feng commanded. At your command, Master. Optimus Prime accepted the order, then commanded the Transformers to retract their various weapons. Odin ignored Lao Fei entirely. After all, Lao Fei was a defeated foe beneath his feet. He barely warranted a second glance. Odin's focus was on Chen Feng. He fixed Chen Feng with a stern look and asked, Chen Feng, what brings you here? Your genes and the treasures of Asgard, the scepter, the destroyer, and the source of frost. Chen Feng replied bluntly. There was no need to hide his intentions anymore. After all, Thor, Lao Fei, and Loki already knew. You really think you're something special, don't you? Daring to come and steal the treasures of Asgard, and even coveting my genes. Odin's fury was palpable. Odin, perhaps I can't defeat you just yet, but you can't kill me either. So you'd best agree to my conditions. Otherwise, Asgard will never know peace, Chen Feng threatened. You, alone, dare to threaten the whole of Asgard? Your arrogance knows no bounds, Odin growled, gritting his teeth. Chen Feng chuckled. Let me be clear, I'm not alone. I'll find allies. My first is Lao Fei, king of the Frost Giants. I'll approach the Vanir, Surtur the fire giant from the realm of flame, Hela, goddess of death. All of them want you dead. If I unite them, do you really think you could stand against us? In that case, I cannot let you live. Prepare to die. Odin roared, consumed by rage as he brought his scepter down upon Chen Feng. For the honor of the Eternal Realm, I'll fight you all. With a mighty shout, Thor charged fearlessly at Lao Fei. In truth, it was because Chen Feng had thoroughly intimidated him, so he chose to pick a fight with Lao Fei instead. With Odin's scepter out of reach, Loki found himself unarmed. He followed Thor's example and lunged at Lao Fei. Of course, his attack was only for show. He was holding back, hoping Lao Fei would finish Thor off. Chen Feng's right hand froze over, transforming into a massive icy fist, which he hurled into the torrent of energy Odin unleashed. A deafening crash resounded. The energy beam vanished, while the ice on Chen Feng's fist shattered, scattering across the ground. So strong, Chen Feng muttered to himself. Odin leaped forward, closing the distance in a flash, and swung his scepter down. Chen Feng gripped his ice blade in both hands and met Odin's scepter in a furious clash. The moment scepter and ice blade collided, the latter shattered into shards. With a heavy thud, the scepter struck Chen Feng's waist. A cry of pain tore from Chen Feng's lips. Several bones in his waist were shattered by Odin's scepter. Now he truly understood Odin's might, or more accurately, the power of the scepter itself. Odin's scepter, known as Gungnir or the Eternal Spear, was a divine weapon that never missed and could pierce anything. Its incredible power was such that even a martial fanatic like Chen Feng found it nearly impossible to evade. Laufey's genes were no match for Odin, so Chen Feng had no choice but to transform again. The strongest gene for combat was undoubtedly that of the Titan giant. With a furious roar, Chen Feng's voice thundered through the air, as his body began to expand, transforming into the image of a towering Titan. As he changed, The wound at his waist miraculously healed. Venom battle suit, Chen Feng shouted. Instantly, venom wrapped itself around his entire body, multiplying his strength several times over in the blink of an eye. Oomph, no matter what kind of monster you turn into, you'll never be a match for me. Odin sneered arrogantly. Then come and try me. Chen Feng bellowed in response, swinging a mighty fist toward Odin. Odin raised his scepter, thrusting it forward to meet Chen Feng's blow. There was a sharp, slicing sound as Odin's scepter pierced right through Chen Feng's fist. Chen Feng roared in pain, his voice echoing with agony as his fist was impaled. My eternal spear never misses its target, Odin declared triumphantly. It can pierce anything. Your defenses are useless against me. Optimus Prime, suit me up with the transformer. Chen Feng commanded. With a series of mechanical clanks and whirs, the transformer expanded, encasing Chen Feng within its armored frame. Now wearing the transformer armor, Chen Feng swung his mighty fist once more, aiming another blow at Odin. Odin countered with his scepter, striking back with force. The collision of the scepter and the armored fist erupted in a thunderous explosion. With the combined might of the Titan's strength, Venom's power, and the Transformer's armor, Chen Feng's force was utterly terrifying, a fusion of three powers into one. Though Odin wielded his scepter, he was still knocked back several steps by Chen Feng's punch. Yet, Odin's scepter, the eternal spear, remained unscathed. The Transformer armor on Chen Feng was also undamaged. Odin was stunned. His eternal spear was supposed to pierce anything, but now it couldn't break through Chen Feng's steel battle armor. What is your steel armor made of? How can it withstand my scepter? Odin demanded. We're fighting, not chatting. What's the point of all these questions? Chen Feng shot back. Tell me, and I might spare your life. Odin replied. Lao Fei, get behind me. Chen Feng called out. Hearing Chen Feng's command, Lao Fei immediately abandoned Thor and Loki, darting behind Chen Feng for protection. Optimus Prime, fire at full power. Chen Feng ordered. At once, my lord. Optimus Prime responded. Within the Transformer, an arsenal of weapons activated. Gatling guns, miniguns, forearm missile launchers, flamethrowers, rotary missile launchers, shoulder-guided missiles, pulse cannons, sonic blasters. The battlefield erupted in a relentless barrage. Gunfire rattled, missiles screamed through the air, and explosions shook the ground. The Transformers' full firepower was unleashed, an overwhelming onslaught that left nowhere to hide. Hurry, get to me, Odin shouted anxiously. Raising his scepter high, he chanted an incantation, and in a flash of white light, an energy shield formed around him. Thor, Loki, and Frigga, battered and bruised by the Transformers' assault, clenched their teeth and endured the pain as they dashed to Odin's side. The relentless barrage struck Odin's energy shield again and again, each hit making its luminous glow fade, the protective barrier growing weaker under the onslaught. Odin let out a thunderous roar and channeled even more of his magic. Oomph. Let's see how long you can keep this up, Chen Feng said with a grin. The relentless assault of the Transformers continued, firing not just pulse cannons, but a barrage of other weapons. Meanwhile, Chen Feng was gathering energy, preparing to unleash a highly concentrated energy pulse. After a minute, he thrust out his hand, and a blinding beam of light erupted from his palm. The concentrated pulse cannon tore through the energy shield in an instant, slamming directly into Odin's staff. Fortunately, Odin's staff was formidable. Without it, Odin, Thor, Loki, and Frigga would all have perished under the blast. I refuse to believe that magic is stronger than technology, Chen Feng muttered under his breath. With a thought, his personal transformer shot out, swiftly attaching itself to Lao Fei. Chen Feng took a bold step forward and unleashed a punch with all his might. The force of the Titan, enhanced by Venom, combined with the full power of the Transformer. This strike was truly terrifying. Odin's energy shield shattered immediately. In that split second, Odin raised his staff and shouted. The staff blazed with dazzling light, and when it faded, Odin and his companions had vanished. Chen Feng's punch was so fierce that he couldn't stop himself. The momentum carried him straight through walls, one after another, over a dozen in a row, before he finally came to a halt. That was incredible, Lao Fei exclaimed in awe. Chen Feng flew back and said to Lao Fei, Do you know where the treasury of Asgard is? He was already planning a heist. For 1,000 years, the Eternal Kingdom had amassed countless treasures from across the 9 realms. If he could seize a few, the power of the world society would grow immensely. Lao Fei nodded. I know where it is. Lao Fei had battled Odin for years and was intimately familiar with Asgard. Then what are we waiting for? Take me there. You get the casket of ancient winters, and the rest is mine, Chen Feng said. Deal, Lao Fei replied, delighted. Lao Fei dashed ahead to lead the way, with Chen Feng close behind. Along the way, they encountered numerous Asgardian soldiers, but Lao Fei dispatched them with ease. When Lao Fei and Chen Feng finally reached the treasury, they arrived just in time to see Thor running off, clutching the casket of ancient winters. Lao Fei panicked and hurried after Thor. Chen Feng didn't bother to give chase. There were still plenty of treasures left in the vault. He didn't care what they were. If it was a treasure, he took it. He even used a vacuum cleaner to collect them. Each item shrank to the size of a speck with pin particles as it was sucked in. The efficiency was off the charts. To speed things up, Chen Feng sent his transformer flying through the vault, skimming along the rows of treasures. When he came to a deep pit, he couldn't help but marvel at the sight before him. The wealth of the Eternal Kingdom is truly staggering, he sighed. What he saw was not magical artifacts, but countless heaps of gold, silver, and jewels filling a massive pit. For ordinary mortals, gold and jewels are the most coveted of possessions. But to Chen Feng, they were nothing more than a pile of useless metals. Less useful, even, than a heap of steel. Chen Feng could easily obtain an endless supply of gold, silver, and jewels using pin particles. So, when it came to the treasures in the Immortal Palace, he simply wasn't interested and didn't bother taking any. He turned away and continued searching for more valuable items. Just then, Lao Fei came rushing back in a panic, shouting, "Chen Feng, we have to run. Odin is coming with an army. Where's your casket of ancient winters?" Chen Feng asked. Lao Fei let out a heavy sigh, his voice filled with frustration. Thor took it. I was chasing after him when I ran straight into Odin and his soldiers. I had no choice but to give up for now. Did you chase after him on foot? Chen Feng questioned. Lao Fei nodded. Of course. How else was I supposed to keep up if I didn't run? Chen Feng gave himself a gentle smack on the forehead, forcing a wry smile. That's my mistake. I forgot to tell you, the customized Transformer suit you're wearing can actually fly. With its speed, you would have easily caught up to Thor. Never mind that now. The important thing is that we need to get out of here. There's no way the two of us can stand against Odin's army, Lao Fei said anxiously. There's no rush. We have the Transformers on our side. Let me gather a few more treasures first, Chen Feng replied calmly. Lao Fei protested, his voice rising with worry. You're far too greedy. If we don't make it out in time, we're doomed. Don't worry, we'll get out just fine, Chen Feng responded, his tone unruffled. He had already fought Odin before. While he couldn't defeat Odin, Odin couldn't do anything to him either. That knowledge gave him confidence. To speed things up, Chen Feng sent a mental command, and the fitted Transformer suit slipped off Lao Fei, then broke apart and scattered, automatically searching for valuable items. Whenever it found something, it tossed it straight into the vacuum inlet. 2 minutes later, the sound of countless footsteps echoed from outside. Chen Feng, they're here. We have to go now, Lao Fei urged, his voice full of anxiety. Looking back at the mountain of treasures he hadn't finished collecting, Chen Feng reluctantly agreed. All right, we'll come back next time. The scepter, the destroyer, the casket of ancient winters, Odin's genes. He was determined to obtain them all. If Odin refused to hand them over, then he would fight. Although his actions might seem questionable, perhaps even selfish, by gaining these powers, he could become strong enough to stop Thanos from destroying half of all life. In that sense, he was doing it for the sake of saving the world. So, someone like Chen Feng couldn't quite be called a hero, nor could he be labeled a villain. With a single thought, Chen Feng had the fitted Transformer suit latch back on a Lao Fei, and together, they soared out of the Immortal Palace's vault. If you have the guts, stop running, Odin shouted, his anger echoing behind them. Father, you must stop them. If you don't, they'll just return to cause more trouble in the palace, Thor urged. Odin sighed and said, even if I catch up, I can't stop them. Chen Feng's iron armor is too formidable, even stronger than the destroyer itself. My eternal spear can't pierce through it. Then what should we do? Thor asked. The only solution is to strengthen the barrier around the Immortal Palace, to prevent Chen Feng from barging in and causing more trouble, Odin said. Suddenly, Loki spoke up. Father, it was my brother who brought Chen Feng here. It wasn't me. Father, you have to believe me. Thor explained anxiously. Odin did not turn his head. He cast a deep glance at Loki and said in a calm voice, I have actually been clear-headed all along. Shock. Loki was utterly stunned, and at the same time, a profound fear gripped him. If Odin had been conscious the whole time, then he must have known about Loki's schemes. Seeing Loki's face turn pale with fright, Odin said flatly, Don't worry, I won't pursue the matter. But I hope you can change for the better. Loki nodded hastily, saying, Yes, yes, father. Rest assured, I promise I'll turn over a new leaf. Meanwhile, as Chen Feng and Lao Fei approached the edge of the Immortal Palace, they were stopped by an invisible barrier. This is the barrier of the Immortal Palace. We'll have to break through it to get out, Lao Fei explained. Stand back. Let me handle this, Chen Feng replied. Lao Fei, already familiar with the Transformer's technology, maneuvered the Transformer to retreat a safe distance. Chen Feng activated the Gatling gun mounted on the Transformer. The rapid fire of bullets filled the air, a relentless barrage thudding into the barrier and rippling its surface. While the Gatling gun blazed, Chen Feng gathered energy, preparing to fire a high-intensity pulse cannon. After 30 seconds, he thrust both hands forward. From his palms, a concentrated pulse beam shot out, instantly blasting a gaping hole in the palace's barrier. The hole began to regenerate, shrinking steadily. Without wasting a second, Chen Feng grabbed Lao Fei and soared through the opening. They succeeded in crossing beyond the Immortal Palace's confines. Chen Feng turned to Lao Fei and said, Lao Fei, take me to Jotunheim. Then, show me the way back to Earth. I'm ready to help you build a legion of Iron Warriors. Then, together, we'll attack Asgard and level the Immortal Palace. Follow me, Lao Fei replied. Within the 9 realms, there are countless secret passageways, unknown to most. As the king of Jotunheim, Lao Fei certainly knew more than a few. Lao Fei led Chen Feng on a long flight, over an hour, until they arrived at a desolate, uninhabited place. They stopped in front of a strange-looking mountain. Pointing to a massive boulder ahead, Lao Fei said, Behind that boulder is a time-space tunnel to Jotunheim. Chen Feng nodded in understanding. Scratching his head, Lao Fei admitted awkwardly, This tunnel is the closest, but I can't move that boulder by myself. Chen Feng smiled faintly. No problem. I can handle it. The Transformer was forged for vibranium and powered by an artificial sun. Lifting a boulder, or even a mountain, was child's play. Clad in the Transformer, Chen Feng strode forward. With a thought, he activated the PIM particles. The Transformer, originally 8.5 meters tall, began to expand, towering up to a colossal 17 meters. The enormous boulder blocking the tunnel of time and space was pushed aside with just a gentle shove. Lao Fei ran into the tunnel with delight, then turned back to Chen Feng and said, Chen Feng, once you're inside, seal the tunnel again with the boulder. No one else can find out about this. All right, Chen Feng replied. He guided the hand of his Transformer, maneuvering it into the boulder, and with a pull, the stone slid back into place. With a deep rumble, the time tunnel was once again securely blocked. Chen Feng followed close behind Lao Fei, and the further they went, the stronger the blue light became. As the glow grew so intense, it almost hurt. His eyes, Chen Feng suddenly felt the ground vanish beneath his feet. He was falling. Instinctively, he controlled the Transformer to start flying. Chen Feng, don't resist. Just keep falling. You'll reach Jotunheim that way, Lao Fei called out. Hearing Laufey's words, Chen Feng stopped fighting the descent. After a few minutes, the blue light faded away, and Chen Feng found himself in a place that was icy cold and shrouded in darkness. Chen Feng, this is Jotunheim, my realm. You're safe here, Lao Fei said joyfully. Good. Go and summon your army, so I can see what kind of weapons I should prepare for them, Chen Feng replied. Follow me to my throne. You'll meet my army there, Lao Fei said. Chen Feng followed Lao Fei through the air. They flew at top speed for over 10 minutes, arriving at a wide, open canyon. At its edge sat a simple yet imposing stone chair. Lao Fei alighted upon the chair. With a thought, Chen Feng recalled the close-fitting Transformer armor from Laufey's body, and it flew back to him. The massive Transformer suit on Chen Feng's own body also retracted, shrinking into a pendant around his neck. Transforming into Spider-Man, Chen Feng scaled the mountainside in a few nimble moves, coming to stand beside Lao Fei. Lao Fei raised both hands high and shouted, My children, come forth. Heavy footsteps echoed in waves, followed by a cacophony of thuds and distant rumbles. The chaotic sounds rolled on without end. Very soon, Chen Feng saw one towering frost giant after another rushing out, gathering in the vast expanse of the canyon. Minutes later, the canyon was packed with frost giants, and the surrounding mountainsides were crowded with them as well. With pride, Lao Fei turned to Chen Feng. Every one of my warriors is a battle-hardened fighter. Impressive, isn't it? Chen Feng shook his head and said, To be honest, not really. Laufey's brow knitted in displeasure. Why not? Each of your soldiers is strong, stronger, even, than the warriors of the Eternal Kingdom. But have you ever wondered why the frost giants always lose to them? Chen Feng countered. That's right, why? Lao Fei asked, puzzled. It's because your army fights as individuals. The Eternal Kingdom's army, on the other hand, moves as one. Using formations, their strength is focused. In battle, they act as a single force, while your soldiers fight alone, their power scattered. Naturally, they're defeated one by one. Chen Feng explained. But we frost giants have never trained as an army, and I don't know how. Lao Fei protested. Lao Fei hesitated, torn. It's all right, I'll help you train, Chen Feng said heartily. That's really very kind of you. Thank you, Lao Fei replied gratefully. Well, I've been to your stronghold, and I've seen your army. Now, send me back to Earth. I need to send people to help you train your troops, and I'll need to manufacture weapons for your army on Earth, Chen Feng declared. Of course, follow me, Lao Fei said politely. Lao Fei was quite familiar with Earth. He had once tried to invade it, though Odin had stopped him. Lao Fei led Chen Feng into a vast house. Inside, there was a deep pit glowing with a mysterious blue light. Pointing to the pit, Lao Fei told Chen Feng, "Jump down here, and you'll arrive on Earth." "How do I get back?" Chen Feng asked. "I'll send you to Earth first, and then I'll tell you about the tunnel you need to return," Lao Fei replied. "Then I'll be counting on you," Chen Feng thanked him. The two of them leapt into the time-space tunnel, and when they emerged, they found themselves beneath the sea. Swimming up to the surface, Lao Fei said to Chen Feng, "The tunnel we just came through is the way back to Jotunheim. It's well hidden, so it's best not to tell too many people." "Don't worry, we're partners. I'd never do anything to harm you," Chen Feng promised with a smile. "I trust you. If there's nothing else, I'll be heading back now," Lao Fei said. "Wait, come with me first. I'll assign a few skilled people to help you train your army," Chen Feng insisted. Chen Feng released the Transformers, outfitting Lao Fei with a customized, close-fitting version as well. Then Chen Feng brought Lao Fei back to his private island. Upon arriving, Chen Feng ordered Natasha to come at once. Natasha, dressed in the women's version of the Transformer suit, flew to the island villa. As she stepped inside and saw Laufey's blue skin and half-beast, half-human form, she couldn't help but ask curiously, "Boss, who is he?" "That's Lao Fei, king of the land of frost. He rules all of Jotunheim," Chen Feng introduced. "A king dressed so shabbily? Boss, are you pulling my leg?" Natasha questioned skeptically. Lao Fei looked down at his attire and said, "I feel just fine like this." "Lao Fei, you frost giants are so stubborn, never using equipment. If you'd learned to use it earlier, maybe you'd rule all 9 realms by now." Chen Feng laughed. "We frost giants believe the body is the ultimate strength, so we never rely on equipment," Lao Fei explained. "This time, if you want to defeat Odin, things have to change," Chen Feng insisted. Lao Fei nodded. "All right, I'll follow your lead." He had already witnessed Chen Feng's strength. If he wanted any chance of defeating Odin, he knew he needed Chen Feng's support. Otherwise, that dream would never come true in his lifetime. Chen Feng looked at Natasha and said, "Natasha, send over all 300 of the recruits we brought in for S.H.I.E.L.D. Have them follow Lao Fei to the Kingdom of Frost and help him train his army. Alita, summon the first group of Tianxia Society members right away," Natasha commanded. "Yes, Miss Natasha," Alita replied, taking her orders. Moments later, the sound of synchronized footsteps echoed through the hall. Chen Feng and Lao Fei stepped outside to welcome them. When Lao Fei saw the 300 Tianxia Society members standing in perfect formation, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Such discipline, such might. Just 300 men, yet they march with the spirit of 1,000. If I could shape my legions of millions into troops like these, Asgard would surely fall before my army." Chen Feng addressed the 300 Tianxia Society members in a commanding voice. "Standing beside me is King Lao Fei of the Kingdom of Frost. He rules all of Jotunheim and commands legions beyond number. He's my ally. I am sending you to the Frost Kingdom to help him train his forces. Are you willing to go?" "We are willing," the 300 Tianxia Society members responded in unison, their voices resolute. Chen Feng turned to Lao Fei and said, "Lao Fei, these 300 may not be the strongest, but each is an elite. You must protect them well. If anything happens to them while they're training your army, if a frost giant injures or kills even one, don't blame me for turning against you." Laufey's expression grew serious, and he vowed earnestly, "Chen Feng, rest assured, I will guard your people with my life. Anyone who dares touch them will answer to me." "Good. You can take them back to Jotunheim now," Chen Feng said. "I'll head back then. I'll be waiting for you in Jotunheim," Lao Fei said with delight. As Lao Fei departed with the 300 Tianxia Society members, Natasha immediately turned to Chen Feng, unable to contain her curiosity. "Boss, why are you helping him train his army? Are you planning to go to war with someone?" Chen Feng nodded. "Yes, I'm helping him build his army because I plan to attack the Eternal Realm. There's something there I want. I know about the Eternal Realm, Jane told me. It's Thor's homeland, right?" Natasha replied. "If you know, then there's no need to ask further. Now, I need you to do something for me," Chen Feng said. "What is it?" "Just say the word," Natasha responded. "I want you to recruit as many retired soldiers from around the world as you can find, no matter their age, health, or gender. The more, the better. Chen Feng instructed. Boss, what do you need so many veterans for? Natasha asked, puzzled. The Frost Kingdom's population is even greater than humanity's, and every one of them is a natural-born warrior. I want to mobilize their entire nation for war. With so many people, we'll need a huge number of instructors. Once I've turned those frost giants into a proper army, they'll become my iron fist, Chen Feng explained. It's just too boring on Earth. Can't you let me command the war against the frost giants? Natasha demanded. I can let you train the army, but commanding the war against the frost giants? Absolutely not, Chen Feng replied. Why not? Natasha pressed. Because all of you are my precious ones. I can't risk anything happening to you. Before you become stronger, not just you, even the 300 subordinates I send over, I won't let any of you join the war against the frost giants, Chen Feng said seriously. Fine, I won't join the war, but at least let me go train the troops. Natasha insisted. All right, arrange for someone to cover your current duties, then help me recruit retired soldiers worldwide. Once we have enough, I'll take you to the land of frost, Chen Feng said. Don't worry, I'll finish the task in no time. Natasha answered with brimming confidence. Good, get started right away, Chen Feng instructed. After Natasha left, Chen Feng turned and returned to the villa. Instead of seeking out Zhao Hailuan, his girlfriend, he made his way to the rooftop in search of Jane. The rooftop had been claimed by Jane, Daisy, and Eric. Every day, the three of them would gather there to study astronomy. But when Chen Feng arrived, it was anything but busy. The atmosphere was downright languid. Jane was watching TV and sipping coffee, perfectly at ease. Daisy was sprawled out asleep on a lounge chair beneath a sun umbrella, dressed in something alluring. Eric, meanwhile, was playing chess by himself. Chen Feng wasn't angry, because he knew their research usually happened at night. He walked up to Jane and called Jane. Jane, who was engrossed in her show, was startled by his sudden voice. She looked up, saw that it was Chen Feng, and immediately stood, her face lighting up as she exclaimed, Chief, did you need something? Get ready, the three of you. Before long, I'll be taking you to Jotunheim. Your mission will be to study the space-time tunnel that leads there, Chen Feng said. Jane pressed her palms together in excitement. That's fantastic. Eric, overhearing their conversation, was equally thrilled. Thank goodness we joined the Brotherhood. Otherwise, we'd never get a chance to study a space-time tunnel. All right, I'll leave you to your preparations. When it's time to go to Jotunheim, I'll give you advance notice, Chen Feng said. Jane nodded eagerly. We'll be ready, I promise. Only after leaving the rooftop did Chen Feng finally go to find his girlfriend, Zhao Hailuan. He arrived at her laboratory and saw Zhao Hailuan inside a sealed chamber, wearing a protective suit, absorbed in her research. He walked over and called out, Hailuan, I'm back. Hearing his voice, Zhao Hailuan looked up and greeted him joyfully. Chen Feng, you're back. MHM, what are you working on? Chen Feng asked. I'm studying nanobots. Zhao Hailuan spoke. Nanobots? What are those? Chen Feng asked with curiosity. He truly had no idea. Nanobots are a type of nanomachine, extremely tiny. I assembled them using the most advanced electron microscopes. Every component is smaller than a micron. Each nanobot is about the size of a human cell, so it can enter the human body just like bacteria or viruses, and it can kill a person without leaving any trace of foul play. It would look exactly like a natural death. But that's not even the most impressive part. The real strength of nanobots is that they can consume metal. The principle is that they break down metal into fine powder. In other words, nanobots can dismantle molecules, or molecular clusters. A single nanobot isn't much, but countless nanobots together could devour anything. This is a weapon I invented for you. I call it the nanobot devourer, Zhao Hailuan explained. Have you finished making it? Chen Feng asked excitedly. Zhao Hailuan shook her head. Not yet, but I'm getting very close. Don't rush it. Take your time and don't wear yourself out, Chen Feng said with genuine concern. He could sense the love Zhao Hailuan had for him. In the Marvel movies, Zhao Hailuan had never developed a nanobot devourer. Now, she was working on her own. Clearly, she was doing it for him. Wait for me a moment. I'll come out now, Zhao Hailuan said. She stepped out from her sealed workspace, took off her protective suit, then opened her arms and threw herself into Chen Feng's embrace. Her voice was filled with joy. Chen Feng, I've missed you. Chen Feng wrapped his arms around Zhao Hailuan, speaking softly. I've missed you too. This time you're back. Will you have to leave again? Zhao Hailuan asked. I will, but probably not for long, Chen Feng replied. In order to become stronger, he had sacrificed so much, even the chance to go on a honeymoon with his girlfriend. Zhao Hailuan looked up at him, her gaze unwavering. I promise I'll help you develop the most powerful weapon, so you'll never have to worry about any enemy again. Then you can finally spend more time with me. Your nanobot devourer will already be a force to reckon with. When you finish it, I'll take the weapon you made for me and fight with it. Chen Feng replied with a smile. Zhao Hailun nodded eagerly. Hailun, it's been ages since we exercised together, Chen Feng said with a mischievous grin. Zhao Hailun blushed, lightly tapping his chest with her small fist. You're terrible. You just come back and already want to bully me. With a wicked laugh, Chen Feng swept Zhao Hailun into his arms. But you quite enjoy being teased by me, don't you? You always cry out with delight. Hey, you're not allowed to say things like that. If you keep talking that way, then I just won't do that with you anymore, Zhao Hailun stammered in embarrassment. That? Chen Feng asked, feigning innocence. As they passed by Dr. Octopus's laboratory, they happened to run into Rose, who was just stepping out. Boss, you back? Rose greeted them. Chen Feng nodded, then continued walking, carrying Zhao Hailun in his arms. Rose watched Chen Feng leave with Zhao Hailun, her lips pursed in a jealous pout. If only Otto would treat me like that, she muttered with a hint of longing. Dr. Octopus loved her, but he always seemed to be a man detached from worldly desires, rarely ever touching her, and lately, she couldn't help but feel a certain hunger for intimacy. Thanks to the soundproof walls, Chen Feng and Zhao Hailun's movements went unnoticed by the rest of the group this time. 2 hours later, Chen Feng emerged from the room with a satisfied glow on his face and made his way to the living room. As for Zhao Hailun, she was too exhausted to walk and stayed behind to rest on the ship. The living room was bustling with activity. Dr. Octopus, Rose, Professor Lizard, Professor Clone, Dr. Hank, Janet, and even Scott were all there. Is everyone here to welcome me? Chen Feng asked with a smile. We just want to see if our leader needed any help, Dr. Octopus replied. Chen Feng smiled faintly. You really do know me best. This time, I went to Asgard, attacked the palace of the Eternal Kingdom, and made off with quite a few treasures from there. After that, I traveled to Jotunheim, the land of frost. I formed an alliance with King Lao Fei, helped him train his army and forge weapons, and together, we marched against the Eternal Kingdom. Our leader is truly formidable, Professor Lizard remarked with admiration. If there's something he wants and he can't get it, he simply takes it by force, even if it means starting a war. Boss, do you want us to help you make weapons? Dr. Octopus asked. Chen Feng shook his head. Not this time. The weapons I need are ancient armor and melee weapons, made only from special steel. So I plan to place orders with steel mills and hardware factories around the world to have the armor and weapons manufactured. You really don't need our help at all? Dr. Octopus pressed. Truly, there's no need. Just focus on your own research projects, Chen Feng replied. Professor Lizard stood up. Then I'll get back to work. I'll go help Professor Lizard, Professor Clone added. One after another, Dr. Octopus and the others also got up. We'll get back to our work as well, they said. Such is the life of these mad scientists. Aside from their research, it seems nothing else can hold their attention. Chen Feng himself had no time to rest. He stepped out of the villa, summoned his glider with a thought, sprang onto it, and soared toward the mainland. His destination was the Osborn Group, where he intended to find Green Goblin Harry. As one of the world's largest arms manufacturers, Osborn Group was the perfect partner to help produce the armor and melee weapons he needed. After all, only a fool would turn down easy money. Green Goblin didn't hesitate for a moment. He readily agreed to take on the task, even asking Chen Feng to entrust all the orders exclusively to him. Chen Feng agreed, handing every order over to Green Goblin. The advantage was convenience. Though it might cost a bit more, it saved him a great deal of trouble. But what did it matter? Ever since he had the Pym particles, money was never an issue for him. After leaving Osborn, Chen Feng found himself with nothing urgent to do, and on a whim, he decided to take a stroll and experience the leisure of ordinary people. As he walked along the bustling street, watching the endless stream of passers-by, he felt an unexpected sense of joy. Suddenly, a young woman's voice cried out for help ahead of him. Robbery! Someone help me catch him! He stole my bag! Right after, Chen Feng spotted a thin young man, clutching a woman's shoulder bag, panting as he ran in Chen Feng's direction. It didn't take a genius to figure out. The scrawny man was clearly the thief. Everyone could see it, but no one stepped in to stop him. Chen Feng didn't either. He thought such petty crimes were the police's job to handle, and frankly, he had no interest in getting involved. The thief brushed right past Chen Feng. Don't run. Give me back my bag. A beautiful 16-year-old girl, teetering in high heels, was chasing after the thief with all her might. Chen Feng was taken aback. Damn, how could it be her? To his surprise, that lovely young girl was none other than Annie, the very same girl he had rescued from Sin City before. Chen Feng quickly turned away, hoping Annie wouldn't recognize him and start clinging to him again. But it was too late. Annie spotted him instantly. After all, Chen Feng was tall, imposing, and had distinctly Chinese features. He stood out in America. The moment Annie saw him, she forgot all about the thief. She ran straight to Chen Feng, throwing her arms around him and holding on tight, as if afraid he might slip away. "I finally found you," Annie exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement. "I told you before, if you dared to come looking for me, I'd kill you," Chen Feng replied coldly. "I'm not afraid. I told you before, if I die by your hand, I'll be happy. Besides, I don't wear makeup anymore," Annie replied firmly. Chen Feng's threat had always been meant to scare Annie off. He truly didn't like little girls, and he liked airhead women even less. Now that Annie was pestering him again, he really didn't want to hurt her, but he was worried Annie might end up like the demonized Mary. He turned and forcibly pulled Annie off him, his voice icy. "Stop pestering me. If you don't, I really will kill you." "I mean it. I'm not afraid," Annie replied, and promptly lunged at him again. In a sudden motion, Chen Feng reached out his right hand, gripped Annie by the throat, and lifted her off the ground, roaring, "Are you deaf? Or do you really think I won't kill you?" Annie was still just a child. Faced with Chen Feng's outburst, her mouth quivered and tears streamed down her face. Annie, stop chasing them. Mommy's already called the police." Chen Feng turned to see a woman who bore a striking resemblance to Annie, running over breathlessly, high heels dangling from her hands. When the woman saw Chen Feng holding Annie by the neck, with one hand lifting her off the ground, her face changed drastically. Then, as if possessed, she lost all restraint and attacked Chen Feng with her high-heeled shoe, striking at him desperately while screaming, "Let go of my daughter! Let go of my daughter!" A woman may be born gentle, but a mother's love makes her unbreakable, Chen Feng sighed. The woman's courage stirred a sense of compassion within Chen Feng. He set Annie back down. The woman hurriedly gathered Annie into her arms, weeping as she comforted her. "Don't be afraid, Annie. Mommy is here. I won't let anyone hurt you." "Mom, he didn't hurt me. He's the one who saved our lives. Don't you remember?" Annie said softly. Annie's mother looked up at Chen Feng, and when she saw his face, she dropped to her knees with a thud, bowing 3 times so hard that her forehead started to bleed. "Our benefactor, I finally met you. Thank you. Thank you for saving me and Annie. Truly, thank you. If you really want to thank me, then don't let your daughter cling to me any longer," Chen Feng said coldly. Annie's mother turned to look at her daughter. Catching her mother's gaze, Annie declared loudly, "But I love him. There's no room for any other man in my world. You see, your daughter is especially troublesome. Honestly, I should never have saved her," Chen Feng said, exasperated. Annie stared at Chen Feng and raised her voice. "But you still saved me. There were so many people in that city of sin who needed help. But you chose me. You even brought me to New York and gave me $1 million. If you don't care about me, why are you so good to me?" Chen Feng pressed his hand to his forehead and sighed. "It seems I'd better do fewer good deeds from now on. If everyone turns out like you, how am I supposed to live? I don't need any title. As long as I have a place in your heart, that's enough for me," Annie said earnestly. Keep dreaming. Let me tell you, never in your life," Chen Feng retorted sarcastically. Holding her daughter close, Annie's mother turned to Chen Feng with an apologetic look. "I'm sorry, truly. It's my fault for not raising her properly. She's too headstrong. I swear, she'll never trouble you again. I'll make sure of it." Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction. "That's for the best. Mom, if you try to stop me from loving him, I'll die right in front of you," Annie cried out wildly. Still in the throes of rebellion, Annie only became more defiant the more others opposed her. "You keep saying you love me, but have you ever thought, do you even have the right to love me?" Chen Feng asked coldly. "I'm young, I'm beautiful, and I love only you. Isn't that enough?" Annie replied with conviction. Chen Feng turned to Annie's mother and asked, "Annie's mother, do you think your daughter has the right to love me?" Annie's mother shook her head and offered a bitter smile. "No, because you stand atop the world, while my daughter is just an ordinary girl. As ordinary as she isn't worthy of someone as outstanding as you, so she has no right to love you." Chen Feng shot Annie a look and said, "Did you hear that? I'm still young. I have room to grow. I will work hard to become a woman worthy of you." Annie bit her lip and replied with resolve. "You? Huh?" Chen Feng scoffed. "Yes, me. I know I can do it," Annie retorted, unwilling to back down. Annie's mother tugged gently at her daughter's sleeve and whispered, "Annie, be good. You can't keep clinging to your benefactor like this." Chen Feng was both exasperated and murderous, yet couldn't bring himself to act. So he spoke in his watch. "Optimus Prime, go and bring back that robber from earlier." At once, "Master," came Optimus Prime's response. The watch slipped from Chen Feng's wrist, instantly expanding in size and transforming into a transformer, which swiftly soared away. In less than a minute, the transformer returned, holding a shoulder bag in its left hand and clutching a scrawny man, the robber from before, in its right. With a thud, the transformer tossed the robber before Chen Feng, handed the bag back to Annie, then shrank back into a watch and fastened itself onto Chen Feng's wrist. Having recovered her lost bag, Annie was overjoyed. She offered a sweet thank you. Thank you so much. Chen Feng ignored her gratitude. The robber, realizing he'd tangled with someone formidable and that escape was impossible, dropped to his knees, bowing his head in desperation. He pleaded, I was wrong. Please spare me. I only stole because I had no choice. My mother's gravely ill and needs money. If I go to jail, no one will care for her. She'll die. Don't worry. You won't be going to jail, Chen Feng said coolly. Hearing this, the robber's face lit up with hope. He quickly thanked Chen Feng. Thank you for your mercy. I swear I'll never do anything bad again. I'm not finished. You won't go to jail, but you will die, Chen Feng continued, his voice calm yet chilling to the bone. Ah, the robber gasped in terror. Chen Feng slowly lifted his foot, then pressed it down, pinning the robber to the ground. In a cold, hard voice, he said, when I'm in a bad mood, I feel like killing someone. You're just unlucky enough to have run into me while I'm in a foul mood. With that, he stamped down hard. There was a sickening crack, followed by a gruesome squelch. The robber was killed under Chen Feng's foot, his death so horrifying that even his brains spilled out. Screams erupted from the crowd. Murder! Someone's been killed. Call the police, quick! The onlookers shrieked in terror, their cries overlapping in panic. Annie and her mother, even more frightened, clung to each other, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Chen Feng took half a step forward, his feet planted firmly on the corpse of the robber. Reaching out, he lifted Annie's chin, his voice icy as he said, I am no stranger to killing. If you make me unhappy, I really will kill you, no matter how beautiful you are, no matter how much you love me. Chen Feng killed a man right in front of Annie, then threatened her, pushing her to the brink of collapse. With a wail, she broke down in tears. You're a monster, you're horrible. Annie sobbed, her heart aching with sorrow and fear. She was devastated by Chen Feng's coldness and terrified by his ruthlessness. Annie's mother, terrified that Chen Feng might actually kill her daughter, pleaded through her tears, Sir, please, I promise. I absolutely won't let Annie bother you again. You have my word. When the police arrive, tell them this man was killed by me, Chen Feng. If there's any trouble, let them come find me. With that, Chen Feng turned and strode away without looking back. After Chen Feng left, Annie's mother hugged her tightly, her voice stern as she warned, Annie, we have to learn to be content with what we have. He's already given us enough. Why are you still hoping for more from him? You're just an ordinary girl. You're really not suited for someone like him. His life is full of violence and danger. There's no way you could handle it. I've already promised him you won't go looking for him again. If you disobey me and try to see him, and I find out, I'll end my own life. If I die, it will be your fault, and then he'll only hate you more. He might even kill you on the spot. So, promise me, don't ever go looking for him again, all right? Biting her lip, Annie nodded tearfully. Chen Feng continued wandering the streets. With every step he took, a bloody footprint was left behind. He was well aware of the mess on his shoes, so he entered a shoe store. As soon as he walked in, he called out, Boss, give me your best, most expensive pair of shoes. Right away, the shop owner was an elderly foreigner with glasses and a kindly face. After glancing at Chen Feng's feet, he turned to fetch the shoes. The service was attentive. He invited Chen Feng to sit down and personally helped him change into the new pair. It was only while changing the shoes that the owner noticed the sticky, red stains and an iron tang lingering on Chen Feng's old pair. Unable to hold back, he asked, What's this sticky stuff on your shoes? Smells like blood. Chen Feng showed no intention of hiding the truth, answering matter-of-factly, You're right. It's blood. I just killed someone and it got on my shoes. The owner gasped, letting out a yelp as he collapsed onto the floor in fright. Get up and put my shoes on. Otherwise, I'll kill you too, Chen Feng said coldly. Shivering, the owner scrambled to his knees and hastily finished helping Chen Feng with his shoes. Chen Feng stood, took a few steps, and found the fit perfect. The owner clearly had a good eye. How much? He asked. No charge. They're a gift. Just take them. The owner stammered, trembling in fear. He wouldn't dare ask for money from a man like Chen Feng. Optimus Prime, transfer $10,000 to him, Chen Feng ordered. Yes, master, came the reply. Optimus Prime accepted the order. Ding! The chime of a text message rang from the boss's phone. Chen Feng stepped out of the shoe store and strolled along the bustling street. Seeing all the cheerful people out shopping, he couldn't help but catch their mood. His spirits lifted and he felt happy as well. Chen Feng, Chen Feng. A familiar voice called out to him. He recognized it as Spider-Man's. He turned around and asked, What's the matter? Oh, nothing much, Spider-Man answered. I just wanted to ask why you're recruiting so many veterans in America. And why should I tell you? Chen Feng shot back. Spider-Man faltered, a little embarrassed. Number one sent me to ask. After all, a lot of those veterans know some of America's secrets. Number one is worried you might do something against America, so he wanted me to check in. Tell him, Chen Feng replied, that I have no interest in that tiny patch of land called America. My sights are set on the stars and the sea. Spider-Man scratched his head, puzzled. You mean you want to conquer the universe? That's right. So I'll start by conquering Asgard, Chen Feng answered. What's Asgard? I've never even heard of it, Spider-Man asked, curiosity written all over his face. Asgard is a realm even higher than Earth, Chen Feng explained. It's home to gods, like Thor, whom you all know, and Odin, the All-Father. They're the ones I'm going to take on. Spider-Man's jaw dropped in shock. Ew, you actually want to go to war with gods? Yes, because they have something I want, but they refuse to give it to me. So I'm going to fight them, let them know that I am not someone to be trifled with. My goodness, you're too bold, even daring to attack the gods, and on their own turf. I'm impressed, Spider-Man exclaimed, still in disbelief. Chen Feng waved his hand dismissively, a trace of annoyance in his voice. All right, if there's nothing else, you can go now. Don't disturb my walk. Oh, okay. I'll get out of your way then. Goodbye, Spider-Man said hurriedly, slipping away. He knew Chen Feng's temperament well enough. If he lingered after being told to leave, Chen Feng would lose his patience. Chen Feng continued his leisurely stroll down the lively street, occasionally buying some delicious snacks. He nibbled as he walked, savoring the relaxed atmosphere. Chen Feng might have been enjoying his free time, but Natasha was up to her neck in work. If it weren't for Alita, the intelligent system assisting her, she would never have been able to complete Chen Feng's assignment, recruiting veterans from all over the globe. When she recruited these veterans, she did so in the name of the World Society, and even promised that those who performed well would have the chance to officially join. The World Society, with its open call for unlimited numbers of veterans, quickly drew the attention of world leaders. They grew wary, fearing Chen Feng might one day turn his power against their countries and unify the world by force. Yet they knew all too well how formidable Chen Feng was. To those in power, he was an existence not to be provoked under any circumstance. So they found themselves in a bind, wanting to stop Chen Feng from enlisting their veterans, but fearing retaliation if they dared to interfere at it. Wasn't until Spider-Man relayed Chen Feng's intentions to the President of the United States that the world's leaders finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet even so, their shock was palpable. Chen Feng was planning to attack the realm of the gods, Asgard. Gods, those beings forever, beyond the reach of humankind. And here was Chen Feng, a mere mortal, daring to wage war against them. It was madness, utterly unbelievable. When news reached the global leadership that the Green Goblin had placed orders for armor and melee weapons with every hardware and steel factory in the world, the shock only deepened. Investigations quickly revealed that it was, once again, Chen Feng's handiwork. The armor and cold weapons were destined for the frost giants of Jotunheim. Suddenly, the leaders of the world felt like frogs at the bottom of a well, peering up at a sliver of sky. Jotunheim was entirely unknown to them, and Asgard existed only in legend. Yet Chen Feng had not only struck a deal with the frost giants. He was preparing to storm the very home of the gods. It defied all comprehension. Although the world's leaders knew that Chen Feng's enemy was the gods themselves, their anxiety remained. After all, if Chen Feng had the audacity to challenge the gods, with ambitions that vast, how could he possibly pass up the chance to rule the earth? Now, all they could do was pray that the gods would destroy Chen Feng, for if he triumphed over them, conquering the earth would be as simple as uttering a command. Conquer the earth? Chen Feng truly had no interest in such a thing. What fascinated him was his own growth in strength, not the expansion of his influence. More importantly, the vast majority of Earth's people were weak. Only a rare few could truly be called strong. So even if he were to rule, it would only be over the strong. The worries of the world's leaders were utterly unnecessary. As long as they didn't provoke Chen Feng, he would never trouble them, just as with his stance toward the United States. So long as America left him alone, everything was negotiable. News that Chen Feng would challenge the gods sent waves of excitement through the people of Earth. Countless veterans, enticed by the promise of high salaries, applied for instructor positions. There were far too many veterans, especially in countries with mandatory military service, where aside from active-duty soldiers, all others were veterans. If only a handful had applied to be instructors, the rest might have hesitated, worried about their futures or suspecting a scam. But when crowds surged forward to apply, it changed everything. People scrambled over one another in their rush. This was classic herd mentality. As for Chen Feng, he spent a week in New York before returning home. Throughout that week, American officials lived in constant anxiety. Chen Feng was simply too terrifying. They feared that if he lost his temper, he could bring catastrophic destruction upon America. So when Chen Feng finally left, U.S. officials popped open the champagne in celebration, grateful for a peace hard won. Chen Feng's return was prompted by Natasha's recruitment of more than 12 million veterans. 12 million might sound like a lot, but in truth, it was not. In China alone, there were 60 million veterans. After all, every year, huge numbers of soldiers retire from the army in every country. That's why there are so many veterans. Even with over 12 million retired soldiers, it's simply not enough. Jotunheim is several times larger than Earth, and the frost giants who live there are all robust and powerful. They rarely fall ill, and only die of old age or in battle. As a result, Jotunheim's population has grown to tens of billions. It's precisely this staggering number of people that gives Lao Fei the confidence to wage war across the 9 realms. If Chen Feng wants every frost giant to become a true warrior, he needs enough instructors. But 12 million veterans, compared to billions of frost giants, are far too few. Green Goblin, who's in charge of armor and cold weapons, has completed his task much more efficiently than Natasha. In just a week, he's produced over 100 million sets of armor and several hundred million assorted cold weapons. They could have made even more, but a shortage of steel led to lower output. On his private island, inside a villa, Chen Feng sat on the sofa. Natasha and Green Goblin stood respectfully before him. Boss, I've already recruited more than 12 million veterans. There are so many of them, I don't know where to put them all. Should I send them to Jotunheim? Natasha reported. I'll give you a large amount of gold shortly, Chen Feng replied. Use it to pay the veterans a month's salary up front, if they prefer cash. Over gold, that's fine too. Then have them come to the beach in the States. When the time comes, I'll take them directly to Jotunheim. Natasha nodded. Understood. Chen Feng, I've made over 100 million sets of armor and several hundred million cold weapons for you. Time to settle the bill. Green Goblin chimed in. Would you prefer gold or US dollars? Chen Feng asked. Dollars. I'm working on some new projects and I urgently need cash, Green Goblin said happily. Optimus Prime, Harry, settle up, Chen Feng ordered. Yes, my lord, Optimus Prime replied. Mr. Harry, the payment has been transferred. Please confirm receipt, Optimus Prime reminded. No need. I trust you, Green Goblin said with a big grin. Harry, I need you to deliver all the armor and cold weapons you've made to the beach within 7 days, Chen Feng instructed. No problem. But Chen Feng, about the price for producing all this armor and weaponry, I think we need to raise it a bit, Green Goblin said apologetically. Chen Feng's brow furrowed. His voice turned cold. What? Are you trying to squeeze me? Green Goblin quickly waved his hands, explaining, Not at all. It's just that with such huge orders, we ran short on steel, and now all the major steel and hardware suppliers are demanding higher prices. The price cannot go up, Chen Feng said firmly. But I can provide you with steel. You'll provide it? Where are you going to get so much steel? Green Goblin asked, clearly curious. That's not your concern. Just send a cargo ship every day to pick up the steel. Take as much as you need, Chen Feng replied. Chen Feng possessed pin particles. No matter the material, he could have as much of it as he wanted. All right, you're the boss. It's your call, the Green Goblin said with a grin. Okay, off you go. Get to work, Chen Feng urged them. After the Green Goblin and Natasha left, Optimus Prime's voice rang out. Master, just now, Thor called Jane and asked her out. Jane agreed to meet him. He's already my enemy, yet he dares to come to my territory. Quite bold, Chen Feng sneered. Optimus Prime, track Thor's phone and tell me where he is, Chen Feng ordered. Thor called Jane from a phone booth and left right after. He was in disguise, as if he knew about your presence, Optimus Prime reported. Then lock onto Jane's phone. Notify me the moment there's any movement, Chen Feng replied. Yes, master, Optimus Prime responded dutifully. Footsteps echoed from upstairs. A moment later, Jane came down, her expression a mix of nervousness, guilt, and fear. Boss, I'd like to take a day off, Jane said nervously. You're free to do as you wish. You don't need to ask me for leave. If you have personal matters, go take care of them, Chen Feng replied with a gentle smile. Jane let out a sigh of relief, her face brightening. Thank you, boss. She left the villa, and Optimus Prime arranged for a plane to take her away. Shaking his head, Chen Feng sighed. What a simple-hearted woman. If it had been Rose, Janet, or Natasha in Jane's shoes, they would have come up with all kinds of ways to cover things up. Unlike Jane, who might as well have had "I'm hiding something" written on her forehead. A minute later, Chen Feng stepped onto his glider and set off after her. At this moment, Jane's heart was full of joy, for she was about to meet the dashing Thor. Ever since their first meeting, she'd felt something. special for him. When she learned he was the god of thunder, those feelings only intensified. It was then she realized she had fallen for him. She knew Chen Feng and Thor were enemies, so she kept everything secret, even from her close friends Darcy and Eric. She slipped away alone to meet Thor in secret. Out on the wasteland, in a small town, there was a notorious bar. The place attracted thrill-seekers, thieves, murderers, drug lords. For this reason, the bar had no cameras and strictly prohibited all electronic devices. Thor was in that bar. It was his new girlfriend, the Black Widow, who had suggested it. Chen Feng followed Jane the entire way, watching as she disembarked from the plane and slipped into a hidden bar. Master, no electronic devices are allowed in this bar. Not even digital watches. Should I hide myself? Optimus Prime inquired. No need. It's just a den of criminals. What's there to be afraid of? Chen Feng replied with a swagger. Jian obediently handed her phone to the doorman before stepping into the bar. When it was Chen Feng's turn, the doorman stopped him as usual and said, "Hand over all your electronic devices. We'll keep them safe for you, and you'll get them back when you leave." Chen Feng replied coldly. "What if I told you that making such a demand would make me kill you? Would you still insist?" The two doormen burst into laughter. "You must have no idea who we are, do you? How dare you speak to us like that?" Without warning, Chen Feng reached out with both hands and seized the doormen by their necks. With a sudden twist, there was the sickening snap of bone. Both doormen collapsed, lifeless, their necks broken. Chen Feng didn't know exactly who these two were, but he could tell they were far from innocent. Since they were villains, he saw no need for mercy. "Why should I care who ants are?" Chen Feng sneered, releasing his grip. The bodies of the two men fell to the ground with two heavy thuds. Chen Feng strode into the bar. A foul stench hit him immediately, almost unbearable. He forced himself to ignore the reek and began searching for Thor and Jian inside the crowded, dimly lit bar. The lighting was poor, and the crush of people made it hard to see, so Chen Feng asked Optimus Prime to help him look. Suddenly, a scantily clad woman draped herself around Chen Feng, a small sachet of powder clutched in her hand. "Hey, handsome, want to play?" she purred. "Get lost," Chen Feng snapped in anger. The woman traced circles on his chest with her finger, pouting, "But where do you want me to go?" There was a sharp crack. As Chen Feng walked past, the woman clutched her neck and collapsed to the floor. How dared such a filthy woman proposition him? She was courting death. At that moment, the bar lights blazed on. A fat, bald man stood atop the bar counter, surveying the crowd with a menacing glare. His voice boomed through the room. Who just killed two of my brothers at the door? Step forward." A gasp rippled through the crowd. "It was me," came a voice, brazen and unflinching. All eyes turned toward the speaker. "Wow, this is going to be good. Someone's crashing the party. Now things are heating up. Well, you've got guts. Not only did you kill my brothers, but you didn't run, and you dared to admit it to my face. You're really something," the bald man growled, grinding his teeth. "I can do more than kill your brothers," Chen Feng replied coolly. "I can kill you too." It was none other than Chen Feng himself. He had found Thor and Jian right beside the bar where the bald man was standing, which was exactly why he had made such a dramatic entrance. Jian and Thor saw Chen Feng and were instantly seized by panic. "What do we do? The boss is here," Jian exclaimed in alarm. Thor's expression darkened as he glared at Jian and demanded, "You betrayed me? You knew Chen Feng was my enemy, yet you still brought him here." Jian shook her head and waved her hands anxiously as she explained, "No, absolutely not. I really didn't bring the boss here." "Then how'd he show up? Don't tell me he likes to hang out in a place like this." Thor pressed her with suspicion. "I have no idea, but I swear I didn't betray you," Jian replied with a pained expression. The burly bald man overheard their conversation and leaned down to ask, "You two know him? His name is Chen Feng. He's a ruthless man. You'd better run now, or he'll kill you," Thor warned him out of concern. The bald man puffed out his chest and laughed heartily. "I've ruled these wildlands for decades. Who have I ever been afraid of?" Suddenly, Chen Feng kicked the bald man clear across the room, sending him crashing into the liquor shelves. Now, standing where the bald man had just been, Chen Feng looked down at his fallen opponent and said, "I have the power to rule the whole earth. Are you scared now?" Enraged and humiliated, the bald man shouted, "Kill him! Somebody kill him for me!" The sharp sound of countless guns being cocked filled the room. With a mere thought, Chen Feng's close-fitting transformer armor snapped onto his body. Gunfire erupted, pistol shots, the relentless staccato of machine guns, echoing through the bar. Bullets struck the transformer armor in a shower of sparks. Seeing Chen Feng under attack, Thor scrambled to his feet and made a run for it. Jian, realizing Thor was fleeing, hurried after him, calling, "Thor, wait for me." But the moment Thor heard Jian's voice, he only ran faster. In his mind, it was Jian who had betrayed him, who'd tipped Chen Feng off to his whereabouts. If not for his feelings for her, he might have killed her himself by now. He couldn't bring himself to do it, so instead, he chose to abandon her. After all, Jian was only a mortal. How could she hope to outrun a god? In less than a second, Thor had vanished without a trace. Thor! Jian cried out miserably, for she knew then that she had been forsaken. Back in the bar, Chen Feng brought out a Gatling gun. The moment the weapon appeared, screams erupted. People stampeded for the exits or dove behind whatever cover they could find. The Gatling gun roared, spewing bullets in a relentless stream that tore through everything in its path. In the aftermath, not a soul was left standing. Chen Feng strode to the bar and addressed the bald man, who was cowering under the counter. His voice was commanding. On Earth, no one is stronger than me. The bald man nodded desperately, trembling as he replied, Yes, yes. Big brother, you're the strongest. I was blind and didn't recognize greatness. I've offended you, and I beg your forgiveness. Chen Feng gave a curt nod. All right. Thinking he'd been spared, the bald man knelt eagerly, kowtowing as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, big brother. Thank you. Why are you thanking me? I said you'll pay for your offense with your life. Chen Feng's voice was cold as ice. Ah! The bald man cried out in terror. Chen Feng raised his right hand, and from the center of his palm, a pulse cannon shot out, blasting the bald man dead on the spot. The once bustling bar was now silent, save for Jian's weeping. Soft sobs echoed as Jian crouched on the ground, crying her heart out. Chen Feng walked over and gently tried to comfort her. Thor is a playboy. Not long after leaving you, he got involved with a widow. He's not worth your affection. Jian lifted her head, gazing at Chen Feng, and asked, Are you telling the truth? If you want to know whether it's true or not, come with me and see for yourself, Chen Feng replied. To ensure Jian's safety, Chen Feng wrapped her in a form-fitting transformer suit, then stepped onto his own glider. When he first found Thor in the bar, Chen Feng had already instructed Optimus Prime to secretly plant a tracker on him. Unless Thor left Earth, there was no way he could escape Chen Feng's grasp. With Jian in tow, Chen Feng soared above a sleek steel villa. He pointed down at the house and said, Thor is inside. I'll take you in, but you'll need to keep quiet. Otherwise, you won't see the real Thor. Jian nodded firmly. I understand. Stealthily, Chen Feng brought Jian through a window on the second floor, making not a sound. Inside, they overheard Thor's conversation with the widow. My love, come away with me. I'll take you to the eternal realm, and you'll be my crown princess. I won't go. Your father, the king, would never accept a widow like me. If you truly love me, stay here on Earth with me. Jian pressed her right hand to her chest, covering her mouth with the other, silently shedding tears. She realized she'd been deceived. Though Thor had genuinely liked her once, he'd also had feelings for other women. Now, seeing him ready to take a widow to the eternal realm, but leaving her, a young maiden, behind, wounded her deeply. Such a fickle Thor was not the kind of man she could love. Chen Feng took Jian's hand and said, Let's go down and settle things with Thor. Jian nodded, following Chen Feng downstairs. Footsteps thudded softly on the floor above. Thor and the widow started in surprise. Who's there? It's me, Chen Feng. Chen Feng answered with commanding presence. Thor scooped up the widow and tried to make a run for it. You really think you can get away? Chen Feng's voice was cold as steel. Thor threw back his head and shouted, Father, father, send me back. Chen Feng is here. Jian finally spoke up. Thor, tell me, do you love me or the widow in your arms? Thor glanced at the widow, then at Jian, his eyes darting away as he answered sheepishly. I love you both. You can both be my crown princesses. Jian suddenly smiled, a sorrowful, broken smile. You're the most hypocritical god I've ever met. I hate you. Don't ever come looking for me again. From now on, we're finished. Thor seemed to see that Jane had not betrayed him. Seeing her so heartbroken, he couldn't bear to let her go and pleaded, Jane, listen to me. I truly love you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have called you. If you love me, then choose between me and the widow, Jane replied. The widow, cradled in Thor's arms, looked pitiful and fragile as she spoke softly. Thor, I'm just a widow. I'm not worthy of you. You should choose her. The widow was shrewd. By saying this, she made Thor stop hesitating. Holding her close, Thor said solemnly, I love you for who you are, not for your status. I won't allow you to look down on yourself. Watching Thor and the widow, so affectionate, Jane felt as if her heart were being sliced apart. Chen Feng turned to Jane and said, Let me have Optimus Prime take you home. Jane nodded. All right. Thank you for the trouble. Optimus Prime, take Jane back to her private island, Chen Feng ordered. At your command, my lord. Optimus Prime replied. Jane's fitted transformer suit activated its jet system, and with a burst of energy, she shot out the window and disappeared. After Jane left, Chen Feng looked at Thor, a sly smile playing at his lips. Frightened, Thor cried out again, "Father, Father, send me back, please." But whether Odin was asleep or simply ignoring him, Thor's calls went unanswered. Chen Feng no longer waited, not wanting to risk Thor escaping to Asgard. He transformed into the mightiest Titan giant. With a thunderous roar, Chen Feng became a colossal Titan, while venom spread over his body, amplifying his strength. Thor shoved the widow aside and shouted, "Run," then charged straight at Chen Feng. He had no choice. If he didn't, the widow would be in danger. The clever widow knew what mattered most and didn't hesitate. She dashed out of the house at once. No sooner had she stepped outside than Thor was sent flying after her, crashing through the door. With a crash, Chen Feng leaped from the house and landed in the street. Thor scrambled to his feet and, instead of following the widow, ran in the opposite direction. With just a few strides, Chen Feng caught up and clamped a single hand around Thor's neck, slamming him to the ground with a resounding thud. "Father, Father, send me back," Thor shouted desperately for help. Looking down at him, Chen Feng said, "I know. Even if I kill you, Odin can bring you back. But I'll kill you anyway, because you refuse to work with me." "Oh, my heavens!" Thor sobbed inwardly. With a sickening crack, Chen Feng twisted Thor's neck, killing him once more. This was already the third time Chen Feng had killed Thor. With a swift motion, Chen Feng pulled out a chain woven from vibranium and bound Thor tightly. One end of the chain remained gripped firmly in his hand. If Odin revived Thor, he would kill him all over again. If Odin used the Bifrost to take Thor home, Chen Feng would send Odin a gift. And what kind of gift would that be? A man-made sun. The artificial sun, though a source of energy, can also be used as a bomb. It can be set to detonate at a chosen time, causing an explosion of such magnitude that it could level the entire celestial palace. Now, it all depends on what Odin decides to do. Whoosh! A beam of white light descended from the sky. Chen Feng knew immediately that this must be Odin's magic, meant to resurrect the god of thunder. He grabbed a chunk of concrete from the ground and hurled it at the white light. The white light passed straight through the concrete and struck the god of thunder's body. Hiss! The god of thunder came back to life in an instant, gasping for air. Without hesitation, Chen Feng stomped down hard, brutally, snapping the god of thunder's neck. Before the god of thunder could even regain his senses, Chen Feng had finished him off once more. Whoosh! Again, a beam of white light descended from above. Hiss! The god of thunder was revived yet again. Crack! Chen Feng stomped down and broke the god of thunder's neck a second time. "Optimus Prime, suit me up in the transformer," Chen Feng commanded. "Yes, my lord," Optimus Prime replied dutifully. The transformer hanging around Chen Feng's neck shot out, rapidly growing larger and enclosing him in its armor. Whoosh! A beam of white light descended once more. Chen Feng raised his hand and fired a pulse cannon. The white light was completely unaffected, passing right through the blast and entering the god of thunder's body. Hiss! The god of thunder gasped for breath and came to life again. Crack! Chen Feng killed him once more with a swift stomp. Whoosh! Another beam of white light shot down from the heavens. This time, Chen Feng unleashed a sonic cannon. The blast spread wide, and when it collided with the white light, the beam was disrupted and scattered. However, as soon as the sonic waves faded, the white light reformed and shot into the god of thunder once again. The white light entered the god of thunder's body. Before he could fully revive, Chen Feng stomped down, embodying the ruthless efficiency of a man who lets his actions speak louder than words. Whoosh! A beam of white light streaked down yet again. This time, Chen Feng raised a vacuum cleaner, cranked it to full power, and tried to suck the white light away. The suction was so strong that it pulled in the surrounding air, but it had no effect on the white light, which still entered the god of thunder's body. Damn it, Odin's magic is really tough to deal with, Chen Feng cursed. He tried every method he could think of, and found that only the sonic cannon had any effect on Odin's spell. But even then, it was only a slight hindrance. He still couldn't stop the white light from reviving the god of thunder. Hiss! The god of thunder drew breath and came back to life once more. Chen Feng activated his Gatling gun and unleashed a barrage on the god of thunder's body. The air buzzed with the relentless hail of bullets, tearing the god of thunder's flesh to shreds. Ah! The god of thunder screamed in agony. His body was tough, so the bullets didn't kill him instantly. But no matter how strong the body, it couldn't withstand such a relentless assault. After 10 seconds, the god of thunder was dead again, his body utterly mangled by the bullets. If my guess is correct, Odin wants to use me as a tool to temper the god of thunder's spirit, to teach him not to be arrogant or overconfident. Odin uses me, so I will use Odin as well. I want to make the god of thunder fear me, so that at the mere mention of my name, he trembles, and at the sight of me, he faints from terror. Chen Feng thought to himself. A flash of white light shot down from the sky once again. The god of thunder gasped sharply, revived once more. This time, Chen Feng wasn't in a hurry to finish him off. He walked up to the thunder god, who was panting desperately, and spoke coldly. What you see is not me, but death itself. Chen Feng, no. Before the thunder god could finish his words, Chen Feng gripped his throat and, with a twist, snapped his neck. Again, a white light streaked down from above. The god of thunder sucked in a breath, resurrected once more. As soon as he opened his eyes and saw Chen Feng, his pupils dilated with fear. You can't kill me. My father is the All-Father. Under his protection, I am immortal. Oh, then let's see how many times he can bring you back, Chen Feng sneered. With that, he tightened his grip and gave a sharp twist. The thunder god's head slumped, lifeless once again. A white light flashed down from the heavens once more. With a gasp, the thunder god was revived yet again. As his senses returned, and he found himself still in Chen Feng's grasp, he cursed in frustration. Damn you. Aren't you done yet? You know you can't kill me, so why bother? Seems like dying has been too easy for you. Time to spice things up, Chen Feng replied coldly. His transformer fist morphed into a drill, which revved up with a menacing whir. Chen Feng pressed the drill against the thunder god's forehead, his face twisted in a vicious grin. Now, savor the process of dying. As the drill bored ever deeper into his forehead, the thunder god's face turned pale, sweat pouring down as his body trembled uncontrollably. His mind was collapsing, and in terror he pleaded, "No, please, Chen Feng, don't." A blood-curdling scream echoed out. Then, once again, a white light descended from the sky. The thunder god gasped for air, revived yet again. As soon as consciousness returned, he let out a panicked cry. "No, please no." Chen Feng smiled with satisfaction. It looked like the thunder god was finally starting to fear him, but it wasn't enough. He wanted Thor's terror to be so great that he fainted or even died from sheer fright. After all, Odin would just revive him anyway, so Chen Feng could take his time. "Thor, take a look at what I'm holding," Chen Feng said with a chilling smile. The thunder god snapped to attention. When he looked up and saw Chen Feng in his transformer armor, wielding an enormous blade, he trembled and begged, "What are you going to do? Please, don't kill me again, I beg you." "I'm going to cut you to pieces," Chen Feng replied. A scream tore through the air. And so, every time Odin revived the thunder god, Chen Feng would wait for him to regain consciousness, then use a different method to kill him all over again. After Thor was resurrected for the 56th time, the moment his consciousness returned, he did not beg Chen Feng for mercy. Instead, he lifted his head to the sky and cried out in anguish, "Father, I beg you, either take me back to the immortal palace, or don't bring me back at all. Just let me kill Chen Feng. I can't bear the agony of dying again." "Sigh, Thor, you've misunderstood Odin," Chen Feng said with a smile. "Odin does this to temper your character. His intentions are for your own good. You should learn to be grateful." Chen Feng's voice unsettled Thor. He shrank into himself, face twisted with terror, and stammered as he spoke. Please, don't kill me again. I'm begging you. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. I want the scepter, the destroyer, and the source of frost," Chen Feng replied. "I'll give them to you. Anything you want, I'll give it to you," Thor said desperately. He was so terrified of Chen Feng now that if Chen Feng had demanded he curse Odin, he might have agreed. "But everything I want is in Odin's hands. How can you give them to me?" Chen Feng asked. Thor was at a loss for words. If he admitted he couldn't give them, he'd be doomed. If he claimed he could, even he wouldn't believe it himself. Chen Feng had Bufan Jinjin transform, through nanotechnology, into a slender needle. He held it before Thor's eyes and asked, "Do you see this needle?" Thor's entire body trembled as he nodded. "Why, yes, I see it. In a moment, I'll drive this needle straight through the top of your head. What does that feel like?" "I don't know. You can tell me after you're resurrected," Chen Feng said seriously. Thor shook even harder, collapsing to the ground. He waved his hands frantically and pleaded in terror. "No, please don't do this to me again." A wicked grin curled at the corner of Chen Feng's mouth. "Are you afraid now?" he asked. Thor nodded. "Yes, I don't want to die anymore. I'm terrified of facing death. I'm immortal, and you're a god. Isn't a god supposed to have no fear of mortals?" Chen Feng teased. "You are immortal, yes, but you're more powerful than any god, more terrifying than any demon. It's not just me. The other gods would fear you too. Please, I beg you, stop tormenting me," Thor pleaded. "How pitiful for a god, truly pitiful, to bow down to a mortal," Chen Feng said coldly. Thor lowered his noble head and implored, "Please, spare me." Chen Feng's expression darkened, his voice turning harsh as he barked, "Kneel." With a heavy thud, Thor really did kneel, tears of humiliation spilling from his eyes. Chen Feng lifted his right foot and planted it on Thor's head. He raised his face to the sky and roared, "Odin, do you see this? This is your son. This is a god brought low, under the foot of a mere mortal like me." Suddenly, a deafening boom split the sky, and out of nowhere, a black hole appeared. Thor, seeing what was happening, was instantly overjoyed and shouted, "Father, Father, please send me back. I don't want to stay on Earth any longer." From the black hole swirling in the sky, Odin's voice echoed, "Chen Feng, for your blasphemy against the gods today, you will face divine wrath in the days to come. Anyone can talk big. If you've got the guts, come fight me yourself." Chen Feng retorted mockingly. "Oomph. I will fight you, but not now." Odin replied, clearly irritated. "You're welcome to come challenge me anytime." Chen Feng taunted, his tone brimming with provocation. As long as it wasn't in Asgard, Chen Feng didn't take Odin seriously at all. Odin fell silent, apparently unable to out-argue Chen Feng. Instead, he cast a spell, sending a beam of white light shooting down, enveloping Thor. Seeing this, Chen Feng quickly took out the artificial sun made by the Transformers, strapped it to Thor, and set it so that if the signal was ever cut off, the artificial sun would automatically explode. Thor wasn't foolish. He immediately understood Chen Feng's intention. Terrified, he shouted, "Father, stop! Please stop! Chen Feng has tied something dangerous to me. If I bring it back to the palace, it could spell disaster for Asgard." Back on the Rainbow Bridge, Odin stomped his foot in frustration. That Chen Feng is truly despicable. He scared Thor out of his wits. Thor's been utterly ruined. Now he's put some unknown device on Thor, making it impossible for him to return. This is infuriating. Odin fumed. "Your Majesty, if that thing is truly dangerous, you could have Thor destroy it. And if Thor dies, you can always bring him back. Wouldn't that solve the problem?" suggested the guardian god. "You're right. That's a workable solution," Odin agreed. Then, through the space-time tunnel of the Rainbow Bridge, Odin called out, "Thor, find a way to remove or destroy whatever Chen Feng is bound to you." On Earth, Thor heard his father's words and replied bitterly, "Father, I can't do it." Chen Feng had used chains forged from vibranium to bind Thor. Not even Thor or Odin himself could break them in a short time. "Odin, your son just isn't up to the task. Why don't you come down yourself?" Chen Feng taunted, his words sharp as ever. "Useless." Odin was nearly beside himself with rage. "Your Majesty, shall I go and rescue Thor?" offered the guardian god. Odin considered for a moment, then nodded. "Very well, I'll leave it to you." "It's no trouble at all," the guardian god replied. He and Thor had always been close. Otherwise he would never have left the Rainbow Bridge, much less descended to Earth to rescue a fellow god. Just as the guardian god stepped into the space-time tunnel, Odin called after him, "Be careful. If you can't handle Chen Feng, just call out to me, and I'll bring you back immediately." "Understood," the guardian god answered, and with that, leapt into the tunnel that on Earth. Chen Feng said to Thor, "It seems your father isn't planning to take you back to the Immortal Palace right away, so you'll just have to keep experiencing the agony of death a while longer." Chen Feng slowly picked up a needle. Terrified, Thor screamed, "No, no, please don't. Stop, don't do it. My head, just let me die. I can't take it anymore." Thor howled in unbearable pain. Silently, Chen Feng thought to himself, "I'm being cruel to you for a reason, so you gods won't bring disaster upon Earth again." Having watched Marvel movies, Chen Feng knew that Thor had spared Loki again and again, which nearly led to the destruction of humanity several times. The disasters gods could bring were far worse than anything Earth's supervillains could unleash. So Chen Feng didn't see himself as evil, because the gods were far worse. Even though Thor was a protagonist, a superhero, in Chen Feng's eyes, he was more dangerous than any supervillain. Loki wanted to wipe out humanity, and it was all because of Thor's actions. The feud between Thor and Loki, their divine squabbles, always left humans to suffer. Why should they bear the cost? Whenever Chen Feng thought about it, he refused to accept it. Suddenly, a black hole in the sky blazed with golden light, striking the ground not far from Chen Feng. As the golden light faded, a black man clad in golden armor, wielding a massive sword, appeared. Chen Feng formed his hand into a palm and struck Thor's head. There was a sharp crack as the needles were driven deep into Thor's skull. Thor's screams stopped abruptly. He was dead. Chen Feng let go, and Thor's body slumped heavily to the ground. With a dull thud, Thor's corpse hit the earth. "Guardian God Heimdall, I didn't expect you to leave the Rainbow Bridge just for Thor," Chen Feng said in surprise. "Thor's my good friend. I have to rescue him. More importantly, you have defiled the gods, and now you must face their wrath, Heimdall replied angrily. Then come on, show me what a guardian god can do, Chen Feng challenged. Heimdall gripped his sword with both hands and charged at Chen Feng. This time, Chen Feng didn't use the Transformers, since their artificial sun energy was inside Thor. Instead, he relied on the body of a titan, bolstered by the Venom battle suit, to go toe-to-toe with the guardian god. Heimdall's great sword, the key to the Rainbow Bridge, was one of the rare divine weapons in the realm of the gods. Indestructible, able to slice through iron like butter. But no matter how powerful the weapon, Chen Feng dared to stand his ground. After all, he had unbeatable genes. When Chen Feng and Heimdall met in battle, Heimdall raised the sword with both hands and brought it down on Chen Feng. Chen Feng tilted his head aside, clenched his right fist, and swung hard at Heimdall. The great sword slashed into Chen Feng's shoulder, sinking 20 centimeters deep. With a mighty blow, Chen Feng's fist crashed into Heimdall's chest, sending the guardian god flying. Even his armor was left with a deep dent from the impact. With the venom suit support, the sword wound on Chen Feng's shoulder healed instantly, though a faint pain still lingered for less than a minute. The guardian god struggled to his feet, clutching his chest, and coughed up a mouthful of dark blood. So powerful, he exclaimed in shock. Guardian god, stop fighting him. You can't win. Come help me get rid of this cursed thing so we can return to the Celestial Palace, Thor called out in worry. I have to say, you gods are far too weak. Without your divine artifacts, you're nothing more than fragile chickens. Even Odin is no exception, Chen Feng mocked. If Odin didn't wield his scepter, the eternal spear, Chen Feng was confident he could slaughter him as easily as he was now dealing with Thor. The guardian god's face darkened, for Chen Feng's words rang true. The god's strength relied on their artifacts. Without them, they might not even withstand mortals armed with modern weapons. The guardian god rushed to help Thor, aiming to break the chains binding him. He sprinted forward with determination. But Chen Feng wasn't about to let him succeed. He retreated, positioning himself beside Thor. The guardian god darted behind Chen Feng and shouted, "Kill!" His massive sword thrust toward Chen Feng's back. Chen Feng spun around, and with a sweep of his enormous hand, sent the guardian god's great sword flying. The guardian god, charging too fast, couldn't stop himself and collided with Chen Feng. Standing 3 meters tall, Chen Feng's imposing frame made the burly 1 meter 90 guardian god look like a child in comparison. Chen Feng burst into hearty laughter and wrapped his arms around the guardian god. "What the hell are you doing?" the guardian god yelled in alarm. "I'm going to squeeze you to death," Chen Feng replied with a cold grin. With that, he tightened his grip. A sharp crack echoed, the sound of armor splitting. The guardian god's eyes filled with terror at the sound. His golden armor was a divine artifact, yet fractured under Chen Feng's crushing embrace. If the golden armor couldn't withstand Chen Feng's might, how could his body endure? In that instant, he could already imagine his waist snapping in two. Thor saw the armor splinter and panicked. He looked up and shouted desperately, "Father, come save the guardian god. He can't hold on much longer." A beam of white light streaked down from the sky, landing on the greatsword not far away. The sword leaped into the air. The guardian god understood at once. He caught the sword and, without hesitation, swung it at Chen Feng's head. But Chen Feng would never let the guardian god have his way. At the very moment the blade came down, he tightened his grip once more. A terrible snap resounded. The golden armor shattered. With its protection gone, the guardian god's waist was instantly crushed by Chen Feng's powerful arms. The guardian god spat out a mouthful of blood, his strength vanishing in an instant. Though the massive sword in his hand came down on Chen Feng's head, he had lost all power halfway through, so it failed to even cut Chen Feng's scalp. "Guardian god," Thor shouted anxiously. "Gods are my favorite to kill," Chen Feng said with a twisted smile. With that, he tightened his grip once more. With a sickening sound, the guardian god not only coughed up more blood, but also some fragments of shattered organs. "Your Majesty, the Bifrost, I can no longer protect it. I'm sorry." With those final words, the guardian god's upper body slumped backward, hanging lifelessly from Chen Feng's hands. The guardian god died a terrible death. Every bone in his waist was shattered, and all the organs in that part of his body were destroyed. Seeing the guardian god's tragic end, Thor broke down in tears. "Guardian god, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have died. I'm so sorry." "Why, what?" Thor wept bitterly, his grief overwhelming. He and the guardian god had always been close. Not only was the guardian god his friend, he was also Sif's brother. Throughout Asgard, everyone knew the guardian god for his sense of duty and integrity. That was why Odin entrusted him with guarding the Bifrost. From the moment he took on this responsibility, the guardian god had never left the Bifrost, not even for a single step. This time, the only reason he came to Earth was to save Thor. To save him, the guardian god had given his life to Chen Feng. Thor's heart was racked with guilt and sorrow. At the same time, he blamed his own powerlessness. If he hadn't been so weak, the guardian god wouldn't have come to his rescue. And if the guardian god hadn't come, he wouldn't have died. You gods, each one more conceited than the last. And for what? Chen Feng sneered. What a joke. You demon, you'll die a wretched death. Thor cried out through his tears. What's the use in cursing me? If you have the guts, come kill me yourself. Chen Feng taunted. Thor said nothing more. He could only weep in despair. Chen Feng paid him no mind. He ordered the Transformer to extract the guardian god's divine blood for Professor Lizard's experiments. Even though the Transformer's artificial solar core was gone, it still had a cold fusion reactor, so it could operate normally, just with less power than before. With the guardian god dead, Chen Feng showed no mercy. He commanded the Transformer to quickly drain all the guardian god's blood. In less than a minute, the guardian god was left a terrifying, desiccated corpse. Thor saw the guardian god's horrific remains and sobbed even harder. He looked up to the heavens and cried, Father, I don't know what you intend, but I beg you, bring the guardian god back to life. Send him home to Asgard, and don't let him suffer anymore. Far away in Asgard, in the eternal realm, the Rainbow Bridge shone within the palace of the gods. Odin crossed the Rainbow Bridge and saw the tragic state of the guardian god. Furious beyond measure, he clenched his teeth and spat out, Chen Feng, you blasphemous mortal, I will make you pay a terrible price. Odin, who appeared kindly on the surface, was in fact more ruthless and cunning than anyone else. How else could he have unified the 9 realms? The number of lives lost because of him was countless, simply beyond reckoning. The list of those he deceived was endless, including 2 formidable beings, Hela, the goddess of death, and Surtur, the fire giant. Chen Feng dared to cause chaos in the palace of the gods, stole countless treasures from the royal vault, threatened Crown Prince Thor and the illegitimate son Loki, and had even killed Thor. Multiple times. Every time Odin thought of these affronts, a deep sense of humiliation washed over him. He swore that unless he killed Chen Feng, he would never again call himself a god. Now the guardian god had been slain by Chen Feng, and his own son Thor had also fallen into Chen Feng's hands. Odin had no choice but to descend to Earth to attempt a rescue. Long ago, Earth had been under Odin's rule. Back then, all humans were enslaved by the gods. In the eyes of the gods, humans were as insignificant as ants, far too weak and foolish to boot, always turning to the gods for help at the slightest trouble. Thus, the gods despised humanity. Moreover, Earth held no energy crystals that the gods needed, so Odin abandoned the planet, calling all the gods back to Asgard. What Odin hadn't anticipated was that, over the millennia, those pitifully ignorant humans had become astonishingly powerful and clever, powerful enough to slay gods with ease, ingenious, enough to command robots to do their bidding with a single word. Even gods could not do such things. This realization made Odin regard Earth and humanity with renewed seriousness. This time, he had not sent Thor to Earth merely to trouble Chen Feng, but rather to learn about humanity, to investigate Chen Feng, and to see if Chen Feng had any enemies. If so, Odin could join forces with those enemies to bring Chen Feng down. But, clearly, Thor had failed. Sigh. As ruler of the 9 realms, father of the gods, I now find myself forced to deal with a mere mortal. How ironic, truly ironic. Odin muttered with bitter self-mockery. With that, he leapt into the swirling vortex of the Rainbow Bridge. On Earth, after draining the guardian god of every last drop of blood, Chen Feng tossed his withered body to Thor's feet as if discarding a piece of rubbish. Thor, seeing the mummified remains of the guardian god before him, broke down in even louder sobs. He wailed inconsolably. Guardian god, what a tragic death you've suffered. Guardian god, I have wronged you. When you journey to the underworld, walk slowly. A moment more, and I'll be right behind you. Thor had fallen into utter despair. Chen Feng had killed him 56 times, yet his father had not come to save him. Now, even after the guardian god had been killed, his father still had not appeared. Thor's hope was completely extinguished. Resigned to his fate, he simply waited for Chen Feng to finish him off. Chen Feng squatted down in front of Thor and said, God, go ahead and cry. There's no shame in it. Thor looked up at Chen Feng, his despair erupting into a roar. Just kill me already. All right then. Chen Feng smiled. Thor hadn't expected Chen Feng to agree so readily. Now that he'd calmed down, scenes of Chen Feng killing him before involuntarily replayed in his mind. Each death had been more miserable than the last, each time more excruciating. Remembering that agony, he regretted it. He didn't want to die after all, for the process was just too painful. He hurriedly pleaded with Chen Feng. Chen Feng, I was wrong. Please don't kill me, all right? Chen Feng shook his head, still smiling. No, that's not possible. I'll help you get the scepter, the destroyer, the source of frost. Anything, Thor begged. But Chen Feng only shook his head again. You can't get those things unless you kill Odin yourself. Thor's expression fell. He looked even more miserable than before. If you say you'll kill Odin, then I won't kill you. I might even let you return to Asgard, said Chen Feng. If Thor really said that, he'd be utterly ruined, a worthless shell, no longer fit to be his enemy. Thor lowered his head in defeat. Just kill me then. As you wish. Chen Feng smiled. Optimus Prime, draw his blood. Yes, my lord, replied Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime, controlling his Transformer body, extended a syringe and began to extract Thor's divine blood. Thor struggled, but Chen Feng pressed him down firmly with both hands. Savor the feeling as life slips away. This is an experience few ever get, Chen Feng said with a cold sneer. Demon, you're a demon. You'll die a terrible death. Thor shouted in terror. He could feel, clear as day, his blood ebbing away, his warmth draining, his strength fading, his body shriveling. It wasn't painful, but it was terrifying. Excellent. In the eyes of a god, mortals and demons are equally terrifying. I'm very pleased by your fear of mortals, Chen Feng said with satisfaction. If I had the power to kill you, I wouldn't do it. I'd torment you, slowly, endlessly, so that you'd spend your whole life wishing for death. Thor spat venomously. So, what you're saying is, you want me to spare your life, so you can be tortured endlessly, wishing for death every day. Chen Feng's tone was icy. Thor shook his head desperately, panic in his eyes. No, absolutely not. I was just talking nonsense. Right now, what I want most is for you to give me a quick, clean death. Don't worry. You'll be seeing the Guardian God very soon, said Chen Feng. A thunderous crash split the sky. Chen Feng looked up, a wicked smile curling at his lips. Looks like Odin has arrived. It had to be Odin. Anyone else would only be rushing to their own doom. Only Odin might have a chance of saving Thor and the Guardian God. A blinding beam of light descended from the heavens. There was no explosion, no chaos, just an eerie calm. When the radiance faded, an old man appeared, armored, clutching a scepter, a mane of white hair, and a single sharp E-Y-E.I-T was Odin, the ruler of the Nine Realms. Chen Feng stood up and met Odin's gaze, speaking calmly. Odin, you've finally come. I thought perhaps you wouldn't dare show yourself. Odin lifted his scepter and struck it forcefully against the ground. A thunderous boom echoed as the earth trembled beneath them. I am the sovereign of the Nine Realms. Earth is also within my domain. I am a master here. Why would I not dare to come? Odin declared arrogantly. Chen Feng quickly recalled his transformer, wary that Odin might seize it, then swung his foot at Thor's neck. Almost all of the blood magic had been drained from Thor, leaving him so weak he couldn't move or even speak. Helpless to dodge, Thor saw Chen Feng's intention and, realizing his fate was sealed, closed his eyes with a faint, peaceful smile. Stop, Odin shouted. Though Odin had the power to resurrect Thor after his death, if Chen Feng killed Thor right in front of him, it would be a direct affront, a blasphemy, against the gods themselves. For the dignity of the gods, Odin had to intervene. He swept his scepter sideways, channeling his magic to unleash a surge of energy. Chen Feng didn't flinch. His foot struck hard against Thor's neck. There was a sickening crack as Thor's neck snapped. Thor died instantly. At the same moment, Odin's energy beam struck Chen Feng's leg, boring a hole clean through it. Before the blood could even spill, the venom symbiote sealed the wound, leaving no visible trace of injury. It hurt, but what was pain compared to everything else? Facing Odin, Chen Feng said, Did you see that, Odin? Without your divine artifacts, you gods are powerless to resist me. If I want to kill, I kill. None of you can stop me. Chen Feng, you insignificant mortal. I swear you'll pay dearly for this. Odin growled through gritted teeth. Chen Feng crooked a finger at Odin, taunting him. Don't just talk. Come on. I'm right here in front of you. If you want me to pay, do it now. Odin roared, unleashing a barrage of energy beams. Kicking off with both feet, Chen Feng sprang into the air, dodging every streak of Odin's attack. He soared above Odin's head and bellowed, Go to hell. Odin showed no fear. He raised his scepter, Gungnir, the eternal spear, aiming it directly at Chen Feng as he descended from above. Known to pierce anything, if it struck Chen Feng's heart, it would mean certain death. So Odin targeted Chen Feng's heart. Chen Feng had been worried. Without the transformer armor made by Shockwave, He had no defense against the eternal spear's deadly edge. But now that Odin aimed for his heart, Chen Feng's concerns vanished. With a wet, sickening sound, Odin's scepter drove straight through Chen Feng's heart, the spearhead bursting out through his back. Chen Feng managed to strike Odin, using both hands like hammers and smashing down hard on Odin's head, driving him into the ground. A burst of blood spurted from Chen Feng's lips. Odin, too, coughed up blood, his injuries no less severe than Chen Feng's. Chen Feng gripped the scepter with his right hand, trying to pull it out in hopes of restoring his strength. Despite his grave wounds, Odin would never let Chen Feng have his way. He clung tightly to the scepter, refusing to let Chen Feng wrench it free. Without hesitation, Chen Feng planted a foot squarely on Odin's face and kicked off, forcing his body back and separating himself from the scepter. His heart badly damaged, Chen Feng knew that even with the healing speed of a titan, it would take at least an hour to recover. Odin, of course, would never give him that opportunity. So he shifted back into human form and tapped into Janet's genes. The healing factor truly lived up to its reputation as the fastest means of recovery. Chen Feng's heart regenerated in mere seconds. In less than 10, his injuries had vanished without a trace. A guttural, beastly roar tore from Chen Feng's throat as he transformed, this time into a lizard man. Now jet black and menacing, with a gaping maw and razor-sharp claws that gleamed with deadly intent. Meanwhile, Odin was healing himself as well. He chanted an incantation, then swept his scepter through the air. A beam of light shone upon him, and his wounds knit themselves closed in an instant. Watching Chen Feng's transformation, Odin remarked, "You are truly a monster. No mortal could ever shift forms, let alone become a creature half human, half beast, as you are now. That's simply because you lack the experience," Chen Feng replied coolly. "There are plenty of mortals on Earth with the power to transform just as I do, and every one of them boasts a physique far stronger than any of you gods. Chen Feng, I admit you're strong. I can't defeat you, but you can't defeat me either. So how about this? In exchange for releasing Thor and the Guardian God, we both lay down our arms and end this here." Odin offered truce. Chen Feng shook his head. "Hand over what I want, and I'll let them go. Not only that, I'll even pull back and stop assisting Laufey's assault on Asgard." "Never." Odin refused without a moment's thought. His position depended entirely on that scepter, and there was no way he'd surrender it to Chen Feng. Chen Feng's expression hardened. "Then let's finish this." With a sigh, Odin had no choice but to accept the challenge. Chen Feng crouched low, like a predator on the hunt. Then with a powerful push of his legs, he surged forward on all fours, moving with astonishing speed. Odin dared not underestimate him. He quickly raised his scepter, firing beam after beam of energy toward Chen Feng. But Chen Feng's movements were agile and deft. He slipped past Odin's attacks with ease. Seeing that ranged attacks were useless, Odin steeled himself for close combat. As Chen Feng lunged at him, Odin swung the scepter with all his might. The scepter's edge could pierce through anything except vibranium, so Chen Feng chose instead to seize it by the shaft. He gripped the scepter with both hands, but as a lizard man, his tail was just as powerful as his arms, free and ready to strike. He lashed his tail, striking Odin squarely in the waist. Odin hadn't expected Chen Feng's tail to pack such power. Caught off guard, he was sent flying. Even the scepter in his hand was snatched away by Chen Feng. Chen Feng stared at the scepter now in his grasp, anxiety bubbling up inside him. What should I do? What should I do? How can I keep Odin from taking it back? He knew that with just a single incantation, Odin could summon the scepter back to his hand. That's why Chen Feng was so anxious. If only he had a moment to study the scepter, he might be able to sever the connection between Odin and the artifact. Sure enough, Odin began chanting. As he finished, he shouted with arrogant confidence, "Return." The scepter transformed into a streak of white light, flew back to Odin's hand, and instantly resumed its original form. "The spear of eternity is mine. No one can take it from me," Odin declared triumphantly. "That's not a certainty," Chen Feng replied. Chen Feng had two ways to take Odin's scepter. The best way was to extract Odin's genes. If he could do that, he'd possess Odin's power and, naturally, be able to wield the scepter. The other way was to unravel the scepter's mysteries through technology. Once more, Chen Feng charged at Odin. Odin had fought on battlefields for tens of thousands of years, his combat experience unmatched. But his physical strength couldn't quite match Chen Feng's, and so his attacks were slower. With a swift slash, Chen Feng's claws tore through the armor on Odin's shoulder. A second swipe, Chen Feng's claws ripped open the armor around Odin's waist. With a sudden roar, Chen Feng opened his jaws wide, enough to swallow a person whole, and lunged at Odin. Startled, Odin hastily cast a spell and teleported a safe distance away. Odin no longer wanted to fight Chen Feng. He felt it was pointless. Neither of them could truly defeat the other, and continuing would only waste his time. He raised his scepter, which burst forth with a beam of white light that shot into the body of the guardian god. The guardian god's body swelled rapidly, and within seconds was completely restored. With a sharp gasp, the guardian god straightened up and drew a deep breath. The clash between Chen Feng and Odin resumed, their blows echoing like thunder through the air. Thor was still trapped and unable to move. He rolled himself over next to the guardian god and called out joyfully, "Guardian god, this is great. Father has brought you back to life." The guardian god regained his senses and sat up. He glanced at Chen Feng and Odin battling in the distance, then looked at Thor by his side. "Even His Majesty can't defeat Chen Feng. Father and Chen Feng are evenly matched. Neither can get the better of the other," Thor replied. "If we help His Majesty, perhaps we could kill Chen Feng," suggested the guardian god. "Maybe, but first, help me break these chains," Thor said. "All right." The guardian god grabbed a section of the chain with both hands and pulled with all his might. With a loud groan, his dark face flushed red from the effort, but even so, he couldn't break the chain. "Huff, what kind of chain is this? Even with all my strength, I can't break it," the guardian god said in frustration. "Try using your greatsword," suggested the god of thunder. "All right." The guardian god reached out, and the greatsword instantly flew into his grasp. He stood up, gripped the sword with both hands, took careful aim, and brought it down with all his might. A metallic clang echoed through the air. The greatsword struck the chain, but the chain remained completely unscathed. Ag! The god of thunder winced as the tremendous force injured him. Staring at the notch now marring his once flawless weapon, the guardian god exclaimed in shock, "My heavens! What on earth is this chain made of? Why can't even my divine greatsword cut through it? Instead, it's my sword that's now damaged. It seems only Father's eternal spear can break this chain." The god of thunder said dejectedly, "I'll go help His Majesty, and then I'll have him come save you," offered the guardian god. "Be careful. That Chen Feng is a demon, a merciless killer," the god of thunder warned, his body trembling involuntarily at the thought. Undaunted, the guardian god charged straight at Chen Feng. He knew full well how formidable Chen Feng was, and that he himself was no match. But with Odin there, he had no fear, for Odin could always bring him back to life. "Your Majesty, I'll hold Chen Feng off. Go save Thor," called the guardian god. "Understood," Odin replied, and in a flash of white light, his body vanished, only to reappear instantly at the god of thunder's side. "Father, only your eternal spear can break the chain binding me," the god of thunder reminded him. Odin raised the eternal spear and brought it crashing down. Another loud clang rang out. Yet both the chain and the staff remained intact. "What do we do now? Even my eternal spear can't break it," Odin said, torn with frustration. The god of thunder sighed in despair. "Forget it, Father. You and the guardian god should leave. Just let me die here on Earth." Odin reached out and touched the glowing artificial sun. "What kind of power is this? It feels immense. If it explodes, none of us will survive." The god of thunder shook his head. "I don't know, but I didn't know Chen Feng took it from a robot. Then it must be some kind of energy core like the one that powers the destroyer," Odin mused. "Your Majesty, you must leave now," urged the guardian god. Odin turned just in time to see Chen Feng's deadly claws pierce the guardian god's chest. "No," the god of thunder cried out in anguish. Without another word, Odin swung his staff in a swift counterattack. Chen Feng withdrew his hand and retreated swiftly, narrowly dodging Odin's blow. "I suppose I won't be able to guard the Rainbow Bridge any longer," the guardian god murmured, before collapsing backward. Thud! Thud! The sound of his body hitting the ground echoed in the silence. In Chen Feng's hand, a still-beating heart pulsed. "So this is the heart of God? Ha ha!" Chen Feng's laughter rang out, cold and triumphant. Odin seethed with fury at Chen Feng's actions, burning with the desire to destroy him. Yet he was powerless to do so. Gods are destined to be trampled underfoot by mortals. Chen Feng spoke with arrogant confidence. As soon as he finished, he tightened his grip and crushed the guardian god's heart in his hand. Odin gritted his teeth and swung his scepter, reviving the guardian god once more. Chen Feng looked at Odin with a provocative smile and said, "You can bring them back to life, and I can kill them again. Looks like we're destined to be enemies." At this moment, Odin truly did not know what to do. He could take Thor and the guardian god back to Asgard, but the thing bound to Thor made him fear bringing Thor home, worried it might bring catastrophic disaster to the realm. Thor was his only son, the sole heir to the eternal kingdom. If he didn't save Thor, all he had conquered might fall into someone else's hands. and that was something he could never accept. What should I do? Odin muttered in anguish. Father, perhaps we shouldn't return to Asgard for now. Let's stay on Earth, Thor suggested. Earth is Chen Feng's home. If whatever he put on me explodes, with enough force, it could threaten the planet. If it's a smaller explosion that kills only me but not you, then you could always bring me back again. Odin saw no better solution, so he nodded in agreement. Very well, we'll stay on Earth for the time being. He raised his scepter and began to chant an incantation. Having seen the movie, Chen Feng immediately recognized Odin's stance. He knew Odin was trying to escape. Hurriedly, he rushed forward. I'll come back for you, Chen Feng, Odin called out, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished, along with Thor and the guardian god. Optimus Prime, do you still have a signal from the artificial sun? Chen Feng asked urgently. If the signal was gone, it would mean Odin had taken Thor back to Asgard, and chaos would erupt there. Surely Asgard would be blasted to pieces. Master, I can still receive the signal from the artificial sun, and I can confirm that Thor and the others are currently in New York, America, reported Optimus Prime. What the heck are they doing in New York? Chen Feng exclaimed, alarmed. If the artificial sun exploded in New York, the casualties would be unimaginable. The entire city would be leveled. He wasn't a hero or a villain, but if his own creation ended up killing countless humans, he knew he could never forgive himself. He quickly issued an order. Optimus Prime, shut down the artificial sun's power source. Release Thor and bring the artificial sun back. Yes, my lord, Optimus Prime responded obediently. Meanwhile, in New York, Odin, Thor, and the guardian god stood on a bustling street, marveling at the endless stream of people. What a vibrant city humans have built, Odin exclaimed in awe. Father, the more people there are here, the safer we are. Chen Feng is immortal, and he'll surely care about the fate of other mortals. He wouldn't dare set off what he put on me in a crowded place, Thor said happily. That's not necessarily true. You said it yourself, he's a demon. Demons have no regard for anyone else's life, the guardian god countered. Grimly, no matter whether he cares or not, we'll have to stay here for a while and find a way to take that thing off Thor, Odin said. A sharp whirring sound came from the artificial sun cradled in Thor's arms, and its glow faded rapidly. Father, look, the energy in this thing is dropping, Thor exclaimed excitedly. It seems your guess was right. Chen Feng is worried this thing might explode, so he's reducing its energy, said the guardian god. With a series of metallic clicks, the chains wrapped around Thor fell away. As they hit the ground, they swiftly reassembled themselves into a miniature robot. Thor quickly reached out to catch the artificial sun before it could fall. At that moment, the mini-robot shot upward, unleashing a sonic blast at Thor. A deafening explosion shook the room, leaving Thor's ears ringing and his head spinning. Instinctively, he let go of the artificial sun and clamped his hands over his ears. Seizing the moment, the mini-robot caught the artificial sun and began to fly off. Stop right there, Odin shouted, swinging his staff and firing a beam of energy. The mini-robot threw itself in front of the beam, using the blast's momentum to speed away with the artificial sun in tow. Odin didn't attack again. He knew the mini-robot, like Chen Feng's Transformers, could ignore energy blasts. Besides, he was worried the artificial sun might explode. More importantly, he feared being caught in the blast himself. After all, the energy packed inside was terrifying, and even he might not withstand it. I'm free. I'm free. Ha ha. Thor cheered, bouncing with joy. Let's go back to Asgard now. I don't want to stay on Earth a moment longer, said the guardian god. No, we can't go back yet. We need to stay on Earth for a while, get familiar with the abilities of mortals, and prepare to deal with Chen Feng, that monster, Odin replied. Father, I've heard that humans have some amazing technology. They can observe the entire planet through satellites in space, and even use things as small as a grain of rice to eavesdrop on people. Every time I come to Earth, Chen Feng shows up almost immediately. I suspect he's tracking me through satellites or other technology. If we don't solve this problem, we'll be in danger on Earth. That demon, Chen Feng, will never let us go, said Thor anxiously. Don't worry, I have a way, Odin said calmly. What way? Thor asked, curiosity piqued. Come with me, Odin instructed. Odin led the way, with Thor and the guardian god following close behind. He took them into a crowded building. They walked into a fast food restaurant, and when they emerged, all three had completely different appearances and clothing. But that wasn't the end of it. They went on to a tech company, and when they came out, they were dressed in suits and wearing dark sunglasses. Odin was remarkably clever. Together with Thor and the guardian god, he kept using the same trick, changing disguises, altering their appearances. Out on the desolate plains, Chen Feng had been keeping a close watch on the three of them. But after Odin managed to send the tracker that had been on Thor 1,000 miles away, Chen Feng could only rely on the city's surveillance cameras to monitor their movements. The trio kept switching their looks and costumes, until, in the end, Chen Feng couldn't recognize them at all. Even Optimus Prime's analysis came up empty. If only I'd shoved the tracker down Thor's throat, Chen Feng muttered in frustration. Earth was his territory. Here, he had no fear of Odin. The only problem was he couldn't find him. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed through Chen Feng's mind, and his eyes lit up. That's it. I may not be able to find Odin and his group, but I can find Thor's girlfriend, Widow. With Thor's personality, he's bound to contact her. As soon as he does, Optimus Prime's intelligence system can lock onto his location. He wasted no time putting his plan into action. Optimus Prime, locate Thor's girlfriend, Widow, Chen Feng ordered. Yes, Master, Optimus Prime replied dutifully. A second later, Optimus Prime reported, Master, Widow is on the far side of the sand dune, 1,000 meters away. Optimus Prime then activated the 3D holographic projector built into his transformer frame, displaying the route and terrain. Chen Feng returned to his normal human form and set off in the direction of Widow's location. A kilometer away, Widow lay prone atop a sand dune, watching nervously as Chen Feng walked straight toward her. Has he found me? She whispered anxiously. She wasn't sure, so she didn't flee right away. But when Chen Feng continued heading directly for her, closing the distance to just 300 meters, she realized with a start that he was indeed coming for her. Oh my God, Widow gasped, her face going pale. She scrambled down the dune and dashed her car, flung the door open, started the engine, floored the accelerator, in one swift motion. The car shot forward, engine roaring. Feeling the vehicle surge ahead at high speed, Widow let out a shaky breath. Phew, finally lost that demon. Through her binoculars atop the dunes, she'd seen Chen Feng's ruthlessness as he killed Thor. The sight had made her heart pound with fear. She was certain that if Chen Feng caught her, he'd make her suffer before ending her, especially given her looks and allure. Any man would be tempted. The thought made her anxiously glance in the rearview mirror, wanting to make sure Chen Feng wasn't following. Seeing not a soul behind her, she breathed a sigh of relief. Are you looking for me? Came a voice from the back seat. Ah! Widow screamed, instinctively slamming on the brakes. The tires screeched against the ground, a harsh, grating sound. The car jerked to a stop. Widow broke out in a cold sweat, her face ashen and her body trembling. Forcing herself to stay calm, she mustered her courage and turned to look behind her. Hi! Chen Feng waved his hand and greeted her with a smile. Ah! When the widow saw that it was Chen Feng, she couldn't help but scream. A strange odor suddenly wafted to Chen Feng's nose, prompting him to ask, What's that smell? The widow, having stopped screaming, blushed despite her pale face at his words, and clamped her legs tightly together. You! Chen Feng drew out the word, his tone teasing. Suddenly, the widow shouted at the top of her lungs, You devil! What do you want from me? Just you and me, alone together? What do you think I want? Chen Feng joked, his eyes glinting mischievously. The widow immediately shielded her chest with both arms, looking at Chen Feng with alarm and despair. Please don't hurt me, she pleaded, her voice trembling. I have no intention of hurting you. Relax, Chen Feng replied with a gentle smile. Then, do you want me, or not? The widow asked timidly. If Chen Feng said yes, she would agree to save her own life. After all, she was no longer innocent, and she'd been with several men before. One more made no difference to her. Besides, Chen Feng wasn't bad-looking. Though he wasn't as handsome as Thor, he had a rugged charm, even more manly, more magnetic. Yet when she thought of Chen Feng's ruthlessness, any fluttering in her heart vanished. She feared that if she did give herself to him, he might kill her afterward. Would you want to? Chen Feng smiled, continuing to tease her. I. The widow's cheeks burned with embarrassment, unsure how to respond. Seeing the whirlwind of emotions flicker across her face, Chen Feng became more interested and pressed on. If I wanted you, would you give yourself to me? If I refused, would you kill me? The widow asked, her voice quivering. Chen Feng nodded. Yes, I would. At that, the widow broke down in tears. I can't stand women crying. When I see a woman cry, I get the urge to kill, Chen Feng said coldly. Instantly, the sobs ceased. The widow dared not make another sound, her fear palpable. If I give myself to you, will you still kill me? She asked in a trembling voice. Chen Feng stroked his chin, pretending to consider. Well, that depends on your performance. Don't worry. As long as you promise not to kill me, I'll make sure you're perfectly satisfied, the widow said seriously, her tone earnest. Chen Feng burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? The widow stared at him in confusion, unable to understand. I'm laughing at Thor. He thought he'd found true love, but little does he know you only cared about his status, Chen Feng said, amusement dancing in his eyes. That's not true. My feelings for Thor are real. I love him more than anything, the widow retorted heatedly. Yet you're still willing to be with me? To betray Thor behind his back? Chen Feng mocked. Say whatever you like. I love Thor, and for him, I'd do anything, she replied, her voice full of conviction. In truth, Chen Feng had hit the mark. In the beginning, she'd been drawn in by Thor's striking looks. She invited him home, hoping something would happen between them. And through their physical connection, she learned of his true identity. She wanted to capture the heart of the god of thunder, then use him to enter the celestial palace, ascend to godhood, and gain immortality. As for true love, she didn't believe in it. She had been through several heartbreaks, left battered and bruised by love. When she sought out men, it wasn't for happiness, but simply to satisfy physical needs. If, just hypothetically, if I could give you more, would you give up the god of thunder and choose me instead? Chen Feng asked with a gentle smile. And what, exactly, can you give me? The widow asked. You see my power. Those so-called gods are like ants before me. If I wish to kill them, I do. Of course, Odin is an exception for now, but soon my strength will far surpass even his. I have power, and it is immense. As for wealth, I have more than I could ever spend. Influence? The entire earth is under my sway. Even Lao Fei, the Frost King of Jotunheim, is my ally. My reach affects the peace of all 9 realms. And as for talent, I have that too. The steel battle armor I wore earlier was my own creation. It can shrink or grow at will. Its defense is so strong even Odin's eternal spear can't pierce it, and it's powered by the most advanced artificial sun. Chen Feng spoke with pride. The widow was tempted. Her fear began to fade, replaced by suspicion that Chen Feng might be interested in her. She asked, Thor said immortality could be found in the eternal realm. Can you give me immortality? I'm a man more powerful than the gods themselves. Of course, I can grant you immortality, Chen Feng replied. That was no idle boast. He truly had the means to grant others eternal life. Immortality only required healing factors. True immortality could be achieved. With a glimmer in her eyes, the widow gazed at Chen Feng and asked, Do you like me? Chen Feng shook his head. No, I don't. The widow's expression was a sight to behold. After a moment of stunned silence, she lashed out. If you don't like me, why go through all this? Are you just toying with me? Chen Feng nodded seriously. Exactly. I was just messing with you. And, incidentally, testing your loyalty to the god of thunder. What do you really want? The widow asked impatiently. Optimus Prime, play back the footage of our conversation. Chen Feng commanded. Yes, my lord, came Optimus Prime's response. With a soft chime, the transformer worn around Chen Feng's neck powered up its 3D holographic projector, casting images and voices of Chen Feng's recent exchange with the widow into the air. A sense of dread crept over the widow. She asked nervously, What is the meaning of this? Work with me. Help me find Thor. I'll show this recording to him, Chen Feng threatened. The widow's face darkened. How do you want me to cooperate? She asked. Thor called Jane earlier, and I'm sure it was you who taught him how to make that call. You must have given him your number, and now you've got him. Completely hooked. It won't be long before he calls you again. All you need to do is keep him on the line for as long as possible, and casually ask him why they're staying on Earth. That's all I need from you, Chen Feng said. If I agree to help you, can you promise not to kill me? The widow asked earnestly. You're just an ordinary woman. I have no interest in killing you. Of course, as long as you don't provoke me. Otherwise, I'll make sure your death is a miserable one, Chen Feng replied. I'll help you, but I have 2 conditions, the widow said. Name them, Chen Feng responded. First, I'll help you deceive Thor, but you must never tell him about it, she said solemnly. Chen Feng nodded. I promise. Second, I need money, a lot of money. You're rich, aren't you? Then give me plenty, she demanded. $10 million. That should be enough for you to spend a lifetime, Chen Feng replied. One more thing. I want you to swear to the heavens that if I help you deceive Thor, you won't kill me. The widow added another requirement. I've killed gods before. Do you really think I'm afraid of making some empty vow to the sky? Ridiculous, Chen Feng said, his voice tinged with irritation. All right, I'll trust you, the widow said softly. Now let's go to your house, Chen Feng ordered. Okay, the widow replied meekly, starting the car and driving back. The place wasn't far, so within a minute or two, they'd return to the town. Because of the battle between Chen Feng, Thor, the guardian god, and Odin, the widow's house had been destroyed. But if a house is ruined, you can always build another, especially when you have money. With a single phone call and an offer of 5 times the usual price, Chen Feng hired a company specializing in light steel villas. The team arrived overnight to start building. By dawn, the new villa stood completed, identical in every way to the one the widow had lived in before. Chen Feng had done this to make it easy for Thor to find her. Once the villa was finished, it was time to furnish it. Another phone call, a few times the normal rate, and by midday, everything was ready. After settling all the details, Chen Feng and the widow moved into the brand-new villa. To prevent her from running away, Chen Feng made her swallow a newly designed tracker. Once in her stomach, it would stay there. Only Chen Feng could remove it. And so, Chen Feng and the widow began living together. Because the widow was a well-known figure in town, word quickly spread about her living with Chen Feng, igniting a storm of gossip among the locals. Secretly, many people, mostly men, spoke ill of her. Perhaps it was just sour grapes. But the widow was no pushover. Whenever she overheard anyone bad-mouthing her, she would confront them without hesitation. Why should she be afraid? Her boyfriend was a god. The only one she feared was Chen Feng. Just this afternoon, when she went out to buy groceries, she ended up quarreling with an older woman. The reason? The older woman's husband had stolen several glances at the widow. Jealous, the older woman lashed out, calling the widow a shameless hussy. Of course, the widow wouldn't stand for it, so the two began to argue. Now, this older woman wasn't someone who threw insults lightly. She had her own way of handling things, otherwise how could she muster such boldness? With a quick phone call, she summoned two loafers, men known for their unruly ways. Well, who's got the guts to mess with my big sister? One of the thugs mocked as he swaggered over. Turns out it's the widow from our own town. So what? You found yourself a new man, and now you think you're too good for the rest of us. The widow shot back, cursing, "What business is it of yours if I find a man?" The thug leered, grinning wickedly. "Widow, if you're looking for a man, why not pick me? I'll make sure you're never hungry again." Without warning, the widow's anger flared. She slapped the thug hard across the face and snapped. "You bastard, you think someone like you could ever be good enough for me?" The thug's face twisted with rage. "You bitch, you dare hit me? I'll make you pay for that today." The older woman's voice dripped with venom. "Boys, both of you, go teach that shameless woman a lesson. Make sure she can't go tempting other women's husbands again." The two thugs eyed the widow greedily and lunged at her. "Thor, help me!" The widow screamed in terror. With a thud, the widow was knocked to the ground by the two thugs. She had braced herself for a beating, but to her shock, they were more interested in taking liberties than landing blows. Humiliated so publicly, the widow wished she could just die then and there. She realized Thor wasn't around, so she shouted at the top of her lungs, "Chen Feng, help me!" The marketplace was crowded, and plenty of people there knew the widow. Among them were many men who had nursed secret crushes on her. On a normal day, if she were in trouble, there would be no shortage of men rushing to play the hero. But today was different. Jealousy held them back. These men resented the fact that the widow had chosen another. Yet, seeing how pitifully she was being bullied, even those men could no longer stand by. "Stop!" a burly man roared. "Let her go! Let her go!" More and more men stepped forward, some of them even married. After all, the widow was just that enchanting. Lured by hope of winning her favor, their common sense clouded, and they surged forward on impulse. A sudden gunshot cracked through the air. One of the thugs raised a pistol, firing into the sky. "Whoever dares to butt in, I'll shoot him dead," he shouted. The would-be heroes faltered. For a woman who had already chosen someone else, was it really worth risking their lives? One by one, they retreated, falling silent. "Chen Feng, if you don't come save me now, I swear I'll kill myself," the widow cried out desperately. The thug looked down at the widow, his eyes lingering on her disheveled clothes. With a leering grin, he sneered, "If that Chen Feng dares to show up, I'll shoot him dead without a second thought. But if you're willing to come with me, I'll let him go. How about it?" A voice rang out above the thug's head. "I'm here. Go ahead, try shooting me." Startled, the thug glanced up and saw a powerfully built man, broad-shouldered and imposing, standing atop a sleek glider. The newcomer gazed down at him with an aura of unshakable confidence. "You're Chen Feng?" the thug demanded. "I am," Chen Feng replied coolly. The widow, pinned to the ground by another gangster, wept as she pleaded, "Chen Feng, they're taking advantage of me. Please, kill them for me." Chen Feng nodded. "I will." Optimus Prime had already reported the widow's troubles to him. At first, he thought it was just a minor squabble and hadn't intervened. But now, seeing these two thugs brazenly humiliating the widow in front of everyone, he knew he couldn't let it stand. Especially since she was still useful to him. He was determined to act. The thug pointed his gun at Chen Feng, shouting angrily, "Get lost, or I'll really shoot." With nothing but a thought, Chen Feng could have commanded his glider to strike the thug down in an instant. But he chose not to. Instead, he guided the glider to descend, intent on crushing the thug with his bare hands, a warning to the entire town. "Cross me, and there's only one fate, death." Chen Feng stepped off the glider and strode toward the thug. Intimidated by Chen Feng's overwhelming presence, the thug began to back away, stammering, "Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll really pull the trigger." "Go ahead, shoot," Chen Feng replied calmly. "Little brother, shoot him. If anything happens, Big Sis will take the blame for you," shouted the ant who'd argued with the widow earlier. With a flick of his right hand, Chen Feng shot a strand of web toward her face. The sticky thread latched onto her, and with a quick tug, he sent her flying straight toward him. His hand was large enough to grip her entire face. Without so much as glancing at her, he told the thug, "If you don't shoot now, I'll kill your big sister." "You're a mutant?" the thug gasped in terror. Mutants were all the rage in America. Spider-Man, the Lizard Professor, and others were constantly in the news. The thug instantly recognized what he was dealing with. Chen Feng didn't answer. Instead, he tightened his grip. A sickening crack rang out. Chen Feng had crushed the ant skull with one hand. She died before she could even scream. The thug watched in horror as his own sister was killed before his eyes. Rage and hatred surged through him, giving him the nerve to raise his gun and fire repeatedly at Chen Feng. Gunshots echoed through the air. But Chen Feng's movements were impossibly swift. He dodged every single bullet. Click, click. The thug squeezed the trigger again and again, only to realize his gun was empty. If you're out of bullets, then all that's left for you is death. Chen Feng let a faint smile appear on his lips as he spoke. The thug's hand trembled, and his pistol slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. With a heavy thud, the thug dropped to his knees and began kowtowing, pleading for mercy. "Boss, I was wrong. Please let me go." Fear overtook him, for Chen Feng was not only more skilled than he was, but also far more ruthless. The thug might have been willing to kill, but he would never dare, as Chen Feng did, to torment a woman. To death in front of a crowd. In the underworld, everyone fears someone crueler than themselves. Whether in strength or presence, Chen Feng was superior, so the thug surrendered. He saw no shame in it. "Anyone who crosses me must die." With those words, Chen Feng suddenly lashed out with a kick. The tip of his shoe struck the thug's chin, sending him flying over the crowd and crashing onto the market's awning above. He lay still, silent. With a kick like that from Chen Feng, the thug was as good as dead. So Chen Feng didn't bother going to check if he was still alive. Instead, he moved forward, facing another thug, who was still pinning the widow down, his terrified eyes locked on Chen Feng. Chen Feng's voice was icy as he spoke. "Is lying on top of her really that comfortable for you?" The thug, hearing this, immediately rolled off her and dropped to his knees, not daring to speak. He just kowtowed desperately, smashing his forehead on the ground until it bled. "Do you regret it now?" Chen Feng asked. Yes, I regret it. I never should have touched your woman. I was wrong. Please, spare me. I beg you. I have elderly parents to care for. I can't die," the thug pleaded pitifully. "Your need to care for your parents has nothing to do with me. All I know is you targeted someone important to me, Chen Feng. And for that, you must die," Chen Feng replied coldly. "I was wrong, please, boss, have mercy." The thug kowtowed frantically, blood streaming down his face from his battered forehead. Chen Feng slowly extended his right hand. Seeing this, the thug fell back in terror, scrambling desperately to retreat. With a swift motion, Chen Feng shot out a strand of web, which stuck to the thug's leg, and began reeling him in. "No, please don't kill me," the thug howled in misery. When the thug was dragged in front of him, Chen Feng reached out again, clamped a single hand around the thug's neck, and lifted him off the ground. His right hand tightened gradually. The thug clawed at Chen Feng's wrist, his legs kicking wildly in the air. His face contorted, turning crimson as he struggled to breathe. But Chen Feng didn't kill him quickly. He tightened his grip slowly, taking several minutes to strangle the thug to death. When it was over, Chen Feng let go. With a dull thud, the thug's lifeless body dropped to the ground. A sharp gasp swept through the crowd. Everyone was stunned by Chen Feng's ruthlessness. "Did you see that? This guy is vicious. Never, ever mess with a widow again. Don't even look at her, or you'll end up dead at this man's hands. He just killed 3 people in front of everyone. Isn't he afraid of the police? I think he must be the boss of some gang. That's why he's so fearless and reckless." Chen Feng turned his head too. "Look at an old man." The old man was so terrified he collapsed onto the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably, and a dark yellow stain spread beneath him. Yes, he was so scared he wet himself. Chen Feng strode over to the old man, towering over him, and spoke coldly. "Do you know what you've done wrong?" I was wrong. I'm sorry. I truly was wrong," the old man stammered, apologizing in a panic. "That's right, you were wrong. So wrong it's almost unbelievable. Without any real strength of your own, you dare to ignore your own wife. And go look at other women. The deaths of your wife and your brother-in-law can all be traced back to you," Chen Feng said, his voice icy. The old man broke down in sobs filled with regret. You've made serious mistakes, so now I have to kill you. You don't have any objections, do you? Chen Feng asked. The old man was at a loss for words, his fears spilling out as tears. Overestimating yourself. Meeting me, you deserve to die, Chen Feng finished, then slowly raised his right hand, shaping it into a knife edge, and struck the old man on the neck. It was a sharp crack. The old man gasped, then collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Chen Feng turned around and, with an annoyed tone, addressed the widow who was still lying on the ground. Get up already. Is lying there really that comfortable? Oh. The widow finally snapped out of her daze, hurried to her feet, straightened her clothes, and obediently stood beside Chen Feng. Knowing that the widow had come out to buy groceries, Chen Feng entered the market, casually picked up some vegetables and meat, and took the widow home with him. That's right, he simply picked them up off the stalls, because no one dared to take his money. They returned to the widow's house. She immediately disappeared into her room, and when she came out, she was dressed so alluringly that even Chen Feng couldn't help but steal a few glances. Noticing Chen Feng's wandering eyes, the widow's lips curled into a smug little smile. She swayed her hips as she walked up to him, her voice honeyed as she asked, "What would you like to eat? I'll make it for you." "Whatever's fine," Chen Feng replied. He had no particular appetite. So long as it could fill his stomach, anything would do. "All right," the widow answered sweetly. She turned around, hips swaying, and headed into the kitchen. Watching her walk, Chen Feng easily guessed what she was thinking. She was definitely trying to seduce him. Suddenly, a sharp cry came from the kitchen. "What happened?" Chen Feng called out. The widow was his bait. He couldn't afford for anything to go wrong. Worried, he hurried into the kitchen. What he saw was the widow's clothes soaked through by water, clinging to her and leaving little to the imagination, a sight that would stir any man's desire. She even had her right index finger in her mouth, gently sucking on it. "What happened?" Chen Feng asked. Her lips trembled, eyes shimmering with vulnerability. "I accidentally cut my finger," she said, pulling her finger out to show him. "Look, it's just a little scratch," Chen Feng replied impatiently. "Oof. Don't you know how to show some tenderness to a woman?" The widow complained with a pitiful expression. "I'm injured, and instead of comforting me or helping with my wound, you're actually annoyed with me. You belong to someone else. I have no reason to dote on you," Chen Feng said coolly. "As long as you're not on the verge of dying, I won't be helping you." The widow felt tears welling up in her eyes. In the past, whenever she feigned vulnerability in front of man, he would rush to comfort, protect, and care for her. But Chen Feng, she began to wonder if he was hopelessly straight-laced, or perhaps even preferred men. Otherwise, how could he possibly be uninterested in her? She hadn't planned on seducing Chen Feng, but the memory of him saving her replayed vividly in her mind. The way he had descended like a force of nature, striking down her tormentors with decisive fury, had left her heart pounding. In that moment, she had truly fallen for him. She thought Chen Feng might not be as handsome as Thor, but he was far more manly. With Chen Feng, she would feel utterly safe. No one would dare bully her. Unlike Thor, when she was with him, she paid for everything, food, clothes, you name it. Even when Thor got into trouble, it was always her risking her life to save him. And what did Thor do in return? Every time they had to run, he would abandon her, leaving her to fend for herself. If it weren't for Thor's status with a man like that, she would never consider marrying him, maybe just have a bit of fun at most. But if Chen Feng ever showed he liked her, she would marry him in a heartbeat, because he had everything she ever wanted. "So what you're saying is, if I were your woman, you'd cherish me, take care of me, and worry about me, right?" the widow asked. Chen Feng nodded. "Of course. If she's my woman, I'll make sure she's the happiest in the world. I'd never let her get hurt." The widow stepped closer to Chen Feng, then leaned into him, wrapping her arms gently around his waist. In a sweet, delicate voice, she said, "Then let me be your woman." "Oh my goodness. You American women are really something," Chen Feng replied with a wry smile. "You already have a boyfriend, and yet you're still flirting with someone else." "I do have a boyfriend, but that's just a boyfriend, not a husband. I'm still free. I have the right to pursue happiness," the widow replied softly. With her arms around Chen Feng and her voice so gentle, any ordinary man would have been unable to resist her advances. But Chen Feng was not an ordinary man. He could control his desires. He pushed her away with a look of distaste. "You're attractive, but I don't like women like you. Frankly, you make me feel unclean." The widow's happiness vanished instantly. Chen Feng's words were a slap in the face. She turned away and quietly began to cook. Chen Feng said nothing more and left the kitchen in silence. As for the widow being angry, let her be angry if she wants. After all, she brought this on herself. What does it have to do with him? Half an hour later, the widow brought out a lavish Western meal. Chen Feng finished it in just a few bites, still nowhere near full, so he simply decided to cook for himself. He went straight for the meat. After all, meat could provide him with more energy. Though he rarely cooked, his intelligence made up for his lack of experience. When it came time to add seasonings, he relied on instinct alone, somehow managing to get the flavors just right. After another half hour, Chen Feng emerged with a huge bowl piled high with meat prepared in every imaginable way: grilled, pan-fried, boiled, braised, and stewed in soy sauce. With a sip of white liquor and a bite of meat, Chen Feng ate with obvious relish. Watching him eat, the widow couldn't help but swallow nervously. "Is it really that delicious?" she asked. Chen Feng only smiled, placing a piece of braised pork onto her plate. "Try it yourself and see." The widow cut the braised pork into a small piece with her knife and fork, then took a bite. The meat, marbled with fat and lean, melted instantly in her mouth, tender, sweet, and savory all at once. The delectable flavor conquered her senses. She closed her eyes in bliss and said happily, "It's delicious. If you like it, eat more. Don't say I'm stingy," Chen Feng said, helping her to more meat. Thank you, Chen Feng," she replied, nodding with delight. She felt as though every piece of meat he gave her was filled with warmth and care. Meanwhile, in New York, USA, Odin truly lived up to his title as ruler of the Nine Realms. His intelligence was astonishing. To avoid attracting Chen Feng's attention, he'd had the three of them split up, each acting alone to learn about mortals and investigate Chen Feng. Before parting ways, he'd given Thor and the guardian god a large quantity of gold to spend freely and bribe mortals as needed. Odin, bold and supremely skilled, went straight to seek out the most powerful person in New York. And who was the strongest in New York? None other than the Green Goblin. Osborne Group, run by the Green Goblin, was already one of America's largest corporations, and with Chen Feng's backing, its growth had skyrocketed. The company had expanded several times over, especially in terms of military strength. Osborne Group had produced intelligent robots, suits of iron armor, and genetically engineered warriors. Each of these gene warriors was mightier than Spider-Man, but they were all monsters, failed experiments. Unable to bring himself to destroy them, the Green Goblin had formed a squad of gene warriors. Now, the Green Goblin was following the path Chen Feng had blazed. Unfortunately, he lacked the same abundance of talent, so his creations, while formidable, were unsatisfactory and dangerously unstable. For someone of the Green Goblin's stature to meet Odin in person, it was only possible because Odin was so extravagantly generous. He'd pave his way with gold, dazzling the Green Goblin's subordinates. Inside the Osborne Group's president's office, the Green Goblin spoke. "Well then, what brings you to see me?" Odin glanced around, then said to the Green Goblin, "Turn off all electronic devices and disconnect from the internet, or else our conversation might be discovered by others." "You tell me who you are first," the Green Goblin replied. "I am a powerful being, extremely powerful, and I possess endless wealth. As long as you help me, you can name your price, and I'll pay it. No haggling whatsoever," Odin declared with confidence. Wealth was so abundant in the Eternal Realm that he had grown indifferent to it. If the Green Goblin wanted riches, Odin would be generous. As long as he got what he desired, he'd even be willing to hand over all the gold and treasure stored in the palace vaults. After all, in the Eternal Realm, most gods used energy crystals as currency. Gold and silver had long since fallen out of use, relegated to mere ornaments. "All right, I'll turn off all electronic devices and shut down the network now," said the Green Goblin. Hearing Odin call himself a powerful and wealthy figure, the Green Goblin realized Odin must be afraid of Chen Feng. The reason Odin wanted everything disconnected was simple. Very few people in this world had the skill to hack into the Osborne Group. Mr. Long was one, but he was a small fish and not worth mentioning. Iron Man, Tony Stark, was another, but after being defeated by Chen Feng, he had gone into hiding to build up his strength and certainly wouldn't risk provoking new enemies. That left Chen Feng. His prowess with networks was unrivaled. No one could stop his intrusions or even sense that he had already infiltrated their systems. Given that Chen Feng had the most enemies and loved stirring up trouble, the Green Goblin deduced that Odin was afraid of him. Disconnecting from the internet and shutting down all electronics meant the Green Goblin couldn't use any of his devices, not even his battle armor. For his own safety, he summoned dozens of genetically enhanced soldiers to his office as protection. Once everything was powered down and the network disconnected, the Green Goblin turned to Odin and said, "All right, all the electronics and the network are off. No one from the outside can eavesdrop on us now." Odin glanced at the gene soldiers standing nearby and asked, "What about them?" The Green Goblin gave a slight smile. "Don't worry, they're my gene soldiers. They're absolutely loyal to me. Nothing you say will leave this room. Very well. Odin nodded, satisfied. Introduce yourself, then. Let me see who I'm dealing with, the Green Goblin said with curiosity. Odin rose to his feet, chanting an incantation. A blinding white light burst from his body. When the light faded, he had returned to his true form, clad in imposing armor, a scepter in his hand. A transformation. How interesting, the Green Goblin remarked. This is my true self. My name is Odin, king of the eternal realm and ruler of the 9 realms. Odin announced with pride. The Green Goblin shook his head in disappointment and said never heard of it. He assumed that the 9 realms Odin mentioned were just like those small tribal nations in Africa. The eternal realm is located in Asgard. It is the dwelling place of the gods. And the 9 realms, each one is a separate plane of existence. Your Earth is one of those realms. In the past, I was your ruler, Odin explained. The Green Goblin was stunned and asked, You mean, you're a god? Odin nodded solemnly. Yes, I am a god. I am Odin, the All-Father. I never expected that a legendary figure could actually be real, the Green Goblin exclaimed in awe. Now that you know who I am, it's only fair that you introduce yourself. Tell me about your abilities and your relationship with Chen Feng, Odin said. My name is Harry. I'm a current CEO of Oscorp. My company has its hands in many industries: medicine, weaponry, biochemistry, technology, and finance. These 5 sectors are where Oscorp truly excels. As for Chen Feng and me, we were once enemies. We even fought each other, and I lost. But later, he came to me for cooperation, saved my father's life, and cured my family's hereditary disease. That's why we became partners, the Green Goblin explained. Hearing that the Green Goblin was Chen Feng's partner, Odin grew wary. If I were to ask you to help me deal with Chen Feng, would you agree? Don't worry, I wouldn't ask you to fight on the front lines. All I need is detailed information about Chen Feng. The Green Goblin considered for a moment, then flashed a wicked smile. Of course I can do that, but it depends on whether you're willing to pay enough. Otherwise, I would never betray Chen Feng. How much gold do you want? Name your price. I can give it to you right now, Odin declared grandly. The Green Goblin raised a single finger. Odin curled his lip and said, all right, 10,000 tons of gold. The Green Goblin was dumbfounded, then overjoyed. He had originally planned to ask for 100 tons of gold. After all, Odin only wanted information on Chen Feng. Even if Chen Feng found out later, he probably wouldn't make a big deal out of it, since many people already knew Chen Feng's details. But he hadn't expected Odin to be so wealthy, to offer 10,000 tons of gold without hesitation. But just how much is 10,000 tons of gold? Let's take a look at the world's gold reserves. The United States is number 1, with 8,133.5 tons of gold. Germany is second, with 3,366.8 tons. China comes in 6th, with 1,936.5 tons. This alone shows just how rare gold is. If Odin really gave him 10,000 tons of gold, he would become the single largest holder of gold on Earth. Give me the gold, and I'll tell you everything you want to know about Chen Feng right away, the Green Goblin said excitedly. With 10,000 tons of gold in his hands, his Osborn Group would undoubtedly become the world's number 1 corporation, a terrifying force capable of swaying global finance. Just the thought of it made his heart race with excitement. Find a spacious place. I can give you 10,000 tons of gold right now, Odin said. The Green Goblin's office, though large, was by no means big enough to contain 10,000 tons of gold. First, change back into that old man's appearance. Then come with me, the Green Goblin instructed. Odin chanted an incantation, his body radiating a dazzling white light, and then followed the Green Goblin. The Green Goblin led Odin to a secret underground chamber beneath the Osborn Group's headquarters. He had plenty of such hidden spaces, mostly used for shady experiments, storing important items, or handling some unsavory business. In one particularly vast underground room, the Green Goblin turned to Odin, excitement bubbling in his voice. Don't mention 10,000 tons of gold. Even 1 billion tons could fit in here. Then let's put it here, Odin replied. He closed his eyes and began to chant, his staff swirling through the air. At last, he pointed the staff forward, and a black vortex appeared at its tip. Gold began pouring out in a steady, unending stream. There were gold nuggets, gold or golden spheres, and all manner of objects crafted from gold. A shimmering cascade filled the room. The Green Goblin's eyes went wide. His heart hammered in his chest. He couldn't stop himself from exclaiming, I'm rich. I'm rich. With a flick of his staff, Odin halted the flow of gold, and the black vortex vanished. This is 10,000 tons of gold, he said. Ha ha! I'm rich, the Green Goblin cheered, throwing himself into the mountain of gold. After a moment of wild celebration, he picked up several pieces of gold, biting them one by one, then broke into a grin of pure contentment. It's all real. I'm rich at last. I've given you 10,000 tons of gold. Now it's time for you to give me information on Chen Feng. Odin reminded him sharply. Clambering down from the gold pile, the Green Goblin turned to his subordinates. Send robots to guard this place. Yes, sir, they replied promptly. He then walked over to Odin and said, Come with me. The Green Goblin led Odin back to his office. There, he turned on a computer that wasn't connected to the internet, saved all the information he had on Chen Feng onto a USB drive, and handed it to Odin. This contains everything on Chen Feng, his identity, his abilities, his subordinates, his enemies. Odin took the drive, frowning. What is this? How am I supposed to use it? You're kidding. You don't even recognize a USB drive? The Green Goblin chuckled. Ever since I lost interest in humankind, I've stopped paying attention to their inventions. Most of their things are unfamiliar to me. Odin replied, unbothered. He didn't feel ashamed. No matter how powerful human technology became, it could never match the might of divine artifacts. Of course, Chen Feng's possessions were an exception. I'll teach you, the Green Goblin offered. The Green Goblin took out a miniature 3D holographic projector, plugged the USB drive into it, and began explaining to Odin, this is a smart 3D holographic projector. All you have to do is give it a command, and it will play whatever you want to see. For example, you could ask, who are Chen Feng's enemies? A stream of images appeared, projected by the holographic device, displaying photographs of many people. Then, a mechanical voice announced, Chen Feng's enemies include Director Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D., General Ross of the U.S. military, the crime boss Mr. Blue. For the sake of 10,000 tons of gold, the Green Goblin was extremely patient as he taught Odin how to use the 3D holographic projector. Several hours later, Odin sighed in amazement. So, Chen Feng is truly a monster. In just a year or two, he's risen to become one of the world's top powerhouses. This rate of growth is terrifying. If he keeps going, it's only a matter of time before he dominates the world. When that day comes, gods, demons, and mortals alike will be at his mercy. The Green Goblin nodded in agreement. Exactly. From the footage, we can see that when Chen Feng first appeared, he ran into the Hulk and Abomination. The shockwaves from their battle left him battered and bruised. But then, he placed his hand on Abomination and transformed into a monstrous being, just like him. Immediately after, he changed again, becoming a titanic giant, and overwhelmed both the Hulk and Abomination with ease. I'd wager that. When he first showed up, he was definitely weak. Otherwise, why would he have run away? To go from a weakling to a powerhouse in less than an hour. That's utterly terrifying. How did he acquire the ability to extract genes? Odin asked with curiosity. The Green Goblin shook his head. That I don't know. He never said. The only thing he mentioned was that, for him to successfully extract someone's genes, the other person must be willing. If there's resistance, he can't do it. However, it seems that if he kills someone, he can extract their genes from the corpse. No wonder, when I was pretending to be unconscious, he placed his hand on me. I suppose he was trying to extract my genes. Odin speculated. If Chen Feng extracted someone's genes, he could use their abilities. The thought sent a chill down his spine. If his own genes were taken, Chen Feng could wield his powers, seize the Eternal Spear, control the Destroyer, and command the Bifrost. When that happened, the Eternal Realm would surely become a living hell. Harry, apart from resisting Chen Feng's gene extraction mentally, is there any other way to stop him? Odin asked. The Green Goblin rubbed his fingers together and grinned slyly. Well, you know what I mean. Unfortunately, Odin genuinely did not understand. He asked, puzzled, what do you mean? Money. If you pay me, I'll tell you. After all, this isn't information about Chen Feng himself. It's the result of my own research on him. The Green Goblin spoke slyly. How much gold do you want? You name it. Odin responded with a bold laugh. Gold? That's nothing to me. I have more than enough. Hearing the confidence in Odin's tone, the Green Goblin realized that Odin's reserves were vast, so he set his sights high and said, 1,000 tons of gold. No problem. I'll give it to you. Odin agreed without hesitation. 1,000 tons of gold could easily fit in the Green Goblin's office. With a muttered incantation and a flourish of his staff, a black hole appeared out of thin air, pouring out a mountain of gold. The Green Goblin grinned as he watched the gold pile up. Odin is so endearing, he thought, always so quick to shower him with wealth. Once Odin retrieved his staff, the black hole vanished. Here you have 1,000 tons of gold, he said. The Green Goblin stepped forward to inspect the haul. It was all pure gold. He nodded and said, if you want to stop Chen Feng from extracting your genes, aside from mental resistance, there's another way. Simply don't let him touch your body. So, when fighting Chen Feng, it's best to wear armor or some protective suit as a barrier. Odin frowned. Is it really that simple? The Green Goblin nodded. Yes, it's just that simple. Very well. Let me ask you this. If I wanted to hire you to deal with Chen Feng, how much gold would you ask for? Odin inquired. At Odin's question, the Green Goblin's expression grew grave. Think about it, he replied. You're the ruler of the 9 realms, the all-father of the gods, and even you can't defeat Chen Feng. Tell me, do you think I'd dare go up against him? He continued, besides, you and I are different. If you lose to Chen Feng, you can always retreat to Asgard. But me? Everything I own is on Earth. If I leave, I'll lose everything. So, you should already know my answer. All right then, I have one last proposal. Would you be willing to sell me Earth's technology? Odin asked. Odin, ever shrewd, knew that to conquer an enemy, you must understand both yourself and your foe. From the information the Green Goblin had shown him, Odin realized that Chen Feng's rapid rise in power relied not only on gene extraction, but also on technological support. Odin knew nothing of technology, but that didn't matter. The dwarves, whom he had always protected, were geniuses at forging weapons. He believed that if he passed Earth's technology to the dwarves, they could quickly develop technology even more advanced than humanity's. The dwarves' manufacturing prowess was legendary. His own Spear of Eternity, his son's Hammer of Thunder, and the destroyer he commanded were all crafted by them. Their talent was truly staggering. Without the slightest hesitation, the Green Goblin cheerfully agreed. No problem. But as for the price, well, however much technology you want, just give me an equivalent amount of gold. Odin was so powerful, so wealthy, that even if he chose not to cooperate with Odin, Odin could easily find other partners. Although he didn't know much about Odin yet, from what Odin had said earlier, he had learned that Odin once ruled the earth and enslaved humanity. Now that Odin valued humans again, if Odin defeated Chen Feng, he would surely try to rule the earth once more, enslaving humankind all over again. Though he was a supervillain, as a human being, he could not accept the idea of Odin ruling the earth and enslaving his own kind. So, he decided to play a trick and only hand over some insignificant technology to Odin. I'll give you another 10,000 tons of gold. In exchange, you give me all of humanity's technology. What do you say? Odin asked. A sharp gasp escaped the Green Goblin as he sucked in a breath, utterly astonished. He thought to himself, just how rich is this Odin? Previously, Odin had given him 10,000 tons of gold, then another 1,000 tons, and now yet another 10,000 tons, for a total of 21,000 tons of gold. The Earth's crust holds about 60 trillion tons of gold, but humanity has only managed to mine less than 200,000 tons so far. All the country's gold reserves combined are just 40,000 tons. Out of nowhere, he became one of the richest people in half the world. To say he was as wealthy as a nation would almost be an insult. Only the tidal wealth of half the world would do him justice. Once his shock passed, the Green Goblin was overwhelmed with excitement. He was convinced that it wouldn't be long before he became the second most powerful person on Earth. Chen Feng was number 1. Chen Feng was simply too formidable, so he was content to settle for second place. The Green Goblin nodded vigorously. Deal. It's a promise. Odin's progress was going exceptionally well. Not only had he gotten all the information about Chen Feng, he had also acquired humanity's technology. Meanwhile, Thor and the God of Guardians didn't fare so well. Thor couldn't resist the urge to rush off to a bar, drinking and flirting without a care in the world. As for the God of Guardians, after spending so much time alone on the Rainbow Bridge with no one to talk to, he'd become somewhat withdrawn, not knowing how to interact with others, especially humans on Earth. Whenever he tried to strike up a conversation, people just assumed he was a fool. It wasn't until he pulled out some gold that people finally started to look at him differently. However, since he was so quick to offer gold to anyone, he soon attracted the attention of some unsavory characters who plotted to rob him. Before long, the naive God of Guardians was lured to an abandoned factory and ambushed. Although he wasn't good at socializing, his combat skills were formidable. Even Spider-Man would have had a hard time against him, especially since he wielded a divine artifact. In the end, the God of Guardians killed everyone who had deceived him. He became wiser from the ordeal, realizing he couldn't trust others so easily. Just as the God of Guardians was about to leave the deserted factory, he encountered someone, a green-skinned man with an absurdly oversized head. There are only 2 big-head monsters on Earth. One is Chen Feng, and the other is the notorious Mr. Lawn, known as the Big Boss. The Guardian God brandished his enormous sword and roared in anger. Who are you? Are you here to steal my gold, too? I do want your gold, replied Mr. Lawn calmly. But I don't intend to steal it. I'll trade you something you desire, such as information about Chen Feng. Who are you? I've asked so many people. Some of them know Chen Feng, but none truly understand him. The Guardian God said warily. He'd been deceived too many times to let his guard down now. I'm the smartest human in the world. You may call me the big boss, Mr. Lon declared with pride. You wretched mortal. Try and trick me again, are you? I'll kill you. The guardian god erupted in fury. As far as he knew, the world's most brilliant human was Chen Feng. Otherwise, Chen Feng wouldn't have grown so powerful that even Odin, father of the gods, could do nothing about him. Now, out of nowhere, appeared another big-head monster claiming to be the smartest human alive. It was obvious to the guardian god this was just another ploy to get his gold. Gods, high and mighty as they were never benevolent. They delighted in enslaving other races, and the guardian god was no exception. With a mighty grip on his great sword, the guardian god charged toward Mr. Lon, bellowing with rage. Mr. Lon showed neither fear nor any intention of dodging. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, I may not know who you are, but in this world aside from Chen Feng, I bow to no one, not even gods or demons. Just as the guardian god reached Mr. Lon and swung his enormous sword, two green, humanoid monsters burst from the earth. One seized the guardian god's legs, while the other wrapped its arms around his upper body, rendering him completely immobile. Could you be Chen Feng? The guardian god exclaimed in astonishment. He knew Chen Feng could transform, so he believed that only Chen Feng could command such monstrous subordinates. Mr. Lon shook his head and smiled. I'm not Chen Feng. I'm a big boss. Some have also called me Mr. Lon. I don't care if you're Chen Feng or Mr. Lon. Just tell me, why have you captured me? What do you want? The guardian god asked anxiously. I want to know who you really are, Mr. Lon replied with curiosity. Anyone bold enough to ask about Chen Feng in broad daylight was certainly no ordinary person. That's why he'd been secretly observing the guardian god, only revealing himself now. Tell me first, what's your relationship with Chen Feng? Then I'll consider telling you who I am, the guardian god replied, still on guard. You may call me the big boss or Mr. Lon. I'm a scientist. I have created humanoid giants like Abomination and developed all sorts of advanced weapons. Chen Feng is my enemy. He stole my genes and tried to kill me. That's why, when I learned you were asking about Chen Feng, I came to find you, Mr. Lon explained. Is what you're saying true? You're not deceiving me, the guardian god asked seriously. Mr. Lon nodded and raised his right hand, saying, I swear to the heavens, if I am lying to you, may lightning strike me down and spare me no good end. Strangely enough, the gods take oaths like this very seriously. Hearing Mr. Lan's vow, the guardian god lowered his guard and said, I am Heimdall, the guardian god of Asgard, the eternal realm. I was sent to Earth by the All-Father to investigate information about Chen Feng. Asgard, the legendary abode of the gods. The All-Father is Odin. Are you saying you come from another planet? Mr. Lon exclaimed in surprise. His thirst for knowledge ran deep, so he knew much about ancient myths and legends. The guardian god nodded. Yes, we gods do not reside on Earth. We live in Asgard, where life is carefree and every deity enjoys happiness. Then why do you want information on Chen Feng? You live in Asgard, so logically, you shouldn't have any dealings with him. Mr. Lon asked, his curiosity piqued. The guardian god let out a long sigh. Here's what happened. He recounted to Mr. Lon how Thor had been exiled to Earth by Odin. After hearing the tale, Mr. Lon was left speechless, his eyes wide. It took him a long time to collect himself before he finally exclaimed, I'm nothing compared to Chen Feng. Chen Feng dared to lift the Hulk with one hand and stomp on the Abomination. He dared to steal from S.H.I.E.L.D., to show no respect to General Ross. He dared to declare war on both S.H.I.E.L.D. and General Ross at the same time. He dared to challenge the gods, to storm the Eternal Realm, and cause an uproar in the Celestial Palace. And now, he's even bold enough to ally with the Frost Giants and plan an assault on the Eternal Realm. That's truly remarkable. So remarkable that even Mr. Lon couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Though he was clever, he didn't have Chen Feng's courage. He couldn't act so boldly against gods and men alike. Chen Feng is certainly formidable, but our majesty is no less so, the guardian god declared loudly, trying to bolster his own side. Mr. Lon chuckled. Oh really? If you were so formidable, would you have to sneak down to Earth to dig up information on Chen Feng? It's precisely because you can't defeat him because you fear him that you want to find out his weaknesses, so you can exploit them and bring him down, or even kill him. Yes, you're absolutely right. You're very clever. I believe you now, the guardian god admitted, admiration in his voice. I do have information on Chen Feng, and it's very detailed, Mr. Lon said. Really? That's wonderful. Please, give it to me, the guardian god said, unable to hide his excitement. I can give it to you, but what can you offer me in return? Mr. Lon asked with a smile. The guardian god pulled out the gold Odin had given him earlier, handed it to Mr. Lon, and smiled back. I'll give you gold. Mr. Lon curled his lip disdainfully and replied with irritation. Gold? It's nothing but a pile of useless metal. Why would I want that? I don't need it. The guardian god withdrew the gold and asked, then what do you want? I want the blood of your gods. The blood of yours, Thor's, and Odin's. The more, the better. And in the end, give me some of your divine corpses as well. Mr. Lon replied with a wicked grin. Yes, these were exactly the things he wanted, all for the sake of researching the gods. Just thinking about this project made him tremble with excitement. The guardian god shook his head. Impossible. If you want my blood, I can give you a little. But as for Thor's and his majesty's, absolutely not. I can't give them to you, and neither Thor nor his majesty would ever agree. In that case, my apologies, Mr. Lon said, his face twisting into a sinister expression. A flicker of panic crossed the guardian god's heart. What are you planning to do? Obviously, I'm going to study you. Ha ha ha. Mr. Lon replied with a gleeful, wicked laugh. I am a guardian god. You cannot harm me. If you do, his majesty will surely destroy you. The guardian god threatened, invoking Odin's name in fear. Mr. Lon smiled faintly, unconcerned. Let's wait and see if he can find me first. As he finished speaking, he waved his hand. Two giant humanoid beasts stepped forward and hauled the guardian god away. You foolish mortals. His majesty will never let you off. Once we destroy Chen Feng, I'll ask his majesty to wipe out every last one of you mortals. The guardian god spat out with venom. He struggled desperately, but the strength of the two giant beasts was overwhelming, rendering him completely immobile. The guardian god's fate was tragic, captured by Mr. Lon for experimentation, and perhaps soon to be dissected. Thor, on the other hand, was reveling in the raucous atmosphere of a bustling bar, downing burning liquor and flirting with fiery beauties, thoroughly enjoying himself. Gwen, upset after an argument with Spider-Man, was in a foul mood and decided to drown her sorrows at the bar. Gwen was a cop, a very capable one, famous in New York especially. After that time, she cleaned up the city's criminal underbelly and even made the news. Many people recognized her, and those who did would never dare to provoke her. She was dressed in her police uniform, her figure striking and her face beautiful. She quickly caught Thor's eye. Thor had never seen a woman as valiant and dazzling as Gwen. He was instantly smitten. He picked up his glass and walked over to Gwen, taking the seat beside her. With what he believed was a charming smile, he said, Hi there. Are you here alone? Gwen turned to look at Thor, gave a slight smile, and teased. Yes, I'm alone. What's it to you? Well, I was hoping to have a drink with you. Thor replied cheerfully, convinced that Gwen was interested in him. Sure, but you're buying, Gwen said. With a resounding thud, Thor slammed a gold bar onto the counter and called out loudly, Bartender, bring out your finest drinks. I want to treat the most beautiful woman here. The waiter brought out the bar's finest, most treasured liquor. Gwen sipped the wine that Thor had bought and said to him, Are you trying to hit on me? Hey, don't make it sound so harsh. I'm not just hitting on you. I genuinely like you. Thor answered with his typical thick-skinned bravado. Oh, and why do you like me? Gwen asked, a smile playing on her lips. You're the most charismatic girl I've ever met. You move me. Thor replied, completely straightforward. Gwen's expression shifted. She turned serious and said, Do you realize I'm a police officer? I could arrest you and charge you with harassment. Police officer? What's harassment? Thor looked genuinely puzzled. So you're playing dumb with me, aren't you? Gwen's voice turned cold. Just then, Spider-Man arrived. He cared deeply about Gwen, so he had tracked her down to the bar. But when he saw Gwen sitting with another guy, his anger flared. Unbidden, images of Mary betraying him flashed through Spider-Man's mind, making him wonder if Gwen might betray him too. He strode over and stood behind Thor, speaking in a threatening tone. Gwen is my girl. If you know what's good for you, leave now. Otherwise, you'll have to answer to me. Spider-Man had changed a lot. He was no longer the patient, low-profile, gentle soul he once was. Now, he wasn't afraid to confront people or even a fight if it came to it. Thor turned around to glance at Spider-Man's angry face, then looked back at Gwen and asked, Lovely lady, do you know this man? Gwen nodded and answered truthfully, Yes, I do. In fact, he's my boyfriend. Thor's heart sank with jealousy. Hearing Gwen's words, Spider-Man's mood immediately brightened. Gwen hadn't betrayed him after all. With a smug grin, Spider-Man turned to Thor and said, Did you hear that? She said it herself. I'm her boyfriend. Now get lost. My apologies for interrupting, Thor said, sounding a little embarrassed. He then walked away and returned to his seat. But even though he had left, his eyes kept drifting back to Gwen from time to time. Spider-Man's sharp senses picked up on Thor's lingering glances, making him angry. Still, he chose to hold back. After all, the bar was crowded, and most importantly, Gwen was here. He decided he'd wait until the crowd thinned out, until Gwen was gone. Then he'd have a real talk with Thor. He wanted Thor to know that his woman was not to be coveted by just anyone. Even though Gwen and Spider-Man had quarreled before, she still cared about him. So, after Spider-Man offered a sincere apology, Gwen forgave him and obediently went home with him. After bringing Gwen home, Spider-Man found an excuse to slip back to the bar. He hid in a corner, keeping a close watch on Thor. Watching Thor flirt with woman after woman, Spider-Man found himself disliking him even more. By 2 in the morning, the bar had finally quieted down. There were even fewer women now, so Thor, reeking of alcohol, left the bar. Spider-Man hurried to follow him. Thor took the main road, but since it was 2 in the morning, there were hardly any people around. As Thor strolled down a sidewalk lined with tall trees, Spider-Man made his move. Using both hands and feet, he scrambled up a tree, swung himself above Thor with his web, and then leapt down, landing right in front of him. Thor was startled by Spider-Man's sudden descent from the sky. Drunk and curious, he asked, "Who are you? You hit on my girlfriend, and now you're asking who I am?" Spider-Man replied angrily. Thor hiccuped loudly, pointed at Spider-Man, and laughed. "Ha ha ha, now I remember. You're the boyfriend of that beautiful Gwen." Then Thor went on, "Honestly, your girlfriend is gorgeous. I really envy you. You like my girlfriend?" Spider-Man said through gritted teeth. Truth spills out when the drink flows, and Thor was no exception. He nodded. "Yes, because your girlfriend is especially classy, and she has something about her that's just irresistible. If you dare to covet my woman, I'll make you regret it," Spider-Man threatened, his temper flaring. "What? Are you looking for a fight?" Thor laughed. After spending some time on Earth, he had learned that only a rare few humans were truly strong. Most were as weak as ants. That made him arrogant. He didn't take Spider-Man seriously. In his mind, if Spider-Man were anything special, he would have made a move back at the bar. Being looked down upon only made Spider-Man angrier. He threw a hard right hook at Thor's chin. Thor, dulled by drink and his own contempt, didn't dodge in time. There was a heavy thud as Thor spat out a mouthful of liquor and staggered backward. But Thor was still a god. His body was more than twice as tough as Spider-Man's, and his strength nearly doubled his own. So the blow only left him dazed for a moment. He wasn't really hurt. That punch sobered Thor up. In an instant, he sprang upright from the ground, glaring at Spider-Man. "You dare strike a god? I don't care if you're a god or not. If you mess with me, I'll hit you just the same." Spider-Man shot back, furious. "You dare defile a god? I'll make you pay for your disrespect." Thor shouted, equally enraged. Blow after blow echoed in the night as the two clashed with fierce intensity. Thor's strength surpassed Spider-Man's, but Spider-Man was quicker and more agile, and with his webs to help, neither could gain the upper hand. After battling Thor for a whole hour, Spider-Man finally leapt back, flipped upside down, and hung from a tree by his web. Looking at Thor with curiosity, he asked, "So, who are you really?" He was already a police officer and knew all the strongest people in New York, but he didn't recognize anyone as powerful as Thor. That made him very curious. Thor lifted his head and puffed out his chest, announcing proudly to Spider-Man, "I am a god. The Prince of Asgard, the Eternal Realm, and its future king." Spider-Man frowned and muttered, "Didn't expect you to be a lunatic." There was nothing he could do. Spider-Man had always been terrible at school, and his knowledge of the world was pretty lacking. He hadn't even heard of ancient myths. To him, Thor's words only made him sound like a madman. "What is a lunatic?" Thor asked, filled with curiosity. "You really are crazy. Don't even know what a lunatic is, and still call yourself a god." Spider-Man shot back, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Then he added, "I just don't get it. How did someone as insane as you end up with such terrifying power?" When Spider-Man used the word patient, Thor suddenly understood. So Spider-Man was calling him sick. Even though Thor didn't know exactly what a lunatic was, he could tell it wasn't anything good. Furious, he roared, "How dare you blaspheme a god? Get down here and face me. I'll beat you to a pulp." Spider-Man let out a cold snort. He knew he couldn't beat Thor in close combat, but at a distance, Thor was no match for him. After all, he had his web shooters, while Thor had no way to attack from afar. As Thor charged, Spider-Man quickly fired a web, sticking it to a garbage can and swinging it toward Thor. With a casual swipe, Thor sent the can flying. Spider-Man had climbed into a tree, so Thor pushed off with both feet and leapt high into the air. Spider-Man retracted his web and shot upward, narrowly avoiding Thor's grasp. Thor landed awkwardly and, in his rage, kicked the tree Spider-Man had been on, snapping it in two. Spider-Man launched another web toward a nearby tree and swung over to it. Crash, the tree toppled. Seeing Spider-Man land on another tree, Thor kicked that one down too. Spider-Man kept leaping from tree to tree, occasionally shooting webs at Thor. His attacks barely scratched Thor, but they managed to drive him into a frenzy. Everywhere Spider-Man went, Thor left a trail of destruction, smashing everything in his path. Even when Spider-Man scrambled up to the rooftops, Thor would tear down entire buildings in his rage. Thor's reason was consumed by anger. He'd completely forgotten Odin's earlier warnings. Now, all he wanted was to crush Spider-Man, who kept taunting and provoking him. The commotion Thor caused didn't just alert the NYPD. It drew the attention of Chen Feng as well. Optimus Prime ruled over the entire digital world. Every internet-connected camera on Earth was an extension of his watchful gaze. Thor's extraordinary power stood out immediately, so Optimus Prime reported to Chen Feng at once. Through a 3D holographic projector, Chen Feng watched the fierce battle between Thor and Spider-Man. He wondered aloud, "This man is incredibly strong. Who is he?" Thor's appearance had been altered by Odin's magic, and without his signature Mjolnir, Chen Feng didn't recognize him. They're both incredibly strong, especially that big guy. He's like a bulldozer, smashing everything in his path, knocking down trees and tearing apart houses, the widow exclaimed in astonishment. "Optimus Prime, call Peter," Chen Feng ordered. "Yes, my lord," Optimus Prime replied, carrying out the command. At that moment, Spider-Man, who was swinging through the city as legend would have it, heard his phone ring. He answered, put on his Bluetooth earpiece, and said, "Hello. It's me, Chen Feng," Chen Feng said. "Chen Feng, is something up?" Spider-Man asked, running as he spoke. "Who's the person you're fighting?" Chen Feng asked curiously. "He's a really powerful lunatic, but honestly, compared to you, he's much weaker," Spider-Man replied. "A lunatic?" Chen Feng was puzzled. "Yeah, total nutcase. He claims he's a god, and even says he's some kind of prince from another country," Spider-Man explained. Chen Feng suddenly stood up, delighted. "Huh, Thor, you're really unlucky. I've found you again." "Thor? What do you mean, Thor?" Spider-Man asked, confused. "The guy you're fighting is called Thor. He's from Asgard, a real god, not a madman. Don't underestimate him, or you'll be in serious trouble," Chen Feng warned. "Whoa, so he really is a god. No wonder he's so strong." Spider-Man exclaimed in shock. He trusted Chen Feng. There was no reason for Chen Feng to lie to him. "Peter, hold him off for me. I'll be there right away," Chen Feng said. "No problem," Spider-Man replied enthusiastically. Thor had dared to flirt with his girlfriend. He couldn't wait for Chen Feng to give Thor a lesson. Suddenly, police sirens wailed, echoing through the streets. A fleet of police cars arrived at the scene where Thor and Spider-Man were fighting. Leading them was Gwen. "The opponent is no ordinary person. We'll attack from a distance, and everyone stay safe," Gwen ordered. "Yes, ma'am," the officers responded in unison. There was a chorus of weapons being cocked and loaded. Gunfire erupted, bullets tearing through the air. Rounds struck Thor, leaving deep dents in his skin and sending jolts of pain through his body. Through her binoculars, Gwen saw that bullets were bouncing off Thor, so she gave a new order. "Heavy snipers, load armor-piercing rounds. Fire!" A thunderous shot rang out as a .50 caliber armor-piercing round tore through the air toward Thor. Distracted by the hail of bullets, Thor didn't notice the incoming sniper round. It struck him square in the chest, piercing through instantly. Clutching his chest, Thor spoke with disbelief and frustration. "Impossible. There's no way mortals could be this powerful. This can't be happening." Then his body toppled backward. Spider-Man swung over on his web, landed next to Thor, nudged his body with his foot, and muttered to himself, "That's it? Is that all it takes to kill a god? Gods sure are overrated." Gwen, accompanied by several of her subordinates, stepped forward. After confirming that Thor was dead, she turned to Spider-Man and asked, "Peter, what on earth happened here? Why did this man go berserk and attack you?" Of course, Spider-Man wasn't foolish enough to admit he had gone looking for trouble with Thor. Keeping a straight face, he lied. "He wanted to get to you, so he tried to kill me." Gwen frowned, skepticism written all over her face. "Is that true?" Spider-Man nodded emphatically. "It's true. He's incredibly arrogant, and as a god, he said that if he wants something and others won't give it to him, he'll either take it by force or destroy it." "A god? Are you pulling my leg?" Gwen was even more convinced that Spider-Man was deceiving her. "Chen Feng said so, and Chen Feng will be here soon," Spider-Man replied. It was only after hearing Chen Feng's name that Gwen set aside her doubts. "Gwen, what kind of gun did you bring? It's so powerful. It managed to kill Thor," Spider-Man asked, unable to hide his curiosity. "This is the latest armor-piercing round developed by the state, specifically designed to take down supervillains," Gwen explained. "If only this kind of specialized ammunition had been developed sooner, our country wouldn't have been in such chaos," Spider-Man sighed. Meanwhile, in the offices of the Osborn Group, Odin sensed Thor's death. Fury welled up inside him. It seemed that every time his son came to Earth, he ended up getting killed, 57 times in total by now. If it had been any of his other children, he wouldn't have bothered intervening. But this was his only son. No matter how much trouble he caused, Odin couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Chanting an incantation, Odin waved his scepter, sending out a beam of white light. Back at the scene, a blinding white light shot down from the sky and enveloped Thor's body. With a sharp intake of breath, Thor sprang back to life. Thor's sudden resurrection made Spider-Man and Gwen jump in shock, and the other police officers instinctively reached for their guns, startled out of their wits. Gwen knew that ordinary firearms were useless against Thor, so she quickly retreated to grab a heavy sniper rifle. She had already ordered the snipers to stand down after confirming Thor's death, so now, the best course of action was to retrieve the sniper rifle herself. "Officer Gwen, should we open fire?" one of the officers asked. "Fire," Gwen ordered. Gunshots crackled and roared. Thor howled in pain as the bullets struck, the agony jolting him fully awake. He realized that it had been human weaponry that killed him just now, and that his father had brought him back to life. Thor knew that without his armor, he couldn't withstand human weapons. Raising his voice, he called out, "Father, I'm in trouble. Please, return my armor to me." As soon as he finished speaking, his body flashed with a surge of white light. Suddenly, he stood clad in majestic, gleaming armor. Bullets now ricocheted harmlessly off the armor, not even leaving a scratch. Then, a gunshot rang out, its sound distinct from the others. Thor recognized it immediately. That was the shot that had killed him before. But this time, he was confident that his armor could withstand it. Bang! The armor-piercing round struck Thor's armor, leaving a deep dent. Thor was stunned. The fact that a human weapon could leave a mark on his armor proved just how formidable their technology had become. No wonder they'd managed to kill him once before. Thor glared at Gwen and her companions, roaring, "I will kill you all." Meanwhile, halfway across the city, Chen Feng received a message from Optimus Prime. "My lord, the tracker you installed on Thor's armor has just sent out a signal." At the same time, a figure clad in Thor's armor has appeared on Twisting Avenue. The same person fighting Peter. Optimus Prime reported efficiently. "That's it then. That's definitely Thor," Chen Feng said with satisfaction. Now armored, Thor no longer feared the police and their heavy sniper rifles. He let out a furious bellow, unleashing his divine might as he charged at the police. "Fall back! Fall back!" Gwen commanded, her voice urgent and clear. There was no way Spider-Man would let Thor harm Gwen. He fought desperately, spinning webs to slow Thor's advance. Just as Thor was about to catch up to Gwen, Spider-Man shot a web that stuck to her, yanking her up to the rooftops in a swift, practiced move. Without his hammer, Thor couldn't fly, but that hardly mattered. His sheer strength allowed him to scale walls with ease, his fingers digging into the concrete as he climbed rapidly upward. Spider-Man wasted no time, flinging himself across to another building with his webs. Thor gathered his strength and leapt with all his might, aiming to follow. But midair, a hand seized him. It was Chen Feng. Chen Feng, clad in a form-fitting Transformer suit, gripped Thor by the throat. Thor twisted his head with difficulty, and when he saw the Transformer-like figure, terror overtook him. Chen Feng," Thor stammered, his voice trembling. "Tell me," Chen Feng demanded coldly, "what are you three gods doing on Earth?" Thor knew all too well how ruthless Chen Feng could be. Whether he spoke or not, mercy was out of the question. So, mustering all his strength, Thor opened his mouth and shouted, "Father, Chen Feng is here. Get me out of here." "You stubborn fool." Chen Feng spat, his brow furrowing in anger. "Since you insist on the hard way, I'll grant your wish." He pulled out a collar and swiftly snapped it around Thor's neck. The moment the collar clicked shut, Thor's body vanished. There was no need to guess. Odin had summoned him back. The collar Chen Feng had placed on Thor was a multifunctional bomb. It was modeled after the artificial sun, powerful enough to destroy an entire building. It could be set on a timer, detonated remotely, or triggered to explode if it ever lost contact with Chen Feng's Transformer suit. He hadn't given Thor a truly apocalyptic bomb because he knew Odin was still on Earth. As a human, Chen Feng had no desire to bring disaster down on his own kind. "Optimus Prime, locate Thor," Chen Feng commanded. According to the collar bomb signal, Thor is inside Oscorp Tower, speaking with an elderly man. Thor addresses him as Father. Optimus Prime reported, "God is my enemy. Harry actually dares to help God." "Humph. Then don't blame me for being ruthless," Chen Feng said with a furrowed brow. Then he gave an order to Optimus Prime. "Optimus Prime, activate the collar bomb." "Yes, my lord," Optimus Prime responded, accepting the command. Meanwhile, at the Osborn group, the moment Thor saw Odin, he spoke anxiously. "Father, Chen Feng has discovered us. We need to return to Asgard right away." Hearing Thor's words, the Green Goblin shot up from his office chair in alarm and exclaimed, "What? Are you saying Chen Feng found you?" Thor glanced at the Green Goblin, then turned to Odin and asked, "Father, who is he?" He's our partner. His name is Harry, a powerful human, Odin explained. Oh, Thor replied simply, then quickly turned back to Odin, urgency in his voice. Father, let's hurry back to Asgard. Chen Feng is outrageous. When I returned, he even forced a collar onto me. A collar? Chen Feng put that on you? Damn it. The Green Goblin gasped, then bolted out of the room. The window slid open automatically, and the Green Goblin's armor shot out. As he leaped through the window, the armor attached itself to him. He landed on his glider and sped away from the Osborn building at full throttle. Thor watched the Green Goblins retreat with confusion and asked, Father, what's he doing? He's afraid, probably of that thing around your neck, Odin replied. A sharp beeping pierced the air, the collar's warning. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted. Thor's body was instantly shattered, and everything nearby was obliterated in the blast. The Osborn building groaned and collapsed rapidly, crashing to the ground. From 1,000 meters above, the Green Goblin watched the destruction of the Osborn building in deep regret. If only I hadn't been so greedy. Now look, Osborn's headquarters is ruined, and I've made an enemy of Chen Feng. This loss isn't worth it. The only consolation was that all of Osborn Group's critical departments were underground, well protected. Even with the building destroyed, they remained unharmed. Help! Please, someone help me. Hurry, over here. There's a survivor. Lend a hand. This one's already dead. It hurts so much. Please, take me to the hospital. Albert, where are you? Come out, please. Don't leave me. Andy, we're supposed to get married tomorrow. But today, why? Her sobs echoed through the debris. The Osborn building was reduced to a wasteland, filled with cries for help, frantic rescue efforts, and the weeping of survivors. A scene straight out of hell. Another explosion thundered through the ruins. An old man in armor, clutching a staff, soared out from the wreckage. The Green Goblin spotted him and flew over in a fury. Odin, you saw it yourself. Your son destroyed my Osborn Group headquarters. You owe me for my losses, he shouted, voice brimming with anger. I'll give you another 10,000 tons of gold, Odin declared boldly. The Green Goblin was taken aback, stunned by Odin's immense wealth. He nodded and said, all right, give it to me now. With a flourish of his scepter, Odin conjured a black hole out of thin air, pouring out a torrent of gold. Gold rained down from the sky, creating a dazzling golden shower. Such a spectacle shocked those below. Gold, it's gold. Gold is falling from the sky. It's mine. Everyone, grab as much gold as you can. Seeing the people below scrambling over each other for his gold, the Green Goblin hurriedly flew down, brandishing his weapon and threatening. No one is allowed to take it. Put down that gold right now. It all belongs to me. Odin lifted his scepter again. In a flash of white light, the god of thunder was resurrected. Odin used his magic to steady Thor's body. As Thor came back to life, he clung tightly to Odin's hands, his face stricken with fear. Father, let's go back to Asgard. That Chen Feng is terrifying. He's killed me 58 times already. Seeing the look of terror on Thor's face, Odin's own expression turned to disappointment. He said, very well, I'll summon the guardian god, and then we'll return to Asgard. Odin waved his scepter once more. With a flash of white light, the guardian god appeared, battered, covered in wounds, his limbs severed. Both Odin and Thor were utterly shocked. Guardian god, what in the world happened to you? Odin asked, astonished. Guardian god, did you run into Chen Feng too? Thor exclaimed in disbelief. In his mind, only Chen Feng among mortals could be so ruthless. The guardian god opened his mouth, but could only utter guttural sounds. Thor looked closer and realized in horror. The guardian god's tongue was gone. Odin waved his scepter once more. The guardian god was enveloped in white light, and in an instant, his body was restored. Now healed, the guardian god immediately pleaded with Odin, Your Majesty, you must avenge me. Who did this to you? Odin demanded, anger flaring in his eyes. It was a monster with a huge head called Mr. Blue. He commands a horde of giant beasts, all incredibly powerful. He captured me, saying he wanted to study gods. He cut off my hands and feet, sliced, opened my chest to examine my heart. When I screamed, he grew annoyed and cut out my tongue. He's a demon, a cruel, heartless demon. Your Majesty, you must take revenge for me, the guardian god begged. To him, Mr. Blue was even more brutal than Chen Feng. The thought that Mr. Blue might go unpunished filled him with rage. After hearing the guardian god's account, Odin instead grew calm, sighing, who would have thought there were so many formidable mortals? It seems we can no longer afford to underestimate mankind. Father, Chen Feng alone is already more than we can handle. If that Mr. Blue comes after us as well, Thor trailed off, unable to finish what he truly feared, that they would all be doomed that he spoke of death, his own, and that of the guardian god. He was certain Odin would never be killed, Of this, he had no doubt. Odin could bring them back to life, but they had died too many times already, and now an unspeakable fear of death haunted them. Your Majesty, that Mr. Lon may be formidable, but you are even stronger. If you act, you can surely kill that ruthless Mr. Lon, the guardian god urged. Odin sighed. Let's just go back. Once we've secured Asgard's safety and dealt with Chen Feng, we'll seek out that Mr. Lon for vengeance, he replied with calm reason. Without waiting for further protest from the guardian god, Odin raised his scepter and, with a sweep, led Thor and the guardian god through the time-space corridor, returning to the palace of the eternal realm. Odin and his companions had scarcely left when Chen Feng arrived, soaring through the sky. He immediately spotted the Green Goblin overseeing the transportation of gold by his subordinates. Chen Feng descended, landing by the Green Goblin's side, his face stern as he demanded, "Where are Odin and the others?" "They're gone. It seems they ran off," the Green Goblin replied awkwardly. Optimus Prime could no longer detect the tracker on Thor, and with the Green Goblin saying Odin and his group had vanished, Chen Feng reasoned that they must have truly returned to the Eternal Realm's palace. With Odin having fled, Chen Feng turned his attention to the Green Goblin. Fixing him with a mischievous grin, he teased, "You and Odin seem quite close. All this gold. Odin gave it to you, didn't he?" The Green Goblin nervously tried to explain. "I'm not close to Odin at all. We just had a simple transaction. He wanted information about you. I gave it to him, and he paid me with this gold." Seeing Chen Feng's expression darken, the Green Goblin hurriedly added, "Chen Feng, don't get the wrong idea. I never meant to help Odin harm you. You know, plenty of powerful people already have your information. Even if I hadn't given it to Odin, he could have gotten it elsewhere. So I thought, better that I profit from it than a stranger." Chen Feng's eyes remained cold as he stared into the Green Goblin's eyes, his voice icy. "No matter how you put it, you still betrayed me. I'll give you half the gold," the Green Goblin offered quickly. "I don't need money," Chen Feng replied frostily. "Chen Feng, don't cut ties with me over this. We've worked together so many times, and it's always gone well. Can't we keep things from getting ugly?" pleaded the Green Goblin. "As far as I know, your experiments have created all sorts of monsters. Here's the deal. When I attack the Eternal Realm, you'll send your creations to fight alongside me. Do that, and I'll let your betrayal slide," Chen Feng said. If the Green Goblin truly sent his monsters to join the war, Chen Feng would have him tied to his cause. And if Odin sought revenge, the Green Goblin would be dragged into it as well. The Green Goblin wanted to refuse, but he didn't dare. Chen Feng was simply too ruthless, decisive, and bold. He even had the nerve to invade the god's domain. Killing someone like him would be nothing. Under Chen Feng's imposing presence, he had no choice but to yield. He lowered his head and replied helplessly, "All right, I agree to your terms. That's more like it. Stick with me. I'll take you to the top," Chen Feng said with a smile. "Okay," Green Goblin responded. "I'm leaving now," Chen Feng announced. "Goodbye." Green Goblin waved him off. Chen Feng soared into the air and sped away. The deadline Chen Feng had set for Green Goblin and Natasha to gather over 12 million retired soldiers and more than 100 million sets of armor at the beach had arrived. That morning, Chen Feng rose early, washed up, had breakfast, and then took Jian and the others with him to the beach. At the beach, over 12 million people had gathered. Along the coastline, countless ships clustered together, stretching as far as the eye could see, packed densely. Natasha and Green Goblin had already been waiting for quite some time. Seeing Chen Feng arrive, they hurried over to report. "Boss, the 12 million plus retired soldiers I recruited are all here," Natasha reported. "Excellent, very good," Chen Feng said with satisfaction. "Chen Feng, the more than 100 million sets of armor and hundreds of millions of various cold weapons I made for you are all loaded on the cargo ships," Green Goblin reported. "You've worked hard." "Thank you," Chen Feng replied with genuine appreciation. With so many people on the beach, Chen Feng transformed himself into a sand giant. The sand under his feet surged rapidly toward him, and his body grew larger and larger until he towered 100 meters tall. "Look, what is that? Oh my God, is that a giant? He's enormous, taller than any skyscraper. Who is he? Why did he appear here? We're not here to be his food, are we?" "Shut up, don't scare me. I have no desire to be eaten." The 12 million retired soldiers grew restless and uneasy. "Silence," Chen Feng commanded. Because his body had grown so immense, his voice thundered across the entire beach, ensuring every retired soldier heard him clearly. Once the crowd had quieted, Chen Feng spoke. "My name is Chen Feng. I am the leader of Tianxia Society, and I am your employer. I have brought you here to work for me. Rest assured, I will not harm any of you. I hired you to help me train a race called the Frost Giants. Their numbers are beyond counting. That's why I need so many retired soldiers. All you need to do is help me train the frost giants. If you perform well, you can even apply to join Tianxia Society. Boss, what's so special about joining Tianxia Society? One bold voice called out. The benefits are exceptional. Once you join Tianxia Society, you'll gain strength beyond any mortal. You'll have immortality. You'll be indestructible. As for wealth, well, you won't need to worry about that ever again. However much money you desire, Tianxia Society will provide it, Chen Feng declared. That sounds tempting, but what exactly is Tianxia Society? We've never heard of it, someone asked. I founded the Brotherhood myself, Chen Feng replied. The Brotherhood's goal isn't to rule the world, but to become stronger. As for our influence, I can proudly tell you that the Brotherhood stands above all nations. The more than 12 million veterans listening to Chen Feng's bold declaration grew restless with excitement once again. Each of them had dreamed of becoming powerful, and now Chen Feng was offering them that very chance. How could they not be stirred? As for the strength of the Brotherhood that Chen Feng spoke of, they believed it. After all, Chen Feng had been recruiting veterans from around the globe, and not a single country dared to interfere. This alone proved that no nation wanted to provoke him. Now, with over 12 million veterans at his call, if Chen Feng armed them, he would instantly command the mightiest force on earth. Conquering nations would be mere child's play, for every one of them was a seasoned soldier. Furthermore, Chen Feng's promise to make them stronger was convincing. His towering, 100-meter-tall frame was proof enough of his power. My only requirement for you is this. Obey my orders, Chen Feng declared solemnly. I am a man of clear rewards and punishments. For those who accomplish the missions I assign, there will be rewards, membership in the Brotherhood, and the gift of special abilities. For those who fail, there's no place here. You'll be sent packing. But for those who betray me or wrong me, the punishment is death, at the very least, and at worst, complete annihilation of your entire family. Chen Feng swept his gaze over the millions of veterans, then gestured grandly. If you made up your mind to follow me, board the ships now. I will take you to Jotunheim, a wondrous planet. A thunderous clamor erupted as the veterans surged toward the shore, jostling to board, each afraid of missing their chance. Once everyone was on board, Chen Feng raised his arm. Set sail. The deep blare of horns signaled the departure of thousands of ships, the scene vast and awe-inspiring. Chen Feng traveled aboard an aircraft carrier, a vessel crafted by Natasha in imitation of SHLD's helicarrier. Though not as advanced as SHLD's, it was several times more powerful than an ordinary carrier. In the command room, Jane, Darcy, and Eric sat together, chatting excitedly about the mysterious Jotunheim. We're about to see the space-time tunnel, and then we'll enter Jotunheim through it. I can hardly wait, Jane exclaimed. The boss said Jotunheim is shrouded in darkness and perpetual snow. What I'm really curious about is how those frost giants manage to survive in such a harsh environment. Darcy wondered aloud. When we arrive, we have to stay close to the boss. If we run into trouble, we're done for, Eric said anxiously. Don't worry. The boss once told us that after we arrive in Jotunheim, the Frost King Lao Fei will send people to protect us. As long as we don't bring trouble upon ourselves, we'll be safe, Jane said with a gentle smile. It's great to follow the boss. Whatever you want, you get. Too bad he already has a girlfriend, or else Darcy teased, grinning mischievously. Darcy, don't get any wild ideas. The boss isn't a playboy. He's very devoted when it comes to relationships. If you pester him, he might actually kill you. Jane warned, her tone filled with concern. Eric nodded in agreement. That's right. I heard there was a woman named Mary who was truly in love with the boss and wouldn't let him go. And what became of her? Exactly. She was killed by the boss himself. Oh, come on. What are you all thinking? I was only joking and you took it seriously. I'm speechless, honestly, Darcy replied, embarrassed. She did have feelings for Chen Feng, especially after witnessing him transform into a giant 100 meters tall, speaking with such commanding presence. Before millions of people, that overwhelming confidence and strength left her utterly captivated. She had never met a man so domineering and masculine. In her mind, every powerful man was bound to be a womanizer, someone with wives and lovers everywhere. Even the dashing Thor was notorious for being fickle. But Chen Feng was different. He wasn't the least bit unfaithful. Aside from Zhao Helen, Darcy had never heard of him being with any other woman. Chen Feng, king, cool guy, loyal, intelligent. He was outstanding in every way, so much so that she didn't dare pursue him, because in front of him, she felt unworthy. Though she was beautiful, maybe even more so than Jane, the problem was that Chen Feng didn't care about looks. He valued talent above all else. Lost in thought, she couldn't help but glance at Chen Feng, who stood tall and still on the command platform. Even without moving, his aura was undeniable. Suddenly, Chen Feng spoke without turning his head. Don't talk about me. I can't hear you. Don't look at me. I can feel it. Darcy's face flushed bright red. She covered her cheeks with both hands and whispered shyly, Oh my goodness. I told you so, Eric said with a wry smile. Looks like we'll have to be more careful with our conversations from now on, Jane remarked. After half a day had passed, the fleet reached a deserted expanse of ocean. Optimus Prime, relay my orders. All ships are to halt immediately, Chen Feng commanded. At once, my lord, replied Optimus Prime. Chen Feng turned to the trio. We've arrived. The time-space tunnel to Jotunheim is right beneath us. Are you all ready? The three stood up and nodded firmly. We're ready. Your mission this time is to study the time-space tunnel. As for anything else, it's not your concern, and it can't be, Chen Feng instructed. Yes, boss, Jane replied. Natasha, lower the slide tunnel. Once you have my command, begin sending people through it, Chen Feng ordered. Chen Feng gave his command. Yes, boss, Natasha responded, then directed the others to lower the slide pipe. Only Chen Feng knew the location of the time-space tunnel, so he had to enter the water himself to connect the slide pipe to the tunnel's entrance. This way, everyone else could enter the time-space tunnel directly without having to get wet. Chen Feng donned his Transformer suit and leaped into the water. Once he had securely joined the slide pipe to the entrance of the tunnel, he plunged straight into the time-space passage, heading for Jotunheim. The Frost King, Lao Fei, had already stationed his people near the tunnel's exit to greet Chen Feng. As soon as the Frost Giants saw Chen Feng emerge from the tunnel, they respectfully called out, Greetings, Boss Chen. Go inform Lao Fei that I brought over 10 million instructors and more than 100 million sets of equipment, Chen Feng ordered. At once. I'll go deliver the message, one of the Frost Giants replied. With a wave of his hand, Chen Feng tossed out a bundle. While it was still midair, he pulled out his pin-particle pistol and fired a shot. Whoosh! The tiny bundle instantly expanded into a massive pile, so large that the ground trembled when it landed. Now that it had grown, it was clear. It was all clothing. Jotunheim's climate was bitterly cold. Ordinary humans needed thick, insulated coats to survive there, or they would freeze to death. Jane shot out of the time-space tunnel, screaming. Jane, a scientific genius, was someone Chen Feng treasured dearly. She couldn't be allowed to get hurt. He dashed forward, arms outstretched, catching Jane safely in his embrace. She gasped, startled at being caught, then opened her eyes and relaxed when she saw it was Chen Feng. Thank you, boss, she said gratefully. Chen Feng set her down with a gentle smile. You're welcome. Another woman's scream echoed from the tunnel. Chen Feng reached out and caught the flying woman, setting her down at once. It was Darcy. Clutching her chest, pale-faced, she exclaimed, Oh my God, that scared me to death. I thought I was falling into an abyss. Darcy, take a look around. We've arrived in Jotunheim, Jane said excitedly. BRR, so cold, Darcy shivered. See that pile of clothes over there? Go grab a set and put it on, Chen Feng instructed. Darcy and Jane hurried over to pick out warm clothes and get dressed. Worried that others might get hurt coming through, Chen Feng spread some of the clothes out at the tunnel entrance, creating a soft landing so no one would be injured. Here I come. Natasha cheered with delight as she flew out of the tunnel, landing in a dramatic, stylish pose. Natasha, help me organize the veterans and the transport of cold weapons, Chen Feng said. Natasha snapped a salute and replied playfully, At your command, boss. Soon, Eric arrived in Jotunheim with a batch of equipment, and then Jane and her two companions began their research on the time-space tunnel. Chen Feng didn't have to wait long before Lao Fei arrived. Lao Fei was overjoyed to see Chen Feng, spreading his arms wide and giving him a warm embrace. Chen Feng, you've finally come, he said. I brought you more than 12 million retired soldiers this time, along with over 100 million sets of armor and hundreds of millions of various cold weapons. With all this, your army's combat power will multiply several times over in a short period, Chen Feng replied. Lao Fei nodded, his excitement evident. Excellent, truly excellent. With your tremendous support, how could I possibly worry about not destroying the Eternal Kingdom? How about the 300 men I sent to you before? Chen Feng asked. They're doing very well. Quite impressive, actually. They helped me train 30,000 frost giants. At first, I underestimated them, thinking they were just putting on a show since all they did was teach walking, lining up, running, and other seemingly dull drills instead of actual combat. But then, they led those 30,000 giants to defeat 300,000 frost giants in battle, and I was convinced teamwork really is crucial, Lao Fei admitted. Lao Fei, you've attacked humans before, so you should know how weak they can be. But why did humans become the masters of Earth? It's because of their unity. The power that comes from unity is enough to slay gods and vanquish demons. That's why I hope you'll take group tactics seriously, Chen Feng said. Lao Fei nodded deeply. I will. From now on, I'll leave the training of my Frost Legion to you. Train them however you see fit, as long as we can defeat the Eternal Kingdom. For the sake of my divine artifact, I won't let you down, Chen Feng promised. Standing side by side, Chen Feng and Lao Fei watched as more and more retired soldiers emerged from the time-space tunnel. Lao Fei noticed each. Veterans shivered from the cold as they stepped out, their bodies looking fragile, but he didn't dare underestimate them. Not with Chen Feng here. The sound of synchronized footsteps echoed across the ground. Chen Feng turned to see his 300 subordinates leading 30,000 frost giants in formation, marching toward him. Upon reaching Chen Feng, all 300 saluted him in unison and shouted loudly, Chief. Only then did they turn to Lao Fei and call out, King Lao Fei. Equip the frost giants you've trained with armor and weapons, Chen Feng ordered. Yes, Chief, the 300 replied in unison. Once all 30,000 frost giants donned their armor and took up their weapons, standing in perfect formation, Lao Fei was stunned. The sight was awe-inspiring, and he could feel the pressure emanating from them. Chen Feng looked at the 30,000 frost giants and said to Lao Fei, with their armor and weapons, these 30,000 frost giants have doubled their fighting power. If commanded well, they could stand against 300,000 frost giants. Lao Fei gasped in disbelief. That can't be possible. Chen Feng smiled faintly and said, If you think it's impossible, why don't you give it a try and see for yourself? Lao Fei shook his head and replied, I'd rather not. They're armed with sharp weapons. Injuries are inevitable. If we fight barehanded, we won't be able to show our true strength. My people are almost all here. You should gather your army as well. I have something to say to your soldiers in a moment, Chen Feng said. All right, I'll go ahead. I'll be waiting for you in the Throne Canyon. Lao Fei replied before turning and leaving. Once all the veterans had assembled, Chen Feng led them forward toward Laufey's Throne Canyon. The veterans were all ordinary people, so in the perpetual darkness of Jotunheim, their progress was slow. The rough, slippery roads made the journey even harder. It took several days before Chen Feng finally brought the entire group to the canyon. By then, the Throne Canyon was already packed with countless frost giants, so many that it was almost impossible to enter. When Lao Fei saw Chen Feng arriving with his people, he hurriedly ordered the frost giants to clear a path and let them through. After leading his group inside, Chen Feng leaped onto the throne with a single bound, coming to stand beside Lao Fei. You've worked hard, Lao Fei said gratefully to Chen Feng. It's nothing, Chen Feng replied. We're all here for the same goal. My army is all here now, though I couldn't tell you exactly how many there are, Lao Fei admitted. There was no helping it. Frost giants cared only for battle, not for learning or counting. As a result, they had little culture, and Lao Fei himself didn't even know the size of his own army. Optimus Prime, activate the 3D holographic projector at full power. Project my image into the sky, magnify it by 10,000 times, and amplify my voice so everyone can hear, Chen Feng commanded. Yes, my lord. Optimus Prime responded at once. The transformer device hanging around Chen Feng's neck quickly detached and expanded, transforming. Its chest opened and faced the sky, projecting a colossal 3D image of Chen Feng. The moment Chen Feng's towering projection, 10,000 meters high, appeared, everyone was stunned. The only fitting expression was, a giant standing between heaven and earth. A giant? Is that Ymir the giant? That's our ancestor, Ymir. It must be. Only he could have such a massive form. Our ancestor has returned. Ha ha ha. The progenitor of all giants. The frost giants began to stir with excitement. Most of them believed Chen Feng was none other than Ymir, the forefather of giants. Chen Feng spoke, his voice echoing. Don't be mistaken. I am not your ancestor, Ymir. My name is Chen Feng, a friend of your king. You should already know why I am here, but let me say it again. Our goal is to cut a bloody path through all of Asgard. To conquer Asgard. To conquer Asgard. Lay waste to Asgard. All the frost giants roared, their blood boiling with excitement. Chen Feng raised both hands, then pressed them down, signaling for silence. But the frost giants didn't understand Chen Feng's gesture. They kept howling, demanding to storm through Asgard. Helpless, Chen Feng beckoned to Lao Fei and called out, Lao Fei, come here and quiet your people. Lao Fei strode to Chen Feng's side, and instantly his projection appeared, towering 10,000 meters tall, like Chen Feng. This drove the frost giants into an even greater frenzy. They wished they could march on Asgard at that very moment. Lao Fei bellowed, Enough! Quiet, all of you. Listen to what Chief Chen has to say. As king of the frost giants, Laufey's command was law. All the frost giants had to obey. The restless giants gradually fell silent. Chen Feng continued, The frost giants of Jotunheim have clashed with the gods of Asgard countless times. These wars have lasted for thousands of years, and the giants have always been at a disadvantage. Why is that? Is it because you are weak? No, you are not weak. Your bodies are mightier than the gods, for you are the descendants of Ymir the giant. You possess strength, courage, and an innate gift for battle. So why have you been defeated by the gods? Can any of you tell me? A murmur rippled through the frost giants. Chen Feng's words gave them pause for thought. They had fought the gods for thousands of years and knew their strength well. In single combat, a god would rarely defeat them, unless the god wielded a divine weapon, and those were few. So why do they always lose? Not a single frost giant could answer Chen Feng's question. Only Lao Fei replied awkwardly, because we do not fight as one. Your king is right, said Chen Feng. Each of you is formidable, but in battle, you act alone. You fight as scattered individuals, and that is why you fall before the gods, who move as one. You don't understand yet how crucial it is to fight as a unit, but I will show you now the power of teamwork, Chen Feng declared. He turned to Optimus Prime and ordered, Optimus Prime, simulate ancient Chinese military formations. At once, my lord, replied Optimus Prime. Chen Feng pulled Lao Fei aside. The sound of boots thudding, step, 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 filled the air, mingled with the fierce cries of warriors. A 3D hologram began to play, projecting a scene of ancient Chinese warfare. First, a disciplined army of 10,000, arrayed in a tight phalanx, facing a disorganized force of 100,000. The outcome was clear. The side with the formation utterly crushed the scattered host. Then, another 10,000-strong army, this time arranged in the legendary serpent formation, confronted a 100,000-strong rabble. The serpent formation moved like a giant serpent striking, swift, coordinated, and unstoppable. He crushed a disorganized army, demonstrating circular formations, loose formations, numerical formations, wedge formations, mandarin duck formations, prone formations, even the 8 trigrams formation. One after another, various military arrays unfolded before their eyes. All the frost giants watched, utterly captivated, their minds opening as if a veil had been lifted. The 3D holographic projector played continuously. Meanwhile, Chen Feng began arranging for over 10 million retired soldiers to move into the mountain caves to live. There were simply too many people. It took an entire day to settle the living arrangements for every last one of them. Once this was resolved, he ordered Natasha to return and continue recruiting more veterans for him. Natasha dearly wished to stay, for she wanted to wander around Jotunheim to truly discover what this realm was like. Although she could see some of it now, she knew she was witnessing only a tiny fragment of Jotunheim. Leader, can't you let me stay a little longer? I've already given the orders. The agencies will handle recruitment for us. I don't have to oversee everything every minute, Natasha pleaded. No, Chen Feng replied sternly. I'm about to launch the greatest war in history. This is no time for games. I need you to focus. When the war is over, I'll give you a long vacation. You can go anywhere you like then. Natasha pouted helplessly. All right then, I'll go back, she agreed. After Natasha obediently returned to Earth, Chen Feng began to brief the more than 10 million veterans. He needed every one of them to understand how to survive in Jotunheim, how to communicate with the frost giants, and how to train them. The frost giants possessed extraordinary physiques. They could stand motionless, without food or drink, for an entire month, and still endure. After a month of watching ancient warfare unfold through the 3D holographic projector, the frost giants finally understood. They comprehended it all. Now they knew how to fight. But when it came to training, they were utterly clueless. A month later, Chen Feng once again stood before the 3D holographic projector. His projection, magnified 10,000 times, stood tall amidst the void. He called out loudly to the frost giants. Now do you understand the importance of fighting as a unit? Yes, the frost giants roared in unison. Think back, Chen Feng continued. When the army of the Eternal Nation fought against you, did they fight as a unit? And weren't you just a scattered, formless mob? Yes, the frost giants answered, shame coloring their voices. The formations of the Eternal Nation are nothing special. If you master the arrays I've shown you, you will be able to carve a bloody path through all of Asgard, Chen Feng declared. To carve through Asgard. To carve through Asgard. The frost giants erupted, their blood surging, their voices thundering with fervor. Chen Feng lifted both hands and pressed down firmly. This time, the frost giants understood immediately and fell silent in an instant. If you want to conquer Asgard, you must first master military formations. Though they might appear simple, they are in fact extremely difficult, Chen Feng declared passionately. That's why I brought over 12 million. soldiers from Earth to serve as your instructors and teach you every form of combat. Though their bodies may seem frail, their knowledge surpasses yours. By far, as long as you learn what they have to offer, you will become the true masters of Asgard and trample those so-called gods beneath your feet. Chen Feng's tone turned cold as he continued. One last thing, no one is allowed to lay a finger on my people. If anyone dares to harm them, I will have their life, no matter who they are. He knew the frost giants had volatile tempers. Without a stern warning, the veterans he brought would surely be bullied by them. After he finished, Chen Feng turned to Lao Fei and asked, "Is there anything you'd like to say?" "I have something to add," Lao Fei replied. He strode to the very spot where Chen Feng had just stood and thundered. "Listen well. If anyone dares touch Chen's men, I'll wipe out their entire family." No wonder he's a frost giant. His temper is as fierce as his threats are ruthless. There were simply too many frost giants, so Chen Feng arranged for each veteran to train 1,000 of them. With over 12 million veterans, that meant more than 1 billion frost giants would be receiving instruction. But was 100 billion frost giants truly a vast number? In Jotunheim, they were just a small fraction of the whole. Jotunheim had always been a quiet realm, but since Chen Feng's arrival, it had become a place of ceaseless activity. The chants of 1-2, 1-2, right turn, attention, rang out continuously, rising and falling like a tide. The thunderous march of countless feet echoed for hundreds of miles, shaking the very earth. Chen Feng was training 100 billion frost giants for the Kingdom of Frost, a feat so grand that Odin could not possibly remain ignorant. The frost giants had always harbored deep resentment toward the Eternal Realm, and over the years they had bribed many of its gods to act as informants. At the same time, the Eternal Realm had planted many spies in the land of frost giants. When Odin learned that Chen Feng was serious, he was so alarmed that he ordered a full-scale mobilization, summoning every male god to take up arms. There was little choice. Years of peace had led him to disband much of his army, sending the soldiers back to their homes, and the absence of military drills had caused their fighting strength to plummet. If it were just Lao Fei, Odin wouldn't be overly concerned. After all, he knew his old adversary well. But with Chen Feng on Lao Fei's side, worry gave way to real fear. He understood all too well the cunning and resourcefulness of humanity, as well as their technological prowess. Especially now, with Chen Feng personally training 100 billion frost giants for Lao Fei, the prospect of such a force invading Asgard was nothing short of a nightmare. Just the thought of it filled him with dread. It would be a catastrophe. He knew he had to rally every available warrior to stop the frost giants' advance. Thus, the Eternal Realm too began to train its armies with unprecedented intensity. Ever since Chen Feng went to Jotunheim, he never returned to Earth. Instead, he remained there drilling his troops without respite. He was ruthless with every frost giant soldier. If they failed, he would beat them, and not just lightly, but with punishing force. Any hint of rebellion was met with death. No fewer than several thousand frost giant warriors fell to Chen Feng's hand for disobedience, and these were not ordinary soldiers. They were the elite among the giants. Unsurprisingly, many frost giants lodged complaints with Lao Fei. Lao Fei, unwilling to see the finest of his people slaughtered by Chen Feng, tried to reason with him. But Chen Feng simply replied, "If you're unhappy with my training methods, I can leave with my men right now. From that moment, we'll be enemies. One of us lives, the other dies." His audacity was staggering. Lao Fei instantly backed down, assuring Chen Feng he could train the troops however he wished. He would not interfere again. Lao Fei already had one formidable enemy, Odin. If Chen Feng turned against him too, there would be no hope for survival. Neither Chen Feng nor Odin was an enemy he could afford to provoke. In truth, Chen Feng had no desire for bloodshed. Yet the prideful frost giant champions could not bear to take orders from a mere human, and their resistance emboldened the rest to defy commands, ruining all attempts at discipline. Without force, Chen Feng would never have tamed the giants. After all, their numbers exceeded 10 billion. To spare his best warriors, Lao Fei issued a secret order. Every frost giant was to obey Chen Feng without question. Disobedience meant certain death. Under the iron rule of both Chen Feng and Lao Fei, the frost giants finally fell in line. They began to heed the orders of a retired human soldier. A year passed. Chen Feng and Lao Fei soared through the air on gliders, surveying the scene below. Before them stretched endless formations of frost giants, arrayed in perfect order, their presence imposing and awe-inspiring. It's been a year, but at last, they are hardened soldiers, iron-blooded warriors, Chen Feng murmured with a note of pride. Lao Fei's laughter rang out. "Ha ha ha! With this army, we will carve a path straight through Asgard." His troops now donned fine armor and cold steel weapons. Each giant had become a true soldier, Their combat strength multiplied. Tenfold, perhaps even 100-fold with proper command. Lao Fei brimmed with confidence that he could conquer the Eternal Realm. There was only one regret. He could not lead these troops himself. He knew nothing of commanding a trained army. Only a human could do that. So once again, he entrusted command to Chen Feng. Originally, Chen Feng had wanted to hand over command to Natasha, but she refused, terrified at the thought of leading such a vast war and convinced she could not do it well, no matter how hard he tried to persuade her. With no other choice, Chen Feng took up the mantle himself. His real worry was that no one else could stand against Odin, which was why he'd hoped to pass the responsibility on. Since Natasha declined, he would have to find another way, perhaps by having Optimus Prime lead the Transformers against Odin. For example, bringing the Hulk here and letting him fight Odin, or controlling the Transformers to launch a long-range attack against Odin. As Chen Feng gazed at the endless army at his feet, he felt the same surge of excitement as Lao Fei. This boundless army was made up of 20 billion frost giant soldiers, all trained by more than 20 million retired veterans. Each frost giant wore armor forged by humans and wielded weapons crafted by human hands. One could say that it was humanity who had made the frost giants what they were today. It's been a year. You've all worked hard, Chen Feng called out loudly. It's not hard. Not hard at all. The frost giant soldiers roared in unison. The voices of 20 billion frost giants, thundering together, were so powerful that all of Jotunheim could hear. Chen Feng raised both hands and pressed them downward, signaling for silence. Once the clamor died down, he asked, "What have we worked so hard for this past year?" His words sent a wave of restlessness through the frost giants. They all raised their weapons high above their heads and shouted as one, "To break through Asgard." Chen Feng gestured for silence once again. When the crowd quieted, he gave his command, "Now, I declare that in 3 days, we will launch a full assault on Asgard. In these 3 days, your task is simple. Rest well, eat and drink your fill, and prepare yourselves to be at your very best. To break through Asgard. To break through Asgard." The frost giants roared, their blood running hot. Chen Feng turned to Lao Fei and said, "I've said my piece. Now it's your turn." Lao Fei didn't stand on ceremony. After all, this was his army, and he needed to make his presence known. Otherwise, the loyalty of the troops might shift to Chen Feng. In a booming voice, he declared, 1,000 years ago, the gods stopped us from conquering the 9 realms, claiming it was for peace. And what was the result? The gods waged war across the 9 realms themselves, and brought them all under their rule. The gods are hypocrites, more wicked than demons. They stole our greatest treasure, the source of frost. They took my only child, the crown prince of the frost giants. They robbed us of our honor and slaughtered countless of our kin. They humiliated us and trapped us here in Jotunheim. With all they have done to us, tell me, what should we do? To break through Asgard. To break through Asgard. This time, the frost giants' cries were thick with murderous intent. In 3 days, we will wipe away our shame and tear through Asgard. Let those false gods regret in the depths of hell. Lao Fei shouted, "To break through Asgard. To break through Asgard." The response shook the air. Standing beside Chen Feng, Natasha looked at him and remarked, "Boss, leading such a mighty army, how do you feel?" Chen Feng smiled and replied, "I feel like Alexander the Great." But inwardly, he thought to himself, what's there to feel? Win or lose, he'll never truly be a loser because he won't be killed. The ones charging in a battle for him aren't even his own men, but the frost giants. In order to settle everything with a single decisive battle, Chen Feng made a trip back to Earth. Upon returning to his private island, Chen Feng was greeted by a lively and enthusiastic welcome from everyone. Zhao Hailuan hadn't seen Chen Feng for an entire year. The moment she saw him, she leapt onto him and clung on tightly, refusing to let go. "Chen Feng, what took you so long to come back? I missed you so much I could die," Zhao Hailuan exclaimed, her voice full of excitement. "I missed you too," Chen Feng replied, his face lighting up with happiness. "Boss, did you come back this time because you've already defeated the Eternal Kingdom?" asked Dr. Octopus. Chen Feng gently set Zhao Hailuan down and said, "The battle with the Eternal Kingdom isn't for another 3 days. That's why I came back today." "Boss, you must need some support this time, right?" Dr. Hank chimed in. Chen Feng nodded. "That's right. I came back to bring along you and Professor Lizard's pets. By the way, how far have your pets evolved?" Dr. Hank's eyes sparkled with excitement. "My flying ants have been evolving by devouring water bears, and then evolving further by devouring each other. Ages ago, one of them evolved into the Ant King. Now, the Ant King is incredibly powerful, invulnerable too. Blades and bullets, with strength that's off the charts. Even the Hulk couldn't beat him. The only problem is, he's consumed so many creatures that he's become extremely bloodthirsty. We can't get close to him. If we do, we risk losing control or even dying. Professor Lizard could hardly contain himself. Boss, my giant lizard has evolved into the Lizard King. It's no less formidable than Dr. Hank's Ant King. Also, impervious to knives and guns, immensely strong, and just as dangerously bloodthirsty. We can't get close to him, either, but I'm sure you'll have no problem. Call out your Ant King and Lizard King. I want to take a look, Chen Feng said. Dr. Hank and Professor Lizard both returned to the villa, each emerging with a small box in hand. As they approached, Chen Feng could feel a growing wave of lethal energy emanating from the boxes. The two scientists set the boxes on the ground and quickly stepped back more than a dozen paces. Then, they each drew out a PIM particle pistol. With two sharp cracks, the boxes instantly expanded. Through the seams in the boxes, Chen Feng caught sight of what was inside: a giant flying ant and a massive lizard. Their forms hadn't changed, but their presence was entirely different, now exuding the aura of a true king, along with a chilling and oppressive energy. How do you control them? Chen Feng asked. We've installed control devices in their brains, Dr. Hank explained. If we don't keep them in check, they'll go berserk and devour any living thing in sight. It's because they've consumed so many creatures that they've lost themselves to their own instincts. Only the control devices can restrain them now, Professor Lizard added. Chen Feng shook his head and sighed. It seems the method of growing stronger by devouring others won't work after all. If it were humans, perhaps it might work, but for animals, it's probably impossible, Professor Lizard replied. Chen Feng then turned to Dr. Octopus and said, Dr. Octopus, help craft a set of vibranium armor for both the Flying Ant King and the Lizard King. I need to take them into battle. No problem, I'll have it ready within the day, Dr. Octopus responded. All right, if there's nothing else, let's call it a day. Everyone's dismissed, Chen Feng announced. Once Dr. Octopus and the others had left, Chen Feng scooped the Shai Zhao Hyloan into his arms and returned to his room. A day later, Chen Feng shrank the Lizard King and placed him in a box, then leaped onto the head of the Flying Ant King, letting it carry him into the air. Both the Flying Ant King and the Lizard King radiated a heavy, menacing aura, but Chen Feng's mind had already evolved its own mental defenses, so he was naturally immune to their intimidation. Clad in vibranium armor, the Flying Ant King looked especially majestic, which made Chen Feng seriously consider using it as his mount. Truth be told, the Lizard King was even more imposing. He looked every bit like a fearsome, savage dinosaur. Unfortunately, the Lizard King couldn't fly, so he was destined not to become Chen Feng's steed. Riding atop the Flying Ant King, Chen Feng made his way to the Osborn group. He needed to bring Green Goblin's Gene Warriors to fight in the Eternal Kingdom. Green Goblin was also equipped with an intelligence system. The moment his system detected Chen Feng's arrival, it immediately reported to its master. Upon learning that Chen Feng was coming, riding a colossal armored flying ant, Green Goblin hurriedly gathered his Gene Warriors at the entrance of the building to await Chen Feng's arrival. As he watched Chen Feng descend from the sky atop his armored Flying Ant King, Green Goblin couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. He desperately wanted one for himself, but it was out of reach. He didn't have access to PIM particle technology, nor did he possess vibranium. After landing, Chen Feng remained standing on the Flying Ant King's head, looking down at Green Goblin from above. Have you gathered all your Gene Warriors? They're all here, Green Goblin replied. Good. Send a plane to carry them and follow me, Chen Feng instructed. In truth, it would have been better to enlarge the Flying Ant King and have it carry all the Gene Warriors, but its aura was so intimidating that even the Gene Warriors couldn't approach without losing control. No need for a plane. I've equipped each of them with a personal flight device, Green Goblin said proudly. All right then, follow me now, Chen Feng replied. Wait, Chen Feng, I want to come along too, Green Goblin called out loudly. What do you want to come for? Chen Feng asked. You've recruited over 20 million veterans from Earth as instructors, so this war of yours must be on an epic scale. I want to see it with my own eyes, Green Goblin explained. To tell you the truth, this time I'll be commanding 20 billion frost giants in an assault on Asgard, Chen Feng said calmly. Green Goblin's eyes widened in shock. Wah! Holy crap, Chen Feng, you're incredible. No way. You gotta take me with you, he exclaimed. 20 billion frost giants, such a staggering number. A war involving 10 billion people. Just thinking about it made his heart race with excitement. He was determined not to miss the spectacle of a battle on such an epic scale. Chen Feng glanced at the Green Goblin's Gene Warriors, mocking him. You've only sent 10,000 Gene Warriors to support me, and you think you're in any position to make demands? I'll send another 100,000 professional soldiers to back you up, all equipped with cutting-edge weapons from my Osborn group, the Green Goblin replied. All right then, go make the arrangements right now. If you get it done before tonight, I'll take you along to attack Asgard, Chen Feng said. You got it, the Green Goblin answered, his voice trembling with excitement. In truth, at first he thought Chen Feng was just playing at war on a small scale. But as time went on, he realized Chen Feng was recruiting more and more veterans, the total now surpassing 20 million. The armor and weapons he'd commissioned were being produced in limitless quantities, a process that still hadn't stopped. All of this made clear just how massive the war Chen Feng was about to unleash would be. The Osborne Group, too, was a major arms manufacturer, though not quite as large as Stark Industries, so the Green Goblin had excellent connections with the military, allowing him to mobilize some troops through those relationships. As for weaponry, the Osborne Group stockpile of modern arms was enough to wage a full-scale national war. It took the Green Goblin only half a day to muster a force of 100,000 soldiers, each one equipped with the Osborne Group's most advanced weaponry. 100,000 fully armed troops, plus 10,000 gene warriors. Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction and said to the Green Goblin, Bring your men and come with me. An hour later, Chen Feng soared through the sky on the back of the Flying Ant King, speeding ahead. Behind him trailed the Green Goblin, 10,000 gene warriors, and hundreds of massive transport aircraft. When they reached the sea above the space-time tunnel, Chen Feng ordered the gene warriors to enter the tunnel first via the sliding tubes. Meanwhile, the Green Goblin coordinated the paratroopers to board the aircraft carrier, from which they too entered the space-time tunnel through the tubes. Upon arriving in Jotunheim, Chen Feng released the Lizard King, then enlarged both the Lizard King and the Flying Ant King until they stood 100 yards tall, allowing the soldiers to climb onto their backs. Those who couldn't make it up were carried by the Gene Warriors. In this way, their march would be much faster. 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye. This day was destined to be extraordinary. On this day, every frost giant in Jotunheim had gathered at the Throne Canyon, stretching as far as the eye could see, an endless sea of warriors. Chen Feng, clad in golden armor inlaid with coiling dragons and gripping his treasured sword, stood atop the head of the Flying Ant King, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Beside him stood Lao Fei, pacing excitedly atop the Lizard King's head. Chen Feng raised his sword, swept it through the air, and shouted in a thunderous voice, "Move out!" "Yes, sir," came the answering roar from 20 billion frost giant soldiers, their voices soaring straight to the heavens. Left turn, forward march. Hud, hud, hud. 200 billion frost giant soldiers marched in perfect step, their movements thunderous, so thunderous that the very earth trembled beneath them, and the ground where they passed sank dozens of centimeters. In the eternal realm, Odin faced his 100 million divine warriors. Raising his scepter high, he shouted, "For our homeland, we cannot let the frost giants invade Asgard. We must march to Jotunheim and wipe them out to the last. Wipe out the frost giants! Wipe out the frost giants!" 100 million divine warriors roared in unison. With a sweeping gesture of his scepter, Odin commanded, "Advance! March on Jotunheim!" Hud, hud, hud. The divine soldiers also pressed forward in disciplined unison. Chen Feng, in truth, was in no hurry to attack Asgard, for he hoped to set the battlefield in Jotunheim. In Jotunheim, the frost giants were at their strongest. Meanwhile, Asgard's warriors would be greatly weakened by the realm's bitter cold. If possible, he wanted to face Odin in Jotunheim, and only after victory there would he advance on Asgard. Between Jotunheim and Asgard lay a colossal space-time tunnel. In the past, all great wars between the frost giants and the gods have been fought through this immense passage. Chen Feng deliberately slowed his army's advance, well aware that Odin was also mobilizing his forces, quickly, no doubt, since Odin would never want Asgard to suffer devastation. This played perfectly into Chen Feng's hands. Sure enough, when Chen Feng and his 200 billion frost giant soldiers arrived at the mouth of that vast tunnel, they encountered Odin. Chen Feng lifted his right hand. Halt! The rhythmic marching ceased in an instant. Odin, seeing Chen Feng leading such an immense frost giant army against him, was filled with dread. Whether he won or lost, the Eternal Realm would pay a terrible price, an outcome he desperately wished to avoid. Noting that Chen Feng had halted his advance, Odin called out in a loud voice, "Chen Feng, do you realize what you've done? By starting this war, you threaten the peace of all 9 realms. Countless lives will be lost because of you." "I care nothing for the lives lost," Chen Feng replied coldly. "For my ambitions, I have never hesitated to sweep away the dust of ages." "And if you lose?" Odin snapped. Chen Feng threw back his head and laughed, loud and long. When his laughter faded, his expression turned icy. "There is no if. If you want to know who will win, let us decide it in battle." With those words, Chen Feng slowly raised his sword, its tip pointing straight at Odin. His voice was cold as steel. Attack. Warriors of the Frost Realm, the time for vengeance has come. Follow me. Let's break through Asgard. Lao Fei bellowed, charging toward Odin atop his giant lizard mount. Boom, boom, boom. 200 billion frost giant soldiers surged forward in a mighty rush. Form the 8 trigrams array. Surround the divine warriors and destroy them one by one. Chen Feng ordered. Chen Feng's orders were relayed to each leading frost giant through electronic devices. Then, the glasses worn by each frost giant leader displayed a prompt in the form of a red dot on their screen. As long as each leader guided their frost giant soldiers to the indicated red dot, the formation would be complete. There were simply too many frost giants. Only this method allowed for seamless, precise command. Chen Feng turned to the Green Goblin and said, "Order your 10,000 Gene warriors to attack Odin's army and disrupt them, so the frost giant army can encircle them." Understood, the Green Goblin replied, then issued orders to his Gene warriors. His Gene warriors were all failures, disposable in his eyes. He cared nothing for their lives. With wild, guttural roars, the Gene warriors charged fearlessly toward Odin's troops. Now, Lao Fei resembled the Lizard King, clad in vibranium armor, and was no longer afraid of Odin's magical attacks. Riding atop the colossal Lizard King, towering over 100 meters high, he plunged into Odin's ranks, unleashing a frenzied slaughter. Odin's soldiers were helpless before the Lizard King. Their attacks couldn't even scratch its armor. Meanwhile, the Lizard King could devour hundreds with a single bite, sweep away thousands with a flick of its tail, and crush several soldiers underfoot with every step. "Loki, Thor, you two handle Lao Fei," Odin commanded. "Yes, father," Loki and Thor replied in unison. Chen Feng made no move, and naturally, Odin dared not act either. He was on guard against Chen Feng. A thunderous rumbling filled the air as 10,000 Gene warriors crashed into Odin's army, instantly throwing his ranks into chaos. The Gene warriors were only slightly weaker than the abomination, making them formidable foes. With a simple squeeze, they could snap an ordinary god soldier's life in an instant. They wielded no weapons, relying solely on fists and feet, fighting by pure instinct. Fearless, they didn't even flinch at blades or spears. Instead, they fought with utter disregard for their own lives, willing to trade blow for blow. Not only were the Gene warriors immensely strong, but their defenses were nearly impenetrable, leaving regular god soldiers powerless before them. Asgardian Guard, eliminate those green monsters, Odin commanded. "Yes, your majesty," responded the captain of the Asgardian Guard. A low, relentless rumble echoed as 200 billion frost giant soldiers began to encircle Odin's army. Odin saw this happening, but there was nothing he could do. His forces were simply too few. All he could do now was hold the entrance to the space-time tunnel. As long as he held that point, he could advance or retreat at will. Yet, he was unwilling to give the order to withdraw, not unless it was absolutely necessary. For if he retreated, the frost giants would march straight into Asgard, and the realm would lose all peace. Half an hour later, the grand 8 trigrams formation was finally complete, 200 billion frost giants standing in position, trapping Odin's army at its center. "Harry," Chen Feng called out. Harry quickly stepped forward and cupped his hands in salute. "I'm here. Lead your 100,000 fully armed soldiers. Divide them into 8 teams, and have each enter through the rest gate, life gate, wound gate, obstruction gate, scenery gate, death gate, shock gate, and open gate. Use up all your ammunition as quickly as possible. Then retreat at once," Chen Feng commanded. "Yes, sir," the Green Goblin responded, accepting the order. In ancient times, the command platform for the 8 trigrams formation was always set at its very center, where the commander would direct their troops. But Chen Feng did things differently. The main general remained outside the formation, relying on electronic devices to command. Even more unusual, he trapped his enemies in the very heart of the 8 trigrams. A battle formation is rigid, but people are alive. With the right leadership, even the worst formation can unleash formidable power. Stomp, stomp, stomp. The Green Goblin led his 100,000 soldiers, fully armed, each team entering through one of the 8 gates of the formation. As the army neared the center of the formation, Chen Feng gave another order. "Lao Fei and the Gene warriors, fall back to the edges." Lao Fei quickly rode his Lizard King back to his troops stationed at the perimeter. The 10,000 Gene warriors also retreated, though several hundred had already fallen. Odin's forces tried to pursue, but Odin held them back. Odin's army numbered only 100 million. If they stayed together, they could still fight, but if they split up, defeat was inevitable. At the very center of the 8 trigrams formation stood the frost giants, the strongest of all. Each was clad in heavy armor, wielding thick shields designed to interlock and form an impenetrable wall. Their task was defense, nothing more. The 100,000 troops hid behind this barricade of shield bearers. Attack! Chen Feng ordered. The entire force of 100,000, fully armed, let out resounding battle cries and unleashed every ounce of their ammunition. The roar of heavy machine guns erupted. Shells exploded across Odin's army in a thunderous barrage. Laser cannons shot forth, their beams slicing through the chaos. In a matter of moments, tens of thousands of Odin's soldiers lay dead or wounded. Archers, return fire. Odin commanded. A rain of arrows swept down, covering the troops at the center of the formation. Shield bearers, raise shields. Chen Feng ordered. A sea of shields shot up, locking together to form a wall of steel. The arrows clattered harmlessly against the shields, their force spent. Only a few unlucky souls fell to the storm of arrows. Soldiers with firearms, fire through the gaps. Chen Feng commanded. Unlike bows, firearms needed only a bullet-sized opening to strike, while bows required a wider space to be effective. Machine guns rattled, spitting bullets through the narrow slits. Shield bearers advance. Odin countered. Step by step, shield after shield moved to the front, absorbing the machine gun fire. When bullets failed, the soldiers switched to mortars and launched another round of shells. Divine archers, take aim at the shells and shoot them out of the sky. Odin commanded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, artillery shells were shot out of the sky by the divine archers among the godly warriors. Chen Feng saw that Odin had found a way to counter firearms, and with no other choice, he ordered, Harry, lead your troops and fall back. Human firearms were formidable, but this time, they could do nothing against the divine warriors, simply because the truly powerful weapons hadn't been brought here. Yes, sir, the Green Goblin replied, taking the order. As the Green Goblin led his 100,000-strong army in retreat, Chen Feng gave another command. Form a single-file, serpentine formation. Lao Fei will be the head of the snake. Split Odin's army in two for me. Hud, hud, hud. The 8 trigrams formation contracted, and the surplus frost giant soldiers shifted, forming a long, snake-like line with Lao Fei at the front. Warriors of the land of frost, charge with me. Lao Fei bellowed, leading the charge against Odin's army. Odin's shield-bearers were formidable, but when faced with a colossal lizard king 100 jong tall, their defenses simply crumbled. The lines broke in an instant. Loki, Thor, go home and stop Lao Fei, Odin commanded. Father, the armor Laufey's wearing is impossibly tough. Our attacks can't even scratch him, Thor answered in frustration. Father, that armor was definitely crafted specially for Lao Fei by Chen Feng, Loki added. Odin sighed heavily. Ah, you too. Then he continued. Thor, I leave the command of the army to you. I'll deal with Lao Fei myself. With that, Odin leapt into action, intercepting Lao Fei and halting the advance of the serpentine formation, preventing it from tearing through his ranks. Yet although Odin held Lao Fei at bay, he could do little more than contain him. Seeing Odin's army refuse to attack, Chen Feng felt a pang of disappointment. He had set up the 8 trigrams formation specifically to lure Odin's forces into the fray, but Odin refused to take the bait. Since the formation served no purpose, Chen Feng resolved to take more drastic measures. He shouted, Armies of the east, south, west, and north, each form a wedge formation and pierce through the enemy lines from your respective directions. Hud, hud, hud. 50 billion frost giant soldiers formed 4 mighty wedge formations. Attack, Chen Feng ordered. To battle, 200 billion frost giant soldiers roared in unison, launching an all-out assault. What do we do? What do we do? Thor panicked, unsure how to mount a defense. Archers, triple volley. Odin commanded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows rained down in relentless waves, felling swathes of frost giant soldiers on their charge. Yet death held no terror for the frost giants. On the contrary, it only fueled their rage. Thunderous explosions echoed as, after suffering millions of casualties, the frost giants broke through and reached the front lines of Odin's army. At the vanguard were the mightiest frost giants of Jotunheim, even stronger than Thor himself, at least when Thor had no artifact in hand. In an instant, Odin's forces were overwhelmed on all sides as the frost giants smashed through every defense. Kill, kill to the death. The frost giant soldiers clashed with Odin's army. Unlike before, the frost giants advanced in a wedge formation, pushing forward. As they attacked, their mission was to cut through and split Odin's forces into 4 groups, slowly strangling them one by one. Odin's troops, on the other hand, were completely reactive. They fought only when the enemy came to them, and paid no heed when the enemy moved away. This was a failure of leadership, plain and simple. In the past, the Frost Giants would have acted the same way. 2 hours later, the four wedge formations had successfully split Odin's army into 4 isolated groups. Chen Feng directed the Frost Giants at the rear to form a defensive line, keeping the divided enemies at bay. Then, he ordered the Ant King to launch an attack. Simultaneously, he commanded Lao Fei to lead his serpentine column in pursuit of the Ant King, heading straight for the entrance of the space-time tunnel. Odin felt utterly vexed. He couldn't deal with Lao Fei, but he also couldn't just ignore him. Now, with Chen Feng sending in a colossal flying ant, Odin found himself a loss. He didn't even know whom to send to stop it. He understood what mattered most, so he chose to abandon the fight with Lao Fei and instead moved to intercept the Ant King. After all, the Ant King was headed straight for the entrance to the space-time tunnel. If Chen Feng seized that, Odin's army would have no way to retreat. Optimus Prime, take command of the second-generation giant transformers and support the Ant King, Chen Feng ordered. At once, my lord, Optimus Prime responded, accepting the command. Lao Fei, you go too. Support the Ant King. You must seize the entrance to the space-time tunnel, Chen Feng commanded. Understood, Lao Fei replied, taking his orders. Once the entrance to the space-time tunnel was secured, Chen Feng would set up an ambush on all sides, then use overlapping, staggered assault formations to gradually wipe out Odin's forces. Chaos, complete chaos, had taken hold. Odin watched his army divided into 4 fractured parts, and his heart was thrown into turmoil. This was the prelude to defeat. He shouted, "All divine soldiers, regroup at the entrance to the space-time tunnel." Every soldier heard his command, but only those already near the tunnel's entrance could obey. The rest were blocked by human walls of frost giants. Odin was powerless to stop Lao Fei, the Ant King, and the Transformers, because their attacks could not pierce the defenses of vibranium armor. As he watched Lao Fei, the Ant King, and the Transformers draw ever closer to the tunnel's entrance, Odin could only issue his final order, heavy with resignation. Retreat. All forces, fall back. There was still a fighting chance if they could return to Asgard. If not, his entire army would be lost. But Chen Feng had no intention of letting Odin retreat so easily. Raising his sword high, he roared, "All forces attack." The divine soldiers had already grown timid when Odin ordered the retreat. All they could think of was how to get back to Asgard. Their will to fight with the frost giants evaporated, and as a result, the frost giants slaughtered their ranks in great numbers. Boom, boom, boom. The most devastating force on the battlefield was the Transformer. Under Optimus Prime's command, it unleashed terrifying pulse cannons, each shot obliterating hundreds, sometimes thousands of divine soldiers. Powered by an artificial sun, the Transformer's energy seemed inexhaustible, making its attacks relentless and deadly. Odin fought with all his might, sending out wave after wave of energy beams, mowing down swathes of frost giant soldiers. Yet the frost giants were endless. No matter how many he struck down, more took their place. At this point, the entire army surged forward. There was no longer any need for orders. Then Chen Feng made his entrance. He transformed into the Sandman, his body dissolving into a swirling sandstorm that swept toward the mouth of the time tunnel. His purpose was simple: destroy as many divine soldiers as possible. As a sandstorm, Chen Feng's form was formless. No one could block his advance. In no time, he reached the tunnel's entrance. The sandstorm swelled to its greatest fury, lifting every divine soldier near the entrance and hurling them out into the chaos beyond. "Father, that's Chen Feng's magic," Thor shouted, his voice cutting through the din. To the divine soldiers, Chen Feng's sandstorm was not especially lethal, but its impact on the battlefield was profound. With Chen Feng guarding the tunnel entrance, the divine soldiers had no way to retreat back to Asgard. Odin's scepter could teleport a few people back, but the numbers were limited. He couldn't possibly save 100 million soldiers. With no alternatives, Odin was forced to abandon Lao Fei, the Ant King, and the Transformer, choosing instead to confront Chen Feng head-on. At that moment, Chen Feng was not wearing the Transformer armor, but it made no difference. Odin still couldn't harm him, for Chen Feng's body was now incorporeal. Odin swung his scepter, unleashing torrents of energy into the sandstorm, but his attacks passed right through, only succeeding in killing thousands of his own soldiers. What Chen Feng wanted, Odin could neither give nor was willing to give. Frustrated, Odin turned and flew to confront Lao Fei. "Lao Fei, I'll return the Source of Frost to you. Will you withdraw your troops?" Odin offered. Lao Fei paused in his slaughter, casting Odin a cold, mocking smile. "At a time like this, do you really think I call off the attack? As for the Source of Frost, I'll take it myself. I don't need you to return it." "And what if I destroy it?" Odin threatened. Laufey's expression darkened instantly. The source of frost was vital to the frost giants. He was tempted to accept Odin's offer, take back the source, and then press the attack on Asgard with renewed confidence. But now, the frost giant army was under Chen Feng's command, and their newfound strength was thanks to his support. Without Chen Feng's agreement, Laufey dared not retreat. To do so would be to declare war on him. Return the source of frost to me, and give Chen Feng the artifact he demands. Then I'll withdraw, Laufey replied. Odin shook his head and said, Laufey, you know I cannot give it to him. If I do, the balance among the 9 realms will be lost, and war will become inevitable. You promised your people a chance to breathe. If you refuse, your kingdom will fall this very moment, Laufey threatened. Having been threatened by Laufey again and again, Odin finally lost his patience. He countered coldly, Laufey, you know I can't kill Chen Feng, but I can easily kill you, unless you never take off your armor. Even if I can't get to you, I can still wipe out your followers. With my divine power, I could slaughter tens of thousands of frost giants in a single day. How many frost giants do you have left for me to kill? We frost giants do not fear death. Laufey roared in anger, then barked an order to the Lizard King. Lizard King, take him down. With a bestial roar, the Lizard King twisted his massive body, swinging his enormous tail toward Odin, who hovered in the air. Odin swept his scepter and vanished in a blink, reappearing 100 meters away. Ignoring Laufey, Chen Feng, and the others, Odin unleashed his fury upon the ranks of frost giant soldiers. Each swing of his scepter reaped hundreds, even thousands, of frost giant lives. It was a contest of slaughter, a race to see who could kill faster. The more enemies Odin struck down, the less pressure his own army would face. Odin's scepter was a fearsome weapon, its energy seemingly without limit. The beams of light it emitted never dimmed. Witnessing Odin's relentless massacre of the frost giants, Optimus Prime increased the rate of his pulse cannon fire. His orders were to destroy the divine warriors, so he made no move to stop Odin. Meanwhile, the Green Goblin had been watching from the outskirts. Faced with a war on a scale of tens of billions, his blood boiled with excitement. He could no longer suppress the rush, and on impulse, he dove into the fray. Soaring above the divine warriors on his glider, clad in his signature armor, he unleashed a wicked laugh. Ha ha ha! Divine warriors, taste the mortal's pumpkin bombs. A thunderous barrage followed as he hurled pumpkin bombs in all directions, blasting divine warriors into pieces and sending many flying. His glider's machine guns rattled incessantly, spitting out a stream of bullets, while miniature missiles streaked through the air. He flung razor-sharp throwing knives, each one finding its mark, each one claiming the life of a divine warrior. This wild spree of carnage intoxicated him, bringing his darkest impulses bubbling to the surface. But the thrill didn't last long. His ammunition soon ran out. He dared not engage in close combat, nor did he wish to risk it. With so many divine warriors on the battlefield, if even a few managed to grab hold of him, he would be torn to shreds. Yet he was reluctant to retreat. Instead, he used his grappling claw, reinforced with steel wire, to pull divine warriors out one by one, leaving them to be beaten to death by the surrounding frost giant soldiers. Unnoticed, the frost giants had already seized control of the entrance to the space-time tunnel. Chen Feng returned to his normal form and gave his order. Deploy the ambush from 10 sides formation. Let those so-called gods enter, never to return. Heavy footsteps echoed as the frost giant soldiers marched in perfect unison, forming 2 imposing lines in front of the entrance to the time-space tunnel. Between these lines stood ranks of heavily armored frost giants, staggered in a crisscross pattern. Meanwhile, Laufey, the Ant King, and the Transformers continued their rampage amidst Odin's army, purposefully and inadvertently driving Odin's troops toward the deadly formation. A day passed. The battle cries and the clash of weapons filled the air. The fighting raged on. Over half of Odin's army had fallen, more than 50 million divine soldiers lost. In contrast, the frost giants, protected by armor, weaponry, and the formation's power, had lost only a little over 10 million. Even then, half of those casualties were slain by Odin himself. Thor and Loki led their remaining forces in relentless assaults against the ambush from 10 sides formation, desperate to retake the entrance to the time-space tunnel. Yet the deeper they pressed into the formation, the more their courage faltered and hope began to die within them. At the forefront stood the heavily armored frost giants in staggered ranks. To the sides, shield-bearers and archers unleashed a relentless barrage. Advancing felt like a march toward certain death. They pressed on, paying for every step with their lives. Another day passed. Thor and Loki, battered and weary, managed to fight their way to the entrance of the time-space tunnel with 9 million divine soldiers. What awaited them there, however, only deepened their despair. Chen Feng stood guard, flanked by Lao Fei, the Lizard King, and the Ant King. Meanwhile, Odin, still locked in a frenzy of slaughter among the frost giant soldiers, quietly reached out to Thor and Loki with a secret spell. Soon, I'll unleash my full strength against Chen Feng and the others, he whispered. Though I can't kill them, I can drive them away. When that happens, seize the chance to enter the time-space tunnel. Once you return to Asgard, destroy the tunnel immediately. Chen Feng turned to Loki and said, Loki, why do you still insist on following a false father? The Eternal Kingdom is finished, while the Frost Kingdom is thriving. Come back, and you'll be the crown prince of the Frost Kingdom, the future king. There's no need to share in the Eternal Kingdom's downfall. What? Chen Feng, what do you mean? Lao Fei exclaimed in shock. Why are you saying that if Loki returns, he'll be our crown prince? Lao Fei had not yet learned the truth, that Loki was his own son. Loki is your birth son, Chen Feng explained. He was kidnapped by Odin all those years ago. Odin then used his magic to alter Loki's nature, making him appear indistinguishable from God. My child, Lao Fei cried out, overcome with emotion. At that moment, Loki was racked with turmoil and indecision, unsure of what path to choose. He yearned to be king of the Eternal Kingdom, a position of unrivaled luxury and power. In contrast, life as king of the Frost Kingdom would be bleak and bitter, lived in endless cold and darkness, a world he neither liked nor was accustomed to. Chen Feng noticed Loki's hesitation and spoke up, If you truly desire the Eternal Kingdom, I can promise to give it to you, so long as you hand over what I want first. But Odin was not dead yet, and even if Loki wished to agree, he was powerless to do so. Odin, who had been gathering his strength all this while, could no longer wait. If he delayed any longer, Loki might well betray him. He soared into the air, rising above the entrance to the temporal tunnel. With a sweep of his scepter, a blinding radiance erupted from its tip, so intense that no one could look directly at it. Perish! Odin roared, swinging the scepter downward. A torrent of energy burst forth, surging toward Chen Feng and the others. The force of Odin's assault was so immense that Chen Feng immediately sensed danger. Reacting in an instant, he activated his close combat transformer armor as he sprinted away at top speed. A thunderous explosion shook the ground. Lao Fei, the Lizard King, and the Ant King were hurled away by the blast. The earth split open, leaving a crater hundreds of meters deep. Charge! As long as we reach the tunnel's edge and dive in, we'll be back in Asgard. Thor shouted, commanding with all his might. Desperate to survive, every one of the divine soldiers summoned every ounce of strength, fleeing for their lives. Even when the frost giants struck at them, they paid no heed, knowing that only by reaching the temporal tunnel could they hope to live. Anyone left behind faced certain death. Lao Fei, the Lizard King, and the Ant King were all gravely injured, their combat strength drastically diminished. Only Chen Feng stood tall, his power still at its peak. Optimus Prime, suit me up with the second-generation giant transformer, Chen Feng ordered. He retracted his close combat armor and transformed into a colossal titan, his body enveloped by venom, doubling his strength. With the might of the second-generation transformer added, his power was enough to crush any creature in existence. Mechanisms whirred and clanked as Chen Feng donned a second-generation transformer. He activated the PIM particles, and the originally 8.5-meter-tall transformer grew even larger, becoming a towering steel giant over 100 meters tall. With a single step, the ground shuddered, mountains trembling and splitting apart. Hurry! Move faster! Thor cried out in terror. Chen Feng raised his hand and unleashed a pulse cannon. A deafening blast echoed as thousands of divine soldiers, who had yet to enter the temporal tunnel, were obliterated. Thor's fear of Chen Feng ran bone deep. Now, seeing Chen Feng charging toward him, he abandoned any concern for the other soldiers, let out a desperate shout, and dove into the temporal tunnel. Loki wavered for a moment, but in the end, he too chose to return to Asgard. Having unleashed his ultimate move, Odin had gravely wounded Lao Fei, the Lizard King, and the Ant King, but the effort left him in a state of weakness. Muttering an incantation, his body shimmered with white light, and he vanished, returning to Asgard. With Odin gone, nothing stood in Chen Feng's way. The remaining tens of millions of divine soldiers were kept from the tunnel and mercilessly slaughtered by the frost giant warriors until none remained. On the other side of the temporal tunnel, in Asgard, Odin looked upon the mere 3 million surviving soldiers. His face was grim and ashen. 100 million divine soldiers had fought for only 2 days, yet now only 3 million remained. This was nothing short of total annihilation. Father, why don't we ask the other realms for help, like the other nations do? Thor said anxiously. Odin shook his head. We cannot ask for help. If we do, we will lose our right to rule over the 9 realms. Then what should we do? There are so many frost giants. If they reach Asgard, we'll never be able to hold them back, Thor said, worry etched in his voice. I've set up a barrier in the space-time tunnel. They won't be able to break through for some time, Odin replied. Father, I believe our true enemy isn't the frost giants, it's Chen Feng. If we can get rid of Chen Feng, the frost giants will be no match for us, Loki suddenly interjected. Odin paused at Loki's words, struck by inspiration. Grasping Loki's hand, he spoke earnestly. Loki, I have a task for you. If you succeed, you'll be the savior of the eternal kingdom. Savior? Loki sneered, his tone dripping with thinly veiled dissatisfaction. Odin knew Loki longed for the throne of the eternal kingdom. He said, if you accomplish this and save our kingdom from disaster, I will name you crown prince. He could appoint a crown prince just as easily as he could depose one, so he did not fear outsiders seizing the throne of the eternal kingdom. Loki's eyes sparkled with excitement. Father, tell me what to do. I promise I'll get it done. Loki, I know you're clever and cunning, a master of schemes. I want you to go to Earth and capture Chen Feng's woman. With her in our grasp, we can force Chen Feng to withdraw his troops. As long as we buy ourselves a little time, once the dwarves have fully deciphered human technology, we'll never have to fear the disaster Chen Feng brings upon us, Odin said, his tone grave. Meanwhile, Chen Feng commanded the frost giant soldiers to wipe out the divine troops who couldn't escape, then led his forces into the space-time tunnel, only to discover a transparent barrier blocking their way. He tried blasting it with a pulse cannon, like those from the Transformers. The cannon shattered the barrier in an instant, but as the image flickered, the pulse cannon was sucked away by a space-time vortex, gone without a trace. Chen Feng, don't force your way through, Lao Fei warned. If we destabilize the space-time tunnel, a vortex could form. Get caught in that, and there's no coming back. What if I attack from the entrance of the tunnel? Chen Feng asked. You can try, but if the attack is too strong, it might destroy the tunnel itself. Too weak, and you won't break through the barrier, Lao Fei explained. So what should we do? Chen Feng pressed. He knew far less about the space-time tunnels and vortices than Lao Fei, who had used them for thousands of years. We'll find another tunnel into Asgard, Lao Fei suggested. That's all we can do, Chen Feng said with a weary sigh. After exiting the time tunnel, Chen Feng let Lao Fei lead the way to other time tunnels. On the way, Chen Feng used a communication device to contact Jane, hoping to ask whether she had unraveled the mysteries of time and space, or if she had found a way to create a time tunnel. Jane's answer left Chen Feng disappointed. Jane, Eric, and Daisy had been researching in the tunnel between Earth and Jotunheim for a whole year, but they hadn't achieved any results. Nevertheless, the 3 of them remained excited, dedicating themselves to the study of time tunnels. Led by Lao Fei, they tried several tunnels, only to discover that the larger ones were all sealed by Odin with strange barrier spells, while the smaller tunnels, though unsealed, could only allow a few dozen people through at a time, making large-scale passage impossible. As a result, any frost giant soldiers emerging from these tunnels were swiftly dispatched by the waiting Asgardian guards. Chen Feng dared not attack inside the time tunnel, fearing he'd be swept away by the swirling currents of space and time. So, he devised a new plan. He donned his Transformer suit and shrank the more than 10 billion frost giant soldiers down to pocket size, storing them in a box that he kept on his person. He then shrank himself to the size of a mosquito. In this way, he could slip through the time tunnel into Asgard completely unnoticed. The artificial sun's energy was limitless, providing all the power he needed. Otherwise, shrinking so many frost giants would have been impossible. After shrinking and storing the frost giants, Chen Feng miniaturized himself and flew into the time tunnel. He was now so tiny that he escaped all notice. Sure enough, he emerged from the tunnel on the other side and arrived in Asgard. The guard stationed at the tunnel's entrance stood ready, weapons in hand, on high alert, but not one of them noticed him. There was no thrill in taking out minor soldiers. Chen Feng was after something bigger. His true goal was the capital of the eternal realm, the Palace of the Gods. He planned to enter the palace and then release the more than 10 billion frost giant soldiers inside. It would certainly be a spectacle. The very thought amused Chen Feng. Unfamiliar with Asgard, Chen Feng released Lao Fei and had him point the way. Now particle-sized, Lao Fei stood on Chen Feng's shoulder and directed him forward. Chen Feng moved at full speed. Half a day later, he reached the edge of the palace and encountered its magical barrier. He charged up his pulse cannon, compressing its energy. Once he felt it was ready, he flew toward the barrier. Just as he was about to make contact, he extended his right hand and fired the pulse cannon from his palm. The moment the barrier shattered, Chen Feng darted inside. As soon as he was through, the barrier sealed itself again. He had to admit, the palace's barrier was remarkably effective. No weak enemy could hope to enter. Now inside, Chen Feng quickly found his bearings. Looking up, he saw the tallest and most magnificent building. It could only be Odin's palace. Chen Feng soared above Odin's palace. With a burst of Pym particles, he enlarged himself, then used the same technology to make over 10 billion frost giant soldiers grow to towering proportions. With a thunderous roar, the frost giants rained down like a storm. Their formidable bodies, shielded by armor, crashed from dozens of meters above, yet not a single one was harmed. Kill! 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 The frost giant soldiers bellowed with excitement. Whenever they saw an Asgardian god, they struck them down, caring not if it was goddess or god. Chen Feng, make me bigger, hurry! I can barely wait to start the slaughter. Luffy's impatience was palpable. Chen Feng raised his Pym particle pistol and fired at Lao Fei, enlarging him in an instant. Now towering, Lao Fei leapt from the shoulder of a transformer and rallied the frost giants, leading them in an all-out assault on Odin's palace. At this moment, Asgard was utterly defenseless. Odin had withdrawn all elite troops, leaving the palace exposed, while he himself was still caught up in the temporal tunnels throughout the realm, desperately trying to keep the frost giants from entering Asgard. Thus, the palace was left without a shred of resistance, and the frost giants swept through it like a flood, turning the golden halls into rivers of blood. Lao Fei, wild with bloodlust, led his warriors in a furious rampage. Meanwhile, Chen Feng headed straight for the palace vault. But when he arrived, he found it stripped bare. Every treasure was gone. Fury flared within him. No doubt Odin, wary of his advance, had moved the vault's contents elsewhere. Wait, maybe there's a hidden chamber underground? Chen Feng muttered with suspicion. He activated his drill mode and burrowed into the earth. Sure enough, he found subterranean chambers, but they, too, were empty. He searched below for half an hour, digging hundreds of meters down, yet found nothing. Emerging from the ground, Chen Feng stormed out of the vault and unleashed a barrage of missiles. The vault exploded in a series of earth-shaking blasts, collapsing into rubble. Still unsatisfied, he used the palace's comm system to bellow his order. All troops, listen up. Flatten Asgard for me. Flatten Asgard. Flatten Asgard. The frost giants chanted, their voices booming as they reduced everything in their path to ruins. Atop the highest spire of the palace, Frigga stood, heart torn as she heard the anguished cries and screams of her people. Watching the frost giants slaughter her subjects in a frenzy, she felt as if her heart was being shredded. She pressed her hands to her chest and prayed softly, Your Majesty, please, come home soon. Suddenly, a mad voice rang out, Frigga, ha ha ha, we meet again. This time, Odin can't save you. Odin took my son and raised him as his own. Now, I'll take you and make you my wife, just to spite him. Let's see how much it sickens Odin. Laufey's words rang out with crazed delight. Hearing this, despair engulfed Frigga. At once, she resolved to end her own life rather than suffer humiliation at Laufey's hands. Slowly, she drew a dagger and raised it to her throat, but just as she was about to strike, Laufey's next words made her pause. If you dare to take your own life, I'll strip you bare and hang you from my war banner, so that all my people can admire your beautiful body, and let Odin see what his wife looks like without a stitch on. Laufey spoke with wicked malice. You demon, may you die a miserable death. Frigga sobbed in utter despair. 3 hours later, Asgard had vanished. In its place was a vast, blood-red plain. Upon that plain stood the frost giants, and Chen Feng. Chen Feng stood atop the head of the winged Ant King, gazing down with majestic authority upon more than 10 billion frost giant soldiers. His voice rang out bold and commanding. Warriors of the Frostlands, the time for vengeance has come. Let loose your fury. Let your blood-soaked footprints dye the earth of Asgard crimson. At his side, Lao Fei raised his arm and shouted, Tear through Asgard. Tear through Asgard. Tear through Asgard. A thunderous roar erupted from the 10 billion frost giant soldiers, their battle cries shaking the very air. Chen Feng brandished his sword and pointed forward, his command echoing powerfully, Advance. A mighty rumble swept across the land as the legions of frost giants marched in the direction Chen Feng had indicated. No sooner had Chen Feng and his frost giant army departed than a beam of white light appeared in the sky above Asgard, and in a flash, Odin and Thor materialized. What's this? Odin was bewildered. He had set the coordinates for Asgard, yet he had arrived in a strange, unfamiliar place. The ground here was perfectly flat. The earth was stained a deep, ominous red. The air was thick with the stench of blood. This place felt hauntingly familiar, and yet he was certain he had never seen it before. "Father, what's going on? I've never seen your magic fail like this," Thor asked curiously. "I don't know, either," Odin replied, utterly perplexed. He chanted another spell, and with a flash of white light, they remained in the same place. A sense of dread welled up inside him. He could make a mistake once, but not twice. If both attempts brought them to the same spot, then the truth was clear. This seemingly foreign land was, in fact, Asgard. "It's Chen Feng. He led the frost giants and leveled Asgard," Odin said through gritted teeth. "Are you serious, father? The buildings of Asgard are immense. How could they possibly flatten the entire city and stain the earth red in just 3 hours?" Thor was incredulous. Odin did not answer. He descended to the ground, knelt down, scooped up a handful of crimson earth, and brought it to his nose. His voice was heavy with sorrow. "It's blood. The ground has been soaked in blood." Thor crouched down as well and grabbed a handful of soil. Realizing it was truly saturated with blood, he was utterly shocked. How many lives must have been taken to stain this vast land so completely? There were hundreds of millions of gods living in Asgard. By the looks of it, they must all be dead now, Odin said, grief weighing down every word. The gods who dwelled in the palace of immortals were the finest talents in all of Asgard, but now they had been utterly slaughtered. This devastating blow had caused the power of the eternal realm to plummet by 80%. Closing his eyes, he prayed to the heavens, desperately hoping that this was not truly the palace of immortals. After finishing his prayer, he chanted an incantation and waved his scepter. A brilliant white light burst forth from the scepter, and everywhere it shone, gods appeared out of thin air. The newly resurrected gods, upon seeing Odin, immediately knelt before him, their voices choked with sorrow as they pleaded. "Your Majesty, please bring my wife back to life. Your Majesty, please resurrect my parents. Your Majesty, you must avenge us. Those frost giants are demons. They kill all in their path and destroy every home. Your Majesty, the queen has been captured by Lao Fei." Hearing the voices of his people, Odin did not mourn. Instead, fury blazed within him. The palace of immortals had been reduced to ruins, the earth stained crimson by a night of blood, and even his wife had been taken by Lao Fei. In his heart, he swore a silent oath. He would kill Chen Feng and Lao Fei and make slaves of the frost giants. "How many frost giants have come?" Odin demanded. "They seem to fall from the sky. We're not sure how many, but there are countless of them," replied one of the gods. "Chen Feng has slaughtered so many of our kind. We must find a way to put an end to him," Thor said through gritted teeth. "There's a way, but for now, the most important thing is to get Chen Feng to lead the frost giants away. If you just give me a little time, I can summon reinforcements. As a price, I plan to offer up Earth," Odin declared. "Is it Chen Feng's girlfriend, Zhao Hailuan? I wonder how Loki is faring. Has he managed to capture Zhao Hailuan?" asked Thor. "We're going to Earth," Odin stated. "What? Chen Feng is leading the frost giants in an assault on Asgard, and instead of stopping him, we're heading to Earth? Are we just going to abandon Asgard?" Thor exclaimed in shock. "We have lost too many of the Eternal Realm's warriors. We no longer have the strength to repel the frost giants. The best strategy now is to go to Earth, seize Chen Feng's girlfriend, and force him to withdraw his army," Odin explained. "That makes sense," Thor agreed. The gods who had just been revived were alarmed to hear that Odin intended to leave for Earth. Many of their friends and family had yet to be resurrected, and so each one began to plead once more. "Your Majesty, I beg you, please bring my wife back to life. I cannot live without her. Your Majesty, my son was a member of the Palace Guard. Please, you must resurrect him, so that he may continue to fight for you. Your Majesty, my parents died horribly at the hands of the frost giants. If you bring them back, my life will be yours. I would brave any danger for you." Odin let out a long sigh and said, "I cannot resurrect the gods on a large scale, and every time I use the spell of resurrection, I grow weaker and weaker. If I were to bring back all the fallen of Asgard, I would surely perish myself. So I'm sorry." Having finished, Odin waved his scepter, and with a flash of white light, he and Thor vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Chen Feng led the frost giants, conquering cities and sweeping through the land with unstoppable might. No force could stand in his way. Back on Earth, Loki, ever the cunning and resourceful trickster, quickly adapted to the human world. In just a few days, he had gained a solid understanding of humanity. Relying on his wits, he transformed himself into Chen Feng and managed to seize Chen Feng's private island hideout. After boarding a ship and reaching the waters around the private island, he heard a warning from Optimus Prime. "Vessel ahead. You are entering private waters. Entry is forbidden. Turn back at once, or I will destroy you." Optimus Prime's voice rang out, firm and unyielding. Moments later, a flying drone soared above the ship, extending its cannons menacingly. The ship's captain, terrified, hastily turned the vessel to leave. Loki, however, leapt straight into the sea. On the private island, alarms blared throughout the villa. Attention, attention, an energy entity is approaching the private island, Optimus Prime alerted. Attack! Take him down, Zhao Hailun ordered. Under Optimus Prime's control, the island's intelligent defense systems sprang into action. Submarines, gunboats, drones, and robots mobilized in full force. Explosions thundered across the waves as Optimus Prime tracked the enemy's position through energy scans and unleashed a barrage of firepower. Loki was well aware of the fearsome power of human technology. He dared not underestimate it. Using teleportation spells, he darted rapidly towards the island, weaving through the onslaught. Optimus Prime found himself unable to destroy the intruding energy being, so he deployed backup transformers to reinforce the assault. Even when Loki went invisible or conjured illusions, he could not evade Optimus Prime's energy scans. Optimus Prime could pinpoint Loki's location with precision, but no matter what he did, Loki always managed to slip away. His evasive skills were unmatched. With little recourse, Optimus Prime analyzed vast amounts of data and concluded that large-scale bombardment was the most effective strategy. A missile streaked from the private island, heading straight for the spot where Loki was in the sea. The explosion sent a towering column of water surging over 10 meters high. Loki coughed up blood. Though he dodged with all his might, the shockwave still wounded him. The island is just ahead. Once I get ashore, Chen Feng's people won't be able to touch me, Loki muttered through gritted teeth. But as Loki approached the shore, Optimus Prime activated the island's defense systems. Mobile fortresses on the island unleashed a flurry of indiscriminate firepower. Loki had nowhere left to hide. Even his armor was shattered, and his body riddled with countless bullet wounds. If not for the shield of his magic, he might have been torn apart right then and there. The attack was too fierce, and Loki had no choice but to give up. When it comes to fighting, Loki is outmatched. But when it comes to running away, he's second to none in the Marvel Universe. Odin brought Thor to Earth, and when he saw Loki's injuries, he could only sigh in resignation. Chen Feng was no longer on Earth, and yet they still couldn't reach his old lair. After healing Loki, Odin began searching for a way to access the private island. This time, instead of looking for solutions in America, they turned to other countries. The reason was simple. America was just too terrifying. Superheroes were as common as stray dogs, and supervillains roamed everywhere. They'd suffered enough there. But with Loki on his side this time, things were different. Loki helped Odin devise a plan. Soon enough, they found two kinds of advanced weapons capable of dealing with intelligent machines in a technologically developed country. The first was the electromagnetic pulse weapon, a high-frequency electromagnetic wave with a wavelength between 1 millimeter and 1 meter, capable of long-range attacks and destroying enemy electronics. The downside was that if the target had high enough resistance and quality, it couldn't be destroyed. The second was the graphite bomb. When graphite fibers caused a short circuit from overcurrent, they would heat up, vaporize, and produce electric arcs, coating the conductive fibers over electrical equipment. This would ruin the original insulation, causing long-term, hard-to-repair damage to electrical facilities. Odin spent a fortune to acquire both weapons. With these in hand, he immediately set out with Thor and Loki, heading straight for the private island. They started their assault from a safe distance. First up was the electromagnetic pulse weapon. While its destructive power wasn't as great as the graphite bombs, it provided heavy interference, just enough to ensure the graphite bomb could successfully detonate on the island. Suddenly, the island's alarm blared, shrill and urgent. There are enemies using electromagnetic pulse weapons to interfere. I'm unable to control the smart devices for the moment, said Optimus Prime. It looks like it's up to us now, Helen Zhao remarked. Professor Lizard transformed into his reptilian form, excitement in his voice. It's been so long since I've fought. I really missed this feeling. How dare they come here and sabotage my research? They're courting death, Dr. Octopus growled menacingly. The enemy's electromagnetic pulse weapon has cut off my command over the ant colony, but my Ant-Man suit is no joke. They won't leave here alive, Dr. Hank stated. If the enemy dares to attack the private island, their strength must be considerable. Otherwise, they wouldn't have a nerve. So, please be careful, Rose reminded everyone with concern. Helen, I'll protect you. If anything happens to you, the boss won't let us off, Janet said anxiously. It's a pity my nanoswarm devouring weapon isn't ready yet. Otherwise, no matter how strong the enemy, they'd be eaten up by my nanoswarms. Helen, Zhao fumed. Scott, go outside and see who's coming, Dr. Hank instructed. Among everyone present, Ant-Man was the least critical. His presence made little difference, so Dr. Hank figured he was perfect for this risky task. All right, Ant-Man replied cheerfully. Shrinking down in size, Ant-Man mounted a flying ant and soared out of the villa to scout the enemy situation outside. Suddenly, an explosion thundered through the air. The alarm system, which had been blaring continuously, fell silent in an instant. A harsh, mechanical clatter echoed as the villa was plunged into darkness. The power had gone out. This isn't good. It looks like a graphite bomb. Those are devastating to electronic equipment, Dr. Octopus said anxiously. Who wouldn't be anxious? His mechanical tentacles were now completely unusable. Without them, he was just an ordinary person. My Ant-Man suit is down too, Dr. Hank Pym added gloomily. A peal of laughter broke the tense atmosphere. Machines just can't compare to living beings, can they? Professor Lizard teased, his tone full of mischief. You're all helpless now, thanks to the graphite bomb, but me? I'm completely unaffected. It seems like you all desperately need my protection. Quit joking around, Professor Lizard. Go take care of the enemy. Dr. Octopus urged. Now stripped of his usual confidence, he could only rely on the mutants for protection. After Professor Lizard left, Dr. Octopus called everyone to arm themselves with manual weapons. On a private island like this, weapons were plentiful. After all, Chen Feng had emptied out Stark Industries, and Stark Industries was the largest arms dealer in the world. Out at sea, near the private island, a massive cargo ship cut through the waves. Odin, Thor, and Loki stood upon its deck. The ship's electromagnetic pulse weapon was running non-stop, and graphite bombs rained down relentlessly upon the island. Father, there's no return fire from the island. Their electronic systems must really be down, Loki said, his voice brimming with satisfaction. A cruel smile played at the corner of Odin's mouth. Let's go. We're going to capture Zhao Hailuan. Chen Feng had raised his palace to the ground. Now it was his turn to wipe out Chen Feng's private island and take away the woman he loved. From the artificial land, countless giant lizards, under Professor Lizard's command, surged across the water toward the private island. Inside the laboratory on the island, Professor Clone turned to the Hulk. Banner, if you help us fight off the enemy, I'll ask the boss to release Betty when he returns. At the very least, I'll make sure you can be with her every day. It's a deal, the Hulk agreed. His girlfriend Betty had been imprisoned for some time. Though he'd been allowed to see her, each glimpse of her haggard face pained him deeply. Now that a chance to save her had appeared, he wouldn't let it slip away. Fighting was never something he feared. Apart from Chen Feng, no one in this world frightened him. Odin, with Thor and Loki at his side, hovered above the island. Father, the electronics on the island are really out of commission. That's fantastic, Loki exclaimed, barely able to contain his excitement. Go capture Zhao Hailuan, then level this place to the ground, Odin commanded. I'll go, Loki replied eagerly. This was his moment to shine, and he wasn't about to miss it. After Loki slipped away under the cover of invisibility, Thor gazed down at the dense horde of giant lizards below and said, Father, these lizards all seem incredibly strong. From amidst the swarm, the lizard professor looked up at Odin and Thor and called out, You must be those so-called gods, aren't you? Odin looked down at the lizard professor with an imposing air and declared, Mortal, hand over Zhao Hailuan, and I might spare your life. I could do that, but only if you come down here and fight me first, the lizard professor retorted, brimming with arrogance. Since he couldn't fly, this was his way of provoking them. Courting death, Odin scoffed coldly. He raised his staff and unleashed a beam of energy that shot straight toward the lizard professor. Caught off guard, the lizard professor failed to dodge in time. The shock wave struck him, tearing his flesh open in an instant. Seeing the lizard professor wounded by his attack, Odin smirked with satisfaction. Mortal, the might of God is not something you can defy. Our leader, Chen Feng, is just a mortal too, the lizard professor shot back mockingly. If you gods are so powerful, why can't you handle him? Why has he forced you to run around in desperation? Odin's expression darkened with embarrassment. Chen Feng, that infuriating mortal, was the one he despised most. Just hearing Chen Feng's name put him in a foul mood. You're asking for death, Odin thundered in anger, swinging his staff once again. The lizard professor, well aware he was no match for Odin, wasn't about to take another hit head-on. He commanded the giant lizards to leap up and shield him from the oncoming attacks. One after another, the massive lizards fell to Odin's relentless strikes, yet the lizard professor himself remained unharmed. Suddenly, a beastly roar pierced the air. Odin and Thor turned to see a massive green giant soaring toward them. Odin reacted instantly, sending another blast of energy from his staff. The beam struck the giant, but barely left a scratch. With a thunderous crash, the The giant collided with Odin and Thor. Banner, you finally jumped into the fray. Well done. Once the boss returns, I'll make sure you get your due credit, the lizard professor exclaimed with delight. The giant was none other than the Hulk. Hulk slammed Odin and Thor down to the ground, pinning them both beneath his massive hands. In a flash, Odin managed to escape, but Thor was not so fortunate. He lacked the means to break free. Minions, tear that decrepit old man to pieces, the lizard professor commanded. The giant lizards swarmed Odin, snarling and snapping as they lunged at him. Wielding his staff, Odin struck down lizard after lizard. His weapon was sharp beyond compare. In this world, only vibranium could withstand it. With every swing, he shattered the defenses of the monstrous lizards with ease. Surrounded on all sides by the lizard army, Odin couldn't spare a hand to help Thor. Though he could escape, he chose not to. He needed to hold the lizard professor here, or Loki would never be able to capture Zhao Hailuan. Even hemmed in by the lizard horde, Odin had no trouble fending them off. Thor, on the other hand, was in dire straits. Caught in the Hulk's grasp, he was utterly powerless to resist if he still had the power of the Thunder God's hammer and the strength to fight. Things might be different, but the problem is he doesn't have them. The hammer was snatched away by Chen Feng. The Hulk gripped the Thunder God by the neck with his left hand, lifting him off the ground, while his right hand landed punch after punch into the Thunder God's stomach. With each blow, blood spilled from the Thunder God's mouth, his body racked with agony. Suddenly, the Hulk paused, letting out a sigh. Poor God, he muttered with a touch of mockery. That brief respite allowed the Thunder God to catch his breath. Angrily, he demanded, "Why do you mortals have so many monsters?" "We mortals aren't monsters," the Hulk retorted with a sneer. "It's just that your gods are far too weak." The Thunder God fell silent, unable to argue. A cruel smile spread across the Hulk's face. "To rescue my girlfriend, I have to kill you, God or not." "Father, save me," the Thunder God cried out desperately. A weary sigh escaped Odin, who vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he stood before the Hulk, staff in hand. With a swift, precise motion, he drove his staff through the Hulk's abdomen. "Other than Chen Feng, you mortals are nothing but ants in my eyes," Odin declared arrogantly. The Hulk roared in fury, the pain in his stomach fueling a surge of strength. With a mighty swing, he sent Odin flying and then slammed the Thunder God to the ground, driving his fist down with all his might onto the Thunder God's head. The Thunder God was stunned, paralyzed by fear. The scene was all too familiar. It reminded him of the slaughter Chen Feng had inflicted upon him. But Odin truly lived up to his title as King of the Gods. With a sweep of his staff, a burst of energy shot out, blasting the Hulk away and saving the Thunder God just in time. Once rescued, the Thunder God scrambled to his feet and said to Odin, "Father, you handle this green monster. I'll take care of that lizard creature." "Very well," Odin replied. With Odin now holding back the Hulk, the Thunder God finally felt a sense of relief. But as he looked around at the countless giant lizards swarming the battlefield, exhaustion overwhelmed him. How was he supposed to defeat so many? Though the giant lizards were nowhere near as powerful as the Thunder God, their sheer numbers could easily overwhelm him. Sometimes, even the smallest ants, in great enough numbers, could devour anything in their path. Professor Lizard, no fool himself, had no intention of fighting the Thunder God one-on-one. Instead, he directed his army of giant lizards to attack. The Thunder God could barely hold them off. Meanwhile, inside the villa on the private island, Loki was frantically searching for Zhao Hailuan. He scoured every room, but not a single soul could be found. "Where is everyone? Where do they go?" Loki muttered in frustration. Zhao Hailuan and her group, however, were in a place of absolute safety. They had donned Ant-Man's suits, shrunk down with Pym particles, and entered the quantum realm. Gods might be powerful, but when it came to the quantum realm, they knew nothing at all. In the Marvel movies, not even Thanos could enter the quantum realm, let alone someone like Loki with only average strength. Yet Loki continued searching the villa, hoping desperately to find a clue to Zhao Hailuan's whereabouts. In a room filled with machines, he suddenly heard a very faint voice. He listened carefully. "Hey, over here, I'm under the flower pot by the window. Please, get me out." Loki glanced toward the window, and, sure enough, spotted a flower pot. He walked over and saw a tiny cage underneath it. What shocked him was that inside the cage was a woman. A very small woman, the kind you wouldn't even notice unless you looked closely. The woman was none other than Hope, Dr. Hank's daughter. Hope was on the verge of losing her mind for being locked up by Chen Feng. At this moment, she longed desperately for freedom. She had even made up her mind. If she saw Chen Feng again, she'd swallow her pride and do whatever he asked. Anything, just to be free. But Chen Feng hadn't returned for a whole year. leaving her with no chance even to beg for mercy. Now, seeing a stranger dressed in ancient armor walk into Chen Feng's laboratory, she no longer cared if he was friend or foe. All she wanted was to escape. "Please, let me out," Hope pleaded, her voice trembling with helplessness. "Who are you? Why did Chen Feng lock you up?" Loki asked warily. Mortals could be terrifying. He needed to stay vigilant. "My name is Hope. That villain Chen Feng captured me. Let me out. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you," Hope replied. "Tell me where Zhao Hailuan is," Loki demanded. "Let me out first, and I'll take you to her. Don't worry, my father, Dr. Hank, is often with Zhao Hailuan. He'll definitely know where she is," Hope said. If Loki had wanted to hurt anyone else, she might have hesitated. But to strike at Chen Feng's girlfriend? That, she was happy to help with. "What's the relationship between Dr. Hank and Chen Feng?" Loki pressed, still cautious. "My father is helping Chen Feng with his research in the quantum field," Hope answered truthfully. "If your father works for Chen Feng, why would Chen Feng imprison you? Doesn't your father care?" Loki asked, curiosity piqued. "Chen Feng is a real scoundrel. He tricked my father out of his PIM particle technology. When I went to confront him, he locked me up. I haven't been able to contact my father, so he doesn't know I'm being held here," Hope explained. "I can let you out, but if you don't help me find Zhao Hailuan, I'll kill you," Loki threatened coldly. Hope nodded. "All right." Inside, she was already making plans. If she really couldn't find Zhao Hailuan, she'd find a way to escape. Even if it meant dying in the end, it was still better than being locked up forever. With a gentle twist, Loki opened the tiny cage and pinched Hope's collar between his thumb and forefinger, lifting her up. "Put me down. I'll take you to Zhao Hailuan," Hope said in a delicate voice. Loki placed her in his palm. If she tried to trick him, he could simply clench his fist and snuff her out. Hope directed Loki through the villa, but after searching everywhere, they found no sign of a living soul. The tension in her chest grew tighter with every empty room. Save her own life, she looked at Loki with utmost seriousness and said, "Zhao Hailuan is still in the villa. I can sense her presence. We can't find her. Perhaps she's using some special technology to hide herself." "What should we do then?" Loki asked. "We need to go to my father's laboratory. There's equipment there that can help us find Zhao Hailuan," Hope replied. "All right." Once Hope arrived at her father's lab, she quickly located the PIM particles and also found tools for making the Ant-Man suit. Using these tools, she set about repairing the Wasp suit. "What are you doing?" Loki questioned. "I'm building a device to track down Zhao Hailuan," Hope responded cleverly. As soon as she finished repairing the Wasp suit, she knew she had a chance to escape. Loki believed her, since he had no idea how miraculous the PIM particles truly were. After Hope fixed the Wasp suit, she pressed the button to shrink, and in an instant, vanished from sight. In truth, she hadn't disappeared. She had simply shrunk to a size invisible to the naked eye. Loki stared in disbelief. The tiny woman had vanished? "Hey, where did you go?" Loki called out. There was no reply. Only then did Loki realize what had happened. Furious, he cursed, "Damn mortals, so cunning. You dare trick me? If I catch you again, I'll make sure you never escape." Once Loki left, Hope flew out from under the desk. Where did father go? And what about Chen Feng and the others? Why is everyone gone? She muttered in confusion. When Hope flew out of the villa and caught sight of the battle raging outside, everything suddenly became clear. Chen Feng's enemies had come. Witnessing the brutality and bloodshed, she dared not get involved. She kept her distance, watching from afar, hoping to catch a glimpse of her father. She was determined to tell her father how Chen Feng had imprisoned her, and to persuade him to leave Chen Feng, that villain, behind. Meanwhile, the Hulk was completely overpowered by Odin. Every attack he threw was easily dodged. He couldn't lay a finger on Odin, while Odin could break through his defenses at close range and strike from afar with blasts of energy. Each hit dealt serious damage. Odin poured all his pent-up anger at Chen Feng into the Hulk. After all, the Hulk's massive form reminded him so much of Chen Feng. Although the Hulk was no match for him, the sheer power the Green Giant displayed left Odin astounded. Regret crept in. He wished he hadn't given up on ruling humanity. Humans had grown stronger than even the gods, and now, trouble had come knocking. With a thunderous blast, a focused beam of energy from Odin sent the Hulk crashing to the ground, battered and broken. Odin gripped his scepter in reverse, the sharp tip gleaming. With a swift motion, he drove it through the Hulk's heart, pinning him to the earth. "Tell me, where is Zhao Hailuan?" Odin demanded. "Just kill me," the Hulk replied, his spirit broken. He couldn't reveal anything. If he spoke, Chen Feng would kill his beloved Betty. For Betty's sake, he would gladly give up his life. "Humph. Then die," Odin snapped. Odin let out a cold snort, drew his scepter, and once again thrust it down fiercely, aiming for the Hulk's forehead. "Stop!" With a resounding crash, Odin's hand holding the scepter was knocked aside. Odin saw a man in an ant-themed suit standing before him. "And who are you?" Odin demanded angrily. He wanted to size up his opponent first, worried he might be another powerhouse like Chen Feng. "My name's Scott. Your men have already been taken care of by me," Scott replied with a hint of pride. "Ha ha! Those were just mercenaries I hired with gold. If they're dead, so be it. I don't care," Odin said with a laugh. "You'd better leave now, or when the boss returns, none of you will get out alive," Scott warned. "He's not coming back, because he's already dead," Odin lied with a straight face. "That's impossible," Scott protested in disbelief. "Chen Feng is unbeatable. He can't die," Hulk said. "Then I'll just send you all to the underworld to meet him," Odin declared, swinging his scepter. Scott reacted instantly, shrinking down in a flash. Odin stared in astonishment, his heart filled with shock. He had never expected an Earthling to possess an ability so similar to teleportation. "I'm right here, you old fool," Scott's voice rang out. As he returned to full size, he landed a punch on Odin's head, then shrunk down again in an instant. Odin, father of the gods, was still immensely powerful. Even in his old age, ordinary attacks simply meant nothing to him. Scott's blow did little more than make Odin's head tilt slightly. Seeing his attack was useless, Scott gritted his teeth and activated his enlarging device. With a thunderous boom, Ant-Man transformed into a giant, dozens of meters tall. Odin was once again stunned by Scott's powers. "I'll crush you hypocritical gods beneath my feet," Scott declared, raising his enormous foot and stomping down on Odin. Odin raised his scepter, chanting an incantation. A terrifying beam of energy shot out from the scepter, slamming into Scott's foot. With a deafening blast, Scott's foot was obliterated. Now missing a foot, Scott lost his balance and toppled over. The entire private island shuddered from the impact. Scott's body was simply colossal. All show and no substance. "What a waste," Odin sneered. Scott quickly shrank back down and escaped on a flying ant. With Scott gone, the Hulk was left in dire straits once more. After a series of desperate struggles, Odin managed to capture him. Professor Lizard was also taken alive by Odin. As for the giant lizards, Odin slaughtered them all. Loki emerged from the villa, looking dejected as he reported to Odin, "Father, there's no one inside." "They must be hiding somewhere," Odin replied. "I searched every corner of the villa and found nothing, though I did come across a tiny person named Hope, only a few centimeters tall. Unfortunately, she got away," Loki said. "Transform yourself into Chen Feng's likeness and see if you can lure Zhao Hailuan out," Odin instructed. Odin spoke. Loki transformed himself to look exactly like Chen Feng. "Loki, you must remember, Chen Feng is a domineering mortal, a ruthless man who will stop at nothing to achieve his goals," Odin reminded him. "I understand," Loki replied. Instantly, his entire demeanor shifted. The chilling aura faded, replaced by a commanding and cruel presence. "Excellent, almost indistinguishable from the real thing," Thor nodded in approval. If he were the one pretending to be Chen Feng, he doubted he could ever be this convincing, even though he knew it was only an act. Seeing Loki as Chen Feng sent a chill of fear through him. With a wave of his scepter, Odin transformed himself into a military officer, while Thor morphed into Natasha. Meanwhile, Hulk and the lizard professor adopted the appearances of Odin and Thor, their mouths securely gagged. When Loki saw Thor in the form of Natasha, he couldn't resist a mischievous prank. He reached out and gave Thor's full bosom a squeeze, teasing, "Not bad at all. Feels quite real." What do you think you're doing?" Thor shrieked, his reaction uncannily like that of a startled woman. "Enough fooling around. We have more important things to do," Odin said sternly. Outside the villa, Hope was secretly watching the group's transformations. Worry for her father welled up inside her, so she decided to shadow Odin and his companions. With Hulk and a lizard professor in tow, Odin and his party entered the villa. Loki shouted loudly, Helen, where are you?" His voice was a perfect imitation, laced with anxious urgency. There was no denying Loki's acting was superb. Zhao Helen and her group had taken refuge in the quantum realm, completely cut off from the outside world. Due to the electromagnetic pulse weapons and graphite bombs, all electronic equipment had been destroyed. Even the powerful intelligence system, Optimus Prime, was rendered useless. Zhao Helen and her companions were deeply concerned about the safety of the lizard professor and the others, so Dr. Hank volunteered to step out and assess the situation. Since Dr. Hank could freely change his size, everyone felt reassured. Emerging from the quantum realm, Dr. Hank immediately heard Chen Feng calling out for Zhao Helen. "The boss is back, thank goodness." Dr. Hank rejoiced inwardly and hurried toward the sound. When Dr. Hank saw Chen Feng, Natasha, and a military officer detaining what appeared to be Odin and Thor, the same ones who had attacked the villa before. He revealed himself and called out happily, "Boss, it's a relief you're back. Otherwise, we have no idea what to do." Dr. Hank's sudden appearance startled Odin and the others. Previously, Odin had purchased detailed information about Chen Feng from the Green Goblin, and he'd shared this intelligence with Eternity's top brass, so they all recognized Dr. Hank immediately. "Dr. Hank, where's Zhao Luan? Is she safe?" Loki, disguised as Chen Feng, asked with concern. "Don't worry. She's in the quantum realm and perfectly safe," Dr. Hank replied. "Good. Then please bring her out. The invading enemies have already been captured by me. There's no more danger now," Loki said. "Great. I'll go get them out," Dr. Hank replied cheerfully. Odin and the others followed Dr. Hank, watching with their own eyes as he shrank in size and entered an unknown dimension. Although none of them understood this process, they weren't concerned. As long as they could capture Zhao Hailuan, they believed they could save Asgard. Hope was growing anxious, desperately thinking of a way to alert her father. After entering the quantum realm, Dr. Hank shared the news that Chen Feng had returned. At once, Zhao Hailuan and the others could hardly contain their excitement and hurried out of the quantum realm. Zhao Hailuan emerged, returned to her normal size, and upon seeing the familiar face of Chen Feng, she rushed over, throwing her arms around him in a tight embrace. "Chen Feng, you're finally back. I missed you so much," Zhao Hailuan said, her voice trembling with emotion. "It's all right now. I'm back, and no one can hurt you anymore," Loki replied with a mischievous smile. Odin and Thor also grinned. This was too easy. They hadn't even needed to lift a finger. If only they'd thought of this plan sooner. Meanwhile, the Hulk and Professor Lizard, who were being held by Odin and Thor, struggled desperately, letting out muffled protests. But with their mouths gagged, they couldn't utter a word to warn Zhao Hailuan and the others. Embracing Loki, Zhao Hailuan suddenly sniffed the air, curiosity lighting her eyes. "Chen Feng, why does your scent seem different?" Chen Feng always carried a distinct, masculine scent. Every time she hugged him, the smell would make her feel weak and flushed with affection. But this time, there was no trace of that familiar scent, only an unfamiliar fragrance, tinged with sweetness. Loki's expression shifted, and he pulled Zhao Hailuan closer, quickly explaining, "It's a perfume I seized in Asgard. I really liked the scent, so I sprayed a little on myself." "Oh," Zhao Hailuan replied innocently, giving it no further thought. Hope flew in her father's ear, her voice a tiny whisper. "Dad, don't say a word. It's me, Hope." Dr. Hank was startled, just about to call out when he heard his daughter's warning. Smart as ever, he merely murmured a faint acknowledgement. "Dad, the Chen Feng, Natasha, and that officer you see right now, they're actually the enemies who attacked the private island. They're imposters, and the two people they're holding are really Professor Lizard and a green giant in disguise. Their goal is to lure Zhao Hailuan out. Dad, you need to run. They're extremely dangerous. They've killed a lot of giant lizards already," Hope whispered urgently. Dr. Hank was stunned. He never would have guessed that the Chen Feng and the others before him were imposters. Remembering how Zhao Hailuan had mentioned something odd about Chen Feng's scent, he was now certain this Chen Feng was a fake. He had to escape, but he also needed to get Zhao Hailuan out with him. Otherwise, how could he ever face the real Chen Feng? Dr. Hank was a man of high intelligence, and soon came up with a clever idea. He believed that, no matter who it was, everyone would be interested in something immensely powerful. So, he decided to tell a lie to attract the attention of the fake Chen Feng, giving himself an opportunity to whisk Zhao Hailuan away. "Chen Feng, the quantum realm you asked me to research before, I've completely mastered it now. The technology is ready for war and could easily destroy an entire planet," Dr. Hank bluffed. "Hank," Janet began to ask when he had managed such a breakthrough, but then she noticed her husband wink at her and instantly understood. "Hank, you're not planning to hand it over to Chen Feng, are you? Are you really going to let him destroy Asgard?" Janet said, playing along with quick wit. "My job is just to do the research. As for what the boss does with my results, that's none of my concern," Dr. Hank replied. Dr. Hank's words instantly drew the attention of Odin and the others. A weapon capable of destroying a planet. It stunned them all. Something so powerful absolutely could not be allowed to fall into Chen Feng's hands. Odin gave Loki a meaningful look. Loki nodded in understanding, then turned to Dr. Hank and said, "Take me to see it." "Follow me," Dr. Hank responded. After entering Dr. Hank's laboratory, he looked at Zhao Hailuan, who was still being held tightly by the fake Chen Feng, and said, "Dr. Zhao Hailuan, could you come over and help me with something?" Although Zhao Hailuan didn't know what he needed help with, she didn't think twice and tried to pull away from the fake Chen Feng's embrace. But Loki, disguised as Chen Feng, refused to let go, worried that Zhao Hailuan might try to escape. Odin pondered for a moment, then decided it was best to get hold of the quantum realm Dr. Hank had mentioned before worrying about anything else, for if Chen Feng acquired it first, Asgard could face destruction. He nodded at Loki, signaling him to let Zhao Hailuan go. Zhao Hailuan walked over to Dr. Hank's side and asked, "Dr. Hank, what do you need me to help with?" Suddenly, Dr. Hank exclaimed, "Janet, Dr. Octopus Rose, come here quickly. Something seems to have gone wrong. Take a look." Janet and the others, believing him, hurried over without hesitation. When they got close, Dr. Hank immediately whispered, "Everyone, activate your PIM particles and enter the quantum realm, quick." With that, Dr. Hank triggered the PIM particles on his suit and shrank into the quantum realm. Having spent so much time together, the others trusted him completely. So, following his lead, everyone used the PIM particles, shrank down, and entered the quantum realm. Even Zhao Hailuan. Odin and his companions could only watch as Dr. Hank and the others suddenly vanished, panic rising in their hearts. "Hailuan, where did you go now?" Loki, still disguised as Chen Feng, called out anxiously. Thor leaned in and whispered to Odin, "Father, I think they may have realized we're imposters. We have no choice but to wait and see what happens now." Odin replied helplessly. He could only wait, because even with his spiritual sense, he was unable to detect the presence of Dr. Hank and the others. In the quantum realm, everyone was filled with curiosity after entering. Why had Dr. Hank suddenly led them into the quantum realm? All eyes turned toward Dr. Hank, hoping he would provide an explanation. With a grave expression, Dr. Hank said, "Those three people just now were imposters." "What? No way." Rose gasped in astonishment. Dr. Octopus furrowed his brow, stroking his chin as he recalled. "Now that you mention it, I realize that the leader didn't seem to know anything about the quantum realm. When you said the quantum realm could destroy a planet, he actually believed it. No wonder there was something off about his scent. So he was a fake all along. How despicable," Zhao Hailuan said angrily. Just thinking about how she'd embraced another man moments ago made her feel nauseous, as if she had betrayed Chen Feng. "Hank, how did you spot the imposters?" Janet asked. Her curiosity piqued. A joyful smile spread across Dr. Hank's face as he took Janet's hand and said, "Because our daughter has come back. She was the one who told me." "Our daughter is back? That's wonderful. Where is she? Quick, let her come out. I haven't seen her in so many years," Janet exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement. "Hope, come out and see your mother," Dr. Hank called. Hope flew out from Dr. Hank's ear, activated a PIM particle, and instantly transformed back to her normal size. She's our daughter? She's grown up so much." Tears of joy welled up in Janet's eyes. "Dad, did you just say she's my mother?" Hope asked in shock. She could barely remember her mother's face, since her mother had been trapped in the quantum realm when she was still a child. Dr. Hank took his wife and daughter's hands in his face beaming with happiness. "That's right. After all these years, our family is finally reunited. Mom, my daughter." Hope and Janet embraced tightly, both of them weeping with emotion. The reunion of Dr. Hank's family was deeply moving, but Zhao Hailuan had no time to linger. She was worried about Chen Feng's safety, the equipment on the private island, and Professor Lizard's well-being. She turned to Dr. Hank and said, "Dr. Hank, what should we do now? If we don't act, those villains might destroy our equipment. Although we could rebuild it, it would cost us a great deal of time." "Let me think," Dr. Hank replied, his brow furrowing in concern. Suddenly, Dr. Octopus shouted, "I have an idea." "What is it?" Zhao Hailuan asked. "Remember those regeneration pods we set up in the quantum realm? We kept cloning lizards and ants and letting them battle each other to drive evolution. We can use those pods to clone a Zhao Hailuan. Then we'll send the clone Zhao Hailuan out to try to rescue Professor Lizard and the others, and at the same time, protect our research equipment." Dr. Octopus spoke. Dr. Hank's eyes lit up, and he chimed in, "I think that's a good idea." "Then it's decided," said Zhao Hailuan. "I think not only should Hailuan be cloned, but all of us as well. That way, the enemy won't suspect a thing," Rose suggested. "I agree," Dr. Octopus replied. Except for Hope, everyone created a clone of themselves. The clones then received a data transfer, sharing their memories with the originals. Once everything was ready, the clones left the quantum realm together. Stepping out of that strange dimension, the clone of Zhao Hailuan turned to Loki and said, "You could drop the act. We already know you're not Chen Feng." Loki's brow furrowed, and he retorted, "What nonsense are you talking about? Release the Hulk and Professor Lizard, and then state your terms," demanded the clone of Zhao Hailuan. Odin, disguised as a military officer, could see in their eyes that these clones weren't lying. They truly knew about their deception. With a sweep of his scepter, he restored all five to their true appearances. The clones stared in shock at Odin, his white hair, shining armor, and the scepter in his hand. They couldn't help but cry out, You're Odin, king of the gods? That's right. It's me, Odin declared, pride in his voice. None of them had imagined that Odin himself would come to attack a private island. Clearly, the pressure from Chen Feng had grown too great, forcing Odin to resort to underhanded tactics. Speak. What's your purpose here? The Zhao Hailuan clone asked directly. You'll come with us and hand over the quantum realm, Odin demanded. The quantum realm doesn't exist. That lie was meant to mislead you. As for going with you, I can, but I have conditions. If you agree to them, I'll come. If not, even if you take me by force, I'll end my own life. And if I truly die, Chen Feng will make Asgard a living hell, said the Zhao Hailuan clone, her tone unwavering. What are your conditions? Odin asked. First, let the Hulk and Professor Lizard go. Second, you must not harm anyone on the private island. Third, you cannot destroy anything here. Promise me these, and I'll go with you, the Zhao Hailuan clone stated. She was created for sacrifice. Though a trace of unwillingness lingered in her heart, she had no choice. The original had given her the order. Odin pondered for a moment, then, with resignation, agreed, Very well, I accept your terms. With Zhao Hailuan's clone threatening death, he had no other option. Otherwise, he could never force Chen Feng to withdraw his forces. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Chen Feng led 100 billion frost giants on a rampage, slaughtering gods in a furious frenzy. No deity could halt their advance. When he saw that Odin made no move to stop him, Chen Feng realized he could not force Odin to hand over what he wanted. In his rage, he unleashed artificial sun bombs, each detonation wiping out a city in a searing inferno. The clone of Zhao Hailuan threatened Odin with her own life. Only then did Odin agree to release the people and things from the private island. Grabbing the clone Zhao Hailuan, Odin swiftly returned to Asgard. Finding Chen Feng was simple. Just follow those bloodstained footprints, and you would catch up with him. Along the way, Odin and his companions didn't witness any grisly scenes, but the ground was stained red, and occasionally they would come across scattered bits of flesh and broken bones. Even without seeing the carnage firsthand, Odin and the others could imagine Chen Feng's ruthlessness. He had slaughtered countless gods, leaving not a single corpse intact. Thanks to the power of his scepter, Odin could fly at incredible speed. Within a few hours, they caught up to Chen Feng and his army of tens of billions of frost giants. With a thunderous roar, an enormous city vanished from the world in an instant. Odin and his companions were stunned by what they saw. Even the scepter's strongest attack could not unleash such terrifying destruction. Yet Chen Feng had accomplished it. Fear gripped their hearts. If only they knew. The weapon Chen Feng used was merely a small artificial sun bomb, not even his most powerful device. His deadliest weapons went far beyond artificial suns. He possessed means capable of destroying entire planets. The reason he hadn't used them on Asgard was simple. He had not yet obtained what he wanted: the scepter, the destroyer, and the source of frost. Besides, Lao Fei still coveted the planet Asgard, which was why it remained untouched. How hateful! If only we had arrived a little sooner, we could have prevented the deaths of tens of millions of gods, Odin said, blaming himself. Chen Feng is truly terrifying, Thor admitted, his voice trembling with fear. With someone like Chen Feng, we can't face him head-on. We'll have to use cunning and subterfuge, or we'll never win, said Loki. Chen Feng is the most powerful man in this world. The man you see now is still growing, becoming stronger and stronger until he is invincible across the universe. Opposing him is the most foolish choice of all, said the clone of Zhao Hailuan, pride shining in her voice. Odin and the others fell silent. They acknowledged the truth in Zhao Hailuan's words, but they didn't believe that Chen Feng was truly immortal. After all, they knew there were many beings in the universe even more powerful than Chen Feng. Odin didn't want to waste any more time. If they delayed further, more gods would die. He shouted, Chen Feng, come out and talk. Empowered by the scepter, his voice rang out to everyone present. Everyone turned to look behind them. The moment they saw Odin, all the frost giants let out wild, furious cries, shouting that they would tear Odin to pieces. Lao Fei was even more delighted. If Odin was killed by Chen Feng, he would inherit the planet Asgard, making his own realm the largest among the 8 nations, and he would naturally become their ruler. Of course, if Chen Feng wanted to contest his claim to rule, he would be willing to step aside. Chen Feng, that old man Odin has finally shown himself. Let's go finish him off, Lao Fei said excitedly. Chen Feng's sharp eyes picked out Helen Zhao. From afar, she was being held by Thor and Loki. A murderous aura surged from him, so intense that even Lao Fei, standing at his side, grew uneasy. Don't act rashly, Chen Feng cautioned. Why not? Lao Fei asked, clearly puzzled. Because Odin has captured my girlfriend, Helen Zhao, Chen Feng replied coldly. Damn it, Odin is so shameless. Can't beat us in a fair fight. So he resorts to dirty tricks? And he calls himself the ruler of the 9 realms. Lao Fei spat angrily. Standing atop the head of the giant flying ant, Chen Feng ordered the Ant King to move forward. When he was just 10 meters from Odin, Odin's voice thundered, "Stop! Don't come any closer!" Chen Feng was simply too dangerous. Odin was afraid. "Stop!" Chen Feng commanded. The Ant King obeyed instantly, halting in midair. The cloned Helen Zhao had inherited everything from the original, including her memories and feelings. The moment she laid eyes on Chen Feng, she broke down in tears. "Chen Feng, I'm so sorry, sob. Don't cry. I won't let anything happen to you." Chen Feng comforted her gently. Helen Zhao was the woman he loved. For her sake, he was willing to give up many things, his own life excluded. After all, he was a selfish man. He loved Helen Zhao, but he loved himself more. "Chen Feng, you're ruthless. You've slaughtered so many of my gods," Odin growled through clenched teeth. "If I'd returned any later, I would have wiped out all the gods," Chen Feng replied coldly, his tone icy. "I've captured your woman, Helen Zhao. Now I demand you withdraw your forces, leave Asgard, and never set foot here again," Odin announced. "The scepter, the destroyer, and the casket of ancient winters. Give them to me, and I'll withdraw," Chen Feng demanded in return. He had fought his way into Asgard after a year of struggle. Leaving empty-handed was simply unacceptable. "If you refuse, I'll kill your woman right now," Odin threatened fiercely. Loki, playing his part, drew a dagger and pressed it against the throat of clone Helen Zhao. Chen Feng frowned, clenching his jaw in frustration. He desperately wanted the scepter, the destroyer, and the casket of ancient winters, but Helen Zhao mattered even more to him. As he wrestled with this terrible choice, Lao Fei approached atop his lizard king, dragging along a strikingly beautiful woman. "Odin, if you dare to kill Chen Feng's woman, then I'll kill yours," Lao Fei threatened grimly. "Your Majesty, don't mind me. If my death can save Asgard, I'll die content," Frigga declared with unwavering resolve. "My queen," Odin called out anxiously. "Mother, are you all right?" Thor's voice trembled as he saw his mother in danger. "Don't worry, mother. I promise I'll save you," Loki declared with an air of confidence, though his face remained impassive. After all, Frigga wasn't his real mother. He didn't care about her, only about putting on a good show to win Odin's favor. "Let's trade. I'll give you back Frigga, and you return Helen Zhao to me." Chen Feng made his suggestion. Odin, however, hesitated. He desperately wanted to agree, but he could not, because, if he did, the people of Asgard would be plunged into mortal danger. As the king of the Eternal Realm, he could not let his emotions cloud his judgment, and this left him deeply troubled. Seeing his father's indecision, Thor grew anxious and urged him, "Father, please, just agree. We cannot lose Mother." "Father, we can rescue Mother first, and then figure out another way to deal with Chen Feng," Loki proposed. "That would mean even more gods would die. If we run out of time or fail to find a solution, then Asgard will be left with no gods at all. We would become nothing but wandering spirits adrift in the cosmos," Odin said bitterly. "But she's our mother. We have to save her," Thor pleaded, his voice filled with distress. If he had to choose between Frigga and the lives of the gods, he would not hesitate to choose Frigga, for he was a god who wore his heart on his sleeve. Odin shot Thor a look filled with disappointment and said, "The greater good must come first." Noticing Odin's silence, Chen Feng pressed him once more. "Have you made up your mind? Remember, your woman is the mother of all gods, while mine is but an ordinary mortal. I'd say in this exchange you stand to gain far more." "I'm willing to make the exchange," Odin replied resolutely, "but only if you and all the frost giants leave Asgard. I'll compromise. I can leave Asgard myself, but as for the frost giants, I can't make any promises about them," Chen Feng said. He could transform, and once transformed, he could continue to challenge the gods. Unfortunately, Odin would not take the bait. Odin knew that even if Chen Feng left Asgard, he could still command the frost giants to keep attacking. With over 10 billion frost giants, and Lao Fei equipped with that overpowering armor, Odin had little confidence in his ability to defend Asgard. His elite forces had already been decimated, and Lao Fei would not give him a moment's respite to train new troops. "No, both you and the frost giants must leave Asgard," Odin insisted firmly. Chen Feng, using his communicator, quietly gave Natasha an order. "Natasha, bring every living god here." "At once," Natasha replied. Chen Feng stopped speaking with Odin, intent on buying time. When Odin tried to speak to Chen Feng ignored him, making Odin believe he was deep in thought, so he waited patiently. As long as Chen Feng and the frost giants did not resume their killing spree, Odin could afford to wait. An hour later, millions of frost giants each dragged a captive god over to stand behind Chen Feng. Odin's face darkened. Chen Feng, what is the meaning of this? The meaning is simple. I intend to trade the lives of these millions of gods for my woman, just as you would trade Frigga for yours, Chen Feng replied coldly. Gods and mortals. There is, in truth, little difference between them. All fear death. Your Majesty, save us. Your Majesty, please, have mercy. A great number of cowardly gods wailed and cried out to Odin for help. My terms remain unchanged, Odin said through gritted teeth. Although many gods had already been slaughtered by Chen Feng and the frost giants, there were still countless gods left in Asgard. Even if millions more perished, would make little difference to him, as long as he could continue to rule Asgard. As long as his beloved Frigg could return to his side. That was all that mattered. A king should not harbor mercy in his heart. With a wave of his hand, Chen Feng commanded, execute 10,000 gods. Natasha immediately ordered 10,000 frost giants to drive forward 10,000 gods. Kill them, Natasha commanded. The sound of blades slicing through the air filled the silence as 10,000 frost giants brought down their sharp weapons on the necks of the gods. With dull, heavy thuds, 10,000 heads rolled across the ground. Odin and Thor's eyes burned red with fury, but they suppressed their rage. Seeing Odin unmoved, Chen Feng waved his hand again and issued a new order. Execute 100,000 gods. Natasha directed 100,000 frost giants to herd 100,000 gods to the front. Kill them, Natasha ordered. Once again, the air was filled with the swish of blades, and 100,000 gods fell, their heads striking the earth. Chen Feng, you will face retribution for this. Odin shouted, his voice trembling with rage. Retribution? Chen Feng sneered. That's the curse of the weak upon the strong. I have never feared such things. Chen Feng, after slaughtering so many gods, you will not meet a good end. Thor roared in anger. Loki kept silent. No matter how many gods died, he felt no sorrow. What mattered to him was the throne, the rule over the 9 realms. Chen Feng, you monster! Please stop killing the gods. If you must kill, take me instead. Frigg pleaded with heartbreak. Chen Feng pointed at Odin and said coldly, the decision to kill or spare the gods is not mine to make. It lies with him. Your Majesty, I beg you, please save your people. As for me, if I must die, then so be it. I am unimportant, and I do not fear death. Frigg wept, her voice filled with sorrow. No, mother cannot die. Thor cried out, his voice desperate. He feared his father might sacrifice his mother to save the gods, although his father possessed the power to resurrect gods. Chen Feng's terrifying presence suggested he might have a way to destroy his mother completely. Thor could not take that risk. He had only one mother. He could not gamble with her life. Odin remained silent. Chen Feng raised his hand once more and gave another order. Execute 1 million gods. At Chen Feng's command, Odin and the others drew a sharp breath, their fury mounting but tinged with helplessness. Natasha hurried to marshal 1 million frost giants, who forced 1 million gods forward. Your Majesty, I don't want to die. Your Majesty, save us. We are your most loyal subjects. You cannot abandon us. Your Majesty, please, save us. A useless king. If you cannot protect us, you have no right to be our ruler. We hate you. Odin heard the pleas and curses of his people. He closed his eyes, his face twisted with pain. Kill them, Natasha commanded. Swords flashed through the air as 1 million frost giants swung their blades at the gods' necks. One after another, 1 million heads of gods tumbled to the ground. Streams of divine blood gathered and flowed like brooks beneath Odin and his followers' feet. Chen Feng, that demon, deserves a wretched end, said Thor. His body trembled as he spoke, his voice laced with both anger and fear. Once again, Chen Feng waved his hand and ordered, bring forth all the captured gods. Millions of frost giants herded millions of gods forward. Chen Feng fixed his gaze on Odin and asked coldly, are you really going to watch your people die before your eyes, one after another? Odin's heart overflowed with shame and fury, but there was nothing he could do. He didn't even dare vent his anger by killing the cloned Zhao Hailuan. Odin, what kind of god are you, to call yourself their king? Chen Feng mocked. Odin remained silent. Chen Feng turned to the millions of captured gods and raised his voice. It is not I, Chen Feng, who brings you death. It is your king, Odin. If Odin had agreed to my terms and released my woman, none of you have to die. But Odin refused. He believes you are not worth the price of his compromise. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, the millions of captured gods turned their eyes on Odin. Their gazes were now filled with anger. They had heard Chen Feng's terms. They had heard Odin's refusal. Resentment grew as Odin stood by, watching them be slaughtered. It's your ineptitude that doomed us. Even in death, we won't forgive you. A useless king, you deserve a terrible fate. Chen Feng, if you let us go, we are willing to follow you, to pledge ourselves to your cause. Yes, Chen Feng, we stand with you. Let us fight this unworthy king together. Chen Feng threw back his head and laughed, his voice echoing, ha ha ha. After his laughter faded, he set his jaw and declared coldly, I, Chen Feng, have no need for cowardly gods. With that, he slowly raised his right hand, and as he brought it down, he shouted, kill them. Kill, Natasha echoed. Blades whistled through the air as millions of frost giants struck at the gods' necks. Heads rolled in a dense, unending cascade across the ground. Rivers of divine blood now flowed freely. To me, gods are no more than ants, Chen Feng proclaimed in his arrogance. Chen Feng, our race will never coexist with you. Odin roared in fury. If the day comes when mortals suffer and die because of you, then you will be their greatest sinner, Thor said, his voice quivering. To kill one is a crime, to kill thousands, a feat, but to slaughter millions, that is the mark of a true tyrant, Chen Feng declared, his tone brimming with pride. Chen Feng's words left everyone in shock. None of them had expected that he would prove to be such a dominant force. Though astonished, they couldn't deny the sense in what he said. Chen Feng, Frigga has fainted from crying, Lao Fei reminded him. Among all the gods, Frigga was the only one with a truly kind heart. Witnessing millions of gods perish before her eyes had left her so devastated she wished for death. But Chen Feng paid no heed to Frigga. He continued to threaten Odin, his voice cold and unyielding. Are you still refusing to agree? Do you want me to kill even more gods? Odin found himself in an impossible situation. He had never imagined that Chen Feng could be even more stubborn than he was. At times, it even seemed as though Chen Feng did not care whether Zhao Hailuan lived or died. Thor, conscience stirring, tried to persuade his father. Father, perhaps we should give Chen Feng the artifact he wants. Odin shot his son a glare. If we hand the artifact over to Chen Feng, are you going to stand against his assault in my place? The only reason he could still resist Chen Feng was because he possessed the artifact. Without it, he would be no match. Father, we absolutely cannot give up the scepter, Loki interjected. But we could let go of the destroyer and the source of frost. Once we regain our strength, we can take them back. The source of frost is out of the question, Odin replied. If Lao Fei gets it, the frost giant's power will multiply, and we'll be in even greater trouble. The destroyer, though, we can give it Chen Feng, though I'm not sure if he'll accept. The destroyer armor was a weapon he rarely used, hardly essential. Having weighed his options, Odin addressed Chen Feng. Chen Feng, I'll give you Zhao Hailuan and the destroyer. Take your frost giants and leave Asgard. How about that? Before Chen Feng could answer, Lao Fei bellowed. No, we must have the source of frost. Chen Feng's expression darkened as he turned to Lao Fei, his tone icy. Lao Fei, do you think you can decide for me? Seeing the storm brewing on Chen Feng's face, Lao Fei realized he had overstepped. Panic in his voice, he apologized quickly. I'm sorry. That was my mistake. Even with over 10 billion frost giant soldiers at his command, Lao Fei still dared not challenge Chen Feng. Without Chen Feng's support, let alone attacking Asgard, he'd be lucky to escape Jotunheim alive. Before Chen Feng's arrival, the frost giants had been crushed under Odin's rule, living in hopeless darkness. Now, he couldn't let his own desire for the source of frost ruin things with Chen Feng, not when their strength was nowhere near enough to turn against him. Lao Fei, listen and listen well, Chen Feng warned sharply. No one in this world makes decisions for me. Yes, I was wrong. I'm sorry, Lao Fei stammered, his tone utterly submissive. I'll let it go this time, Chen Feng said, his voice merciless. But next time, I'll kill you myself. Lao Fei was deeply embarrassed, his heart seething with anger, yet he dared not show it. He nodded and said, I understand. Chen Feng turned to Odin and said, Odin, I want the scepter, the destroyer, and the source of frost. I want all of them, nothing less. The destroyer was formidable, and he wanted to study it to see if he could upgrade the second generation of Transformers even further. But what he desired most was the scepter, a godlike artifact that could defy the heavens. It could shatter anything, its power seemingly endless. Such a weapon was simply too extraordinary. As for the source of frost, his curiosity lay in discovering how it continued to generate frost energy without end. If he could unlock its secrets, combining the source of frost with an artificial sun, a force of cold and heat together, to create a bomb, the resulting power would be utterly terrifying. Odin shook his head and replied, Impossible. Aside from the destroyer, I can't give you the others. I'll compromise, Chen Feng said. Give me the scepter, and I'll forego the rest. The scepter is the source of my power. If I hand it over, I'll be left with nothing. So it's out of the question. Odin refused. Then we fight, Chen Feng declared, his voice brimming with anger. Odin's patience snapped as well. He raised the scepter, holding it against the throat of the clone Zhao Hailuan, and threatened, "Come on, then. I swear, before the battle even begins, I'll kill your woman." The clone Zhao Hailuan had inherited everything from the real Zhao Hailuan, so she understood all too well Chen Feng's obsession and longing for magical artifacts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to cultivate the frost giants. Tears traced down her cheeks as she gazed at Chen Feng, her voice heavy with sorrow. "Chen Feng, the truth is, I'm not the real Zhao Hailuan." Everyone was stunned, but none more so than Odin. He had never imagined the woman he'd captured was a fake. When Chen Feng heard the clone Zhao Hailuan's words, he understood at once. Zhao Hailuan must have used the regeneration pod to create another version of herself. "You're lying. You're the real Zhao Hailuan." Odin roared, desperate. If Zhao Hailuan was a fake, then the gods would soon face the wrath of Chen Feng. "I've held her before. Her scent, her temperament, her every word and gesture, they were all exactly the same. How could she be fake?" Loki frowned, puzzled. "She's trying to deceive us." Loki shouted. "Is she safe?" Chen Feng asked. The clone Zhao Hailuan nodded. "She's fine. She's perfectly safe. You don't need to worry about her." Chen Feng nodded in return. The clone Zhao Hailuan looked at Chen Feng with deep affection, a bittersweet smile on her face as she asked, "Even if I'm not the real one, I've fallen in love with you." It was beyond my control. Chen Feng gazed back at her, silent. "Could you say those 3 words to me?" The clone Zhao Hailuan pleaded softly, her voice full of sorrow. "I love you," Chen Feng said, pronouncing each word with weight and care. Hearing his words, the clone Zhao Hailuan was overcome with joy and tears. "Chen Feng, remember this. There was once a woman who truly loved you." With those final words, she braced herself, gathering her strength, and lunged forward. There was a sharp, slicing sound. Odin's scepter cut through the clone Zhao Hailuan's throat. The clone Zhao Hailuan fell to the ground with a faint smile on her lips. Odin watched as the clone convulsed and, near death, then turned on his 2 sons in a rage, berating them. "The 2 of you, grown men, can't even restrain a frail woman? What use are you to me? Useless, both of you." "Father, we never expected she'd be that strong," Thor protested, his voice full of grievance. The clone Zhao Hailuan had inherited Natasha's genes, so her strength was on par with that of an average god. All along the way, she had behaved with perfect obedience, playing the part of a fragile maiden that had lulled Thor and Loki into letting their guard down, leading to this moment. "Odin, you killed my woman, so I will kill all the gods and bury every last one of you with her." Chen Feng roared. Though he knew she was just a clone, the pain and fury he felt were real. The clone had inherited everything that Zhao Hailuan was, including her feelings for him. Naturally, Chen Feng had come to regard her as the real Zhao Hailuan. She died so as not to burden him, died for his sake. He would have his revenge. He would slaughter the gods. Odin had no doubt that Chen Feng meant every word. He hurried to say, "Wait, Chen Feng. I am willing to give you both the destroyer and the source of frost, on the condition that you return my woman to me and lead your frost giants out of Asgard." "You're too late. Kill them all," Chen Feng thundered. With a sweep of his arm, over 10 billion frost giant soldiers surged forward, charging at Odin and his kin. Chen Feng had already seen through Odin. This guy would never compromise unless he had no other choice. If he wouldn't yield, then Chen Feng would simply kill until Odin knew fear, until his courage was shattered, until he was forced to beg for mercy, until he handed over every last artifact willingly. Realizing the negotiations had collapsed, Odin ended the suffering of the convulsing clone Zhao Hailuan, making sure Chen Feng couldn't bring her back. Chen Feng moved as well. He was determined to reclaim the clone's body. With an earth-shaking roar, Chen Feng transformed into a titan. The venom battle suit wrapped itself seamlessly around him. Grief and rage over Zhao Hailuan's death, combined with the power of the venom suit, pushed his strength beyond terrifying, many times greater than even the second-generation giant transformers. With a thunderous leap, Chen Feng landed beside the fallen clone. His massive hands gently gathered her into his arms. Staring at her lifeless face, he said with sorrow, "I will make the gods pay with their lives for you." He could take her back to Earth and use the regeneration chamber to revive her. But he felt there was no need. After all, Zhao Hailuan still lived. In truth, there was no difference between the real Zhao Hailuan and her clone. "Natasha," Chen Feng called out. Natasha, clad in the female version of a transformer, flew over and replied, "I'm here." Chen Feng handed the clone body of Zhao Hailuan to Natasha and instructed, "Take her back to Earth and give her to Hailuan." "Oh, all right," Natasha replied, though she sounded reluctant. She truly did not want to leave. Following Chen Feng as he stormed through city after city, making the gods weep and wail with every conquest, was a thrill she found utterly intoxicating. Especially when she saw Chen Feng commanding over 10 billion frost giant soldiers with such authority. His overwhelming presence made even a seasoned veteran of love like herself swoon with admiration. She wanted to refuse. But when she saw the sorrow in Chen Feng's eyes, she knew that if she declined, he would certainly be angry. With no other choice, she could only agree. Once Natasha departed with Zhao Hailuan's clone, Chen Feng looked up at Odin, who was unleashing a barrage upon the frost giant soldiers from the sky, and roared, "Odin, do you dare face me in battle?" "Why wouldn't I?" Odin replied, fearless. What unsettled him was Chen Feng's slaughter of the gods, not the thought of fighting Chen Feng himself. After all, they had clashed many times before, and every duel ended in a stalemate. Neither had ever prevailed over the other. With things as they were, what was there to fear? With a thunderous leap, Chen Feng sprang into the air and launched a powerful punch at Odin. Odin knew that energy blasts would do little against Chen Feng, so he gripped his scepter as a close combat weapon, thrusting it toward Chen Feng. In the chaos that followed, Odin's scepter pierced straight through Chen Feng's heart. At the same instant, Chen Feng's fist sent Odin flying. As Odin tumbled backward, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The force of Chen Feng's punch was terrifying. It had knocked his organs out of place and broken several bones, leaving him with grievous internal injuries. Chen Feng, too, coughed up blood as his heart was impaled. His wound was fatal, yet he showed no fear. His healing powers were legendary, especially now, fueled by blinding rage and the power of the Venom suit. His recovery was nearly instantaneous. Without waiting for his heart to mend, Chen Feng charged at Odin. Any frost giants in his way were sent flying by the sheer force of his advance. His speed was astonishing, his strength immense, and his size overwhelming. Most frost giants he rammed and died instantly from the impact. Yet despite this carnage, the frost giants still looked upon Chen Feng with deep respect, for they revered strength above all. Seeing Chen Feng rushing toward him again, Odin gritted his teeth, forced himself upright, and raised his scepter. Chen Feng unleashed his full power and struck with a mighty fist. Having already tasted the fury of Chen Feng's blows, Odin dared not meet it head-on. Relying on thousands of years of battle experience, he dodged aside and, with a thunderous shout, brought his scepter down. With a crack, Odin's indestructible scepter severed Chen Feng's right arm. Before blood could pour from the wound, the Venom suit quickly sealed it. Odin had succeeded in chopping off Chen Feng's arm, but Chen Feng had also managed to seize Odin's scepter. With his right arm missing and his left occupied gripping the scepter, Chen Feng had no free hand. So, he opened his massive jaws, aiming to bite at Odin's head. There was an aura about him, as if he meant to swallow Odin whole. Terrified, Odin quickly let go, performing a nimble roll to escape the danger of being devoured. Chen Feng raised the scepter high above his head, exclaiming with delight, "Ha ha ha! The scepter is finally mine." Odin swiftly formed hand seals, chanting incantations under his breath. In a flash of white light, the scepter vanished from Chen Feng's grasp as if it had never existed. Startled, Chen Feng looked around in confusion. "Where's the scepter?" "Right here," came Odin's smug reply. Chen Feng glanced over to see Odin holding the scepter, eyeing him triumphantly. In that moment, Chen Feng understood. The scepter, like the hammer of Thor, had been ritually bound. Unless the owner was killed, or unless one was more powerful than the owner, no one else could wield such a sacred artifact. It was like Thor's hammer. He could use it only because he had surpassed Thor, evolving into a primordial thunder god. Chen Feng and Odin were almost evenly matched. The best way, he realized, was to kill Odin. That way, he gained both the scepter and Odin's genes, a double victory. With a furious roar, he charged at Odin once more. This time, Odin avoided a direct confrontation. Relying on thousands of years of battle experience, he engaged Chen Feng in a contest of skill. Chen Feng's raw power was immense, but his combat technique was far inferior to Odin's. With the scepter in hand, Odin battered Chen Feng, leaving him battered and bloodied. Unable to outmaneuver Odin, Chen Feng transformed yet again. Lightning crackled across his body. Black wings burst from his back. A third eye opened. On his forehead, his feet morphed into eagle talons, and his hands became deadly claws, the very manifestation of the primordial thunder god's genes. This, Odin was dumbfounded. He had always known Chen Feng was formidable, but he hadn't expected him to possess so many powers, each one capable of standing against his own. Odin couldn't help but think, if Chen Feng were to fuse all these abilities together, what a terrifying existence he would become. Not far away, Thor, caught up in his own battle, saw Chen Feng's transformation and shouted. With 2 black wings sprouting from his back, 3 eyes on his forehead, a face red as a monkey's, a long, sharp beard, feet like eagle talons, and even fiercer claws. Father, that's the form of the primordial thunder god. In this form, his mastery over lightning is unmatched. Mjolnir, come! Chen Feng shouted. In an instant, the hammer of Thor materialized in his hand. He raised the hammer high. With a deafening crack, a bolt of lightning shot from Mjolnir into the heavens. The sky was immediately shrouded in dark clouds, thunder and lightning raging as if the end of the world had arrived. Why is Mjolnir so terrifying in his hands? Odin exclaimed in shock. He'd heard Thor mention this before, but had dismissed it as an excuse. Now, witnessing Chen Feng like a god or demon incarnate, he finally believed it. The sheer might of this thunder and lightning was something even Odin himself could not unleash with Mjolnir. Above them, the storm clouds continued to spread, growing ever larger. Looking up, it seemed as if the thunder clouds were blanketing the entire earth. Thunder, come! Chen Feng roared. A tremendous crash echoed out as the thunderclouds above twisted into a swirling vortex. Lightning gathered endlessly within the swirling vortex. Then a thick column of thunder crashed down, linking directly to the hammer of the thunder god. The hammer absorbed the lightning with a ravenous hunger. Chen Feng could feel the energy within the hammer, growing ever stronger. He couldn't help but wonder, if the hammer kept absorbing lightning like this, might it even surpass Odin's scepter in power? Unfortunately, after a brief moment of absorption, the hammer reached its limit. No more lightning could be drawn in. With a powerful swing, Chen Feng unleashed the hammer, sending forth a dragon-shaped bolt of lightning. Hurtling toward Odin, Odin hurriedly raised his scepter, releasing a beam of pure energy. Lightning dragon and energy beam collided with a thunderous explosion, annihilating every frost giant within 100 meters. Chen Feng swung the hammer again and again, its attacks raining down like the relentless fire of a machine gun, each strike crackling with electricity. Overhead, storm clouds continued to feed him, channeling more lightning into his grasp and ensuring he never ran out of power. Odin refused to be outdone. He countered with volley after volley of energy beams, each one precisely intercepting the lightning bolts Chen Feng hurled at him. The fierce exchange sent shockwaves across the battlefield, blasting countless frost giant soldiers to pieces. Chen Feng felt no remorse for their fate. Odin, for his part, would have been happy to see the frost giants wiped out entirely. But Lao Fei, their leader, could not bear it. He ordered all his remaining giants to retreat. Chen Feng's eyes lingered on Odin's scepter. Even without actively absorbing energy, it continued to unleash beams of light, its power never seeming to diminish. This made Chen Feng want it all the more. If he couldn't defeat Odin at range, he would have to get close. With a powerful beat of his wings, Chen Feng shot into the air. Odin swept his scepter and took flight as well. Chen Feng's wings flickered, and he darted toward Odin with lightning speed. Odin gripped his scepter tightly, his focus razor-sharp. There was a deafening crash as hammer and scepter collided. The ancient thunder god's lightning was formidable, but it lacked sheer force. Otherwise, Odin might have been sent flying. Electricity crackled furiously over Chen Feng's entire body, the surging current sending tingling jolts through Odin, numbing him to his core. Odin called upon his magic to power the scepter, which burst forth with blinding light. The radiance stung Chen Feng's eyes and seared his skin with heat. Reacting swiftly, Chen Feng pulled back the hammer and spun on the spot. His black wings, sharp as twin blades, nearly sliced off Odin's head. Odin ducked just in time, evading a fatal blow, but before he could rise, Chen Feng attacked again. His claw swept toward Odin's head. Had it struck, it would have left 5 gaping holes. Unable to dodge, Odin could only lift his scepter to shield himself. There was a ringing clash as Chen Feng's claws struck metal, sending a metallic echo ringing through the air. Chen Feng, still gripping the hammer in his right hand, swung it upward with all his might. There was a resounding clang. Odin lost his grip, and the scepter was knocked from his hands. Disarmed, Odin dared not continue the melee. He scrambled away, stumbling and crawling in his haste to escape. Chen Feng had no intention of giving Odin another chance to chant a spell and summon his scepter back. He pursued Odin, relentlessly, refusing to let up. Terrified, Odin shouted, Thor, Loki, come help me. As long as his two sons could hold Chen Feng off for even a moment, he would be able to call back his scepter and no longer fear Chen Feng. Hearing Odin's desperate cry for help, Lao Fei, who was battling Thor, unleashed even more ferocious attacks. Thor wanted to help his father, but he was completely outmatched and powerless to break away. Loki, on the other hand, was little more than a bystander. His attacks were too weak to harm the frost giants, who were clad in heavy armor, so he spent his time dodging blows and using illusions to toy with them. When Loki heard Odin's plea, he thought his opportunity for glory had finally come. "Father, run this way," Loki shouted at the top of his lungs. Joy flashed in Odin's eyes as he hurried in Loki's direction. Chen Feng swung Thor's hammer, and a bolt of lightning shot out, striking Odin squarely. Though wounded, Odin's intense desire to survive only grew stronger, making him run even faster. Chen Feng was astonished. Despite having wings, he couldn't catch up to Odin's two legs. As Odin neared Loki, he didn't stop, but kept running, knowing full well that Loki's strength wouldn't buy him much time. Sure enough, Loki couldn't withstand Chen Feng for even a second. Chen Feng's lightning incapacitated Loki instantly, leaving him completely motionless. "Loki!" Lao Fei cried out in anguish, thinking Chen Feng had killed Loki. After all, Loki was his son, the sole heir to the Frost Kingdom. Abandoning his fight with Thor, Lao Fei rushed toward the motionless Loki. Thor finally had a chance to save his father, but he hesitated. Memories of Chen Feng's cruelty flashed through his mind. Chen Feng had killed him 58 times, each death more terrifying than the last, each in a different way. If he tried to stop Chen Feng now, he'd surely die again. Even if his father could revive him, the fear of dying was overwhelming. Odin couldn't care less what his son was thinking. With Lao Fei gone, he immediately ran toward Thor. "Thor, hold him off for me, so I can summon my scepter," Odin called out anxiously. "Father, I'm no match for him," Thor replied, his voice trembling. "So what if he kills you? Don't be afraid. I can bring you back." Odin snapped, clearly annoyed. Thor had no time to argue. His father had already rushed past him, and Chen Feng was almost upon them. How could he hold Chen Feng back? With nothing but his weapon, Thor's heart was filled with dread. Seeing Thor block his path, Chen Feng raised the hammer high and brought it down with a thunderous force. Instinctively, Thor crossed his weapon above his head in defense. There was a deafening crash. Thor's weapon shattered instantly, and his head was smashed to pieces in the same moment. Headless, his body slowly toppled to the ground. Yet, in death, Thor had served a purpose. He had managed to delay Chen Feng for a single, precious second, far stronger than Loki. He killed the god of thunder. Chen Feng continued his pursuit of Odin. On Laufey's side, he stepped in front of Loki, calling out with concern, "Loki, are you all right?" Loki found himself able to move again. At first, he had intended to attack Lao Fei, but seeing the sincere worry in Laufey's eyes, he couldn't bring himself to do it. "Don't you hate me?" Loki asked. "You are my son. No matter who I might hate, it would never be you," Lao Fei replied earnestly. "I've done so much to wrong you. I even accepted a thief as my father. Can you still forgive me?" Loki pressed. Seeing Laufey's care for him, Loki suddenly lost his desire to side with Odin. Odin's situation was utterly miserable. The capital overrun, most of his army destroyed, and Chen Feng relentlessly on his heels, leaving him in utter disgrace. Lao Fei, on the other hand, though his power had grown thanks to Chen Feng, still commanded an army of tens of billions and stood as a mighty king. If Loki acknowledged Lao Fei as his father, he might have a chance to inherit Laufey's empire. "As long as you come back to me, I will forgive you. When you have contributed to the kingdom of Frost and earned the respect of the Frost Giants, I will pass the throne to you," Lao Fei declared solemnly. No matter how much trouble Loki caused, he was still Laufey's own flesh and blood. Laufey's throne could only be handed to his son, never to another not. Unlike Odin, who had chosen Thor over Loki. Even if Loki's cunning far surpassed Thor's, Odin would never choose him, simply because Loki was not his own son. Loki glanced at Odin, who was being chased all over by Chen Feng, and gave a bitter smile. Turning back to Lao Fei, he said, "I promise to return to your side and become a true frost giant." As he spoke, Loki's skin turned blue, and ice magic radiated from his body. Seeing Loki's transformation, Lao Fei burst out in hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, you truly are my son." "Father," Loki called out with a gentle smile. "Yes," Lao Fei responded, overjoyed. He gestured to the Lizard King, signaling him to come forward. The Lizard King, a towering creature 100 meters tall, lowered his massive head before Lao Fei. Lao Fei took Loki's hand, and together they leaped onto the Lizard King's head. The Lizard King lifted his head high. Lao Fei shouted out to the more than 10 billion frost giant soldiers. Hear me, everyone. I have found my son. All eyes turned to Lao Fei standing atop the Lizard King's head. Everyone except Chen Feng and Odin. My son is Loki. He was stolen by Odin the moment he was born. His appearance changed by magic. Now, I brought him back. From this day forward, he is the crown prince of the Frost Kingdom. After me, he holds the highest authority, Lao Fei proclaimed in a booming voice. There was no cheer from the Frost Giants. Clearly, deep down, they resisted accepting Loki. After all, Loki had been raised by Odin since childhood. They feared that Loki might one day betray the Frost Giants. Loki was deeply moved by his newfound father's words. He had just discovered his true heritage, and already he was named the crown prince of the Frost Giants, a position equal to that of Thor. Once, he fully inherited the throne of the Frost Kingdom, defeated Odin, and conquered Asgard. He would become the ruler of all 9 realms. With excitement surging in his heart, Loki turned to all the Frost Giant soldiers and declared, I, Loki, swear here and now, never will I betray the Frost Kingdom. For the Frost Kingdom, I will give my all, even my life. Hearing Loki's solemn vow, the Frost Giants felt their resistance toward him begin to melt away. Meanwhile, Odin, fleeing for his life, caught Loki's words and was furious. Loki, you ungrateful wretch. I raised you with care, nurtured you to greatness. And this is how you repay me? You betray me. You betray the eternal realm. Loki laughed, a strange and chilling sound. When his laughter died away, he shouted back at Odin, Odin, had you not stolen me away the moment I was born, I would have long been the crown prince of the Frost Kingdom, perhaps even its king. You robbed me of my parents, left me to grow up alone. You made me an outcast among your gods. In name, I am your son, but every good thing you had, you gave to Thor. And now you accuse me of betraying the eternal realm? You, father of the gods, have you no shame? Odin is despicable. I'll help Chen Feng kill him, Lao Fei said angrily. And I'll help too, Loki added, eager to prove himself now that he was crown prince, hoping the Frost Giants would accept him more quickly. Lao Fei nodded, pleased. Good. United as father and son, we're invincible. Together, we'll bring down Odin. Their intentions were bold, but reality was unforgiving. No matter how hard they tried, they simply couldn't catch up to Odin. In frustration, they had no choice but to give up. In truth, Chen Feng was flying at great speed. The only reason he couldn't catch Odin was because Odin was skillfully using the terrain and obstacles to his advantage. I found Odin's scepter. Haha, a Frost Giant soldier, holding the scepter aloft, cried out in delight. Excellent, bring it here at once. Lao Fei commanded loudly. Suddenly, with a flash of blade, a sword gleamed through the air. The Frost Giant soldier, holding the scepter, was sliced cleanly in two. As the giant's body fell, the others finally saw the figure behind the attack, a towering black man, clad in armor identical to that of the Frost Giants. Father, that's the guardian god. He's disguised himself as a Frost Giant, Loki warned. We can't let him take the scepter. Lao Fei cried urgently. The scepter was the powerful artifact Chen Feng desired. If Lao Fei could seize it and present it to Chen Feng, he was sure of Chen Feng's continued strong support. Lao Fei and Loki stood atop the Lizard King's massive head as it charged toward the guardian god. The Lizard King's immense size meant that every stride sent tremors through the ground. The Frost Giant soldiers in its path scrambled to get out of the way, fleeing in all directions, when the guardian deity saw Lao Fei and Loki riding the king of lizards charging straight at him. He knew he was no match for them. With a powerful leap, he sprang high into the air and shouted, Your Majesty, catch the scepter! Gathering all his strength into his hands, he hurled the scepter with all his might. The scepter arced perfectly in the direction Odin was running. As long as Odin kept going, he would be able to catch it. Chen Feng was determined not to let Odin get his hands on the scepter. With a single thought, thunder rumbled overhead, and 2 bolts of lightning struck his black wings. Electric sparks danced along his feathers as he beat his wings, propelling himself forward with a speed even greater than before. He was now faster than lightning. Odin's face lit up with joy as he saw the scepter falling toward him. He reached out eagerly to seize it, but in a flash of lightning, the scepter vanished from his grasp. Where's the scepter? Odin cried out in alarm. Having snatched the scepter, Chen Feng didn't pause to savor his victory. He knew if he gave Odin even a moment, the old god might use a spell to summon the scepter back, rendering all his efforts useless. Without hesitation, Chen Feng raised the hammer of thunder and swung it at Odin with a mighty blow. The attack came so quickly that Odin had no time to react. The hammer struck his shoulder with a sickening crunch, shattering the bone and sending Odin hurtling through the air. Chen Feng pressed his advantage. If he could kill Odin now, he would be able to extract Odin's genes, claim the scepter for himself, and perhaps even seize control of the destroyer and the source of frost. As Chen Feng swooped down on Odin, raising the hammer of thunder to crush his skull, the guardian deity arrived. Though his body was riddled with arrows and weapons, he seemed impervious to pain, charging at Chen Feng without a trace of fear. Just as Chen Feng was about to bring the hammer down on Odin's head, the guardian deity swung his massive sword, stabbing Chen Feng. Chen Feng faltered, wounded. Odin turned his head to the side and narrowly avoided a fatal blow. The guardian deity's great sword pierced through Chen Feng's body, but the lightning surging within Chen Feng's frame coursed into the guardian deity, causing his flesh to sizzle and his very soul to writhe in agony. Chen Feng roared, swinging the hammer of thunder with all his might. The hammer struck the guardian deity, unleashing a torrent of lightning that surged through his body. With an earth-shattering explosion, the guardian deity was utterly obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. While Chen Feng was locked in combat with the guardian deity, Odin made no attempt to flee. Instead, clutching his shattered shoulder, he formed a spell with his free hand and began chanting an incantation. The moment Chen Feng loosened his left hand, he realized what had happened. Odin had summoned the scepter back to himself. Looking around, Chen Feng saw that Odin had vanished, and his own left hand was empty. Damn it, he got away. Chen Feng cursed in frustration. He had been so close, just a hair's breadth from killing Odin. But at the crucial moment, that fearless guardian deity had thrown himself into the fray and saved him. He turned around and looked at Lao Fei and Loki, demanding, "Lao Fei, Loki, did you two deliberately let the guardian god through?" In his view, even if Lao Fei and Loki were not at their best, there was no way they couldn't have stopped the guardian god. It had to be intentional. They must have done it to prevent him from getting the scepter, afraid his power would grow even further, allowing him to suppress the frost giants. He was certain of it. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Seeing that Lao Fei and Loki remained silent, he erupted, "Both of you, get over here. Now." Yes, he was just that formidable. In front of over 10 billion frost giant soldiers, he openly rebuked the king and the crown prince of the frost giants, caring nothing for the countless warriors watching. Lao Fei and Loki's faces turned especially grim. They hadn't expected Chen Feng to show them so little respect. Furious as they were, neither dared to protest. Instead, they obediently hurried over to Chen Feng. "Chen Feng, we really did try to stop the guardian god," Lao Fei explained in a low, submissive voice. But it was as if he'd taken some celestial elixir. His strength was overwhelming, his courage unstoppable. In a moment of carelessness, he broke through our defense. "Chen, we truly did our best," Loki added, hesitant about how to address Chen Feng. Calling him by name was out of the question. After all, he was neither king of the frost giants nor strong enough to deserve such familiarity. "Call him Chief Chen," Lao Fei reminded him. "Chief Chen," Loki quickly bowed and said. Chen Feng's face was thunderous as he glared at Lao Fei and Loki. "If you two don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, I'll wipe the frost giants from the face of the earth." At that, a collective gasp swept through the frost giants. The way they looked at Chen Feng changed, not with anger, but with fear. All of Jotunheim's frost giants knew that their victories over the gods were thanks to Chen Feng's support. They were all too aware of his power. To make an enemy of someone like Chen Feng would spell disaster for their entire race. Lao Fei panicked and hurried to explain. "Chen Feng, I truly did my utmost. You have to believe me." Loki was even more terrified. After all, he'd only just become crown prince. He couldn't afford to lose that now. He hastily added, "Chief Chen, my father and I really didn't deceive you. We attacked the guardian god with everything we had. Otherwise, how would he have ended up with so many wounds?" He was desperate, risking his life to save Odin. Chen Feng pointed at the vibranium armor Lao Fei was wearing and said coldly, "You're clad in the world's strongest vibranium armor. You're virtually immune to all attacks. If you had truly gone all out against the guardian god, there's no way you would have lost, let alone let him escape to save Odin." Lao Fei bowed his proud head, speechless before Chen Feng's accusations. Chen Feng then pointed at Loki, his voice icy as he said, "And you, your mastery of illusions is so lifelike that few can see through them. You ran circles around hordes of frost giant soldiers, yet you couldn't stop the guardian god. Clearly, you were holding back." Loki lowered his head as well. Faced with the fearsome Chen Feng, even if he wanted to explain himself, he worried that a poor choice of words would